Jinshi traversed into the realm of elves, assuming the role of the eldest son of Giovanni, the formidable leader of Team Rocket and the brother of Silver. Fully aware of Team Rocket's eventual fate, Jinshi resolved to harness the resources of Team Rocket to elevate his own prowess. At this juncture, Ash had yet to embark on his journey. Giovanni, engrossed in extracting the eyelashes of the mythical Pokémon Mew for the purpose of cloning Mewtwo, entrusted all matters of Team Rocket to his eldest son, Jinshi. Observing the members of Team Rocket, Jinshi casually discarded several Pokémon that he had deemed subpar in his training, allowing them to be captured by his subordinates. Consequently, the strengths of individuals such as Jessie and James surged. Upon Giovanni's return from the Team Rocket laboratory, Jessie declared, "I shall become the champion's woman." James proclaimed, "I am invincible beneath the champion. Above the champion, it's a one-for-one exchange." And Arbok scoffed, "Hmph, the Elite Four? I'm no longer one of them." Giovanni was left utterly bewildered. Chapter 1. Cloning Mew and Managing Team Rocket At the headquarters of Team Rocket, in the conference room, the four generals, senior executives, and numerous subordinates were seated on either side. At the head of the table sat a robust, middle-aged man, his expression a blend of indifference and a hint of ferocity, listening intently to his subordinates' reports. This man was none other than Giovanni, the illustrious leader of Team Rocket. Having founded Team Rocket, his influence spread across various regions, including Kanto, the Sevii Islands, and Johto. He also commanded a cadre of doctors and research facilities specializing in cloning, biology, and brainwaves. Moreover, his pachinko parlor had elevated Team Rocket to the status of a publicly traded company. On the surface, he was also a powerful Pokémon trainer, serving as the gym leader of the Viridian City Gym Point. One of the four generals, Lance, held a report in hand and stated, "Boss Giovanni, our numerous attempts to track the mythical Pokémon, Mew, have all ended in failure." He continued, "However, our operatives within Mew's active range have discovered its eyelashes that a profound silence enveloped the room." The members of Team Rocket sat in their seats, their expressions awkward as they bowed their heads. Despite expending vast resources and manpower, they had failed to capture even a single Pokémon. For those who prided themselves on being the strongest criminal organization, this was nothing short of disgraceful. Bang! Bang! Giovanni lightly rapped the table, shattering the silence of the conference room. The members of Team Rocket raised their heads in unison, witnessing a rare display of excitement and greed on Giovanni's typically stoic face. The atmosphere grew tense as they straightened their postures, their expressions becoming solemn. Giovanni gestured for his secretary, Mattori, to take notes. "Contact the frontline operatives and instruct them to withdraw, but ensure they retrieve Mew's eyelashes," he commanded. Simultaneously, summon Dr. Fuji and Dr. Celadon to the cloning research facility and the control armor research facility. I shall personally oversee both projects. During this period, all revenue from the pachinko parlor shall be allocated to these two research endeavors as a priority. These words echoed through the room. The members of Team Rocket began to share in Giovanni's fervor. If they could indeed succeed in cloning Mew, achieving it once would pave the way for future successes. The prospect of every member of Team Rocket possessing a mythical Pokémon was no longer just a dream. With her purple bobbed hair and glasses, Mattori, having completed her notes, inquired, "Boss Giovanni, how shall we handle the other affairs of Team Rocket?" The executives of Team Rocket exchanged contemplative glances. If Giovanni were to devote himself entirely to the research facility, who would oversee the vast operations and developmental direction of Team Rocket. It was important to note that cloning and developing control armor were not tasks that could be accomplished overnight. Over time, without Giovanni as their steadfast leader, Team Rocket would surely risk fragmentation. Despite their current prosperity, they paled in comparison to the formidable forces such as the Junsha clan, who monopolized the police, the Joy family, who controlled the Pokémon centers, and the Silver Company, which had developed and monopolized technologies related to Pokeballs, moved tutors, and held items. This was one of the reasons Giovanni was willing to go to such lengths to acquire his own mythical Pokémon. Only with absolute power and wealth could Team Rocket truly ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Yet, Giovanni was now entirely focused on research, seemingly ready to abandon the vast responsibilities of Team Rocket. In this moment, his subordinates felt a profound sense of unease as they had lost their guiding pillar, silence. Giovanni intoned softly, "I merely require a brief respite, and you all descend into such disarray? How unbecoming." He continued, "My pursuit of cloning the mythical Pokémon Mew is for the future of Team Rocket. During this time, you are to procure funds by any means necessary to support the research facility. He concluded, while I am in the research facility, all matters of Team Rocket shall be directed by my eldest son, Jinshi. Upon hearing this, Matori hurriedly exited the conference room to locate Jinshi. The remaining members of Team Rocket were left in a state of shock at Giovanni's directive. Giovanni had 2 children, the younger son Silver having been missing for many years. Only the eldest son, Jinshi, had been training diligently outside, reportedly depleting a significant portion of Team Rocket's funds. Though Jinshi had only just come of age, whispers of his prowess suggested he was second only to Giovanni within Team Rocket. However, due to the disappearance of his younger brother, Giovanni had kept Jinshi well guarded, with only the 4 generals having met him on a few occasions. The other members of Team Rocket had never encountered Jinshi. Some of the newly recruited novices were completely unaware that Giovanni had 2 sons. Only the senior executives and high-ranking members had inquired about Jinshi, knowing that his Pokémon were meticulously selected, each possessing strength on par with the elite. For it seemed that Jinshi's sole focus lay in training Pokémon. However, Giovanni's recent remarks indicated that his eldest son was to familiarize himself with the empire he had built, preparing for the day he would inherit the mantle of Team Rocket's leader. In an instant, the members of Team Rocket began to murmur amongst themselves once more. Among the veteran members of Team Rocket, the 4 generals and the 3 executives, Natsi, Mars, and Aoki, along with the research director, Shaba, all held the status of gym leaders. Let alone the fact that Aoki's strength was already perilously close to that of the Elite Four, that what manner of individual could overshadow the exceptionally talented Aoki, stepping in for Giovanni to temporarily lead Team Rocket? At that moment, Matori re-entered the conference room and whispered to Giovanni, "Boss, Jinshi has arrived." That Giovanni's expression softened slightly at this news. "Let him in," he commanded. The members of Team Rocket were taken aback by the unexpected development. It was the first time they had witnessed Saki display such an expression. Under Saki's prolonged aura of authority, the crowd had almost forgotten that he was also a father. As the unequivocal leader of Team Rocket, many members dared not even breathe in his presence. This illustrates the immense respect Saki commanded within the ranks of Team Rocket. Accompanied by a resolute cadence of footsteps, a tall young man entered the conference room. Matori and Amato's eyes instantly transformed into heart shapes as they exclaimed in unison, "So handsome. Why are you mimicking my words?" *2. Still mimicking. *2. Kinshi observed the members of Team Rocket with a sense of helplessness that, in truth, he wished to disengage from the chaotic affairs of Team Rocket. Wouldn't it be more delightful to simply live as a wealthy heir? Casually training a few Pokémon to enhance his strength, he could easily overpower children in battles. As a transmigrator, and the eldest son of Saki, the notorious leader of Team Rocket in the Pokémon world, Kinshi had enjoyed a life devoid of hardship since childhood. Whatever Pokémon he desired, Saki would arrange for someone to procure it for him. Once the habitat of the Pokémon was located, Kinshi would be sent to capture it himself. Aside from the fact that his mother passed away shortly after giving birth to Sharona, Kinshi's life in this world could be described as smooth sailing. The only predicament was that he was also a member of Team Rocket. However, anyone familiar with the Pokémon world is aware that Team Rocket gradually fell into disarray after Mutwo escaped from their control. Not only did their research facilities become virtually defunct due to the departure of various scientists, but even industries, such as Pachirisu, also faltered as Saki's pursuit of Mutwo led to widespread demoralization among his subordinates. With the enterprises left unmanaged, competitors forced them to shut down. Most of the skilled members had already departed. The lower-tier operatives, unable to receive their salaries, resorted to stealing Pokémon from children to sustain themselves. Yet, this was hardly a sustainable solution, leading to the dissolution of Team Rocket. Ultimately, even the Tokiwa City Gym, which could have been passed down through generations, was seized by the League. Kinshi perceived the entirety of Team Rocket as a colossal emblem of despair. The irony was that Saki, as a father, treated him exceptionally well. Moreover, with the assistance of a system, Team Rocket was not entirely beyond redemption. Chapter 2. The Pokémon Breeding System and the Reactions of the Crowd. Jinshi found himself transported to the world of Pokémon, awakening a Pokémon breeding system. Any Pokémon he nurtured would not only grow but also bestow attribute enhancements upon all his other Pokémon and himself. In his initial experiment, Jinshi casually used a Fire Stone to evolve his EV into a Flareon. As expected, his Pokémon experienced varying degrees of enhancement, while his own strength and physical constitution saw a significant boost. Most intriguingly, This EV was not captured by him, implying that he could potentially strengthen wild Pokémon in bulk, facilitating rapid advancements for both himself and his Pokémon. With the aid of the system and his relentless efforts, Jinshi elevated his prowess to that of a quasi-elite 4 level. It is worth noting that, aside from Giovanni, the members of Team Rocket were predominantly at the gym leader tier, with Aoki still far from reaching the elite level. Yet, Jinshi felt that the growth of his Pokémon was still too sluggish. Contemplating the future protagonist Ash, the various family factions, and the world-destroying legendary Pokémon, he deemed his current strength woefully inadequate. Thus, over the years, he persistently solicited funds from Giovanni, purchasing remote land to construct Pokémon training facilities. The sole criterion for these facilities was their capacity to significantly enhance the strength of numerous Pokémon, thereby augmenting his own abilities in hopes of altering Team Rocket's eventual fate of dissolution. Now, Giovanni summoned him to become the acting leader of Team Rocket. This position, however, diverged greatly from his original plan. Jinshi had intended to quietly bolster his strength, acquiring the capability to defeat and capture Mutwo before it escaped Giovanni's control. Yet, assuming the role of acting leader would undoubtedly inundate him with countless responsibilities, severely hindering his ability to enhance his own strength. Ignoring the infatuated musings of his colleagues, such as Jessie, Jinshi turned to his father, Giovanni, wishing for a different individual to temporarily manage Team Rocket, even suggesting a co-leadership with the 4 commanders. However, the domineering Giovanni stood up and declared, "Very well, I must now attend to the various matters of the laboratory. During my absence, you are all to heed Jinshi's commands." From this point onward, he is the acting leader of Team Rocket. Anyone who defies his authority will face dire consequences if I discover it. With that, Giovanni donned his coat and strode out of the conference room, followed closely by his secretary, Meowth, and several scientists, indicating their intention to accompany him. Jinshi observed the Team Rocket members in the conference room as they collectively rose and bowed to him, exclaiming, "Greetings, acting leader Jinshi." It was evident that Giovanni's influence within Team Rocket was formidable. The members did not dare exhibit even the slightest dissatisfaction with his arrangements. Taking a deep breath, Jinshi seated himself in Giovanni's former position. "Esteemed members of Team Rocket, please take your seats," he instructed. Upon hearing this, the members complied and settled down. Once everyone was seated, Jinshi continued, "You are all veterans of Team Rocket, my seniors in this organization. You are undoubtedly more familiar with the daily operations than I am. Therefore, the routine operations of Team Rocket shall remain unchanged. In future missions requiring powerful Pokémon, you may come to me." Jinshi's intention was straightforward. He believed that the daily operations of Team Rocket followed an established process that did not necessitate his intervention. He merely needed to address unforeseen circumstances. Enhancing the strength of Team Rocket's members would undoubtedly mitigate the occurrence of such emergencies. Given the subpar standards of Team Rocket's typical Pokémon, such as Koffing, Ekans, Rattata, and Zubat, he could easily dispatch some of his trained but less capable Pokémon to overpower them. By doing so, he could save considerable time for training other Pokémon and advancing his own strength. Upon hearing Jinshi's arrangements, the members of Team Rocket appeared elated. The higher-ups were reluctant to have a brash newcomer dictate their work, while the mid-level members saw an opportunity for advancement under the new leadership. The lower ranks were particularly excited about the prospect of acquiring powerful Pokémon. Soon, Jinshi announced the adjournment of the meeting, prompting the Team Rocket members to depart the headquarters in small groups. Alone in the conference room, Jinshi sat in the chair, gazing at the spacious and opulent headquarters of Team Rocket, imbued with a sense of technological advancement. Who could have anticipated that one day such a formidable organization would crumble to dust? Jinshi slammed his hand on the table, resolute that as Giovanni's son, he must prevent such a fate from befalling them. Never before had he yearned for strength as he did now, and he began to understand why Giovanni was so adamant about becoming stronger. Only by attaining sufficient power could one seize control of their own destiny. Driven by his desire for strength, Jinshi made his way to a forest owned by Team Rocket, preparing to train his Infernape to master the move Fury Swipes. After using Fury Swipes 20 times, Infernape would acquire the power to transcend its physical limitations and evolve into a Primeape. This method was significantly quicker than expending vast amounts of evolution stones and funds to evolve other Pokémon. Jinshi could already sense that his Charizard was at a critical juncture. Relying solely on Charizard for training was proving exceedingly challenging. It was unrealistic to expect the system to facilitate Charizard's breakthrough by nurturing weaker Pokémon. However, if he could train a few more Primapes, his Charizard would undoubtedly ascend to the elite level. Meanwhile, the 3 commanders and the 4 generals of Team Rocket were gathered together in discussion. Aoki, one of the elite 4 members of the future Indigo League, inquired. What are your thoughts on Jinshi becoming the acting leader of Team Rocket? The gym leader of Goldenrod City, the Hollywood actress Natsuki, shrugged and remarked. I couldn't care less who leads Team Rocket. I have a scene to shoot shortly, so I must take my leave. With that, Natsuki turned and exited. The gym leader of the Leaf Gym, Masashi, a former U.S. Air Force Major, boomed. I support Giovanni's decision. However, you Japanese always seem to place the fate of your organization in the hands of a single individual, and worse yet, a mere child. With a disdainful look, Masashi continued. If something truly goes awry, I certainly want to be taking orders from that kid. Upon hearing this, the fiercely loyal 4 generals, Ramda, Lance, and Apollo, glared at Masashi in indignation. Although they too felt Giovanni's choice was somewhat hasty, they remained committed to fulfilling his directives without fail. Masashi's overt defiance of Giovanni's arrangements naturally provoked their ire. In contrast, the only female among the 4 generals, Athena, maintained a contemplative expression throughout the exchange. Chapter 3. The arrival of Jessie and James. Facing the ire of the 3, Masashi stood his ground defiantly. What? Are you willing to let a mere brat give you orders? Lance, infuriated, retorted. But that is Giovanni's command. Aoki hurriedly intervened, separating the group. Noting that Giovanni had just left, and they were already on the verge of a brawl. Clearly, without Giovanni, Team Rocket was nothing. Aoki turned to Athena, who had remained silent, and asked, Athena, what about you? What do you think of this acting leader? Athena, with her striking red hair and matching crimson eyes, resembled a mesmerizing rose in full bloom. Her exquisitely defined features exuded a sense of elegance. Clad in a voluminous researcher's lab coat, her graceful figure was hardly concealed. Generally reserved and reticent, she held a low profile among the upper echelons of Team Rocket. As one of the earliest followers of Saki, she garnered immense trust from him and was said to have had a close relationship with Saki's late wife. Athena pondered for a moment and remarked, for some reason, I feel an overwhelming pressure emanating from the pokeball at Jin's waist. With that, she glanced at the pokeball hidden within Aki's embrace. That pressure is no less formidable than your Pokemon, Aki. What? That is absolutely impossible. Aki is on the verge of becoming a champion. His Pokemon strength is certainly unmatched by that kid. Upon hearing Athena's words, the others became visibly agitated. Majishir voiced his skepticism loudly. In the following days, discussions regarding Jin proliferated within Team Rocket. Meanwhile, at one of Team Rocket's bases, Musashi, Kojiro, and the feuding duo of Yamato and Shinsuke were engaged in a war of words. You've stolen our slogan again. Isn't a slogan meant to be repeated? You can say it, so why can't we? Yamato retorted. Moreover, no matter how loud the slogan, if you can't produce results or capture quality Pokemon for the boss, it's all in vain. Exactly, Shinsuke chimed in. I wonder which group has gone months without delivering any Pokemon. How can they still have the audacity to remain in Team Rocket? Musashi, with a fiery temper, was infuriated by their remarks, as the group failing to produce results was none other than her and Kojiro. Unable to tolerate their sarcasm, she rolled up her sleeves, ready to challenge Yamato and Shinsuke to a real battle. Kojiro desperately grasped Musashi from behind. Ignoring Musashi's outburst, Yamato turned to leave. Shinsuke, let us go. We still have plenty of Pokemon to care for at the breeding facility. We don't have time to waste here. Shinsuke hurriedly followed, lamenting. How many times must I say it? My name is Shinsuke, not Shinsuke. As the two departed, Musashi slumped to the ground in despair, exclaiming, at this rate, our group will truly become the bottom of Team Rocket. Seeing the usually diligent, optimistic, and proud Musashi so disheartened, Kojiro panicked. Musashi, remember when we were at the Team Rocket headquarters? Didn't T-Gene, the acting boss, say we could approach him if we had any issues? Kojiro quickly pulled Musashi up from the ground. The reason we can't capture quality Pokemon is that we lack strong Pokemon to help us defeat and capture them. We should go to Gene and borrow some powerful Pokemon. Musashi's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Her spirits revived. Yes. If we can borrow strong Pokemon from Gene, we could capture rare Pokemon. Then we could advance to higher ranks and become leaders, reaching the pinnacle of our lives. The two conferred briefly before setting off to find Gene. This particular Team Rocket base was not far from the headquarters. Musashi and Kojiro followed the address provided by Gene during the previous meeting and arrived at the forest training ground where Gene was located. During this time, as the acting boss, Gene was undisturbed by any matters concerning Team Rocket. He was entirely focused on training Meowth, directing the trainers of Team Rocket School, and teaching the Angry Punch Monkey the move Fury Swipes. Meowth, capable of human speech and communication with both humans and Pokemon, had been specifically requested from Jin's father, Saki. After all, effective communication is crucial in teaching. While Pokémon can understand human language to some extent, and humans can generally grasp some expressions from Pokémon, understanding and complete comprehension are entirely different matters. At this moment, Meowth's proficiency in both languages proved to be particularly invaluable. While he was engaged in hands-on teaching, two respectful voices echoed from behind Jin. "Good day, acting boss." Musashi and Kojiro bowed in greeting. Jin was quite familiar with these two, who frequently appeared in the original work. However, he wondered what they wanted. Calmly, Jin inquired, "What brings you here?" Musashi and Kojiro exchanged nervous glances at the surrounding punch monkeys, swallowing hard. To them, these punch monkeys represented formidable Pokémon, all worthy of capture and submission. Any one of them could easily defeat all their Pokémon. Yet, these notoriously hot-tempered punch monkeys were training diligently under Jin and Meowth's guidance. How could that not make Musashi and Kojiro anxious? "Acting boss, our group wishes to venture out and capture some rare Pokémon for the organization, aiming to sell them for a handsome price and contribute to Saki's research. We would like to borrow a few powerful Pokémon from you." It was evident that these words had been carefully considered by Musashi and Kojiro. Otherwise, given their usual demeanor, they would never have articulated such a request. Jin frowned thoughtfully at their request. Given the current capabilities of these two novices, even if he lent them powerful Pokémon, they would be unable to command them effectively. The expressions of the punch monkeys around them indicated this. Upon hearing the duo's intentions, they glared menacingly at Musashi and Kojiro. Since he couldn't directly lend them strong Pokémon, he could only offer those with potential. An idea sparked in Jin's mind. He recalled a fully automated training facility he had constructed, where every time a Pokémon was trained successfully, both he and his Pokémon would automatically grow stronger. Therefore, Jin said, "If you head west from here, you will find a small waterfall. I have purchased the upstream and the pond downstream of the waterfall. It is Team Rocket's property. You don't need to borrow Pokémon. Simply go upstream to the waterfall and capture any Magikarp that catches your eye. With a bit of training at the waterfall, that Magikarp will evolve into a powerful Pokémon. In fact, you don't need to go out and capture Pokémon. Cultivating powerful Pokémon on your own can also contribute to Team Rocket." In Jin's view, one Gyarados for each of them would be more than sufficient. After saying this, Jin felt the matter was resolved and signaled for the two to withdraw, as his priority was to continue training the punch monkeys and enhance his own strength. Chapter 4, Waterfall Training Ground, Musashi's Pokémon Evolution. However, Musashi and Kojiro, having been dismissed, were left in a state of shock. They had anticipated borrowing a few punch monkeys from Jin, only to be turned away so abruptly. Magikarp? A Magikarp can evolve into a powerful Pokémon. If these words hadn't come from Jin, the acting boss of Team Rocket, but from anyone else, Musashi and Kojiro would have surely laughed at such a notion. After all, the idea that a Magikarp could evolve into a Gyarados was still a distant legend. Magikarp was universally acknowledged as the weakest and most worthless Pokémon. Moreover, given Magikarp's innate intelligence and temperament, it was unable to learn any moves and lacked the capacity for training. Even if they managed to capture the so-called Magikarp, how would they train it? After much deliberation, Musashi and Kojiro decided to take a gamble and head to the waterfall that Jin mentioned to see what the situation was all about. They drove their makeshift off-road vehicle through the mountains. It must be said that while Musashi and Kojiro's skills as trainers were lacking, their practical abilities were commendable, even without Meowth's assistance. Before long, they arrived at the waterfall described by Jin. The waterfall, cascading powerfully, bore clear signs of human modification. The two of them stood stunned by the sight before them. In the pond below the waterfall, countless Magikarp swam about, trapped within a net that surrounded the pond, unable to escape. In the pond, whenever a Kingler fainted due to the scarcity of food, mechanical arms on both banks would retrieve it. Above the waterfall, an automatic retractable rod stretched across, laden with fruits favored by Kinglers. Upon witnessing this scene, the two individuals immediately comprehended the ingenious design of the Kingler training facility constructed by Kinsi. Kojiro marveled. What a genius design. In a food-deprived pond, the Kinglers must ascend against the waterfall to satiate their hunger. Those lacking willpower or physical prowess would be eliminated and cast aside, leaving only the Kinglers capable of scaling the waterfall to reach the fruits. Musashi gazed at the Kinglers upstream with sparkling eyes. Haven't you realized? That's not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in the fact that this training enables Kinglers, who cannot learn moves, to master the waterfall technique. Waterfall. A water-type physical move comparable in power to a punch weighing 1,000,000 tons, allows water-type Pokémon to launch themselves at opponents with remarkable force, potentially inducing a state of intimidation. Pokémon proficient in this skill can effortlessly ascend or leap down enormous waterfalls. Teaching Kinglers the waterfall technique is undoubtedly an innovative training method, particularly for those limited to the splash move, which is widely regarded as ineffective. Could this be what Kinsi has been tirelessly researching? Kojiro, having heard rumors about Kinsi within Team Rocket, was aware that Kinsi expended substantial resources on Pokémon training. However, witnessing the Kinglers mastering Waterfall, he still deemed it not worthwhile. Kinglers are not particularly formidable Pokémon. Even with an offensive move like Waterfall, they do not impress. Kojiro felt it would be more beneficial to vacate this training ground for other, more promising water-type Pokémon to train. Musashi, oblivious to Kojiro's inner thoughts, remained captivated by the prospect of Kinglers learning additional moves. Kojiro, let us head upstream to see, Musashi insisted. His eagerness stemmed from Kinsi's suggestion to select a Kingler for capture from upstream. At this moment, Musashi was immensely curious about the wonders that awaited them. Upon reaching the upper reaches of the waterfall, Musashi and Kojiro were utterly astounded by the sight before them. 6 or 7 notably robust Kinglers frolicked in the waters upstream. However, what truly left them speechless was the colossal, menacing Gyarados lurking beneath the surface. Each time Gyarados rolled in the water, it stirred up tremendous waves, parting the surface with its sheer size. Could this be the form Kinglers take upon evolution? Kojiro's jaw dropped, nearly capable of accommodating a dinosaur egg. He never imagined that the so-called worthless Kingler could evolve into such an overwhelmingly powerful Gyarados. At that moment, Kojiro finally understood why Kinsi chose to train Kinglers. The Gyarados before them was undeniably formidable. Musashi, caught under the fierce gaze of Gyarados, felt beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. The oppressive aura emanating from Gyarados rendered them breathless, leaving them paralyzed with fear. After what felt like an eternity, perhaps Gyarados sensed no threat from Musashi and Kojiro, and it turned to swim deeper into the river. With Gyarados disappearing from view, both breathed a collective sigh of relief. Musashi, still recovering from the fright, exclaimed, "That was terrifying. I nearly thought it would devour me." Once composed, Kojiro's excitement surged. Now that Gyarados is left, look at those Kinglers upstream. The fact that they can scale the waterfall indicates they possess the potential to evolve into Gyarados. And Kinsi said we could choose any of them. Upon hearing this, both Musashi and Kojiro erupted into jubilant celebration. After a brief frenzy, their admiration and respect for Kinsi deepened. It was remarkable that the eldest son of Saki could discover a method for training Kinglers to facilitate their evolution. Kinsi was undoubtedly a prodigy in Pokémon breeding. Regrettably, their own strength was insufficient to capture a Gyarados directly. They could only aim for the Kinglers. As one of the most populous Pokémon species, Kinglers were abundant, while Gyarados remained a rare sight. Yet, here in this modest waterfall, 3 Gyarados and 7 potential Kinglers awaited their chance to evolve. Seizing the opportunity while Gyarados was away, Musashi and Kojiro swiftly produced their Pokeballs, easily capturing the Kinglers. After all, no matter how strong a Kingler might be, without evolving into Gyarados, they were still manageable. In the days that followed, Musashi and Kojiro camped by the waterfall, nourishing their Kinglers with delectable fruits and facilitating their training under the cascading water. At long last, one day, a blinding light enveloped Musashi's Kingler. It was evolving. Unfazed by the brilliance, Musashi fixed his gaze on the Kingler cloaked in light. With a resounding roar, a colossal figure, at least 10 meters in length, burst forth from the water, soaring skyward. Musashi beamed with joy, watching his newly evolved Gyarados, trembling with excitement. He had finally acquired a powerful Pokémon. Chapter 5. Kinsi's Ascendance and his undercover agent Kojiro, witnessing Musashi's Kingler evolve, felt a surge of exhilaration. This indicated that his Kingler was not far from evolution as well. Simultaneously, his admiration for Kinsi grew. Over the past few days, aside from observing Team Rocket personnel transporting Kinglers from other regions to the pond downstream, they had encountered no one else. The remaining outer security personnel of Team Rocket were entirely unaware of the happenings inside. Remarkably, Kinsi had not even bothered to show his face. What kind of extraordinary individual was Kinsi to conceive such a fully automated training system for Kinglers? Even in his absence, he managed to nurture such formidable Pokémon. Just how powerful would the Pokémon personally trained by Kinsi be? This revelation left Kojiro astounded. To him, such a powerful Gyarados was undoubtedly a main battle Pokémon for anyone, at least of gym leader caliber. Yet, Kinsi seemed to regard it with indifference. Could it be inferred that even the weakest Pokémon under Kinsi's command were at least gym leader level? They would surely overshadow all high-ranking officials, such as the 4 elite and the 3 executives, who would appear trivial in comparison. Was it possible that Kinsi's strength was already nearing that of Saki? Kojiro recalled Kinsi's earlier remarks about powerful Pokémon being given freely, highlighting that even the Gyarados they deemed mighty were insignificant in Kinsi's eyes. Additionally, he reflected on how Kinsi had assigned them tasks based on their current strengths. This suggested that Kinsi had immediately discerned their capabilities and made the most suitable arrangements. Overcome with gratitude, Kojiro exclaimed, "Kinsi has been so incredibly kind to us. I will dedicate my life to repay his benevolence." Upon witnessing Kojiro's emotional outburst, Musashi too was swept away by the moment, tears flowing freely. Their prior existence had been arduous. Meanwhile, at Team Rocket's forest training grounds, Kinsi was engaged in a sparring match with a primeape. Jinshi's physique had undergone countless enhancements, although not as rapidly as his sprite's ascension. It had nonetheless reached the level of a gym leader. Training a wild infernape was well within his capabilities. Fury. Transform that wrath into power. I cannot perceive your emotions. Envision your berries snatched by other sprites, your mate bullied by them. Jinshi relentlessly struck the infernape, inciting its emotions with provocative words. The intense pain coursing through its body, compounded by Jinshi's taunts, ignited a blaze of rage within the infernape. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The infernape's eyes blazed crimson, enveloped in a cerulean aura of flames that coalesced upon its fists. With a resonant roar, the blue-flamed punch hurtled towards Jinshi. At that moment, however, Jinshi stood transfixed. He felt a surge of formidable energy flooding into his being. Simultaneously, every one of his sprites experienced a boost in their powers. Notably, the long-stagnant Charizard also broke through to the champion level during this surge of strength. Boom! The punch of fury collided with Jinshi's body. He absorbed the full force of the blow without flinching, his garments rustling violently in the wake of the strike. Remarkably, he did not stagger back. Aside from a slight ache, the punch inflicted no harm upon him. Jinshi commended, "Infernape, splendid work. You have finally mastered the Fury Punch. Remember the sensation of your fist connecting just now. If you execute the Fury Punch 19 more times, you shall evolve into the formidable abandoned monkey." He dispatched the Infernape to train independently. Upon returning home, Jinshi clenched his fists, savoring the transformations within his body. He released all his sprites into the backyard, assessing their newfound strengths. Concurrently, he contacted the heads of the various training facilities he had established, inquiring whether any sprites had evolved within the automated training grounds. Understood. He acknowledged before ending the call, deep in thought. Aside from Musashi's Magikarp evolving into a Gyarados, only some lower-tier sprites had evolved. None had transitioned into the more powerful species. Could it be that other trainer sprites training in the facilities he had constructed could also enhance his own power? Just as Jinshi pondered this, a long-forgotten system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Musashi's Magikarp trained in the host's training ground, rapidly advancing in strength, and has evolved into a Gyarados. The host and their sprites receive a simultaneous boost in strength. Indeed, Jinshi gazed at the Charizard soaring through the sky, feeling the increasingly intense heat of its flames. He hurled a metal plate towards the Charizard. Charizard, incinerate it. Boom! The Charizard opened its massive maw, and the searing flames swiftly melted the metal into molten iron. The scorching liquid dripped onto the grass, instantly incinerating the blades and leaving a blackened patch in its wake. Is this the prowess of a champion-level sprite? Previously, Jinshi had believed that only his own sprites, including those not captured but encircled by his training ground, would experience a synchronized power increase. It now appeared that any sprite training within his facilities, regardless of their trainer, could also elevate his strength. Consequently, the solitary presence of Magikarp at the Waterfall seemed insufficient. It was imperative to introduce more diverse water-type sprites such as Squirtle and Totodile, whose evolution paths were smoother. Initially, Jinshi had opted to place only Magikarp at the Waterfall due to its large population, the lack of oversight regarding its capture, and its immense potential. It seemed the staff at the Waterfall could use a heavier workload. Thus, Jinshi dialed the members of Team Rocket responsible for transporting Magikarp, instructing them to procure additional water-type sprites. Upon returning to his study, he began drafting plans for automated training facilities tailored to these sprites. The moon hung high in the sky by the time he was interrupted by a series of knocks at the door. Jinshi looked up and called out, "Come in." The door opened to reveal a striking pair of white thigh-high heels. As his gaze ascended, he beheld slender, straight legs emerging from a lab coat that split daringly at the waist. The visitor glided in with a graceful stride, her supple figure betraying no trace of excess. The ample lab coat could hardly conceal her alluring physique. With each step, Jinshi fancied he could hear a faint duong, duong echoing in his ears. Her exquisitely crafted visage, complemented by flowing crimson locks, made it instantly clear to Jinshi that this was none other than Athena, a high-ranking officer of Team Rocket and one of the 4 commanders. "Annie, what brings you here?" Jinshi inquired with a warm smile, rising to prepare tea for her and inviting her to sit. Athena accepted the tea, taking a sip before responding, "Young master." Just as she spoke, Jinshi interjected, "Annie, how many times must I remind you? Just call me Jinshi." "Auntie, you are not merely my father's subordinate. You are also my caretaker, having raised me since childhood. My mother passed away during my brother's birth, and my father was seldom present, leaving you to nurture me." Athena gazed at him with affection, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Jinshi, coming from a single-parent household, Athena had lived with her father, remaining unmarried to this day. Since her adolescence, a peculiar condition often left her drenched, exuding a sweet aroma. She frequently faced harassment from unsavory characters until she joined Team Rocket under Saki and eventually became Jinshi's caretaker, liberating her from her plight. However, fortune was fleeting. Athena's father, a gambler, unwittingly incurred substantial debts to an underground casino owner who sought to use Athena as collateral. Naturally, she refused. In a tragic turn of events, the casino's henchmen inadvertently killed her father. Subsequently, Jinshi led Athena in dismantling the underground casino, allowing her to avenge her father's death. From that moment onward, Athena devoted herself wholeheartedly to Jinshi, even placing her admiration for Saki second to him. Over the years, Athena had acted as Jinshi's informant within Team Rocket. Although he had previously shown little interest in the organization, Athena consistently relayed updates about Team Rocket's movements. Recently, after being appointed as the acting leader of Team Rocket, Jinshi listened intently as Athena recounted the internal gatherings of the higher-ups. After hearing her, Jinshi was not surprised. He had gleaned much of this information from Athena's previous reports. The 3 officers, while possessing gym leader-level strength, included Aki, an undercover agent from the Alliance, Naji, who was quite carefree, and Ma Jisher, a former U.S. Air Force major who held disdain for all within Team Rocket. Meanwhile, the loyalty of the 4 commanders was commendable, yet their strength was lacking. Even Athena, one of the 4 commanders, had only surpassed the gym leader level after Jinshi gifted her trained sprites. It seemed that Team Rocket harbored numerous internal parasites. When the time was ripe, these would need to be purged. The strength of the high-ranking officers in Team Rocket is formidable. They have held the gym leader position for many years, and Aki is nearing champion level. Jinshi, you must exercise caution, Athena cautioned. Jinshi dismissed her concerns nonchalantly. I understand. He remained unfazed by Ma Jisher and the others, believing that as long as he trained more easily trainable sprites, he could elevate his and their strengths in tandem. Dealing with Ma Jisher was as simple as child's play. The timing, alas, is simply not yet ripe. The foundational strength of the Rockets has yet to ascend, and the sudden absence of numerous high-caliber forces from the upper echelons leaves a void that remains unfilled, thereby jeopardizing the very roots of the Rockets. In contrast, Jinshi is more preoccupied with Athena's predicament. By the way, Annie, they are still unaware of the nature of our relationship, aren't they? Athena affirms. Given their audacious discussions about you in my presence, they must be oblivious to our circumstances. Jinshi expresses his concern. Auntie, it is wise to remain vigilant. With that, he retrieves 2 stones from his pocket and softly remarks, these are the Mega Evolution Stones for Shinado, along with the Trainer's Keystone, enabling Shinado to Mega Evolve into Mega Shinado. Only once one's own strength is solidified can one truly be safe. The Mega Evolution Stone is intended for Shinado to carry, while the Keystone is for you. Athena, upon hearing this, trembles slightly, her delicate nose tinged with a hint of moisture, warmth enveloping her heart. Jinshi, I cannot accept this. It is better reserved for you. Jinshi insists, Annie, this is meant for you. I have plenty of Mega Evolution Stones and Keystones. Please, accept it. Very well. Athena takes hold of the Keystone necklace, her fingers lingering on it with affection, her joy evident. The chain of the Keystone necklace is crafted from platinum, and the base that holds the keystone bears Athena's name engraved on its reverse side. Jinshi gently proposes, shall I place it on you, Annie? Athena, momentarily flustered, nonetheless nods in acquiescence. Yes. Jinshi takes the necklace from Athena's hands and moves behind her, positioning the keystone in the spot he cherished most during his childhood. The full moon above remains as resplendent and pristine as it was in his youth. The light brush of his fingertips against her skin causes Athena's complexion to bloom like a rose. After a brief moment, Jinshi announces, Annie, it is now adorned. At this juncture, Athena's cheeks have flushed a vibrant crimson, her voice barely a whisper. Jinshi, you have grown up now. You mustn't treat me this way anymore. Outside a Pokémon breeding house belonging to the Rockets, Musashi and Kojiro, accompanied by their fully evolved Gyarados, stride confidently towards Yamato and Kojiro. What are the tailenders of Team Rocket doing here? Yamato intended to provoke the notoriously fiery Musashi. However, mid-sentence, she and Kojiro keenly sensed that the situation was far from ordinary. After all, behind Musashi and Kojiro loomed two colossal, imposing Gyarados, impossible to overlook. Yet, how had Musashi and Kojiro acquired these two Gyarados? Yamato and Kojiro were well acquainted with their circumstances. Previously, Musashi and Kojiro had only possessed standard rocket pets like Coughing and Ekans. But now, the sheer size and formidable presence of the Gyarados following them indicated a significant transformation. Have you two captured these Gyarados? Yamato gazed incredulously at Musashi, who held her chin high. Musashi, seeing the incredulous expression on Yamato's face, felt a sense of exhilaration akin to sipping ice-cold water on a sweltering summer day. Of course. Moreover, this time we did not rely on anyone's assistance. The entire capturing process was accomplished independently. Musashi refrained from disclosing their visit to Jinshi, the acting leader, as she wished to keep that secret. However, her partner Kojiro, unable to contain the information, chimed in. Indeed, we personally captured these two Gyarados at the training grounds of acting leader Jinshi. Yamato and Kojiro's eyes sparkled with excitement. Kojiro hastily inquired, what? You captured them at the acting leader's training grounds? Musashi, realizing her partner had let slip a crucial detail, promptly delivered a punch to Kojiro's face. Are you a fool? How could you reveal something so significant? Chapter 7. The Shock of Shaba, Yamato's Visit. Musashi and Kojiro, Gyarados. Unleash Hyper Beam. Boom. A terrifying energy coalesced within the Gyarados, a pressure of apocalyptic proportions emanating from it. Yamato and Kojiro stared wide-eyed at the display put forth by Musashi and Kojiro. The blinding beam wreaked havoc, leaving desolation in its wake. They could distinctly sense the chilling aura that accompanied the Gyarados during its assault. When the internal evaluation of Team Rocket occurs, merely with these two Gyarados, Musashi and Kojiro would undoubtedly ascend to higher ranks. Simultaneously, not far from the breeding house of Yamato and Kojiro, Shaba, a researcher for Team Rocket and the master of the Scarlet Lotus Gym, was training his Rapidash. What is happening? Shaba suddenly turned his gaze towards the distance. Having sensed a powerful surge of energy, its astonishing momentum comparable to that of the legendary Moltres, who had once saved his life. It seemed to emanate from the breeding house of Team Rocket. Intrigued, Shaba mounted his Rapidash and hastened towards the breeding house. If memory serves me right, Yamato and Kojiro are in charge of that breeding house. Shaba gazed in astonishment at the ravaged ground, devastated by Hyper Beam. He was familiar with Yamato and Kojiro, though he had previously paid them little attention due to their lackluster abilities. This sudden turn of events could either mean that they had been attacked or had successfully raised a formidable Pokémon. Contemplating this, the composed Shaba relaxed his urgency. After all, he would soon discover the truth. Shaba turned back towards his gym, resuming training with his Pokémon. Oblivious to the attention they had garnered from the higher-ups of Team Rocket, Musashi and Kojiro reveled in their triumph. At this moment, the beam from Gyarados' mouth gradually dimmed as Musashi and Kojiro elevated their chins with pride. How about that? This is the Pokémon gifted to us by the acting leader. Now do you understand who truly holds the bottom rung of Team Rocket? Previously, during their training at Team Rocket S Academy, Musashi and Kojiro had always been overshadowed by Yamato's group. Since officially joining Team Rocket, their performance had consistently lagged behind that of Yamato and Kojiro. Now, finally, Musashi and Kojiro had turned the tide, basking in the delight of seeing Yamato and Kojiro's astonished expressions. Furthermore, shortly after Musashi and Kojiro's Magikarp evolved, they received a call from Jinshi, the acting leader. Jinshi instructed them to train their Gyarados diligently, for Gyarados was not their final form. If they performed well in the future, Jinshi would provide them with Mega Evolution Stones to enable their Gyarados to evolve once more. Musashi and Kojiro were elated at this prospect. Yamato, still in disbelief, questioned, is this truly the Pokémon gifted to you by the acting leader? In her view, Musashi and Kojiro were utterly devoid of any trainer talent and had contributed nothing to Team Rocket. Why would the acting leader bestow such powerful Pokémon upon them? In response to Yamato's skepticism, Musashi, who had always been at odds with her, retorted, what do you mean gifted? This is a Pokémon we painstakingly captured through our own efforts. The only thing is that the venue was built by the acting leader. Yamato and Kojiro's eyes lit up at this revelation. They directly disregarded Musashi's earlier words, only absorbing the last sentence. Amato and his companion believed that Kinji was merely a temporary substitute for boss Saki in his absence. They were utterly unprepared for the revelation that the acting leader possessed such formidable strength. Moreover, they were astounded by his generosity. Such a powerful Gyarados was casually offered as a gift. Contemplating this, their interest in the Pokémon training facility established by Kinji soared. Amato turned to his partner, saying, "Shozo, why don't we also approach the acting leader and see if he might grant us a powerful Pokémon?" Given the opportunity to acquire a strong Pokémon, Amato was determined not to let it slip away. Shozo, too weary to correct Amato's misnomer, readily agreed, "Absolutely. There's no time to waste. Let us close the breeding facility and set off at once." "Hey, are you two even listening to me? I've already stated that the Pokémon we captured were not gifts from the acting leader," Musashi exclaimed, her frustration evident as she noticed the veins bulging on her forehead. However, before she could finish her statement, Amato and Shozo had already packed their belongings and were ready to depart. Soon, the group arrived at the headquarters office of Team Rocket where Kinji was situated. Amato and Shozo adjusted their attire and knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Acting leader. This is Amato, Shozo." If previously, Amato and Shozo's respect for Kinji stemmed solely from his position, witnessing Musashi and Kojiro's Gyarados had transformed that respect into genuine admiration. "Come in." A steady voice emanated from within. Amato and Shozo entered, followed by the curious Musashi and Kojiro. The four of them bowed respectfully before Kinji, greeting him. "Good day, acting leader. Find yourselves a place to sit." Kinji set aside the Team Rocket business documents and glanced at the quartet. "Musashi, Kojiro, you performed admirably this time. To have trained a Magikarp into a Gyarados in such a short span indicates that the organization has not erred in its judgment of you." Kinji commenced with a corporate-style compliment. Musashi and Kojiro, unaccustomed to such praise from the acting leader, were overwhelmed with gratitude. "We owe our thanks to the acting leader for his nurturing." As Musashi spoke, emotion surged within her, nearly bringing her to tears. How long had they languished at the bottom? Whether in academic performance or organizational contributions, they had consistently been among the lowest contenders. This chance at redemption stirred deep emotions in the prideful Musashi and the privileged Kojiro. Meanwhile, Amato and Shozo, indifferent to the emotional display of Musashi and Kojiro, interjected. "Acting leader, we also desire powerful Pokémon. We wish to contribute more to Team Rocket." Chapter 8. The reason for Team Rocket's dissolution, Shozo lures a Simisich. Shozo added, "Acting leader, if we were to acquire stronger Pokémon, our team would undoubtedly clinch the performance championship this year." Compared to Musashi and Kojiro, who had long been devoid of achievements, Amato's team indeed deserved the stronger Pokémon. Kinji, upon hearing Amato and Shozo's request, felt a surge of delight. He had been struggling to find someone to train Pokémon, and as the acting leader of Team Rocket, it would not be appropriate for him to directly offer Pokémon to his subordinates. With Amato and Shozo proactively expressing their desire, it aligned perfectly with his intentions. "You have worked diligently in Team Rocket for all these years, and it is indeed time for a reward," Kinji said with a smile. "First, release your Pokémon so I can assess them." Amato and Shozo wasted no time. The office was spacious enough for them to let their Pokémon out without hesitation. In comparison to Musashi and Kojiro, the strength of Amato and Shozo's Pokémon was evidently at a higher caliber. The Pokémon they had trained were competent enough to manage the breeding facility for Team Rocket. One could not accomplish such tasks without a certain level of prowess. Kinji noted that Shozo had a decent Monferno, though its base stats were rather lacking. Amato's Pokémon were also adequately trained, yet their potential was limited. "I have a basic understanding of your situations now. Shozo, you should head to the training grounds forest owned by Team Rocket. There, you will find a group of Monferno. Capture one and allow it to train with the Simisage until it evolves." Shozo exclaimed in disbelief. "What? A Monferno can actually evolve?" He prided himself on being a Pokémon training expert, having successfully captured and trained a Monferno himself. The effort it took for his Apom to evolve into a Monferno was immense. Shozo recognized that the likelihood of his Monferno evolving again was exceedingly slim, necessitating years of rigorous training. This was precisely why Kinji suggested he capture another Monferno at the training grounds. Disregarding Shozo's astonishment, Kinji continued, "Once you have obtained a Simisage, venture deeper into the forest. There lies a secret training ground that we, Team Rocket, have acquired and enclosed. With your capabilities, you should be able to capture whichever Pokémon you desire." After finishing, Kinji returned to his documents, needing to gather and organize information regarding Team Rocket's businesses. "Yes." Amato and Shozo bowed in unison, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, acting leader. We shall take our leave now." After bidding farewell to Kinji, the four departed from Team Rocket's headquarters. Amato and Shozo hastened toward the training forest, with Musashi and Kojiro trailing behind, eager to see which Pokémon Amato and Shozo would capture. Meanwhile, Kinji was immersed in organizing the documentation of Team Rocket's assets. He harbored a lingering question. How could such a vast organization, spanning multiple regions and controlling several gyms in the Kanto region, with large publicly traded companies, pachinko parlors, and prestigious research institutions, disintegrate entirely due to the disappearance of boss Saki? Having reviewed the documents, Kinji began to comprehend the situation. Team Rocket once thrived on the funding provided by the pachinko business and other illicit activities to support its research institutes and training schools. However, Saki's obsession with cloning Mew and developing control armor for Mutwo drained substantial resources. Previously, when Team Rocket produced new products, they could be sold, allowing for a financial influx. Kinji was aware of the subsequent events from his previous life. The highly anticipated clone of Mew, the creation of the artificial legendary Pokémon Mutwo, was deemed a success. Yet, the end result was that the product escaped, causing extensive damage to the laboratory's expensive equipment. This resulted in a catastrophic rupture of Team Rocket's financial chain. Coupled with Saki's disappearance, Team Rocket found itself in a precarious position, vulnerable to competitors who seized the opportunity to dismantle its assets. Under such circumstances, it was no surprise that Team Rocket ultimately disbanded. Kinji glanced at the report detailing the funds Saki had withdrawn, a headache brewing as he realized the implications. It was evident that Team Rocket needed to generate more profitable ventures moving forward. Moreover, the organization was not without its share of dubious enterprises. Kinji was acutely aware of the dangers posed by excessive involvement in illicit activities. Additionally, Team Rocket had long since attracted the attention of the League. It was no wonder that Natsume displayed a cavalier attitude towards Team Rocket. Her role as an actress in Pokémon Hollywood served primarily as a front for laundering money for the organization. Team Rocket could hardly afford to lose such a high-profile celebrity at this juncture. Setting aside the Team Rocket files, Kinji resumed constructing his automated training facilities, confident that the issues surrounding Team Rocket's enterprises could be resolved gradually in time. Yet, at this moment, his utmost priority remains the enhancement of his strength. As long as his power is formidable enough, all else will pale in comparison. Meanwhile, deep within the training forest of Team Rocket, Amato and Shotaro traversed their path with unwavering focus, intent on locating the fiery monkey tribe, as described by Kinji. Ultimately, it was Musashi and Kojiro who guided the four to their destination. Is this the abandoned world monkey? Shotaro's eyes sparkled as he beheld the towering figure of the abandoned world monkey, its body cloaked in an ethereal blue hue, its disheveled hair framing blood-red eyes. Could it be that these specimens were trained by the proxy leader? Amato and Shotaro, having managed a Pokémon breeding facility, were acutely aware of the intricacies involved in Pokémon cultivation and training. Thus, the sight before them, a gathering of numerous fiery monkeys alongside 9 abandoned world monkeys, left them considerably more astonished than Musashi and Kojiro had been upon their initial encounter. The fiery monkeys were under the tutelage of the abandoned world monkeys and a Meowth. Upon noticing the newcomers, Meowth approached them, stating, "So you are the individuals mentioned by Boss Kinji. Just observe for now. If you wish to acquire any of the fiery monkeys, simply inform me." Turning to Musashi and Kojiro, Meowth remarked, "Musashi, Kojiro, it's been a while." "Indeed, it has," they replied, engaging in nostalgic conversation. Meanwhile, Shotaro's attention was captured by a fiery monkey that had just unleashed a Fury Swipes attack. After expending its energy, the fiery monkey collapsed to the ground. Without hesitation, Shotaro retrieved a berry that the fiery monkey adored and offered it. The exhausted fiery monkey eagerly snatched the berry from Shotaro's hand and devoured it hungrily. As Shotaro continued to provide the berries, the fiery monkey consumed them with gusto. In no time, it had fully recovered. Seizing the opportunity, Shotaro exclaimed, "Join me as my partner, fiery monkey. As long as you accompany me, you can feast on as many of these berries as you desire. Moreover, I have juice, cakes, and berry salads made from these very fruits at home." Subsequently, Shotaro skillfully enumerated the delectable dishes, causing the fiery monkey to drool, while even the other nearby fiery monkeys could be heard swallowing in anticipation. Chapter 9. Shotaro captures the abandoned world monkey and unveils a two-headed Tyrannosaurus. With a series of dazzling lights, the fiery monkey evolved into the abandoned world monkey. "Bravo, fiery monkey," Shotaro celebrated, presenting a berry salad he had crafted as a reward. Over the past few days, under Shotaro's relentless culinary persuasion, the clearly gluttonous fiery monkey had succumbed to temptation, ultimately falling under Shotaro's influence. Amato gazed at the imposing abandoned world monkey, envy evident in her expression. Congratulations, Shotaro. Now that your fiery monkey has evolved, let us hasten to the secret training ground deeper within the forest. Truth be told, Amato had been anxiously awaiting this moment. Witnessing Shotaro's successful acquisition of such a powerful abandoned world monkey filled her with joy. She also harbored immense admiration for Kinji, who had managed to discover the evolution method for the fiery monkeys, while also witnessing the terrifying prowess of the abandoned world monkey, particularly during training. As she observed the fiery monkeys unleash fury swipes, trees as thick as a person's embrace shattered upon impact. Amato's anticipation for her own Pokémon grew ever stronger. All right, let us set forth. Shotaro, who had always been obedient to Amato, hurriedly gathered his belongings in preparation for their departure. Before long, the two arrived at Team Rocket's secret training ground deep within the forest. Upon approaching the clandestine area, they were taken aback by the heightened state of alertness. Which department are you from? What brings you here? A commanding officer from Team Rocket, flanked by several members and accompanied by formidable Pokémon such as Gyarados, abandoned world monkeys, and Dragonite, surrounded them. Amato quickly stepped forward to clarify. We are Amato and Shotaro from the Team Rocket breeding facility. We appreciate your guidance. We have received orders from Boss Kinji to come here and capture Pokémon. The commanding officer replied, I am Oka, the patrol leader here. He then produced a list bearing photographs to confirm their identities, stating, Indeed, your name is here, along with 3 accompanying members. You may enter. However, I must caution you, the strength of the Pokémon inside vastly surpasses that of those outside. Even unevolved Pokémon possess tremendous potential. Exercise caution and do not be greedy in your encounters. Amato bowed in gratitude. Yes, thank you for your consideration. The 4 entered the secret training ground, where they were greeted by a vast expanse of forest. Dragonite, Desert Dragonfly, and Scyther soared through the air, while Ivysaur, Venusaur, and Heracross ambled through the underbrush, and Froakie, Gyarados, and Croconaw engaged in fierce battles within the waters. Everywhere they looked, there was not a single weak Pokémon to be found. Amato finally comprehended why Boss Kinji had instructed them to wait for Shotaro's fiery monkey to evolve before allowing them entry. She understood why Oka had urged them to assess their capabilities. Moreover, Kinji had consented to allow Musashi and Kojiro to accompany them. Without the presence of the abandoned world monkey and 2 Gyarados, entering this place would have been tantamount to seeking punishment. This is astonishingly powerful, Amato muttered to herself. She felt that any Pokémon they encountered here would easily rival a gym leader. Musashi and Kojiro were equally astounded. They had witnessed the automated training Waterfall and observed the abandoned world monkey instructing the fiery monkeys. Seeing the current scene only deepened their conviction that Boss Kinji possessed extraordinary talent. Otherwise, how could he have trained such a multitude of formidable Pokémon? Amato, let us quickly embark on the hunt for the Pokémon you desire, Shotaro urged. Amato snapped back to reality upon hearing his voice. Subsequently, the group ventured deeper into the forest. As they journeyed, Amato found herself overwhelmed by the plethora of choices. Were it not for Kinji's stipulation of selecting only one Pokémon, she would have aspired to capture them all. Regrettably, after being sent flying by Dragonite, succumbing to the sleep-inducing powder of Venusaur, and being ensnared by the coils of Superior, Amato traversed most of the secret training ground, finally coming to terms with the reality that even with the abandoned world monkey and 2 Gyarados, they remained the weakest presence here. Amato sighed. It seems the most prudent course of action is to capture unevolved Pokémon with potential and train them until they evolve. Just then, from the surface of the ocean bordering the forest, a Gyarados surged through the waves. It came to a stop before them, and from its back, a stunningly voluptuous woman gracefully leaped down. Pleasure to meet you. I am Dr. Namiki. At Boss Kinji's invitation, I am the head supervisor here. You must be members of the Amato and Musashi group, correct? Dr. Namiki stood tall and elegant, exuding the allure of a mature woman. Her captivating purple hair cascaded down her back, complemented by a pair of languid yet beguiling eyes. Beneath her lab coat, she wore a striking blue swimsuit that accentuated her voluptuous figure, with her long, snow-white legs tastefully exposed. The upper portion of her swimsuit was provocatively accentuated, drawing the gaze of Shotaro and Kojiro. Simultaneously, Amato and Musashi delivered a light punch to their companions' heads. The 2 women, in unison, held their companions' heads down, bowing in greeting. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Musashi, Amato. This is Kojiro, Shotaro. We look forward to your guidance. Dr. Namiki's tousled hair did nothing to diminish her allure. Rather, it harmonized with her languid gaze, enhancing her captivating charm akin to the enchanting allure of spring. Dr. Nemu glanced at the 2 women, his gaze lingering on their chests, murmuring, too small, they probably do not fit the type preferred by Jinshi. Jinshi had greeted me specifically, and I thought to myself, what did you say? Due to Dr. Nemu's soft voice, Amato and Musashi could not quite catch his words. It's nothing, Dr. Nemu remarked, casting a glance at the Gyarados and the golem accompanying them, both hailing from Jinshi's training grounds. I have already heard about your circumstances from Jinshi yesterday. Amato, I actually have a Pokemon suitable for you. Would you like to take a look? Upon hearing that Jinshi's proxy leader had plans for him, Amato could hardly refuse, eagerly responding, yes, absolutely. Dr. Nemu, with a languid tone, said, then follow me. With that, he turned and walked deeper into the forest. Amato and Musashi hastily tugged at their companion's ears and followed suit. Soon, they arrived at a clearing where a two-headed Tyranitar was voraciously devouring fruit from a tree. Once the fruit was consumed, the two-headed Tyranitar lay against the tree, gnawing on the trunk. The robust trunk was swiftly shredded by the creature's twin heads, leaving nothing but remnants behind. Chapter 10. Capturing the two-headed Tyranitar and Jinshi's training plan. Witnessing the brutal feeding of the two-headed Tyranitar, Amato and the others swallowed hard. You call this a child? Dr. Nemu approached the feeding Tyranitar. Doctor, it's dangerous. Don't go over there. Both Kojiro and Katsuki were worried that Dr. Nemu might be torn to shreds by the creature. They did not wish for Dr. Nemu to meet a tragic end, so they voiced their concerns. However, as Dr. Nemu reached the Tyranitar and gently patted one of its heads, the anticipated disaster did not unfold. In fact, in a bid for attention, both heads of the Tyranitar leaned towards Dr. Nemu's soft, slender hand. Had Dr. Nemu not extended another hand to hold each head, the two heads might have even started fighting amongst themselves. Dr. Nemu introduced the creature to Amato, saying, this child is a Pokemon from the Unova region, the two-headed Tyranitar, possessing both dark and dragon attributes. Due to its two heads, it often ends up injured from competing for the same food, even in the absence of enemies. This situation will only improve when it evolves into a three-headed Tyranitar. According to Jinshi, the two-headed Tyranitar is one of the most promising Pokemon, and upon evolving into a three-headed Tyranitar, it possesses the strength of a demigod. Dr. Nemu placed her finger to her lips, pondering. Although I am not familiar with the concept of demigods, I personally believe that a three-headed Tyranitar would at least have the strength of a champion. Upon hearing this, Amato and his companions nearly drooled at the thought. What does it mean to possess champion-level strength? It is known that the notorious Team Rocket executive, Aoki, is merely at the quasi-champion level. Only 2 Pokemon have reached champion-level strength. To become a champion-level trainer, one must have 6 Pokemon, all at champion level. If Amato were to capture this two-headed Tyranitar and train it to evolve into a three-headed Tyranitar, he would be able to stride confidently in most situations. At that moment, Amato and Katsuki deeply realized just how powerful Jinshi's proxy leader truly was. If a Pokemon capable of evolving into a champion-level creature did not meet his standards, what kind of Pokemon would be worthy of his attention? Given that the three-headed Tyranitar had been classified as a quasi-god by Jinshi's proxy leader, could it be that all the creatures he possesses are legendary? Over the following days, Amato spent much time with the two-headed Tyranitar. Katsuki was also nearby, assisting Amato in strategizing how to capture the creature. Fortunately, both had ample training experience from the Team Rocket breeding facility. Hard work pays off, under Dr. Nemu's guidance. Amato realized that he must treat both heads of the two-headed Tyranitar equally, never favoring one over the other. During feeding, 2 bowls must be prepared, with identical types and portions of food. Interactions must involve both heads simultaneously. When bathing, it is best to start from the middle, ensuring both sides are cleaned concurrently. Ultimately, through Amato's relentless efforts, the two-headed Tyranitar agreed to become her partner. As Amato captured the creature in a pokeball, tears nearly streamed down her face. It had been a challenging journey. In recent days, her clothing had been shredded by the two-headed Tyranitar at the slightest lapse in attention. Whenever she looked away for even a moment, the creature would start fighting with itself. Nevertheless, the thought of the two-headed Tyranitar evolving into a three-headed Tyranitar made all her efforts seem worthwhile. The reason Jinshi initially overlooked this two-headed Tyranitar was precisely because it was such a hassle. With his system, Jinshi had more options and did not need to expend excessive energy on a single two-headed Tyranitar. Moreover, as the eldest son of Team Rocket's leader, Saki, obtaining any kind of Mega Evolution Stone was effortless for him. Surely, there were more enticing Mega Evolutions among Pokemon. Seeing Amato successfully capture the two-headed Tyranitar, Dr. Nemu wore a faint smile. She had observed Amato's dedication over the past few days. The affection and patience Amato showed towards the two-headed Tyranitar were qualities that Dr. Nemu greatly admired. Approaching Amato, who was tearfully joyful, Dr. Nemu embraced her, saying, All right, no more tears. Today, take a day to rest and bond with your two-headed Tyranitar. Starting tomorrow, you will begin training it according to the methods provided by Jinshi. Amato wiped her tears and replied with determination, "Yes, I will surely do my best, Dr. Nemu." After spending these days together, Amato found herself in awe of Dr. Nemu's vast knowledge. Simultaneously, she marveled at how Jinshi had managed to recruit such an erudite and talented doctor. Over the past few days, Amato had subtly inferred from Dr. Nemu's words that her relationship with Jinshi was far from ordinary. Particularly, the way Dr. Nemu addressed Jinshi with such familiarity and warmth spoke volumes. The following day, Amato and her companions arrived at the secret training ground within Dr. Nemu's research facility. Upon entering, they were taken aback by the scene before them. The pristine and orderly image of the research facility they had envisioned did not exist here. Various experimental instruments were haphazardly strewn about, and research materials were scattered everywhere. The only orderly sight was a few sets of men's clothing hanging on a rack. Initially, Jinshi had sought to hire someone to clean and organize the facility for Dr. Nemu, but she had firmly declined. She preferred her own chaotic system, as she would struggle to locate items if they were tidied up. Ultimately, Jinshi could only assign someone to handle cleaning duties, ensuring that no one disturbed Dr. Nemu's belongings. Amato observed the neatly arranged men's clothing, and regardless of size or style, she felt an uncanny sense that these garments belonged to Jinshi. At that moment, Dr. Nemu approached wearing a pair of elegant white high heels. "You have arrived. Welcome to my research facility." Subsequently, Dr. Nemu began to explain to Amato the training methods Jinshi had devised for the two-headed Tyranitar. This plan had long been prepared by Jinshi, but had yet to be put into practice. By understanding the distinctions between the two-headed Tyranitar and the three-headed Tyranitar, a targeted training regimen could easily be formulated. There are three primary differences between the two. The first, of course, is that the two-headed Tyranitar has one head less, and this energy gap can only be compensated for through substantial food intake. The second difference lies in the development of the wings. Unlike the three-headed Tyranitar, which is capable of flight, the two-headed Tyranitar, due to its underdeveloped wings, cannot fly. The third point pertains to the relationship between heads. The three-headed dragon, with its heads working in unison, achieves a synergy that is greater than the sum of its parts. In contrast, the two heads of the double-headed dragon struggle to avoid conflict with one another. As Amato and his companions examined the data, despair was etched on their faces. Realizing the vast gulf between the two creatures, the difference was indeed staggering. If they were to cultivate and train the double-headed dragon themselves, they felt it would be a lifelong endeavor to achieve its evolution. With this thought, Amato and his companions simultaneously raised their eyes to the documents in Dr. Inuki's hands, which contained the training regimen penned by Kinsi. Chapter 11. The Evolution of the Double-Headed Dragon. Amato stared despondently at his meager wallet. After several days of training, the double-headed dragon required a substantial intake of energy for its evolution, necessitating the purchase of expensive ingredients, which left Amato's wallet utterly depleted. Fortunately, through their relentless efforts, the coordination between the two heads had markedly improved, satisfying two of the conditions for evolution. Ultimately, regarding the development of wings and flight, Amato observed the double-headed dragon standing on a specially designed lift within the research facility. Each time the lift descended rapidly, the double-headed dragon would experience a moment of panic due to the sensation of weightlessness, simultaneously flapping its underdeveloped wings with great effort. This training had persisted over several days, conducted meticulously according to the training plan devised by Kinsi, with even the specialized lift being designed and constructed with Kinsi's involvement. Today, Amato distinctly felt that the double-headed dragon's wing flaps had gained considerable strength. According to Kinsi's training plan, it was evident that the double-headed dragon was on the cusp of evolution. Moreover, after a period of nutritional supplementation, the dragon's previous injuries had fully healed. During one instance of weightlessness on the lift, the double-headed dragon vigorously flapped its wings, and astonishingly, its heels lifted off the ground. The brilliance of evolution enveloped the double-headed dragon. Energy was compressed, and compressed once more. Then, a radiant light illuminated the entire research facility of Dr. Inuki. With a soft sound, it seemed as if the double-headed dragon had broken free from some form of restraint, soaring into the sky. Breaking through the ceiling of the research facility, the double-headed dragon had evolved into a three-headed dragon. The central head surveyed its surroundings, glancing at the heads on either side. A pair of wings vigorously flapped on its back. From its lofty vantage point, everything below seemed minuscule. At that moment, Amato's heart swelled with emotion. The evolution of the double-headed dragon was, in part, a testament to her dedication and efforts, but even more so, it was due to the meticulous arrangements of the acting leader. Without Kinsi's guidance, she would have never possessed such a formidable Pokémon. Reflecting on the 3 training arenas constructed by Kinsi, Amato felt both astonished and admiring. It deepened her understanding of the vast chasm between her own abilities and those of a genius like Kinsi. "Congratulations, Amato, you now possess a 3-headed dragon," remarked her partner, Sanzu, gazing up at the majestic creature soaring freely in the sky. Amato, brimming with excitement, replied, "Indeed. Sanzu, the acting leader is truly remarkable, having collected and trained such powerful Pokémon." Kojiro chimed in, "Moreover, the acting leader treats us ordinary members exceptionally well. He selects Pokémon for us based on our capabilities, ensuring we can capture Pokémon with immense potential." Meanwhile, Musashi felt that this had to be a deliberate arrangement on the acting leader's part. Regardless of how she outwardly denied it, deep down, Musashi knew the disparity between herself and Amato, as well as Sanzu. The Pokémon chosen for them by Kinsi were undoubtedly well considered. The 3-headed dragon landed beside Amato, who, with a serious expression, declared, "The acting leader has shown us such kindness. We must not betray his goodwill. We must lead Team Rocket to global prominence." Even though they had only encountered Kinsi a few times, the weight of his kindness was immense. In a world teeming with Pokémon, possessing a powerful creature was of utmost importance. Many individuals go their entire lives without evolving their Pokémon, let alone capturing powerful ones. As ordinary members of Team Rocket, their mission to capture rare Pokémon was driven by the lucrative potential these creatures held. Yet now, the acting leader had directly bestowed upon them 4 Pokémon they had never dared to dream of acquiring. How could they not be moved by this? Musashi gazed at her Gyarados and Amato's 3-headed dragon, a swell of ambition surging within her. "Amato, in a month, our internal assessment within Team Rocket will take place. This time, we shall not lose to you, nor shall we bring shame to Kinsi." Kojiro posed alongside Musashi, declaring, "Indeed, the outcome this time will surely favor us." Amato scoffed, "You 2 defeated opponents think you can triumph over me? Just wait and see how you will lament." Sanzu retorted defiantly, "To defeat us, you must first get past my abandonment monkey." At Team Rocket's headquarters, in the office of the acting leader, Kinsi had recently received synchronized updates regarding Sanzu's abandonment monkey's power enhancements. Today, the system's notification echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Amato's double-headed dragon has made remarkable progress under the host's training regimen, evolving into a 3-headed dragon, with both the host and their Pokémon receiving a power boost. Kinsi couldn't help but marvel at Amato's evident talent for nurturing Pokémon, achieving such rapid evolution with the double-headed dragon. The training regimen he had initially devised was merely speculative, yet it had proven effective. Initially, Kinsi had not been surprised when Sanzu acquired the abandonment monkey, as the training facilities for it were well-established and systematic. Conversely, the double-headed dragon was among the rarer types in Team Rocket, and due to its challenging evolution, Kinsi had not invested much effort into it. He believed that his energy would be better spent training his own Pokémon. However, he was taken aback by Amato's ability to facilitate the double-headed dragon's evolution in such a short span of time. With this latest synchronization of power enhancement, Kinsi sensed that his Metagross had approached the threshold of champion-level strength. With continued effort, it was merely a matter of time before his Pokémon ascended to champion status. Contemplating this, Kinsi felt it was time to establish new training facilities. He perused the list of potential Pokémon. Which one should he select? Time flew by swiftly. Other than calling for research funding, his father, Saki, had never inquired about the situation within Team Rocket. In addition to requesting funds, Saki had also drawn more research personnel from Team Rocket. The team working on cloning Mew was expanding rapidly. During this period, with no one to disturb him, Kinsi focused on constructing the training facilities. Among them, the automated training Waterfall for Magikarp had already integrated various water-type Pokémon, including Squirtle, Poliwag, and Magikarp. At the forest training grounds, Kinsi planned to establish a training area for Stantler on the adjoining grassland. Acquiring a substantial number of evolution stones proved exceedingly difficult. The items from Sylph Company were prohibitively expensive, while 1 or 2 Pokémon were manageable. A larger quantity was beyond Team Rocket's current financial capacity. Chapter 12. The internal assessment of Team Rocket begins. Time marched on. In the internal assessment arena of Team Rocket, Jinshi occupied the prime seat in the stands. Observing the throngs below, it is undeniable that the organization of Team Rocket is vast, with over 1,000 participants attending this evaluation. The audience numbers soared into the tens of thousands. The arena buzzed with excitement. This year, the internal assessment of Team Rocket had commenced once again, and it remained uncertain how many would ascend to leadership positions. While I was not particularly concerned about the candidates for leadership, I was rather eager to see who would emerge victorious. My instincts suggested it would be the instructor, the Viper, despite not holding a leadership title yet. He had trained numerous ordinary members of Team Rocket and should find victory rather effortless. However, I had heard that Sabo, who had always been a researcher, was surprisingly participating in the leadership evaluation this time. As the master of the Honglian dojo, his involvement in the internal assessment seemed somewhat unfair. Jinshi was taken aback upon hearing this. If his memory served him correctly, Sabo had departed from Team Rocket after the cloning of Mutuo. Sabo had always been positioned as a researcher within Team Rocket. Why was he participating in the internal assessment today? Nevertheless, Jinshi regarded these matters as trivial. With Saki's research team making continuous progress, it became evident that time was of the essence for Team Rocket. At this juncture, focusing on training Pokémon, enhancing personal strength, and stabilizing the morale of Team Rocket was paramount. As for the internal assessment, his presence at the venue sufficed. He need not concern himself with other matters and should concentrate on developing new training programs. At this moment, the crowd in the Team Rocket arena continued to swell. Members from the Yamato and Musashi teams had also arrived. Musashi, have you heard? This year, Sabo is actually participating in the internal assessment. The four of them gathered, recently basking in their newfound prowess with powerful Pokémon, making waves in certain circles within Team Rocket. Particularly, their Pokémon, Abandoning World Monkey, Gyarados, and Hydreigon, were lauded for both their formidable strength and imposing appearances. They were indeed strong contenders for this year's leadership positions. Musashi replied, "Of course I've heard. But both my and Kojiro's Gyarados are Water-type Pokémon, while Sabo only has Fire-type Pokémon. We have nothing to fear." Ever since acquiring Gyarados, Musashi and Kojiro had experienced a string of successes. Previously, they had relied on various high-tech tools to capture Pokémon, but now, simply sending out Gyarados sufficed to resolve most situations. The internal assessment swiftly commenced. Essentially, the evaluation consisted of battles between trainers. Operating on a knockout system, victors advanced while losers were eliminated. As time passed, weaker trainers from Team Rocket were quickly ousted. Sabo, Musashi, Yamato, and other elite members of Team Rocket advanced to the next round, effectively securing their qualifications for promotion to junior leadership roles. Had Jinshi been monitoring the arena, he would have observed one of the Elite Four, the undercover Adu, already displaying signs of potential victory within Team Rocket. Adu donned an expression of regret as he deliberately lost to his opponent and exited the arena. His purpose was to infiltrate, even though he had changed his appearance. He could not risk being recognized. Meanwhile, the battles within the arena escalated to a fervent intensity. The remaining competitors were all elite members of Team Rocket, their Pokémon training levels significantly surpassing those of ordinary trainers. The battles showcased a level of excitement far exceeding earlier encounters. At this juncture, Musashi stepped onto the stage, facing an opponent named Kinji, who possessed brown hair, a tall stature, and a resolute countenance. Kinji had previously served as the captain of Team Rocket's Anger Brainwave project, which aimed to harness anger brainwaves to incite the fury of Gyarados, forcibly evolving it into Gyarados. Should this brainwave apparatus be successfully developed, Kinji would undoubtedly earn a promotion to a senior position within Team Rocket. However, before the project could come to fruition, the Anger Lake, along with its waterfall, had been requisitioned by Jinshi for the construction of an automated training facility for Gyarados. Upon hearing that the project he had high hopes for had been halted, Kinji had erupted in fury. He believed his anger brainwave device far surpassed Jinshi's automated training facility. While Jinshi's training facility required Gyarados to undergo automated selection, necessitating time for their growth, Kinji's device only needed sufficient power to evolve any Gyarados into Gyarados. In truth, Jinshi believed that the red Gyarados from the original story was a product of many coincidences, making mass production of Gyarados exceedingly difficult. The effects of anger brainwaves on other Pokémon remained an unknown variable. Additionally, the project was exorbitantly costly. Jinshi found it more practical to purchase a batch of evolution stones to directly evolve other Pokémon. Yet Kinji remained oblivious to his destined failure and dared not challenge Saki's eldest son, opting instead to vent his frustrations on his fellow Team Rocket members who possessed Gyarados. Unbeknownst to Musashi, who had become the target of Kinji's ire, she stood in the arena with one hand on her hip, cheerfully waving to Kojiro in the stands. As Kinji gazed at Musashi's Gyarados, his annoyance grew. It was these short-sighted individuals, focused only on immediate gains, that had led to the suspension of his research project. With a scornful huff, Kinji declared, "Little girl, I advise you to leave quickly. This is not a place for you." Musashi stared at Kinji, bewildered, thinking, "Why should I leave? I haven't even battled yet. Noticing Musashi's silence, Kinsi decided not to waste any more time. He aimed to make Musashi kneel and surrender, thereby releasing his pent-up frustration. Thus, he hurled a poke ball into the air, exclaiming, "Come forth." Firo. Kinsi's Firo was no ordinary specimen. It had even learned the move Hyper Beam. Not far away, Musashi's Gyarados sensed the threat, its massive form rising upright. An astonishing aura emanated from Gyarados, causing weaker Pokémon present to tremble in fear. Musashi's Gyarados is incredibly strong. Where did she acquire such a Pokémon? The crowd speculated. Both she and Kojiro possessed their own Gyarados, suggesting they had obtained them from the same source. In previous years, they had consistently ranked among the lowest in Team Rocket. It was astonishing that they had suddenly become so powerful this year. Not to mention that Yamato had also acquired formidable Pokémon, all of which Musashi had never before encountered. Since the four of them participated in this internal assessment, such discussions had not ceased. At this moment, as Gyarados perceived the threat, its aura intensified, further igniting fervent discussions among the onlookers. Chapter 13, Musashi's Battle. Kinsi was somewhat astonished by the strength of Musashi's Gyarados. Previously, any Gyarados he had encountered, whether in terms of aura or size, had been significantly inferior to Musashi's. He speculated that Musashi's Gyarados was likely linked to the Anger Lake incident. Although Kinsi sensed that this Gyarados was formidable, based on the rumors he had heard regarding Musashi and her partner, he deemed it nearly impossible for Musashi to defeat him. Regardless of how powerful a Pokémon might be, without a skilled trainer to command it in battle, its potential would remain untapped. With a confident flourish, Kinsi commanded, "Firo." Use Pectoral. Firo soared into the sky, its body spinning at high speed. Accelerating rapidly, it transformed into a brown drill, hurtling down towards Gyarados with a ferocious intent to tear everything asunder. The terrifying assault from Firo caused the expressions of Team Rocket members present to grow grave. Most of the onlookers contemplated whether their own Pokémon could withstand the onslaught of the Firo in the arena. Musashi, hands on her waist, observed the menacing Firo soaring above. Gyarados, unleash Hydro Pump and bring it down. No sooner had she spoken than a powerful torrent of water erupted from Gyarados' gaping maw with a thunderous roar. The force of the water was akin to 1,000 weights crashing down upon the spinning Firo. The bird managed to hold on for just a fleeting moment before its rotation slowed, and as it came to a halt, it was sent hurtling away by the Hydro Pump. What? Kinji gasped in disbelief, his jaw agape, as if it could swallow an egg. The Hydro Pump from Gyarados had struck upwards, sending his prized Firo flying. It was a testament to Gyarados' overwhelming strength, almost crushing the capabilities of his Firo, which was supposed to be his ace. Never had Kinji imagined that his Pokémon would be unable to withstand even a single attack from Gyarados. In the face of such a disparity in strength, any commands from the trainers became mere folly. Unfazed by Kinji's astonishment, Musashi pressed the advantage, declaring, "Gyarados, use Hyper Beam to finish it off." A terrifying energy began to coalesce within Gyarados' mouth, and a blinding beam shot forth towards the recently stabilized Firo. It's over. Realizing the severity of the situation as he saw the light gathering in Gyarados' maw, Kinji felt a sense of dread. If Firo were to be struck head-on, it would undoubtedly be rendered incapable of continuing the battle. He could hardly believe that Musashi's Gyarados possessed such formidable power. "Firo, we will use Hyper Beam as well to counter its attack." In the audience, Sabo, Aju, and Adu shook their heads at Kinji's command. Adu muttered, "In this scenario, unless Firo can utilize agility to dodge the Hyper Beam with its speed, it stands no chance." Sabo, from his seat, bluntly stated, "The power levels of the Pokémon on both sides are not even in the same league. Engaging in a direct clash of Hyper Beams is certainly not a wise choice, especially when one side has already charged up while Kinji's side is acting in haste." Indeed, as soon as the words left his lips, Firo's Hyper Beam merely delayed upon contact with Gyarados' Hyper Beam before it was swiftly engulfed. Boom! With a resounding crash, Firo plummeted to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Firo lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Kinji gazed at his Firo, still unable to fathom that this scene was indeed real. Meanwhile, Musashi, having confirmed her victory, broke into her signature three-part laughter. Oh ho! 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 Musashi was elated. The Kinji who had once looked down upon her in Team Rocket had now been defeated with just 2 moves. If it weren't for the presence of their acting leader Kinji in the stands, she would have shouted, "Is there anyone else? You just wait, I will be back." Kinji vowed fiercely as both trainers returned to their respective positions. Once seated, the atmosphere in the arena became even more electric. No one had anticipated such a one-sided battle among the newly appointed junior members of Team Rocket. Many were well aware of the power of Kinji's Fiero and were astonished that he had lost so quickly. I barely had time to enjoy my popcorn before it ended. Kinji was far too weak. Musashi's dramatic increase in strength was astonishing. Indeed, despite both attaining the rank of junior members, the disparity in strength is staggering. I feel Musashi's Gyarados possesses the strength of a gym leader. Questions lingered about whether Sabo could contend with Musashi's Gyarados. For the Team Rocket members, the recent battle felt almost surreal. The once underperforming Musashi had triumphed over the formidable Kinji. More importantly, Musashi had not merely scraped by, she had decisively overwhelmed him, which was the most bewildering aspect for the Team Rocket members. Sabo, who had been neighbors with the Amato duo at the breeding house for years, wore a look of surprise. He had just realized that the terrifying aura he had felt back then, near his own gym, was identical to the hyper beam unleashed by Musashi's Gyarados. It dawned on him that Musashi's Pokémon had appeared near Amato's breeding house, and it was no mere coincidence. There must be some undisclosed secret behind it. As Musashi returned to her position, Kojiro hurried over to congratulate her. Well done, Musashi. Previously, Kinji would always look down on us, but his expression just now was priceless. Musashi, still riding the wave of excitement, managed to temper her enthusiasm slightly. This is all thanks to acting leader Kinji. If he hadn't taken us to his training grounds, we would never have captured such a powerful Gyarados, nor reached this point. Kojiro looked up at the acting leader seated prominently in the stands. Indeed, I believe that in the future, acting leader Kinji will undoubtedly succeed boss Saki and become the true leader of Team Rocket. The higher their achievements climbed, the more they recognized Kinji's strength. Particularly in Pokémon training, they still couldn't fathom that such a powerful Pokémon had been so freely given to them by their acting leader. Chapter 14. Kojiro and the Unruly Monkey's Rise to Fame. Meanwhile, Kojiro stepped onto the battlefield. His unruly monkey radiated an intense, fiery rage, as though the entire arena was engulfed in its fury. His opponent, Xiaohui, regarded the unruly monkey with a mixture of astonishment and suspicion. Those from the Johto region had seldom encountered such a Pokémon. In previous battles, Xiaohui had learned that the unruly monkey was a dual-type fighting and ghost Pokémon. While it was possible that Kojiro's unruly monkey was powerful, it certainly could not compare to Musashi's Gyarados. Even though Xiaohui was aware that Kojiro had acquired this Pokémon alongside Musashi, he found it hard to believe. What kind of powerful Pokémon would congregate in the wild in such numbers? And of different species, no less. Confident in his own mischievous Electabuzz and Dirubi, Xiaohui was determined to demonstrate his prowess to Kojiro and make it clear that he wouldn't be intimidated by a Pokémon unknown to him. Go, Electabuzz. Use Thunderbolt. A fierce bolt of electricity erupted from Electabuzz, striking down towards the unruly monkey. Upon witnessing this, Team Rocket members straightened in their seats. Xiaohui's Electabuzz was evidently well trained. If it struck, that unruly monkey would be left incapacitated, if not entirely vanquished. At that moment, all eyes were glued to the arena, eager to see how Kojiro and his unruly monkey would respond. Under the gaze of the multitude, Kojiro called out, "Unruly monkey, use Rage Fist." The unruly monkey's eyes shone bright red like two alarm lights, while ethereal blue flames blazed fiercely around its fists. With a deafening roar, it unleashed its pent-up fury, sending dust swirling into the air. The unruly monkey seemed to embody rage itself. Fury surged forth as if it were a tangible entity, incinerating his very form. This wrathful fist, akin to a violet meteor, soared towards the mischievous thunderbolt. Boom! The fist of rage collided with the robust lightning, dispersing it in an instant. Yet, the momentum of the forsaken monkey's strike remained unabated, crashing down mercilessly upon the impish thunderbolt. Like a cannonball, the thunderbolt was sent hurtling away. Bang! Accompanied by a resounding explosion, the thunderbolt was driven into the wall, unable to extricate itself. The fissures in the wall, wrought by the thunderbolt's impact, enveloped it like a spider's web. Hiss! The members of Team Rocket present collectively inhaled sharply. Xiaohui, filled with existential doubt, watched the thunderbolt slide down from the wall, slowly rolling towards him. Gulp! Xiaohui could not help but swallow hard. This is overwhelmingly powerful. He had initially believed that even if his thunderbolt were to lose against the Forsaken Monkey, it would exact a substantial toll on the latter. At that point, he could simply send out his Dirubi to surely defeat the Forsaken Monkey and eliminate all of Xiao Sanlang's remaining detestable Pokémon. However, while his thoughts were optimistic, reality proved to be starkly harsh. The thunderbolt had not even withstood a single blow from the opponent before slipping into a state of near demise. How could he possibly fight on? Could it be that this forsaken monkey is truly that absurd? Xiaohui found himself questioning the very essence of his life. Had the thunderbolt he painstakingly nurtured become so feeble? Where had Xiao Sanlang procured such a formidable forsaken monkey? This was simply too incredible. The members of Team Rocket present were equally captivated by the prowess of the forsaken monkey. Previously, due to the ease with which they had dispatched weaker foes, they had not fully grasped the monkey's might. Through this battle, their perceptions of the forsaken monkey transformed, and like Xiaohui, they harbored the same question within their minds. From whence did Xiao Sanlang acquire this forsaken monkey? With a dejected expression, Xiaohui declared, "I concede." Upon uttering these words, he seemed to have been stripped of all vitality. With the forsaken monkey's strength, continuing the battle would merely result in further humiliation. It was better to concede early. Sparing his Pokémon from suffering, Xiaohui retrieved the nearly defeated Thunderbolt into its Pokeball and hastily departed the arena. Meanwhile, Xiao Sanlang strode off the stage, basking in the admiring gazes of the crowd, his head held high. In the audience, the members of Team Rocket were left astounded. What on earth had transpired? That forsaken monkey had dispatched Xiao Hui's Thunderbolt with a single punch. This forsaken monkey was far too strong. They too yearned to capture one for themselves. This battle had dealt a significant blow to Xiaohui. He still possessed another Pokémon of comparable strength to Thunderbolt. Yet he found himself bereft of the courage to continue fighting. Concealed among Team Rocket, the future champion of the league, Adu, observed Xiao Sanlang with a grave expression from the stands. Team Rocket truly was the largest criminal organization, its members each a hidden dragon or crouching tiger. My decision to participate in this internal assessment was indeed prudent. The Forsaken Monkey's recent display of the Fist of Fury surpassed the application of Rage found in the Dragon Rage attack of Dragon-type Pokémon by several tiers. With this thought, Adu's expression darkened further. To him, the greater Team Rocket's strength, the more perilous the threat to the League. Recently, due to Saki's temporary delegation of authority, the number of heinous incidents linked to Team Rocket had surged dramatically. It was imperative to uncover how Team Rocket had mastered the art of subduing the Forsaken Monkey. Furthermore, the Fist of Fury technique was seldom seen in the Kanto region. Within Team Rocket, there must be a training channel for this technique. Simultaneously, at the contestants' bench, Sabo's expression was also far from pleasant. As the head of the Crimson Lotus Gym, he had entered Team Rocket's internal assessment with the intention of securing first place, thereby directly ascending to the ranks of senior officials. To his astonishment, the competition within Team Rocket's internal assessment had proven to be so fierce. First, he faced Musashi Gyarados, which inherently countered his type, and now, a Forsaken Monkey from Xiao Sanlang had emerged. Just days prior, Sabo had visited the breeding facility operated by Amato and Xiao Sanlang, where he could ascertain that there were no signs of Forsaken Monkey breeding. The facility was dedicated to more conventional Pokémon breeding. From where, then, had this Forsaken Monkey come? If one were to include Amato's previously unseen Dragon-type Pokémon, that constituted two rare and powerful creatures. These two Pokémon were undoubtedly not products of their breeding. There must be someone else behind them. Just as Sabo was engulfed in perplexity, Amato took to the stage. Her opponent in this match was none other than one of the favorites to win the championship, the Venomous Snake Instructor. The Venomous Snake Instructor sported a classic mohawk hairstyle, complemented by a menacing visage. Anyone who encountered the Venomous Snake Instructor on the street would certainly retreat in fear. Venomous Snake Instructor, we meet again. Amato expressed deep respect for the instructor who had once trained her. The Venomous Snake Instructor chuckled heartily. After all these years, it's time for me to witness your prowess. Chapter 15. The Venomous Snake Instructor versus Amato. The Venomous Snake Instructor hurled forth his Pokeball. A massive purple cobra materialized before the crowd. The instructor's Pokémon was a quintessential rocket Pokémon, the Arbok. Towering at least 6 or 7 meters, this upright Arbok exuded an imposing presence with its triangular eyes. The Venomous Snake Instructor proclaimed, "Amato, unleash your full strength. Let me see how you have grown over the years." Had this been the old Amato, the mere appearance of the Arbok would have sent her trembling. However, now possessing a three-headed dragon, Amato remained calm. "Instructor, I shall give it my all." Amato retrieved her Pokeball, calling forth, "Come forth, three-headed dragon. Roar." The arrival of the three-headed dragon instantly stirred excitement among the audience. Even though they had witnessed the three-headed dragon during the preliminary rounds, its terrifying aura continued to astonish them. Almost immediately upon its emergence, the battle escalated into a fierce clash. In less than 3 seconds, the three-headed dragon and the Arbok engaged in combat, wrestling like two colossal beasts. The Arbok's massive tail struck the ground, sending rocks flying and dust billowing. The three-headed dragon's tearing force was akin to cutting through gold and jade. Despite having known of the venomous snake instructor's formidable strength, Amato felt a chill run down her spine. After all, the three-headed dragon had been regarded by the substitute leader Jinshi as a near-divine entity. The fact that this Arbok could contend almost equally with her three-headed dragon illustrated just how well-trained it was under the venomous snake instructor. Simultaneously, Amato lamented that her three-headed dragon was still too fresh from its evolution and lacked the battle experience of its opponent. As the two beasts grappled, the ground trembled violently. Observing the two Pokémon that resembled prehistoric behemoths, the members of Team Rocket watching from below held their breath in awe. This was the caliber of battle they had anticipated from their higher-ups. Yet, it exceeded all their expectations. This clash could undoubtedly be labeled a contest of elevated ranks. Meanwhile, only Jinshi remained undistracted, meticulously planning the training grounds. In the arena, the venomous snake instructor suddenly commanded, "Arbok, use Mud Bomb." A purple liquid, tinged with a hint of sweetness, erupted from the Arbok's mouth, hurtling towards the three-headed dragon. As a fellow member of Team Rocket, Amato was all too familiar with the Arbok's toxic capabilities and would not be caught off guard. At the very moment the venomous snake instructor issued his command, Amato shouted, "Three-headed dragon, ascend swiftly." A purplish liquid grazed the body of the three-headed dragon and splattered onto the ground, hissing as it instantly corroded the earth, leaving behind a substantial crater. Amato grimaced, realizing her reaction had been slightly delayed, and the three-headed dragon was nonetheless struck by the debris from the sludge bomb. Fortunately, it only sustained minor injuries and did not succumb to poisoning. In the spectators' area, Xiao Sanlang shook his head with a sigh. It appears Amato is destined to lose. The venomous snake instructor is simply too formidable. Even with the three-headed dragon, Amato's insufficient training time cannot be overlooked. Musashi and Kojiro, who harbored an unwavering confidence in Kinji's abilities, fixated intently on the battle unfolding before them, declaring, "Impossible. The Pokémon provided by our proxy leader will surely prevail." As soon as the words left their lips, the tide of battle shifted. Amato commanded, "Three-headed dragon, take to the skies and unleash Dragon Pulse." Having undergone evolution, the three-headed dragon had mastered nearly all dragon-type moves and could execute them with ease. The ground trembled with a tremendous roar, sending vibrations that caused discomfort to the onlookers. The dragon-type master, Adu, beheld the three-headed dragon soaring above with gleaming eyes, while the ordinary members of Team Rocket retreated, covering their ears. Xiao Sanlang gazed at Amato and felt a profound unfamiliarity with his longtime partner. "Incredible," Musashi remarked. "Need I say more?" From the moment Kinji's proxy leader crafted a training regimen specifically for the two-headed Tyrannosaurus, I recognized that the three-headed dragon started from a significantly higher baseline than any of our Pokémon. Nearby, upon hearing Musashi's words, Sabo's eyes sparkled with intensity. On the battlefield, Musashi, having regained the initiative from the aerial advantage, pressed forward relentlessly. "Three-headed dragon, use Dragon Tail." The Arbok, which had been entangling the three-headed dragon with its tail, did not intimidate the venomous snake instructor, who promptly commanded, "Arbok, ignore its attacks and drag the three-headed dragon down." In an instant, the two combatants clashed once more. The three-headed dragon's dragon tail was inevitably interrupted. Kojiro exclaimed, "What astonishing physical prowess. These two Pokémon are practically monsters." The spectators nodded in agreement, captivated by the display. Sabo, Aju, and Adu remained fixated on the unfolding scene. This high-intensity melee was undoubtedly a significant strain on both the three-headed dragon and Arbok. Soon, both sides were compelled to create distance. The three-headed dragon's wings had lost some of their vigor, and it was panting heavily. Arbok, too, had lowered its body, appearing fatigued. After a brief respite, both instructors refrained from issuing further commands, allowing their Pokémon a moment to recover. Now was the time to reveal the disparity in their species' capabilities. The three-headed dragon, with its superior physical attributes, quickly regained its breath and adjusted first. Observing this, Arbok, despite not fully recovering, struggled to lift its body once more. Amato commanded, "Let us conclude this battle. Three-headed dragon, unleash the annihilation beam." Brilliant beams of light simultaneously emerged from the three heads of the dragon. In an instant, three radiant columns erupted from its mouths, illuminating the entire arena. "It's over." The venomous snake instructor, initially intending to instruct Arbok to counterattack, felt a chill run down his spine upon witnessing the three beams. Before he could issue a command for Arbok to evade, it was too late. Faced with the three beams of light, Arbok managed to narrowly dodge two of them. However, the thickest beam struck it squarely. Boom. Arbok collapsed as though its bones had shattered, gasping for breath. The venomous snake instructor watched in disbelief as the three-headed dragon hovered above. Shouldn't there have only been one beam? Why are there three? Though he anticipated a challenging battle, he never imagined he would face defeat. After a lengthy pause, a look of satisfaction spread across the venomous snake instructor's face. Amato, I never expected you to have grown so much over the years. Clearly, he had no desire for further competition, even knowing he could send out another Pokémon to secure victory over Amato. However, he recognized that his student was still young, while he himself was aging. Promoting his student to a senior position was crucial for her future development, and he preferred the role of a dedicated training academy instructor. Chapter 16, 1 against 4, The Mighty Sabo. After Amato respectfully escorted her former instructor off the stage, the arena erupted in cheers once more. After all, it was the venomous snake instructor. Many members of Team Rocket hailing from the training academy had been shaped under his stringent guidance, and they were all too familiar with his incredible prowess. Yet now, the venomous snake instructor had fallen to Amato, a result that was simply unbelievable. Having devoted himself to education, the venomous snake instructor had little time for internal training in the past. After finally finding the opportunity to participate this year, he never anticipated such an outcome. It was evident that the venomous snake instructor had intentionally held back against Amato, considering he possessed more than just Arbok. Amato's victory was not entirely legitimate. Even so, it was only after Amato had defeated Arbok that the instructor conceded. Prove your worth by defeating one of the venomous snake instructor's Pokémon. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, Sabo had already taken the stage. Previously, he had already competed in a match against a senior, and now he faced Kojiro. As Sabo entered the arena, he instantly became the center of attention. In this internal assessment, Sabo was one of the frontrunners for the championship. After all, his status as the leader of the Honglian Gym was undeniable. If he were not an important researcher for Team Rocket, his position as a gym leader alone could have granted him a senior status within the organization. Now, within the contestant area, with the venomous snake instructor eliminated, only Amato, Xiao Sanlang, Musashi, Kojiro, and Sabo remained. The four from Musashi's group were undoubtedly this year's dark horses. Their performances had left everyone in attendance in awe. The betting odds set by Team Rocket had skyrocketed today. Amato and Xiao Sanlang were somewhat familiar with this riddle-loving researcher. Kojiro, be cautious. Sabo's strength is not something normal members can compare to, Xiao Sanlang advised. Amato chimed in. The fact that Sabo has chosen to step forward indicates his seriousness. Kojiro, do not underestimate him. Rest assured, I will not be defeated, Kojiro replied, visibly anxious. However, unexpectedly, before Kojiro could step onto the stage, Sabo released all of his Pokémon. A Frostless, a Ninetales, a Rapidash, and a Magmar. Sabo turned to the contestant area and proclaimed, I know you all possess only one primary battle Pokémon. Let us not waste any more time. You four should each send out one Pokémon to face me together. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in astonishment. Kojiro, unable to tolerate Sabo's provocation, immediately released his Gyarados. Gyarados used Waterfall. The Gyarados, like a raging tempest, swung its mighty tail down upon the nearest Frostless with overwhelming force. Sabo smiled. It appears rather intimidating, yet I wonder about its true strength. Let us hope it is not merely a facade. Swift Wind Dog. Upon hearing Sabo's words, Swift Wind Dog immediately exhibited its remarkable speed and took off. Bang! Swift Wind Dog deftly evaded the onslaught of the Gyarados, delivering a powerful blow that caused the Gyarados to stagger. Sabo turned to the contestant area and challenged, what are you all waiting for? The trio of Musashi could hardly withstand such provocation from Sabo. Musashi's Gyarados leapt into action. Gyarados, use Hydro Pump. Musashi aimed for Sabo's Ninetales. However, just as the Hydro Pump made contact, Ninetales' form flickered. It employed Quick Attack, deftly avoiding the assault. Simultaneously, Amato's Hydreigon targeted the Rapidash, while Shinsuke's Primate set its sights on the Psyduck. Huh. Sabo chuckled lightly. The Dragon Rage from Hydreigon was dispersed by Rapidash's Flare Blitz. Primape's Fury Punch was met head-on by Psyduck's Flame Punch. Amato was taken aback. This Rapidash is incredibly powerful. Shinsuke bore a serious expression. This Psyduck possesses immense strength. All present were astounded by the spectacle. The air was thick with gasps of astonishment. Subsequently, the atmosphere of the arena was ignited, akin to water splashing into a hot oil pan, causing a fervent eruption. Could these four truly stand against Sabo? His prowess is simply terrifying. Each of his Pokémon is undoubtedly at the level of a gym leader, and astonishingly, two of his Pokémon have yet to enter the fray. Perhaps, if Musashi and the others can coordinate effectively, There is indeed a chance for victory. Absolutely not. Sabo is far too formidable. Victory is assuredly his. After witnessing the recent events, the consensus among the spectators was clear. Even though Musashi's quartet had displayed formidable strength, they were now pitted against Sabo, the master of the Crimson Lotus Gym. Sabo's strength is not comparable to that of those who have only recently ascended to the ranks of junior officers. Amidst the discussions from Team Rocket members, Sabo surveyed the four with a smile, remarking, "Indeed, your Pokémon exhibit remarkable strength. I am quite pleased." With that, the four Pokémon under Sabo sprang into action. Instantly, the arena was engulfed in flames, and a wave of heat swept across the entire venue. In the VIP section, Jinshi, who had been perusing notes, furrowed his brow. Behind him, Dr. Naoki promptly summoned his Garchomp, providing a welcome reprieve from the heat. At that moment, standing in the epicenter of the arena, Sabo resembled a deity commanding flames, with his Pokémon surrounding him like guardians. Inferno Blast. The four Pokémon of Sabo unleashed torrents of flames, scorching the arena's ground. The temperature surged dramatically. Boom! Gyarados, use Hydro Pump. Musashi and Kojiro chorused. A fierce torrent of water erupted from both Gyarados, surging toward the flames. The air was soon thick with mist. Shinsuke shouted, "Primeape, unleash your Fury Punch and shatter the flames." A surge of rage coursed through Primeape, imbuing it with immense power. The cerulean flames coalesced into Primeape's fist. Hydreigon unleashed its devastating beam. In contrast, Amato's command was quite straightforward. With a single attack, he sought to overwhelm his adversary with sheer energy. The audience member, Adu, furrowed his brow. Is this truly the genuine strength of Team Rocket? Even in a mere internal assessment held annually, such a level of combat has emerged. Sabo's reputation as the long-standing master of the Crimson Lotus Gym justifies his strength. Yet, the other four, having only recently risen to prominence, leave one to ponder. Has Team Rocket grown to such formidable heights? Chapter 17. Sabo's narrow defeat, the training grounds exposed. Observing the fierce battle unfolding, the audience erupted in excitement. Is this their true strength? These four Pokémon are astonishing. Where did Amato and his companions capture such formidable creatures? They never anticipated Sabo's power to be so terrifying, nor did they foresee the strength of the other four. Sabo, taken aback, remarked, "I underestimated this dragon-type Pokémon." As he spoke, the three beams of destruction struck Rapidash. The once indomitable Sabo gazed at the fallen Rapidash with a grave expression. Meanwhile, the outcomes of the other battles had been revealed. The two Gyarados, hindered by type disadvantage, had reached an impasse with Sabo Primeape. Despite being at a slight disadvantage due to its recent evolution, seemed to exhibit a spirit of resilience. The spectators were once again astir. Could their main battle Pokémon truly stand against Sabo? How could this be possible? Sabo is the master of the Crimson Lotus Gym. These four Pokémon could not possibly be ones they had captured themselves. Unbelievable. 1 victory, 2 draws, and 1 injury. Such a record seems utterly absurd. Is such terrifying strength now a prerequisite for those advancing in internal assessments? Team Rocket members engaged in fervent discussions, expressing their astonishment in loud voices. Initially, many believed Sabo to be somewhat arrogant, yet he had the merit to back it up. Even if he challenged 4 opponents simultaneously, they were merely surprised, not considering him foolish. However, no one anticipated that the 4 could even draw against Sabo, who had only unleashed 4 Pokémon. It's worth noting that previously, Amato and his partner were merely elite members, still distanced from the rank of officers. Meanwhile, Musashi and Kojiro were even weaker, often ranking near the bottom in previous assessments. Before this internal evaluation of Team Rocket, no one could have predicted that they would achieve such remarkable results. The ensuing battles held no suspense. The 2 Gyarados and Primeape were withdrawn from the fray. Before Hydreigon fell, Sabo's 4 Pokémon also exited the battle in succession. Although Sabo clearly lost the match, he wore a radiant smile. He extended his hand to the 4, saying, "What an exhilarating contest. However, your Pokémon must continue to train diligently. Their potential must not go to waste." The 4 responded cheerfully, "We will." Sabo casually inquired, "Where did you find your Pokémon?" "Amato, your and Shinsuke's Pokémon are quite rare in the Kanto region." The talkative Kojiro blurted out, "Actually, we caught our Pokémon at the training grounds of the acting boss." Sabo was astonished. The acting boss's training grounds? Previously, he had overheard the 4 discussing Jinshi and had assumed that Jinshi had merely acquired Pokémon from elsewhere. He had not realized that this acting boss had established training grounds. At that moment, Kojiro realized he had let slip an important detail. He glanced toward the VIP section. where Jinshi had already departed the arena during their battle. Having felt the fluctuating temperatures, Jinshi deemed his presence unnecessary and took his leave. Indeed, Amato generously affirmed. After all, when Jinshi first assumed the role of acting boss, he had stated that all Team Rocket members could seek him out for powerful Pokémon. When Musashi and Kojiro approached him for assistance, Jinshi had indeed facilitated their access to his training grounds. Amato continued, initially, when Musashi and her partner went on a mission, they sought to borrow strong Pokémon from the acting boss. To their surprise, he directed them to his own training grounds. Let them capture the Pokémon themselves and train them according to the methods prescribed by the acting leader, facilitating their evolution. My companion, Shotaro, and I followed the same approach. Oh, Sabo inquired with interest, a self-established training ground, along with methods for training Pokémon? Indeed, our Pokémon have only recently undergone evolution. Sabo stroked his chin. No wonder I sensed a certain immaturity in your Pokémon. It appears that this newly appointed acting leader is not merely a figurehead. He possesses specific training methodologies aimed at Pokémon evolution. Furthermore, it encompasses more than just a single type of Pokémon. As Yamato had already broached the subject, Musashi and the others ceased to conceal their knowledge. Musashi spoke up. When the acting leader instructed us to capture Magikarp for training, we were initially skeptical. Yet, when we boldly followed his directive, they indeed evolved into Gyarados. Shotaro added. In truth, my abandoned monkey isn't particularly rare. It evolved from my previous Infernape. However, this one is not the same Infernape I once had. The acting leader deemed my original Infernape's potential lacking, prompting me to select a new companion from the training ground. Yamato's Pokémon also evolved in the training arena, adhering to the acting leader's training methods. After this exchange, the members of Team Rocket rose from their seats and gathered around them. Previously, they had only encountered the acting leader through Kinsi, who had just assumed the role. They had thought that Saki had merely sent his eldest son to oversee things temporarily. Little did they know that this acting leader possessed such formidable capabilities. Yamato pointed to his three-headed dragon. Do you truly believe that I could have captured or trained such a powerful Pokémon solely by my own efforts? Upon hearing this, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. The acting leader, who had previously kept a low profile, was revealed to have established numerous automated training facilities for Pokémon. From what you just mentioned, with Gyarados, Abandoned Monkey, and the Three-Headed Dragon, there are at least 3 such facilities. I wonder if there are others as well. I am quite eager to visit those training grounds. Did the acting leader not say that he would assist us whenever we required it? What are we waiting for? I shall seek out the acting leader immediately. I too wish to acquire a 3-headed dragon. As the discussion progressed, the arena descended into a chaotic frenzy. Yamato and his companions were supposed to participate in a final match, yet the necessity for competition had dissipated. Sabo had already discerned their 4 strengths clearly, and no one was particularly concerned about who would claim first place. After all, no bets had been placed on them. It was far more pragmatic to seek out the acting leader and capture a powerful Pokémon instead. If one could obtain a 3-headed dragon like Yamato, wouldn't that ensure one's dominance in the world outside? Thus, the annual internal assessment of Team Rocket came to an anticlimactic end. Chapter 18, A Gathering of Aspirants. The following day, a long queue formed outside Team Rocket's headquarters. The previous day, individuals had attempted to access the training grounds, only to be thwarted by the staff who informed them that entry was only permitted with Kin's approval. Consequently, a line formed outside Kin's office, as every member of Team Rocket hoped to gain his consent after the internal assessment. Fortunately, Team Rocket maintained a strict hierarchy. Even though everyone yearned to see the acting leader, they dared not raise their voices within the headquarters, lest they disrupt others. Remarkably, the first in line was Sabo. Among the myriad members of Team Rocket, Sabo's prowess was beyond question. However, he was not particularly concerned with powerful Pokémon. Rather, he came to see Kin's driven by a personal obsession. This longing traced back to Sabo's childhood, when he had been saved by the legendary Pokémon, Moltres. Ever since, he had yearned to express his gratitude to Moltres. This visit was motivated by his desire to discern whether the enigmatic acting leader possessed any insights regarding the legendary Pokémon. Meanwhile, Kinsi, unaware of the throng gathering outside his office since he had not returned home since the previous day, was contemplating the introduction of a population of Magnemite to Team Rocket's mountain. After all, Magnemite thrived on magnetism, and acquiring additional magnets, or even crafting some electromagnets to place in the caverns would create an optimal artificial habitat for them. Perhaps he should first delegate a task to gather a substantial amount of magnets. Just as Kinsi was preparing to draft a training plan for the Magnemite, a series of knocks echoed from the office door. Come in, Kinsi called out. Sabo entered, and Kinz was taken aback. According to the narrative, Sabo was supposed to be joining the Mutuo cloning team. What brought him here instead? Sabo, what brings you to me? If you wish to visit the legendary Pokemon cloning laboratory, you can simply approach the boss directly. I am not responsible for that area, so there is no need for you to come here. Sabo waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. I have come to see you today. Simultaneously, he began to scrutinize Kinz closely. He had never truly examined Kinz before. It must be said that Kinz inherited Saki's rugged appearance, yet possessed a handsomeness that Saki lacked. Moreover, Sabo finally recognized the formidable aura emanating from Kinz Pokeballs. Sabo's gaze sharpened. It was undoubtedly the presence of a Pokemon champion, and not just one. Sabo, with a shift in thought, refrained from broaching the subject of molters and instead said, "It is as follows. Acting leader, you are aware of my circumstances. For many years, my strength has stagnated at the gym leader level. I wonder if you possess any means to elevate my prowess further?" In truth, given Sabo's capabilities, barring a few Pokemon with inherently low ceilings, with enough diligent training, it was feasible for some to reach the champion level. However, upon sensing Kin's possession of champion-level Pokemon and considering Kinzage, Sabo instinctively posed this question. Upon hearing this, Kinz felt a surge of elation. As long as he aided other Pokemon in their evolution, his own Pokemon strengths would correspondingly rise through the system. Previously, by mentoring Musashi and others, he had already facilitated 2 of his Pokemon in surpassing the champion level. The other 4 had also brushed against the threshold of the quasi-champion level. Now that someone had come to seek his guidance, he couldn't help but feel delighted. Kinz was not one to be evasive. "Then, let me see all your Pokemon. I shall entrust them to you." Acting leader, Sabo replied, producing his Pokeballs to release all of his main battle Pokemon. 6 Pokemon appeared: Arcanine, Ninetales, Rapidash, Psyduck, Magcargo, and Charizard. Kinz examined each one in turn. It was undeniable that Sabo, a seasoned gym leader, had maximized the potential of each Pokemon. The only drawback was that, barring Charizard, the others did not possess particularly high base stats. At most, they could reach the champion level, but only during their peak periods. Kinz, lacking additional Mega Evolution Stones for Charizard, scrutinized the Pokemon carefully and remarked, "Sabo, your Pokemon are trained exceptionally well." Upon hearing Kin's praise, Sabo felt a swell of pride. These were his meticulously nurtured main battle Pokemon, and he had indeed invested considerable effort in their training. When Kinz laid eyes on Psyduck, his expression brightened. He retrieved a box brimming with immense volcanic energy from his desk. "To be honest, I cannot offer much in terms of advice for your Pokemon." Sabo was not surprised by this comment. He had originally hoped to receive some advice from Kinz, but upon asking, he was merely stimulated by the celestial-level Pokemon that Kinz possessed. However, what Kinz said next left Sabo utterly astonished. Kinz handed the lava enhancer to Sabo and stated, "I actually have a method here that can grant one of your Pokemon a tremendous boost." As he spoke, Kinz opened the map and pointed to a location. It was a small volcano, which Kinz had already purchased the land around. "Equip this lava enhancer onto your Psyduck and train near the volcano. It shouldn't take more than a day for your Psyduck to evolve." Sabo, filled with uncertainty, glanced at the box in his hands and exited Kin's office, musing to himself, "Can Psyduck really evolve? How was I unaware of this? Is this new tool a product developed by Team Rocket?" As he pondered, he continued on his way, eager to reach the volcano and validate Kin's claims. After Sabo departed, the members of Team Rocket gazed longingly at the door to Kin's office. Soon, the duo known as Shijibai approached excitedly to knock. "Come in." Kinz, who was about to arrange the introduction of iron dumbbells and habitat construction, was interrupted by another knock. Another group? It seemed that Team Rocket's tasks had indeed become quite burdensome lately. "Greetings, Deputy Leader. Our team has recently been assigned a task requiring flying Pokemon capable of carrying us. But neither of us possesses such Pokemon. We humbly request to borrow 1 or 2 from you." The two bowed deeply in unison. Kinz, seeing their dedication, responded indifferently. "The performance of your team has not gone unnoticed by Team Rocket. Since you lack such Pokemon, I shall grant you 2 without requiring repayment." He pointed to a forest on the map. "Head to this forest. It is part of Team Rocket's domain, and there, you may capture and train Pokemon as instructed by the staff." The duo rejoiced. "Thank you, Deputy Leader Kinz." Chapter 19. Psyduck's Evolution and Concurrent Power Enhancement. Subsequently, dozens of individuals began to enter Kin's office, each in need of powerful Pokemon for various reasons. Considering the standard Pokemon of Team Rocket members, such as Arbok, Zubat, Weezing, and Rattata, it was no wonder they were so eager to seek out Kinz. Kinz welcomed this influx of requests. The sudden appearance of so many Team Rocket members at his door suggested that Musashi and her companions had shared their experiences, regardless of their motives. As long as someone among them trained a Pokémon at the training grounds using his provided methods, their Pokémon would evolve through the system, thereby enhancing Kin's own Pokémon strength. With so many individuals involved, should they all succeed in evolving their Pokémon, the benefits he would reap would undoubtedly exceed all expectations. At the Charizard volcano, the sweltering environment did not faze Sabo. On the contrary, his frequent interactions with Fire-type Pokémon made him feel more at ease. Gazing up at the occasional Charizards soaring through the sky, Sabo was thoroughly impressed. According to the deputy leader, these were all Pokémon trained at Team Rocket's training grounds. From Sabo's perspective, the few Charizards he observed clearly exhibited the strength of gym leaders. With earnest training, reaching the levels of Elite Four or Champion seemed entirely feasible. Although this location was unlike any training grounds visited by Musashi and her companions, its capabilities were beyond doubt. With this thought in mind, Sabo produced the lava enhancer that Kinsi had given him and equipped it onto his Psyduck. The moment Psyduck donned the enhancer, a wave of heat enveloped Sabo. A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes, for merely equipping the lava enhancer had propelled his Psyduck into the quasi-elite level. While this boost was temporary, it still underscored the astonishing effects of the enhancer. Sabo then commenced regular training with Psyduck, simultaneously releasing his other Pokémon. As Psyduck, equipped with the lava enhancer, trained in a manner consistent with its usual routine, Sabo could distinctly sense the rising temperature emanating from his Pokémon. Could what Deputy Leader Kinsi said truly be accurate? Could Psyduck genuinely evolve? Psyduck joyfully splashed in the lava, and Sabo observed its form visibly expanding at an extraordinary rate. The flames it expelled effortlessly melted the rocks beneath. Sabo stared in awe, utterly astonished by the spectacle before him. Previously, he had believed that Psyduck would require many years of training to attain the next level of strength. Yet now, how much time had truly passed? Psyduck had already achieved such a formidable enhancement. What Sabo did not realize was that Psyduck had long met the requirements for evolution. It merely needed the lava enhancer to awaken its latent potential, much like certain Pokémon require Firestones or Waterstones for evolution. However, unlike those, Psyduck required immense volcanic energy. Kinsi, recalling certain plot elements, had enlisted Team Rocket's research facility to develop this item, thereby granting Psyduck the opportunity for evolution. The intense flames elicited exuberant cries from Psyduck as if a binding force within its body had been released. Witnessing this, Sabo felt a flicker of realization. Psyduck was enveloped in the radiant light of evolution, and Sabo trembled with excitement. Could it be that Psyduck truly was on the verge of evolving? Until that moment, he had struggled to believe that everything unfolding before him was real. When the light of evolution culminated, a nearly 3-meter-tall Dreadnought materialized before Sabo, emanating a powerful aura that left surrounding Pokémon gasping for breath. Weaker Pokémon fled in terror. Indeed, it was true. My Psyduck has genuinely evolved. Sabo stammered in disbelief. Prior to this, he had never imagined that his first elite-level Pokémon would be Psyduck. He had anticipated it would be his most cherished Charizard. Yet the reality stood before him. Deputy Leader Kinsi had bestowed upon him such a precious item capable of facilitating evolution. Tears of joy streamed down Sabo's face. After all, at his age, he had often contemplated relinquishing the pursuit of training his Pokémon, abandoning the aspiration for loftier goals. Now, Kinsi had illuminated his dark future with a beacon of hope. Having received such an important gift from Deputy Leader Kinsi, I vow not to squander it. In the future, I will ensure that Dreadnought thrives, making it known to all that Psyduck is capable of evolving. As Psyduck underwent its evolution, within the headquarters of Team Rocket, Kinsi once again heard the familiar notification sound in his mind. Ding! Sabo's Psyduck has made rapid progress in strength with the assistance of the host's training grounds and has evolved into Dreadnought, with the host and the host's Pokémon synchronously gaining power enhancement. This was something Kinsi had anticipated all along. From the moment Kinsi had encountered Sabo's Psyduck, he sensed its extraordinary potential and exceptional training level. Indeed, as time would have it, it was not long after Sabo's arrival at the Charizard volcano that he received a notification from the system. It must be said that elevating a Pokémon to the champion level bestows upon Jinshi a significantly greater enhancement than it does upon Wuzong and his trio. One of Jinshi's Pokémon has also ascended to the champion level, leaving him with just 3 more to attain the status of a true champion. This is merely the accomplishment of Sabo alone. One must consider that in total, nearly 100 individuals sought his guidance over the past 2 days. They have been allocated to various training grounds under Jinshi's direction. Once these individuals have honed their Pokémon, Jinsi's strength will experience a remarkable augmentation. Even now, several waves of visitors have intermittently entered his office. Simultaneously, arrangements have been made for the habitat of the Iron Dumbbell. His own Metagross is currently serving as the leader of its group, rallying the Iron Dumbbells in preparation for migration. Although it is not this Metagross that has entered the champion level, it has certainly grazed the threshold of such an achievement. It is believed that it will not be long before Metagross ascends to the champion level. Coupled with the Mega Evolution Stone, it will undoubtedly possess the strength to contend with lower-tier legendary Pokémon. Furthermore, should the Mega Metagross indeed possess computational abilities surpassing those of supercomputers, Jinshi harbors an even grander plan he wishes to explore. Such formidable computational power, if not harnessed effectively, would be a tragic waste. Chapter 20. Continuous Enhancement of Strength. Rocket Team S Power Surge. In the ensuing days, Sabo remained at the Charizard volcano. His aims were twofold: to solidify the strength of his Dreadnought and to investigate why the Fire-type Pokémon here exhibit such formidable prowess. Throughout these days, numerous members of the Rocket Team have arrived at the Charizard volcano. They came under Jinshi's tutelage, seeking their own Pokémon. Wow, Sabo is actually here. Being assigned to this Charizard volcano is undoubtedly a stroke of luck, Tenshobe exclaimed, nearly leaping for joy. Beside him, Guzi wore an expression of astonishment. Is that Pokémon resembling Dreadnought evolved from Shabo's Dreadnought? I recall it hadn't evolved during the internal assessment. How has it evolved in such a short span? This place truly offers unimaginable benefits for Fire-type Pokémon. The accompanying instructor, Poison Snake, was captivated upon seeing the Dreadnought. He was no ordinary member of the Rocket Team, merely observing the Dreadnought's transformation from an aesthetic standpoint. Instructor Poison Snake could distinctly perceive that this Dreadnought, prior to its evolution, was at the gym leader level, and at most had only the strength of a quasi-champion. Yet before him stood a Pokémon that had undoubtedly achieved champion-level prowess. The group ventured deeper into the Charizard volcano, finally witnessing the rigorous training of Fire-type Pokémon. Almost all Pokémon were under the vigilant supervision of a colossal Charizard. They either bathed in magma, feasted upon it, or at the very least, immersed the burning parts of their bodies in the molten rock. Some Fire-type Pokémon were even training their Fighting-type moves, hefting enormous boulders while traversing the mountainside. Among the group, the most powerful, Instructor Poison Snake, located a Charmeleon practicing its Aura Punch against a massive rock. This Charmeleon was significantly larger than its counterparts. As they observed it shatter a boulder larger than itself with a single punch, Tenshobe and the others could not help but express their envy. However, lacking the prowess of Instructor Poison Snake, they knew they could not compete with this Charmeleon. Tenshobe found a small rocket Pidgey. Despite its modest size, once it evolved into a Talonflame, it would not only be capable of carrying a rider, but would also possess formidable strength. It is a rare dual-type fire and flying Pokémon. Alas, their current abilities were inadequate. Otherwise, capturing a Charizard in this Charizard volcano would have been the optimal choice. On another front, Guzi discovered a Combuskin. While not as impressive as Poison Snake's Charmeleon, this Combuskin showcased well-rounded capabilities, making it quite suitable for Guzi at this juncture. However, among the group, aside from Instructor Poison Snake, Guzi, and Tenshobe, the remaining 5 had yet to find their own Pokémon. They either faced formidable adversaries they could not overcome or encountered stubborn creatures reluctant to join them. These 5 scoured the Charizard volcano, but failed to capture a single Fire-type Pokémon. Meanwhile, at the automated training Waterfall, the striking performance of Gyarados during the internal assessment, coupled with the knowledge that Magikarp could evolve into Gyarados, resulted in all the Magikarp upstream being seized by members of the Rocket Team. The remaining Gyarados had no challengers. Others had no choice but to settle for seeking alternative water-type Pokémon upstream. As for the abandonment monkey in its forest, if it were not necessary to retain one as an instructor for the other fiery monkeys, they would not have hesitated to capture the last one. As for the best secret training ground, due to its highly personalized training, it is currently inaccessible to other members of the Rocket Team. Jinshi's intention is to eventually allow high-ranking officials or his subordinates to capture the Pokémon from the secret training ground. Even so, the overall strength of the Rocket Team has been rapidly ascending. The training grounds buzz with activity as members capture and train Pokémon. The brilliance of Pokémon evolution occasionally illuminates the training fields. The gains from these few days vastly surpass the efficiency of Rocket Team members undertaking missions to capture wild Pokémon. Simultaneously, Jinshi, in the Rocket Team headquarters office, dispatched team members seeking his assistance to their respective training grounds while experiencing the intermittent notifications from the system echoing in his mind. The training grounds he had painstakingly developed over the years, initially intended for training his own Pokémon, had unexpectedly proven to be of immense benefit to him. During this period, the notifications in his mind had not ceased. Ding! Instructor Poison Snake's Charmeleon, with the aid of the host's training ground, rapidly improved and evolved into Charizard, granting the host and the host's Pokémon a simultaneous boost in strength. Ding! Xiao Liang's Magikarp, while training at the host's training ground, progressed swiftly and evolved into Gyarados, conferring a simultaneous strength enhancement to the host and the host's Pokémon. Ding! Xiao Jian's Oddish, training at the host's training ground, learned Ancient Power and evolved into Vileplume, granting the host and the host's Pokémon a simultaneous boost in strength. Suddenly inundated with such a plethora of system notifications, Jinshi couldn't help but rub his temples, murmuring, "It seems that the decision to excavate the fossil shield was indeed astute." The Pokémon revived from fossils naturally learned Ancient Power upon evolving into Scyther through leveling up. That training ground for Ancient Power can now be fully utilized. Observing Jinshi's rare display of fatigue, Athena rose and approached him from behind, gently cradling his head between her ample arms. Surrounded by warmth and softness, Jinshi shifted to find the most comfortable position within her embrace. As the full moon hung high, it was gradually being consumed by the Tengu. The Tengu devouring the moon slowly nibbled away at its luminescence. In truth, Jinshi was merely vexed by the incessant notifications from the system, yet he found himself reluctant to leave the comfort of her embrace. With the enhancement of his strength being continuously synchronized, Jinshi's body experienced a transformative elevation, and his fourth Pokémon also ascended to the champion level. The sensation of effortlessly enhancing one's strength while reclining is simply exquisite. However, such rapid advancements are fleeting. Soon, the system's notification chimes dwindled. Yet, Jinshi's brow remained furrowed. Athena gently smoothed out Jinshi's knitted brow with her soft, delicate hand. "What troubles you, young master? It is rare to see you frowning." Jinshi muttered indistinctly. "I have told you not to call me young master. Address me by my name." Jinshi's persistent frown stemmed from insufficient synchronization of strength. He distinctly recalled more individuals being assigned to the training grounds. What had transpired with the others? Chapter 21, Primal Power, the New Training Ground. Days slipped by, while Jinshi lamented the ineptitude of the Rocket Team's members who struggled to tame their Pokémon. Shijian and the others had successfully captured their own creatures. Upon evolving their respective Pokémon, they were eager to showcase their prowess. Shijian, brimming with confidence, commanded, "Fire, Arrow Eagle. Unleash your flame charge." Thanks to its inherent flying attributes, the flame charge of the Fire Arrow Eagle was far more imposing than that of terrestrial fire-type Pokémon. The descending flame charge resembled a meteor plummeting from the heavens, a fiery orb radiating immense pressure, targeting Gaze's Blaziken. Blaziken, use Fire Punch. Gaze's sturdy Torchic had evolved into Blaziken. Following the command, Blaziken clenched its right claw into a fist, its muscular arms swelling as intense flames coalesced within its grasp. Boom! Blaziken unleashed a punch with astonishing force. The techniques from both sides combined physical might with fiery prowess. The flames flickered amidst the turbulent air, like a candle flickering in the wind. Their right claws and beaks collided, yet both combatants managed to retreat unscathed. Gaze exclaimed, "Shijian, your Fire Arrow Eagle's flame charge is indeed significantly more powerful in the sky than on land. I have yet to discover a countermeasure." Shijian waved his hand dismissively. "I merely exploited the advantage of the flying type. Your Blaziken is a formidable fighting-type Pokémon." These two were but a reflection of the majority of the Rocket Team members. Within the training grounds established by Jinshi, those who captured Pokémon and diligently adhered to the training methods could swiftly witness their Pokémon evolve. In the training grounds, once a Pokémon evolved, excitement would abound as everyone sought out opponents to engage in friendly battles, eager to experience the growth of their main battle Pokémon, while simultaneously expressing their admiration and astonishment at Jinshi's formidable prowess. At this moment, Jinshi had begun to rival Saki in the esteem of these Rocket Team members. However, amidst the fervent training, many members of the Rocket Team had yet to capture any Pokémon. Individuals like Musashi and Kojiro, despite their lack of strength, had arrived early and managed to capture nearly effortless Magikarp. Yet, those gifted with the ability to learn waterfall climbing were few and far between, swiftly snatched up by those who arrived first. The remaining members had to seek out other Pokémon. But the capture difficulty for these creatures was far from that of the Magikarp. The Pokémon capable of learning to climb the waterfall were not to be trifled with. Their tempers far worse than that of a Magikarp. In light of the circumstances, nearly half of the Rocket Team members explored the training grounds only to leave empty-handed. Gathering together, the members who had failed to capture any Pokémon deliberated their next course of action. How could all the Magikarp be captured already? I've been waiting here for several days, yet not a single Magikarp has learned to climb the waterfall and leap upstream, Jinshi lamented. At this moment, Ren-T was also quite anxious, especially upon witnessing the successes of their peers. If only we were stronger, we could have been assigned to the forest training grounds, where the power of the abandoned world monkey is quite formidable. What shall we do now? We cannot defeat the Pokémon at the waterfall, yet we disdain those below it. Many had already traversed the training grounds a second time, yet still failed to capture any powerful Pokémon. Jinshi had prohibited the use of external means to capture these creatures. Otherwise, they could easily craft devices to ensnare them all. Ren-T timidly suggested. Perhaps we should consult Jinshi again. We've only visited one training ground. There may be promising opportunities in others. Jinshi's heart simmered with indignation. Had his project on the anger brainwave not met its demise, every individual present could have possessed their own Gyarados. Alas, that was no longer feasible, for the doctor responsible for developing the anger brainwave had been reassigned to research mind control armor. Jinshi could only acquiesce. It seems we must implore the acting leader once more. As they spoke, the members of the Rocket Team who had failed to capture any Pokémon exchanged glances. Jinshi and Ren-T have left. We should also seek out the acting leader. If he does not establish new training grounds, even a mere opportunity for us to try our luck in other training areas would suffice. Thus, in perfect synchrony, the group accelerated, hastening towards the Rocket Team headquarters. They were determined not to miss out again due to tardiness. At the forest training ground where the abandoned world monkey resided, Jinshi observed a multitude of dragonflies being transported in by truck. Accompanying the dragonflies was a Scyther that had evolved and autonomously learned primal power. This Scyther would serve as the instructor for the dragonflies, teaching them the primal power. This marked the inauguration of Jinshi's first primal power training ground. Capturing the mammoth swine on the snowy mountains and the Vileplume would require additional time, as these two Pokémon were more challenging to find than the dragonflies. The Rocket Team was still in the process of gathering them. Regardless, the Rocket Team was progressing positively, and Jinshi's strength was steadily ascending. Standing still, Jinshi watched as the Rocket Team staff busily attended to their tasks. Acting leader, a group of Rocket Team members seeks an audience. The person in charge of the forest training ground approached Jinshi. Allow them to enter. Yes. Before long, Jinshi and the others stood before Jinshi. Jinshi had little recollection of these individuals. In his previous life, he could hardly remember many of the Rocket Team members. Moreover, with the eventual dissolution of the Rocket Team, recalling the individuals within was even more challenging. Speak, what is the matter? The group exchanged glances, unsure of how to begin. After all, even the once inept Musashi and Kojiro had managed to capture Pokémon in the training grounds, yet they had not succeeded in a single capture. Ultimately, it was Ren-T who mustered the courage to speak. Acting leader, we are somewhat lacking in strength and have been unable to capture any Pokémon in the training grounds. The Magikarp, the easiest to capture, has already been divided among those who came before us. Might there be any Pokémon suitable for us? With this, Ren-T bowed deeply. The other Rocket Team members clenched their fists in silent humiliation, bowing in unison. We beseech the acting leader to assist us. Upon hearing their plea, Jinshi wore an expression of understanding. Logically, trainers who could enter the Rocket Team should possess abilities superior to those who had not undergone systematic training outside. However, the Pokémon placed in the training grounds by Jinshi had either undergone specialized training or possessed immense potential, which had been unlocked within the training environment. Thus, capturing them indeed posed significant challenges. With a knowing smile, Jinshi replied, "Not a problem. Do you see that area over there?" Jinshi pointed towards the training ground of the abandoned world monkey, where another section of the forest was enclosed. A look of perplexity crossed the faces of the crowd as they gazed at Kinsi. Recently, a new group of elves had joined, and your new elves were among them. Chapter 22, The Ambitions of Musashi and Kojiro. Kinsi remarked, "In the future, our Team Rocket will establish 2 more training grounds of this nature to facilitate your transition in strength. Thank you, Acting Boss." And Tatsuki and the others expressed their heartfelt gratitude upon hearing that Kinsi had specially arranged a venue for them. Truly, the Acting Boss was deserving of his title. They had merely made a request, and he promptly fulfilled it. Moreover, observe the eloquence of the Acting Boss, facilitating everyone's transition in strength without a hint of their previous inadequacies. He was exceedingly considerate of them. Kinsi continued, "Now, you are the foundation of Team Rocket. Do not underestimate yourselves. Aside from the Scyther within, You may choose any of the dragonflies at your leisure. After training, their strength is not to be underestimated. Go swiftly. Do not let others get ahead of you. In unison, they replied, yes, acting boss. After bowing to Kinsi, they rushed towards the dragonfly training ground, their previous despondency completely lifted. The acting boss is truly too good to us. He has not abandoned us. We must not bring shame upon him. Anyone who dares to speak ill of the acting boss will have to contend with me. The process of capturing dragonflies and mastering primal powers is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Consequently, the dismissed members of Team Rocket all congregated at the training ground in the forest where the dragonflies resided. Kinsi knew that, given the number of dragonflies, they could not meet the demands of this portion of Team Rocket members. Therefore, he began to plan the construction of training facilities for Swinub and the Lake Estangela. The latter was manageable, as the revived Ammonite from fossils was also a water-type Pokémon. However, arranging a training ground for Swinub, a creature accustomed to frigid terrains, presented a challenge. Kinsi pondered whether placing the training ground for Swinub in water, instead of on a snowy mountain, would affect its eagerness to learn. Just as Kinsi was instructing his subordinates to establish the training facilities for Swinub and Tangela, Musashi and Kojiro arrived at the Team Rocket headquarters. Acting boss, we are here again. Come in, Kinsi replied as they pushed the door open. Despite their familiarity with him, they still greeted Kinsi with utmost respect. Acting boss, since receiving your guidance, our strength has improved rapidly. We prepared some snacks to express our gratitude. As they spoke, Musashi and Kojiro presented their homemade treats. Kinsi smiled faintly. His initial assistance to Musashi and the others was never motivated by a desire for thanks, and he perceived this matter with remarkable clarity. A knowing glint appeared in Kinsi's eyes as he said, "You did not come merely to offer me these treats, did you? Speak. What else is on your mind?" Musashi and Kojiro exchanged awkward smiles. "Indeed, you have discerned our intentions, acting boss. We have come with a request." Kinsi set his pen down and leaned back. "Go on." Yamato began, "Acting boss, ever since we followed your suggestions and acquired our respective Pokémon, our strength has surged, and capturing any Pokémon has become relatively effortless. However, the disparity between these Pokémon and our three-headed dragon is simply too vast. We wonder if you might grant us access to the training ground once more, so we can capture another Pokémon." Upon hearing this, Kinsi paused momentarily. Recently, he had been contemplating how to address the slowing pace of strength improvement. And here were Musashi and Kojiro presenting him with a solution. "Very well." Kinsi pointed to a spot on the map behind him. "Here lies an iron mine, a property of Team Rocket. The Pokémon within will undoubtedly meet your requirements." Musashi and Kojiro were elated by his words. "Thank you, acting boss." Kinsi waved his hand dismissively. "If there is nothing else, you may take your leave." After bowing once more, Musashi and Kojiro exited the Team Rocket headquarters and hurried towards the iron mine. They had heard of this mine before. It was indeed a Team Rocket property. Yet, they never anticipated it would now be utilized by Kinsi. They wondered what kind of Pokémon awaited them inside. It was clear that any Pokémon recommended by the acting boss would be formidable, on par with the mighty Gyarados. What was that sound? Before Musashi and Kojiro could even enter the iron mine, they heard the resounding clang of metal colliding from afar. The sound was loud and relentless. At that moment, their anticipation for the Pokémon grew. Following the source of the noise, they finally caught sight of the Pokémon. A group of Klinklang. Their bodies encased in segmented steel armor were colliding their iron forms with one another. These steel-bodied, four-legged Klinklang, with their fierce appearances, were engaged in a vigorous display of strength. Their steel armor bore numerous scars and dents, clearly indicating their combative nature. "This is..." Musashi and Kojiro held their breath for a moment upon witnessing the Klinklang. Every thunderous impact sent shockwaves through their ears. Incredible. When the Klinklang noticed the presence of intruders in their territory, they turned to face Musashi and Kojiro. The two quickly released their Gyarados. Roar. The Gyarados' bellow infuriated the Klinklang, who charged at them with unbridled fury. Boom, boom, boom. Each step of the Klinklang caused a slight tremor in the ground, carving deep grooves in their wake. Gyarados, use Hydro Pump. Gyarados, use Bubble Beam. The torrents of water struck the Klinklang with considerable force. The wounded Klinklang glared with renewed ferocity, now fixated on Musashi and Kojiro, pursuing them relentlessly. Panic-stricken, they called out, "Gyarados, unleash Cannon Water." A powerful stream of water, as wide as a human waist, erupted from Gyarados' mouth. This time, the sheer force of the water lifted the Klinklang off the ground. Had it not been for their immense weight, the two torrents might have sent them flying. Observing two Klinklang lying motionless on the ground, Musashi and Kojiro's eyes brightened. They quickly summoned their Pokeballs. "Now's our chance." With the melodic chiming of the capture device, the two Klinklang were successfully caught by Musashi and Kojiro. Kojiro exclaimed, "Is this the Pokémon the acting boss prepared for us? How powerful!" Once they had escaped the Klinklang horde and released their captured Klinklang, they marveled at their sturdy forms and formidable strength, left speechless with excitement. If such Pokémon were trained according to Kinsi's plan, their strength would undoubtedly surpass that of Gyarados, which was already at the level of a gym leader. If they were stronger than Gyarados, would that be elite level or even champion level? For a moment, Musashi and Kojiro, cradling their Klinklang, were lost in endless fantasies. Chapter 23. The Evolution of Klinklang and the Aspirations of the Group. For a considerable time thereafter, Musashi and Kojiro diligently followed Kinsi's training regimen, focusing on the development of their Klinklang. They constantly fed them iron-rich spring water and had their Gyarados persistently use Bubble Beam to wash over the Klinklang's entire bodies. Once the Klinklang could withstand the Bubble Beam attacks, they gradually increased the intensity of the moves. Water Gun, Bubble Beam, and Hydro Pump consistently elevated the pressure on the Klinklang. After relentless effort, the fruits of their labor finally began to manifest. The two Kodora evolved into Boss Kodora. During the evolution, the astonishing weight of Boss Kodora caused the ground beneath it to collapse. A body of steel, a mirror to behold. Outside the headquarters of Team Rocket, resounding booms echoed, boom, boom, boom. The Team Rocket members, who were waiting for the construction of the training grounds for Mammothswine and Victory Bell, were suddenly startled by the thunderous sounds. What was happening? Everyone turned their gaze toward the source of the commotion. Could it be that Team Galactic was attacking? No. It seemed to be two Pokémon. Suddenly, two enormous creatures, enveloped in tough armor, with sharp horns protruding from their foreheads, resembling monstrous beings, appeared before them. Some of the weaker Pokémon trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the more alert Team Rocket members had already summoned their main battle Pokémon from their Pokeballs, warily eyeing the colossal creatures in the distance. However, what unfolded next left everyone astounded. To their shock, they saw two individuals flamboyantly perched atop the shoulders of these monstrous Pokémon. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Jessie and James. They, of all people. In that instant, everyone realized that Jessie and James, having been the first to receive guidance from the esteemed boss Giovanni, had now undergone an extraordinary transformation in strength. More importantly, with the foundation laid by their Gyarados, these two Pokémon were undoubtedly even more formidable than Gyarados itself. Kodora, with two earth-shattering roars. The tremendous sound waves even dispersed the clouds above. One of the Elite Four, Adu, suddenly looked up in astonishment. Is that a Pokémon of elite status? Who among Team Rocket had managed to capture an elite-level Pokémon? Adu, who had been undercover in Team Rocket, could no longer contain his curiosity upon learning that Shiba's Pokémon had evolved to elite status. He sought out Giovanni to investigate further. However, upon arriving at Team Rocket's headquarters, he was met with a shocking reality. Yet another individual had acquired an elite-level Pokémon. As Adu burst out of the headquarters, he found Jessie and James surrounded by a throng of onlookers, all inquiring about the origins of their Pokémon. The answer was unequivocal: Boss Giovanni. The terrifying weight, impenetrable armor, and imposing appearance of the two Boss Kodora captivated everyone present. Upon learning from Jessie and James that Boss Kodora was a dual steel and rock-type Pokémon, the longing in the eyes of the crowd seemed as if it would engulf them whole. The combination of these two attributes would render countless attacks against Boss Kodora as mere tickles. Even Adu, who specialized in dragon-type Pokémon, couldn't help but feel tempted to abandon his principles and claim a Boss Kodora of his own. Amato and Kojiro, who had come to the headquarters for a task, gazed at Jessie and James in sheer astonishment. Initially, after acquiring their own abandoned ape and three-headed dragon, their strength had surged ahead, causing them to look down on Jessie and James. Yet, how could it be that in just a few days, they had obtained such powerful Pokémon? Just as this question emerged in their minds, the answer struck them like a bolt of lightning. It was Boss Giovanni. As Jessie and James noticed the envy and desire etched on the faces of the crowd, their smiles could not be concealed, nor did they wish to hide them. All of this was a gift from Giovanni. They felt immensely fortunate that they had heeded Giovanni's words during the meeting and were the first to seek him out. Otherwise, they would not have acquired their mighty Gyarados, nor would they have attained their current accomplishments. This was an elite-level Pokémon. With just this one, they could easily overpower all gym leaders. Should they encounter an elite Pokémon with a type disadvantage, they could even hold their own against it. At that moment, outside Team Rocket's headquarters, the atmosphere was electrifying. Have you really obtained an elite-level Pokémon? Are elite Pokémon becoming commonplace now? The reactions were exaggerated. Could it be that these Pokémon were also given by the boss? The boss's Pokémon must at least be of elite level, otherwise, how could they just be handed over so easily? Does that mean the boss possesses more than just 6 elite level Pokémon? A collective gasp rippled through the Team Rocket members present. The excitement outside the headquarters intensified. What level had Jessie and James once occupied? They were barely able to defeat even the apprentices in the gym. Yet now, within the span of nearly a month, they had acquired the strength to challenge gym leaders and aspire for elite status. More importantly, within Team Rocket, many were replicating the paths of Jessie and James. Their Magikarp had evolved into Gyarados. These members of Team Rocket, now with Gyarados, looked at Jessie and James with fiery eyes, for they represented their own future. Would they be able to replicate this success? The emotions of the onlookers were a blend of anxiety and excitement as they envisioned their own futures. Meanwhile, those still waiting for the construction of the training grounds for Mamoswine and Victreebel grew increasingly impatient. They had yet to glimpse their own futures. Had they already fallen behind? What awaited them? Would Giovanni have enough resources left to distribute among them? Would they find that others had swiftly captured the remaining Magikarp while they had nothing? At this moment, they could only hope for the new training grounds Giovanni was establishing, believing that their future might mirror that of Jessie and James, becoming figures capable of overwhelming all gym leaders. Inside the office of Team Rocket's headquarters, Giovanni had already received the system notification upon the evolution of Boss Kodora. Ding! Jessie's Kodora, aided by the host's training grounds, has rapidly improved in strength and evolved into Boss Kodora, with both the host and the hostess Pokémon synchronously gaining strength. Ding! James's Kodora, aided by the host's training grounds, has rapidly improved in strength and evolved into Boss Kodora, with both the host and the hostess Pokémon synchronously gaining strength. Simultaneously, all of his Pokémon had ascended to elite status upon receiving the system notification. Should he choose to employ a Mega Evolution Stone, no member of the Elite Four would stand a chance against him. Even if a champion-level opponent appeared before him, he would remain unfazed. Chapter 24, Adu's Shock, Movements of Team Galactic. Giovanni stepped out of his office and into the waiting area where everyone had gathered. He proclaimed with a booming voice, "I have good news to announce. The training grounds for Mamoswine and Victreebel have been completed. You may now proceed to the address we previously discussed to capture and train your own Pokémon." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into cheers. "Thank you, boss. Long live the boss." Amidst the throng, Adu fixed a penetrating gaze on Giovanni, for he sensed a presence of near-elite status emanating not from Giovanni's Pokeballs, but from Giovanni himself. Adu was astonished to realize that Giovanni might possess innate abilities akin to the gifted psychic, Nashi. Yet, he remained uncertain about the nature of Giovanni's powers. However, one thing he could assert with conviction was that Giovanni's physical prowess far surpassed that of his colleague, Shaba, who was also a member of the Elite Four. This revelation left Adu profoundly shaken, for he was intimately familiar with Shaba. Shiba's formidable physique was honed through years of grueling, almost superhuman training, surpassing the rigorous demands of his innate elfin strength, complemented by his natural talent. However, what of Kinji? Adu recalled vividly that just days prior, when Kinji assumed the mantle of acting leader of Team Rocket, he had not exuded such a powerful aura. This implied that within the brief span of nearly a month, Kinji had attained near Elite Four-level prowess. Could it be that Team Rocket had developed some extraordinary technology? Adu speculated, unable to suppress his curiosity. The other members of Team Rocket, however, lacked Adu's sensitivity. They merely sensed that Kinji, as acting leader, had become more imposing and charismatic. They believed that his newfound authority had naturally transformed his demeanor. Consequently, respect for Kinji grew among the ranks. Even though he had never engaged in battle, none would dare question his strength, not even Adu, one of the Elite Four. After announcing the establishment of a new training facility, Kinji disregarded the reactions of his subordinates and the flamboyant Musashi, turning to return to Team Rocket's headquarters. While the strength of Team Rocket was undoubtedly exhilarating, it was his own power that was crucial to preventing its dissolution in the future. Recently, the construction of the Iron Dumbbell training facility had faced numerous setbacks, prompting Kinji to decide to personally inspect the site alongside Dr. Inuki. As time swiftly passed, another month slipped by. Kinji's surrogate father, Saki, once again sought financial support from Team Rocket. It remained unclear whether the cloning of Mew was progressing smoothly. To bridge this financial gap, Kinji arranged for the sale of some Pokémon that had been deemed unfit for training, barely averting a fiscal collapse for Team Rocket. In the interim, the Iron Dumbbell training facility was completed, led by his Metagross. The training was rigorous. Each Iron Dumbbell was required to carry a massive boulder daily. This intense regimen fostered remarkable development among them. As for the Team Rocket members who approached Kinji, Many had successfully acquired Mamoswine, Dragonfly, and Victory Bell, fueled by heightened training enthusiasm. They had also mastered the primordial power and achieved evolution. Although their newfound abilities did not quite match the heights of Elite 4-level strength, the cumulative progress was significant. With their newly acquired powerful Pokémon, they eagerly engaged in friendly duels, enhancing their skills while becoming familiar with these previously rare creatures. It was worth noting that in the Kanto and Johto regions, Pokémon such as the Mamoswine, Ancient Dragonfly, and Giant Victreebel were seldom seen. Many had never even heard of the likes of Boscodora. Consequently, the internal competition arena, previously seldom used, was now bustling with activity, with Pokémon battles occurring everywhere. Many Team Rocket members were no longer satisfied with internal contests, seeking out passers-by and gym leaders, which caused a stir among the local police. Meanwhile, in the Sinnoh region, the Galactic Team headquarters, members such as Hashikage, Suisei, Chinsei, and Meiwang sat solemnly at their seats. At the head of the table was their leader, Akihito, with piercing eyes and a serious demeanor, fixated on Chinsei. With an emotionless gaze that carried overwhelming authority, Akihito inquired, "Chinsei, are you saying that the Team Rocket in the Kanto region has acquired an unknown power from an ancient relic? Is this information accurate?" Chinsei perused the documents in hand for final confirmation. Indeed, according to the intelligence brought back by our operatives, that ancient site contains the unknown totems we require. Furthermore, Team Rocket appears to have resurrected 2 ancient Pokémon from fossils. Most critically, they seem to have mastered some form of ancient technology capable of enabling Mamoswine, Victreebel, and Dragonfly to evolve. The Galactic Team's enduring goal has always been to control the space-time duo, creating a so-called ideal world. To achieve this, they must explore numerous relics. Clearly, Kinji's utilization of the spiky Cacturn and Scyther to learn primordial power and subsequently impart it to Mamoswine, Victreebel, and Dragonfly, facilitating their evolution, has been misconstrued as mastery of some ancient relic-based technology. The Galactic members mistakenly believe that this technology would significantly aid in their liberation and capture of the space-time duo. With a stoic expression, Akihito asked, "Is there a possibility of this technology being stolen?" Hashikage promptly responded, "The facilities are heavily guarded, and Team Rocket has deployed a substantial number of personnel there. Additionally, every resurrected ancient Pokémon is under strict supervision." As this statement hung in the air, an uncomfortable silence fell over the meeting room. After a prolonged pause, Akihito finally spoke. "It seems we will need to confront Team Rocket head-on." "Yes, Leader Akihito." The members responded in unison. In truth, as a faction aspiring to create an ideal world, the Galactic Team harbored a deep-seated disdain for Team Rocket. They viewed Team Rocket as nothing more than a horde motivated by power and greed, lacking any noble ideals. This opportunity to demand ancient relic technology served as the perfect chance to teach Team Rocket a lesson. The Galactic members were eager for action. What if they outnumbered them? They were determined to show Team Rocket what a true organization resembled. Akihito calmly instructed, "Remember, your primary objective is to obtain that technology. Once you engage, do not hold back. As long as no one dies on the spot, feel free to wreak havoc." Upon hearing this, the Galactic members instantly ignited with excitement. "Yes." Leader Akihito. Chapter 25. The Galactic Team approaches. Shaba's reaction. After several days of arduous travel, the Galactic members arrived outside Team Rocket's headquarters. For ordinary individuals, the location of Team Rocket's headquarters might be considered extremely secretive. However, for the Galactic Team, skilled in intelligence gathering and analysis, the whereabouts of Team Rocket's headquarters was hardly a secret. After all, Team Rocket did not actively conceal their headquarters. It was not a secret base. Moreover, as a publicly traded company, a vast enterprise needs a visible location. Indeed, the moral decay wrought by wealth was evident. Team Rocket had constructed such an opulent skyscraper. Hashikage gazed at the towering edifice with a hint of admiration. Although the Galactic Team possessed their own base and various enterprises, such as the Galaxy headquarters, they could not compete with Team Rocket's expansive reach across multiple regions. The Galactic Team's activities were primarily confined to the Sinnoh region, venturing into other areas only under exceptional circumstances. Furthermore, the Galactic Team had dedicated most of their funding toward their so-called noble ideals, akin to Saki's desire to possess his own legendary Pokémon. As the Galactic Team arrived at the entrance of Team Rocket's headquarters, they marched forward in unison, led by Chinsei, their imposing presence accentuated by their uniforms. "We, the Galactic Team, have come to visit Team Rocket," Chinsei announced. No sooner had he spoken than 2 members clad in Team Rocket uniforms stepped forward. "Are you from the Galactic Team?" The individuals who approached were none other than Xiaojian and Xiaoyang, both ordinary members of Team Rocket. Under the guidance of Jinshi, they had recently captured a giant vine and a Gyarados, resulting in a remarkable surge in their strength. After familiarizing themselves with the internal arena, they exited the Team Rocket headquarters, only to encounter the unfriendly members of Team Galaxy. One of the Galaxy team members spoke with a tone of hostility. Of course, we are from Team Galaxy. This is our cadre, Jinshi, Huixing, Suixing, and Pluto. Hurry up and summon the person in charge of your Team Rocket. Xiaojian was taken aback by this. It was common knowledge that while both criminal organizations were quite notorious, they had always maintained a respectful distance due to their differing spheres of control. He never anticipated that Team Galaxy would come knocking today, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. With caution, Xiaojian inquired, "Might I ask for the purpose of your visit, so that I may report back appropriately? What we have to discuss is hardly something a mere team member like you could comprehend. Quickly summon your superior." Huixing replied impatiently. They were uninterested in engaging in lengthy discussions with the lower-tier employees of Team Rocket. After all, if they were here to seize relic technology, they needed to confront the right individuals. If they were to engage in combat and the others scattered, it would pose a troublesome issue for them. Seeing that he could not extract any useful information, Xiaojian decided to return and seek assistance, instructing Xiaoyang to keep an eye on the situation. However, the acting leader was currently preoccupied with preparations for a new training facility, making it inappropriate to disturb him. Moreover, the visitors were not the leader of Team Galaxy, rendering it unnecessary to involve the acting leader. Fortunately, Cadre Sabo was present at the headquarters, so Xiaojian resolved to seek him out. These Team Rocket members are simply uncouth. How dare they leave us waiting here? The so-called largest criminal organization in the Kanto region is hardly impressive. Suixing remarked nonchalantly while trimming his nails. Huixing added with disdain, just a bunch of slaves to money and power, devoid of ideals or ambition. How could they possibly achieve anything? Xiaoyang, left behind, glared at the members of Team Galaxy with outrage. It was clear that they were looking for trouble, as their words and demeanor showed a complete lack of respect for Team Rocket. The leading figure, Jinshi, maintained a serious expression, silently scrutinizing the Team Rocket headquarters building. Meanwhile, Pluto, half a step behind Jinshi, busily typed away on his laptop, seemingly collecting information. Inside the Team Rocket headquarters, Sabo furrowed his brow. Team Galaxy? And they've brought 4 cadres with them? What could they possibly want? He had only recently become a cadre after passing the internal assessment, and now trouble was knocking at his door. While others may not be aware, Sabo was still the master of the Honglian Dojo, possessing alternative sources of information. He was well aware of the enigmatic nature of Team Galaxy, who prided themselves on lofty ideals while looking down on everyone else. Xiaojian asked, "Researcher Sabo, should we report this to the acting leader?" Despite Xiaobo's recent promotion to cadre, everyone still referred to him as researcher, a title he did not mind retaining. Xiaobo glanced at Xiaojian and replied, "Is this really something that requires the attention of the acting leader? If every little matter necessitates his involvement, what purpose do we serve as members of Team Rocket?" Since Jinshi had aided his ducklet in reaching the esteemed level of a champion, Xiaobo's respect for him had surpassed that for Saki. Additionally, during this period, most Team Rocket members had benefited from Jinshi's training facility. Musashi and Kojiro had also ascended beyond the level of dojo masters. At this moment, they all held genuine admiration for Jinshi. The presence of a few cadres from Team Galaxy, accompanied by their team members, hardly warranted the acting leader's intervention, and Xiaobo preferred to avoid this troublesome matter. Xiaojian immediately apologized. "Yes, it was my oversight. The acting leader is already burdened with our affairs. These matters indeed do not require his involvement." Xiaobo recalled that the newly promoted junior cadre, the Yamato duo, had just returned. He instructed, "In that case, since Yamato and his partner have just returned, you should arrange for the Team Galaxy members to meet with them. If they cannot resolve the issue, then you may come back to me. We must ensure that the acting leader is not disturbed." Xiaojian responded, "Understood. I shall take my leave now." Xiaobo waved his hand. "Go on." As Xiaojian exited the Team Rocket headquarters, he found the members of Team Galaxy growing increasingly impatient. "What is taking so long? Is your efficiency always this abysmal? Making us wait here without even offering a cup of tea, and not allowing us entry." The members of Team Galaxy stepped forward to express their dissatisfaction. Xiaojian and Xiaoyang exchanged glances, silently scoffing. This group was clearly here to instigate trouble, as their evasive responses indicated a blatant disregard for Team Rocket. Xiaojian coldly stated, "Gentlemen, I shall escort you to meet our junior cadre, Yamato. Please follow me." Upon hearing this, Huixing's anger flared. "Is this how you treat your guests in Team Rocket? We arrive, and your leader does not come to greet us. instead sending a lowly cadre to placate us? Do you think Team Galaxy is without merit? With that remark, Xiaojian lost all interest in maintaining civility. If they wished to see someone in charge, their only option was the junior cadre Yamato. All others were off limits. After all, they were the ones who had come seeking an audience. You can take it or leave it. Chapter 26. The Giant Vine Reveals Its Might. The Galaxy member K3 was infuriated. Since Team Rocket is so disrespectful, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Release your Pokémon. Let us see what you are truly made of. With that, K3 unleashed a Zubat. Zubat, use Supersonic. I want to see if anyone from Team Rocket dares to show themselves. Zubat took a deep breath, preparing to unleash a powerful wave of sound. In response, Xiaojian's giant vine burst forth from its Pokeball, immediately launching a seed bomb that interrupted the impending sonic attack. Zubat, use Air Slash. K3 attempted to land a decisive blow, thinking it foolish for a mere ordinary member of Team Rocket to stand in his way. However, as the giant vine appeared, Jinshi and several other cadres furrowed their brows, ready to intervene, but it was already too late. Watch out! Thwack! The enormous vine, accompanied by a resounding crack, struck Zubat with tremendous force, sending it flying far away. The giant vine remained steadfast, unscathed by Zubat's Air Slash. How is this possible? In just one round, K3 was defeated. The expressions of Team Galaxy's cadres darkened. They had sensed something was amiss earlier. But how could an ordinary member of Team Rocket possess such a formidable Pokémon? Suishing realized they had underestimated their opponents. Even if their attacks could not inflict serious damage, they should not have been unable to withstand even a single strike. Zubat, how dare you attack my Zubat? You'll pay for this. K3 glared at his injured Zubat. Seething with anger, he had never anticipated that his earlier confidence would lead to such a disastrous outcome. K3 brandished a Pokeball. Tank Skunk, tear it to shreds. The Tank Skunk, adorned in purple with white patterns, matched the size of the giant vine. Toxic Spikes go. The Tank Skunk charged towards the giant vine with tremendous force. Observing the rising tensions among the members of Team Galaxy, Xiaojian knew he could not afford to be negligent. With resolute determination, it was declared, once the colossal vine has established its defense, wait until it approaches, then bind it tightly, ensuring it is thoroughly ensnared. Before long, a transparent shield manifested before the colossal vine, its entire form coiling inward, leaving only two tendrils, resembling tentacles, poised to strike. With a thunderous crash, the Tank Skunk collided violently with the colossal vine. Yet, the vine remained steadfast, unfazed by the Tank Skunk's assault. As if possessing a life of its own, the tentacle-like tendrils had already ensnared the skunk completely. No matter how fiercely the Tank Skunk struggled, it was to no avail. Observing this, K3 grew anxious and urged, Tank Skunk, use Fury Swipe. Bite down and free yourself from the vines. The Tank Skunk began to frantically gnaw at its bindings. Little Jin scoffed at the scene. The colossal vine, undeterred, commenced utilizing its skills, such as rooting and super absorb, to replenish its health. In a fleeting moment, the skunk's biting speed could not match the rate at which the vine restored itself. Simultaneously, the bindings grew ever tighter, and the skunk's struggles began to wane. In but a short while, the massive Tank Skunk succumbed to unconsciousness from the constriction. K3 was left with no choice but to withdraw his Tank Skunk into its Pokeball, his eyes bloodshot as he cast a resentful glare at Little Jin. K3 felt a deep sense of injustice at his defeat, yet he possessed no other Pokemon capable of continuing the fight. Meanwhile, Little Jin appeared unfazed. After all, he regarded K3's strength as rather mediocre. With the training regimen provided by the leader of Team Galactic, this was merely standard procedure. Beside him, Xiao Liang harbored a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated witnessing Little Jin's downfall, hoping to take the stage himself. It was evident that the members of Team Galaxy had approached with an air of superiority, mistakenly believing themselves formidable. Their failure to deliver, however, left Xiao Liang feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment towards K3, who appeared utterly perplexed by the scrutiny. Conversely, the members of Team Galaxy found themselves in a state of shock. K3 lost just like that? They murmured in disbelief. He was far too complacent, unable to even best a mere member of Team Rocket. The colossal vine seemed to possess an evolutionary scheme derived from ancient ruins, its prowess undeniable. Is this what ancient technology looks like? We truly made the right choice in coming here. At that moment, the ever-dedicated Mephisto, who had been diligently gathering data on his laptop, finally glanced up at the colossal vine, his eyes gleaming with intrigue, lost in thought. The members of Team Galaxy, who prided themselves on being more sophisticated than Team Rocket, were now in disarray. They could hardly accept that their peer, K3, had lost to Team Rocket's common member. Hua Xing, Sua Xing, and others turned their attention to little Jian, contemplating to defeat K3 so effortlessly. This colossal vine undoubtedly possesses the strength of a gym leader. Observing their own cadre and the apparent leaders of Team Rocket, such as Naji, all at gym leader level, the question arose. Both little Jian and the colossal vine must possess gym leader level strength. Thus, they could not merely be considered ordinary members of Team Rocket. Unable to contain her explosive temperament, Hua Xing summoned a bronzong, producing a resounding chime. Let me witness the true strength of Team Rocket. With a mighty crash, bronzong descended heavily upon the ground, creating a vast circular crater. The ancient aura surrounding bronzong intensified as it floated toward the colossal vine, having already engaged in conflict. And with K3's defeat, Hua Xing resolved to no longer conceal her strength. She was determined to restore Team Galaxy's honor. As the members of Team Galaxy witnessed Hua Xing's engagement, their spirits soared. With Hua Xing on the battlefield, that Team Rocket member is doomed. They exclaimed. Hua Xing's bronzong possesses gym leader level strength, and even among gym leaders, this bronzong is unparalleled. Let us teach them a lesson and demonstrate the might of Team Galaxy. Faced with the descending bronzong, little Jian's expression turned grave, unwilling to underestimate the situation. Sensing the imminent threat, he commanded, Colossal Vine, use slap down. Bring it crashing down. The vine, resembling a hand, swiped through the air with a sound that shattered the stillness. With a thunderous clash, the vine struck bronzong, producing an immense echo that caused the ordinary members of Team Galaxy to cover their ears. Yet the pain was still palpable. Bronzong was forcefully slammed to the ground, sending dust billowing into the air. As the dust settled, the members of Team Galaxy stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. The bronzong was now ensnared by the colossal vine, every tightening of the tendrils producing a disconcerting metallic distortion. Chapter 27. The colossal vine battles the soul-stealing eye. Witnessing the bronzong utterly bound, the onlookers were left wide-eyed in disbelief. Even Mephisto, who had been absorbed in his laptop, momentarily diverted his attention from the screen. It was worth noting that while Hua Xing may not have been the most formidable among the cadre, her strength was undeniably among the upper echelons of gym leaders. Yet now, the bronzong was immobilized, unable to move an inch. With remarkable composure, Hua Xing instructed, Bronzong, use seal to bind the opponent's restraining skill. Hua Xing demonstrated remarkable calmness, astutely identifying a means for bronzong to escape. Little Jian, seemingly anticipating this moment, commanded, Colossal Vine, use growth. The vine's form began to expand at a visible rate. Under the immense binding force, bronzong emitted a distressing metallic distortion. Risking deformation, bronzong bore the pain and utilized seal. However, after the sealing, the colossal vine did not relinquish its grip. Instead, it reverted to its original size. Hua Xing's heart sank, realizing the precarious situation. Before she could issue another command, bronzong succumbed to unconsciousness, its structure twisted beyond recognition. Could it be that we have lost? Hua Xing gasped, unable to fathom the reality before her. A member of Team Galaxy, a cadre no less, had succumbed to an ordinary member of Team Rocket. They had come to assert their dominance, yet found themselves thwarted at the very threshold of Team Rocket's territory, held back by a mere common member. Hua Xing struggled to accept this as reality. Behind her, the ordinary members of Team Galaxy were equally disillusioned, their perceptions of the world crumbling as they exchanged bewildered glances. Did Hua Xing lose too? How could this happen? Is this truly an ordinary member of Team Rocket? They muttered. No, it's not over yet. Hua Xing still has Woobat, Meowstic, and Tank Skunk. Hua Xing cannot lose. With such strength, why did we even come here? It would have been wiser to remain in the Sinnoh region. They must have obtained ancient technology from the ruins. Otherwise, how could they possibly surpass us? Yet, no matter what justifications they concocted, they could not obscure the undeniable truth of Hua Xing's defeat. Bronzong was indeed her strongest combat Pokémon, and even if she summoned others, they would stand no chance against little Jian's colossal vine. While K3's loss could be dismissed as a result of overconfidence, Hua Xing's defeat left them with no further excuses to cling to self-deception. Before their journey began, everyone was filled with fervor, determined to seize the technology acquired by Team Rocket from the ruins. Yet now, they had not even glimpsed the shadow of that technology and were instead left disoriented by the might of an ordinary member of Team Rocket. The immense psychological disparity led the ordinary members of Team Galaxy to consider retreating. Just then, a figure with long, violet hair and a tall stature stepped forward, Sui Xing. Although she had never quite seen eye to eye with Hua Xing, the dignity of Team Rocket was at stake, compelling her to take action. Sui Xing grasped her Pokeball and hurled it forward. A diminutive Pokémon materialized before her, enveloped in deep purple, with eyes resembling sapphires and a ruby embedded in its chest. This Pokémon was none other than the dual-type ghost and dark Pokémon, Shiny Gohonyan. In a cool and composed tone, Sui Xing introduced herself. I am Sui Xing of Galaxy Team. I look forward to your guidance. Xiao Jian returned the gesture, stating, I am Xiao Jian of Team Rocket. I look forward to your guidance. No sooner had he finished speaking than Shiny Gohonyan transformed into a blur, darting towards the imposing Jumavi vine. With a swift motion, Jumavi attempted its signature move to ensnare Gohonyan. Yet, Gohonyan, with its nimble physique and astonishing speed, deftly maneuvered between the tendrils. Such speed, Xiao Jian thought, a shiver running down his spine. Gohonyan executed a clapping surprise. Its claws struck fast and true, leaving Jumavi in a reactive posture. The two Pokémon exchanged blows, engaging in a spirited clash that left the onlookers from Galaxy Team in a daze. Was this truly the extent of his capabilities? Could the gap between Sui Xing and Hu Xing be so vast? No. It was evident that Sui Xing's Pokémon was simply better suited to counter Jumavi. In the brief span of their exchange, they had already engaged in several rounds of combat at an astonishing pace. At this moment, Xiao Jian's disadvantage with Jumavi became apparent. Compared to Sui Xing's mastery of Gohonyan, Xiao Jian's familiarity with his own Pokémon was lacking. Gohonyan's speed, combined with its seamless execution of moves, was formidable. Fortunately, Jumavi remained rooted in place, able to recover from minor injuries swiftly. At this juncture, both Xiao Jian and Jumavi had finally adapted to Gohonyan's fighting style. Utilizing its considerable size, each swing of Jumavi's vine stirred up clouds of dust, commanding a presence that made Gohonyan hesitate to approach. Jumavi had ample room for error. Even if struck by Gohonyan, it could recover through its rooted position. Conversely, should Gohonyan be ensnared by Jumavi's tendrils, it would be at a severe disadvantage. As the battle progressed, Jumavi appeared increasingly at ease. Xiao Jian commanded, Jumavi, do not concern yourself with injuries. Just ensure you hit Gohonyan. Thus, Jumavi adopted a strategy of retaliatory strikes, making its task significantly easier. Sui Xing had not anticipated such tenacity from her opponent. She had believed she had found the key to defeating Xiao Jian, only to discover that Jumavi was a formidable adversary. Noticing that Gohonyan was on the verge of faltering, Sui Xing decisively ordered, Gohonyan, create distance and use Shadow Ball. Gohonyan leapt backward, evading Jumavi's attack and escaping its range. Almost immediately, a dark orb of purple-black energy began to coalesce above Gohonyan's head, hurtling toward Jumavi at breakneck speed. With its massive size, Jumavi could not evade the impending strike and braced itself for impact. However, while Gohonyan was gathering energy for its Shadow Ball, Jumavi had not been idle. Since rooting itself, it had been preparing its own move. Xiao Jian keenly observed Gohonyan's momentary pause and seized the opportunity, commanding, Jumavi, use Solar Beam. The previous hit from Gohonyan had not been in vain. A multitude of light particles converged, unleashing a brilliant beam as wide as a bowl directly at Gohonyan. Sui Xing sensed the impending danger and urgently warned, Gohonyan, dodge. Yet, it was too late. Gohonyan found itself unable to evade the oncoming attack. With a soft thud, Gohonyan was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Jumavi, poised and ready, lumbered forward, ensnaring Gohonyan tightly with its vines. The battle concluded once more with Xiao Jian emerging victorious. Chapter 28, The Doubts of Galaxy Team. Sui Xing squinted at Jumavi, unable to fathom her defeat. As one of the top cadres, second only to Ming Wang and Jin Xing, how could she be bested by a mere novice of Team Rocket? The profound psychological impact left her feeling as though her unwavering commitment to Galaxy Team had become a cruel jest. The dream of creating a new world had faltered against the shackles of wealth and power. How could Sui Xing reconcile this? As Gohonyan fell, a profound silence enveloped the exterior of Team Rocket's headquarters. The disillusionment was not hers alone. The repercussions of Sui Xing's defeat weighed heavily on the ordinary members of Galaxy Team. This seemingly unremarkable member of Team Rocket, Xiao Jian, had consecutively vanquished K3, Hu Xing, and now Sui Xing. No one had anticipated such an outcome. What had sustained the actions of Galaxy Team since its inception? It was the lofty and noble ideal of creating a new world that had driven them forward. They had always looked down upon Team Rocket, enslaved by money and power. Yet, ironically, Hu Xing and his comrades had succumbed to such a team. They had come seeking relic technology, only to be barred from even entering Team Rocket's headquarters by a single gym leader-level Pokémon. With Sui Xing's loss, who else would take the stage? Surely they could not send Jinshi or Ming Wang into the fray. If Team Rocket's ordinary members could compel Galaxy Team to call upon Jinshi and Ming Wang, how could they continue to function as a criminal organization? They might as well disband. Was this Xiao Jian truly just an ordinary member of Team Rocket? The question resonated in the minds of all Galaxy Team members. Sui Xing, too, recognized the absurdity of the situation. Indeed, how could Team Rocket be so powerful? An ordinary member wielding gym leader-level strength. Such a notion was utterly fantastical. If this were the case, Team Rocket would be invincible. At that moment, Jinshi, who had maintained a serious demeanor, finally spoke. A mere ruse. He turned to the defeated trio of Huaxing. Do not be deceived by Team Rocket's tricks. Why did you join Galaxy Team? To create a better world. You are not the detritus corrupted by money and power. Team Rocket's endurance across multiple regions is indicative of its merits. That individual, Xiao Jian, undoubtedly consumed significant resources from Team Rocket to attain such prowess. He is certainly not the ordinary member he claims to be. Jinshi tapped his temple with his index finger, continuing, engage your minds and reflect. The gym leader Naji, within Team Rocket, is merely a senior cadre. How could this Xiao Jian, possessing gym leader-level strength, possibly be just an ordinary member? Upon hearing this, the members of Galaxy Team displayed expressions of realization. So that's it. I knew it. Our Galaxy Team possesses strength, resources, and ideals. How could we be surpassed by Team Rocket? This Xiao Jian is quite cunning. He is clearly a cadre but pretends to be an ordinary member of Team Rocket, nearly deceiving me. Indeed, Team Rocket exemplifies the slaves of money and power, going to great lengths to tarnish our Galaxy Team's reputation. In an instant, Jinxi's words bolstered the spirits of Galaxy Team members, even alleviating the expressions of Huaxing and Sui Xing. After all, losing to a cadre and losing to an ordinary member are fundamentally different concepts. Losing to opponents of equal standing can be rationalized by factors such as unfamiliarity with the opponent's style or being countered by their attributes. However, being defeated by those of a higher rank is an undeniable disgrace. Simultaneously, they are utterly incredulous that even the ordinary members of Team Rocket possess the prowess of gym leaders. It is worth noting that the ranks of Team Rocket's ordinary members number in the thousands. If they were all to attain the level of gym leaders, then the gyms in regions such as Kanto and Johto would no longer need to operate. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Team Rocket's headquarters, both Xiao Jian and Xiao Liang trembled with suppressed amusement. The antics of these members of Team Galaxy were simply too amusing. They truly seemed to believe that lofty ideals could sustain them, accusing Team Rocket of being slaves to wealth and power. Yet they themselves should try to manage without money and Pokémon. Team Rocket, too, wields both wealth and strength. They do not pursue profit for its own sake, but rather strive for power without regard for anything else. Since the ascent of their proxy leader, Jinshi, every coin has been judiciously spent. The enhancement of everyone's strength is aimed at mutual advancement and securing a better future. How could they be labeled as slaves to wealth and power? Is it such a crime to spend money for a better life? At this moment, Jinshi approached with a serious demeanor and demanded, since you are a cadre, why did you not mention it sooner? Could we not discuss our matters directly? Are you deliberately toying with us from Team Galaxy? This is utterly disrespectful. Xiao Jian raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, exclaiming, I truly am just an ordinary member of Team Rocket. Recently, we underwent an internal assessment, and I couldn't even qualify for a low-level cadre position. Moreover, I have already promised to take you to meet our cadre Amato. It was you who insisted on confronting me instead of simply meeting her. To be honest, Xiao Jian found himself perplexed by the thoughts of these Team Galaxy members. If they wanted to meet someone in charge, they could have met Amato, yet they chose to create trouble instead. Jinshi retorted angrily. You're an ordinary member of Team Rocket? Who would believe that? Come on, summon another ordinary member to prove it. Xiao Liang could no longer contain his laughter, replying, no need to summon anyone. I am one, after all. With that, Xiao Liang produced a Pokeball. With a soft pop, a fearsome Gyarados, approximately 7 meters in length, materialized before them. The overwhelming aura emanating from the Gyarados left many ordinary members of Team Galaxy gasping for breath. The cadre members, including Jinshi, were visibly taken aback, for the energy radiating from this Gyarados unmistakably matched that of a gym leader. Furthermore, its strength surpassed that of Xiao Jian's previously summoned Venusaur. So you are also a cadre of Team Rocket. It appears you have indeed underestimated us from Team Galaxy, Huaxing remarked, a knowing expression on her face. The other members of Team Galaxy mirrored her disbelief, clearly vowing never to be fooled again. Yet, Xiao Jian and Xiao Liang both insisted. We truly are ordinary members of Team Rocket. Upon hearing this, even Jinshi could not suppress his disbelief. A flicker of anger crossed his serious face as he warned. If Team Rocket continues to behave so obstinately, do not blame us for coming in force. As tensions escalated and both sides prepared for confrontation, a group of a dozen Team Rocket members approached the headquarters. Xiao Jian, Xiao Yang, who are those people? One of them inquired. They had just returned from various training grounds, having successfully captured and trained their Pokémon. Observing the unfriendly demeanor of the Team Galaxy members, they had come to investigate. Xiao Jian replied, they are from the Sinnoh region's Team Galaxy, as you can tell by their uniforms. They have come to pay us a visit. Though I am unsure of their intentions, they merely stated they sought to meet our higher-ups. Upon hearing this, the members of Team Rocket grew wary. Although Team Rocket and Team Galaxy had always maintained a policy of non-interference, the ostentatious arrival of the latter suggested ill intentions. Simultaneously, the members of Team Galaxy were taken aback. The newly arrived group from Team Rocket was primarily on mounts or accompanied by their Pokémon, many of which exhibited gym leader level strength, some even stronger than Xiao Yang's Gyarados. This revelation left Jinshi, who had maintained a serious expression, visibly shaken. How could Team Rocket possibly boast so many members of gym leader caliber? Were these a dozen individuals, all cadres of Team Rocket? Was today the day of a cadre meeting? However, this question was soon overshadowed by the arrival of another group of Team Rocket members in uniform. To the astonishment of Team Galaxy, the second batch also possessed gym leader level strength. Altogether, more than 30 Team Rocket members had assembled, each accompanied by a Pokémon of equivalent prowess. How could this be possible? Huashing rubbed her eyes in disbelief, as if awakening from a nightmarish dream. The other members of Team Galaxy mirrored her astonishment, their expressions betraying their shock as they instinctively huddled closer together. Yet, what left them even more astounded was yet to come. The headquarters of Team Rocket, a place frequented by its members, soon became bustling with activity as more members arrived from afar or emerged from within the building. The sight of the headquarters teeming with Team Rocket members piqued the curiosity of all. To their utter shock, Team Galaxy members realized that every single Team Rocket member possessed a gym leader level Pokémon. This revelation rendered the members of Team Galaxy speechless, their disbelief palpable. Mingwang's laptop clattered to the ground, unnoticed, as he stared in utter amazement at the scene before him. How is this possible? How can there be so many gym leader level Pokémon? The typically composed Jinshi produced a device capable of dispelling illusions created by certain Pokémon. He suspected that they had all fallen victim to some supernatural trickery. However, after several attempts to activate the device, the surreal scene did not dissipate as he had anticipated. The members of Team Galaxy stood frozen, their minds struggling to comprehend the reality that unfolded around them. This cannot be real. All these gym leader level Pokémon. How could such an absurd occurrence transpire? How many members does Team Rocket have? Tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? If they all possess gym leader level strength, it would constitute an unfathomable force. Was it not said that Team Rocket were mere slaves to wealth and power? If achieving gym leader status entailed becoming subservient to wealth and power, perhaps that was not entirely objectionable. Are we from Team Galaxy truly superior to Team Rocket? Why did I fail to see it before? Countless questions plagued the minds of the members of Team Galaxy. If only a select few of Team Rocket's cadres were gym leader level, they could have come to terms with it. However, witnessing such a multitude of Team Rocket members, all possessing gym leader level strength, left Team Galaxy utterly incredulous. In the past, had someone claimed that all members of Team Rocket were gym leader level, they would have dismissed that individual as delusional or perhaps even resorted to violence. Yet, now the stark reality lay before their eyes. This undeniable truth shattered the pride and perceived strength of Team Galaxy, dragging it mercilessly through the dirt. It is essential to recognize that the Galaxy team, since its inception, has always regarded the Rocket team with disdain. From the very beginning, the Galaxy team dismissed the Rocket team as nothing more than a criminal organization driven by greed and power. However, the current reality is starkly different. A mere member of the Rocket team can now stand toe-to-toe with their officers. Indeed, many can even dominate their Galaxy team officials. Much like the recent encounter with the young Ken. How could this transpire? Yuxing pondered, speaking softly to himself. They have sacrificed so much for the ideal world in their hearts, yet they find themselves inferior to those they consider mere slaves to wealth. At this moment, both Jinshi and Mingwang were rendered speechless, encircled by a multitude of gym leader-level Pokémon. This substantiated the truth in Ken and Liang's words. The notion that high-ranking officials were masquerading as ordinary Rocket members was utterly absurd. These Rocket members posed no challenge to them. They were indeed just ordinary members. Meanwhile, the newer members of the Rocket team could no longer contain their excitement. One enthusiastic individual exclaimed, "So, friends from the Galaxy team of Sinnoh have arrived. Since you are here, Why not engage in a friendly battle and have a Pokémon showdown? With that, the fervent Rocket member brandished a Pokeball, his gaze ablaze with intensity, stirring the atmosphere around them. The others eagerly glanced at the Galaxy team, ready to engage. The expressions of Jinshi and Mingwang instantly soured. They had initially come to demand, or perhaps seize ancient technology, only to discover that the Rocket team boasted such a formidable assembly of gym leader-level members. What could they hope to seize? They would likely be overwhelmed before they even had a chance to strike. We, the Galaxy team, came to pay a visit to your esteemed Rocket team leaders, yet we did not anticipate such rudeness. If this is how you treat your guests, then we shall take our leave. With that, Jinshi and Mingwang led the Galaxy team away, leaving behind a perplexed and spirited Rocket team. Why had they departed so abruptly? Were they not here for an exhilarating Pokémon duel? Did they traverse such a distance merely to greet them? As the questions swirled among the Rocket members, the Galaxy team quickened their pace. Some members, feeling embarrassed, even summoned their Pokémon, riding them to expedite their departure from this place. After the Galaxy team's exit, the Rocket members resumed their own activities. Following the precedent set by Musashi and Kojiro, many Rocket members who had captured a Pokémon began seeking the Di Lao Da, acting leader, for a second certificate to access the training grounds. No one was content with merely one Pokémon caught in the Di Lao Da's training area. Liang patted Ken's shoulder and asked, "How did you win just now? You didn't even give me a chance to battle." Ken, feeling bashful, rubbed his nose and replied, "The Pokémon given by the Di Lao Da was simply too strong. There was nothing I could do." Then, Ken realized, what would it matter if you battled? If I lost, you wouldn't fare any better. Liang chuckled. It's 10-7. I'm currently leading you by 3 points in our duels. Ken, feeling agitated, retorted, 3 points? It's clearly 2 points. If your Gyarados hadn't been airborne last time, it would have definitely fallen before my gloom. Clearly, Ken feigned defiance, yet he silently kept count of their duel outcomes. All right, enough of that. You should report what just happened to Shaba. Liang hurriedly diverted the topic. The two entered the Rocket team headquarters, laughing heartily. Simultaneously, at the very origin of it all, in Masera town, Ash stepped out of his home, encountered Pikachu, and embarked on his journey. Inside the Rocket team's cloning laboratory, countless petri dishes and several large cultivation chambers housed various bizarre biological tissues. At the center of the laboratory, within a cultivation chamber, a Pokémon clad in technological armor lay with its eyes tightly shut. Saki, holding a cigar, looked down at the Pokémon in the chamber, his brow slightly furrowed. The cells from Mew's eyelashes had a low survival rate when cloned, and the biological tissues resembling Mew had not survived more than a few minutes. Conversely, this Pokémon, which bore no resemblance to Mew, had persisted. Saki personally named it Mewtwo, signifying his hope that it would surpass Mew. As it turned out, Saki's aspiration was indeed being realized. The cellular tissue of Mewtwo far exceeded that of Mew, at least in terms of physical strength. As for the brain cells, without comparative experimental data, the researchers could not yet judge. Nonetheless, they discovered that Mewtwo's psychic abilities surpassed those of traditional psychic-type Pokémon like Alakazam and Gardevoir. Dr. Fuji, you are the lead on the Mewtwo project, Saki said, disregarding the laboratory's hygiene protocols as he took a puff from his cigar. I ask you now, how much longer until Mewtwo awakens? After a prolonged silence, Dr. Fuji finally responded, Mewtwo's brainwaves are still intensifying, indicating that its psychic abilities and brain development are not yet complete. Moreover, as its powers continue to grow, the high-tech control armor we designed is proving insufficient to contain Mewtwo. Saki gazed at the cultivation chamber, where the chamber occasionally experienced nutrient solution leaks due to Mewtwo's overflowing energy. Dr. Fuji, I do not care what problems arise in your research. You have the personnel and the funding. I demand results. I want Mewtwo. The rest is of no concern to me. As his time in the research facility lengthened, Saki's temper grew increasingly volatile. His patience was nearly exhausted. Meanwhile, in the Hoenn region, the leader of the ocean team, Mizuki, had obtained the Indigo Orb and was on his way to the Sacred Mountain. Simultaneously, the leader of the Magma team, Akainu, was gathering information about the Sacred Mountain with the Crimson Orb in hand. The world was stirring, and a storm was brewing. Back at the Rocket team headquarters, Kinsi was reviewing the reports. The Rocket team had acquired the technology for producing metal membranes from Sylph Company and had quickly established a production line within 2 months. At this rate, the training grounds for Steelix and Scyther would soon be completed. Given his current strength, which rivaled that of the champion, the completion of these training grounds would significantly enhance his power. Upon learning that their Deli Lauda sought to establish 2 more training grounds, the Rocket team members' enthusiasm soared. The training grounds for Onyx and Flygon were constructed in less than a month. This rapid progress was due to both the rocket team's high morale and the substantial improvements in their abilities, aided by Kinsi. Outside Kinsi's office, a voice called out, "Dai Li Lao Da. Yamato and Kojiro request an audience." Shouldn't Yamato and Kojiro be training their Pokémon at the original Force training grounds? Why have they returned? Suppressing his curiosity, Kinsi slowly replied, "Come in." As the office door swung open, the youthful and radiant Yamadu, accompanied by her loyal follower, Shotaro, stepped into the room. "Greetings, acting boss." They both respectfully bowed. Compared to before, the admiration in their eyes had intensified significantly. "What brings you here?" Jinshi inquired. Yamadu and Shotaro exchanged glances, uncertain of how to articulate their thoughts. Finally, with a resolute expression, Yamadu spoke, "Acting boss. We were unable to find any satisfactory Pokémon at the training ground for primal forces. While those Pokémon are not lacking in merit, they simply pale in comparison to our apocalyptic monkey and the three-headed dragon." Upon hearing this, Jinshi realized that Yamadu and her companion had broadened their horizons. Witnessing the prowess of Musashi and his partner, they were evidently unwilling to lag behind. Consequently, Jinshi presented them with the training site addresses for Onix and Scyther, along with 2 metallic membranes, saying, "Here you go." Yamadu and Shotaro's faces lit up with excitement as they gratefully accepted the items and bowed once more. "Thank you, acting boss." Jinshi waved them off. "All right, off you go." After their departure, Jinshi began to contemplate future endeavors. The existing training grounds had been sufficiently developed, now adequately catering to all members of Team Rocket and meeting the conditions for evolving into gym leader-level Pokémon. With the continuous training of the Pokémon within, the system's synchronization of strength would remain unbroken. He pondered whether investing in the technology for producing Pokémon equipment would yield swifter results. Team Rocket had already mastered 2 evolution pathways, the Lava Enhancer and the Metallic Membrane. Thus, the next priority lay in acquiring Mega Evolution Stones for Steelix and Mega Scyther. Chapter 31, Metallic Membrane, Evolving Steelix. The so-called Mega Evolution Stones are generated by the energy emitted from the ultimate weapon, Xerneas and Yveltal. However, the Mega Evolution Stones in Jinshi's possession were not gathered from external sources. Rather, they were randomly generated by the system each time a Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution appeared in his training grounds. The odds of this random generation were approximately 1 in 10. This indicated that his Mega Evolution Stones were not as rare as those found outside. It seemed plausible to establish a research institute to explore the possibility of artificially creating Mega Evolution Stones. The challenges others faced in producing artificial Mega Evolution Stones stemmed from 2 primary reasons. The stones' inherent scarcity made them reluctant to be used for experimentation, and most Mega Evolution Stones were concealed within the Pokémon themselves, making detection arduous. With too few samples for analysis, the prospect of artificial production was diminished. Yet, these obstacles were no longer an issue for Jinshi. He opened his office drawer, revealing it brimming with various Mega Evolution Stones. The lower drawer contained the keystone worn by trainers, while Jinshi contemplated the establishment of a research institute for artificial Mega Evolution Stones. Yamadu and Shotaro had already arrived at the cavern where Onix resided, armed with the address and metallic membranes. Upon reviewing the training and evolution plan pinned by Jinshi for Onix, both Yamadu and Shotaro were overwhelmed with excitement. Shotaro exclaimed, "Onix can actually evolve. I always believed it was incapable of evolution. Who would have thought it required the metallic membrane developed by Sylph Company for its transformation? Sylph Company must have incurred a significant loss selling the production technology to Team Rocket." Yamadu chimed in with pride. "You forget who issued that purchase order. It was none other than the acting boss himself. Initially, Sylph Company was reluctant to sell us the technology for the metallic membrane, even unaware of its potential applications. However, upon hearing it was the acting boss's command, we all rushed to Sylph Company. If they had dared to refuse, I believe that Chunshur and the others would have dismantled their headquarters." As they spoke, Yamadu and Shotaro eagerly ventured into the cavern. The commotion caused by dozens of Onix moving about stirred up dust within the cave. Each time an Onix slithered past, it left a deep trench in its wake. Some Onix coiled up in place, resting. Given their inherent strength, some individuals among them were even at the gym leader level. Therefore, it would be more accurate to describe this as a breeding ground for Team Rocket's Onix rather than merely a training ground. With their natural advantages, Onix had limited training options. They merely lacked the metallic membrane to unlock their full potential. Yamadu and Shotaro scoured the cavern, selecting their desired Onix, and summoned their apocalyptic monkey and 3-headed dragon. They effortlessly defeated 2 Onix and captured them with pokeballs. They were no longer the novices they once were. Capturing these two Onix posed little challenge. Subsequently, they adorned their respective Onix with the metallic membrane. These Onix, already nearing gym leader level prowess, were enveloped in a dazzling radiance the moment they donned the membranes, astonishingly evolving immediately. I thought some training would be necessary. Yamadu shielded her eyes from the blinding light, exclaiming joyfully. Shotaro nodded in agreement. Indeed, perhaps this time we have it easier than last. With a thunderous roar, two colossal creatures, each exceeding 10 meters in length, materialized before them. The glistening metallic sheen of Steelix exuded an overwhelming presence. Its massive jaws could easily consume vast quantities of ore. Is this truly Steelix? Shotaro gaped in disbelief. Just after evolving, its strength surpasses that of a gym leader, reaching near champion level. In contrast, Yamadu exhibited less excitement, resting her chin on her hand in contemplation. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Shotaro asked with concern, Yamadu, what's wrong? Are you not happy about acquiring Steelix? Yamadu replied, of course I am pleased, but I have a lingering question. Shotaro, you know that acting boss Jinshi has rated the three-headed dragon as a demigod-level Pokémon. However, when Steelix evolved, it felt no weaker than the three-headed dragon in its evolution. Why isn't Steelix classified as demigod level? In less than half a day, they had obtained a Steelix comparable to primary battle Pokémon. Shotaro optimistically grinned. What does it matter? How powerful is the acting boss? His insights are undoubtedly beyond our comprehension. There must be a reason for his assessments. Once you understand the three-headed dragon's strength to a certain degree, the answer will naturally reveal itself. As they absorbed the imposing aura of Steelix before them, they couldn't help but marvel. Simultaneously, their respect for Jinshi, the acting boss, deepened. Moreover, according to the training manual Jinshi provided for Onix, Steelix was not the end of its potential. However, the methods to achieve further evolution had not been explicitly detailed. Thus, the two could only follow the instructions outlined in the manual and continue training their Steelix. In this period, they also sought to strengthen their bond with their Pokémon. Sometimes, after evolution, a Pokémon's demeanor could become inflated, making it wild and difficult to tame, leading it to desire independence from its trainer. At this juncture, it is imperative for the trainer to demonstrate their worth and prowess. Fortunately, Amato and Sabo possess some experience in this regard. With the formidable support of 3 fearsome dragons and an abandoned monkey, they managed to cultivate the 2 Steelix in but a few days, rendering them utterly obedient. Just as Amato and Sabo succeeded in capturing their Steelix, a series of system notifications echoed in Jinshi's mind. Ding! Amato's Onix is rapidly progressing in strength during training at the host's training ground, evolving into Steelix, with both the host and the host's Pokémon gaining a corresponding increase in strength. Ding! Saburo's Onix is similarly advancing swiftly in strength, evolving into Steelix, with the host and the host's Pokémon both experiencing a boost in power. Jinshi felt the solidity of his Pokémon's strength enhance, and his own physical might surged once more. With every movement, he exuded an undeniable sense of power. Could it be attributed to the Steelix? Why has this increase in strength been so profound? Jinshi gazed at the broken armrest of the chair in his hand. Chapter 32, The Artificial Mega Evolution Stone and the Arrival of General Lance. At this moment, Jinshi had commenced the research on the artificial Mega Evolution Stones, and it must be said that his standing within Team Rocket had attained unprecedented heights. Despite the team's finances teetering on the brink of collapse, everyone rallied together to establish the research facility for the artificial Mega Evolution Stones, utilizing resources from previous studies. Meanwhile, one of the 4 generals, Lance, stood at the entrance of Jinshi's office, his brow furrowed. He mused internally. This is the aura of a quasi-champion. Moreover, it is not merely that of a newly ascended quasi-champion. Lance's visit was prompted by his recent observations of the rapid enhancement in the strength of Team Rocket members, seemingly stemming from Jinshi, compelling him to investigate further. Lance knocked on the door. Acting boss, it's Lance. However, the door was not fully closed, as the previous occupant had shut it gently to avoid disturbing Jinshi. With Lance's knock, the door cracked open, revealing Jinshi, who was casually breaking off a piece of the chair's armrest with his hand. The acting boss's chair is damaged? Lance instinctively thought, only to be astonished by the realization that the quasi-champion level aura he had sensed outside emanated from Jinshi seated in that chair. How can this be? Before Lance could recover from his shock, Jinshi beckoned him inside. Exiting Jinshi's office, Lance clutched the address of the secret training ground. Muttering to himself, a quasi-divine level Pokémon? Recently, he had heard Team Rocket members mention the quasi-divine level, seemingly referring to a newcomer named Amato, who had acquired such a Pokémon from Jinshi. Frankly, in Jinshi's view, Lance was an exceptionally strong trainer. Merely relying on his not-so-close relationship with a Zubat and a Weezing, he had secured his position as a high-ranking officer within Team Rocket, becoming one of the 4 generals. Lance's strength was beyond question. Yet, with his Zubat and Weezing, he was at best on par with a quasi-champion level, evidently lagging behind Amato and Sabo. Since Lance had come to seek him out, Jinshi would not neglect this loyal general of Team Rocket. After all, in Jinshi's memory, the original story depicted Lance, one of the 4 generals, resorting to selling the tail of a slowpoke for money due to Team Rocket's financial woes. When Saki disappeared, he led the beleaguered Team Rocket members to seize a broadcasting tower in a desperate bid to summon Saki back. Lance's unwavering loyalty to Team Rocket was unmistakable. If such matters were placed in Jinshi's hands, he would scarcely concern himself with them. In haste, Lance arrived at the secret training ground. The facility's overseer, recognizing the illustrious general, nonetheless diligently checked Lance's credentials before granting him entry. Once inside, he encountered Dr. Inuki's assistant, Ollie, who was waiting with a bag in hand. "You must be Officer Lance. I am Ollie, Dr. Inuki's assistant. Your Pokémon is ready. Please follow me." Lance nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you for your assistance." As they traversed the forest, Lance beheld a plethora of rare Pokémon, many of which he had seldom encountered. Remarkable. What stood out most was the formidable strength of these Pokémon, each at least of gym leader caliber, although they were somewhat weaker than his own Pokémon. A coordinated assault from them would prove challenging to withstand. At this moment, Lance began to genuinely believe that Jinshi, the temporary acting boss, could substantially enhance his strength. Could this be the aura of an acting boss? Before long, Ollie guided Lance to a clearing. A Dragapult lay sleeping atop an enormous mushroom, while the Dreepy perched atop its head frolicked nearby. As they approached, the Dreepy swiftly hid behind the Dragapult, which woke with a start. Carefully placing the Dreepy atop its head, the Dragapult recognized Ollie, who frequently brought it food, nodding at her, then casting a wary gaze at the unfamiliar Lance. Lance felt his breath hitch. Clearly, the Dragapult's strength was far beyond that of a typical gym leader. "Is this the Pokémon the acting boss wants me to capture?" Lance inquired. Ollie handed him the bag. "Indeed. This is a Pokémon from the Galar region, known as Dragapult, possessing the rare dual attributes of Dragon and Ghost. The Pokémon atop its head is its pre-evolved form, Dreepy. Dragapult's power is undoubtedly among the apex within this secret training ground, and indeed across all of the acting boss's training facilities." Lance's heart raced at the revelation, particularly upon hearing of its Dragon and Ghost dual attributes. As a seasoned Pokémon trainer, he understood that both Dragon and Ghost types often represented rarity and strength. The fact that this Pokémon possessed both attributes was a testament to its formidable capabilities. In truth, Lance had never even heard of a Pokémon with such dual attributes before. Where did the acting boss procure these extraordinary Pokémon? And what kind of power did he possess to allow such Pokémon to roam freely, entrusting their capture to others? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Lance instinctively felt a chill run down his spine. He then respectfully bowed to Ollie. "Please, instruct me on how to capture it." Ollie regarded Lance with surprise. As Dr. Inuki's assistant, she was not officially a member of Team Rocket and was well aware of the personalities of its members. To have one of the 4 generals, Lance, show her such respect was utterly unexpected. With a smile illuminating her face, her teeth gleaming, Ollie replied, "The method to capture it lies within the bag you hold. The first thing you must do is feed it and the Dreepy atop its head." "Wait, me? Feed it?" Lance exclaimed, his face a canvas of shock as he pointed at Dragapult. Ollie gently pushed him toward the Dragapult. "What else could it be? It is you who must tame it, not I. Naturally, it falls upon you to feed it. Remember to smile." "Smile?" Lance tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a grin that was more grotesque than sorrowful as he slowly approached Doranbaruto. He now wished to leave, uncertain if it was still possible. Chapter 33, Doranbaruto. Several days later, Lance soared atop Doranbaruto, reveling in the exhilarating speed of the wind rushing past him. The evolution of Doranbaruto had dramatically amplified its strength, propelling it directly into the realm of the Quasi-King level. At this stage, Doranbaruto was among the elite in terms of both speed and attack power. The acting leader had surprisingly entrusted its taming to me. Since forming a partnership with Doranbaruto, Lance had come to realize the vast disparity between it and his other Pokémon, Zubat and Weezing. Despite his rigorous Spartan training, his 2 Pokémon had barely crossed into the Quasi-King level. In stark contrast, Doranbaruto had achieved this formidable status with minimal training, simply by adhering to the methods provided by the acting leader. With just a bit more training, ascending to the King level was practically a certainty. Doranbaruto unleashed Dragon Arrow. The 2 Dratini on its horns shot forth like miniature missiles, emitting a piercing sound as they were launched. The ground below was instantly marked by two colossal craters. The surrounding Pokémon, startled, scattered in every direction. Was this a signature move of Dornbaruto? Lance felt utterly astounded. It was vastly superior to Zubat and Weezing. He gently patted the head of Dornbaruto beneath him, eliciting a joyful cry from the creature. Meanwhile, the two Dratini, unbeknownst to him, had returned to their resting spots on its horns. Such a Pokémon could not capture the attention of the acting leader. Did the acting leader's Pokémon all belong to the divine class? The mere thought of the acting leader allowing such a creature to be tamed by the grunts of Team Rocket filled Lance with profound admiration. To be candid, if he were in the position of the acting leader, even if he had no use for such a powerful Dornbaruto, he would be reluctant to share it. Meanwhile, at Team Rocket headquarters, Jin's mind was once again graced with the system's notification. Ding! Lance's Dornbaruto is training in the host's training ground, rapidly increasing in strength and evolving into Dornbaruto. The host and their Pokémon receive a simultaneous power boost. Was this a matter of speed? Jin's body shuddered. Sitting in his office, he distinctly felt a newfound lightness in his form. If he were to run at this moment, it felt as though he could soar into the sky. But that was not all. At this moment, every pore in Jin's body seemed to rejoice. The Pokémon within his Pokeballs grew increasingly formidable. According to Jin's estimations, he could now traverse the ranks of the Elite Four with ease. He summoned his Metagross. With the training ground for Steelix nearing completion, Metagross had returned to his side. Upon its appearance, Metagross was startled by the newfound lightness of its body. The buoyancy almost caused it to collide with the ceiling. After several attempts, it finally managed to hover steadily in midair. Metagross regarded Jin with a puzzled expression, unsure of the changes occurring within itself. Gravity had not diminished, so why was it suddenly able to ascend so high? The levitation it employed remained unchanged. Had it grown slimmer? Metagross scrutinized its body with a grave expression, relieved to discover that its metallic mass had not diminished. Seeing the transformation in Metagross brought Jin great joy. From the strength of Metagross, it was evident that his Pokémon had subtly approached the threshold of championship status. With just a little more time, all his Pokémon could attain the rank of champions. It is worth noting that he had advanced from gym leader to an invincible elite in merely a few months. Each day was spent planning and constructing training facilities for his Pokémon. Much of it involved drafting ideas, while the practical implementation was left to his subordinates. Each day, he effortlessly enhanced his strength, far surpassing many who would never even touch the king level in their lifetimes. Many of these individuals toiled daily alongside their Pokémon, seeking battles with other trainers, laboring from dawn till dusk without reprieve. Yet here he was, having achieved the king level, possessing a level of invincibility, and capable of contending with quasi-champions. He released Metagross to frolic on the rooftop for a while Jin began designing the next training facility. When Lance returned to Team Rocket headquarters atop Dornbaruto, its power had successfully ascended to the king level. Due to the slow pace of further enhancement, Lance decided to bring it back. Upon seeing Lance with a new Pokémon, everyone gathered around him eagerly. Lance, the acting leader sent you out to capture a new Pokémon. This creature appears to possess tremendous strength. Even though Dornbaruto merely trailed behind Lance, the members of Team Rocket could feel an overwhelming aura emanating from it. The Dratini perched on Dornbaruto's horns had retreated into their resting holes, overwhelmed by the crowd. With a nonchalant demeanor, Lance remarked, "The place I visited was a training ground personally constructed by the acting leader. This Pokémon was also prepared for me by the acting leader." Despite Lance's efforts to maintain an air of authority, the upward curve of his lips was evident to all. Upon hearing Lance mention the training ground constructed by the acting leader, the members of Team Rocket exhibited visible excitement. Previously, they had learned some secrets about these training grounds from Yamato's quartet. It was rumored that all the Pokémon within were at least at the gym leader level. Lance, please share with us more about it. We wonder if we might have the opportunity to enter the secret training ground and capture a powerful Pokémon. As of now, Lance had learned from Jin that the secret training ground was only accessible to senior members of Team Rocket. What lay beyond that, he could not disclose, keeping his lips sealed. However, after recently capturing a Pokémon from Jin's training ground, the members of Team Rocket had grown disinterested in the Pokémon outside. The Pokémon found in the wild, both in terms of individual value and training methods, paled in comparison to those within the training ground. Even if they were fortunate enough to encounter a powerful Pokémon in the wild, such strokes of luck were exceedingly rare within Team Rocket, failing to satisfy the members' appetites. While the ordinary members of Team Rocket may not have been as fortunate as Shaba, who achieved the king level with minimal training, attaining the gym leader level would be a mere formality if the secret training ground were open to them. Yet many members of Team Rocket had very practical aspirations, no longer dreaming of entering the secret training ground. At this moment, they were actively engaged in capturing Scyther within the training ground. Previously, they had already captured their first Pokémon there, most of which were evolved through primal energy, such as Donphan, prehistoric Dragonfly, and giant vine Pokémon. Aware of their own limitations, they deemed entry into the secret training ground nearly impossible and opted for a more attainable path. Chapter 34, Super Boshikadora. Upon witnessing Jin's proposal for the metallic film evolution scheme, they collectively chose this route, with the more powerful opting for Steelix. Those with slightly lesser strength opted for the Flying Scyther. Of course, some made their selections based on the elemental affinities that countered their opponents. Just then, Doranbaruto abruptly turned its gaze toward the distance, where a tremendous rumbling arose from the ground. Before the crowd, two colossal figures emerged, their intense metallic sheen rendering them nearly blinding from certain angles. It was Amato and his companions, seemingly returning from the Onyx training grounds, evidently having acquired new Pokémon. Could these be the creatures that the esteemed Gold Commander spoke of, evolved through metallic membranes? They appeared to be the Steelix, if memory serves. Without even engaging in battle, their formidable strength was unmistakable, as they were among the rare Steel-type Pokémon. Steel-type, the very category where many offensive moves barely scratch the surface, right? In that moment, discussions erupted regarding the prowess of General Lance's Pokémon compared to Amato's, whether it be the dual dragon and ghost types or the dual steel and ground types. Their elemental attributes set them apart from ordinary Pokémon. This ignited a fervent anticipation among the crowd regarding the potential strength of the Flying Scyther post-evolution into the Scyther. In stark contrast to the predominantly translucent Doranbaruto, the Steelix shimmered with a metallic luster, surrounded by floating shards that exuded an intimidating presence. These fragments, razor-sharp, left a trail of shredded leaves in their wake. What a formidable Steelix! The spectators inhaled sharply, still reeling from their astonishment, before they could fully regain their composure. Another thunderous sound echoed from afar. This time, it was not the sound of heavy objects sliding across the ground, but rather the heavy footfalls of a steel-type Pokémon. The Bisharp, Musashi, and Kojiro, having just completed a mission, were returning to the Rocket Team headquarters. Since acquiring their Bisharp, they had taken to riding upon its shoulders. Flaunting its impressive appearance, Lance surveyed the unfamiliar yet powerful Pokémon surrounding him, overwhelmed by a sense of nostalgia. After years within Team Rocket, ever since the ascendance of Gold Commander, the organization had undergone a remarkable transformation. Most members, from the top down, had rejuvenated their teams. Many ordinary members had at least one Pokémon capable of rivaling gym leaders. At that moment, several onlookers enviously regarded the Team Rocket members who boasted two gym leader-level Pokémon. A Steel-type Pokémon. Oh, how I long to possess one. Rinchi expressed her yearning amidst the crowd. Indeed, Steel-type Pokémon, in terms of both individual strength and elemental advantages, overshadowed those of larger divisions. Regrettably, Rinchi lamented her timing, having been among the last to enter Gold Commander's office. Now, it felt as though every step she took lagged behind the rest. The easily capturable, high-potential Pokémon had already been claimed, leaving her with only those of notoriously difficult temperament. To this day, she had only managed to acquire an ancient dragonfly, barely reaching gym leader level. Shurjian interjected, indeed. Who wouldn't desire such a Pokémon companion? Alas, our Team Rocket's production of metallic membranes is still insufficient, and few onyxes are available for evolution. Look at me. I've been assigned to capture a Flying Scyther. I'm merely waiting for the membranes to be produced to evolve it into the Scyther that the commander mentioned. Shurjian brimmed with confidence regarding the Scyther. Its evolution process was nearly identical to that of the Onyx, and if the Steelix was this powerful, the Scyther would surely be no slouch. Just consider the Pokémon prepared by the commander. None were subpar. After evolution, they would at least possess gym leader level strength, with some potentially reaching Elite Four status. If we adhere to the training methods prescribed by the commander, success is assured. Eventually, if every member of Team Rocket had a Steel-type Pokémon, our overall strength would be unmatched. As the crowd envisioned their promising future, the sky revealed Shaba descending gracefully upon his newly acquired Charizard. Lance and his Doranbaruto, the two mightiest present, immediately sensed the Charizard's formidable presence, Elite Four level, indeed. Shaba, the seasoned leader of the Crimson Lotus Gym, had remarkably attained 2 elite-level Pokémon within just a few months, aided by Gold's mentorship. Among them, the power of his Dreadnought had nearly reached its zenith post-evolution. In contrast, the Charizard evidently still had room for improvement. Shaba no longer confined his Charizard within a Pokeball. It remained free, training at all times. As the Charizard landed, a wave of heat enveloped the area, causing discomfort to the steel types present. Both the Steelix and Bisharp exhibited varying degrees of agitation and unease. The Charizard's blazing tail flame resembled a massive torch, its muscular form radiating extraordinary strength, eliciting envy from the ordinary members of Team Rocket. 4. Gold Commander had granted all present ordinary members access to the Charizard's volcanic training grounds. However, the difficulty of capturing a Charizard was immense, and the temperamental nature of its pre-evolution, the Charmander, deterred many from attempting to tame such a powerful Pokémon. In Team Rocket, only the instructor of the poison type successfully captured a Charmander, evolving it into a Charizard, inciting the envy of all. Yet, when Musashi's Bisharp faced Shaber's Charizard, no amount of soothing could quell its rage as it glared fiercely at the Charizard. Suddenly, Musashi sensed something profound. A transformative phenomenon unfolded within her mind. All thoughts seemed to dissipate, leaving her entirely focused on her Bisharp. Whoosh, whoosh. Two small stones, akin to bullets, shot forth from the Team Rocket headquarters. One flew toward Musashi, while the other hurtled toward the Bisharp. The vibrant keystone, a radiant kaleidoscope of colors, soared toward Musashi, while the Mega Evolution Stone integrated seamlessly into the Bisharp's form. Roar! The Bisharp unleashed a thunderous roar, its armor hardening further, blades glistening ominously. Its height surged dramatically, and its visage became more menacing. Musashi and her Bisharp achieved a profound bond of thought. In that instant, she felt she understood every intention of her Bisharp. Her body trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the boundless battle spirit emanating from the Bisharp directed at Shaber's Charizard. Lance and Shaber swiftly turned their attention to the transformed Bisharp, sensing an elite-level aura emanating from it. Chapter 35. The crowd is stunned by the Mega Evolution Stone. Within the Team Rocket headquarters, Gold observed the Mega Evolution Stone and Keystone soaring from his drawer. Had someone achieved resonance with a Pokémon and the Mega Evolution Stone? Athena contemplated and remarked, that seemed to be the Mega Evolution Stone of Bisharp. Indeed, shortly after the two stones took flight, a familiar system notification echoed in Gold's mind. Ding! Musashi's Bisharp, aided by the host's Mega Evolution Stone, has evolved into Mega Bisharp, significantly enhancing the bond between the host and their Pokémon. Hearing this, Gold's pupils constricted in surprise. Previously, among his Pokémon, only the Charizard had the capacity for Mega Evolution. In general, each trainer can only have one Pokémon undergo Mega Evolution at a time. One of the reasons for this limitation lies in the issue of synergy. If a Pokémon and its trainer share an exceptional rapport, the trainer is likely to experience a deficit in compatibility with their other Pokémon. The reward that synchronized with the system made Jinshi acutely aware that, should he continue on this path, he might very well facilitate the Mega Evolution of two Pokémon simultaneously in the future. This possibility stems not only from his extraordinary physical prowess, but also from the enhanced compatibility bestowed upon him by the system. Jinshi summoned his Metagross from its Pokeball, distinctly feeling the surge of mutual understanding between them. With a mere glance, Metagross intuitively grasped his intent, promptly delivering a document from the far end of the table. When Jinshi extended his hand, Metagross seamlessly passed a cup of tea to him, all unfolding with remarkable naturalness. Witnessing this exchange from her desk, Athena marveled. Your Metagross is truly devoted to you. It comprehends your every gesture. The bond you share must be profound. Jinshi, you are indeed a gentle soul. Taking a sip from his cup, Jinshi set it down and smiled. I have always believed my Metagross to be the strongest among its kin. Observing the deep connection he shared with Metagross, Jinshi pondered and was surprised to discover that it was Musashi. As a significant character accompanying the protagonist, Jinshi was quite familiar with Musashi. However, he was taken aback to find that the Musashi from the original narrative, who possessed average abilities, had developed a synergy with her Bisharp, resulting in a resonance that triggered the Mega Evolution Stone and Keystone. This allowed her Bisharp to achieve its Mega Evolution. In the original storyline, Musashi was known for her repeated failures, with victories being exceedingly rare, most often against minor characters. Jinshi felt a flicker of joy at the thought of altering the fate of someone he had once known. Ever since she acquired her Gyarados, her destiny had shifted. With this successful Mega Evolution of Bisharp, her future was bound to be even more expansive. Suddenly, Jinshi's thoughts drifted to how the protagonist would react upon encountering a Musashi capable of Mega Evolution. He wondered how the narrative would unfold. As time passed, Jinshi increasingly sensed a pressing urgency. Even though the members of Team Rocket had enhanced their skills, he questioned whether they would be able to withstand the impending threat of disbandment. Ash's protagonist aura was not to be trifled with. Merely having encountered all legendary Pokémon put him leagues ahead of everyone else in this world. In the future, Ash was destined to become the champion of champions, an undeniable force to be reckoned with. Jinshi felt the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders intensifying. Outside Team Rocket's headquarters, what had just occurred? It appeared to be two stones, a fragment soaring towards Bisharp and another towards Musashi. Were those evolution stones? They had directly enabled Bisharp's evolution, given its current aura. It was undoubtedly at the pinnacle level. Was this Bisharp's fourth form? Amidst the envious murmurs of the crowd, Musashi clarified, "No, this evolution is temporary. It should be classified as a battle state." Upon hearing this, even Shaba could no longer remain composed, inquiring, "Did you say battle state?" "Indeed," Musashi responded, nodding towards Shaba. "As soon as Bisharp evolved, its thoughts flooded into my mind. It conveyed this to me directly." As she spoke, Musashi and Bisharp shared a knowing glance, and simultaneously, the lights on the Mega Evolution Stone and Keystone dimmed. Bisharp reverted to its ordinary state, its previously formidable aura dissipating. A stunned silence enveloped the crowd. So, this was indeed a battle state. It turned out it was not an evolution. I was genuinely frightened just now. "Musashi, I had thought I could never keep pace with you, but it seems I still have a chance." Since Musashi had shone brightly during the internal assessment, she had become the target for the other members of Team Rocket to emulate. Emerging from the ranks of the underperformers, she vanquished all her opponents, prompting many to follow in her footsteps. This was also one of the reasons why Magikarp was the first to be captured at the automated training waterfall. Among the crowd, Lancelot and Shaba fell into contemplation. They had previously believed that evolving Pokémon to their final forms unlocked their utmost potential. Little did they realize that Pokémon could also possess battle forms, or, in other words, Mega Evolution forms. Gazing at the colorful keystone adorning Musashi's bracelet, their eyes ignited with fervor. Clearly, the ability of Musashi's Bisharp to achieve this battle state was closely linked to those two stones, which had flown out from Team Rocket's headquarters. In that moment, they simultaneously thought of one individual, the acting leader, Jinshi. Others, including Yamato, Kojiro, and Sakurako, had similar thoughts. Almost simultaneously, they withdrew their respective Pokémon and made their way towards Team Rocket's headquarters. Upon arriving at the entrance of the acting leader's office, Shaba observed the crowd and turned to Musashi, who had followed them. "There are too many of us here. It would be disrespectful to all enter together. Musashi, please go in and inquire how we might achieve Mega Evolution." As soon as he spoke, all eyes turned to Musashi. With her head held high, Musashi replied, "Very well. I shall seek counsel from the acting leader. Please wait here." She then knocked on the door. "Acting leader, it is Musashi. Enter." "Thank you, acting leader." Jinshi, seated at his desk, observed Musashi as she stepped inside. The moment the door swung open, he caught sight of the many individuals waiting outside. Ever since the Mega Evolution Stone and Keystone had flown away, Jinshi had anticipated this phenomenon. He picked up a document and handed it to Musashi, stating, "The answers you seek are contained within." Chapter 36, Champion Level. The Mighty Shaba. Musashi emerged from Jinshi's office, clutching the booklet along with several evolution stones and keystones. The booklet was circulated among the group. Upon discovering that only a select few Pokémon were capable of achieving Mega Evolution, astonished expressions spread across their faces. Could it be that so few Pokémon could Mega Evolve? Moreover, the acting leader had even highlighted the vast disparity in strength among the listed Pokémon. Had they not yet realized the crux of the matter? The focal point was that even legendary Pokémon were included. It turned out that Saki's Gyarados, Kangaskhan, Onix, and Gengar all possessed the potential for Mega Evolution. As discussions ensued, the most exhilarating revelation for everyone was that the majority of the Pokémon Jinshi had encouraged them to capture could achieve Mega Evolution. Furthermore, the acting leader had already begun developing artificial Mega Evolution stones. Shaba received the Mega Evolution Stone and Keystone for Charizard from Musashi. "Senior Shaba, this is what the acting leader asked me to deliver to you." The eyes of all Team Rocket members lit up with fervor as they gazed at the Mega Evolution Stone in Shaba's hands. Among them, Coach Doku, who also owned a Charizard, exhibited an especially fervent gaze. Musashi then produced another Evolution Stone and Keystone, handing them to Kojiro. "Kojiro, this is for you and your Gyarados." Kozu refrained from reaching out, instead casting a glance towards Musashi, saying, "These two stones, I shall leave for you." Musashi discerned the yearning in Kozu's gaze directed at the Mega Evolution Stones. Yet, Kozu ultimately retained the Mega Evolution Stone and Keystone for himself, stirring a flicker of gratitude within Musashi. In a moment of impulsive camaraderie, Musashi delivered a punch to Kozu's face, exclaiming, "If I tell you to take it, then take it. Why all the needless chatter?" He forcefully stuffed the stones into Kozu's embrace. Musashi then retrieved 4 additional stones, handing them respectively to Yamato and Subiru. "These are the Mega Evolution Stones for Steelix," she announced. Yamato and his companion gazed at the Mega Evolution Stone and Keystone in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is this truly for us? We are incredibly grateful." As they attempted to bow in thanks, Musashi waved her hand dismissively. "If gratitude is owed, seek it from the acting leader. I merely pass along these items." Presently, only Lance, leading the 4 generals, had yet to acquire a Mega Evolution Stone. They were either unable to undergo Mega Evolution or lacked their respective stones, left enviously watching Shaba and others. At that moment, Lance felt an acute regret for not having fostered a better relationship with the acting leader sooner. Reflecting on it now, he realized that the acting leader was the eldest son of Boss Saki. Sooner or later, Team Rocket would inevitably fall under the acting leader's command. However, due to his pride and stubbornness, he had neglected to cultivate that connection. Consequently, when treasures appeared, he found himself overlooked. This left Lance feeling bitterly resentful. Weeks hurriedly passed. During this time, Shaba devoted himself to training his Charizard while nurturing their synergy. The two shared meals and rest daily. Meanwhile, many members of Team Rocket, upon learning that Shaba had obtained the Charizard Mega Evolution Stone from acting leader Kinji, flocked to observe. Everyone was aware that Shaba's Charizard had already reached the level of a champion. Hence, they were eager to discover the heights that Charizard could reach upon completing Mega Evolution. Until tonight, a thunderous roar echoed from Charizard Volcano as a plume of molten rock erupted from a magma pool. The fiery lava illuminated the entire Charizard Volcano in an instant. At that moment, all members of Team Rocket gazed skyward. Countless Fire-type Pokémon, like a flock of birds flocking to a phoenix, turned their eyes to the fiery hue above. The resounding roar dispersed the clouds in the sky. And that roar, that fiery hue, belonged to Shaba's Mega Charizard Y. On the back of Mega Charizard Y, Shaba spread his arms wide, embracing the vastness of the world. Is this what Mega Evolution feels like? To think as Charizard thinks, to feel as Charizard feels. The bond they shared at this moment rendered all previous efforts trivial. A surge of ambition welled up within Shaba. At that instant, he even felt that his Mega Charizard Y could rival his idealized totem, the legendary Ho-Oh. The Team Rocket members who had been capturing Pokémon at Charizard Volcano had already rushed over. Shaba's Charizard had ascended to the champion level. This was undeniably a champion. Just moments ago, that Mega Charizard Y had cast a glance at him, igniting a feeling within him as if he were a flame. Champion level. A height that many could only dream of achieving in their lifetimes. How striking was this Mega Charizard Y? If he were to showcase it, it would undoubtedly exude an air of dominance. The members of Team Rocket engaged in fervent discussions. At that moment, Shaba's strength had already garnered comparisons to that of Boss Saki's Pokémon in their eyes. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Shaba shouted into the air. The declaration seemed to extract every ounce of strength from him. With a mighty breath, Mega Charizard Y unleashed a flame capable of melting all matter, descending from the heavens. The already sweltering Charizard Volcano grew even hotter. Simultaneously, perhaps spurred by the presence of Mega Charizard Y, a deafening roar filled the nearby cave, reverberating with the sound of rock colliding. A colossal shadow burst forth from the cave, soaring skyward. Debris scattered as massive boulders plummeted from the sky. In the dim moonlight, one could glimpse glimmers reflecting off the metallic surfaces. Mega Steelix, use Sandstorm. The scorching sands and fierce winds engulfed the entire valley outside the cave. Yellow dust swirled menacingly, obscuring the already weak moonlight. The darkened sky appeared as if the world were on the brink of destruction. Another champion-level Pokémon, whether it was Yamato or Subiru. Only they had acquired the Mega Evolution Stone for Steelix. Its power was so formidable that describing it as cataclysmic would not be an exaggeration. The Team Rocket members present stood agape, witnessing the two Mega-evolved Pokémon gazing at each other across the vast expanse of the sky. Even with mouths full of sand, they could not close them. Meanwhile, some Team Rocket members' communication devices chimed. A voice shouted, "Kozu's Gyarados has also successfully Mega-evolved." This announcement sent the Team Rocket members into a frenzy. 3. A total of 3 champion-level Pokémon. In a single night, Team Rocket had gained 3 additional champion-grade Pokémon. At that moment, the sense of belonging and pride among the Team Rocket members surged to its zenith. Team Rocket, Team Rocket, Team Rocket. Chapter 37. The Iron Dumbbell Training Facility is put to use. Following this, Team Rocket erupted in jubilant celebration. Congratulations poured in for Shaba and his companions, as achieving champion-level Pokémon was an extraordinary feat in this world. However, within Team Rocket, one individual found himself in a state of despair. This person was Adu, the Elite Four member lurking within Team Rocket. While Team Rocket members captured Pokémon to enhance their strength in the training facility provided by Kinji, Adu had not been idle. Utilizing his Dragon-type Pokémon and his exceptional affinity for them, Adu had finally crossed the threshold into champion level. It seemed nearly certain that he would become the region's champion in the future. This should have been a joyous occasion. But Adu was alarmed to hear from Team Rocket members that someone within their ranks had a Pokémon capable of contending at the champion level. This revelation startled him deeply. The threat posed by Team Rocket to the world was escalating. No, I must become a champion and support someone to become the vanguard against Team Rocket. With this thought, Adu hurriedly departed from Team Rocket. Simultaneously, within the Team Rocket headquarters, a series of system notification chimes echoed in Kinji's mind. Ding! Kozu's Gyarados, with the aid of the host's Mega Evolution Stone, has evolved into Mega Gyarados, significantly enhancing the bond between the host and their Pokémon. Ding! Shaba's Charizard, with the aid of the host's Mega Evolution Stone, has evolved into Mega Charizard Y, significantly enhancing the bond between the host and their Pokémon. Ding! Yamato's Steelix, with the aid of the host's Mega Evolution Stone, has evolved into Mega Steelix, significantly enhancing the bond between the host and their Pokémon. Kinji suddenly felt the thoughts of the Pokémon around him at that moment. However, his focus was not on the rewards relayed by the system, but rather on the Iron Dumbbell training facility. To be frank, the Iron Dumbbell training facility was one of the endeavors Kinji had invested the most effort into. The procurement of over 10 Nosepass and Probopass as food sources for Iron Dumbbells, Metong, and Metagross had consumed a considerable amount of time and funds. Simultaneously, Jinshi has also introduced a considerable number of Ditto, in an effort to swiftly expand the population of the Iron Dumbbell in the realm of Pokémon. Genderless creatures like the Iron Dumbbell reproduce at an exceedingly slow rate, with the exception of a scant few that occur naturally. Thus, breeding with Ditto remains the fastest method available. Most importantly, the process of breeding with Ditto is controllable. Jinshi's urgency to augment the Iron Dumbbell population stems from the fact that when one Iron Dumbbell evolves, it triggers the evolution of another nearby Iron Dumbbell. The combination of two Iron Dumbbells results in the formation of a Metagross. Furthermore, for a Metagross to evolve into its ultimate form, the Mega Metagross, it necessitates not only reaching a certain level of strength, but also merging with another Metagross. In essence, the existence of one Mega Metagross requires 4 Iron Dumbbells. Such a staggering demand compels Jinshi to enlist the assistance of Ditto. At this juncture, the training facility for the Iron Dumbbell has been established. Logically, Jinshi should be able to send Team Rocket members to capture the Iron Dumbbells here. However, due to the insufficient quantity of Iron Dumbbells, Jinshi can only wait for them to breed in greater numbers before proceeding. For an extended period thereafter, aside from organizing some training sessions, both the Iron Dumbbells and Ditto engage fervently in breeding. According to Jinshi's vision, the Mega Metagross is destined to become a staple Pokémon for Team Rocket, and thus, the population of Iron Dumbbells must be substantial. During this time, Team Rocket's finances have spiraled into serious overspending. Not only is Saki demanding funds, but Jinshi is also extravagantly spending. This has left the lower ranks of Team Rocket in dire straits, prompting them to frantically pursue wealth. In no time, the surrounding regions have descended into chaos. The Junsha family's police force is nearly fully mobilized. The reputation of Team Rocket continues to decline in this area. Among Ash's group, some have already encountered members of Team Rocket. The lower-ranking members of Team Rocket begin to speculate about their proxy leader's recent behavior. Previously, life within Team Rocket was quite stable, so what has led to this upheaval? Is Jinshi, the proxy leader, constructing a new training facility? What kind of Pokémon facility could warrant such extravagant expenses? Recently, they have been frantically trying to generate income, but are struggling to keep up. Who knows? It is merely rumored that this particular Pokémon possesses champion-level talent. If trained adequately, and with the use of Mega Stones for Mega Evolution, it could attain strength surpassing that of a champion. How is that possible? Isn't a champion already the pinnacle of power? Could there be something even stronger? In an instant, discussions abound. The proxy leader's training facility incites both fear regarding his spending habits and great anticipation for the unveiling of the new training grounds. Moreover, as time passes, the eagerness for the completion of the new facility intensifies. What kind of training ground could compel the proxy leader to invest such resources? What Pokémon merits such an expenditure? Eventually, one day, When Jinshi ceases to request funds from Team Rocket's financial department, the anticipation reaches its zenith. Is the new training facility finally complete? The members of Team Rocket silently echo the same question in their minds. Ultimately, Musashi learns from Professor Nemu that the new training facility has indeed been completed. It is at this moment that everyone discovers the Pokémon housed within the training grounds are Iron Dumbbells, Metagross, and Mega Metagross. These Pokémon are known to inhabit the Hoenn, Unova, Alola, Galar, and Paldea regions, but they do not roam in the Kanto region where Team Rocket is based. The effort that the proxy leader has devoted to constructing this training facility suggests that the Pokémon involved must be extraordinary. Everyone is filled with anticipation. Once the scale of Iron Dumbbells in the training facility is sufficient, it will be entrusted to Musashi and her companions. The Mega Metagross boasts dual steel and psychic attributes, with its steel type possessing impeccable physical attributes while its psychic aspect compensates for Team Rocket's deficiencies in that area. However, it remains uncertain how many will successfully achieve the final Mega Evolution. Progress at the Iron Dumbbell training facility is proceeding smoothly. Yet, what troubles Jinshi slightly is the lackluster pace of research regarding artificial Megastones, which has proven unsatisfactory. Even though their laboratory is not lacking in experimental Megastones, an abundance of experimental data is still required. Moreover, the internal structures and compositions of Megastones vary among different Pokémon, necessitating separate studies. Chapter 38, Evolution, Mega Metagross. Consequently, Jinshi can only instruct the laboratory to prioritize research on the Megastones of Steelix and Scizor, ensuring Team Rocket firmly grasps the evolutionary paths of these two Pokémon. Meanwhile, Musashi and Kojiro have arrived at the Iron Dumbbell training facility. BRR. It's so cold. Is this truly the new training facility? Musashi, clad in a thick ski suit, still cannot withstand the biting cold. Upon receiving permission from Jinshi, the proxy leader, they discover that the new training ground is situated atop a mountain. Not just any mountain, but one perpetually cloaked in snow. It is only through their relentless efforts that they have finally brought this training facility to fruition. At this moment, the two are eager to catch a glimpse of the Iron Dumbbells. On the snowy mountain, the Iron Dumbbells wander about, with elongated bodies. One end adorned with enormous metallic claws and the other with colossal red eyes. The metallic claws can effortlessly pierce through rock. Musashi and Kojiro observe the Iron Dumbbells and Metagross around them, unfazed by the cold. They are gathered around the noses of Nosepass, drawn to the formidable magnetic field emanating from the remains of Nosepass after its demise. This magnetic energy constitutes one of the Iron Dumbbell's favored food sources. Metagross lifts massive boulders, several times its size, to enhance its physical strength and magnetic intensity. The prowess of these Pokémon, in Musashi and Kojiro's eyes, is nothing short of perfect. Among them, the mightiest, the Mega Metagross, possesses strength that surpasses their own Boscodora. To defeat it, Boscodora must Mega Evolve, a prospect Musashi deems to hold even a glimmer of hope, especially when the Mega Metagross uses its metallic claws and massive body to crush or gnawing at it with its abdominal teeth. The grating sound sends chills down Musashi and Kojiro's spines, making the weather feel even colder. The battles between the Mega Metagross are nothing short of harrowing to witness. They fight with a cold ruthlessness, as if devoid of pain, leaving themselves battered and bruised. Terrifying wounds are evident across their bodies. Just as Musashi and Kojiro release Boscodora in an attempt to capture their own Iron Dumbbell, they find themselves encircled by Metagross and Mega Metagross. The enormous red eyes fixate on Boscodora's metallic armor, clearly perceiving it as prey. The intensity of their gaze sends shivers down Musashi and Kojiro's spines. Reluctantly, the duo must retract Boscodora, causing the Metagross and Mega Metagross to disperse as they lose interest in their target. Concurrently, they release their primary battling Pokémon, Gyarados. Kojiro promptly activates the keystone. Mega Gyarados, unleash Crunch. Crunch. Mega Gyarados opens its massive maw and lunges at the Metagross, facing Kojiro. The tremendous force of its bite leaves deep wounds on the Metagross. However, to Kojiro's astonishment, the Metagross withstands the full force of Mega Gyarados' assault. He is taken aback, having assumed that dealing with an unevolved Metagross would be a trivial matter. Clearly, the strength of the Metagross exceeds his expectations. Due to the significant disparity in attributes and strength, the metallic creature succumbed to the dark explosion unleashed by the mighty Gyarados. After each capturing one metallic creature, Musashi and her companion spent an extended period residing atop the snow-capped mountains. Utilizing the facilities within the training grounds, they lived and trained their Pokémon. Is training the metallic creature truly this arduous? Kojiro frowned, reflecting on the lack of noticeable growth in his creature's abilities despite the extensive training. Were it not for the training manual authored by the esteemed Giovanni, he would have considered abandoning the endeavor altogether. On this particular day, as was customary, Kojiro followed his metallic creature into the iron dumbbell cave for training. Remarkably, the metallic creature appeared unusually at ease today, bounding around the nose of a Snorlax. When Kojiro glanced at his creature, he was astonished to see it seemingly cleansed of its battle scars, with fragments of debris cascading from its body as it continually compressed and constricted. Could it be that the metallic creature was on the verge of evolution? Kojiro's face lit up with delight. At that moment, another metallic creature, circling the Snorlax alongside Kojiro's, began to gravitate towards it. As the body of Kojiro's creature compressed, it began to expand in size. Before long, it towered over 2 meters and spanned more than 6 meters in width. Kojiro watched in rapt attention as Musashi, training nearby, rushed over upon noticing the commotion. They both held their breaths, fearful that even the slightest sound might disrupt the moment. Boom! When the metallic creature reached its maximum size, a powerful magnetic field surged throughout the cave, causing the other wild iron dumbbells and metallic creatures to stagger and sway in disarray. At that juncture, the metallic creature became enveloped in a brilliant glow, with the surrounding magnetic energy frantically flowing into the luminous sphere and into the creature itself. The metallic creature and the other creature began to fuse within the radiance. In no time, the brilliance erupted within the cave, revealing the cold, merciless gaze of a Metagross. Its steely, disc-shaped body, stout metallic claws, and unimaginable psychic powers were all testament to the physical and mental fortitude of the newly transformed Metagross. Metagross, I have succeeded. The metallic creature has evolved into Metagross, Kojiro exclaimed, raising his arms in jubilation. Meanwhile, Musashi felt a shiver run down her spine under the icy stare of the Metagross. Although she also possessed a metallic creature, in comparison to this one, hers felt like a mere novice. The aura of the Metagross, reminiscent of a ruthless killing machine, rendered Musashi hesitant to meet its gaze. She murmured to herself, aside from type disadvantages, it possesses no weaknesses. Its physique and energy are impeccable. No wonder it compelled Giovanni to invest such considerable resources into establishing the training grounds for iron dumbbells. Both Musashi and Kojiro had anticipated that the Pokémon within the training grounds would be formidable, yet they never fathomed they would be this powerful. Kojiro trembled with excitement. Champion level. The Metagross achieved champion level immediately upon evolution. This completely shatters my previous understanding. I never imagined that a Pokémon could ascend to champion level solely through evolution, without extensive training. If word of this spreads, countless trainers will surely vie to capture iron dumbbells. Chapter 39. The Enhanced Magnetic Field and the Chain Reaction in the Training Grounds. Subsequently, members of Team Rocket began arriving at the snow-capped mountains in succession. Upon seeing Kojiro, who had returned much earlier than usual, they gathered around him. Kojiro, why have you returned so soon? Did something happen? Yamato inquired. My metallic creature has evolved. You should hurry and capture one too. Kojiro beamed. Once your metallic creature evolves, you'll understand. Before Yamato and the others could press further, Kojiro hastened back to his room. For the cold outside was unbearable. Yamato, Kojiro, and the others exchanged glances, sensing a hint of curiosity in one another's eyes. They donned their gear and made their way to the training cave. Meanwhile, a system notification resonated in Giovanni's mind. Ding. Kojiro's metallic creature has made rapid advancements in strength with the aid of the training grounds, evolving into Metagross. The host and the host Pokémon receive a simultaneous boost in power. Giovanni was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Kojiro would achieve the evolution of his metallic creature so swiftly. The conditions required for the evolution of a metallic creature were predominantly met within the training grounds. Furthermore, judging by the significant enhancement in his own Pokémon's capabilities, Kojiro's Metagross had attained champion level immediately upon evolution. This revelation left Giovanni astonished, as the metallic creatures he had caught had undergone extensive training before evolving into Metagross. Moreover, it was only after synchronizing with the system that his Metagross had surpassed champion level. This indicated that Kojiro's Metagross possessed extraordinary talent within the training grounds, boasting individual values significantly superior to those of ordinary Metagross. At that moment, half of Giovanni's Pokémon had already reached the near-champion level, with their strength surging at an unprecedented rate, requiring no prolonged assistance for training. Furthermore, all of these near-champion level Pokémon were capable of undergoing Mega Evolution. Following Mega Evolution, their combat prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of many champion-level Pokémon. Giovanni's rapid progress and strength had transpired within just a few months, eclipsing the lifetime achievements of many others. Despite being merely near-champion level, among the gym leaders, possessing even one near-champion level Pokémon was a rare accomplishment, with many leaders lacking even a single one. Giovanni, however, now had 3. This remarkable rate of enhancement had left Giovanni exceedingly satisfied. At present, he could confidently assert that no one beneath the champion level could rival him. Those with only 1 or 2 champion-level Pokémon stood no chance against him. Meanwhile, Yamato and the others had already entered the Iron Dumbbell training grounds. Some of them had been here for several days and were quite familiar with the surroundings. The only issue was that not many among them had successfully captured an Iron Dumbbell or a metallic creature, indicating that the difficulty of capturing these creatures was considerably high. Why does the magnetic field seem so chaotic today? The Iron Dumbbells and metallic creatures appear almost intoxicated, Yamato remarked, observing his metallic creature wobbling clumsily before finally regaining its composure. Noticing Musashi still within the cave, Yamato approached her and inquired, "Musashi, has something happened here? Why do the Iron Dumbbells and metallic creatures seem so disoriented?" Musashi replied, "Kojiro's metallic creature has evolved into Metagross, which has caused a significant change in the surrounding magnetic field. According to the training manual provided by Giovanni, this phenomenon won't last long, and it will greatly aid in the evolution of Iron Dumbbells and metallic creatures." Upon hearing this, Yamato and Kojiro's companions were instantly enlightened. "Let's commence training immediately," Tinkin exclaimed. "I envy them. They've already captured metallic creatures, and now with the strengthening magnetic field, they have the opportunity for evolution." "Indeed. I wonder how many metallic creatures will evolve today," Rinmei added. As the group discussed, they began a new round of capturing Pokémon. The individual in training occasionally glanced at Musashi and her metallic creature. Today, Musashi appeared particularly earnest. Naturally, her companion, Kojiro, had already facilitated the evolution of his metallic creature, so she felt compelled to put forth her utmost effort as well. The others observed Musashi and could sense her dedication. Not only was she training her metallic creature, but she was also busy preparing the berries that her creature favored. Despite its penchant for minerals and magnetism, it also relished these berries. It must be said that in the world of Pokémon, the diverse array of berries remarkably caters to the majority of creatures who have a distinct fondness for them. Can you feel it? Musashi's metallic creature seemed to possess a newfound stability in flight, capable of bearing increasingly heavier rocks. Could it be attributed to a strengthened magnetic field? My Iron Dumbbells also feel significantly more powerful today. Everyone began to experiment. Indeed, it was not solely Musashi's Pokémon whose strength was escalating. Within the cave, both the Iron Dumbbells and metallic creatures were growing stronger. Furthermore, the sensation intensified the closer one was to Musashi's position, a fact that may have eluded others but was crystal clear to Musashi. She was standing precisely at the epicenter where Kojiro's metallic creature had evolved, the spot where the magnetic field's power was most pronounced. As her metallic creature continued its training, it surpassed the usual daily training quota in merely 1 hour. Its limits were being continually transcended. Nearby, another metallic creature drew closer. With some experience, Musashi recognized this as a precursor to her own creature's evolution, as it had reached a sufficient level of strength to automatically attract another metallic creature. After a considerable duration, perseverance bore fruit. Musashi's metallic creature shed its superficialities and began to merge with the approaching metallic creature. The magnetic field within the cave shifted once again. The surrounding members of Team Rocket and their Pokémon sensed the anomaly in the magnetic field and gathered around in intrigue. Amidst a blinding radiance, Musashi's metallic creature completed its evolution, presenting itself to the onlookers as a formidable killing machine. "Look, the Iron Dumbbells are evolving too." The crowd, initially focused on the newly evolved Metagross, turned their attention to the surroundings. Indeed, the energy within the cave's magnetic field intensified once more, prompting several Iron Dumbbells to evolve as well. In an instant, the cave was aglow with the light of evolution. Regrettably, no other metallic creatures underwent evolution. Nevertheless, the spectacle left everyone astounded, rendering them speechless. Chapter 40. The Self-Contained Mega Stone, Super Evolution. In truth, the evolution of the metallic creature triggered a chain reaction that intensified the magnetic field's energy. This was a crucial aspect of the training arena designed and constructed by Kinji. To ensure that Metagross became a standard for all Team Rocket members, simply having an adequate number of Iron Dumbbells was insufficient. Evolution needed to be relatively straightforward. Unlike Onyx and Scyther, which required different conditions for evolution, The iron dumbbells needed to capitalize on natural fluctuations in the magnetic field for rapid evolution. Hence, the scene unfolding before Musashi and her companions was meticulously crafted by Kinji. Observing her metagross, Musashi felt a deep sense of reflection. The training manual provided by Kinji, indeed, contained not a single word of superfluity. The magnetic field's fluctuations profoundly affected the metallic creature. As metagross emerged, the space around it began to warp due to the changing magnetic field, causing small fragments of minerals to intermittently levitate. These mineral shards occasionally struck the cave walls with a sharp sound, while at other times, they floated motionless in the air. Within Metagross, a low humming sound resonated. Musashi was astonished to discover that she and Metagross had established a resonance. This sensation was strikingly reminiscent of when Boskoder evolved into Mega Boskoder. Musashi pondered, is this Mega Resonance? Could the enhanced magnetic field synchronize brainwaves with my Metagross? Typically carefree, Musashi found herself uncertain about the events unfolding. Yet, having experienced something similar previously, doubt began to creep into her mind. As Musashi and Metagross resonated, their synergy grew increasingly profound. Every motion and glance from Musashi was intuitively understood by Metagross. It resembled a top-tier artificial intelligence, seamlessly attuned to her intentions. Just as Musashi contemplated departing, Metagross soared to her side, lifting her onto its back. Although she felt a slight jolt, Metagross quickly adjusted its flight frequency to match a rhythm comfortable for her. The bond between them deepened. The keystone on Musashi's bracelet began to glow. She gazed in astonishment at the stone on her hand. I didn't initiate Mega Evolution for Boskoder, so why is it glowing on its own? Meanwhile, a metallic creature and two iron dumbbells, seemingly magnetically drawn, sped toward Musashi's Metagross. Suddenly, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire cave. All iron dumbbells and metallic creatures collapsed to the ground, unable to take flight. Only a few wild Metagross managed to struggle in the air, but it was still a formidable effort. The members of Team Rocket stood frozen in disbelief. Musashi's Metagross had only just evolved, possessing strength perhaps equivalent to Kojiro's Metagross, a mere semi-champion level. Yet, at that moment, the aura emanating from her Metagross approached that of a near-champion level. How much time had passed? Certainly not more than 10 minutes. Yet, before the eyes of all, Musashi's Metagross underwent Mega Evolution. Indeed, within Musashi's Metagross lay a Mega Evolution stone. Wasn't it said that fostering a bond and synergy over a prolonged period was necessary for a Pokémon to achieve Mega Evolution? The span from capturing the metallic creature to her Metagross's Mega Evolution had been no more than 2 months. Just 2 months. To acquire a semi-champion level Pokémon, who would believe such a claim? Yet the evidence stood before them. As Musashi beheld the dramatically transformed Mega Metagross, she felt a surge of emotions. She had not anticipated that the recent evolution of Metagross, coupled with Kojiro's, would result in a confluence of magnetic field changes, aligning her thoughts with those of her Metagross. At that moment, Musashi felt as though her Mega Metagross, stimulated as if by an electric surge, transformed into a relentless machine of slaughter, willing to do anything for victory. Matters that once required considerable contemplation now became intuitively clear within the mind of her Mega Metagross. As if a supercomputer had been installed in her brain, this instilled within Musashi a sense of omniscience. Meanwhile, the onlookers were wide-eyed in astonishment. More importantly, within the Team Rocket headquarters, Ding, Musashi's metallic creature, with the assistance of its trainer's training ground, evolved into Metagross, and both trainer and Pokémon experience a boost in strength. Ding, Musashi's Metagross, aided by the trainer's keystone and training ground, evolved into Mega Metagross, significantly enhancing the synergy between trainer and Pokémon. A series of system notifications caused Kinji to pause momentarily, his pen hovering in midair. Musashi must have ingested a powerful elixir, for she has transformed remarkably. The metallic creature, having just undergone evolution, swiftly achieved Mega Evolution. I distinctly recall not providing her with a Megastone for her Metagross. Could it be that she fortuitously captured a Metagross that came with its own Megastone? At times, I cannot help but admire the luck of both the protagonists and supporting characters in the original narrative. In the source material, Musashi could be sent flying numerous times, yet required little time to recuperate. If there weren't an element of luck involved, repeatedly landing in water would have rendered her unable to survive. Musashi's fortune is indeed extraordinary. Her Mega Metagross is undoubtedly capable of holding its own against several legendary Pokémon. Otherwise, it would not have become one of Kinji's primary battle companions. If Musashi diligently trains her Metagross and taps into its latent potential, it could achieve champion-level prowess in its normal state. Forget about defeating legendary Pokémon. Within the Kanto and Johto regions, no Elite Four member would stand a chance against her. With this thought in mind, Kinji retrieved a Pokeball and summoned his own Metagross. The moment it emerged, it realized its tea had gone cold. He began pouring it a fresh cup. Stepping into the courtyard, after a brief assessment, Kinji discovered that the power of Metagross had increased considerably. When Metagross exerted its magnetic field to the fullest, all electrical devices within the Team Rocket building suffered varying degrees of damage. Its computational and information processing capabilities had ascended to an entirely new level. Riding Metagross, Kinji could circle the Kanto region in a remarkably short span of time, illustrating the magnitude of its speed enhancement. Meanwhile, within the training cave of the Iron Dumbbells, Shichibe and the others remained in a state of astonishment. Isn't it so? Musashi, you are lofty and exceptional. Your metallic creature has leaped to Mega Metagross, evolving most of the surrounding Iron Dumbbells into metallic creatures. What should we, who have yet to capture an Iron Dumbbell, do now? Can we offer a chance for our fellow brothers who come later? Chapter 41. Amato's reluctance. Amato gazed incredulously at the surrounding Iron Dumbbells as they transformed into metallic creatures, and he could clearly sense the enhancement in his own metallic creature's strength. After evolution, the magnetic energy unleashed by Metagross resonated with the other Iron Dumbbells and metallic creatures. At that moment, with years of experience in breeding, Amato quickly grasped the situation. Musashi, who had previously witnessed such a phenomenon, wore a beaming smile as she observed Amato, for she had displayed the same expression when she first discovered this aspect. How can this be possible? If that were the case, there should be Mega Metagross everywhere in this world. Shinsaburo also found it surreal. He had never heard of a Metagross prior to this. Amato nodded, stating, "But the facts are laid bare before us, are they not? This occurrence is due to the proxy leader specifically arranging the training ground for Iron Dumbbells in such a manner. The minerals, the orientation towards the north nose. Even the weather and layout were meticulously constructed according to the proxy leader's directives." Shichibe inquired, "But does the proxy leader truly need to go to such lengths to establish the Iron Dumbbell training ground?" The earliest recipient of a Metagross, Musashi, gazed fondly at her own Metagross, murmuring, "Perhaps the proxy leader hopes for each of us to possess a Metagross, granting everyone a Pokémon of elite status. The proxy leader employs such astounding methods to elevate our strengths, aspiring for Team Rocket to reach greater heights." Upon hearing this, the members of Team Rocket fell into a stunned silence. They may not grasp the complexity involved in designing and constructing the Iron Dumbbell training ground. Yet they understood the immense difficulty of equipping all Team Rocket members with a Pokémon of elite caliber. This represents a portion of combat prowess second only to champions within the Pokémon world. If they could Mega Evolve, they could even contend with champions. The proxy leader had indeed laid out such a path for them. Before joining Team Rocket, many had not even dared to dream of becoming gym leaders. However, when Team Rocket mobilizes collectively in the future, it will undoubtedly be a grand spectacle. In the following period, the members of Team Rocket, according to their respective strengths, captured Iron Dumbbells and metallic creatures. The Iron Dumbbell training ground had become the most coveted location within Team Rocket. Had it not been for the inefficiency in the production of Iron Dumbbell eggs, the number of individuals here would have been even greater. Even so, the training ground frequently experienced magnetic field disturbances, with Pokémon evolving continuously. Those Team Rocket members unable to arrive early were enviously eyeing their comrades within the Iron Dumbbell training ground. After all, these are Pokémon with elite potential. Who wouldn't desire to possess one? More importantly, under the proxy leader's guidance, every member of Team Rocket could acquire such Pokémon. In the annals of history, the training ground designed and constructed by the proxy leader will undoubtedly be a prominent highlight. At this moment, due to the insufficient number of Iron Dumbbells, many individuals from Team Rocket were waiting in line, and a numbering system had even emerged to ensure everyone had a fair opportunity to access the Iron Dumbbell training ground. Gaining an elite Pokémon is an immense opportunity, and the members of Team Rocket are, of course, exceedingly cautious. The snowy mountains housing the Iron Dumbbell training ground had been entirely seized by Team Rocket. Without a number for the queue, no one could hope to enter. Those who obtained a number could only enter the training ground in batches once a new batch of Iron Dumbbells hatched. Within the training ground, the new members of Team Rocket beheld the might of Metagross. They experienced its formidable physical prowess and its super abilities, surpassing those of most Pokémon. The metallic claws capable of slicing through gold and jade, and the psychic moves that seal and suppress their prey, left everyone yearning for more. Whenever a member's metallic creature evolved into Metagross, applause and cheers erupted. Boom! On this particular day, accompanied by a tremendous roar, A surge of immense magnetic energy swept through the entire cave, causing minerals to scatter wildly. Iron dumbbells and metallic creatures were pinned to the ground, unable to rise. It was Amato. Amato's Metagross had also achieved Mega Evolution. Her Metagross must harbor a Megastone within, just like Musashi's. This is my first encounter with such a terrifying evolutionary momentum. You arrived a bit late. This is my second time witnessing this scene. The last time with Musashi truly startled me, I remarked. Amato's Metagross felt no less formidable than Musashi's. Even those who had already witnessed a Metagross's Mega Evolution engaged in fervent discussions among themselves. If Metagross could bring everyone to the threshold of elite status, then a Metagross containing a Megastone could endow them with the strength to challenge champions. This is precisely why the members of Team Rocket, despite knowing that the training ground established by proxy leader Kinji housed Pokémon with elite potential, remained even more fervently enthusiastic about this place. The sheer strength of Metagross is unparalleled. Moreover, its shortcomings are minimal, making it exceedingly effective against weaker opponents. It can be said that as long as one possesses a Metagross, the members of Team Rocket have already triumphed over 90 of trainers worldwide. One can only imagine the terror of Metagross's power. Sighing, Amato gazed at her Super Metagross and breathed a sigh of relief. Since learning that Musashi possessed a Super Metagross, Amato had been holding her breath in anticipation. Every day, she diligently trains her Metagross, consuming ores to enhance their synergy, all in the hopes of catching up to Musashi. It is worth noting that although she and Musashi were once fierce rivals, she consistently emerged victorious. At that time, Musashi was merely a low-ranking member within Team Rocket. However, ever since Musashi aligned herself with the acting boss, she has soared to unprecedented heights. Naturally, Amato feels a profound sense of discontent. Now, with her Metagross having achieved Mega Evolution, her trio of Pokémon has finally surpassed Musashi in overall strength. This revelation brings a long-lost smile to Amato's face. The acting boss, indeed, possesses remarkable talent, enabling even a once mediocre figure like Musashi to attain near-champion caliber. You sought the acting boss's assistance, yet I too have benefited from their support. From now on, as long as I diligently train my Metagross, I will undoubtedly crush you effortlessly in the future. Amato always harbors great confidence when facing Musashi. In stark contrast to the jubilant members of Team Rocket, Otto's expression is notably grim as he feels the overwhelming presence of the snowy mountains. Yet he remains unable to ascend. His badge is too far behind. Chapter 42, a series of strength enhancements. Previously, Otto hesitated due to Metagross lacking the dragon type, and this moment of indecision has left him waiting until the majority of the Team Rocket members acquire their own Metong before he can have a chance to climb the mountain. In the ensuing period, Shotaro, the poison instructor, and others have also obtained their respective Metong and Steel types. Through relentless training, most have evolved into Metagross. However, the Megastones have become scarce, leaving even the originally fortunate Kojiro stunted at this stage. Within Team Rocket, aside from a limited few such as Saki and Kinji, Musashi and her companions have ascended to become the elite combatants of the organization. Even the lower-ranking members of Team Rocket have made significant strides in their strength. Particularly after the increase in the production of metal coating, the numbers of Scyther have surged, adding a formidable mainstay Pokémon to Team Rocket's ranks. Moreover, the prevalence of Scyther surpasses that of Onix, making them even more favored among the regular members of Team Rocket. This has elevated the overall strength of Team Rocket to new heights. Simultaneously, Kojiro and Shotaro have begun to solidify their powers, focusing intently on training their previously acquired Gyarados, Infernape, and other Pokémon, hastening their ascent to peak performance. It is essential for a trainer to have every Pokémon reach the level of Gym Leader or Elite Four caliber, rather than merely possessing one or two such Pokémon. Within Kinji's residence, the reflection of two figures, one tall and one graceful, dances upon the screen of the bathroom. Under the attentive service of Athena, Kinji sheds his garments and enters the warm embrace of the bathtub. As he savors the comforting temperature of the water, Kinji gently closes his eyes. After a while, he hears a rustling from outside, followed by the sound of water splashing. Kinji allows Athena to massage and scrub his back while he asks softly, "And Athena, how has your Pokémon training been of late?" Athena's voice trembles slightly. "It's going well. Shiny Gardevoir can now Mega Evolve, and both Metagross and Gyarados have reached Elite Four level." Kinji turns to gaze at Athena's fair and alluring visage, frowning as he admonishes, "How many times must I tell you to call me by my name?" Soon after, Kinji finds his most familiar position from childhood. "Kinji, you." Athena's delicate brows furrow slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering as her slender hands skillfully encircle Kinji's head. After a while, Athena's cheeks flush, resembling someone intoxicated, taking a deep breath to steady her rapid heartbeat. Kinji, having noted Athena's melodic singing for quite some time, reaches for a jug of sake from the edge of the bathtub, intending to pour her a drink to soothe her throat. As Kinji lifts the cup, he pauses, the sound of an upgrade notification resounding in his mind. Ding! Amato's Metagross has evolved into Mega Metagross, aided by the host's Keystone and Training Grounds, significantly enhancing the synergy between the host and their Pokémon. Ding! Shotaro's Steel type has evolved into Metagross with the assistance of the host's Training Grounds, and both the host and their Pokémon have gained strength boosts. Ding! Chihiro's Steel type has evolved into Metagross with the assistance of the host's Training Grounds, and both the host and their Pokémon have gained strength boosts. Ding! Jubiai's Steel type has evolved into Metagross with the assistance of the host's Training Grounds, and both the host and their Pokémon have gained strength boosts. Ding! The Poison Instructor's Steel type has evolved into Metagross with the assistance of the host's Training Grounds, and both the host and their Pokémon have gained strength boosts. As a chain reaction occurs within the Training Grounds magnetic field, waves of power surge into Kinji's body. Athena is the first to sense the anomaly within Kinji. With a splash, she raises her head from the water, droplets glistening on her flushed face as she struggles to cradle two orbs of moonlight in the water. Unable to overcome the emotional barrier within her heart, Athena whispers, "Kinji, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong just now?" Kinji leans in, whispering, "Not at all. I was merely contemplating something." After gesturing for Athena to continue, Kinji begins to peruse the information in his mind. After such extensive training, Team Rocket now boasts several temporary champion-level combatants, with over a dozen elite 4-caliber Pokémon. In terms of high-end strength, Team Rocket has ascended by multiple tiers. These forces, in any criminal organization, would rank at least among the upper echelons. If brought into the outside world, they could reshape the perceptions of many leagues and alter the dynamics of various gyms. It is essential to note that in the early stages of the plot, numerous gyms faced insolvency, with many needing to engage in side ventures to survive. In essence, the gym leaders lack the requisite strength to recruit apprentices. Without tuition fees, there is no income, compelling them to pursue alternative enterprises. As for Musashi and her companions, despite having only 3 primary combat Pokémon, each is at least gym leader level, with 2 being Elite 4 or even near champion caliber. In the Kanto and Johto regions, Kinji estimates that only Shaba could contend with Musashi and her team. Kinji eagerly anticipates the day when they fully mature and proliferate. The spectacle will be nothing short of extraordinary. Moreover, as the training grounds continue to expand and improve, the ordinary members of Team Rocket are also experiencing enhancements in their capabilities. Many ordinary members now possess at least 2 gym leader-level Pokémon. In the original plot, following Team Rocket's dissolution, Kinji was unaware of the fates that awaited these individuals, whether they were imprisoned, absorbed by other criminal organizations, or even met their demise in some obscure corner. Now, with their growing strength, the destinies of these individuals have surely been altered. At the very least, given their current loyalty to Team Rocket, they would never abandon the organization to allow it to disband. The construction of the training grounds must not cease. According to the experimental schedule, Mutwo may soon be born. This implies that the dissolution of Team Rocket has entered its countdown. During this period, it is imperative that their strength, alongside mine, possesses the fortitude to confront destiny. Jinshi's thoughts lingered on the cataclysmic beasts of the future, and the sense of impending crisis within him persisted unabated. After a considerable time, the slight furrow in his brow began to ease, and he exhaled gently. Chapter 43, The Return of Apollo. With a splash, Athena's delicate visage emerged above the water's surface. Raising her luminous, crystalline eyes, she addressed Jinshi, "Cough, cough." Jinshi promptly extended the wine he held towards her, urging, "Please, have a sip." Athena responded softly, accepting the cup from Jinshi's hands and tilting her head back to down the wine in one swift motion. Gulp, gulp. The liquid was swallowed down. Jinshi toyed with Athena's keystone necklace, whispering, "Anina, after my bath, I still need to design the training grounds." Athena, seemingly still lost in thought, replied with a tremulous voice, "Yes, if you have matters to attend to, do not delay." She was uncertain of Jinshi's transformation. Ever since he assumed the role of acting leader, he had shed his previous lethargy. He tirelessly established training arenas for the Team Rocket members to hone their skills. Although Athena did not comprehend the motives behind Jinshi's actions, she remained unwaveringly supportive of him from behind the scenes. As Jinshi fiddled with the keystone necklace, he couldn't shake the feeling that it had grown considerably larger. He murmured, "There's no rush. I can design it tomorrow morning as well." Athena replied, Jinshi. His expression momentarily faltered as he added, Anina, you also need to devote time to training your Pokémon. The ones I provided for you are among the finest in the world. With proper nurturing, becoming a champion-level trainer is entirely feasible. Athena replied gently, I will take good care of my Pokémon. Jinshi, do not push yourself too hard. If the pressure becomes overwhelming, come find me. I can help you with a massage to relieve your stress. At her words, Jinshi's heart skipped a beat. Clearly, Athena was unaware that releasing pressure could hold an alternate meaning. His affection for her had never been concealed, yet Athena had always held him at bay, preventing him from crossing that final threshold. Fueled by a surge of emotion, Jinshi swept Athena into his arms, disregarding her protests. No, if you truly desire it. Seek out Dr. Nemo. We cannot spend the night in silence. At the Team Rocket's 7-island branch, within a clandestine base, Apollo was diligently training his Pokémon. Grimer, use Mud Bomb. Houndoom, unleash Inferno. Electrode, deploy Thunderbolt. Magmar, execute Flamethrower. In an instant, the entire arena was engulfed in flames, mud, and rampant electricity wreaking havoc upon the ground. Grimer emitted a pungent odor. Houndoom's black flames instilled fear. Electrode's sharp gaze suggested an imminent self-detonation. And Magmar radiated intense heat. Apollo's expression was resolute as he observed his Pokémon. Ever since Giovanni had plunged into the research institute, delegating the affairs of Team Rocket to Jinshi, the acting leader, Apollo had not seen Jinshi since that initial meeting. His loyalty remained firmly with Giovanni, and the notion of heeding Jinshi was simply inconceivable. Thus, Apollo secluded himself in the 7-island branch, subjecting his Pokémon to grueling training regimens. In merely a few months, his Grimer and Electrode ascended to the quasi-elite level, while Houndoom and Magmar successfully reached the elite tier. The substantial enhancement of their powers filled Apollo with great satisfaction. Had it not been for Giovanni's sudden departure, Apollo would not have had the opportunity for such intense training. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from his 4 Pokémon, Apollo felt exceedingly pleased. With such a significant boost in strength, he naturally required a worthy adversary to gauge his progress. Contemplating this, Apollo thought of Lance and Athena from Team Rocket headquarters. As the 4 generals of Team Rocket, they represented the most suitable opponents. Among them, however, Lambda's formidable disguise abilities left Apollo doubting whether he could ever find him. Days later, as Apollo approached Team Rocket headquarters, he found himself momentarily disoriented. What was happening? The entrance was bustling with activity, with Team Rocket members entering and exiting. Each held a pamphlet emblazoned with the Team Rocket insignia. Some exchanged pleasantries at the door, occasionally passing around or swapping the pamphlets. Everyone appeared exceedingly busy, more so than during Giovanni's reign. Hello, Apollo. Every passerby greeted him warmly. Apollo casually detained a Team Rocket member who greeted him. Yes, hello? What is everyone holding? Is it a new mission manual? The individual halted, momentarily taken aback by Apollo's inquiry. No, it's not a mission manual. It's a Pokémon training manual and also serves as a permit for the training grounds. Apollo's brow furrowed at this revelation. A training manual? A permit? Anger surged within him. He had initially assumed these individuals were occupied with tasks to generate funds for Team Rocket, given the financial strains of Giovanni's research institute. Little did he know they were engaged in training Pokémon instead. Apollo was acutely aware that the internal training facilities of Team Rocket only accommodated Pokémon like Retaliation and Coughing, creatures that possessed a baseline strength but were challenging to cultivate for excellence. The selection of these Pokémon was predicated on their immediate combat capabilities. Apollo's expression darkened as he barked. What is the meaning of this? Giovanni's research institute currently requires substantial funding. Instead of undertaking missions, you squander time at the training grounds. Do you all believe the new acting leader is feeble and easy to intimidate? The reprimanded member felt deeply wronged and quickly clarified. Apollo, it's not like that. Our training is aimed at enhancing our abilities to complete missions more efficiently. If we are strong enough, these tasks will be accomplished in no time. Moreover, the scales of Gyarados, the metal shards of Steelix, and the molting of Scyther can fetch a considerable price. Surrounding Team Rocket members chimed in to defend the individual, but Apollo was left utterly confused. He had heard of Gyarados and knew its scales were invaluable. But did Team Rocket even possess one? What on earth was a Steelix? What did a Scyther even look like? Where did Bastiodon originate from? Apollo erupted in frustration. Nonsense. From where do you derive the strength to capture a Gyarados? Gyarados is at least at the gym leader level and notoriously temperamental. Do you think it can simply be caught at your whim? And as for Steelix, I have never even heard of it. Your attempts to laze around the training grounds instead of completing missions are nothing short of sabotaging Giovanni and Team Rocket as a whole. Chapter 44. Apollo versus Lance. As the foremost general, Apollo felt compelled to discipline the unambitious members of Team Rocket. However, in the past, a mere stern word from him would prompt compliance. This time, however, the members displayed open defiance. It was only due to Apollo's status as a senior officer that they refrained from speaking out. Seeing the defiance among the ranks of Team Rocket, Apollo's indignation flared. You had better hurry and complete your missions, or you shall forfeit all your earnings for this month. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lance's voice resonated from behind him. Apollo, you have arrived as well. As Apollo turned to face Lance, a smile broke across his face. Lance, it seems you are indeed at headquarters. After the departure of Boss Saki, the acting leader found it increasingly difficult to maintain control over the subordinates, leading to the current chaotic situation. Yet you choose not to intervene. Lance responded, Isn't this quite beneficial? Everyone is enhancing their abilities while also generating some income. Why should I interfere? Preposterous. Apollo retorted fiercely. You are one of the 4 generals of Team Rocket. How can you be the one to shirk your responsibilities? Do I not know what the training grounds of Team Rocket are like? They are only suitable for capturing Pokémon. Training there is nothing short of slacking off. The argument between the two factions continued, and at that moment, Rinty, Shaba, and Kinji gathered around. Apollo felt a wave of despair upon witnessing this. These individuals were the backbone of Team Rocket, and he had high hopes for them to become exemplary members in the future. How can you follow their lead in such folly? Instead of going on missions, you hide within Team Rocket, idling away. Do you not feel a sense of duty towards your uniforms? Apollo lamented, filled with regret for having left the Team Rocket headquarters. In just a short year, Team Rocket had devolved into this state. If he were to return any later, he could scarcely imagine the scene awaiting him. Lance interjected, Apollo, this is not the original training ground of Team Rocket. It is a Pokémon training facility personally constructed by the acting leader. Apollo, still seething, shot back. Do not invoke the acting leader to pressure me. His impression of this sudden appointee was minimal. All he knew was that he was the eldest son of Boss Saki, and his strength was likely adequate. Before the disappearance of Saki's second son, the elder son had been doted upon. Following the loss, Saki had become even more protective of him. Although the training ground was arranged by the acting leader, Apollo could not bear to see the organization founded by Saki being so mismanaged. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Apollo's frustration intensified. It was entirely reasonable for Saki to appoint his eldest son to temporarily take charge of Team Rocket before his departure. In this nation, it was common for sons to inherit their father's enterprises. Yet, what kind of state had this acting leader, Kinsi, brought Team Rocket to? Almost everyone had ceased to undertake missions or earn an income, preferring instead to linger in the training grounds, while outside gyms were actively recruiting apprentices and charging tuition. Team Rocket had turned into a charity. If Boss Saki were to return and witness this, it would be a minor concern if he were merely angered. However, if this situation caused a financial crisis that jeopardized the research projects at Saki's end, that would be something Apollo could not tolerate. As a veteran member, he was acutely aware of the immense investment Saki had made in the mythical Pokémon project and the staggering potential returns. If Saki were to gain control over a legendary Pokémon, Team Rocket would truly stand on the pinnacle of the world. Taking a deep breath, Apollo endeavored to adopt a calm tone, stating, even if the acting leader has established a new training ground, you cannot all flock there to train. Team Rocket requires members to embark on missions. He continued, since you claim to have captured a Gyarados, what will you do with the shed skins of a Scyther to sell? Today, I will evaluate your training results. Apollo resolved to let strength speak for itself. Pointing at Lance, it has been quite a while since we last battled. Today, you shall be my first opponent. Truthfully, if anyone present bore the heaviest resentment, it was undoubtedly Lance, who, instead of curbing the current chaos, not only condoned it, but participated in it himself. This was infuriating for Apollo. With that, Apollo released his Houndoom, which erupted in a swirl of black flames, generating such high temperatures that it seemed to ignite the very air around it. Seeing that reasoning had failed, Lance decided it was simpler to engage in battle, summoning his Dragapult. With a ghostly appearance, Dragapult floated into the air, its tail gradually turning translucent. Upon seeing the unfamiliar Dragapult, Apollo narrowed his eyes. This was at least a Pokémon of elite rank, possessing ghost and dragon attributes. However, there was no time for contemplation. In a flash, Dragapult lunged towards Houndoom. Houndoom, use Inferno, Apollo commanded, as black flames surged forth as if summoned from the depths of hell. Dragapult, use Dragon Darts, Lance ordered. The 2 Dragon Darts, accompanied by a thunderous boom, shot towards Houndoom. Dragon Type 2, Apollo exclaimed in surprise. Meanwhile, The other members of Team Rocket had cleared a space for the duel. Traditionally, given their strength comparison, Apollo was the top general beneath boss Saki, and Lance stood no chance against him. Yet now, bolstered by the acting leader's support, Lance commanded not only the formidable Dragapult, but also a powerful Metagross and a Scyther. His strength had significantly increased. The spectators believed that Lance would emerge victorious, having trained in the acting leader's newly established training grounds, which spoke volumes about the acting leader's capabilities. Furthermore, Lance's Dragapult was evidently trained in the highest-level secret facility. Losing seemed highly improbable. The onlookers exchanged peculiar glances as the battle unfolded. A Dragapult launched an early attack, shattering Houndoom's Inferno with a powerful blast. Another Dragapult darted forward, exploding beside Houndoom. Apollo stared at his incapacitated Houndoom, his mouth agape. He attempted to speak, but faltered, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Chapter 45. Apollo's Test. Apollo gazed at Lance with a hint of astonishment. Although he had been somewhat careless and suffered from his unfamiliarity with Dragapult, he realized that this dual-type Pokémon possessed elite-level strength. If Lance's remaining Pokémon were of similar caliber, the outcome of their battle was truly uncertain. Lance, no wonder you've been slacking off lately. It seems you've acquired a rare Pokémon. However, even so, you must ensure your Pokémon engage in battles. Laziness is unacceptable. Otherwise, even the most gifted Pokémon become ineffectual without practical experience. Despite losing one Pokémon, Apollo maintained a firm stance, owing to his status and strength. Lance understood that, even with 3 powerful Pokémon at his disposal, he was still no match for Apollo. Understood Apollo. However, the onlookers were oblivious to the disparity in strength between the two. Has Apollo lost? A key member has been taken down, yet he still speaks so defiantly, truly a seasoned veteran. Not necessarily. Lance's current main Pokémon, combined with his previous 3, could very well defeat Apollo. The gathered members of Team Rocket whispered among themselves. At this moment, Apollo remained unaware of the gravity of the situation. He turned to Instructor Viper. I can understand Lance's significant power boost due to his new Pokémon. However, Viper, though you did not attend the internal assessment, if I recall correctly, you only recently became a junior member. Why have you also begun to slack off? Instructor Viper paused momentarily, taken aback. What was Apollo's intention? Did he wish to challenge him as well? The venomous instructor spoke no further, promptly retrieving a Pokeball to summon his Charizard. What? Apollo's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the Charizard soaring through the air. He could sense that this Charizard possessed at least the strength of a quasi-champion. It was worth noting that Apollo's impression had been that high-ranking officials like Majishir and Nashi only held the strength of gym leaders. Yet, the newly appointed low-ranking instructor's power had skyrocketed to that of a quasi-champion. How could this not astonish Apollo? Apollo pondered to himself, what on earth has transpired? First, it was Lance, and now the venomous instructor. Each of them has experienced a remarkable increase in strength. Furthermore, these Pokémon, let alone Team Rocket, were quite rare throughout the Kanto region. Apollo had initially thought that Lance had fortuitously acquired a formidable dual-type dragon and ghost Pokémon from somewhere. Such opportunities were not available to everyone. Apollo released his second Pokémon, a Ampharos. Ampharos unleashed a Thunderbolt. To be frank, Charizard, being fire and flying type, is quite vulnerable to electric-type damage. However, the venomous instructor's Charizard did not flinch in the face of Ampharos's assault. Instead, it launched a flamethrower from above. The terrifying heat, akin to incinerating mountains and boiling seas, cascaded down upon Ampharos. In that moment, the Charizard epitomized the embodiment of flames. As the flames clashed violently with the electricity, the more persistent flamethrower was momentarily suppressed by the Thunderbolt. Yet, once the Thunderbolt's duration ended, the searing flames surged toward Ampharos. Although the torrent of fire did not completely incapacitate Ampharos, it nonetheless pushed it to the brink of self-detonation. Apollo could hardly believe that the venomous instructor's Charizard possessed such formidable power. He distinctly recalled that the instructor's strongest Pokémon was a Weezing. How had it transformed into a Charizard? The surrounding Team Rocket members exchanged gleeful whispers, reveling in Apollo's misfortune. Our Apollo officer has been thoroughly thrashed. But what can we say? With the aid of our leader, we have all obtained powerful and rare Pokémon. It's only natural that we catch up to him. Indeed, the times have changed, Apollo officer. Before Ampharos lost its ability to battle, Apollo returned it to its Pokeball. Not bad, venomous instructor. Your prowess is commendable. It's acceptable to relax occasionally, but one must never become complacent. Team Rocket's missions must still be fulfilled. In order to maintain his standing within Team Rocket, Apollo admonished the venomous instructor. The venomous instructor and Apollo had little camaraderie, so he paid no heed to Apollo's words. Faced with this dismissal, Apollo felt somewhat embarrassed and turned his attention to Renmei. And you? While Lance and the venomous instructor possess solid strength, what brings you here? Renmei naturally dared not act out in Apollo's presence and quickly replied, Apollo officer, my strength is quite adequate as well. How strong you are can only be determined through battle. With that, Apollo summoned his mook. Reluctantly, Renmei produced a pokeball and released her ancient dragonfly. The ancient dragonfly, much like the giant vines, had evolved through the primal power of the Scyther. Perhaps its strength ceiling was not particularly high, yet it still boasted quasi-champion level battle capability. At that moment, the ancient dragonfly locked its crimson gaze upon Mook, its wings flapping at a frequency nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The shockwaves generated by its wing beats struck a nearby tree, which, despite appearing unaffected, collapsed in half, kicking up clouds of dust. Initially, Apollo had underestimated this bug-type Pokémon, but confronted with such terrifying shockwaves, he could not afford to let Mook slack off. Mook, due to its amorphous form, already had certain advantages in battle. However, the ancient dragonfly's shockwaves perfectly countered Mook. When half of Mook's body was struck by the shockwave, mud splattered everywhere, and it took a considerable amount of time to regain its composure, shrinking in size by nearly half. Apollo felt a wave of unease wash over him. He had merely sought to avoid the leader and had gone to the secret base of Team Rocket on Seven Island for some training. How had everyone's strength surged so dramatically in his absence? Moreover, most importantly, aside from Charizard, he did not recognize any of these Pokémon. Apollo's expression darkened as he recalled Mook, realizing that if the battle continued, Mook could very well perish. Within just a few rounds, his Mook had not even grazed the ancient dragonfly, yet its size had diminished significantly. How could he continue fighting? Apollo stared incredulously at Renmei. If memory served him correctly, Renmei had never even approached gym leader level before. How had she now become a force to be reckoned with at the quasi-champion level? Chapter 46. Apollo's Inquiry. More importantly, Apollo knew that Renmei had more than one primary battle Pokémon. During the prior battle, she had been holding onto a Pokeball, clearly preparing to summon another Pokémon in case the ancient dragonfly fell. The issue was that Mook, which he had always looked down upon, could not even contend with the opposing bug-type Pokémon. This was one of the types he regarded with disdain. Apollo could scarcely believe everything that was transpiring. Was he dreaming? When had Team Rocket become this formidable? Had the research facility developed some new elixir to enhance Pokémon strength? Apollo scanned his surroundings, perceiving that something was amiss. Each person exchanged knowing glances, clearly contemplating something amusing. One after another, they retrieved their Pokeballs and unleashed their strongest Pokémon. Come forth, Gyarados, my companion Blastoise. It shall be you, Steelix. Now is the time, Scyther. With unwavering spirit, Infernape. Apollo could no longer maintain his image as the foremost of the four commanders, his lips twitching as he surveyed the powerful Pokémon around him. The weakest among them possessed gym leader-level strength. Moreover, one of them, a Metagross, could rival Lance's Dragonite. Stammering, Apollo managed to utter, "Why, you all have made remarkable progress in strength, quite rapidly." As everyone continued to release their Pokémon, Apollo was shocked to discover that there were as many as 9 Pokémon at the champion level. In less than a year, the overall strength of Team Rocket had soared to such heights. With this momentum, it was not impossible for Team Rocket to have all members reach gym leader status. For a moment, Apollo felt as if he were in a dream, and the dream was far too surreal. He felt a shortness of breath. He had merely gone off to train secretly for a while, believing his progress would be the greatest. Who would have thought that reality would deliver such a staggering blow? He had become the one who had progressed the least, especially among the newly promoted low-ranking officers. Their strength now seemed to be on par with his own. This reality was utterly fantastical. Gazing at the multitude of powerful Pokémon, Apollo turned and spoke. Everyone's recent improvement in strength is evident. Capturing strong Pokémon is commendable. But do not forget to fulfill Team Rocket's missions. With that, Apollo hastily departed, feeling that if he lingered any longer, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. The members of Team Rocket watched Apollo's hasty retreat, their faces adorned with mischievous smiles. The Apollo officer is leaving already. Indeed, I was hoping to have a battle with him. The opportunities to triumph over Apollo are scarce. Had I known earlier, I would have seized my chance without hesitation. At that moment, the atmosphere outside the headquarters of the Rocket team was vibrant and jubilant. Throughout his journey, Apollo was greeted by numerous acquaintances. Some would rush over from afar to extend their salutations, their faces alight with anticipation as they looked upon him. Initially, Apollo was perplexed by the situation until he inadvertently overheard someone exclaim, "Why doesn't Apollo engage with me?" As Apollo surveyed the interior and exterior of the rocket team headquarters, he was astounded to discover that it was not merely the individuals at the entrance who had experienced an enhancement in their abilities. Rather, the overall strength of the entire rocket team had undergone a significant transformation. Even the weakest members possessed Pokémon of gym leader caliber, such as the ancient dragonfly, the giant vines, and the ivory boar. There was no inferior classification beyond this. Many members of the rocket team, had it not been for the slots occupied by their battle Pokémon, would have no desire to retain their former primary combatants. To speak a blasphemous truth, if the rocket team were to launch an assault on any city within the Kanto region now, it is highly probable that the city would succumb within half an hour. What extraordinary events had transpired within the rocket team during this period? Aside from Giovanni's cloning of legendary Pokémon, something monumental must have occurred to facilitate such a radical transformation within the organization. As the foremost of the four generals, I lament having missed such a pivotal moment for the rocket team. At this juncture, Apollo felt a blend of shock and regret. The headquarters was undoubtedly teeming with over 10,000 individuals, each possessing 2 to 3 Pokémon of gym leader caliber. If this trend were to proliferate to other regions and bases of the rocket team, the numbers could escalate even further. Notably, high-tier combatants like Lance and the Poison Master had already acquired Pokémon of Elite Four caliber. How many Elite Four Pokémon could there possibly be in the Kanto region? Apollo sensed that the internal composition of Elite Four Pokémon within the rocket team now constituted at least half of the total in Kanto. At that moment, Apollo yearned to uncover the mysteries surrounding the rocket team's recent developments. He positioned himself in the lobby of the headquarters, releasing his Pokémon under the pretense of diligently tending to their injuries, while covertly eavesdropping on the conversations of passing members. Through their snippets of dialogue, he gleaned that the rapid enhancement of the rocket team's strength seemed to be linked to the training facilities personally designed and constructed by the acting commander. At that instant, 2 members of the rocket team strolled past him. One sported golden twin ponytails, while the other had a green center-parted hairstyle. They were engaged in a lively exchange as they made their way to Giovanni's office. Amato, your luck is simply extraordinary. You captured a Metagross, and it possesses a Mega Evolution Stone. How come I wasn't so fortunate? Remarked the green-haired member, envy etched across his face as he gazed at Amato's Metagross. The golden ponytail lifted her chin defiantly. Can your luck ever compare to mine? I am Amato. However, your luck isn't shabby either. Your Steelix and Metagross have already attained near Elite Four strength. With a bit of training, reaching Elite Four status is merely a matter of time. The green-haired member sheepishly rubbed his nose, replying, Oh, I'm still far behind you. These were merely leftovers from others. Despite his humble words, a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. The likes of the abandoned monkey, Steelix, and Metagross were coveted Pokémon that many would yearn to possess. Even now, many in the rocket team clutched their badges, awaiting their turn for training slots with the iron dumbbell. The golden ponytail laughed. Don't compare yourself to me. It's a losing battle. Moreover, once the acting commander successfully researches the artificial megastones, your Steelix will be able to mega evolve too. Upon hearing this, the green-haired member was torn between elation and disappointment. Sometimes, luck truly is a facet of strength. Chapter 47, Journey to Lake of Rage. Once, the strengths of he and Amato were relatively equal. However, ever since Amato's Metagross achieved Mega Evolution, everything had changed. Listening to their conversation, Apollo furrowed his brow. Was it true that the Metagross followed them? What exactly was Mega Evolution? He had recently seen a Steelix in the crowd, a formidable Steel-type Serpentine Pokémon. Apollo realized that much of what they discussed was beyond his comprehension. Had less than a year away from the rocket team resulted in such a vast transformation? More importantly, he discovered that both of their Pokémon included one of Elite Four caliber. Apollo had no recollection of these 2 individuals from before. They must have been ordinary members, not even cadre level, during his tenure. How had they ascended from being less than gym leader caliber to Elite Four in under a year? Apollo inhaled deeply and positioned himself in front of the 2. As Amato and his companion conversed, upon seeing Apollo, they quickly bowed and greeted him. Greetings, Apollo. Apollo nodded and inquired, I overheard you discussing Mega Evolution. What does that entail? The green-haired member eagerly responded, Apollo, you must have just returned from another base. Here's the situation. Ever since Giovanni has been preoccupied with research on mythical Pokémon, the acting commander has taken charge of the rocket team. The acting commander has constructed numerous new training facilities, which house rare Pokémon not commonly found in the outside world. Everyone has been capturing Pokémon there, resulting in rapid enhancements in their abilities. Mega Evolution is a unique battle state that certain Pokémon can achieve after evolving to their final form. Apollo's brow furrowed in intrigue. The training facilities constructed by the acting commander? He had not anticipated that this matter was intrinsically linked to Giovanni's eldest son. It was well known that Giovanni had been fiercely protective of his eldest due to the disappearance of his younger son. Outside of the previous meeting, Apollo had never encountered Giovanni, having only heard his name occasionally mentioned by Athena. Now, it was even more astonishing to learn that the rocket team's newfound strength was significantly connected to this temporary acting commander. The green-haired member continued, "Yes, that's right. The acting commander." At this moment, Amato presented a keystone for Apollo to see, stating, "Apollo, this is the keystone. When it resonates with the Mega Evolution Stone carried by a Pokémon, it allows that Pokémon to Mega Evolve." Apollo scrutinized the keystone in Amato's hand, momentarily taken aback. Could this Mega Evolution Stone be akin to the Water Stone or Fire Stone? Apollo was not particularly concerned about the Mega Evolution Stone itself. What truly piqued his interest were the training facilities constructed by Giovanni. He was eager to visit these facilities and discover their contents. Apollo inquired, "Where are these training facilities located? How can one gain access?" The green-haired member replied, "Just turn left from this hall. There is a newly established application center responsible for arranging and distributing addresses, badges, and training manuals for the training facilities." As soon as he finished speaking, Apollo recalled his Pokémon, turned, and hastened towards the application center, moving swiftly. Before long, he arrived at the application center, which was already bustling with activity. Many individuals, whose battle Pokémon slots were unfilled, sought to return for a second visit. Consequently, the place was perpetually abuzz. Apollo noted that many individuals here possessed gym leader-level Pokémon, and these Pokémon were predominantly quite distinct. The situation outside the headquarters bore a striking resemblance to what had just transpired. These Pokémon were all captured by the acting leader and placed into the training grounds. Apollo could hardly believe it. He did not queue up as one might expect. Given his seniority within Team Rocket, he found no need to do so. Armed with a manual for the automated Waterfall training arena and an admission certificate, he made his way there directly. The choice of this location was strategic, as it was the closest to headquarters. Upon arriving at the Anger Lake Waterfall, Apollo was astounded by the scene before him. Dozens of Team Rocket members were training in the waters, capturing Pokémon. Downstream of the waterfall, numerous Pokémon were drawn by the allure of food, swimming upstream against the current. Those who successfully mastered the waterfall climbing technique ascended to the upper reaches of the waterfall, where bountiful food awaited. Conversely, those who failed to grasp the technique either persevered or succumbed to hunger, expelling them from Anger Lake. However, it did not take long for Apollo to sense something amiss. This was peculiar. Although the Pokémon that had mastered the climbing technique possessed some talent, they were not as extraordinary as their counterparts. And what of the Gyarados? Where had that promised Gyarados gone? Apollo rushed upstream, brushing off casual greetings from passing members. It was not long before he heard a thunderous roar from a Team Rocket member's Pokémon. In that moment, Apollo understood the truth. He witnessed a Magikarp, often deemed the most useless Pokémon, evolve into a Gyarados before his very eyes. Apollo's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the Gyarados darting through the water with astonishing speed. He finally comprehended the purpose of training Pokémon to climb waterfalls. The entire training ground, ostensibly for water-type Pokémon, was in fact designed to filter out those Magikarp capable of learning the climbing technique. At that moment, Apollo fully believed the claims that the acting leader was fostering everyone's strength through the training grounds. Now, a pressing question emerged. Apollo, too, wished to capture a Gyarados. However, dozens of Team Rocket members were fixated on the Magikarp attempting to ascend the waterfall. As the foremost general of Team Rocket, he could not stoop to competing with ordinary members for a Pokémon. No, since the acting leader had established so many training grounds, surely there was one available to him. Resolute, Apollo decided he must speak with the acting leader personally. With that thought, he hurried back to the Team Rocket headquarters. Along the way, the members of Team Rocket regarded him with puzzled expressions. What could be troubling the esteemed Apollo? Was he perhaps acquiring a powerful Pokémon? Apollo had returned, but what was his purpose this time? They hoped he would not summon them for another mission. Truth be told, sometimes earning money in the training grounds was more preferable than undertaking missions. Chapter 48, Apollo's Plea. Apollo casually intercepted a passing Team Rocket member, inquiring, "Is the acting leader currently in the headquarters office?" The member, after saluting, replied, "Yes, the acting leader is in the temporary leader's office." Armed with this information, Apollo made a beeline for Jinshi's office. Knock, knock, knock. Acting leader, Apollo requests an audience. Although Apollo was the highest-ranking officer among the four generals, he dared not exhibit any disrespect in front of Jinshi, especially given Jinsi's possession of such formidable Pokémon and his status as acting leader. A calm voice emanated from within the office. "Come in." Apollo entered to find Jinshi seated behind his desk. "General Apollo, your return to headquarters today. What brings you here?" Apollo's gaze met Jinshi's, and his pupils shrank to pinpricks. What was this? Was he truly in the presence of a mere human? The overwhelming aura, the suffocating pressure. It was as if a being of power beyond that of a champion was masquerading as a person. Yet, Apollo was utterly convinced that the figure before him was indeed human. Such a sensation had eluded him even in the presence of the formidable Saki. He had only felt this intensity from Nashi. However, the slight aura emanating from Nashi paled in comparison to that of the acting leader. Apollo involuntarily swallowed hard. If the acting leader possessed such staggering strength, how terrifying must his Pokémon be? Apollo's tone grew increasingly cautious. "Acting leader, I have just returned from the secret base on Seven Island. I hope you might grant me access to a training ground and provide me with a manual." Jinshi set down his pen and regarded Apollo thoughtfully. He was already aware of Apollo's recent return to headquarters, where he reprimanded everyone for their laziness and engaged in battles with multiple members. He had received reports on this matter but paid it little mind, recognizing that Apollo's dedication to Team Rocket was unwavering. While the strength of the four generals might be somewhat exaggerated, their loyalty was undoubtedly unmatched. After a moment of contemplation, Jinshi considered which Pokémon would be suitable for Apollo. "Apollo, let me see all of your Pokémon." "Yes." Without hesitation, Apollo summoned Stunky, Houndoom, Ampharos, and Psyduck into the spacious office. Jinshi's gaze fixated on Houndoom and Psyduck. "My suggestion is that you focus on Fire-type Pokémon for now. Once your strength has grown, you can consider others." As he spoke, Jinshi retrieved 3 items from his drawer. Apollo immediately recognized one of them as a keystone. Jinshi slid the lava booster towards him. "This is the lava booster. Have your Psyduck carry it during training, and it will enable your Psyduck to evolve into a Golduck." He then pushed the Megastone and Keystone toward Apollo. "This is the Megastone for Houndoom. Have Houndoom carry it, while this Keystone is for you to wear." Subsequently, Jinshi produced a training ground admission certificate and manual for the Charizard Volcano Training Ground. "The Pokémon you seek are within this training ground. The address, certificate, and manual are all here. Just follow the instructions." "Thank you, acting leader." Apollo immediately bowed deeply in gratitude. When he left Seven Island, he believed he had maximized his potential with his Pokémon. Little did he know that the acting leader, with just a glance, had recognized the room for improvement in his Pokémon. Moreover, he was astonished to learn that his Psyduck had an evolutionary form he had been unaware of. This was utterly embarrassing. With a flush of shame, Apollo exited Jinshi's office. As the office door closed behind him, Dr. Inuki emerged gracefully from the inner office. Her dreamy, half-asleep eyes gazed tenderly at Jinshi, and in a languid, magnetic voice, she asked, "Why do you continue to assist him after he so openly challenged your authority at the entrance?" Jinshi pulled Dr. Inuki into an embrace and chuckled lightly. "What challenge to authority? If I cannot show a modicum of tolerance, what right do I have to be acting leader? Besides, his actions stem from a genuine desire for Team Rocket's success." Dr. Inuki lowered her gaze slightly, speaking softly, "I have no desire to concern myself with your matters. Just ensure you are aware of your own intentions." Jinshi gazed at his bashful girlfriend, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "None of these matters hold any significance now. What truly matters is that I wish to see if your keystone remains." Dr. Nemu lightly bit her lower lip in response, suppressing the shyness that swelled within her. However, to Jinshi, this gesture exuded a hint of yearning. Dr. Nemu unfastened her lab coat and retrieved the keystone from beneath her undergarments. This keystone was a gift from Jinshi, intended to facilitate her resonance with Gyarados for Mega Evolution. As Jinshi held the keystone, he observed its weight had noticeably increased, and a warm fragrance seemed to linger upon it. Dr. Nemu had indeed worn it well, she softly affirmed, her heart racing in anticipation. After Apollo exited Jinshi's office, he resumed the dignified demeanor befitting one of the 4 generals, striding confidently towards the Charizard volcano. Soon, he arrived at the site, presenting his access credentials to the patrolling Team Rocket members. Apollo felt the oppressive heat surrounding him. Along the way, he witnessed numerous Charizards soaring through the sky, each exhibiting strength at least equivalent to that of a gym leader. This did not surprise Apollo. After all, Charizards inherently possessed remarkable potential, thriving even without targeted training from a trainer. Summoning his Houndoom, Apollo equipped it with the Mega Stone, while he himself had already donned the Keystone bracelet. He then released his Psyduck, adorning it with the lava enhancer that Jinshi had bestowed upon him. The already formidable Psyduck, now augmented by the lava enhancer, exhibited a significant surge in presence. This remarkable transformation invigorated Apollo. This was merely a temporary enhancement, as the acting leader had suggested, should Psyduck evolve into a Pyroar. The extent of its power would be beyond his imagination. Chapter 49. Apollo's astonishment. Days later, at the Charizard volcano, a tremendous heat wave engulfed the entire area. The terrifying warmth evaporated all residual moisture within the Charizard volcano. The Team Rocket members stationed there felt their throats parched. In unison, they turned their gazes towards the approaching heat wave, which distorted their line of sight. Beside Apollo, Psyduck was enveloped in a radiant light of evolution, transforming into Pyroar. The flames rising around Pyroar seemed poised to obliterate everything in their path. A presence of near-champion caliber. A surge of shock rippled through the hearts of the Team Rocket members. Fortunately, having endured numerous stimuli, they no longer felt the initial awe. Moreover, it was only natural for Apollo, as the foremost of the four generals, to command such a powerful Pyroar. Standing beneath his Pyroar, Apollo felt its fierce determination blazing within. The astonishing aura captivated Apollo's heart. Apollo murmured to himself, "Is this the vision and prowess of the acting leader?" From the training over the past few days, Apollo had gained a clear understanding of what true Pokémon training entailed, as well as the essence of targeted training. The disparity was akin to night and day compared to his previous mechanical, repetitive training methods. Previously, his only noteworthy training method involved engaging in battles with others. Moreover, the lava enhancer that Pyroar now bore was a testament to the brilliance of those who could develop such evolutionary tools. Unlike the rare natural evolution stones scattered throughout the world, the lava enhancer was a resource firmly within their grasp. Simultaneously, Apollo sensed the growing synergy with his Houndoom, attuning himself to every subtle emotional shift. In each expression and movement, he felt the unique fire that defined this Pokémon. If other Pokémon's flames served solely as a means of attack, Houndoom uniquely augmented its flames with an additional offensive capability. The fire it exhaled was laced with a distinctive toxin, combining the acrid scent with the flames for a dual assault on its foes. Furthermore, the searing effect of its flames ensured that any wounds inflicted would continue to torment the enemy, no matter how much time had elapsed. As Apollo and Houndoom gradually fostered their bond, the keystone on Apollo's bracelet shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, harmonizing with the glow of the mega stone adorning Houndoom's neck. A terrifying compression of energy erupted forth with a resounding roar. Boom! Houndoom transcended its limits. Its form elongated as a pair of elegantly arched horns pointed skyward, while its crimson claws and tail tip ignited in flames. This was mega evolution. Apollo inhaled sharply. This was the true pinnacle of Houndoom's potential. Until now, he had believed that Houndoom had exhausted its latent capabilities, with little room for advancement beyond physical enhancement. To his astonishment, within a mere span of days, Houndoom effortlessly ascended to the champion level. Even in its temporary battle form, it was indeed at the champion tier. The acting leader was nothing short of extraordinary, far surpassing those so-called Pokémon researchers who were merely theorists. Apollo's emotions surged. He recalled that prior to his return from Seven Island, he had perceived the newly constructed training facility as merely a place for others to slack off and rest, even battling others over it. Reflecting on his past self, he felt like a fool, wondering how many had quietly laughed at his expense. The thought filled him with a mix of shame and indignation. The acting leader, aware of his previous shortcomings, had nevertheless guided him in planning his Pokémon training and future development. Apollo's respect for Jinshi deepened profoundly. Alas, had I not left the Team Rocket headquarters for Seven Island out of pride and ambition, my current prowess would surely exceed what it is now. Apollo shook his head, casting aside the regret that weighed upon him. Such thoughts were futile. Instead, he resolved to focus on training his Charizard. He turned his attention to a nearby Charizard, one he had captured at the Charizard volcano. The strength of the Charizards here was undoubtedly remarkable, and their training methods differed significantly from those in the outside world. This particular Charizard was currently pummeling a massive boulder with its fists, diligently practicing the foundational fighting-type move, Rock Smash. Charizard possessed formidable physical attributes and exceptional mobility in flight. Only a robust physique could harness greater energy. These sentiments were inscribed in the training manual authored by Jinshi. Apollo wholeheartedly agreed. Having witnessed his Charizard's gradual ascent from gym leader level to near elite level over the past few days. Meanwhile, within the Team Rocket headquarters, a notification rang out. Ding! Apollo's Psyduck, under the host's training assistance, has swiftly progressed in strength, evolving into Pyroar. The host and their Pokémon both receive a simultaneous boost in power. With the assistance of its host's Mega Evolution Stone, Apollo's Black Houndoom rapidly ascended in strength, evolving into the formidable Super Black Houndoom. The synergy between the host and their Pokémon significantly amplified. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jinshi paused momentarily, grasping the documents in his hand. He was not particularly surprised by Apollo's enhancement. After all, the Pokémon's innate talent and prowess were evident. Apollo merely lacked a clear training direction, with a bit of guidance. Ascending to the quasi-champion level was merely a matter of time. Jinshi summoned his Charizard. Since acquiring the system, he had discerned a pattern in the synchronized enhancement of strength. Particularly after training alongside Boscodora, Steelix, and Scyther, Jinshi felt that, during this simultaneous power surge, the Steel-type Metagross exhibited a more pronounced improvement than Pokémon of other types. Although Metagross was not the most gifted in his team, it was the first Pokémon to reach the quasi-champion level. This time, Jinshi decided to test Charizard. Indeed, he discovered that Charizard was the most significantly enhanced Pokémon in this instance. In Chapter 50, titled Mute-Wo's Escape, Team Rocket's Financial Crisis, within Team Rocket's internal arena, Jinshi observed Charizard unleashing its exuberance. With a thunderous roar echoing through the heavens, Charizard unleashed a torrent of searing flames, causing rampant energy to surge within the arena. The simulated rocks and trees were reduced to ashes. The heat waves repeatedly elevated the arena's temperature, rendering the air conditioning seemingly ineffective. In the sky, Charizard moved at an astonishing speed. Even outside the arena, Team Rocket members could sense the terrifying power of Jinshi's Charizard. Their own Pokémon gazed anxiously at the arena, pondering if this was the might of a champion-level Pokémon. Both Pokémon and humans present felt as though a fiery lord, risen from the depths of hell, could break through the arena at any moment and incinerate everything in sight. It was only at this moment that everyone gained a deeper understanding of Jinshi's strength. Previously, they had only known that the acting boss possessed considerable power, but they had never witnessed his prowess firsthand. Now, they thought that within the headquarters of Team Rocket, aside from the acting boss, no one else could rival such strength. Inside the arena, Jinshi recalled Charizard into its Pokeball and activated the arena's fire extinguishing system. As a copious amount of water vapor and ventilation filled the space, the temperature gradually subsided. With Charizard and Metagross having both attained champion levels, and other Pokémon reaching the quasi-champion tier, Jinshi felt reassured that he could withstand the impending crisis. At this moment, a weight in his heart lifted slightly. With his current strength, few in the Pokémon world could pose a threat to him, even if legendary Pokémon were to intervene. Jinshi had developed means to ensure his survival. Meanwhile, disguised as a master, the last of the four generals, Lambda, found himself dumbfounded, staring at a regular Team Rocket member in shock. Recently returned from the outside, Lambda was astounded by the transformations within Team Rocket. Many of the lower-ranking members now seemed formidable enough that Lambda could no longer claim guaranteed victories over them. Initially, he had intended to reassert his persona in front of everyone, but upon witnessing Team Rocket's evolution, he quickly abandoned that notion. The only thought occupying Lambda's mind was that unless he elevated his strength to the elite level, he would remain as an ordinary member of Team Rocket. Spotting James passing by, Lambda feigned familiarity and greeted him. "James, long time no see." James, bewildered, stared at Lambda, contemplating who this person was, as he did not recognize him at all, yet the individual had called him by name. Lambda, unabashedly friendly, said, "I'm just little Lambda." Oh, James pretended to be enlightened, but in truth, he still had no idea who this was. Lambda, draping an arm around James' shoulder, inquired, "It's been ages since I returned to Team Rocket. Has the headquarters become this formidable?" Finally encountering a question he could answer, James launched into an enthusiastic explanation. About that. I'm quite familiar with it. Here's the situation." In the ensuing conversation, Lambda found himself in a daze as James elaborated. Over the following period, Lambda captured several powerful Pokémon in the training grounds, gradually regaining his former self. His intention to revert was to seek Jinshi's assistance in acquiring even stronger Pokémon. However, unbeknownst to him, Jinshi had already been aware of his return since Lambda's first Pokémon evolved. Within Team Rocket's cloning laboratory, after extensive theoretical research, experimentation, and validation, Mute-Wo's control armor was finally completed. Simultaneously, the nutrients required for Mute-Wo's development were also prepared. Saki observed from above, gazing down at Mute-Wo in the growth chamber. After such a prolonged investment of time, energy, finances, and resources, the moment to awaken Mute-Wo had finally arrived. Saki's heart raced with excitement. He was on the verge of becoming a trainer who surpassed even legendary Pokémon, potentially the first and only such trainer in the world. How could he not feel exhilarated? As the machines in the laboratory whirred into action, Mute-Wo's eyes suddenly flared open, its cold gaze scanning the surroundings with a hint of confusion. It extended its 3 slender fingers toward the protective cover of the growth chamber. The nutrient liquid within began to drain, and as the water level dropped, Mutwo's terrifying psychic powers erupted, shattering the chamber with ease. The researchers, doctors, and Saki, witnessing this spectacle, were filled with elation, knowing that this chamber was custom designed by Team Rocket to withstand the vast majority of Pokémon attacks. Yet Mutwo had obliterated it effortlessly. Mutwo slowly spoke. Who am I? Where am I? Where am I going? The chief researcher, Dr. Fuji, replied, You are Mutwo, currently in Team Rocket's cloning laboratory. As for where you are going, that depends on. Tears welled in the eyes of Dr. Fuji and the researchers. It had been an arduous journey, but they had finally succeeded. However, they remained oblivious to the fury brewing in Mutwo's eyes. A wave of despairing psychic energy surged forth, engulfing the entire laboratory. The specially designed walls of the facility cracked and splintered under the onslaught. The control armor enveloped Mutwo, but its psychic force swept through it as if it were mere ash. The laboratory was devastated, circuits short-circuited, and an explosion erupted, engulfing everything in flames. Mutwo stood amidst the chaos, uncertain of where to go next. Saki approached Mutwo, stating, Mutwo, let us collaborate. Together, we shall dominate this world. With nowhere else to turn, Mutwo acquiesced. Saki's heart soared with excitement. The pair proceeded to an adjoining facility dedicated to the control armor. Mutwo obediently donned the armor, bringing Saki one step closer to his ambition. However, the euphoria was fleeting. The control armor's influence over Mutwo's thoughts was severely limited, effectively becoming merely a psychic amplifier. Upon learning from Saki that it was a creation of humanity, designed solely for their use, Mutwo's pride could not bear such indignation. With a mere exertion of psychic power, Mutwo liberated itself from the confines of the control armor and obliterated the research facility responsible for its captivity. Resolutely, it departed, driven by an insatiable quest for the answers that resided deep within its heart. Amidst the desolation, Giovanni seethed with frustration, never anticipating such a calamitous turn of events. He was determined to recapture Mutwo and confine it once more within a Pokeball for his own purposes. Chapter 51. Giovanni's fury. Giovanni's mood plummeted as he perused the financial deficits of Team Rocket, a state of despair overwhelming him until news of Mutwo's departure reached him. It was revealed that not only had their research findings been lost, but the 2 most valuable research facilities of Team Rocket had also been annihilated. The cumulative value of these losses exceeded half of Team Rocket's total assets, now reduced to mere ashes. The high-end equipment within the facilities was designed for reuse, and much of the funding Team Rocket had previously acquired was predicated upon leasing the future usage rights of this equipment to others. Now, with the equipment gone and the payments received, Giovanni found himself in a perilous financial predicament, burdened with insurmountable debts. Given Team Rocket's current revenue-generating capabilities, merely achieving a break-even point seemed a daunting challenge, let alone repaying the outstanding debts. Moreover, Team Rocket could not afford to default. The League, along with various factions such as the Jinshi Police Department, Joy's Pokemon Center, and the Silver Corporation, had long been seeking pretexts to dismantle Team Rocket. Their past transgressions, while petty, could be overlooked, but this incident would undoubtedly serve as a catalyst for their adversaries' assault. Thus, Giovanni was compelled to devise a strategy to amass funds. In this era of the Pokemon world, what ventures were the most lucrative? Finance, real estate, gambling, and film. Each of these industries also provided convenient avenues for money laundering. The illicit funds of Team Rocket were substantial, and their inability to repay debts was partly attributed to this reality. Therefore, a means to cleanse the money was imperative. Among these, films associated with Pokemon represented the most promising avenue. Movies featuring Pokemon could not account for costs accurately. A film with a budget of 10 million could easily consume 20 million without scrutiny. As for finance and real estate, these had been Giovanni's pursuits since assuming leadership. The only element lacking was the initial capital. Unfortunately, the sudden demise of his father had caught him off guard. He had anticipated that the research would require several more years to complete, never expecting Mutwo's emergence to occur so swiftly. At that moment, a knock echoed through the office. Acting boss, Rinji seeks an audience. Giovanni collected himself and commanded, enter. Rinji entered, awkwardly pushing the door while cradling one of his arms. How did you get injured? Sit down and explain, Giovanni inquired, furrowing his brow. Recent events have been relentless. Athena rose to pour Rinji a glass of water while discreetly assessing his condition, shaking her head at Giovanni to indicate that Rinji was largely unharmed. Rinji expressed his gratitude and began recounting the sequence of events. It was the Magma and Aqua teams. They clashed violently over a territory in the Hoenn region known as the Sending God Mountain. A few days ago, we aimed to expand our domain into Hoenn, but we were ambushed while merely scouting the area. Their leader, Song, took action and even killed one of our division's members. A flicker of anger ignited within Giovanni. Territorial disputes often led to skirmishes, but the loss of life was crossing a line, especially at the hands of their leader. Giovanni turned to Athena and instructed, "Gather the executives from headquarters. Since the Magma team has acted so ruthlessly, we must ensure they pay dearly." Athena shared in his ire. Previously, it was only Team Rocket that bullied others, and never had anyone dared to kill their members. Shortly thereafter, Giovanni sat at the head of the conference table, observing the trusted cadre of Team Rocket. Those present were primarily reliable individuals, while figures like Mars and Aki were absent, occupied with their responsibilities in managing gyms and other enterprises. Giovanni had not summoned them. In a grave tone, he declared, "Brothers of Team Rocket, since our adversaries have dared to infringe upon us, it is high time we undertake a significant operation." With the disappearance of Cyrus and Mutuo, coupled with the financial crisis plaguing Team Rocket and the Magma team's assault on their members, Giovanni was no longer inclined to engage in petty schemes such as selling Gyarados scales for profit. Collecting protection fees and capturing Pokémon were trivial pursuits. Now, with Team Rocket's strength having ascended to a new echelon, it was time to execute a grand plan. The assembled members, upon hearing Giovanni's words, were invigorated. What had driven them to join Team Rocket, if not for power and wealth? With strength in hand, the only thing lacking was financial resources. Lance, ever eager for chaos, exclaimed, "Acting boss, shall we rob a bank or seize the Silver Corporation? We will follow your lead." Giovanni shook his head. While those options do promise quick returns, the risks far outweigh the rewards. The banks in the Pokémon world are heavily fortified. Merely extracting funds from the vault is a considerable challenge, let alone spending it. Moreover, the Japanese currency's value is minimal. How much could they transport in one heist? A few tens of millions at best, which is a trifling sum for an organization as immense as Team Rocket. Apollo inquired, "Then what shall we do?" He had been particularly strapped for cash lately, as training his Charizard had depleted nearly all his savings. His extravagant spending habits left him with no reserves. Giovanni chuckled softly, perfectly timed. "The leader of the Magma team has audaciously killed one of our division members, so we shall rob the Magma team." Rob the Magma team? The group exchanged puzzled glances. What could they possibly have worth stealing? Giovanni recognized their confusion and smiled knowingly. Many were unaware of the true nature of the Magma team. Would affluent individuals join a criminal organization? Only those desperate and impoverished would resort to crime. Even if the Magma team possessed more wealth than the average person, it paled in comparison to banks or the Silver Corporation. However, they were gravely mistaken. Giovanni, well acquainted with the operations of Team Rocket, understood that these criminal organizations were indeed quite wealthy. The monthly expenses for maintaining numerous operatives and their salaries amounted to a staggering figure. Furthermore, Giovanni recalled the Magma team's heist of a company named Duin, acquiring technology for generating energy from magma. They had swiftly transformed into a criminal organization boasting energy production capabilities. The profits from such an enterprise were staggering. Most importantly, engaging in criminal acts against fellow criminals would not yield significant negative repercussions. This would ultimately facilitate Giovanni's efforts to rehabilitate Team Rocket and mitigate obstacles. The Junsha Police Department and the League would likely turn a blind eye. With Giovanni's compelling rationale, the group became fervently excited. To them, robbing the Magma team seemed like an effortless endeavor, far simpler than targeting a bank. Chapter 52, Retribution against the Magma team. Under the fervent gazes of his subordinates, Giovanni issued his orders. Apollo, mobilize the executives and staff. This time, we will focus on individuals possessing water-type Pokémon. Lambda, your skills in disguise and infiltration are invaluable. I need you to scout the Magma team's territory in advance, identifying the locations of their gambling dens and loan shark operations. We will strike where the money flows most freely. The group responded in unison, yes. Acting boss. Adjacent to the Fanyuan region lies the bustling metropolis of the city, where the Rocket team's division resides. Lambda, having shed his disguise, reverted to his original appearance. As the acting leader, he reported that the Lava team's arcade and loan sharking operations were flourishing, generating a daily revenue of several million yen. One mustn't underestimate the pachinko parlors here, as one of the few legal gambling industries in the nation. A cash flow of millions of yen each day is a commonplace occurrence. However, to Kinsi, this sum was hardly worth their intervention. Lambda continued his report, stating that this was indeed their largest pachinko establishment, far surpassing the business of others in different cities. Kinsi remarked gravely that the lava team could not possibly be limited to such a modest amount. They also operated an energy company. Regrettably, the financial transactions of the energy company were difficult to trace. Nevertheless, they would need to aggregate funds to distribute salaries to their subordinates. By scrutinizing the pachinko parlor, they could ascertain the location where funds were consolidated. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the four generals gleamed with excitement. Lambda, filled with fervor, donned his disguise again and exited the room. Shortly thereafter, after a period of investigation, Lambda confirmed the location where the lava team consolidated their finances. Despite the lava team's headquarters being situated in Jinshi, the site for their financial aggregation was located within the undulating mountain path, inside the rocket team's division. Kinsi pointed to the operational map and stated that in a few days, the lava team would retrieve the funds from the undulating mountain path to distribute interest payments to their subordinates. According to Lance's estimation, they should be dealing with nearly several tens of millions of yen. We need not wait until that day. Let us prepare today and strike tomorrow night. One cannot deny the prowess of Lambda, the master of disguise. Within the undulating mountain path, aside from certain high-security areas, he had managed to gather substantial intelligence, which would greatly assist the entire operation. Upon hearing this, everyone present eagerly touched their water-type Pokeballs. The audacity of the lava team's leader to harm members of the rocket team would soon be met with a reminder of who truly reigns as the foremost criminal organization. After Kinsi briefly outlined the operation plan, he instructed everyone to remain at their temporary base in Jinshi and to avoid venturing out unnecessarily. The closer they drew to the final moment, the more cautious they needed to be. The following night, within the undulating mountain path of the lava team, a rotund figure clad in red and black sat in an office, idly twirling a butterfly knife. This man was Hiramura, one of the three executives of the lava team. Beneath his typically composed demeanor lay a pair of keen eyes that exuded an air of superiority. Since joining the lava team, he had set his sights on becoming the most distinguished member, a goal he had achieved through his own efforts. "Hi-ho, have the funds been tallied?" he inquired. "In just a few days, it will be time to distribute interest payments. We must not allow any discrepancies in our finances." Across from him, Hi-ho, serving as Hiramura's assistant, was responsible for managing the daily affairs of the lava team. As usual, Hi-ho reported, the 3 racetracks, 8 hotels, and the energy company are the easiest to account for. The only challenge lies with the 16 pachinko parlors. The sheer volume of coins there requires additional time to sort. The 200 million yen earmarked for interest payments had already been prepared, while the remaining funds for storage and company turnover were being expedited. This time of year was always the busiest for him, and he had to be especially meticulous. Typically, Hiramura would share light-hearted banter with him, but during this period, he was notably stern, as part of the funds due this month originated from assets under Hiramura's control. The executives contributed funds quarterly, resulting in a substantial cash flow during this time. Hi-ho had to tread carefully. Unbeknownst to Hi-ho, however, his superior was consumed by a different set of emotions. Ever since the lava team's leader, Akai Matsubara, had become preoccupied with summoning divine beasts from the mythos, his management of the team had begun to falter. In Hiramura's eyes, Akai Matsubara had become somewhat delusional. Legends were merely tales. How could one take them seriously? Upon hearing that Akai Matsubara had killed a member of the rocket team in a fit of rage, Hiramura felt he had completely lost his grip on reality. Thus, Hiramura's ambition began to swell uncontrollably. In his eyes, as long as he wielded power and amassed considerable wealth, controlling all energy supplies in Jinshi would enable him to usurp Akai Matsubara and seize leadership of the lava team. Keep a close watch over things in the coming days. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave, he commanded. Yes, Hiramura. Hi-ho replied, watching his superior depart, exhaling a quiet sigh of relief. Though he was unaware of Hiramura's true intentions, the irregular flow of finances hinted at the scheming afoot. Not long after Hiramura drove away from the undulating mountain path, a group of individuals, cloaked by the cover of night, approached the location. Before their departure, Kinsi had ordered them to don the uniforms of the ocean team and conducted a final inspection of their Pokemon's conditions. In our assault, we must ensure that no one is left alive to divulge our identities. Once the time comes, we must retreat, even if the money remains uncollected. Understood. This time, the members refrained from calling out names, adhering to Kinsi's prior instructions to prevent any exposure of their identities. Clad in ocean team uniforms and masked with pirate bandanas, they summoned their water-type Pokémon, including Gyarados, Frogadier, Blastoise, and Croconaw, and surged toward the undulating mountain path. Lance, riding his Hydreigon and accompanied by his Dragapult, led the group. hovering above to provide support and relay information. Members possessing Blastoise forged ahead, with others closely trailing. The lava team members stationed at the entrance were swiftly dispatched by a scythe-wielding scyther, blood staining the ground beneath. Within the undulating mountain path, Hi-Ho was busy overseeing the counting of funds. Hi-Ho glanced outside, as he thought he heard a sound. Hi-Case, Hiyu, go check outside to see if something's amiss. Yes. Assistant Hi-Ho. However, before Hi-Case and Hiyu could summon their Pokémon and step outside, a tremendous roar reverberated through the undulating mountain path. Chapter 53, Hiramura's Fury. Enemy Attack. A chilling scream erupted from the members of the lava team. Within the undulating mountain path, all basic infrastructure erupted in explosions. Power was instantly severed, plunging the scene into darkness. Panic ensued among the members of the lava team as they hastily released their Pokémon, predominantly composed of fire, dark, and poison types. With fire types being the majority, they instantly became sitting ducks. The sound of fluttering insect wings and the slicing of arteries echoed throughout the chaos. Hi-Ho, too, was thrown into disarray. They were not from the ocean team. They had committed murder. Despite the long-standing enmity between the lava team and the ocean team, such ruthless violence was rare. In the darkness, the fire-type Pokémon were rendered incapacitated by a barrage of hydro pumps. A group of individuals clad in ocean team uniforms stormed in. Hi-Ho unleashed his Charizard, preparing for a final stand. However, upon seeing one of them brandishing a submachine gun, he felt utterly defeated. What happened to Pokémon duels? Why are you wielding weapons? Is there no sense of honor left? Yet, these assailants paid no heed to Hi-Ho's thoughts. Several Pokémon surrounded Charizard, while bullets from the submachine guns rained upon every conceivable location where enemies might lurk. Only after ensuring that no adversaries remained standing did Kinsi signal for everyone and their Pokémon to cease their onslaught. In an instant, the undulating mountain path fell silent, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Bullet holes marred the surroundings. The members of the lava team lay sprawled amidst pools of blood. Jean commanded, execute finishing shots on the corpses, confiscate their Pokémon, and release them elsewhere. Upon receiving the order, everyone immediately dispersed to inspect each body and retrieve the Pokeballs. Jean approached the corpse of Hua-Ho, whose attire distinctly set him apart from the others. After confirming his demise, Jean extracted a notebook from his possession. The notes outlined the flow of funds. There had been 200 million yen in cash at the campsite in the rugged mountain path yesterday, and combined with the funds yet to be settled today, the total likely amounted to 5 to 600 million yen. Jin's heart soared with joy. He had anticipated merely 1 or 200 million yen. However, the notebook indicated that a significant portion belonged to the lava team's cadre, Hua-Ho. Furthermore, part of this money was to be handed over to the lava team. According to Hua-Ho's analysis, Hua-Ho seemed to be orchestrating something substantial with Du and Company, with the timeline suggesting it would occur next week. At that moment, Ramda hurried over and whispered in Jin's ear, I found the location of the money. Let us go. Jin tucked the notebook away and instructed Ramda to lead the way. Upon reaching the location of the funds, they enlisted the help of their Pokémon to dismantle the steel plates, opting to bypass the door entirely. He commanded his subordinates to transport the money. Originally, Jin had set a 30-minute evacuation window, but to his surprise, thanks to the efficiency of his team and their Pokémon, the task was completed in under 10 minutes. As everyone retreated from the rugged mountain path, Jin ordered, all water-type Pokémon, utilize water gun or hydro pump to flood the rugged mountain path. He summoned his Metagross and initiated Mega Evolution. Once the flooding reached a satisfactory level, he commanded, Mega Metagross, use Psychic to collapse the path. We're leaving. Without casting a glance back, Jin swiftly led his team away from the scene. With a tremendous roar that shook the ground, the rugged mountain path crumbled. Everything within was buried, and by the time the area was excavated, Jin and his team had long since vanished. 10 minutes later, the Junsha police arrived at the scene. Gazing at the swirling dust and the inundated rugged mountain path, rendered speechless. Despite the efforts of the personnel and Pokémon over several weeks, the rugged mountain path remained obstructed. The collapse was too severe, and clearing the debris posed the risk of a secondary collapse. Rescue operations progressed at a painfully slow pace. The Junsha team found no discernible clues. The devastation from the collapse and flood had obliterated all evidence. Thus far, they had only uncovered 2 corpses, which had been waterlogged beyond recognition. They could only surmise from the clothing that they belonged to the lava team. A Junsha officer reported to Officer Junsha, this is the lava team's territory. Judging by the traces at the scene, it is highly likely that the ocean team is responsible. Ostensibly, a man named Xiaogu manages this place, but it actually belongs to Hwasiyuan of the Lava Team. Officer Junsha seethed with anger. What were these criminal organizations up to? Previously, they had merely engaged in petty skirmishes, capturing a couple of individuals to take the fall, and it was nearly impossible to investigate. However, this time, the situation had escalated dramatically. Not only had lives been lost, but the scene had been utterly destroyed. Residents below had reported gunfire. The Lava Team and Ocean Team were utterly unrestrained. Such organized and disciplined crime could only be perpetrated by individuals from the Ocean Team. Moreover, the Lava Team and Ocean Team had always been at odds. Dispatch personnel to investigate the Ocean Team. We must unearth the truth, no matter how deep. Yes, this time, the death toll remained undetermined, indicating that the matter had spiraled out of control. Usually, Officer Junsha turned a blind eye, but now they had truly crossed the line. Just then, Hwasiyuan forcefully breached the cordon, causing a commotion. You can't go in. Hwasiyuan's eyes blazed with fury. This is my territory. Why shouldn't I be allowed in? If you dare stop me again, I'll kill you. I have nothing left. Killing one is better than nothing. His reckless bravado momentarily silenced the Junsha officers. As the saying goes, the bold fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those with nothing to lose. The path was cleared, and Hwasiyuan charged through, solely concerned with whether his money remained intact. To him, the Junsha officers were merely individuals bound by rules. Upon seeing the rugged mountain path, now washed away and buried under rubble, Hwasiyuan's expression darkened ominously. Who did this? I want him dead. Hwasiyuan stood rooted, roaring in rage. The Lava Team members trailing behind him fell silent, struck by fear. At least 50 of their comrades were buried beneath, and more critically, his money, whether it had been stolen or simply waterlogged, was now worthless. This was the capital he intended to use to purchase magma energy conversion equipment from Dune Company. Additionally, part of it was funds belonging to the Lava Team that he was responsible for replenishing. Where would he find such a sum? Chapter 54. The Reckoning of Flame Pine. Meanwhile, Jean had returned to a temporary base in the Hoenn region with the members of Team Rocket. After tallying the cash, excitement bubbled among them. Lance trembled as he clutched a hefty bundle of banknotes, stammering, Deputy Boss, 640 million. A full 640 million. Apollo and Ramda were equally awestruck, their eyes gleaming with dollar signs. Only Athena, her face flushed, gazed at Jean with a longing that suggested she wished to embrace him in that moment, were it not for the presence of others. Among them, only Jean maintained a semblance of composure. Though the sum appeared considerable, if divided among everyone present, it would elevate each individual from the mundane to the realm of the affluent. Their elders could be supported, allowing them to live without worry. With a serene smile, Jean announced, Gather everyone. It's time to distribute the money, or none of you shall sleep tonight. Following Team Rocket's protocol, Jean and Team Rocket would take half, while the remaining half would be divided among all participants. Of that remaining half, the leaders would receive half, and the rest would be shared equally among the others. Jean received 320 million, while the 4 generals each took 80 million. The remaining members divided the rest. Upon receiving their shares, each person trembled, having never held such a substantial amount of cash before. As the distribution unfolded, Jean contemplated deeply. Although this windfall addressed the immediate financial concerns of Team Rocket, it merely offered a temporary remedy. They needed to expand their business landscape and maximize their influence. This amount would only serve to patch the financial gaps for now. Jean aimed to resolve this issue comprehensively. Otherwise, should he encounter financial difficulties while establishing a training ground in the future, he would be forced to seek funds again, which would be an undue burden. Once the excitement subsided, Athena was the first among them to regain her composure. Setting her money aside, she turned her gaze to Jean. Her action caught the attention of the others, and they too directed their focus towards him. Once everyone had settled, Jean spoke, in the coming days. Keep an ear to the ground. Ramda, keep a close watch on Hwasiyuan. We merely intend to teach the Lava Team a lesson this time, but it is far from sufficient. I want them to suffer. Apollo declared, Deputy Boss, whatever you say, we shall follow. At present, Jinshi has firmly established his authority among the ranks. The members of the Rockets, when they initially joined the team, were motivated by 2 primary factors, strength and wealth. Jinshi has already bestowed upon them the former, even if the construction of their training facilities has been halted midway due to financial constraints. As for wealth, it is now firmly in their grasp. How could they not be convinced? Jinshi produced a notebook and stated, This time, we shall once again seize the opportunity presented by the Fire Village. Its resources are far from depleted. This time, we will shear it clean. Rance, who is particularly sensitive to financial matters, voiced his confusion. We have just plundered Fire Village. Can it still possess wealth? Jinshi opened his notebook and pointed to the data within. According to this record, in order for Fire Village to penetrate the energy market here, it must procure energy conversion equipment from Devon Corporation. Acquiring such equipment necessitates a considerable sum of money, an immense amount. Moreover, it currently owes money to the Lava Team. It will undoubtedly seek a way to fill this financial gap. Otherwise, all its previous efforts with the Lava Team will amount to nothing. Jinshi turned his gaze towards Ramda. This is also why I instructed Ramda to keep a close watch on Fire Village. This conclusion, reached after careful contemplation and informed by Ramda's intelligence, indicated that Fire Village would not easily concede defeat. It would certainly devise a means to turn the tide. Just as Jinshi and his companions were deliberating their next course of action, Fire Village, as anticipated, was in the midst of gathering funds, in dire need of capital. Only by acquiring Devon Corporation's magma energy conversion devices could it regain control over a significant portion of the energy market and cover its losses. The only dilemma was where to procure the necessary funds for the equipment. At that moment, Fire Village's phone rang. He answered, "Moses, it's Fire Village." Immediately, he was met with a barrage of furious accusations from the other end. "Fire Village, you are utterly despicable. The Lava Team has lost over 50 brothers, and all our interests have been buried within the mountain roads. What have you been doing? I entrusted you with the management of the Audu Mountain Division, and this is how you handle it?" As he listened to Yen-song's scolding, Fire Village's eyes widened with rage, while he continued to feign humility and offer apologies. Anyone nearby would surely think Fire Village had lost his sanity. Yen-song's tirade continued unabated. "That was 200 million yen in profits. I give you 1 week to rectify this. You must come to the Lava Team headquarters immediately, not only to apologize, but also to transfer your responsibilities." With that, he hung up, disregarding any words Fire Village might have uttered. In a fit of rage, Fire Village smashed his phone, the shards piercing his palm, blood flowing from his fingertips, yet he felt nothing. His heart was ablaze with fury. He exited the room and accepted a handkerchief from his subordinate to wipe the blood from his hands, calmly declaring, "Fire Thunder, Fire Electric, gather all team members. We are heading to the Lava Team headquarters." That night, Yen-song's glasses glinted ominously. Those beneath him dared not breathe too loudly, fearing they might provoke their leader. He had not anticipated that in just a few days away, the Lava Team would experience such calamity, over 50 team members dead, along with a substantial financial loss. Yet, this was not the gravest concern. The most significant issue was that Fire Village had openly defied his orders to report to headquarters for accountability. A murderous intent surged within Yen-song. Rising slowly, he spoke in a voice as chilling as the winter wind. "Since Fire Village refuses to come to headquarters, I shall pay him a personal visit. After all, he has just endured a tremendous setback and requires some consolation from the team." Though Yen-song's words suggested comfort, his eyes betrayed a fury provoked by defiance. "Fire How, prepare the vehicle. I am going to visit Fire Village personally." "Yes, Boss Yen." Yen-song sat quietly in the car, the driver and secretary hesitant to disturb him. He adjusted his glasses, contemplating Fire Village's possible next moves. He possessed a certain understanding of this subordinate. Fire Village had 2 paths ahead. One was to flee, rendering all his past investments futile, while facing the wrath of both the lava and ocean teams. The other was to unscrupulously repay his debts. But was there a potential third path? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt, sending Yen-song sprawling against the seat in front of him. The sudden stop evoked a sense of impending disaster within Yen-song. He instinctively shrank down in his seat, pulling his secretary close to shield himself. Boom! A searing flame burst through the window. The intense heat instantly turned the secretary beside him to charred remains, the air thick with the scent of burnt flesh. "Ah!" The driver let out a piercing scream, though it was unclear if he was electrocuted or merely incapacitated. Seizing the moment, Yen-song flung open the car door and rolled out. He summoned his Pokémon, the Fire Camel and Cross Bat, without hesitation. The Mega Evolution Stone glowed, transforming Fire Camel into Mega Fire Camel. "Fire Village, you shall pay for this." Yen-song was filled with rage. He had not anticipated Fire Village's decisiveness in attempting to assassinate him. In the rear guard vehicle, only a few members of the Lava Team remained alive, standing back to back against the enemy, striving to hold out for reinforcements. However, having lost the initiative, it was all too late. 2 exploding gas and a swarm of gasball Pokémon charged towards them. Boom, boom, boom. Dazzling explosions erupted, accompanied by a relentless barrage of blasts. The exploding gas and gas balls detonated, leaving a massive crater in the ground, annihilating Yen-song and his companions. Meanwhile, Only a few of the attackers' Pokémon were rendered incapable of fighting by the Mega Fire Camel. On the rooftop of a nearby shopping mall, Fire Village peered through binoculars, observing the street below while toying with a Pokeball. Qian Song, I am sorry, but you instigated this. I have no choice. Fire Thunder led the assailants through the rooftop door, advancing towards Fire Village. It's our turn now. Let us take control of the Lava Team. That day, news of the attack and the death of Lava Team leader Qian Song dominated the headlines. Jinshi, informed by Ramda's intelligence, inferred that Qian Song had likely been killed by Fire Village, as the latter had now seized control of the Lava Team, assuming the role of its new leader. At this moment, the members of the Lava Team were filled with trepidation. Fire Village's blatant disregard for protocol, culminating in the murder of the leader to usurp his position, left everyone uneasy. If such a precedent were set, none could feel secure in their status. However, Fire Village was indeed in a precarious position. While he had exuded confidence in seizing control of the Lava Team, the reality of holding the position weighed heavily upon him. His loyal supporters were primarily those old subordinates, while his adversaries began concocting schemes to eliminate him and seize power for themselves. The neutral factions, merely seeking personal gain, would never come to his aid in times of crisis. Now, the only course of action for Fire Village was to access the Lava Team's finances to purchase Devon Corporation's magma energy converter. Only by controlling the energy supply could he gather the resources to win over the hearts of his followers and secure his position as leader. Fire Village scrutinized the Lava Team's financial records. After deducting the funds he had just used to soothe the hearts of his men, the Lava Team's financial ledger revealed a mere 300 million. Such a paltry sum. Huitsuan felt that the assassination of Qian Song was hardly justifiable. Alas, to ascend to power by eliminating Qian Song, he was compelled to reward his brethren and offer some incentives to the fence-sitters. This money was indispensable. Another significant reason for the meager funds was Qian Song's ambition to research the revival of Kyogre, which necessitated extensive financial resources to explore its location and means of resurrection through ancient legends. Qian Song had indeed lost his mind. Kyogre was a mythical creature. How could it possibly be real? Sooner or later, his obsession would lead to the ruin of the Lava Team. My decision to eliminate him was undoubtedly correct. Huitsuan withdrew all the funds from the Lava Team and even mortgaged all his assets to the bank, amassing a total of 600 million to acquire magma energy conversion devices. Just as Huitsuan completed these transactions, Lan S, who was keenly attuned to financial matters, immediately sensed something amiss and promptly reported the situation to Jinshi. Boss, this is the intelligence I received from the bank. Leave it there. I will review it later. Jinshi replied, preoccupied with myriad pressing matters. Ever since Huitsuan's ascension following Qian Song's demise, the Hoenn region had descended into chaos. The Ocean Team, adversaries of the Lava Team, began a relentless campaign of revenge. Internal strife within the Lava Team had shattered their unity. Jinshi also commanded members of the Rocket Team to infiltrate the Lava Team's territory, extending their influence into the Hoenn region. Under the leadership of Apollo, they launched assaults on the pachinko parlors, nightclubs, Pokémon breeding facilities, and training grounds affiliated with the Lava Team. In just a few days, several establishments near the capital region of Hoenn had fallen under the control of the Rocket Team. Upon receiving this alarming news, Huitsuan furiously wreaked havoc in his office. What were the Rocket Team and Ocean Team plotting? Were they colluding? In reality, Huitsuan had wronged both teams. They merely operated with seamless coordination, devoid of any direct communication. Huitsuan instructed his subordinates, send personnel from headquarters to support our local teams. We cannot afford to lose those establishments. Boshua, the headquarters team has already been dispatched. But with the Rocket Team and Ocean Team attacking from both east and west, we are severely outnumbered. Moreover, some of our local members are merely going through the motions. We are utterly powerless. Upon hearing this, Huitsuan understood the gravity of the situation. The Rocket Team and Ocean Team aimed to exploit his precarious position to encroach upon the Lava Team's territory. With internal strife unresolved, he could hardly muster the resources to confront the Rocket Team and Ocean Team. Furthermore, even at the height of its power, the Lava Team could only contend with the Ocean Team on even footing. With the addition of the Rocket Team, the Lava Team was effectively being overwhelmed. Huitsuan commanded, withdraw everyone and reinforce our defenses. We cannot allow them to dismantle us piece by piece. I will allocate another team to provide support. During this tumultuous period, Huitsuan had attempted to initiate peaceful negotiations with the Rocket Team. His bottom line was that the territories they had seized during this time would remain theirs, as long as they refrained from further encroachments. After all, It was Chai Song who had taken down the rocket team, and with his demise, there was no inherent conflict between the rocket team and the lava team. However, Jinshi would never acquiesce to such terms. Why would he relinquish a lucrative opportunity? Moreover, with the abundance of unique Pokémon in the Hoenn region, even if this venture did not yield immediate profits, it could enhance the diversity of the rocket team's Pokémon species. Chapter 56. The encroachment of the rocket team. The rocket team's campaign in the Hoenn region was relentless and devastating. At this moment, the fruits of Jinshi's recent investments in training facilities were on full display. Each Pokémon, be it the Gyarados, Steelix, or Scyther, was capable of overpowering numerous lava team members. The ocean team, in contrast, served merely as a distraction to the lava team. Under Apollo's leadership, the rocket team advanced with unwavering resolve. In an instant, vast swathes of lava team territory had been absorbed into the rocket team's domain. Amidst the fierce Pokémon battles, the lava team personnel could only cower behind cover, fearful of exposing themselves to the onslaught. Thunderous exclamations erupted from Hole, who had been tasked with leading reinforcements. How can they be so powerful? In the sky, there are Charizards. On the ground, Steelixes and Scythers. In the water, Gyarados. None of them are to be trifled with. The scope of this battle is far too extensive. The lava team members trembled behind their cover. Their Pokémon consisting primarily of Zubat, Numel, and Houndoom, barely capable of enduring a single attack from the enemy. Hole shouted, "We must retreat. This is utterly untenable." Once everyone had retreated, Apollo and his team chose not to pursue. They were now quite distant from the rocket team's control zone and perilously close to the ocean team's territory. This battle primarily aimed to constrict the lava team's operational space and exert pressure on Huitsuan. After thoroughly pillaging the establishments, Apollo led his team away. When the ocean team members arrived, they found the area in utter disarray. Nevertheless, it was only natural for the ocean team to seize control of this territory. Meanwhile, Ramda, who had been monitoring Huitsuan, finally received word and returned to report to Jinshi. "Boss, Huitsuan's subordinates have gathered at a mountain to the east, where there is a resort. That should be his transaction point." Jinshi's eyes lit up at this revelation. Finally, we have the opportunity. According to Lance estimations, Huitsuan currently possessed approximately 600 million in funds. Now that both the transaction location and time had been established, Jinshi declared, "Brothers, if we successfully execute this operation, we can finally return home." "Yes, boss." The following afternoon, Huitsuan and his subordinates made their way to the resort. When negotiating with such large corporations, Huitsuan knew he had to be exceptionally cautious. The resort had long been booked exclusively for the lava team, surrounded entirely by their personnel, all awaiting the arrival of the representatives from the one company to deliver the equipment. While soaking in the hot springs at the resort, Huitsuan felt an inexplicable chill. Despite the warmth of the water, even the gently heated springs failed to dispel the coldness that gripped his heart. Recently, the lava team had reclaimed territory that had been seized by the ocean team, but during the conflict, a Chow of the ocean team had perished under the assault of Hole and Huidian. This incident further exacerbated the hostilities between the lava team and ocean team, leading to increasingly severe losses for the lava team. Huitsuan felt as though he was losing his grip on his men. The magma energy converter had become his sole hope for redemption. Once the equipment was secured, the energy company could add a unit, instantly doubling its output and revenue. Huitsuan ordered, "Hole, take your team and patrol the surrounding area once more. We must ensure that this transaction goes off without a hitch." "Yes, boss Hua." Hole set out on his mission. Yet, the chill in Huitsuan's heart remained unshakable, and he could only suppress his unease, for this was his only opportunity. Unlike before, Huitsuan had brought all his subordinates with him this time, instructing them to release all their Pokémon without hesitation. Over 30 individuals, with more than 100 Pokémon, patrolled the vicinity. Huitsuan was determined that no one could breach their defenses. As time ticked away, a luxurious sedan and a heavy truck gradually ascended from the foot of the mountain. The emblem on the truck unmistakably belonged to the Duin Corporation. Huitsuan rose from the hot spring, impeccably dressed. His subordinates had already ascertained the identity of their counterparts and had cast a glance at the equipment within. The prospect of forgery was virtually impossible, thus their identities posed no issue. Huitsuan stepped out to greet them. "Hey Shui, you've finally arrived. It has been quite some time. I have secured this resort. Shall we step inside and converse properly?" From the luxurious car emerged He Shui, flanked by several others. He Shui served as the director of equipment production at Duin Corporation. Known for his gambling proclivities, he often exploited various channels within the company for personal gain. This energy conversion apparatus was one he had manipulated through bureaucratic means, leading to its enforced decommissioning. In reality, it was a brand new device. Huitsuan, there is little for us to discuss with your lava team. It's merely a transaction, Heishui remarked, his attire sharp and his demeanor refined yet insidious. Glancing at his watch, he appeared preoccupied. Suppressing his anger, Huitsuan smiled. Is that cargo ready? Yet Heishui showed him no courtesy. Are your funds prepared? In this moment, Huitsuan found himself in a more desperate position than Heishui. With a need to negotiate, he had to swallow his pride. He gestured to his subordinates, who promptly retrieved several large boxes. Upon opening them, stacks of cash were neatly arranged within. A total of 600 million yen lay before them, comprising funds from the lava team and collateral from his personal assets. Huitsuan had staked everything. Heishui made no move but instructed his men to inspect the contents. After a cursory examination of the cash, one of his subordinates signaled that all was in order. Heishui quietly exhaled. This was his first deal with the lava team, and the magnitude of the transaction was unprecedented. All right, you may proceed with the inspection, he commanded, gesturing for his men to open the back of the heavy truck. Clearly prepared, Huitsuan had a researcher from the lava team step forward to inspect the cargo. However, as they awaited the researcher's assessment, a sudden shout echoed around the resort. Everyone, unleash the destruction beam. Panic ensued as everyone summoned their Pokémon to their sides, frantically searching for the source of the threat. Huitsuan felt his heart plummet. Boom! A colossal surge of energy, formed from numerous beams of light, struck the convoy. No! Both Huitsuan and Heishui screamed in unison. The heavy truck was instantly engulfed by the beams, reducing both the vehicle and its cargo to ashes. It was clear that their adversaries had come solely to sabotage the transaction. Under the shroud of night, countless Pokémon began to close in. Each attack rendered an opponent incapacitated. Chapter 57. The Death of Huitsuan. A member of the lava team had his throat slashed, blood spraying onto the ground, his scream abruptly silenced. Heishui, already inept in combat, was thrown into disarray. Clutching the box of money, he attempted to flee. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, he was engulfed by the flames of a fire camel. No, my money, my money. Even in death, Heishui's thoughts were consumed by his wealth, instinctively fearing for the fate of the cash as he pushed the box away. Unbeknownst to him, Huitsuan had instructed the fire camel to moderate its attack power, ensuring the money remained unscathed. In the distance, Jinshi seized the opportunity. He commanded his giant steel serpent to use psychic to draw the box of cash closer. Boom! A hydro pump struck Huitsuan's shoulder. Huitsuan felt a bone-crushing pain in his shoulder, his arm dangling helplessly. The searing agony blurred his consciousness. Boom! 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 The hydro pumps from the violent Gyarados seemed inexhaustible as they mercilessly rained down on the resort's inhabitants. Those struck by the hydro pumps, even if they did not perish, were left severely injured. The members of Team Rocket had completely encircled them. Huitsuan and his lava team comrades attempted to resist, but their strength was woefully inadequate. The assailants outside boasted Pokémon of at least gym leader caliber. The hydro pumps that struck Huitsuan were unleashed by Pokémon of Elite 4 level. Meanwhile, Huitsuan and his two subordinates barely reached gym leader rank. How could they possibly fight back? Furthermore, they dared not retreat to the resort, for within lay a multitude of structures, and they had witnessed the giant steel serpent lurking menacingly. Should they dare to enter, they would be buried alive amid the buildings. Ramda shouted, "Boss!" They're heading toward the helipad. He dared not utter Jin's name or any identifiers that could expose them. He simply referred to him as boss. Ramda had already familiarized himself with the terrain. Outside the resort was a helipad designated for the leisure of the wealthy. Clearly, Huitsuan sought to escape via helicopter. Jinshi commanded, "Lance, destroy that helicopter." "Yes, boss." Lance summoned his Pokémon, releasing a three-headed dragon. The three dragons hovered in the air. Use Dragon Pulse. Three massive orbs of light coalesced, generating shockwaves aimed at the helicopter on the helipad. As Huitsuan and his team beheld the helicopter erupting into a dazzling explosion, they were rendered speechless. At that moment, regret flooded them. Why had they not captured a capable flying Pokémon? Who were these adversaries? They were certainly not members of Team Ocean. Team Ocean could not possibly possess such formidable power. Were they perhaps from the Alliance, finally intent on annihilating the lava team? Huitsuan's mind raced, struggling to comprehend when he had crossed paths with such ruthless individuals, who without hesitation sought to extinguish their lives. Their strength was terrifying, employing even champion-level Pokémon. More crucially, they offered no avenue for escape. Their sole means of flight, the helicopter, was now obliterated. "Huitsuan, let us surrender. They are just too powerful. We stand no chance." Huale's expression had lost all composure. his fighting spirit extinguished. Most of the lava team's comrades had perished. The researcher had turned to ash, and Huadian was felled by a hydro pump. The ground was littered with corpses and severed limbs. Nevertheless, Huitsuan understood that surrender was not an option. From the enemy's actions, he could sense that they had come specifically to claim their lives. Everyone scatter. They will not grant us the opportunity to surrender. With that, Huitsuan clutched the only box of money in his possession and bolted into the surrounding woods. No matter how numerous their foes or Pokémon, they could not encircle the entire mountain. Even if he fled with that box of money, it would sustain him comfortably for the rest of his life. However, just as he turned and dashed into the forest, Huitsuan suddenly collapsed as if severed from his strings. A line of blood appeared on his neck, crimson slowly oozing down. Desperately, he attempted to stanch the wound with his hands, but it was all in vain. His eyes brimmed with the yearning for life as he soon lay quietly in a pool of blood. Not far away, a scyther emerged slowly from the shadows of the woods, its gleaming pincers dripping with droplets of blood. The remaining members of the lava team experienced a complete psychological breakdown, kneeling in surrender. Yet what awaited them were beams of destruction sweeping across their forms. Their bodies vaporized under the terrifying energy. As the dust settled, the scene lay in utter disarray. What was once a charming resort had now fallen into a state of ruin. Fortunately, when the fire village reserved the entire venue, they had expelled all the resort staff. Athena was busy counting and assessing the injured elves and team members, while Lambda attended to the aftermath, eliminating all surviving witnesses. Lance, brimming with excitement, rushed towards Jinshi and exclaimed, "Boss, we found all 12 boxes. 600 million yen, not a penny less. Alas, the equipment is completely destroyed. The magma conversion device was a veritable cash cow, and now it is lost." Just thinking about it pained Lance's heart. It was known that this single device could supply energy to numerous regions. With this device, starting an energy company would have yielded a fortune. However, Jinshi remained unperturbed. Even if they had obtained the device, transporting it back was impossible due to its sheer size and the fact that none of them knew how to operate it. More importantly, the origin of the device would be indefensible for Team Rocket. If discovered, it would certainly become a damning piece of evidence. One could say this device was akin to a delicacy laced with poison. They could not afford to touch it. Jinshi commanded, "Finish up here, take the money, and let's retreat." The group swiftly departed the mountainous region with 600 million yen and the lava team's elves, leaving behind a scene of chaos. The following day, when the resort staff returned, the owner collapsed upon witnessing the devastation. Employees rushed to surround him, administering first aid and water. The owner never anticipated that his desire to save a few pennies by allowing guests exclusive access and giving his staff a day off would lead to such an outcome. When he eventually regained consciousness, he weakly uttered, "Quick, call the police." Chapter 58, Jinshi's Vision for Team Rocket's Future. As Jinshi and his subordinates retreated, Team Rocket, under his orders, began to shift their strategy, focusing solely on consolidating their newly acquired territory, abandoning any thoughts of expansion. The lava team quickly recognized this shift and promptly redirected their efforts towards battling the ocean team. Meanwhile, upon returning to headquarters, Jinshi and his team commenced the distribution of their spoils. With these two ventures, Jinshi had managed to fill most of the financial gaps created by the stingy old man Saki. The remaining small debts could be repaid gradually, especially since creditors and banks had begun to notice Team Rocket's repayment capacity. In the subsequent days, Jinshi took Dr. Inuki on excursions to various scenic locations, allowing themselves to unwind after a period of intensity. Simultaneously, to generate income, launder money, and enhance their reputation, Jinshi registered several companies: Team Rocket's Elf Racing Track, Team Rocket's Elf Film Company, and Team Rocket's Elf Security and Firefighting Company. In this nation, pachinko and horse racing represented some of the few legal gambling enterprises. Team Rocket had already established a pachinko parlor, but the absence of a racing track was illogical. Ordinary horses racing on the track could not compare to the thrill and spectacle of fiery steeds. Moreover, the revenue and prestige associated with horse racing far surpassed that of pachinko. Dedicated radio and television broadcasts for horse racing underscored the significant disparity between the two. As for the film company, it was a potent instrument for money laundering, profit generation, and building a solid reputation. It was also Jinshi's most effective means of legitimizing Team Rocket. By merely adapting a few scripts from his past life, he could undoubtedly transform the public perception of Team Rocket. After all, Hollywood films in his previous life served precisely that purpose. The Elf Security and Firefighting Company was of paramount importance. In Jinshi's view, Team Rocket had an overwhelming number of personnel. The monthly payouts to subordinates constituted a staggering sum. Additionally, petty thefts and robberies were frequent occurrences. In essence, the sheer size of Team Rocket meant that the financial distribution among its members was insufficient, leading them to act under the Team Rocket banner, stirring trouble everywhere. Now that Jinshi had taken the helm of Team Rocket, he intended to harness these individuals to generate income for himself and the organization. The Elf Security and Firefighting Company was the most effective solution. The security responsibilities primarily included personal protection, emergency response, and transportation, all couched in appealing terms. In reality, it entailed the same old dirty work of Team Rocket, merely adorned with a license. The significance of the firefighting aspect could not be overstated. Jinshi's initial construction of an automated waterfall training facility was designed to train water-type elves. Why focus on water-type elves? A crucial reason was that Jinshi recognized the inadequacies within the elf firefighting system. He personally observed several local fire departments, reminiscent of Ash's Squirtle serving as the fire chief in the original narrative. Initially, everything seemed in order, yet upon deeper reflection, significant issues arose. Setting aside disaster rescue and civilian emergencies, could water-type elves effectively extinguish fires caused by oil, electrical shorts, or chemical spills? Jinshi envisioned a firefighting team primarily composed of water-type elves, supplemented by ground or rock-type elves. This structure would not only address various fire emergencies, but also efficiently manage numerous urgent rescue operations. In Jinshi's opinion, the primary candidates for the firefighting team should not be combat-oriented elves like Squirtle or Blastoise. Instead, they should be powerful creatures like Swampert, which possess both water and ground attributes and can easily move boulders weighing over a ton. Water can extinguish ordinary fires, while moves like Sand Attack, Sandstorm, and Mudshot could be utilized for specialized firefighting. Thus, Swampert could not only tackle most fire incidents, but also, in the event of structural collapses caused by raging fires, use its immense strength to rescue trapped individuals and elves. Correspondingly, if a building caught fire and individuals, especially immobile infants, were trapped inside, the swift and agile Gyarados, alongside the nimble Greninja, would be the optimal choices. After delineating the company's responsibilities, Jinshi designated a plot of land within Team Rocket's territory for the Elf Security and Firefighting Company. He instructed his subordinates to gather all members possessing water-type elves like Gyarados and Swampert to establish the foundational structure of the Security and Firefighting Company. Initially, the workforce need not be extensive. Additional personnel could be incorporated once the company was operational. The racing track and film company could be developed gradually, as licenses, paperwork, and connections required time to establish. Simultaneously, amidst a dense jungle, a man with a crew cut and an authoritative gaze stood atop a Rampardos, surveying the horizon. This was Saki, who, following Mewtwo's escape, had ventured into the wilderness in search of it. Before him stood a Venusaur, blocking his path. Sensing Saki and his Rampardos encroaching upon its territory, Venusaur sought to assert its dominance and expel them. When Venusaur saw Saki ignore its warning, it unleashed a barrage of seed bombs. Saki merely patted Rampardos on the head, and the creature's horns began to spin at high speed. Venusaur, sensing the aura of a champion-level elf and the imminent danger, attempted to flee, but it was far too late. In the blink of an eye, Rampardos, moving with an agility that belied its size, closed in on it. The rapidly spinning horn struck, and Venusaur was swiftly rendered incapacitated. Where had Mewtwo fled to? Previously, there were remnants of its telekinetic flight abilities, yet now those traces have vanished. I am uncertain how Jinshi has fared in taking over Team Rocket. It seems imperative that I return to investigate. Saki sighed, reluctant to abandon his quest for Mewtwo. However, he was equally troubled about his eldest son. He was acutely aware of the volatile temperament of Team Rocket's subordinates. I wonder if Jinshi can maintain control in my absence. Saki cast one last glance in the direction where Mewtwo had disappeared, summoned a Dragonite capable of flight, and vanished into the sky. At the Team Rocket headquarters, 2 years had passed, yet the exterior appeared unchanged, with only Team Rocket members bustling about. Upon his return, Saki sensed a subtle difference. Many of the Pokémon accompanying the Team Rocket members not only exhibited a greater variety, but seemed to have enhanced strength as well. Chapter 59. Saki's discreet visit to Team Rocket. Saki pondered. What is happening here? These cannot be new recruits, can they? Could my absence have instilled a sense of urgency, prompting everyone to strive harder? Just as he was about to enter the headquarters, a tremendous roar erupted from the direction of the internal arena. The energy emanating from within was astonishingly at the champion level. Is it Apollo or Lance? What brings them to the arena? Saki mused, surprised. In his recollection, only one or two Pokémon belonging to the four commanders could unleash such formidable power. Could it be that members of the League have come to apprehend individuals from my Team Rocket? As the thought of an attack on Team Rocket crossed his mind, Saki's expression hardened. He was acutely aware that Team Rocket's actions over the years had led the League to seek their swift eradication. Could the League be attempting to strike while I am away? With that notion, Saki summoned Nidoking, leaped onto its shoulder, and hastened towards the arena. Boom, boom, boom. 3 colossal beams of light soared into the sky, as if the heavens had been cleaved into quarters by 3 laser blades. The clouds above dissipated under the violent tremors of the energy unleashed. This is champion level. Saki was taken aback, clearly sensing the ferocity of the energy in the arena's direction. What astonished him further was that the 3 beams were deflected by another force, rather than being intentionally unleashed by a Pokémon's attack. Upon reaching the scene, he beheld the internal arena of Team Rocket in disarray. At the center of the arena, Lance was accompanied by a dragon-like Pokémon, a tricolor creature of blue, black, and red, with 3 pairs of wings and 3 heads. Since capturing Dragapult, Lance had developed a fondness for dragon-type Pokémon, and his roster had begun to align with that of a dragon-type trainer. Clearly, the 3 beams of destruction that had just occurred were unleashed by this 3-headed dragon. On the other side, Apollo stood behind a black canine Pokémon, which was clearly the evolved form of Houndoom. Its might rivaled that of the 3-headed dragon. How is this possible? Saki, who usually remained unfazed in the face of adversity, now wore a look of shock. Whether it was the Houndoom, seemingly emerging from the depths of hell with its black flames, or the 3-headed dragon, whose presence caused the skies to tremble, both were of champion-level caliber. This defied all logic. Saki, a seasoned trainer, understood well what it meant to reach such heights. Attaining champion-level status requires immense effort and exceptional talent from both the trainer and the Pokémon involved. In his memory, Apollo's Pokémon, be it Houndoom or Magmortar, still required considerable training to even contemplate breaking through. Likewise, Lance's Pokémon were bound by their innate limitations and would never reach champion-level prowess. Yet, here they stood, accompanied by Pokémon of such extraordinary strength. How had they acquired these Pokémon? How had they trained them to this level in such a brief span of time? What further astounded Saki was the transformation in Apollo and Lance's combat styles. Both had previously favored fire-type Pokémon and those like Weezing, employing smoke-based tactics to obscure their opponent's vision before delivering a decisive strike with electric moves. Now, however, their approach felt entirely unfamiliar. They had begun to devise strategies tailored to their Pokémon's characteristics, particularly Lance's striking adaptation with the 3-headed dragon. At that moment, Apollo and Lance noticed Saki, promptly recalling their Pokémon and bowing respectfully. Boss Saki, we were engaged in a Pokémon duel and did not realize you had returned. Please forgive us. Saki waved dismissively, signaling for them to continue. This time, Apollo summoned Magmortar while Lance called forth Dragapult again. Saki's astonishment grew. Initially, he had assumed they had merely fortuitously captured champion-level Pokémon. But now, with 2 formidable creatures in play, it was evident that the situation was far more complex than he had imagined. What was transpiring? When had his Team Rocket subordinates become so powerful, though they were not yet at the champion level to pose a threat to his authority? Possessing even 1 or 2 champion-level Pokémon was utterly remarkable. In the past, such thoughts would have been unfathomable, yet now, it unfolded before his very eyes. As Saki observed the duel between the 2, he fell into deep contemplation. He began to suspect that Apollo and Lance had anticipated his return, as he had made no effort to conceal his reappearance. Were they performing for him, demonstrating that they had surpassed their capabilities in his absence in a bid for his favor? Saki felt he could see through their act and began to move towards the exit. Upon casting his gaze outward, he spotted a regular Team Rocket member returning on a Dragonite. More significantly, he realized that this Dragonite was a gym leader-level Pokémon. Saki's mind raced with questions. He had little recollection of this ordinary member, only a vague memory of their existence within Team Rocket. However, if this individual possessed a gym leader-level Pokémon, it was inconceivable that he would not remember them. What struck him as even more absurd was that after recalling the Dragonite, the individual released a Steelix of quasi-elite level. This Pokémon, which Saki had never encountered before, bore metallic fragments that the individual had presumably submitted. From Saki's observations, it was evident that those metallic shards held considerable value, and the individual appeared quite pleased after their acquisition by Team Rocket. Saki found himself engulfed in confusion. Having been away from Team Rocket for less than 2 years, he distinctly recalled that only a select few senior members possessed 6 Pokémon at the gym leader level. while only a handful of junior members could boast 2 or 3 gym leader-level Pokémon. Yet, within this brief period, a mere ordinary member had already acquired a quasi-elite Pokémon. Saki could not help but draw in a sharp breath. As a top-tier trainer with a full roster of champion-level Pokémon, he understood intimately the arduous nature of Pokémon training and the challenges of elevating their strength beyond the gym leader level. Each tier of advancement was a formidable barrier. Not only does it require an immense amount of time for training, but it also demands a plethora of resources such as berries, held items, and other necessities for cultivation. This is certainly not something that can be accomplished overnight. In Chapter 60, Saki is engulfed in doubt. Yet, what has he witnessed? This ordinary member of Team Rocket has traversed a path that has taken others several years, if not decades, in less than 2 years. At this moment, Saki senses that Team Rocket harbors a monumental secret. During his quest to clone and search for Mutwo, something must have transpired within Team Rocket. It is unequivocally more complex than merely a conspiracy between Apollo and Lance. In his inherently suspicious nature, Saki, wishing to prevent his subordinates from colluding and deceiving him, resolves to conduct a covert investigation. He disguises himself as Lambda and returns to the internal arena used for battles within Team Rocket. At this juncture, Apollo and Lance have concluded their duel and departed. The internal arena was originally designed for members to engage in friendly competition. As Saki observes, every member of Team Rocket he encounters possesses Pokémon at the level of gym leaders. As he engages in battles, his curiosity intensifies. The number of Pokémon below the gym leader level is astonishingly scant. It appears that those who come to spar do not release Pokémon of inferior ranks. Even so, the fact that each member possesses at least one gym leader-level Pokémon leaves Saki astounded. After dismissing his opponent, he mutters to himself, recalling that before his departure, many Team Rocket members struggled against even novice gym trainees. Yet upon his return, everything has drastically changed. This is a reality that Saki could never have anticipated. Many members of Team Rocket, whose Pokémon either lacked talent or received inadequate training, have now, in less than 2 years, acquired gym leader-level Pokémon. Were it not for his own eyes witnessing this phenomenon, Saki would have deemed it a fairy tale. Saki's thoughts drift back to the recent battle between Apollo and Lance. A possibility crosses his mind. What if every ordinary member of Team Rocket possesses at least one gym leader-level Pokémon? What then is the status of the lower and higher-ranking officials? Do they all boast 6 gym leader-level Pokémon? Are they at the threshold of the Elite Four? The champion level? This hypothesis sends a shiver down Saki's spine. Upon further contemplation, however, he questions whether his thoughts might be overly naive. Training Pokémon to the elite level is no trivial feat, not to mention the resources required for evolution to that level, berries, held items, and others, constitute a considerable sum. Given Team Rocket's current circumstances, having even one Apollo and one Lance is already an extraordinary achievement. While Saki is lost in thought, he hears 2 Team Rocket officials pass by. "Lambda officer, is that you?" He is greeted. "Yes," Saki replies coolly. However, when he glimpses their Pokémon, his eyes widen in disbelief. The newcomers are Yamato and Kojiro, accompanied by 2 Metagross, both exhibiting the prowess of the near-elite level. What makes Saki's lips twitch in disbelief is when the two engage in battle. Their Pokémon, akin to Apollo's Houndoom, temporarily evolve into their mega forms, transforming into Super Metagross. These 2 Pokémon surpass the elite level, entering the realm of near champions. Saki recalls that Yamato and Kojiro, though possessing some experience in training Pokémon, were not particularly distinguished. In their earlier days as ordinary members, they consistently ranked among the top in Team Rocket. Yet, in less than 2 years, they have approached the threshold of champion status. Saki grapples with the notion, could this mega evolution be detrimental to the Pokémon's well-being, providing a fleeting boost in strength at the expense of their physical condition or even lifespan? This thought resonates deeply with him. As the leader of Team Rocket, Saki is unconcerned with the toll on Pokémon's health or lifespan. At this moment, he perceives this technology as a veritable boon for humanity. The ability to temporarily boost Pokémon power would significantly aid Team Rocket in generating profit and realizing his ambitions. Rather than continuing to battle in the arena, he focuses intently on the clash between Yamato and Kojiro. Their combat is not a spectacle for him alone. Others are also captivated. As he observes the might and potency of the 2 Super Metagross, waves of amazement surge within him. The battle reveals no signs of hastened growth or negative repercussions. When the battle concludes, the 2 Super Metagross revert to their original forms, displaying no signs of having exhausted their bodies or lives beyond the fatigue of battle. How can this not stir Saki's emotions? The usually unflappable leader finds himself at a loss for expression. Nearby, the trainer known as the snake instructor also expresses astonishment. Lambda officer, are you not amazed? After serving as an instructor in Team Rocket for so many years, I too find this astonishing. Yamato and Kojiro graduated from the training academy under my supervision. Who would have imagined they would stand so independently now? Saki instinctively glances at the snake instructor, perceiving something incredulous. To his astonishment, he notices a Metagross by the instructor's side, which, unlike Yamato and Kojiro's, possesses elite-level strength in its normal state. If this Pokémon could also undergo Mega Evolution, it would undoubtedly ascend to champion-level prowess. Saki is profoundly shaken, his thoughts tumultuous. He is well acquainted with the snake instructor, who is deeply committed to educating the Team Rocket trainees. His time is wholly consumed by teaching, leaving little room for personal advancement. The sole Metagross he possesses has been the focus of the instructor's scant resources and devotion. How then could he possibly have acquired an elite-level Pokémon? Saki is left utterly perplexed. Just then, two more individuals approach him with greetings. Lambda officer, hello? Saki turns to them, his heart racing as he spots two more elite-level Pokémon. He recognizes them well. They are Musashi and Kojiro, the duo he has privately supported. In the brief span of 2 hours since his return, he has witnessed numerous near-elite and elite-level Pokémon, even some at the champion level. He had thought Team Rocket would be fortunate to possess a couple of champion-level Pokémon. Yet now he finds himself astounded by the emergence of so many elite and near-champion-level Pokémon. This revelation leaves Saki so astonished that he forgets to respond to Musashi and Kojiro's greetings. In Chapter 61, Saki faces off against the snake instructor. His mind is a whirlwind. There are only 4 elite-level trainers in the Kanto region, and their collective Pokémon barely total 24. This illustrates just how arduous it is to elevate Pokémon to the elite level. Now, if one were to randomly select an elite trainer from any league, they would typically be seasoned veterans or scions of prominent families, making them formidable figures within the entire league. Its notoriety is such that it is well known to everyone, from octogenarians to toddlers. Naji has ascended to become a prominent star in the Pokémon Hollywood realm solely by virtue of her position as a gym leader. Yet now, what does she see? In less than 2 years since his departure, an astonishing number of individuals with the stature of gym leaders have emerged within Team Rocket. This has left Saki increasingly bewildered. Was this truly the Team Rocket he had founded? The coach, known as Viper, expressed his confusion. Lambda executive, what troubles you? Is this not a routine interaction? Saki took a deep breath, composed himself, and replied nonchalantly, it's nothing. I'm merely reflecting on the changes within our Team Rocket. However, having founded Team Rocket from its humble beginnings and endured numerous trials, there were few occurrences that could provoke such a drastic change in his demeanor. Since his return to Team Rocket, the series of shocks he has experienced has been unrelenting. Even for someone as composed as Saki, it was impossible to suppress the tumult of emotions within him. Having concluded their match, he said, Lambda executive, I shall take my leave. But just then, Saki called out to the Viper coach. Viper coach, I've noticed that everyone's strength has significantly increased lately. Since we have this opportunity today, how about a friendly match between us? I haven't had the chance to spar with you in quite some time. Saki had longed to understand the new dynamics. And with Viper present, he could test the waters under the guise of Lambda. Viper paused, turning to face Lambda. You wish to spar with me? This prompted memories of the initial reprimand Apollo had delivered upon his return to headquarters. Viper mused, the 4 generals are indeed devoted to Team Rocket, always seeking ways to assess our strength, fearing we might become complacent. The other observing members of Team Rocket began to murmur among themselves at the prospect of a spar. What is going on with the 4 generals? Why do they suddenly seem so eager to challenge us? One whispered. I heard that Lambda executive used to disguise himself as a regular member to return to headquarters and randomly check on everyone's productivity. That information is outdated. I've heard that Lambda executive has secretly exchanged all his Pokémon for those given by the acting boss. Do you think it's possible that Lambda executive merely wants to spar with Viper without ulterior motives? Do you truly believe that? The members of Team Rocket only dared to whisper among themselves. Openly criticizing top executives was something they would never contemplate. As the discussions ensued, Saki and Viper had already entered the center of the arena. Saki declared, let us commence. With that, he released his Gyarados. Understanding that Saki was yielding, Viper promptly sent forth his Metagross. The moment Metagross appeared, it took action immediately. A highly compressed psychic force began to coalesce in the air. The terrifying psychic energy altered the gravitational field around it, drawing dust and dried leaves into the psychic sphere. Metagross raised its hands, its crimson eyes radiating a chilling malice. Saki was taken aback. Another Metagross. Has it become standard equipment within Team Rocket? Where have all these Metagross come from? Moreover, this particular Metagross was at the quasi-champion level, merely a hair's breadth from true champion status. While he pondered this, the psychic sphere was already hurtling towards Saki's Gyarados. Saki refrained from issuing commands, allowing Gyarados to absorb the hit. Before Viper could mount a follow-up attack, a flash of purple light flickered between Gyarados and Metagross. An eye for an eye. Kojiro, the other Gyarados trainer, remarked solemnly, an eye for an eye is also a chargeable move, after being struck by an opponent's attack. Its power significantly increases. The stands erupted in gasps of astonishment. However, this did not detract from the focus of Saki and Viper. The fall of Viper's Metagross was not unexpected. It was clear to all that Lambda Executive's Gyarados was considerably stronger. Even though Gyarados was concealing its aura, it was evident that its strength was at least at the quasi-champion level. Viper promptly recalled Metagross and summoned his ace Charizard. It appeared that Viper stood little chance. Lambda Executive's Gyarados was simply too formidable. Indeed, after several exchanges, both Pokémon collapsed from exhaustion. Viper remained calm, for he recognized that Lambda Executive's strength was self-evident and that he had also received assistance from the acting boss. It was only natural for Lambda Executive to surpass him in strength. In stark contrast, Saki's emotions surged like a tempest. He knew full well that his Gyarados possessed champion-level prowess, yet it had been overcome by Viper's quasi-champion and champion-level Pokémon. Even if he had been somewhat overconfident, the outcome should not have been so lopsided, especially considering he held a slight advantage in type matchups. Lambda Executive, let us conclude our spar here. I have yet to train my other Pokémon, Viper suggested, indicating he wished to end the spar early. Saki waved dismissively, very well. You have indeed improved significantly during this time. You may go. At that moment, Saki's thoughts were no longer on Viper. A sudden realization struck him. If Viper possessed such strength, what about the other executives and the 4 generals? He had already observed Apollo and Lance, both of whom undoubtedly had at least one quasi-champion Pokémon. Yet, he remained uncertain about how many quasi-champions they possessed, or whether they had any true champions among them. Could it be that every high-ranking executive possessed at least one quasi-champion Pokémon? Chapter 62, Saki vs. Lambda. Surely not. The mere thought of dozens of high-ranking executives within Team Rocket each potentially possessing a quasi-champion Pokémon sent a shiver down his spine. At that moment, a regular member of Team Rocket approached Saki. In a voice he recognized all too well, the member inquired, "Who are you to dare disguise yourself as me and infiltrate Team Rocket?" The words sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. Who would have the audacity to confront Lambda Executive within Team Rocket? The ordinary member swiped his hand across his face, revealing his true identity. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. This individual was also Lambda Executive. 2 Lambda Executives appeared identical. What was happening? How could there be 2 Lambda Executives? Who was so reckless as to blatantly infiltrate our Team Rocket? One of them must be an imposter. Surround them both. It was a rare occurrence to witness a master of disguise face off against another master of disguise. As the murmurs swirled, the newly arrived Lambda was accompanied by a blood-red scyther, adorned with massive serrated pincers. Who are you? Why do you impersonate me? Lambda glared at Saki, for he had always been the one to disguise himself as others. Never had he encountered someone impersonating him. In that moment, Lambda finally understood why the other 4 generals despised his habit of assuming their identities. At this moment, Lambda was consumed by an extraordinary rage, yearning to obliterate the counterfeit before him. As if sensing Lambda's fury, his Mega Scyther stepped forward, blocking Saki's path. The crimson pincers gleamed ominously with a chilling light. Instinctively, Saki released a bagworm. The emergence of this creature immediately subdued the imposing presence of the Mega Scyther. The latter lowered its stance, adopting a defensive posture. The transformation of the Mega Scyther did not escape Lambda's keen gaze. The fact that this bagworm could invoke such caution from his Mega Scyther indicated that its strength undoubtedly surpassed that of his own Pokémon. With his Mega Scyther already a pinnacle-level entity, it was clear that this bagworm possessed formidable prowess. Without hesitation, Lambda pointed his ring towards the Mega Scyther. The keystone upon his ring resonated harmoniously with the Mega Evolution Stone on the Mega Scyther, creating an awe-inspiring display of light. After a brilliant flash, the Mega Scyther evolved into an even larger form, the Super Mega Scyther. Observing this spectacle, Saki, who appeared outwardly calm, felt a shiver run down his spine. Another quasi-champion level Pokémon. At this moment, Saki was at a loss for how to confront the Super Mega Scyther. He recalled that before he cloned Mewtwo, Ramda had merely been a barely competent officer on the brink of reaching the pinnacle level, someone he deemed most likely to be surpassed by the lower ranks. Ramda's Pokémon roster was far too limited, consisting solely of Koffing, Rattata, and Zubat. Only the Zubat had a slim chance of achieving quasi-champion status. The others, in Saki's eyes, were utterly unworthy of cultivation, merely serving as fodder for the ordinary members. Yet, in less than 2 years, Ramda had transcended an entire tier, transforming into a trainer with quasi-champion level Pokémon. How had he accomplished this? What manner of ability could facilitate such a sudden enhancement in Pokémon strength? These two glowing stones had seemingly bridged an immense gap in levels. Quasi-champion Pokémon were not akin to gym leaders. Each leap in tier was fraught with adversity, and the disparity between quasi-champions was anything but trivial. The Super Mega Scyther before him was mere steps away from attaining true champion status. A wave of goosebumps coursed through Saki's body, and his hands, tucked into his pockets, instinctively clenched into fists. The Rocket team was thriving, and as its leader, his shock was accompanied by profound satisfaction. With such capable subordinates, future endeavors would undoubtedly become more manageable. However, a greater sense of confusion lingered within Saki. He could not fathom where the members of Team Rocket had procured such powerful Pokémon. Surely, these formidable creatures did not simply spring forth from stones. Yet, Ramda, standing opposite him, was unmoved by his musings. With a fierce glare, Ramda demanded, "Will you speak or not? If you choose silence, do not blame me for being impolite." Meanwhile, the surrounding members of Team Rocket began to encircle Saki, ready to pounce if he showed any signs of resistance. Having just emerged victorious in several battles in the arena, they were acutely aware of Saki's formidable strength. At that moment, the atmosphere among the Rocket team grew tense. Fortunately, Ramda had detected Saki's presence in advance. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Yet, Saki found himself somewhat at a loss. He was accustomed to directing his subordinates to overwhelm others, and now, for the first time in his life, he faced the possibility of being besieged. However, upon reflection, he realized this was an excellent opportunity to gauge everyone's abilities. Having just sparred with the venomous instructor, it was also a chance to assess Ramda's strength. Saki calmly proposed, "Let us engage in a battle. Should you emerge victorious, I shall divulge whatever information you seek." Upon hearing this, Ramda's eyes narrowed. He understood that Saki's suggestion stemmed from a desire to avert a collective assault and instead face him in a one-on-one duel. Logically, he should not have cared about Saki's words. Yet, as one of the 4 generals of Team Rocket, he could not afford to appear timid before his subordinates. In a criminal organization, one could engage in various acts, but showing fear was simply unacceptable. Ramda chuckled lightly. "Do you think you have me cornered with such a proposition? What a ludicrous notion." With that, Ramda signaled to his Super Mega Scyther. In an instant, the Super Mega Scyther transformed into a red blur, launching itself towards Saki's bagworm like an arrow released from a bow. So swift, Saki thought to himself. The bagworm raised its claws in defense. The resounding clang of metal reverberated throughout the arena. Nearby members of Team Rocket covered their ears at the overwhelming sound. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of pincers and claws intensified. Ramda thought to himself, "This bagworm is astonishingly fierce." Despite the dazzling speed of the Super Mega Scyther, each of its strikes was deftly countered by the bagworm. Although the bagworm appeared cumbersome, it executed each movement with impeccable precision, displaying remarkable agility within the confines of combat. Equally astonished was Saki, who had not anticipated that his bagworm would find itself at a disadvantage. Chapter 63, Super Mega Scyther defeated. Ramda, witnessing the Super Mega Scyther's inability to secure a decisive victory, was engulfed by a tumult of disbelief. How could this bagworm be so formidable? My Super Mega Scyther is quasi-champion level. Could the opponent possess champion-level Pokémon? Impossible. Since acquiring the Mega Scyther from Gold, Ramda had dismissed ordinary trainers entirely. Even the ostensibly pinnacle-level Pokémon of the league could barely match his prowess. If type advantage came into play, victory was all but guaranteed. Yet, at this moment, he found himself in shock, realizing that even with the Mega Evolution, the Super Mega Scyther struggled against this imposter. The clang of metal echoed again. Following the strike, the Super Mega Scyther was forced to retreat, panting heavily as it assessed the bagworm before it, searching for a weakness. Meanwhile, Saki suppressed his astonishment and commanded, "Bagworm, eliminate the opponent." With a roar, the bagworm unleashed an overwhelming aura befitting a champion level. What? Ramda gaped in disbelief at the bagworm's sudden shift from defense to offense. The bagworm, in conjunction with the small creature within its pouch, executed a dual strike. catching the Super Mega Scyther off guard. The bagworm's right fist began to charge with energy. Boom! A colossal punch, weighing 1,000,000 tons, surged forth with unparalleled momentum. An explosion with a diameter of 8 or 9 meters erupted beside the Super Mega Scyther, losing the initiative. The Super Mega Scyther barely managed to employ its cross-scissors technique in response to the bagworm's powerful strike. Crack! With all its might, the Super Mega Scyther let out a furious roar. The astonishing strength of the Super Mega Scyther sent shockwaves through Saki's heart. Initially, he merely sought to gauge Lambda's recent progress, but he had not anticipated that the Super Mega Scyther's power would reach a level that warranted serious attention from the bagworm. Boom! The 1,000,000-ton punch struck the Super Mega Scyther's cross-scissors. It held firm. Lambda felt a surge of joy, but before his smile could fully blossom, the Super Mega Scyther was sent hurtling backward at breakneck speed, crashing heavily against the wall behind it. As the colossal Mega Scyther collapsed to the ground, the wall behind it erupted with a web-like array of intricate cracks. Lambda's smile froze upon his face, his astonishment evident as he surveyed the unfolding scene, muttering, "How? How is this possible?" The crowd around him erupted in disbelief. What had transpired? Had the Mega Scyther truly been defeated? This Pokémon, belonging to Lambda, had undergone Mega Evolution and was regarded as a near-champion-level creature. How could such a formidable Pokémon have lost? What kind of power did this individual possess? What were their intentions in joining Team Rocket? Could it be that the one who triumphed was indeed the true Lambda? It is indeed plausible. I had wondered how Lambda could have been so easily vanquished. Yet, this line of reasoning feels flawed. The defeated Lambda had utilized Mega Scyther, while the victor had employed a Snorlax. Precisely. We have numerous Mega Scythers in our training grounds, yet we have scarcely seen a handful of Snorlaxes. In a moment, the members of Team Rocket struggled to accept the reality of Lambda's defeat, one of the 4 generals. They initially believed the victor to be the genuine Lambda. The crowd gazed at the 2 individuals claiming to be Lambda, utterly confounded as to who the true one was. The fallen Mega Scyther had reverted back to its standard Scyther form. Lambda retrieved the Pokeball, storing the Scyther away. Saki observed the transformation of the Mega Scyther back to its original form, lost in contemplation. There was something amiss with this transformation. His brow furrowed in concern as he sensed that matters were becoming increasingly troubling. All the Pokémon of Team Rocket had manifested powerful creatures. Some of these formidable Pokémon even possessed this so-called Mega Evolution form, allowing them to bridge vast gaps in strength within a short span of time. Typically, it would take a common trainer decades, if not longer, to cultivate a Pokémon of champion caliber, yet they had achieved this feat in less than 2 years. In such a brief period, it was inconceivable for an ordinary person to train anything beyond a gym leader-level Pokémon. The true culprits behind this phenomenon were these 2 stones. I had wondered why Team Rocket's strength had suddenly surged. It was all a result of exhausting their future potential. This battle form, which had evolved into a near-champion level, appeared powerful but was, in reality, inferior to a steadily developed champion level. Saki felt as though a veil had been lifted from his understanding. He was not opposed to his subordinates taking shortcuts, even indifferent to the well-being of their Pokémon. Yet he believed that the core leaders, particularly those under Apollo's command, should not aspire for such unattainable heights. Employing 2 small stones for the sake of superficial vanity in pursuit of Mega Evolution was folly. Moreover, his eldest son, Kinji, had made such a blunder upon assuming leadership of Team Rocket. Kinji was still too immature. He would need to find a moment to have a private discussion with him. With these thoughts in mind, Saki scanned the assembly of Team Rocket members, discreetly removing his disguise. The members of Team Rocket finally realized that their leader, Saki, had returned. No wonder he had so effortlessly defeated the poisonous instructor and Lambda. It was indeed Saki. Saki, the mighty. Saki, the formidable. Quick to react, the members of Team Rocket lavished praise upon their suddenly reappeared leader. Furthermore, possessing such a powerful Gyarados and Snorlax could only be attributed to their leader, Saki. Saki regarded the members with an impassive expression. The ordinary members may leave. I have matters to discuss with the executives. Although the crowd was puzzled, no one dared to question Saki's authority. Once the ordinary members had departed, Saki addressed the remaining executives. During my absence, what have you all been up to? Have the membership fees been paid in full? Has your strength increased? He resolved to take this opportunity to rectify Team Rocket, particularly given that, judging by the uniforms of those present, they were primarily low-ranking executives and above. Welcome back, Saki-sama. Over the past 2 years, we have been training and capturing Pokémon at Team Rocket's training grounds. The membership fees have been paid on time every month, and we even made a trip to the Hoenn region, contributing more than in previous years. As for our strength, did you not see it just now? We have all made significant progress in the past 2 years. Chapter 64. Saki's speculations and Kinji's plans for Team Rocket's future. As Saki gazed upon the jubilant executives, his temper flared. The ordinary members did not comprehend the nature of mega evolution, yet these executives lacked discernment as well. To gain such terrifying power through mere stones was too good to be true. Moreover, these stones did not function like fire stones or water stones that facilitated permanent evolution. They merely offered a temporary enhancement. The strength of the Pokémon in their possession had likely been incrementally raised through repeated use of these stones. Such a blatant exploitation of Pokémon's potential and physicality was behavior befitting the lower ranks, not the executives. And yet they claimed to have been capturing and training Pokémon at Team Rocket's internal training grounds. Did they think I was unaware that this was merely their lazy retreat? I knew full well that apart from Rattatas, Zubats, Arbok, and Koffings, no other Pokémon resided there. The only point of intrigue for Saki was their mention of a venture to the Hoenn region. As far as he recalled, that territory belonged to the Oceanic and Magma teams. How had they managed to expand operations there? Setting that aside for now, he first needed to address the issue of the executives' reckless overexploitation of their Pokémon's potential. Saki resolved to eradicate this detrimental trend within the organization. His voice steady yet authoritative. Since you all believe your strength has improved, I want to witness it firsthand today. Seeing Saki's apparent anger, the Team Rocket executives exchanged confused glances. Had they not just witnessed Lambda's and the poisonous instructor's prowess? Why were they to battle again? Moreover, if everyone's strength had indeed improved, why was Saki displeased? Had his secret research failed, leading to his recent discontent? Saki scrutinized each of their faces, his voice low and commanding. Go and summon all the executives from headquarters. I wish to assess each of your strengths today. He was determined to uncover how many executives had blindly followed the subordinates in overexploiting their Pokémon's potential. After finally discovering a channel to acquire new Pokémon, they had squandered it so carelessly. It was nothing short of wasteful. He surveyed the Pokémon present, each one a promising specimen, only to be mistreated by their hands. The thought of these Pokémon potentially facing a grim fate, having little time left to serve Team Rocket, caused a pang of anguish in Saki's chest. Yes, Saki-sama. The executives began instructing the ordinary members waiting outside to summon the other executives at headquarters. Lambda cautiously stepped forward and inquired, Saki-sama, should we also call Kinji the acting leader? Since Kinji held the title of acting leader and was not officially an executive, the others were uncertain whether to include him. Saki replied nonchalantly, no need. As the patriarch of the organization, Saki was acutely aware that his eldest son, Kinsi, would eventually inherit his position. Nonetheless, he wished to afford his son a modicum of dignity in front of the subordinates. The issues concerning Kinsi, he resolved to discuss privately at a more opportune moment. With this thought, Saki exhaled a sigh, lamenting over his son's youth. It was disconcerting that amidst the tumultuous events occurring within the Rocket team, Kinsi remained oblivious. How could he entrust the future of the Rocket team to him under such circumstances? His return was but a fleeting visit. He still had to pursue the elusive Mutuo. There was little time to tend to Kinsi's shortcomings. Oh, my son, please mature swiftly, Saki silently hoped. At that very moment, unbeknownst to Saki, Kinsi was entirely absorbed in contemplating the future of the Rocket team. The real estate sector had become overly saturated, making it less feasible for him to intervene. However, the construction of the Pokémon racetrack was well underway, having already completed preliminary procedures. Once the promotion and the Fire Horse came to fruition, it would undoubtedly surpass ordinary racetracks. At that point, the Rocket team could leverage brand recognition, denouncing imitators as mere counterfeiters. Thus, the Fire Horse racetrack he envisioned would capture a significant share of the market. This venture into horse racing and betting promised to be a lucrative enterprise, potentially eclipsing the current revenue from their pachinko parlors. As for the Pokémon Security and Firefighting Company, it had yet to establish a reputation, leaving Kinsi to await a breakthrough opportunity. He believed that when such an opportunity arose, the Rocket team's Pokémon Security and Firefighting Company would make a startling impact, laying a crucial foundation for the organization's rehabilitation. Lastly, there was the Rocket team's Pokémon Film Company. Kinsi was diligently cultivating connections and had recently facilitated introductions between Naji and individuals from Pokémon Hollywood. Previously, the Rocket team had utilized this avenue for certain illicit transactions. The establishment of the film company was progressing smoothly, far more so than the security and firefighting venture. Kinsi had begun adapting scripts from his previous life to suit the Pokémon world. confident that they would not only assist in money laundering but also enhance the Rocket team's public image while yielding significant box office returns. Conversely, he had halted the construction of the new training grounds. The existing training facilities had developed a commendable cycle of improvement, even without his oversight. They continued to enhance their capabilities every few days, as relayed by the system. A dramatic surge in performance was no longer feasible, as the member strengths had stabilized, making substantial growth unlikely. Nevertheless, Kinsi envisioned a future, several years hence, when the digital age would dawn. He recalled that in the original narrative, a gym leader had also dabbled in live streaming. When the time came, he could easily assign a subordinate to broadcast from the training grounds, thereby elevating the Rocket team's profile. By opening 1 or 2 additional training facilities, it was conceivable that countless individuals would train there, propelling his Pokémon's strength to rival that of the legendary beasts. Meanwhile, within the internal arena of the Rocket team, Apollo, Lance, Shaba, Athena, Amato, and Musashi arrived at the scene. Saki felt a surge of irritation as he observed them, each accompanied by Pokémon of near-champion caliber. What splendid creatures they possessed! Yet, he lamented that these individuals, in their eagerness, would hasten their Pokémon's demise, rendering them unable to fulfill their roles within the Rocket team for long. A wave of discomfort washed over Saki. Chapter 65, Three-Headed Dragon vs. Nidoqueen. Once all the executives had assembled, they were all aware that Saki intended to assess their training outcomes. Each stood at attention before him. Amato and Sabo, having recently attained status as executives, were now qualified to stand at the forefront. Saki spoke slowly. Now that everyone is present, let us begin with you, Amato and Sabo. Amato's face lit up with excitement at the mention of her name. She and Sabo had revered Saki since their youth at the Rocket Team Training Academy. It was a privilege to be the first evaluated, and they exchanged glances, adhering to their customary practice. Amato would take the lead. Amato retrieved a Pokeball and released her first Pokémon, the three-headed dragon bestowed upon her by the leader. The creature unfurled its 6 wings, soaring majestically above, casting a commanding gaze upon Saki. Amato's three-headed dragon exhibited remarkable training. Its prowess was on par with that of Lance's Pokémon. Surely, this three-headed dragon is on the verge of champion status. The sentiment resonated. During their last battle, not a single round had passed without Amato's dragon dominating the field. Whispers circulated about Amato referring to her three-headed dragon as a quasi-deity, leaving many to wonder how it would fare against legendary Pokémon once fully realized. The executives of the Rocket team commenced fervent discussions, aware of the rumors surrounding mythical Pokémon. Among them were mid- to high-ranking members who had heard whispers of Saki's temporary departure from the Rocket team to allow his son to take command. Despite Saki's efforts to keep the cloning of Mutwo a closely guarded secret, the flow of funds and the dispatch of numerous researchers to clandestine laboratories had raised suspicions. Such matters could be concealed from the lower ranks, but not from the upper echelons. Saki, dismissive of these speculations, inhaled deeply to quell his rising anger. He released his Nidoqueen into the fray. Upon sighting Nidoqueen, the three-headed dragon's eyes gleamed with ferocity. The left head began to gather fiery energy, a dragon rage brewing ominously, as if poised to incinerate its adversary. The right head inhaled deeply, exhaling scorching breaths that raised the ambient temperature. Meanwhile, the central head bore a colossal sphere of light, pulsating with immense energy, its destructive potential barely restrained. In an instant, a triad of terrifying auras converged upon Saki's Nidoqueen. Boom! Roar! Boom! The unleashing of chaotic energy heralded an annihilating force, drowning out all other sounds in the world. The executives of the Rocket team gazed in exhilaration at the unfolding spectacle. The sheer advantage of the three-headed dragon's 3 heads was awe-inspiring. Even from a distance, they could feel the overwhelming pressure of its might. Was this truly the power of the three-headed dragon? Surely, Amato had passed Saki's assessment with flying colors. Utilizing 3 distinct moves simultaneously seemed almost like cheating. Amidst the excitement, Saki furrowed his brow. Why has she not utilized that stone? I distinctly recall seeing what they referred to as a keystone on her necklace. At this moment, Saki's thoughts were primarily focused on the keystones, as he paid little heed to the three-headed dragon on the battlefield. In his perspective, this Pokémon seemed somewhat superficial. Despite the three-headed dragon's seemingly formidable aura, it was merely a flashy creature lacking true utility. It might excel against weaker opponents, but employing a strategy that divides its power into 3 was tantamount to courting disaster when confronting stronger foes. Genuine strength invariably concentrates its force in a singular point, unleashing the most potent combat prowess. Saki coolly instructed, Nidoqueen, use brute force. The spectators were left astounded that Saki would have Nidoqueen directly endure the simultaneous onslaught of the three-headed dragon's attacks. Even though this Nidoqueen was a champion-level Pokémon, could it truly withstand Dragon Rage, Dragon Breath, and Hyper Beam all at once? Be careful, the onlookers exclaimed in alarm. Saki scoffed dismissively at their concerns, as Nidoqueen had already begun to gather energy, preparing to counter the trio of assaults. The cadre present sensed that Saki might be overly confident. However, upon reflection, they realized that he was indeed Saki, a champion-level trainer and an undisputed authority within Team Rocket. Surely, even the three-headed dragon would struggle to surpass him. Yet, among the crowd, the cadre led by Lance furrowed their brows. When the three-headed dragon unleashed its attacks, they were merely cautious, opting to evade or interrupt. Fully aware of the formidable power behind those simultaneous strikes, Lance, who also possessed a three-headed dragon, had first-hand experience of its might. This was the first time they had witnessed Saki's approach to such a situation, leaving them uncertain of the eventual outcome. On the battlefield, Nidoqueen's muscles bulged, with veins crawling like earthworms across its form. The terrifying accumulation of strength caused the ground beneath it to sink, creating a sizable crater. This extraordinary physical prowess was the result of Saki's specialized training. As the three-headed dragon's attacks descended, Saki's expression darkened slightly. The source of his concern was the overwhelming energy emanating from the three attacks. However, the mere fact that such immense energy was divided into three portions was, in his view, a gross waste. Boom. Nidoqueen's brute force collided with the descending attacks. The sheer physical might shattered the air as it struck the energy assaults. Saki sneered internally, thinking that with energy so dispersed, it should be easily dismantled. Yet, Nidoqueen's brute force managed to obliterate Hyper Beam and Dragon Rage, but it soon faltered. The Dragon Breath landed solidly on Nidoqueen, resulting in multiple burns across its body, wisps of smoke rising into the air. Chapter 66, Yamato's Triumph, Shotaro versus the Three Diglets. Seeing his Nidoqueen sustain injuries left Saki momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated that, despite the divided energy attacks, Nidoqueen would fail to block them and end up wounded. Perhaps he had underestimated the three-headed dragon, and thus resolved to treat Yamato's new Pokémon with greater seriousness. After all, Yamato had evidently enhanced the three-headed dragon's strength to a respectable degree. There were gains and losses in every endeavor. Nidoqueen, use Night Slash. With that command, Nidoqueen's claws formed into a hand blade, generating a tangible air blade that was markedly more refined than its earlier brute force. The air blade seemed capable of severing the distance between the three-headed dragon and Nidoqueen. The shockwave split to either side of Nidoqueen, leaving the three-headed dragon with no opportunity to evade as the Night Slash cleanly struck its body. With a sound akin to a severed kite, the three-headed dragon plummeted towards the ground. Before Saki could voice his intentions to lecture Yamato, the three-headed dragon surprisingly regained its composure, flapping its wings at the last moment to take flight once again. Although it was not as graceful as before, the three-headed dragon managed to remain in the fight after enduring Nidoqueen's blow. Saki's heart sank. This strike had showcased Nidoqueen's near-champion-level strength. Yet the three-headed dragon had not been incapacitated? How could such a creature, a mere Dark-type Pokémon, withstand Nidoqueen's formidable fighting-type Night Slash? What kind of resilience did this dual-type dragon possess, and from where had Yamato captured it? Unbeknownst to Saki, the spectators were equally taken aback by the sight of the three-headed dragon soaring once more. Even Yamato and Lance, who were familiar with the three-headed dragon, had not anticipated that it could recover from such a potent Night Slash. More importantly, despite its aerial advantage, Nidoqueen had still managed to strike it. The cadre could not help but marvel at Saki's prowess. To think that the three-headed dragon could endure for so long against Saki's Nidoqueen was remarkable. Incredible, this three-headed dragon. Saki seemed unperturbed. I recall that Nidoqueen can deliver a million-ton punch. There's no reason Nidoqueen shouldn't be capable of that. What do you know? Saki is merely assessing the three-headed dragon's strength. This is not a Pokémon battle in earnest. If he were truly serious, the three-headed dragon would have long since been defeated. Saki realized that the current standstill was untenable. A champion-level Pokémon and a Pokémon of the Elite Four were exchanging blows on equal footing. Continuing this stalemate would diminish his standing, even if he ultimately triumphed. Seeing that the three-headed dragon could still fight, Yamato promptly commanded, "Three-headed dragon, use Dragon Tail." Upon witnessing this, Saki's curiosity deepened. Was Yamato still withholding that stone? If you're going to keep it hidden, then don't use it at all. Saki ordered, "Nidoqueen, use Ice Punch and end this battle." With Nidoqueen's earnest execution, The battle swiftly lost its suspense, as the three-headed dragon was encased in ice and crashed to the ground. Saki felt a sense of satisfaction with Yamato. He slowly addressed him. Yamato, after witnessing the recent battle, I am quite aware of your efforts during this period. While there remain many areas for improvement, it is essential to focus on nurturing your Pokémon and avoid overtaxing their potential. Anyone who dares to disregard my words will find my displeasure unfaltering. Yamato hastily replied, Yes, Saki. Saki waved his hand dismissively, saying, You may go now. The cadre looked on, admiringly, as Saki decisively concluded the Pokémon duel and sternly admonished Yamato. They realized that Saki's outward examination was, in fact, a means of guiding them on the intricacies of Pokémon training. Saki remained oblivious to the thoughts of those around him. However, he had no interest in their musings, stating, Now that we have tested Yamato, it's time for you, Shotaro. The fact that Yamato managed to injure his Nidoqueen demonstrated that she was indeed protective of her Pokémon, without excessively depleting their innate talents and lifespans. It appeared that Yamato's strength was not derived from overexertion, but rather from genuine training and a fortunate encounter with a formidable Pokémon. However, this does not imply that the strength of others does not rely on such stones, which are the result of exhausting the lives of Pokémon. Sakamoto produced a Pokeball and released a Sandshrew. I wish to avoid further complications. This Pokémon is one I typically utilize at the Tokiwa City Gym. As long as your Pokémon can withstand a single blow from it, you will have passed the assessment. Despite Sandshrew's unimpressive innate abilities, under Sakamoto's tutelage, it possesses a strength comparable to that of a quasi-champion. He believes that with Shotaro's current strength, defeating this Sandshrew would prove exceedingly difficult. Should Shotaro resort to methods that deplete a Pokémon's lifespan, it would be utterly impossible for him to contend with Sandshrew. Although it only boasts quasi-champion strength, its combat experience is undoubtedly at the champion level. Yes, Boss Sakamoto, Shotaro exclaimed, tossing the Pokeball and gazing solemnly at the Sandshrew before him. The furious abandoned monkey manifested in front of Sakamoto. Ever since this abandoned monkey became Shotaro's companion, it has been meticulously trained. Even after Shotaro captured a Steelix and a Metagross, he did not relent in his training of the abandoned monkey. Now, the abandoned monkey has achieved Elite Four level, though it still lags slightly behind the quasi-champion tier. Perhaps it cannot match this Sandshrew, but with the assistance of the acting boss Kinji, this abandoned monkey is not to be underestimated. It should be capable of withstanding a single blow from Sandshrew. The cadre present remained intensely focused on the unfolding battle. Meanwhile, Sakamoto was contemplating how to rectify Shotaro's erroneous actions and what appropriate penalties should be enforced. The rocket team he founded was not a charity. The Pokémon under his command are assets of the rocket team and should not be carelessly damaged. Even if the one causing the damage is an officer within the rocket team, it is unacceptable. Chapter 67. The ultimate strike of the abandoned monkey at that moment. Sandshrew struck. Its body connected with the ground, sending forth an invisible ripple that surged through the earth. The power of the land continuously coalesced around Sandshrew. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of the earth fracturing echoed as Sandshrew's body trembled. In an instant, a terrifying force erupted from the ground. As if it sought to rend the very earth apart, the ground quaked, and a tremendous shockwave surged toward the abandoned monkey. Shotaro's expression grew grave, as he found himself unable to discern whether the attack was earthquake or land's might. Though both are ground-type moves, they fundamentally differ. One is a physical attack, while the other is a special, energy-based assault. Should he misjudge, the abandoned monkey would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the blow, given the already considerable disparity in strength. Shotaro fixated intently on Sandshrew. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had discovered something. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Abandoned monkey, unleash rage fist upon the ground beneath you." As the words left his lips, the abandoned monkey's blood-red eyes blazed with fury. A terrifying wrath coursed through its being, gradually coalescing into its fists. Furthermore, the abandoned monkey's rage seemed tangible, manifesting as a ghostly blue flame. Its entire form radiated a fiery crimson, veins standing out prominently. Boom! As the rage reached its zenith, Sandshrew's attack, land's might, surged toward the abandoned monkey. At that moment, the earth trembled as if a great dragon were stirring, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The clash of intense fury and boundless earthly power erupted upon the ground. The terrain before the abandoned monkey collapsed instantaneously, debris flying and dust billowing. The overwhelming lands might continue to be unleashed, yet the abandoned monkey's strength began to wane. "Abandoned monkey, use rage fist once more," Shotaro bellowed. The abandoned monkey leveraged the power of land's might to propel itself backward, gathering its rage anew. This time, bolstered by the previous charge, it amassed its fury at an accelerated pace. The second rage fist struck again against land's might. Boom! The energy of land's might shattered in an explosive display. Yes, Shotaro exclaimed, as two rage fists effortlessly dismantled the land's might. He realized suddenly that Sandshrews' strength was not as formidable as he had anticipated. In fact, the residual force from the abandoned monkey's second strike even pushed Sandshrew back approximately half a meter. At this moment, Shotaro felt that Sakamoto's Sandshrew was unexpectedly weak, merely scraping the threshold of quasi-champion status, and likely not one of Sakamoto's primary Pokémon. Previously, Sakamoto had stated that as long as one could endure a blow from Sandshrew, they would pass the assessment. Shotaro had assumed that the attack would be formidable. Yet, it turned out to be rather lackluster. A Sandshrew typically utilized in gyms truly appeared weak, not even qualifying for Sakamoto's main lineup. Shotaro's Spirit Sword. The cadre present, however, were bewildered. They had expected Shotaro to struggle to pass the assessment, or at the very least, for his Pokémon to sustain heavy injuries before succeeding. Yet, the abandoned monkey had only thrown 2 punches to neutralize Sakamoto's Sandshrews' attack. What was happening? Was that all there was to it? Had Sakamoto's Sandshrew simply been unwell today? Perhaps this was the outcome Sakamoto had desired? The cadre murmured among themselves, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Sakamoto's eyelids twitched. He had never anticipated that Shotaro's strength would be on par with Yamato's, capable of withstanding Sandshrew's land's might. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to summon Sandshrew. Shotaro's abandoned monkey was indeed impressively trained, able to transform rage into its own power, which bore no relation to exhausting a Pokémon's life. He was a promising new officer. Sakamoto's heart brimmed with confusion as events began to unfold in an absurd direction. He had heard of both Yamato and Shotaro previously. While they had performed well within the Rocket team, their strength had been decidedly unimpressive. Yet, how had they managed to evolve to such a degree within a mere 2 years? His Sandshrew, despite having been easily countered by the abandoned monkey, was a quasi-champion Pokémon. Even if it was not his mainstay, it was not a foe that just anyone could challenge. Sandshrew, as one of his prominent Pokémon at the Tokiwa City Gym, could hardly be deemed weak. Not having gauged Shotaro's strength earlier, Sakamoto resolved to test him once more. Your Pokémon exhibits commendable strength. Unleash its full power upon me. Shotaro was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't he already passed by enduring a blow? Why the need for more? However, he dared not defy Sakamoto's command, and promptly replied, yes. Boss Sakamoto. Sakamoto observed Shotaro intently, seemingly attempting to discern the true source of his newfound strength. Was Shotaro utilizing methods that depleted his Pokémon's life force to enable the abandoned monkey to withstand that strike? Shotaro, unwilling to hesitate any longer, commanded, abandoned monkey, use Rage Fist. This time, he resolved to seize the initiative. The cadre looked on in astonishment. Why were they fighting again? Wasn't it supposed to be over? It appears that Shotaro's progress has exceeded the expectations of Boss Saki, prompting the latter to gauge Shotaro's strength through a Pokémon duel. As the cadre speculated on Boss Saki's intentions, the abandonment monkey began to accumulate a formidable power of rage, resulting in an even more terrifying manifestation of its Rage Fist. The essence of the Rage Fist is rooted in fury. For every attack the abandonment monkey endures during battle, the power of the Rage Fist increases incrementally. The more it is struck, the stronger the Rage Fist becomes, potentially multiplying its strength by more than 7 times. However, this is merely a theoretical limit. For the abandonment monkey struggles to withstand such relentless assaults from its opponent. The abandonment monkey's anger materialized into substantial flames, scorching the earth beneath it. The intense heat caused the air to shimmer and ripple. Channeling its pent-up fury, the abandonment monkey began to concentrate its rage into its right fist. A tremendous roar erupted as the Rage Fist surged forth like a torrent of rivers, crashing towards the distant Sandshrew. The abandonment monkey's fur danced wildly, its wrath bridging the gap between them. This punch was a force of nature, an extraordinary display of power, representing the abandonment monkey's most potent strike to date. Chapter 68. Everyone yearned to challenge Saki. Gazing at the abandonment monkey's formidable punch, Saki's heart swayed with uncertainty. He had assumed this blow was merely a manifestation of the abandonment monkey pushing its physical limits, even if it was a Pokémon of the master rank. Surpassing those limits would yield, at most, a semi-champion level of strength. Yet, this punch had brushed against the threshold of true champion status. How could this be possible? Saki suspected that this move was more flash than substance. Little did he know, The abandonment monkey had long transcended its physical confines during its evolution, becoming a Pokémon of ghostly attributes. When executing fighting-type moves, it was no longer shackled by its physical limitations. Saki commanded, Sandshrew, unleash triple attack. 3 beams of differing attributes coalesced into a singular point, radiating with electric brilliance, chilling cold, and the fervor of wildfires. The abandonment monkey's rage fist struck directly at the point of convergence of the triple attack. Boom! The clash of fists and elemental energies reverberated through the air. In an instant, a colossal shockwave erupted, sending the clothing of those present fluttering violently. They raised their hands to shield their eyes from the swirling dust. The clouds in the sky shattered. Saki's pupils contracted to pinpricks. At that moment, he comprehended that, despite the abandonment monkey's shortcomings in various respects, it had undeniably reached the pinnacle of semi-champion level in terms of its offensive capabilities. Such a solid strike could not be achieved through the mere overextension of talent or lifespan. However, realizing this came a tad too late for Saki. The rage fist decisively shattered the triple attack, colliding with Sandshrew. Waves of seething anger descended upon Sandshrew, which quickly recognized the futility of attempting to withstand this assault. It hastily initiated its dig move to evade the blow. Yet, once the abandonment monkey unleashed its rage fist, its speed was in an entirely different realm. Sandshrew had only partially burrowed underground when it was struck by the rage fist. The combination of fury and force erupted upon Sandshrew, whose eyes widened in terror. Saki stared in disbelief at Sandshrew, now sporting a swollen visage. A dignified semi-champion Pokémon had succumbed to a master-level opponent today. The earlier surprise of Yamato's 3-headed dragon paled in comparison to the realization that, should Shotaro's abandonment monkey attain semi-champion status, it might even inflict harm upon true champion Pokémon. In terms of raw offensive prowess, the abandonment monkey's capacity for cross-rank combat was nearing that of the 3-headed dragon. How could this not astonish Saki? The spectators were left in a state of shock. Shotaro's abandonment monkey had defeated boss Saki's Sandshrew. Was Sandshrew's strength truly so lacking? No wonder it was absent from Saki's main lineup. Sandshrew. As the assessment concluded, the cadre gathered around. Boss Saki feigned nonchalance, stating, well, Shotaro has barely passed today. Continue to strive for improvement. Yes, Boss Saki, Shotaro replied, suppressing his inner joy with utmost respect. Had he truly triumphed over Boss Saki? Had he genuinely emerged victorious in a duel against Saki's Pokémon? What? Boss Saki hadn't utilized his main team. Irrespective, he had won. Ignoring the turmoil within Shotaro, a cadre member inquired, Boss Saki, shall we proceed with further assessments? The cadre below was buzzing with anticipation. Following the recent battle, they had discerned that as long as they dispatched Pokémon that were not overly preposterous, akin to the 3-headed dragon, there existed an opportunity to face Saki's non-primary lineup. During the assessments, if Boss Saki only sent out non-primary Pokémon, they all stood a chance of victory. If memory served correctly, apart from Sandshrew, Saki's secondary roster included Meowth, Golem, Garagara, Houndoom, and Executor, implying they had 5 more opportunities to defeat Boss Saki. Achieving victory against Saki would bestow unmatched glory within Team Rocket. With Shotaro already having secured such honor, their chances were dwindling. It must be said that Yamato and Shotaro were exceedingly cunning. Although their Steelix, or Metagross, upon Mega Evolution, possessed temporary champion-level strength, they refrained from deploying them. Clearly, they sought to take advantage of Saki's non-primary Pokémon as soft targets. Yamato and Shotaro, we were unaware that Boss Saki would engage us in only one battle. We merely arranged our formidable Pokémon for later. At this moment, while Saki remained oblivious to the thoughts of his cadre, he felt an involuntary twitch in his eyelids. He never anticipated that Shotaro's abandonment monkey could unleash such an extraordinary blow. That was a strike of semi-champion caliber. Moreover, it was not a weak one within that category. Even if he had initially neglected to provide precise commands to Sandshrew, it shouldn't have lost so inexplicably. 2 years prior, both Yamato and Shotaro were not even junior members. Yet within such a brief span, they had acquired such formidable strength. They had not accomplished this through the overextension of their Pokémon's lifespan or talent, but rather through their own efforts and fortuitous encounters with such extraordinary Pokémon. In that moment, Saki found himself torn between being gratified and lamenting his earlier lack of seriousness. However, he quickly reconciled his feelings. To be the leader of Team Rocket, one must possess the capacity for tolerance. Otherwise, what right would he have to lead? Observing Saki's silence, the cadre grew increasingly eager. Boss Saki, let me be next for the test. Surely it should be my turn. I have the longest tenure in Team Rocket. My ex is the greatest. I shall go first. Saki was momentarily taken aback. As he looked at the eager faces of his subordinates, it was as if he were gazing upon a pile of currency, leaving him utterly perplexed by the sudden shift in their demeanor. Wait a moment, Saki pondered to himself. When I was being assessed, they were all so obedient and proper. Why are they now acting as if they're desperate? Have they become so proactive? Unafraid of the repercussions should their use of the stone to extend their Pokemon's lifespans be exposed? Sakamoto's gaze swept through the crowd, ultimately resting upon Sabo, who was now clad in the uniform of a cadre. Once a researcher for the Rocket Team, Sabo ostensibly held the title of the Master of the Crimson Lotus Dojo. Since joining the Rocket Team, he had diligently dedicated himself to his work, never shying away from tasks within his expertise. If one were to identify a flaw, it might be his obsessive enthusiasm for puzzles. Undoubtedly, he was a valued member of the Rocket Team. At this moment, Sakamoto could distinctly sense an intensified aura emanating from Sabo, one that was more fervent and explosive than before. This caused Sakamoto's eyelids to twitch involuntarily. Noticing Sakamoto's scrutiny, Sabo inquired with some confusion, "Boss Sakamoto, are you intending to assess my abilities?" Sakamoto nodded, replying, "Yes, Sabo, you have become quite a veteran within the Rocket Team. Allow me to congratulate you on your promotion to cadre." "Thank you, Boss Sakamoto," Sabo responded. Sakamoto waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for thanks. Unleash your strongest Pokemon. I wish to witness your prowess." When facing Sabo, Sakamoto adopted a more cautious demeanor. After all, Sabo's status as a dojo master was undeniable, and his strength had evidently improved. He could no longer afford to be careless. Sakamoto summoned his Nidoking, while Sabo released his strongest Pokemon, Charizard. His Charizard had already reached the threshold of the quasi-champion level, and during Mega Evolution, it possessed the might of a champion. In its normal state, Charizard might not have been his strongest Pokemon, but in Mega form, Mega Charizard certainly was. Observing the impending quasi-champion level Charizard, Sakamoto nodded inwardly. This time, out of respect for Sabo, Sakamoto chose not to hold back and initiated the battle. Nidoking, use Horn Attack. The force capable of tearing through anything coalesced at the tip of Nidoking's horn. Sabo swiftly commanded, "Charizard, use Dragon Claw." Charizard extended its claws and struck downwards. Under the glint of its icy light, Nidoking's horn attack was thwarted. Sakamoto remarked, "Sabo, you have made significant progress lately. I wish to see just how much stronger you have become." He then turned and commanded, "Nidoking, unleash Poison Jab. Charizard, take to the skies and create distance." In an instant, the arena was engulfed in a toxic mist. The dense fog rendered the cadre members unable to discern the unfolding situation. Sabo adjusted his glasses, the glint catching the light. Beneath the lenses, his self-constructed electronic mechanical eye provided a clear view of the events within the poison mist. Upon closer inspection, Sabo observed Nidoking gathering energy, slowly moving towards the direct vicinity beneath Charizard. He immediately commanded, "Charizard, use Air Slash directly below." With a whoosh, the Air Slash, imbued with tremendous power, sliced through the toxic mist towards Nidoking. Sakamoto let out a cold chuckle, watching the proceedings without uttering a word. On the battlefield, Nidoking's horn flicked upwards, effortlessly shattering the Air Slash. A piercing metallic clash resounded. Sabo regarded Nidoking, which had not even needed to employ its moves to dismantle the Air Slash, with a grave expression. Internally, he mused, as expected of Boss Sakamoto's main battle Pokemon. Its strength is truly extraordinary. The cadre members, once filled with excitement, were now subdued. Boss Sakamoto remains unparalleled. This strength is simply overwhelming. If he does not deploy his main team, we stand no chance whatsoever. One questioned, "Do you think Charizard, when Mega Evolved, could contend with Nidoking?" As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Nidoking and Charizard were already entangled in fierce combat. Clang, clang, clang. Neither side issued commands to their Pokemon. The two creatures engaged in a fierce melee within the arena. Sakamoto squinted, not expecting Sabo's Charizard to possess such formidable physical combat capabilities. Just moments ago, he had assumed Charizard would rely solely on ranged attacks. Had that been the case, Charizard would certainly have been at a disadvantage against Nidoking. The clash of the two powerful Pokemon wreaked havoc upon the arena, the stone steps marred with deep gashes, and the walls punctured with gaping holes. Claw marks and palm prints were scattered everywhere. Boom. Charizard was inadvertently struck by a powerful punch from Nidoking, soaring into the air to catch its breath. Having leveraged its aerial advantage, Charizard had managed to hold its ground, but after a moment of defense, it failed to evade the onslaught. Sabo thought to himself, "Indeed, it is a champion-level Pokemon. Despite taking 7 hits from Charizard's claws, it remains unscathed. Meanwhile, Sakamoto was equally astonished. He had initially believed that by applying himself, he could swiftly conclude the battle. However, to his surprise, the situation had escalated to this extent so quickly. Furrowing his brow, Sakamoto gazed at Charizard in the sky. Sabo called out passionately, "Boss Sakamoto, do you feel it? This is my newly acquired Pokémon, Charizard, whose physical prowess rivals that of any fighting-type Pokémon." Sakamoto's expression remained icy and unreadable. Its potential is commendable. Although Sakamoto feigned indifference towards Sabo's Charizard, he genuinely held it in high regard. The warm-up had concluded. Sakamoto commanded with conviction, "Nidoking, use Charge Beam, and then unleash Super Horn Attack." A golden radiance began to emanate from Nidoking, as the ground beneath them buckled under the pressure, beginning to collapse. Sabo furrowed his brow, instructing, "Charizard, use Dragon Dance and ascend higher." Sakamoto scoffed haughtily. Nidoking's massive form surged upward like a cannonball, hurtling towards Charizard. Boom! The resounding explosion echoed throughout the arena. Debris flew in all directions. Yet it failed to diminish the fervor of Sakamoto, and Sabo. Nidoking's Super Horn Attack struck Charizard midair with precision. Charizard had no time to evade. Nidoking's speed was simply too formidable. As Charizard lost its balance in the air, it plummeted earthward, barely managing to stabilize itself before landing. On the ground, Charizard and Nidoking engaged in a fierce struggle. Each of Nidoking's punches matched the prowess of a champion-level Pokémon's techniques. The arena trembled as though it were made of mere tofu, continually shaking and fracturing. The ground beneath them was reduced to rubble, engulfed in swirling dust. Once on the ground, Charizard, akin to a resilient punching bag, was pressed down and battered by Nidoking. Charizard, unwilling to remain entangled, executed Flame Charge to break free and ascend once more. At that moment, a fiery figure charged towards Nidoking. Sakamoto coolly remarked, "Naive." The speeding Charizard unleashed Flame Charge, propelled by an unstoppable momentum, colliding headlong into Nidoking. Yet, Nidoking had long awaited this moment. Its sharp horn gleamed ominously, poised to meet the oncoming Charizard. "Now, Charizard." At that instant, the Mega Evolution Stone at Sabo's chest glimmered faintly. Charizard seemed to resonate with Sabo's intentions, moving without the need for verbal command. As Flame Charge surged forward, Charizard's wings unfurled mid-flight, engulfed in flames, soaring skyward once again. Chapter 70, Champion Level. Mega Charizard Y emerges. Sakamoto gazed upwards in mild astonishment. Did the Pokémon truly comprehend its trainer's intentions without the need for commands? Wasn't he Sabo as Pokémon newly captured? How had their synergy developed so seamlessly in the short span of less than 2 years? Saki gazed vacantly at the opposing Sabo, acknowledging the prowess of the seasoned gym leader. Indeed, his methods for training Pokémon surpassed those of the other members of Team Rocket by a considerable margin. For Saki's Nidoking, the Charizard soaring above was far from an insurmountable adversary. Although the battle proved somewhat troublesome, he remained indifferent to Charizard's ascension into the heavens. For what truly concerned him was the profound bond that Sabo had forged with this Charizard in a mere 2 years. Such a connection could not be achieved through mere coexistence with the Pokémon. On Sabo's side, witnessing Charizard take to the skies offered him a semblance of relief after the earlier onslaught from Nidoking, which had left him palpably anxious. The combat pace was exceedingly swift. He dared not interject for fear of distracting Charizard and causing it to be knocked out by a single blow from Nidoking. The synergy between him and Charizard stemmed not only from the training methods imparted by his mentor, Jinshi, but also from the resonance of his Keystone and Charizard's Mega Evolution Stone. In the audience, Apollo observed the arena with a grave expression. Flanked by the other 3 generals, Rance, Ramda, and Athena, Sabo's strength was formidable. To have remained a gym leader for decades, he was clearly no ordinary figure. The one who benefited least from Jinshi's guidance was Sabo, while he was also the one who gained the most. He benefited the least because Sabo's Pokémon lineup had not significantly changed. It still comprised entirely Fire-type Pokémon, many of which he had retained. Notably his evolving Darmanitan into Darmanitan, Zen mode. Conversely, the greatest benefit was Sabo's elevation in power. Despite his long tenure as a gym leader, his insights had been somewhat limited, focusing primarily on enhancing the intensity of flames rather than the overall physical prowess of his Pokémon. At least half of Sabo's Pokémon could have been formidable weapons in their own right, yet he had not fully harnessed that potential. It was only through the training manual provided by Jinshi concerning Charizard that he had come to this realization. Apollo remarked in awe. It is truly remarkable that Sabo can hold his ground against Saki for such an extended period. Ramda nodded in agreement. while Athena remained silent, her eyes betraying an unintentional pride. This was all thanks to young Master Jinshi. Just then, Rance pointed towards the arena, exclaiming, "Look!" The others quickly refocused their attention on the battlefield. They beheld Saki's Nidoking, whose stature seemed to swell tremendously, exuding a palpable aura of raw power. Its massive tail, with an inadvertent sweep, sent shards of stone flying. Outside the arena, even the weaker passing Pokémon began to tremble instinctively. Meanwhile, Sabo stared darkly at Nidoking, which was now unleashing its full might, having merely warmed up until this point. Taking a deep breath, the keystones on Sabo's chest and Charizard's Mega Evolution Stone began to emit a dazzling light. The resonance of the two stones quickly drew Saki's attention. He had long suspected that these stones were the reason Team Rocket's Pokémon had pushed their talents and lifespans to such extremes. A brilliant light enveloped Charizard entirely. When Mega Charizard Y manifested before Saki, his pupils dilated in shock. He sensed a champion-level aura emanating from it. How could this be possible? Such a method, which siphoned the Pokémon's vitality, could elevate it to the ranks of champions. This scene before him transcended his wildest imaginings. To achieve a champion level in such a manner was utterly absurd. However, Sabo's demeanor had shifted after connecting with Charizard. He felt an overwhelming battle spirit emanating from Mega Charizard Y. His mood was naturally uplifted by this bond. Nevertheless, Mega Evolution was inherently temporary, a means to enhance a Pokémon's power only for a limited duration. Sabo dared not allow Mega Charizard Y to squander its post-evolution energy. Facing an opponent now transformed into a Mega Evolution, Saki's mindset grew more cautious. He was no fool, and understanding the dynamics of the battle was a fundamental skill of a top trainer. Thus, the two adversaries remained in a tense standoff, reluctant to make the first move. Sensing the intense flames radiating from Mega Charizard Y, Saki was compelled to exercise caution. Yet soon, the seriousness etched on his face morphed into a smirk, for he recalled that this so-called Mega Evolution could not last indefinitely. Otherwise, Sabo's Charizard would not have remained in its original form for so long. Since this form was not sustainable, it implied limitations and finite energy reserves. Whether activated or borrowed from the stones, it was merely temporary. Saki coldly declared, "Sabo, let me witness the evolution of your Pokémon." With that, Nidoking's colossal form shot forth like a cannonball, charging at Mega Charizard Y. The ground trembled once more under Nidoking's assault, debris flying in all directions. Each strike from Nidoking now bore the weight of a champion-level Pokémon. Even a champion-level Pokémon would be felled by a single blow from Nidoking. The roaring winds generated from its punches whirled through the arena, causing even the nearby Team Rocket members to feel the force. The female officers in their uniforms clutched their skirts tightly, while Sabo's pupils shrank to pinpricks. Mega Charizard Y gathered searing flames within its maw, unleashing a cataclysmic flamethrower that rained down upon Nidoking. The flames were swiftly dispersed by the oncoming punch. The clash of these two titanic Pokémon resonated with a magnitude surpassing any previous encounters. Nidoking's long horns pierced Mega Charizard Y, drawing forth a spurt of scorching blood that billowed into steam. Yet, this injury was negligible for Mega Charizard Y, which retaliated with a fiery blast engulfing Nidoking, leaving charred remnants in its wake. Chapter 71, Saki's Victory? A stalemate. Nidoking wiped the soot from its singed skin. With a thunderous roar, the pain ignited its ferocity. Saki observed the unfolding battle with icy detachment. "Sabo, why do you not unleash the full potential of your Charizard? It seems to have lost its edge post-Mega Evolution." Sabo remained silent, his expression resolute as he directed Mega Charizard Y in his mind. The energy of Mega Evolution was not infinite. Otherwise, if a battle could last an eternity, Mega Charizard Y would exist indefinitely. That would defeat the very essence of Mega Evolution, which should be termed mere evolution instead. Moreover, and of utmost importance, he could not allow Mega Charizard Y to exhaust its stamina recklessly. He needed a decisive strike capable of overcoming Nidoking. Perhaps in this current battle, Mega Charizard Y appeared to be at a disadvantage, yet that did not equate to hopelessness. With a thorough depletion of Nidoking's energy, victory was still within reach. The battle between Nidoking and Mega Charizard Y raged on. Boom, boom, boom. Nidoking's powerful tail lashed out at Mega Charizard Y. The formidable Mega Charizard Y deftly maneuvered its wings, narrowly evading the strikes aimed at it. However, Nidoking's attack was already charged and ready to unleash. With a powerful concentration, Nidoking executed its devastating Megaton kick. This blow, imbued with tremendous force, hurtled toward Mega Charizard Y. Shouting in excitement, Shaba exclaimed, "Now's the time." The energy that had been building within Mega Charizard Y erupted at that moment. A furious blaze surged within it, and its gaping maw resembled a volcano seeking release. Despite the searing flames, Nidoking stood firm, enduring the intense heat. The kick landed heavily upon the slender neck of Mega Charizard Y. Thud. Mega Charizard Y was sent flying by the tremendous force of the megaton kick, crashing heavily to the ground. In a flash of light, it reverted to its original form, lying motionless. Nidoking, too, was not unscathed. Its body was marred, with not a patch of unblemished skin visible. The creature, now shrouded in darkness, had lost all semblance of its original color. Yet, Nidoking remained steadfast, refusing to fall. Sakamoto, momentarily taken aback, finally spoke. "Shaba, your Charizard has truly opened my eyes." Shaba, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction, replied, "It's a pity I couldn't best you, Sakamoto. But I won't give up. Next time, I will ensure my Charizard defeats your Nidoking." Sakamoto's serious expression seemed to soften, though Shaba wondered if it was merely his imagination. Sakamoto stated, "With a subordinate like you, it appears my Team Rocket will surely ascend to greatness. Shaba, you have passed your assessment." With that, Sakamoto was the first to return Nidoking to its Pokeball. Only at that moment did the tension in Sakamoto's heart finally ease. For shortly after Mega Charizard Y had fallen, he sensed Nidoking had also lost its fighting strength. Nidoking remained upright only due to its grounded stance, sturdy tail acting as a fulcrum, combined with its indomitable spirit, allowing it to stand even in its dazed state. Only Sakamoto understood that this battle had ended in a draw, not in his victory. To maintain his invincible image as the leader of Team Rocket, he could never reveal the truth. If the other executives were to learn that their esteemed leader had drawn with a mere researcher, what would become of his authority within Team Rocket? How would they perceive him moving forward? And if news of this reached rival criminal organizations, how would they mock him? Thus, Sakamoto could only feign composure, projecting an air of effortless victory. The oblivious Team Rocket executives looked upon the fallen Charizard with cracked lips, pondering how a Pokemon of its caliber could not defeat Sakamoto's Nidoking. Just how formidable was Sakamoto's strength? In their minds, a Pokemon like Mega Charizard Y was already the pinnacle of their aspirations. Yet, it had still succumbed to Sakamoto's Nidoking. Even more perplexing was how Shaba, despite losing, had passed the assessment. Shouldn't he continue until he overcame Nidoking? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Apollo's face lit up with realization. "I understand now. Sakamoto was merely testing our growth. He wouldn't perform an act that would shatter our confidence." That's why he concluded Shaba's assessment early, returning his Pokemon and declaring him successful. It was the same with Yamato and Sanzaburo. Apollo's tone suggested he had unraveled the entire situation. To him, further competition was unnecessary. Sakamoto's Nidoking was simply too powerful. Having defeated Shaba's strongest Mega Charizard Y, there was no Pokemon left to rival Nidoking. Continuing would only waste time and undermine Shaba's confidence. The other executives shared expressions of understanding. "I knew it. Sakamoto's Nidoking could easily sweep through the competition. That's why it ended early." Indeed, the assessment had already proven Shaba's growth, and the purpose had been fulfilled, rendering further competition pointless. Sakamoto likely feared that his Nidoking was too overwhelming, and a single Pokemon defeating Shaba would severely dent his pride, especially since Shaba was a gym leader. As Shaba stepped down, he began to grasp Sakamoto's intentions through the murmurs around him. He had been absorbed in the disappointment of Mega Charizard Y's defeat, failing to recognize the true nature of Sakamoto's actions. In hindsight, Sakamoto had indeed spared him some dignity. Meanwhile, Sakamoto, having also descended from the arena, felt an overwhelming awkwardness as he overheard the discussions. He could only maintain a facade of calm. The notion of preserving Shaba's dignity was far from his actual intentions. Their relationship had not yet reached such a level. Moreover, his original aim was to assess the executives, ensuring they did not overextend their Pokemon's lifespans and potential, while also educating and reprimanding them. He had not truly bested Mega Charizard Y. They had merely caused mutual destruction. Prior to this, he had no inkling that Mega Charizard Y possessed such strength, capable of taking down Nidoking in battle. Thankfully, Nidoking had not fallen, or he would have faced significant embarrassment. It was also fortunate that Apollo provided him with a rationale, allowing him to mitigate the situation without raising suspicions about Nidoking's incapacitation. Chapter 72, Diglett vs. Bashikadora. To uphold his image, Sakamoto concealed any sign of unease and stated, "Let today's assessment conclude here. Tomorrow morning, we shall reconvene at this location." With that, Sakamoto exited the internal arena of Team Rocket. Initially, he had approached with fervor to assess the Team Rocket executives, expecting that with a few evaluations, they would quickly recognize their shortcomings and improve with his guidance. However, he was taken aback by the remarkable performance of Yamato during the first test. The three-headed dragon astonished him greatly. Following that, Sanzaburo even bested his non-main Pokémon, Diglett. He had intended to select someone who would compel him to exert his full strength, showcasing his identity as the leader of Team Rocket. Instead, he found himself nearly overwhelmed by Shaber's genuine prowess. Yet, he had almost miscalculated. Shaber's Mega Charizard Y had clashed with his Nidoking to a standstill. In this situation, Sakamoto had no choice but to pause the assessments. On one hand, he needed Nidoking to recover, and on the other, the arena had sustained significant damage and required repairs. The following day, the venue had been restored overnight, and Sakamoto's Nidoking was fully healed. This time, Sakamoto approached Musashi directly. "Today, let us begin the assessment with you, Musashi. Release your strongest Pokémon." "Yes, Sakamoto-sama." Musashi replied with a bow. The news of the previous day's assessment had already spread throughout Team Rocket by that evening. The ordinary members were eager for the assessment. As in a world where everyone possessed Pokémon, few did not enjoy watching Pokémon battles. Particularly during various Pokémon tournaments, the stands were always packed. Not only the ordinary members, but even the executives present were filled with excitement. In the arena, Musashi was the first to release Bashikadora. Sakamaki had previously encountered Musashi's Metagross. Yet he was astonished to discover that Musashi possessed another Pokémon of the elite level. Furthermore, the training level of this Bisharp was evidently superior to that of the Metagross. Initially, Sakamaki found it hard to believe. He scrutinized Bisharp for quite some time before ultimately confirming that this Pokémon was indeed of elite caliber. The visible injuries on Bisharp suggested it had endured numerous battles. How had Musashi managed to capture such a formidable creature? Sakamaki was filled with perplexity. Although he had always looked after Musashi within Team Rocket, he had never contemplated assisting her in enhancing her strength. Previously, Musashi's Pokémon had been rather weak. Capturing a Metagross or a Bisharp was akin to chasing a dream. Not to mention, even engaging in combat with such creatures was beyond their capability. Coupled with their peculiar inventions, Sakamaki felt quite overwhelmed. Noticing that Sakamaki had yet to make a move, Musashi inquired with curiosity, "Sakamaki, are we starting now?" "Indeed," Sakamaki replied, regaining his focus as he withdrew a Pokeball. With a calm demeanor, he released a Dugtrio, boasting quasi-champion level prowess. The audience, consisting of various Team Rocket officials, immediately lit up at the sight of the Dugtrio. "It's that Dugtrio again. Musashi has struck gold this time. Now our Team Rocket has yet another member capable of defeating Sakamaki. I wonder if I might also have a chance to battle this Dugtrio later." In the arena, Sakamaki slowly began. "Let me see how much you've grown during this time." As he spoke, the Dugtrio exuded an astonishing aura, causing the ground beneath to tremble slightly. At that moment, Sakamaki restrained the Dugtrio's full potential, opting not to unleash its full power. After all, Musashi was one of his most cherished subordinates within Team Rocket, and her Pokémon was only of elite level. Moreover, Bisharp, being a dual steel and rock-type Pokémon, was at a significant disadvantage against the ground-type Dugtrio. To be candid, Sakamaki had made a deliberate choice, selecting Pokémon with fighting-type moves, which would render Musashi's battle more challenging. There was no need for Sakamaki to speak. The Dugtrio had already begun to harness the power of the earth. The very ground began to brew within its body and beneath, enveloping the Dugtrio in a golden-brown aura of earth energy. Buzz, buzz. In that moment, the Dugtrio's momentum surged like waves, each more formidable than the last. In an instant, this power peaked. The energy of the earth traveled along the ground, carrying an earth-shattering force towards the ground beneath Bisharp's feet. Despite its grandiosity, the attack's might was rather modest. Even the water vendor at the arena's edge remained unshaken. This left the gathered officials somewhat bewildered. Bisharp was capable of Mega Evolution. Why then had Sakamaki's Dugtrio employed such a weak attack? It had not been so during the previous encounter with Shinsuke. Indeed, this is a quasi-champion level Dugtrio. Its attack shouldn't be so feeble. While the onlookers were puzzled by Sakamaki's intentions, none dared to dwell on it further. After all, Sakamaki would never jeopardize Team Rocket's interests. Their understanding would surely come with time. In the arena, Musashi too felt a twinge of confusion regarding the weak attack of Sakamaki's Dugtrio, which seemed barely at elite level. Just yesterday, she had witnessed Sakamaki's Pokémon in battle. He had certainly not fought like this. However, with her typically carefree demeanor, Musashi did not ponder it for long. The keystone adorning her chest began to shine, harmonizing with Bisharp's Mega Evolution Stone. she decided to have Bisharp evolve into Mega Bisharp, transforming it from a dual Steel and Rock-type Pokémon to a singular Steel-type, thereby somewhat mitigating the Ground-type disadvantage. Mega Bisharp, use Heavy Slam. Mega Bisharp charged forward like a heavy tank, propelled by an unmatched momentum as the ground shook violently. It is worth noting that the power of Heavy Slam increases with the weight difference between the combatants. Should Dugtrio be struck by Mega Bisharp, it would undoubtedly be rendered incapable of continuing the battle. How can Musashi utilize such a move? Sakamaki felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with Musashi's choice of attack. After all, as long as Dugtrio burrowed underground, no matter how potent Mega Bisharp's move, it would be futile if it couldn't hit its target. This caused Sakamaki to furrow his brow, feeling some discontent with Musashi's command skills, which seemed to lag behind her Pokémon's capabilities. Chapter 73, The Might of Dugtrio. The strength of a Pokémon may indeed be enhanced by Mega Evolution Stones, but if the trainer's commands and timing are not executed well, what significance does the Pokémon's power hold? Ultimately, there are numerous instances where Pokémon have betrayed their trainers. In the arena, Dugtrio effortlessly evaded the charge of the oncoming Mega Bisharp. Meanwhile, Mega Bisharp, utilizing Heavy Slam, successfully evaded the Earth Power attack. Perhaps, as Sakamaki suspected, Musashi's talent for commanding her Pokémon was not particularly remarkable. Nevertheless, in this moment, she and Mega Bisharp were in perfect sync. Mega Bisharp took the lead in the battle, with Musashi supporting from the sidelines, and there were no issues with this arrangement. Sensing the overwhelming battle intent radiating from Mega Bisharp, Musashi's demeanor transformed entirely. She perceived the arena as her territory, with Dugtrio as the intruder challenging her domain. Mega Bisharp emitted a harsh metallic sound, the clashing of metal sending shivers down the spines of those present. The metal sound move did not merely lower the opponent's special defense, it resonated with an unsettling reality. The discordant sound made many in attendance bristle with unease. The harsh metallic friction compelled Dugtrio, hiding underground, to surface. Dugtrio attempted to interrupt Mega Bisharp's metal sound with a cut attack. Yet, this played right into Mega Bisharp's hands. With its gleaming metallic tail, Mega Bisharp struck fiercely at the emerging Dugtrio. Roar! The dazzling iron tail, imbued with terrifying force, hurtled through the air. A discerning eye would recognize this as no ordinary tail strike, but rather a steel-type move, Iron Tail. It not only bore immense destructive power, but could also dismantle the opponent's defenses, delivering a heavy blow. What? Musashi remained silent, allowing Mega Bisharp to fight on its own. Its battle intelligence has risen to an entirely new level. Sakamaki was taken aback, glancing over at Musashi. At that moment, her aura and presence felt strikingly unfamiliar. It was as if she had transformed into a completely different person, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes. Sakamaki would scarcely believe such a transformation was real. Indeed, Musashi's previous demeanor had been rather lackadaisical. Sakamaki deduced that Musashi's silence could stem from two possibilities. Either she was self-aware and permitted Mega Bisharp to take charge of the battle, or she had developed an innate connection with Mega Bisharp, enabling her to command it without uttering a word. Sakamaki leaned towards the former. The evasion of Earth Power while utilizing Heavy Slam must have been an unconscious act on Musashi's part, rather than a deliberate strategy. Without further time to ponder, Sakamaki hastily commanded, Dugtrio, use Surprise Attack to interrupt it. Whoosh! Upon receiving Sakamaki's command, Dugtrio sprang into action, giving it its all. With a sudden burst of speed, it vanished from its original position. When it reappeared, it stood directly before the formidable Megastelix. Due to its colossal size, Megastelix found itself unable to retaliate against the ground below its abdomen after sweeping its tail. The diminutive Diglett collided with Megastelix. Clang! The resounding metallic clash reverberated throughout the training ground. Though Diglett may possess an inherent disadvantage in strength, its potential as a near champion is not to be underestimated. In an astonishing display of power, the immense Megastelix was forced to stagger backward a half step. When faced with the palm-sized Diglett, Megastelix's vast form appeared somewhat unwieldy. Moreover, owing to type advantages, Megastelix had to remain wary of Diglett's ground-type moves. Thus, an absurd scene unfolded. Megastelix found itself unable to counterattack against Diglett's relentless assaults. Utilizing its agility and petite frame, Diglett struck swiftly and then retreated. Occasionally, it attempted to burrow underground to unleash moves like Earth Power or Earthquake, but Megastelix, with its keen senses, thwarted these attempts. However, Megastelix was equally at a loss when it came to dealing with the slippery Diglett. Musashi, influenced by Megastelix, exhibited remarkable patience. Mega Steelix had always shown unwavering determination and tenacity in expelling intruders from its territory. Although currently on the defensive, the physical strikes from Diglett felt akin to mere tickles to it, as long as it could guard against Diglett's ground-type attacks and find an opportunity to land a hit. Just one strike would be enough to send Diglett sprawling. Meanwhile, Saki displayed a similar patience. As the leader of Team Rocket, he had never been short of it. If Diglett could successfully execute a ground-type move and connect, it would undoubtedly be Mega Steelix that would fall, no matter how fierce or massive it became. In the face of fissures and earthquakes, it could only succumb. Given Mega Steelix's weight, once ensnared by an earthquake or fissure, regaining balance would prove exceedingly difficult. It could easily be overwhelmed by a series of Diglett's attacks, mirroring the current scenario perfectly. So this is the diligent Diglett. It implies that Little Suburo's previous victory was entirely because Diglett had not exerted its full strength. No, I believe it is more accurate to say that Diglett possesses an overwhelming advantage over Steelix. In this light, Diglett's ground typing and petite stature indeed render it the quintessential counter to Steelix. This is precisely how I envision Saki's Pokémon should embody. In the audience, as they observed the fierce battle, the mighty and massive Mega Steelix was, surprisingly, being dominated by Diglett, prompting a chorus of astonished exclamations from the Team Rocket executives. Just as the crowd marveled, Kojiro, who also possessed a Steelix, pointed to the arena and shouted, "Look, Mega Steelix is starting to counterattack." A fierce glint flashed in Mega Steelix's eyes. Its body began to emit a thunderous metallic roar. A terrifying power surged within it. Boom! With an explosion of colossal strength, countless metal shards erupted and scattered. Each fragment of metal was akin to a bullet fired from a shotgun. It was the Steel-type move. Metal Burst. Kojiro shouted with excitement. Just moments before, Musashi had been on the defensive, and he too was now fully engaged from the audience. As he witnessed Mega Steelix unleashing Metal Burst, excitement coursed through him. This move is notoriously difficult to evade, and it possesses a remarkably significant attribute. It returns any damage Mega Steelix has previously sustained back to its adversary. While some damage Mega Steelix could endure, the same could not be said for the diminutive Diglett. Chapter 74, Musashi's Victory, Dr. Inuki's Pursuer. Though Mega Steelix's Metal Burst may not be the strongest Steel-type move, it undoubtedly stands as one of the most emblematic. The prerequisite for this move is that the Pokémon must be able to endure damage. The greater the damage absorbed, the higher the output of Metal Burst. Steel-type Pokémon are certainly among the most resilient of all types. Ever since Musashi connected with Mega Steelix through the Keystone and Mega Evolution, her mindset has undergone significant transformation. Her previously erratic nature has matured considerably, becoming both more composed and more combative, with only her irritable temperament seemingly amplified. Perhaps the most significant change is her increased frequency in training. Unlike in the original narrative, where she viewed the protagonist's team as a life goal, Musashi now, having acquired her own powerful Pokémon, no longer feels the need to seize others' Pokémon. Consequently, her life's aspirations have quietly shifted. Under the influence of Steelix, she has become the most combative and frequently training member of Team Rocket. The myriad scars adorning her Steelix serve as testament to this. Rumble. Mega Steelix shimmered with metallic luster as the power of Metal Burst coalesced, erupting in a blinding radiance that seemed poised to dazzle everyone present. What is this? Saki was momentarily taken aback. Since Mega Steelix began to prepare for Metal Burst, alarm bells rang in his mind. More importantly, the extensive area of the attack meant that Diglett had no chance to evade. The dig move requires time to execute, but time was no longer on its side. As the brilliance of Metal Burst enveloped Diglett, the entire audience held their breath. The world fell silent. When the dust settled, Diglett was inevitably swept away by Mega Steelix's onslaught. Just before it collapsed, the only action it could manage was to unleash an earthquake, inflicting significant damage upon the slightly weakened Mega Steelix. Thank you for your guidance, Saki. Musashi bowed deeply to Saki. He was left in a state of shock. He simply could not comprehend what had transpired within Team Rocket. From the upper echelons to the ordinary members, they had all fortuitously acquired powerful or highly potential Pokémon. His initial intention for the assessments was to root out those who might be skimming by or engaging in deceitful practices. However, based on the results from the past 2 days, individuals like Yamato, Little Saburo, and Shaba, along with Musashi and others, had made substantial gains. There was no evidence of any overexertion among their Pokémon. While Saki was in a daze, Musashi's heart was ablaze with excitement. From being the underdog of Team Rocket, with the assistance of proxy leader Kinji, she had ascended through internal evaluations to become a junior officer. Now, having defeated Saki's non-main team, Musashi's feelings could hardly be described as mere excitement. She bowed deeply. Saki, I truly appreciate your guidance over the years. Furthermore, she expressed gratitude toward proxy leader Kinji, acknowledging that without him, there would be no Musashi as she is today. Musashi held profound respect for Saki. Without his leniency, her years in Team Rocket would have yielded no significant achievements, and had it been anyone else, she would have been expelled long ago. Likewise, without proxy leader Kinji, she would not possess her current strength and accomplishments. Upon hearing this, Saki's expression subtly shifted. He pondered, Is there also a matter concerning Kinji? Is everything connected to him? Fortunately, Saki, who has long held a prominent position, possesses a certain level of cunning, maintaining a composed demeanor. He appeared to have anticipated the situation, stating, when I temporarily set aside my role with Team Rocket and appointed my eldest son, Kinji, as the acting leader, it was precisely so that you could approach him with any issues that arose. Musashi remarked, indeed, Boss Saki is remarkably perceptive, even in his absence. Everything has been meticulously arranged. Observing this, Saki seemingly nonchalantly suggested, why don't you share your experiences and feelings during this period? I am eager to hear how Kinji, this acting leader, is perceived in your eyes. Meanwhile, as Saki engaged with the cadre to gather information, Kinji was driving his sports car towards a public breeding research institute, intending to pick up Dr. Inuki, who was attending a symposium there. Kinji sought out Dr. Inuki due to her extensive connections in the field of breeding, which could be invaluable for his plans to establish a racing venue for fiery steeds. He aimed to procure some swift-running fiery horses to enhance his endeavors. However, upon arriving at the research institute, Kinji was met with an unexpected sight, a man cradling a bouquet of roses, accompanied by an EV that playfully held a rose in its mouth, closely trailing Dr. Inuki. Kinji couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. It was indeed a rarity for the reclusive Inuki to have a suitor. Kinji knew her well enough to recognize that she preferred to sit when possible, and to lie down rather than sit. The research institute was cluttered with debris, as she never bothered to clean, requiring Kinji to hire help for that purpose. Moreover, she was quite particular about her belongings. Any unsolicited attempts to tidy up would result in her losing track of her possessions, which would incite her wrath. It had taken considerable effort for Kinji to find the domestic help he currently employed. The fact that such an introverted figure as Dr. Inuki had attracted a suitor was telling of her allure and figure. Observing the man from a distance, Kinji could not deny that he was indeed a high-quality gentleman. Clad in a tailored suit and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, he exuded a certain charming yet dissolute aura. In contrast, Dr. Inuki regarded the man's advances with indifference, her languid gaze failing to acknowledge him, merely uttering dismissive remarks in response. This persistent suitor was no ordinary individual. His name was Shimada, the eldest son of the president of a pharmaceutical company specializing in both human and Pokémon medicine, a leading enterprise in the Kanto region. Despite his youth, he was extraordinarily wealthy and capable. Their initial encounter occurred at a symposium focused on medication for Pokémon breeding, where Shimada was captivated by Dr. Inuki's beauty and resolved to pursue her. However, it was essential to note that Shimada was already married, bound by a political alliance to the daughter of a prominent financier behind the renowned silver company. Their union was devoid of affection, existing solely for the sake of producing offspring. Thus, Shimada's interest in Dr. Inuki was met with little resistance, as no one would question his intentions. This time, he had meticulously orchestrated the date, even dispatching his most effective charm offensive, an EV trained to facilitate romantic encounters. With the EV adorably clutching a rose, Shimada was confident that no woman could refuse such an enchanting creature. Crouching beside the EV to ensure Dr. Inuki could see it, he gallantly proposed, Miss Inuki, shall we share a meal together? You may bring along your boyfriend, and we can all gather for a delightful evening. He believed that even if Dr. Inuki's boyfriend was not lacking in charm, he could hardly compare to Shimada's own attributes. Confident in his appearance and status as one of the elite among his peers in Kanto, he envisioned an evening filled with extravagance, where money could effortlessly sway the situation in his favor. Should that fail, he could always resort to enlisting members of criminal organizations to intimidate her boyfriend into retreating. Yet, Dr. Inuki remained unfazed, failing to acknowledge his presence or his words, continuing her habitual dismissive responses. Just as Shimada was about to intensify his approach, a tall, impeccably groomed young man approached them. Kinji, why are you so late? Dr. Inuki chided, her voice laced with a languid charm as she turned away from Shimada and his EV, naturally linking her arm with Kinji's. The sight of their intimacy ignited a fiery jealousy within Shimada, while two female assistants from the research institute, who had been observing the scene, were equally envious. Who is this female doctor? She has repeatedly ignored Master Shimada's requests. And now here comes another. They gazed at Shimada's luxurious car and the EV, lamenting, why not me? Kinji, unfazed by Shimada or the onlookers, affectionately regarded Dr. Inuki. You couldn't wait for me just a little longer? Your charm is truly formidable. You attract suitors even on a simple outing. As he spoke, he subtly shifted his arm that Dr. Inuki was holding, creating a gentle ripple. Dr. Inuki, her eyes lowered, smiled alluringly, tightening her grip around Kinji's arm. Then you should keep a closer watch on me. Her captivating demeanor left Shimada momentarily spellbound. Immediately, he turned to glare at Kinji with hostility, as if facing a rival in love. Rapidly, Shimada assessed Kinji's situation. His attire was commendable, and his demeanor was satisfactory. It appeared that special measures would be necessary. Sensing the animosity directed at him, Kinji nodded towards Shimada and introduced himself. I am Kinji, Dr. Inuki's boyfriend. Shimada, having disrupted countless couples before, was undeterred by Kinji's gaze, confidently introducing himself. I am Shimada, the manager of the Kanto branch of the Pokémon Pharmaceutical Company. It is a pleasure to meet you. Kinji reciprocated politely. Likewise, he had some understanding of Shimada. Attaining a managerial position in a family business at such a young age indicated a certain level of capability. I wonder if you both might have some time later? I would like to invite you to dinner, Shimada proposed naturally, as if his previous invitation had not been disregarded. Particularly, he handed the bouquet to his bodyguard, his brazen demeanor exuding confidence. Although he noted Kinji's respectable appearance, he was not easily intimidated and was determined to probe into Kinji's true nature. As Shimada extended his invitation, the EV at his feet dropped the rose it had been holding and donned a small pink bib, reminiscent of those worn by children during mealtime, exuding an endearing desire to partake in the feast. It must be said, Eevee is undoubtedly the finest companion in this world, without exception. The two onlookers, captivated by Eevee's charm, found themselves wishing they could speak on behalf of Jinshi and his companion. Without hesitation, Jinshi declined, stating, no, we are occupied shortly. Let us postpone to another day. With that, he began to escort Dr. Naimu away. What if this individual was the director of a Pokémon pharmaceutical company? A lesson still needed to be imparted. Otherwise, where would the dignity of the Rocket Team's acting leader reside? Moreover, this pharmaceutical factory holds ample potential for Jinshi to exploit. With proper planning, it would not be impossible to carve a piece from Shimada's share. However, just as Jinshi turned to locate his vehicle, Shimada's two bodyguards obstructed their path. A Hmph and a Rhyperior were unleashed, standing resolutely before Jinshi. Jinshi could only chuckle in disbelief. Does young Master Shimada intend to kidnap us for dinner? Does he truly believe this can deter us? With a casual call, he summoned his Metagross. In an instant, a surge of formidable psychic energy emanated from Jinshi's vehicle. Earlier, when Jinshi had disembarked to seek Dr. Naimu, he had left Metagross to guard the car. After all, he was entangled with a criminal organization. He could not afford to allow anyone to tamper with his vehicle, and a measure of caution was required. The psychic force effortlessly lifted Hmph and Rhyperior, rendering them incapable of action, as they flailed helplessly in midair. With a resounding thud, Hmph and Rhyperior were sent crashing against the nearby wall, as if struck by an unseen train. Witnessing their immediate incapacitation, the two bodyguards were aghast. They had not anticipated Jinshi's swift combat proficiency. Just as they contemplated releasing additional Pokémon, Jinshi had already closed the distance, seizing them by the necks. Before they could react or escape, he forcefully banged their heads together. With a dull thud, the two heads collided, and the bodyguards promptly lost consciousness. Chapter 76, A New Target. Jinshi had dispatched the two bodyguards and their Pokémon in under 10 seconds. Shimada stood by, momentarily stunned. Wasn't this supposed to be a Pokémon duel? Why had he resorted to direct confrontation? What of martial ethics? Shimada, a man in his 20s, was well aware of the prowess of these bodyguards. Their Pokémon included one of gym leader caliber. Yet, they had not even been given the chance to engage. Jinshi turned to Shimada. What do you intend to do? Shimada exclaimed in terror, completely losing the composure and bravado he had previously exhibited. As Jinshi approached, Shimada was gripped by panic. He feared not only the Pokémon that Jinshi had yet to reveal, but also the possibility of a shoulder throw from the latter. Given his frail frame, ravaged by indulgence, he would be ill-prepared to withstand Jinshi's assault. Jinshi, however, had no intention of attacking Shimada in public. After all, Shimada was the legitimate heir of a Pokémon pharmaceutical company. Unlike his two bodyguards, if Shimada were to be assaulted in public, the ramifications would be entirely different. Moreover, Jinshi felt no pressing need to act violently at that moment. Opportunities would abound in the future for Shimada to pay the price. Dealing with individuals like him requires more than a mere beating. Multifaceted economic and power-based strikes are necessary for them to understand true pain. Jinshi feigned a willingness to reconcile, stating, "Young Master Shimada, let us consider today's events concluded. My family has some interests in the Kanto region, and since we see each other often, there is no need for further hostility." As he spoke, Jinshi slipped a freshly printed business card into Shimada's breast pocket, detailing his positions in security, firefighting, Pokémon racetracks, and film companies. With a dismissive wave, Jinshi bid Shimada farewell. "Until we meet again, young Master Shimada." He then turned, wrapping his arm around Dr. Naimu, and departed. It was not until Jinshi's sports car vanished from Shimada's sight that the latter finally relaxed. Sighing, Shimada took a deep breath, his anger flaring as he gazed at his fallen bodyguards. They often boasted of their skills, yet when the moment mattered, they had proven utterly ineffective. Thankfully, Jinshi had not acted rashly. Had he truly been assaulted, the repercussions would have been significant, both for him and his family. Shimada retrieved Jinshi's business card from his pocket, noticing the prefix Team Rocket emblazoned on it. "Huh," he scoffed. "I thought he was someone of significance. Turns out he is just a petty thug. He had better not give me any leverage. Otherwise, I will ensure he meets a fate worse than death." For one who presided over a medical conglomerate, Shimada looked down upon organizations like Team Rocket, viewing the titles of their leaders as less intimidating than that of a gym leader. Pulling out his mobile phone, Shimada initiated a call. "This is Shimada. I need information on an individual named Jinshi, associated with Team Rocket's security, firefighting company, Pokémon racetrack, and film company." Shimada, having been a privileged heir for quite some time, was well versed in the necessary protocols. Regardless of whether Jinshi's recent display was one of strength or cowardice, it was imperative to investigate. Powerful individuals may not always possess substantial backgrounds, while the timid may very well belong to formidable families. Exercising caution in all matters is never misplaced. Moreover, given Jinshi's impressive combat capabilities, it was plausible that his companies boasted remarkable operational proficiency as well. In this world, having numerous connections is akin to having multiple paths available. Shimada, lacking in certain areas, was nonetheless willing to lower his stance when necessary. At the same time, Jinshi was also instructing his subordinates to investigate Shimada. He dialed Ramda. "Ramda, please look into an individual named Shimada, the heir of the president of the Pokémon Pharmaceutical Company. Also, gather information on their branch in the Kanto region. The more detailed, the better." Currently, Jinshi's 3 companies, security, firefighting, and film, were managed by Lance, Renti, and Kinji, respectively. As they were still in their nascent stages, much was yet to be developed. Jinshi was still relying on the advantages of his position as acting leader of Team Rocket and utilizing its members. Fortunately, Ramda excelled in intelligence gathering. Jinshi felt assured in trusting this task to him. Ramda was aware of Jinshi's plans to rehabilitate Team Rocket through legitimate businesses, and with excitement, he exclaimed, "Acting leader, is this your next target? Rest assured, by tonight, his information will be on your desk." Since their last venture to the Hoenn region, where they had successfully raided a base of Team Magma, Ramda had become enthralled by the exhilaration that came with such high-stakes encounters. It thrilled him far more than disguising himself as others to gather intelligence. Jinshi replied coolly, "Do not get ahead of yourself, Ramda. Focus on your task. We have not yet gathered all the necessary information, and you are already daydreaming about the future. This is a common flaw within Team Rocket." He recalled Musashi and her partner. Before every mission, they would start fantasizing about success before it had even been achieved. His cheap old man, Saki, is also fantasizing about world domination even before successfully cloning Mutwo. The entire Team Rocket, from top to bottom, embodies this same ambition. Ramda promptly concurred, and as soon as Kinsi hung up the phone, he began investigating Shimada. After finishing the call, Kinsi inquired of Dr. Namiki regarding him. "It won't have any impact on you, will it? Do not concern yourself with my end. His presence or absence makes no difference to me." Dr. Namiki rested her chin delicately on her hand, her elbow propped against the car window, her flowing hair dancing in the wind. "By the way, how is the contact with the Rapidash breeding farm progressing? I was just about to inform you that we have established communication with them. Last year, they encountered issues with cost calculations, resulting in an unexpected number of newborn Rapidash this year, significantly exceeding the budget." Dr. Namiki's languid, enchanting gaze softened as she looked at Kinsi. "I hear they are very willing to sell us some Rapidash. With that, the business at the Pokémon racetrack would soon be back on track." Kinsi murmured softly, I appreciate your hard work during this time. I have arranged a consultant position for you at my company at the racetrack. This way, not only will you have an additional source of income, but we will also have more opportunities to meet. Dr. Namiki's primary research focus is on the habits and breeding of Pokémon in the wild. The field observations and tasks related to Pokémon husbandry require substantial funding. Kinsi's proposal not only enables her to earn money through her own efforts, but also allows them to spend more time together. It respects her dignity as a doctor while nurturing her emotional life, and she has frequently changed personnel to find the most suitable domestic help. Such thoughtful consideration is also a reason for Dr. Namiki's unwavering affection for Kinsi. She playfully slapped Kinsi's thigh and licked her cracked lips. I no longer wish to eat. I want to go home. Virum. Kinsi pressed the gas pedal of his sports car to the floor. Chapter 77. Saki finally enlightened. On Saki's side, Musashi recounted everything that had transpired since Kinsi assumed the role of acting boss after his departure. He detailed the automated Waterfall training grounds, the Charizard volcanic training area, the Iron Dumbbell training facility, and more. Then there were the developments of the lava amplifier, the forced acquisition of Silver Corporation's metal film production technology, and the ongoing research into artificial mega evolution stones. It can be said that every event that occurred during this period was related to Kinsi's leadership. Furthermore, Kinsi had led them to the Hoenn region, launching a raid on the lava team, avenging their comrades in Team Rocket. Not only did they seize vast territories, but they also filled the financial void within Team Rocket. The more Saki listened, the more alarmed he became, until, ultimately, he was left in a state of shock. Nothing that had occurred during this time could be deemed normal. Everything was outrageous. In less than 2 years, nearly all members of the headquarters possessed iron dumbbells or their evolved forms. Inside the headquarters, every member had at least swapped out 2 Pokémon, all of which were at the gym leader level. The least among them were on the cusp of reaching gym leader status, especially several executives who had obtained champion-level Pokémon. Almost none of the Pokémon were their original ones. How many champion-level Pokémon could be found in the Kanto region? 6 belonged to the champion, and the Elite Four collectively had 3 or 4 each, totaling at most 16. There were only 22 in total, yet Team Rocket had several. However, how many years did it take others to cultivate champion-level Pokémon? And how many years did they take? This was utterly absurd. For all the years Saki had been a champion, he had never heard of anyone cultivating a champion-level Pokémon in just a few years. Even if their Pokémon had exceptional talent and trained diligently, the transition from semi-champion to champion level required an extensive amount of time. Ultimately, the Mega Evolution Stones significantly narrowed the gap in combat capability. As for whether the Pokémon could eventually advance to champion level, that could be achieved through gradual training. At that moment, Saki felt like a failure. Everyone in the Kanto region appeared to be a failure. If Musashi alone was this outrageous. The problem was that all the executives in Team Rocket were equally extraordinary. The only consolation for Saki was that he possessed a legendary Pokémon. But now, that legendary Pokémon had fled. After Musashi shared her knowledge, the others present began to add their insights, particularly when the training grounds were insufficient, and they could not open the secret training area for everyone. Acting boss Kinsi utilized the revived Kabutops and Shuckle from fossils to teach Venusaur, Dragonfly, and Swinub the primal powers, facilitating their evolution. This resolved the weakness issue for many ordinary members of Team Rocket. Following that, the metal film allowed Onyx to evolve into Steelix and Scyther into Scizor. Then, using the Mega Evolution Stones, they completed Mega Evolution. This entire evolution pathway not only enhanced everyone's strength, but more importantly, the resources and technology associated with this evolution route were firmly grasped in Team Rocket's hands. When discussing these matters, every Team Rocket executive's eyes sparkled with excitement. Whenever they mentioned acting boss Kinsi, respect would radiate from everyone's faces. Their current strength and status were all thanks to Kinsi. It could be said that the acting boss single-handedly elevated them to such heights. As members of Team Rocket, witnessing the team grow stronger day by day filled them with immense pride and satisfaction. Saki listened quietly to everyone's accounts. Previously, he had always provided a broad direction and allowed his subordinates to exercise their creativity. His eldest son, Kinsi, clearly approached matters in a completely different manner. He finally understood what had transpired within Team Rocket over the past 2 years. Initially, he believed that only a portion of Team Rocket had been fortunate enough to obtain powerful Pokémon, while others exhausted their Pokémon's potential and lifespan to keep pace. However, the so-called luck in finding and meticulously nurturing Pokémon turned out to be solely orchestrated by Kinsi. Saki couldn't help but recall that he had merely entrusted his eldest son, Kinsi, with the management of Team Rocket, only for him to produce so many semi-champion and elite-level Pokémon. The thought of this made Saki's lips twitch uncontrollably. Now, Saki's feelings were complex. He felt a mix of pride in his eldest son's independence, uncertainty about his own aging, and a resolute belief in finding Mutuo. Saki waved his hand and said, "All right, let today's assessment conclude here. In the future, if you have any questions, consult your acting boss. You may all disperse." With that, Saki turned and exited the Team Rocket internal arena. The original purpose of Saki's assessment was to prevent these executives from exploiting the team's valuable assets, their Pokémon. Now that he had learned the truth, there was no longer any need for further assessments. "Yes, Boss Saki." The Team Rocket executives bowed, respectfully bidding farewell to Boss Saki as he departed. They only left once Saki had vanished from their sight. Saki decided to take some time to visit the training grounds established by Kinsi. Curious to see what remarkable qualities these facilities possessed that could lead to such significant improvements among the headquarters personnel. The following morning, Kinsi left his home feeling refreshed. After reviewing Shimada's detailed information yesterday, he realized there was no rush regarding that matter. It required careful planning. Conversely, the situation at the Rapidash racetrack was already underway. Due to successful negotiations at the training racetrack, the initial expenses have been settled, and the horses are already en route. The Blaze horse is expected to arrive this morning. After a thorough inspection and acclimatization to its new environment, racing can commence as early as tomorrow. Jinshi sought out Kinji, urging him, "Kinji, it is imperative that the marketing efforts for the racetrack proceed without a hitch. The official opening is merely 3 days away." Upon hearing this, Kinji's expression betrayed his apprehension. He genuinely felt uncertain. While the idea of substituting ordinary horses with Blaze horses is indeed commendable, competing against a traditional racetrack with years of established reputation is a daunting prospect for Kinji. Kinji replied, "We have adhered to your directives, placing grand advertisements for the Blaze horse racetrack throughout the streets. We have also invested a substantial sum in radio, television, and online promotions. However, the efficacy of these efforts remains uncertain. It is truly unpredictable whether the audience will show up." Jinshi was equally troubled by the marketing aspect. The local populace tends to favor tradition and is rather resistant to novel concepts. For the time being, we must proceed as planned. Remember, the betting crowd typically engages with the races primarily through radio broadcasts and live events. Television, online platforms, and street advertisements may need to yield some ground to radio. Over the next few days, I need you to diligently oversee the promotional efforts and shoulder the responsibility. Chapter 78. The Racetrack Opens. Profits soar. Kojiro is an experienced horse racing enthusiast. In his leisure time, he enjoys delving into the statistics of each racehorse. From lineage, muscle density, limb strength, to the horse's living conditions and diet, Kojiro is well versed in the intricacies. Although his betting success rate is remarkably low, it does not diminish his enjoyment of watching the majestic horses race. He often listens to live broadcasts of horse races on the radio. Today, while walking home, he turned on his portable radio as usual. After a short while, Kojiro erupted in outrage. With such a performance from Koguri Hat, it's clear he hasn't been properly fed. The traditional racetrack is utterly abysmal. Upon hearing the race results, Kojiro recognized the nefarious tactics of the Ogawa racetrack. However, at that moment, the radio station broadcasting the race suddenly aired an advertisement that captivated Kojiro's attention. Are you tired of the dusty racetrack obscuring your view of the horses? Are you infuriated by the underhanded dealings at the racetrack? Do you feel a lack of excitement due to being too far from the action? The Rocket Team's Sprite Racetrack can perfectly address your concerns. The dazzling Blaze horses will free you from worries of dust and distance. What are you waiting for? Grab the phone and book your tickets for the Rocket Team's Sprite Racetrack, opening in 3 days. This advertisement was undoubtedly crafted by Jinshi's marketing team. It must be said that the impact was remarkable. After just a few airings on the race broadcast, enthusiasts like Kojiro were intrigued. Racing with Blaze horses? That sounds thrilling. Blaze horses are far more exhilarating than ordinary steeds. Upon arriving home, Kojiro switched on the television and tuned into the racing channel, where he spotted the advertisement for the Rocket Team's Sprite Racetrack. Captivated by the grandeur of the Blaze horses and the fiery hoof prints left on the ground, Kojiro was eager to attend. Especially after discovering relevant videos online, he learned that Blaze horses are sprites. Their speed far surpasses that of ordinary horses. Such speed, such flames, it's simply astounding. Kojiro exclaimed in excitement. What truly captivated him was the racetrack's venue, which was more than double the size of traditional ones. The equipment and facilities were vastly superior as well. I must be there in 3 days. Soon, the advertisement concluded, and bold letters appeared on the screen. Rocket Sprite Racetrack. 3 days from now, let's not miss it. Reservation phone, XXX, XXXXXXX. Address, XXXX. Kojiro mused. This is indeed a racetrack operated by the Rocket team. Judging by the venue's facilities and the quality of the horses, they certainly seem more sincere than traditional racetracks. When Kojiro entered the racing enthusiast chat group, he found it already buzzing with excitement. The reactions mirrored his own fervor. The Blaze horses racing on the track are incomparable to ordinary horses. Their equipment is also more professional than that of traditional racetracks, and in terms of medical care, Sprite horses have far more convenient medical options. If any racing issues arise, the recovery period for Blaze horses is significantly shorter than that of ordinary horses. The only concern is whether the Rocket team will honor their bets if the stakes are too high. Let us form a group and attend the Rocket team's Sprite racetrack together. Surely they wouldn't dare to renege on all of us. In no time, throngs of people began to organize trips to the Rocket team's Sprite racetrack. Before long, the Rocket team's Sprite racetrack gained immense popularity among racing enthusiasts. As the days passed, the promotional efforts intensified and the excitement swelled, quickly gaining traction beyond their usual circles. Even those indifferent to horse racing and betting were eager to witness a spectacle of Blaze horses competing on the track. 3 days later, the opening day of the Rocket team's Sprite racetrack arrived. All the staff stood in awe at the sight before them, an inexplicable throng of middle-aged men at the entrance, eagerly waiting to purchase tickets. Among the crowd were numerous young individuals also keen to witness the races. It was evident that everyone was drawn by the allure of the Blaze horses. Kinji, overseeing the venue, immediately called for reinforcements to ensure order was maintained. Simultaneously, he prepared to add 2 more races and interactive segments with the horses. Before long, tickets for the first race sold out completely. Even the standby tickets were all snatched up. The revenues of the racetrack began to skyrocket, with profits pouring in from ticket sales, snacks, beverages, and, most notably, betting income. Amid the thunderous cheers and roars from the crowd, the first race concluded. Many spectators were reluctant to leave their seats and immediately purchased tickets for the second race. Outside the racetrack, more people began to queue up. Among the few who exited, expressions of longing were evident on their faces. The exhilarating speed of the Blaze horses had sent their adrenaline soaring. Cheers and shouts of encouragement echoed, as everyone fervently released the pent-up stress and emotions from their daily lives. As the crowd departed the racetrack, they incessantly discussed the magnificent flaming manes of the Blaze horses. This is far more thrilling and spectacular than ordinary races. The fiery hoofprints on the track are simply breathtaking. The Rocket team's Sprite racetrack had suddenly surged in popularity. The following day, every race was still packed with spectators. Many individuals traveled dozens of kilometers from other cities just to behold the Blaze horses in action. Early the next morning, Kinji rushed into Jinshi's office, holding the previous day's financial records. "Boss, here are yesterday's figures." Kinji gasped for breath, handing over the account. As Jinshi perused the documents, Kinji elaborated. "These are the data we compiled overnight, encompassing ticket sales, snacks, beverages, and betting income." When Jinshi reached the final page, he finally understood Kinji's excitement. The revenue from just one day had astonishingly exceeded 10 million. Kinji was brimming with exhilaration. 10 million. Our revenue from just one day reached such a staggering figure. The speed at which money is flowing in is simply faster than robbing a bank or capturing sprites. It is important to note that, in order to sustain the Anger Brainwave project, Kinji had previously toiled relentlessly, seizing others' Pokémon, yet his efforts could not ensure the continuity of his research endeavors. Remarkably, the earnings from just this day equaled the income from the past several months combined. Initially, he deemed the idea proposed by Kinji, the acting leader, to be somewhat fanciful. A racetrack for racing fiery steeds? Compared to reputable traditional racetracks, it seemed utterly ludicrous. Who could have anticipated that it would indeed come to fruition? Moreover, the revenue generated was astonishing. His earlier perceptions had been profoundly misguided. Chapter 79. The Pokémon Pharmaceutical Company, Kanto Regional Branch. Kinji had anticipated this income well in advance. However, this was merely the first day. Such explosive earnings would inevitably taper off as the excitement diminished, ultimately stabilizing. Kinji estimated that the racetrack could yield daily revenues reaching several million without difficulty. Presently, it appeared that his initial investment in the racetrack would soon be recouped. Nonetheless, the film company remained desperately short of funds. Currently, there was only a story outline he had penned, which a screenwriter was in the process of adapting into a screenplay. Everything else was still in the preparatory phase due to insufficient financing. Furthermore, they needed to establish their own cinema chain, which would require additional capital investment. Consequently, Kinji realized that Team Rocket was once again in need of funds. Kinji glanced at the information regarding Shimada on his desk. Following an investigation by Ramda, it was revealed that this fellow was hiding a young lover in a villa situated in a private beach area. He frequented the location at least twice a week, and it seemed this evening was yet another occasion for him to meet his paramour. The intelligence dossier included a photograph. To be frank, the woman appeared quite youthful and beautiful. It must be said that these affluent individuals truly know how to indulge in life's pleasures. In his current state of financial desperation, Kinji naturally sought to approach the wealthy to procure some funds. As the eldest son of the president of the Pokemon pharmaceutical company, Shimada was undoubtedly an excellent target. Moreover, the ongoing harassment of Dr. Inuki by Shimada had not been forgotten. Kinji held a grudge. Kinji dialed Ramda's number. Commence operations tonight. Time passed swiftly. The sun setting and the moon rising. Under the cover of night, Kinji and his subordinates arrived at the Pokemon pharmaceutical company's Kanto branch. At that moment, Shimada was still in a meeting, yet to leave for the day. Kinji cast a glance at the factory's entrance and said calmly, "Initiate the operation." Understood. The group, clad not in Team Rocket uniforms, but in black stealth attire with masks, unleashed their fire-type Pokemon. Charge! They swiftly overpowered the security guards at the factory entrance. Kinji and his crew surged inside, immediately setting fires throughout the premises. Inside the conference room, Shimada was organizing meeting materials, preoccupied with thoughts of his delicate lover. Recently, after being spurned by Dr. Inuki, he had been seething with frustration. Finally, he had a moment of freedom, and his heart surged with eagerness. Nevertheless, he remained somewhat aggrieved. How dare Dr. Inuki reject and even ignore him, causing him to lose face in front of so many? Initially, Shimada had contemplated employing some underhanded tactics to compel Dr. Inuki to comply. However, upon discovering Kinji's background, he had no choice but to abandon that plan. Clenching the documents in his hands, he inadvertently tore them to shreds. According to the investigation, that fellow Kinji was the son of Saki, the leader of Team Rocket. Having taken over the organization for less than 2 years, he commanded numerous subordinates. Recently, he had also been engaged in establishing a security and fire protection company, along with a racetrack. While he was unfamiliar with the security firm, the Pokemon racetrack, which boasted fiery steeds as its main attraction, generated remarkable daily revenue. If Shimada dared to take action against him, he would not only have to contend with Kinji, but also face familial repercussions. Such criminal organizations were best avoided, as offending them could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, it was inconceivable to squander family resources over a mere woman. Thus, Shimada found himself utterly powerless against Kinji. These benevolent capital magnates feared nothing more than the reckless desperation of those within criminal organizations. Shimada had a family, a legacy, and a wealth of resources at his disposal, not to mention a bright future filled with opulence to enjoy. He could not afford to clash with the reckless individuals of the underworld. He needed to bide his time, patiently seeking out Team Rocket's vulnerabilities. His aim was to either deliver a fatal blow or to strike when Team Rocket was on the decline. Compared to their long-standing lineage, these criminal organizations could never endure. Once Kinji fell, Dr. Inuki would be at his mercy. However, just as Shimada finished tidying up and prepared to leave, his bodyguard obstructed his path. A cacophony arose, and the air was thick with the scent of smoke. The bodyguard released his Pokemon. A grave expression etched upon his face. "Young Master Shimada, it is unsafe outside." No sooner had he spoken than several Charizards and a dozen Talonflames circled overhead, periodically unleashing flames upon the factory premises. "Damn it! Who dares to wreak havoc at our factory?" Shimada's eyes blazed with fury as he gazed upon the burning facility. This was their cash cow. In a fit of rage, Shimada summoned his Mook, eager to confront the intruders. However, 2 bodyguards firmly restrained him, refusing to let him venture out. Their duty was to ensure Shimada's safety, not to concern themselves with the factory's fate. "Let me go? Let me go? Do you even want to keep your jobs? If you stop me, I'll have you fired when we return." The bodyguards nearly dragged Shimada away to a safer location. Yet, the Pokemon in the sky suddenly swooped toward their position, prompting alarm bells to ring in the bodyguards' minds. Shimada seethed. "How dare you come here? I will make you pay." The bodyguard had to remind him, "Young master, we should flee. They are likely after you." Upon hearing this, Shimada's face drained of color. The bodyguard's words struck him like a bucket of cold water. Shimada stammered, "No, that can't be. They must be here to cause destruction. How could they possibly know I'm here?" Just then, as if on cue, a figure atop a Charizard spotted them and directed the aerial assault towards Shimada's direction. "Quick! We must escape." The bodyguard summoned 2 Pidgeots, and Shimada called forth his own flying-type Pokémon. The trio prepared to flee before their pursuers could reach them. One bodyguard, however, decided to stay behind to buy time for their escape. But as he took to the air, a powerful psychic force struck his Pidgeot's wings. Damn it! The bodyguard, filled with despair, plummeted to the ground along with his Pokémon. Meanwhile, Shimada and the other bodyguard turned back to witness this harrowing scene, their souls almost fleeing their bodies. These assailants had no intention of leaving any survivors. Their first strike was lethal. Indeed, the two had barely taken flight when a Metagross obstructed their path. The terrifying psychic energy seemed to freeze the very sky above. Chapter 80. The Inferno Spreads. As Shimada watched his and his bodyguard's Pokémon being systematically eliminated, and the glimmering metallic claws of the Metagross pointed toward him, he was rendered utterly paralyzed with fear. When a gym leader's Pokémon declared its incapacity to fight, that was the end. There was no room for struggle whatsoever. Shimada, along with his sole remaining bodyguard, stood frozen in fear as they gazed across at their captors. Initially, they had contemplated fleeing, but their bodies were ensnared by an invisible force, leaving them utterly immobilized. With no ability to move, Shimada's eyes darted around in sheer terror. His bodyguard, equally panicked, was merely an employee. The thought of perishing in this place was far from appealing. From above, a group descended upon them, riding on Pokémon, each at least of elite caliber. Leading the charge was a Metagross, which Shimada suspected might even be a champion-level Pokémon. Before long, both men were ensnared by a hypnotic spell, rendering them unconscious. Shimada barely had time to utter a word before collapsing to the ground. The assailants produced pre-prepared black cloth bags, swiftly bundling Shimada away. However, unbeknownst to them, Shimada possessed an item that allowed him to awaken abruptly. He shouted, "Who are you? What do you want?" "I am an employee of the Pokémon Medicine Company." In truth, fear gripped Shimada's heart. He was terrified that his words might provoke his captors. He merely sought to extract useful information. The individuals brought by Kinsi were all professionals. It was implausible that they would speak frivolously during a mission. They ignored Shimada entirely, knocking him unconscious once more, stripping him of his belongings, and stuffing him back into the black cloth bag. Rance casually discarded all of Shimada's possessions into the inferno, eliminating any possibility of his sudden awakening and preventing the presence of any tracking devices. Subsequently, Lambda secured the bag containing Shimada to the back of a Charizard. Kinsi glanced at the time. The Kame Turtle Fire Brigade and the Junsha Police Department will be arriving shortly. We must depart. With that, a flurry of flying Pokémon took to the sky, carrying everyone away into the vast darkness of the night. Since the factory fire, the Pokémon Medicine Company had sensed something amiss. They hurriedly attempted to contact personnel on site, but after several calls, they were unable to reach Shimada. Not only was he unreachable, but so were his two bodyguards. Shimada's family promptly contacted the fire brigade and subsequently reached out to the Junsha Police Department. The Kame Turtle Fire Brigade and the Junsha Police Department sprang into action. Rest assured, Mr. President and Mrs. President, we will do everything in our power to control the flames and minimize your financial losses. Please be patient. We will inform you immediately of any news regarding your son, Shimada. Unfortunately, the raging inferno was not something that could be extinguished swiftly, and locating individuals within such a vast factory complex was an even greater challenge. Mrs. Shimada was in a state of disarray. Officer Junsha, chief of the fire brigade, you must save my son. Shimada is our family's eldest son, our future pillar. While she seemed unconcerned about the factory itself, believing it could simply be rebuilt, losing her son felt irrevocable. The president of the Pokémon Medicine Company, maintaining a stoic demeanor, asserted, "We must extinguish the fire quickly. This factory accounts for nearly a quarter of our production capacity, and many goods remain inside. If this factory is destroyed, we will be unable to fulfill our orders, and the hefty penalties will ruin us." In his view, while losing an eldest son could be painful, he still had 3 other sons to invest in. If absolutely necessary, he could even father another child. However, if the factory were to be completely obliterated, it would strike a significant blow to their family legacy. Despite being a long-standing financial consortium with an abundance of assets, the president understood that wealth does not equate to liquidity. Many fixed assets cannot be sold at favorable prices when immediate cash is required. Rest assured, we will do everything possible to mitigate your losses, the fire brigade chief assured him. The attack on the Pokémon Medicine Company's factory had far-reaching consequences. Mismanagement could jeopardize investment opportunities in the region. After all, who would want their substantial factory or store to be destroyed? Both the Kame Turtle Fire Brigade and the Junsha Police Department took this matter very seriously. mobilizing significant manpower and resources to extinguish the fire as swiftly as possible and rescue Shimada. The Kame Turtle Fire Brigade faced enormous pressure, as extinguishing a pharmaceutical factory fire was notoriously challenging. Using water-type Pokémon could lead to the generation of toxic gases, and with the presence of numerous chemicals, water was often ineffective against such flames. In fact, it could exacerbate the situation. Meanwhile, the Junsha Police Department had made considerable progress. Based on the gathered intelligence, it seemed highly likely that young Shimada had been kidnapped, and the kidnappers would likely make contact to demand a ransom. "We kindly request that you cooperate with our police efforts," they urged the president. "Cooperate? We will certainly cooperate," Mrs. Shimada exclaimed. As they anxiously awaited news of the fire being extinguished, a phone suddenly rang, capturing everyone's attention. Officer Junsha swiftly signaled for everyone to take their positions. "Mr. President, as we previously discussed, please attempt to prolong the conversation to allow us to pinpoint their location." Understood. Soon, everyone was prepared, and the president adjusted his collar before picking up the phone. "This is the Shimada residence." A voice on the other end had clearly been artificially altered, making it difficult to ascertain the identity of the caller. However, it was evident that the speaker was male. "Hello, Mr. President. Your eldest son is currently in our custody. We called to request some money." Upon hearing the voice, the atmosphere turned grim. The president inhaled deeply and, following Officer Junsha's guidelines, inquired, "Where is Shimada? I want to hear his voice." Kinsi handed the phone to Shimada, who was gagged and bound, barely able to utter a sound. Ugh, ugh. It was clear that Shimada's mouth was obstructed, preventing him from providing any meaningful information. More alarmingly, the president distinctly heard his son's muffled cries of distress, despite the inability to vocalize them. "If you dare harm a single hair on my son, you will receive nothing," Kinsi remarked. "Very well. We will still show some respect for Mr. President." Chapter 81. A pristine scene. Kinsi coldly stated, "Now that you've heard young Shimada's voice, Mr. President, let us discuss the price. Tell me, how much is one of his ears worth? Shall we start by returning his ear to you?" Kinsi regarded Shimada, hanging from a tree, his mouth stuffed with socks, eyes blindfolded, barely able to keep his toes on the ground. If he did not exert himself, the ropes would tighten, drawing blood from his hands. Kinsi had not allowed Shimada a moment's respite since his capture. Just as Shimada was able to cry out, Rance had dealt him a punch. Hearing Shimada's whimpers, the president's jaw clenched, his eyes bloodshot with rage. "What do you want? Just tell me the price. If I can afford it, I will pay." Kinsi replied, "Splendid. I enjoy dealing with forthright individuals like you, Mr. President. We don't ask for much, just 200 million yen. Cash. And it must be old notes. I will not accept new ones." With that, Kinsi hung up the phone. Immediately, the president turned to Officer Junsha and her team. The technical personnel exclaimed, "We have locked onto their location. They are on a hillside 50 miles east of the Tokiwa forest." Officer Junsha was overjoyed. "Everyone, grab your Pokémon. We are departing." In contrast to the swift response from the Junsha Police Department, the president and his wife, despite their anxiety, could at least perceive a glimmer of hope. However, the Kame Turtle Fire Brigade found themselves utterly helpless against the raging flames of the factory. Their team consisted solely of water-type Pokémon, capable only of employing water-based techniques to extinguish the fire. Each attempt to quell the blaze either intensified the flames or triggered violent reactions with the chemicals inside, resulting in the release of toxic fumes. The ground and rock-type Pokémon borrowed from other locations were insufficient in number and lacked professional firefighting training, rendering their efforts futile against such a vast inferno. Moreover, the factory's own firefighting equipment had long fallen into disrepair and was completely unusable. The Kame Turtle Fire Brigade could only watch helplessly as the inferno grew ever larger. Meanwhile, Jinshi, after hanging up the phone, promptly commanded, as previously agreed, "Immediately have Doryu Baruto transfer him to the designated location. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Lancelot quickly responded, "Understood. I will handle it right away." After the group departed, within 10 minutes, a contingent of Junsha officers clad in blue uniforms advanced towards a large tree from all directions. The canine Pokémon, Pochina and Houndoom, rallied together. Yet, the pungent stench of Stunky overwhelmed the scene. Director Junsha picked up her radio and inquired, "What is the current situation on site?" "Team A is in position. Team B is in position. Team C will be ready in approximately 10 seconds. Team D is in position." Director Junsha turned to the visibly anxious president and his wife, offering reassurance. "President, Madam President, please do not worry. We have dispatched the finest squad from our police department. Each Houndoom possesses strength nearing that of a gym leader. Once the criminals are detected, they will undoubtedly pay the price, and we will ensure the safe return of the hostages to you. The president and his wife had just had a quarrel. The president had nearly lost hope for the life of their eldest son. However, the president's wife was unwilling to concede defeat, having been alongside her husband for many years. She was well aware of the affairs within the company. Should her husband dare to abandon Shimada, she would resolutely stand against him, willing to see the entire Pokemon pharmaceutical company brought down with Shimada. The president was not devoid of feelings for his eldest son, and with his wife so steadfast, he had no choice but to find a way to save his child. Yet, the fate of their son lay entirely in the hands of destiny, a notion he found profoundly unsettling. The president's wife spoke gently, "Then I thank the Junsha Police Department for their efforts. If Shimada returns safely, I am willing to privately donate some medical supplies to the Junsha Police Department." At her words, Director Junsha's eyes brightened. While they may not have cared for monetary donations, they were acutely aware of the dire need for medical resources. Each time they responded to a call, their personnel and Pokemon were invariably on the front lines, at risk of injury. Medical supplies had always been in short supply, so a substantial donation from the Pokemon Pharmaceutical Company would be an immense boon. The 4 squads of officers proceeded towards their destination. Upon arrival, they found nothing but a bloodied rope hanging from the tree. Scattered on the ground were remnants of refuse, including a telephone that had been charred to a crisp, still emanating a foul odor. Not a single figure was in sight. The officers exchanged glances, and neither Poochyena nor Houndoom detected any scent. The stench of Stunky masked all other odors at the scene. It was as if the perpetrators had vanished into thin air, making scent tracking impossible. An officer reported through the radio, "Director, it is evident the suspects knew we would come. They have already vacated the premises. The scents at the scene are obscured, and we cannot track the kidnapper's location." Within the makeshift command center established by the president's family, a pall of despair settled over everyone present upon hearing this news. Director Junsha exclaimed furiously, "What? They've already escaped?" She had believed they had located the kidnapper's hideout, and that safeguarding the hostages while apprehending the criminals would be achievable. To her dismay, the adversaries proved to be exceedingly alert, having evacuated the scene and masked their scent in less than 10 minutes. This was undoubtedly the work of seasoned criminals. The thought flashed through Director Junsha's mind. She immediately asked, "President, Madam President, do you know if young Master Shimada has recently crossed paths with any habitual offenders?" The president's wife replied, "No." She then turned to her husband. The president pondered for a moment, recalling that Shimada had been relatively well-behaved lately. The last incident seemed to involve him preparing to confront a high-ranking member of Team Rocket. However, given Team Rocket's recent success at the racetrack, it was improbable they would resort to such a thankless task as kidnapping. Furthermore, Shimada had previously stirred up considerable trouble, although his subordinates had managed to resolve the issues. This was one of the reasons the president, despite recognizing his eldest son's considerable capabilities, harbored a profound dislike for Shimada. His propensity for trouble raised concerns about future governance and the potential disasters it could bring upon the family. Nevertheless, the president could only share what he knew with Director Junsha. Upon hearing the lengthy list of names, Director Junsha's jaw dropped in disbelief. "This Shimada is nothing short of a calamity," she thought, feeling a twinge of reluctance to rescue him. Chapter 82, The President's Compromise. However, what left Director Junsha even more astounded was that after the president concluded, he summoned the bodyguards who had been with Shimada. "Director Junsha, the information I just shared is merely what I know. For the rest, you should inquire with them." Finally, Director Junsha gazed at a full page of A4 paper filled with names. Her initial intention to narrow down the suspects now seemed a futile endeavor. In a kidnapping rescue, time was of the essence. By the time they checked this list, Director Junsha feared Shimada's body might already be cold. At that moment, the president's wife was beginning to lose her composure. "Director Junsha, let us put aside these matters. The critical question is, where's my son? Where's my son now?" Just moments ago, Director Junsha had spoken so boldly, yet now there was not a single figure in sight. They had been completely outmaneuvered by the kidnappers. Not only had they failed to rescue the hostage, but they could not even catch a whiff of the criminal's scent. Meanwhile, Lancelot was observing the scene from a distance through binoculars. Seeing Junsha and the Houndoom surrounding the crooked tree, he scoffed. "With such incompetence, they expect to find us? What a joke." Lancelot called Jinshi to confirm the situation. Jinshi replied, "There is no need to concern ourselves with the crooked tree. Prepare for our next move tomorrow." "Understood, Deputy Boss." As night fell, Director Junsha stared grimly at the phone in the president's house. Since their operation, the kidnappers had not made further contact. The Junsha team returned in defeat from the Tokatake forest, having cleared the scene thoroughly. Aside from the charred telephone and the bloodied rope, no useful evidence remained. The rope had been sent for analysis, and it was highly likely it belonged to Shimada. Presently, all leads had nearly dried up. The only remaining clue was the kidnapper's phone call. Yet, the kidnappers seemed to have forgotten their purpose, as they had not called again. Their patience was wearing thin with each passing moment. The president's wife paced anxiously in the living room, unable to find solace. Meanwhile, the president maintained a relatively calm demeanor. To him, no news was perhaps the best news, as he feared the sudden arrival of something akin to his son's severed ear. Commissioner Junshi wore a grave expression, pondering the intentions of the kidnappers. What could they possibly desire? If it were a ransom, why not simply make a call? What significance lies in withholding their demands? The pressure she faced was immense. The longer the situation dragged on, the slimmer the chances of the hostage's survival became. Moreover, she had to contend with the anxious pleas and accusations from the families of the victims. Should this case remain unresolved for long, it would severely undermine the credibility of the Junshi Police Department. Just as despair enveloped the room, the phone in the president's living room rang once more. The president hurriedly answered, "This is the Shimada residence. Who am I speaking with?" A voice, clearly altered, resonated from the other end. "Are there many mosquitoes in the mountains?" "Mr. President, I advise you to refrain from playing tricks with me. Otherwise, next time, I shall send you some parts belonging to young Master Shimada." The president quickly responded, "No tricks, no tricks. Please, whatever your demands, we shall comply. Just do not harm my child." Upon hearing this, the tone from the other side softened considerably. "Mr. President, it is about time you spoke like this. However, due to past events, we have encountered a trust crisis. We now require an increase in the ransom. From 200 million yen to 300 million yen. Please ensure that you prepare old banknotes. I have a preference for the scent of old currency. Should I discover counterfeit or new bills among them, do not blame me for being ungracious." The time for the exchange was set for tomorrow morning, with cash exchange for the hostages. "I hope, Mr. President, that you will no longer attempt any tricks," the voice warned before abruptly hanging up. The unspoken implication was clear to all present. Commissioner Junshi immediately turned to the technical team. "Have we managed to trace these kidnappers?" The technician, looking somewhat dejected, replied, "It appears they are operating on a tight schedule. The time is too short for us to track them." "What?" Commissioner Junshi felt her earlier suspicions confirmed. Such a high level of counter-surveillance indicated that they were seasoned criminals, fully aware of the time needed for the police to trace signals. This was not the capability of ordinary kidnappers. With determination, Commissioner Junshi approached the president and his wife. "I implore you both to have faith in the capabilities of the Junshi police. During the transaction, please cooperate fully with our operations. We will bring these criminals to justice." However, Junshi expected a reassuring response from the couple. Instead, the living room fell into a prolonged silence. The president and his wife exchanged glances, as if silently deliberating since the phone call. The president sighed heavily, stating, "Commissioner Junshi, we have decided to proceed with the transaction. Please, do not intervene tomorrow. Rest assured, the medical supplies we promised to donate to the Junshi police will remain unaffected." Upon hearing this, Commissioner Junshi felt a surge of urgency. "No, Mr. President, Mrs. President, how can you compromise with criminals? How can you be certain that they will release your child once they receive the money? What if they continually demand more? Are you prepared to comply indefinitely?" In the face of her inquiries, the couple seemed resigned. "At this moment, we only wish for our son to return safely. As long as the kidnappers release him, you may handle them as you see fit. But please, do not obstruct this transaction." Clearly, the president and his wife had been stripped of all patience by the previous delays. They were no longer willing to wait aimlessly. In the dead of night, although Commissioner Junshi outwardly acquiesced to the Shimada couple, as a Junshi, how could she possibly abandon this case? If she were to neglect it, it would inflict a significant blow to the Junshi family's reputation within the police force. She tirelessly scribbled on the tactical board with a marker. 300 million yen in old banknotes was no light burden. The transportation methods she could conceive, aside from cars, boats, and planes, included various powerful and mobile Pokémon. Roads needed to be secured, traffic regulated, and aerial routes controlled to prevent the kidnappers from transporting the money with ease. During the exchange, she was determined to keep a close watch on the criminals. This time, they must apprehend these kidnappers. The assembled Junshi personnel echoed in unison, "Yes, Commissioner." Chapter 83, Formulating and Executing Tactics. While the Junshi police were strategizing, Jinshi was devising his own operational plan. Given the current financial situation of the Pokémon Pharmaceutical Company, their only means to amass such a hefty sum in cash was through a bank loan against collateral, supplemented by their existing liquid assets to gather 300 million yen. Lance had already ascertained that the bank frequently partnered with the Pokémon pharmaceutical company in the Kanto region was the Kanto Regional Bank. Thus, their cash must be withdrawn from there. The primary deployment of police forces by the Junsha police tomorrow would undoubtedly be at the Shimada mansion in Kanto and the transaction site. Attempting a direct heist would be exceedingly challenging. Therefore, they needed to seize the money after it left the bank, but before it reached the Shimada mansion. Jinshi turned to Ramda. Ramda, send people to stake out all the banks in Tokiwa City. As soon as the armored vehicle departs the bank heading toward the Shimada mansion, notify us immediately. Ramda nodded, understood. Jinshi then addressed Lance. Lance, you are in charge of aerial support and keeping an eye on the Shimada mansion. Lance stood at attention, mission accomplished, guaranteed. Jinshi looked sternly at everyone present, declaring, this mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. The future of Team Rocket depends on tomorrow. The group responded in unison, yes, Deputy Boss. With the strategic direction set, Apollo was refining the subsequent details. The high-ranking members of Team Rocket were poised for action. The following day, at the Shimada mansion, the president and his wife had scarcely slept a wink, consumed by thoughts of their son still in the hands of the kidnappers. Moreover, the factory fire had yet to be extinguished. Nearly 2 days had passed, and the Kame Turtle Fire Department had made little progress. The indiscriminate use of water had filled the site with toxic fumes, and attempts to use flying-type Pokémon to disperse the smoke had only intensified the blaze. Nevertheless, the couple had grown less concerned about the fire. Most of what could burn had already been consumed. Their sole focus now was whether their son would return safely. The president repeatedly called the bank, urging them to prepare the cash. To gather the necessary funds, he had mortgaged part of his assets and utilized all available liquid resources. Finally, he managed to accumulate 300 million yen. Meanwhile, the president's wife anxiously awaited by the phone, fearful of missing a call from the kidnappers. However, they were destined to wait in vain, for Jinshi's true target was the money in the bank. On the rooftop of the building opposite the Kanto Regional Bank, Ramda's subordinates were observing the bank's entrance. After nearly 2 hours of waiting, a black armored vehicle departed from the bank, heading west toward the Shimada mansion. Ramda's subordinate swiftly pulled out a mobile phone and informed Ramda, Ramda, the armored vehicle is en route to the Shimada mansion. Upon receiving this news, Ramda immediately signaled to his men. They promptly notified the vehicle unit on site. Subsequently, he spoke into the phone. Well, there's no need for you to rush. Just follow along leisurely from a distance. The vehicle convoy has already departed. Upon receiving the news, Lance immediately ordered the aerial unit to take off. Positioned atop the mighty Dragon Baluto, Lance surveyed the escort vehicle from the sky. He pondered the strength of the security Pokémon guarding the convoy. As he mused, the 2 dragon messiahs perched above him launched themselves toward the escort vehicle like missiles. Bang, bang, with 2 resounding booms. The windows of the driver S and passenger S seats of the escort vehicle shattered instantaneously, despite the escort vehicle being fitted with special glass that could withstand ordinary attacks. It proved futile against the onslaught of the king-level Dragon Baluto. The driver and the security personnel in the passenger seat were struck, causing the escort vehicle to lose control and crash into the roadside greenery, flipping onto its side. Observing this, Jinshi commanded, move out. The group released their respective Pokémon, donned masks, and clad themselves in black attire as they charged toward the escort vehicle. Onlookers and drivers alike were gripped by panic at the sight, especially given the fearsome prowess of these individuals' Pokémon, each wielding firearms, an unmistakable indication of malevolence. Thus, pedestrians screamed and fled in terror, while drivers slammed on their accelerators to escape the scene. Inside the escort vehicle, 2 Mashokes and 2 Primeapes emerged, posturing defensively beside the vehicle. They were met with the overwhelming might of 6 beams of destructive energy and 8 spiraling blades. Instantly, the 4 security Pokémon lay defeated. The security personnel, still dazed from their chaotic exit from the wrecked vehicle, barely had time to switch Pokémon before they were incapacitated by sleep powder and hypnosis. They lacked even the slightest ability to resist, collapsing onto the ground in a deep slumber, a testament to the staggering disparity in power. The robbers' Pokémon could easily best gym leaders and contend with the Elite Four. For such meager salaries, who would risk their lives? Jinshi directed Boscodora to the forefront. With a powerful grip, Boscodora's metallic claws tore through the rear door of the escort vehicle as if it were made of paper, casting it aside. A multitude of silver safes was secured within. Remarkably, despite the vehicle's overturned state, the safes remained unscathed. Boscodora and Scyther focused their strength on the safe's combination locks, physically destroying them. Inside, stacks of old bills were neatly arranged, all bearing the image of Fukuzawa Yukichi. With such a considerable sum of money, it was evidently impractical to expect flying Pokémon to transport it. Fortunately, Jinshi had anticipated this. After all, they had arrived by vehicle. Hurry, we have only 3 minutes, he urged. Once the time is up, whether or not we've finished, we must retreat. Understood. Everyone promptly began transferring the safes from the vehicle. Working in tandem with their Pokémon, they swiftly loaded the boxes into their vehicles. Boscadora's strength was formidable, capable of moving a dozen safes in a single trip. In less than 3 minutes, they had completed the transfer, filling their 2 vehicles to the brim with the safes. Let's retreat along the designated route. Yes. Meanwhile, the Junsha police station received a report of the bank escort vehicle being robbed. All officers sprang into action, with police cars, motorcycles, and Junsha riding their speedy hounds racing toward the scene. Unbeknownst to the president and his wife, who awaited the kidnapper's call, chaos was unfolding. Chapter 84. Escape from Danger. A Junsha officer, catching sight of the heap of silver safes being loaded into the robber's vehicle, immediately seized his radio. The thieves haven't left. They've just acquired the money and are preparing to flee. However, the ever-watchful Kojiro summoned his Steelix. Steelix unleashed earthquake. Instantly, the entire street trembled violently. Police cars and motorcycles lost control, colliding chaotically. The scene descended into utter disarray. Only a few Junsha officers on their speedy hounds managed to maintain some semblance of order. They quickly dispatched a portion of their team to rescue those trapped in vehicles and others who had been thrown from their motorcycles, while another group maneuvered around the out-of-control police cars to pursue the criminals. Yet, Jinshi and his crew, having completed their heist, departed as soon as the tremors subsided. Kojiro concealed Steelix and vanished into the mall, changing his appearance before exiting through the back door. The Junsha officers on their speedy hounds, witnessing the fleeing criminals, urgently radioed, "Report. The suspects are heading south toward Jobin City, into the Jobin Forest. Repeat. The suspects are heading south toward Jobin City, into the Jobin Forest." The Junsha police began to pursue Jinshi and his team. However, due to the ongoing incident with Shimada, most of their forces were concentrated in the west, leaving limited resources to deploy. The 2 vehicles of Jinshi split apart, with one drawing a significant portion of the Junsha officers southward, while the other veered north, further dispersing their forces. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Jobin Forest Mountains, they found a pre-dug cave capable of accommodating vehicles. Apollo drove the car into the cave. Outside, a stinky mud secured the entrance with dirt and stones, masking the overpowering scent with its foul odor. A massive vine Pokémon immediately used growth, covering the cave entrance with foliage. Subsequently, the 2 Pokémon pretended to fight over territory as Junsha officers passed by, completely oblivious to the cave's previous existence. After the Junsha had moved far enough away, the safes were swiftly relocated to a pre-prepared vehicle. The 2 old vehicles were set ablaze. Jinshi and his crew then confidently drove away in their newly acquired vehicle, heading toward Team Rocket's headquarters. Meanwhile, at the Shimato estate, the president and his wife anxiously awaited the money and the kidnapper's call. Suddenly, a call from Chief Junsha interrupted their anticipation. "This is Chief Junsha. What? The escort vehicle was stolen? The one carrying 300 million yen? Chief Junsha's eyes widened in disbelief as he listened to his subordinate's report. Is the Kanto region in such disarray? First, the kidnappers abducted the president of the Pokemon Medical Company's eldest son, Shimada. Now, another group of robbers had emerged, seizing the escort vehicle. The pressing question was, if the money from the escort vehicle was stolen, what would happen to the ransom? More importantly, both groups of criminals wielded Pokemon with power at least equivalent to gym leaders. When did criminals' Pokemon become so formidable? With such strength, wouldn't it be more prudent to become gym leaders? Why resort to robbery? Chief Junsha's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Hearing Chief Junsha's exclamation, the president and his wife felt a chill of dread. If the escort vehicle had been robbed, did that mean the ransom they had prepared was also lost? They rushed over to inquire, "Chief Junsha, what happened? Was our money stolen? Or was it the bank's money? Are the robbers the same group as the kidnappers?" Chief Junsha pondered, resting his chin in thought. It is quite possible that they are the same group, as this situation is too coincidental. However, upon further reflection, he felt it might not be so. The arsonists who burned the factory and kidnapped the Shimada heir primarily employed fire-type Pokemon. The only exception was a formidable Metagross suspected to be of champion-level strength. In contrast, the robbers who targeted the escort vehicle primarily utilized Steel-type Pokemon. Although both factions of criminals possessed Pokemon with strength at least equivalent to that of gym leaders, the probability of gathering a sufficient number of Fire-type and Steel-type Pokemon simultaneously was exceedingly low. The president's wife remained oblivious to the deductions made by Officer Junshi. She reassured herself, thinking that now that the kidnappers had received the ransom, they would likely release Shimada. However, the president's expression was clouded with uncertainty. His original intention was merely to lure the kidnappers out with the money, without any genuine intention of handing it over. Now that the money was gone and Shimada had not yet returned, it was clear that they had suffered a significant loss. Just as their thoughts diverged, the phone in the living room rang. The president hurriedly picked up the receiver, inquiring, "This is the Shimada residence. Who is calling?" However, a single phrase from the caller shattered the composure of everyone present. "Mr. President, is the money ready? We are prepared for the transaction." The president's wife gazed at her husband with despair etched on her face, while the president himself was left dumbfounded. Only Officer Junshi wore a look of confirmation, as if she had anticipated this turn of events. The president stammered, several times attempting to speak, his throat constricted as if he were choking. "You must have received the money." The voice on the other end grew louder. "Received it? We haven't even begun the transaction. We haven't even disclosed the location to you. How could we have received the money?" The caller continued, "Mr. President, you still wish to play tricks, do you?" The president shouted into the phone, "We have not. This morning, the armored car was hijacked by a group of robbers, and all the money was taken." He added, "We believe that group of robbers was you." The president's mental state crumbled. All that money was obtained through a collateral loan. Initially, he had planned to lure the kidnappers out and then return the money to the bank, incurring at most a day or two of interest. But now, the money was entirely gone. The caller, Jinshi, instinctively pulled the receiver away, overwhelmed by the president's anguished cries. "Mr. President, please be more credible with your fabrications. What are the odds that ransom could be seized on the very day of transport? Such coincidences do not exist in this world. If you lack the funds, simply admit it. I understand that gathering 300 million yen in old bills on short notice poses a challenge. However, you cannot concoct such an absurd tale to deceive us." The caller continued, "Let us extend you some additional time. By 6 p.m. this evening, place the money at the wooden cabin west of the Tokiwa forest, marked by a red ribbon at the entrance. We hope you will be punctual, otherwise, you can expect to receive pieces of your son." With that, Jinshi hung up the phone, leaving no room for negotiation. Within the Shimada mansion, the tracking technicians shook their heads in unison. Clearly, the previous phone call's timing was no mere coincidence. This further substantiated Officer Junshi's assertion that their adversaries were seasoned criminals. Chapter 85. The Rise of the Company. Moses? The president fumed into the phone. The audacity of the kidnappers to demand a ransom was infuriating. He was 99% certain that the money had been stolen by them. Yet now they refused to acknowledge this and insisted on further ransom preparations. Was this not sheer greed? Where was he to procure another 300 million yen? Even with collateral loans, banks require proof of repayment capability. His last round of loans had already pushed his limits with the bank. After contacting Shimada's father, Jinshi redirected the call to Lance's subordinates. "Dispose of Shimada. He is of no further use." "Yes, boss." After hanging up, Apollo and Ramda exchanged puzzled glances. Should they not secure the ransom before eliminating him? Why the sudden decision to terminate him? Jinshi, sensing the confusion in the room, coldly remarked, "Do not mistake Officer Junshi's precinct and the Pokémon Medical Company for fools. Such matters cannot happen twice. They have long since laid a trap, awaiting our self-destructive approach. Furthermore, given the financial status of the Pokémon Medical Company, acquiring another 300 million in cash is exceedingly difficult. Even if they could, the bank would not be able to provide that much in old bills within a short time frame." Upon hearing this, Apollo and the others appeared enlightened. Regardless of the circumstances, Jinshi would not let Shimada escape. It was not merely fear of retaliation after Shimada returned. It was also due to Shimada's audacity to target his woman. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to kidnapping Shimada and burning down his factory. Jinshi then recalled that the fire department could now commence operations. Arrange for the security and fire department to liaise with the medical factory. Inform them that our company can undertake firefighting tasks. Remember, we are a private fire brigade. Do not expect us to extinguish fires without payment. Apollo replied, "I will send someone to handle it immediately." After some communications, the rocket team's Pokémon security and fire department arrived at the factory under the Pokémon Medical Company. After some negotiations, it turned out that the Comex Fire Brigade ended up footing the bill. The rocket team's Pokémon security and fire department had secured their first job, something Jinshi had never anticipated. The Pokémon Medical Company truly had no funds left. The manager from the security and fire department realized during discussions that the factory was financially depleted. Meanwhile, the Comex Fire Brigade, having felt guilty for their inability to extinguish fires, voluntarily paid for the factory's services. As for the president and his wife, they were already on high alert. They had prepared numerous safes filled with blank papers, with only a layer of money on top, ready for a desperate counterattack to lure the kidnappers. However, as night fell, the kidnappers did not make an appearance. It was at this moment that the president and his wife, along with Officer Junshi, began to sense that something was amiss. By the seaside, since his abduction, Shimada had been blindfolded. Upon hearing the sound of waves crashing nearby, he began to scream in terror. "No, I do not want to die yet." In that moment, Shimada unleashed an astonishing strength, refusing to move forward. "My father is wealthy, very wealthy. He is the president of the Pokémon Medical Company. Please do not kill me. Whatever you desire, my parents will pay you," Shimada pleaded incessantly. One of Lance's subordinates sighed. "It is not that we do not wish to release you. Your father is unwilling to part with the money and has set a trap for us, hoping for our demise. We have no choice in this matter. We are truly sorry." With that, the subordinate covered Shimada's mouth with a cloth and commanded the Venusaur to render him unconscious once more. Tying Shimada with heavy stones, they set out on a fishing boat to a remote area of the sea. Together, they pushed Shimada overboard. Splash! Amidst the water's surface, Shimada created only a few bubbles, failing to disturb the calmness of the sea. The following day, media outlets in the Kanto region erupted with news. The eldest son of the president of the Pokémon Medical Company, Shimada, had been executed by the kidnappers. Even though Officer Junshi repeatedly assured that there was still hope for Shimada's rescue, it was evident to all that the kidnappers had ceased communication. Either internal strife had occurred among the kidnappers, or they had achieved their objective. In an instant, wealthy families throughout Kanto were gripped with fear. Many dared not venture outside, acutely aware of the dangers lurking beyond. It was rumored that the kidnappers possessed gym leader-level Pokémon. How many could withstand such foes? In this moment, these affluent individuals harbored a singular thought: to bolster their security measures. No matter how wealthy one might be, life must be preserved to enjoy it. After all, everyone earns substantial profits year after year. It was imperative to allocate a portion of that wealth towards safeguarding their lives. Thus, the rocket team's security and firefighting company emerged seamlessly, catering to the growing needs of affluent individuals beset by an overwhelming sense of insecurity. With their assistance, the safety protocols for both residences and outings were substantially enhanced. It is noteworthy that the standard equipment of the rocket team's security and firefighting company includes formidable Pokémon such as the gym leader-grade Venusaur, the ivory pig, and the dragonfly. This immediately bolstered the sense of security among clients. Simultaneously, the factories under the auspices of the Pokémon Pharmaceutical Company, previously engulfed in flames, were brought under control thanks to the valiant efforts of the rocket team's security and firefighting company, thereby significantly enhancing the company's reputation. According to media reports, the fire at the factory was so severe that even the professional firefighting team from Kamikyu Turtle was unable to extinguish it. Remarkably, within mere hours of its establishment, the rocket team's new security and firefighting company managed to contain the blaze, salvaging the scant resources and assets of the Pokémon Pharmaceutical Factory. Consequently, numerous commercial and industrial districts in the Kanto region hastily signed security and firefighting contracts with the rocket team, allowing the company to swiftly enter a profitable phase. In response, Jinshi commenced the expansion of the security and firefighting company's operations, assigning the idle and troublemaking members of the rocket team for rigorous training. Those who adhered to the training regimen would earn the right to work with certification. If they remained unruly, they would continue to train relentlessly. After all, the rocket team could afford it now. Although the team had previously suffered a poor reputation in the Kanto region, their recent endeavors have led to a gradual improvement in public perception. Yet, a considerable portion of the populace remained skeptical of the rocket team's security and firefighting company. Many opted to relocate rather than engage in contracts with the rocket team, while others chose to feign ignorance regarding the company's existence. There were whispers that the Pokémon Pharmaceutical Company had provoked a powerful adversary, which led to their substantial losses. Some even harbored suspicions that the rocket team was responsible for the factory fire, albeit without any evidence to substantiate such claims or a belief that the rocket team possessed such formidable fire-type Pokémon. Chapter 86. What Sakamoto saw and heard on Sakamoto's side. After a period of observation, he had discerned several training grounds frequented by the members of the rocket team. He had visited these training facilities, noting that the rarity and training methods of the Pokémon within surpassed those found externally. One such site was the automated Waterfall training ground, arguably one of the busiest training venues for the rocket team of late. The demand for water-type Pokémon surged due to the vigorous promotion of the security and firefighting company by Jinshi, and the perks offered by the company were currently the most generous within the rocket team. Not only were there allowances for field duty, benefits for enduring the sweltering heat, and extended vacation periods, but employees also enjoyed accommodations and meals while accompanying local affluent individuals to broaden their horizons. Apart from the slight lack of freedom during work hours, this position was exceedingly gratifying. As long as one's Pokémon were of gym leader caliber or higher, clients treated them with utmost reverence. Upon learning about these arrangements, Sakamoto felt a sense of satisfaction with Jinshi's strategic initiatives and found himself reflecting on how he was somewhat out of touch with the trends of the younger generation. Sakamoto gazed at the waterfall, where numerous Pokémon, eliminated from the Lake of Rage, battled and high-quality Pokémon, having mastered climbing the waterfall, leapt freely. The automated selection process that stimulated high-potential Pokémon left him astounded. He recalled that when he selected his own primary battle Pokémon, he had diligently ventured into the wilderness, searching for the most promising candidates. There was no comparison to the sweeping method employed here at the waterfall, where all Pokémon, regardless of strength, were captured in mass and cast downstream. The capable ascended while the weak descended. This efficiency of selection surpassed his own methods by countless magnitudes. Particularly impressive was the ability to teach potential Magikarp offensive moves, a groundbreaking achievement, considering Magikarp was widely regarded as a useless Pokémon. Yet, in this environment, Magikarp transformed into one of the most sought-after Pokémon. Following closely were the dual-type Swampert, which could secure top-tier treatment within the security and firefighting company. Even though Sakamoto had heard whispers of such happenings from the subordinates of the rocket team, witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing. Upon arriving at the iron mine where the Boshikadora resided, he could hear the intense metallic clashing caused by the fierce competition among the Kokodoras over food. Lighting a cigar, he ventured into the depths of the mountain, where he witnessed countless Kokodoras engaged in a perpetual cycle of combat, rest, and feasting. A shiver ran down his spine as he finally comprehended why Musashi's Boshikadora, despite being a steel-type Pokémon, bore numerous scars and was so formidable. All of this stemmed from the iron mine. Although the mine was originally owned by the rocket team, mismanagement had led to meager annual yields, occasionally resulting in deaths. Consequently, Jinshi had repurposed it into a training ground for Kokodoras. Logically, the iron reserves should have been sufficient to sustain these Kokodoras. However, driven by their inherent greed for the most delectable ores and the desire to consume the greatest quantities, the Kokodoras relentlessly battled one another. Their territorial instincts ensured that conflicts among them never ceased. Each skirmish honed their armor, and every collision purified their essence. In an environment rich with minerals and delineated activity zones, the Kokodoras, imbued with a fighting spirit, grew stronger by the moment. Listening to the unending metallic clashes around him, Sakamoto struggled to regain his composure. After all, he was a champion-level trainer, having held that status for quite some time. Even with his composed demeanor, he found himself influenced by the battle fervor of the Kokodoras present. This underscored the extraordinary nature of the surroundings and, by extension, highlighted Jinshi's remarkable capabilities in constructing Pokémon training facilities and fostering trainers. When Sakamoto attempted to take a puff from his cigar, he was startled to find it nearly burned down to his fingers. He had been so engrossed in the spectacle that he had lost track of time. If it weren't for the fact that all his Pokémon were already at the champion level, with the final position reserved for Mutuo, he might have been tempted to capture and train a Kokodora himself. Subsequently, Sakamoto visited the training grounds for the abandoned monkey, ivory pig, Venusaur, and ancient dragonfly. Initially, he had not regarded these training facilities as particularly impressive, merely employing Pokémon capable of using Rage Fist or Origin Pulse as instructors for those lacking these techniques. However, the more he observed these training grounds, the more he sensed something amiss. The evolution methods appeared deceptively simple, yet without guidance. How could one discern that their conditions were so intricate? Rage Fist was manageable. Through exploration, one could eventually uncover the method. But what of Origin Pulse? Only the fossilized Kabuto and Omanite, revived from fossils, could learn Origin Pulse upon evolution. Only they could teach the long-haired pig, Venusaur, and dragonfly. Setting aside other considerations, many ordinary individuals were entirely unaware of where to even find fossils. It is astonishing that his eldest son possesses knowledge of such profound secrets. Perhaps the potential of these Pokémon is limited, yet their sheer numbers compensate for it. Aside from targeted training, there is virtually no cost associated with their evolution. What truly baffles Saki is that one of the chief overseers of these training facilities is, astonishingly, that Meowth capable of human speech. Its ability to articulate the thoughts of both Pokémon and humans makes it an indispensable translator between the two, thus elevating its status to that of a crucial asset within Team Rocket. In fact, Its position was exceptionally elevated by Kinsi to that of an honorary senior officer, even receiving dedicated service in its daily life. Saki, upon witnessing the male Meowth seemingly pregnant with a massive belly, found himself at a loss for words. Yet, he could not help but admire his eldest son Kinsi for making the most of talent and resources. This seemingly weak Pokémon, devoid of any combat prowess, had remarkably realized its potential under his son's guidance. Saki had initially believed that the method of evolution through learned moves was already quite a rarity until he encountered Onix and Scyther, only to realize he had been overly naive and youthful. Especially upon discovering that both Pokémon possessed steel attributes post-evolution, he was utterly confounded. Shouldn't steel be an exceedingly rare attribute? Why does it feel as if Team Rocket is now inundated with steel-type Pokémon? Chapter 87. The Transformation of Team Rocket and Saki's Shock. More critically, the metal coating required for the evolution of Steelix and Scyther has been mastered in production techniques and lines by Team Rocket. This revelation left Saki in sheer astonishment. At his level of understanding, he was acutely aware of what it meant to control the evolutionary paths of a Pokémon, let alone two powerful steel types. If not countered by type disadvantages, steel-type Pokémon, when matched with equivalent combat strength, find it difficult to encounter worthy adversaries. Moreover, he had heard that within Team Rocket's research facility, under Kinsi's guidance, they had also acquired the lava booster necessary for the evolution of Swampert into Mega Swampert. In total, Team Rocket had thus far commandeered the evolutionary paths of 3 distinct Pokémon. According to the members of Team Rocket, Steelix and Scyther could also undergo Mega Evolution, meaning they could temporarily enhance their combat abilities during battles. The evolutionary pathway his son had forged allowed Yamato and Kobayashi Steelix to step into the ranks of champions. This was utterly ludicrous. Saki could hardly fathom the future when their Steelix and Scyther would fully mature. Furthermore, of paramount importance, they were also developing methods for crafting artificial megastones. At that moment, Saki's gaze deepened with contemplation. He observed the Team Rocket members below as they utilized metal coating to evolve Onix. The cold, menacing aura of Steelix, coupled with its formidable presence, emanated intermittently from the Onix cave. Witnessing his subordinates within Team Rocket acquire powerful Pokémon and elevate them to greater heights across various training grounds left Saki awestruck. He harbored no doubts regarding the growth facilitated by these training arenas. Even if he faced setbacks in capturing Mutwo in the future, Team Rocket under his eldest son's stewardship would undoubtedly thrive. What brought Saki solace was that Kinsi, despite wielding such formidable training techniques, did not hoard them for himself. Instead, he generously imparted these methodologies to the subordinates of Team Rocket, which undoubtedly exemplified Kinsi's magnanimity as a leader. Simultaneously, Saki was entirely confident that his son's abilities were on par with, if not superior to, those of the Team Rocket members. After a moment of reflection, he proceeded to the training ground where the Iron Fist Pokémon was located. His intention was primarily to observe how this Pokémon, held in such high esteem by numerous Team Rocket members, was cultivated. The training ground for the Iron Fist Pokémon was situated on a perpetually snow-capped mountain. Outside the cave where the Iron Fist Pokémon resided, Saki was cautioned against bringing any metal or electronic devices inside. Initially puzzled by this stipulation, his confusion dissipated upon witnessing the numerous noses of Nosepass arranged within the cave, as they are among the favorite food sources of the Iron Fist Pokémon, Magnemite and Metagross. Saki was somewhat astonished by Kinsi's apparent emphasis on this particular Pokémon. In contrast to the majority of other training grounds, where Pokémon populations were left to breed autonomously, or in some cases, like the Waterfall training ground, Pokémon were captured en masse to fill voids. Here, his eldest son had captured numerous Ditto to specifically breed Iron Fist Pokémon. What particularly struck Saki was that upon evolving, the Iron Fist Pokémon could unleash a magnetic field energy surge, altering the cave's magnetic environment, thereby granting other Iron Fist Pokémon and Magnemite present an opportunity to evolve. It was no wonder that Metagross was rapidly becoming a standard among Team Rocket headquarters members, with its presence already beginning to extend to other branches. The ease with which Metagross could evolve in such a specialized magnetic field was astounding. At this moment, the only limitation on the number of Metagross within Team Rocket was the birth rate of Iron Fist Pokémon. Even with Ditto continuously laying eggs, it still could not keep pace with Team Rocket's demands. The crucial aspect was that Metagross possessed considerable potential. Saki glanced around the site and noted several elite-level Metagross. This was merely the Metagross within the training ground, yet to undergo specialized training by trainers. This was indeed a remarkably unbelievable phenomenon. Typically, Powerful Pokémon are characterized by their limited population and challenging evolution requirements. However, Metagross was positioned within a breeding speed that was slow and a capture difficulty that was relatively high. Consequently, the majority of Team Rocket members primarily captured Iron Fist Pokémon or Magnemite, which were comparatively easier to obtain. The Metagross, currently dominating the training ground, had practically become the undisputed ruler of the arena. At this juncture, Saki harbored an urgent desire to replace one of his own Pokémon with a Metagross, as the latter's potential was simply too formidable. Moreover, it could undergo Mega Evolution, with relatively few weaknesses. At last, Saki comprehended why Metagross was on the verge of becoming a standard among Team Rocket headquarters members. It was incredibly well suited for widespread ownership within Team Rocket. After touring nearly all the training grounds, Saki then examined the progress on artificial Megastones, the production line for metal coating, and the lava booster. He also learned that Kinsi had recently led Team Rocket in seizing territory from the lava team in the Hoenn region and had established 3 new companies under Team Rocket's banner. He never anticipated that, in less than 2 years, Kinsi would leverage these training grounds to bring about such significant advancements for Team Rocket. Saki introspectively pondered that had his own Pokémon not already reached the champion level and had he not aimed to capture Mutwo, he would undoubtedly have selected a Pokémon from Kinsi's training grounds as his primary battle companion. Saki's eyelids twitched as he finally grasped the magnitude of his eldest son's capabilities. Previously, he had not fully appreciated this until today. After witnessing one training ground after another, he experienced firsthand the power of the training facilities Kinsi had constructed. Even the most mediocre trainer could use Magikarp as a springboard to reach the threshold of gym leader status. And even the strongest trainers could elevate their Pokémon to new heights within Kinsi's training grounds. Among them, the example of Shaba and his champion-level Swampert stood out most vividly. Saki was astonished upon seeing Shaba's Swampert, having once battled against it himself. Through his previous perspective, it was evident that the Duckbull Fire Beast would require several years of rigorous training before it could possibly attain championship status. However, under the guidance of Jinshi and the innovative lava amplifier and training methods derived from the Fire Dragon volcano, the time necessary for the Duckbull Fire Beast to reach champion level has been significantly reduced. A swell of pride surged within Saki's heart. For this genius, this individual of immense potential, is none other than the eldest son of the Rocket Team Saki, the future master of the Rocket Team, Jinshi. Chapter 88. The launch of the Pokémon Film Company plan. Saki now had complete confidence in Jinshi's ascension to the role of acting leader of the Rocket Team. Without appearing to meet Jinshi, he immersed himself once again in the pursuit of capturing Mutwo. This was prompted by news that Mutwo's suspected presence had been detected in the Azure Cave, compelling him to investigate immediately. During this time, Jinshi was aware that his estranged father had returned. However, he understood that Saki had become utterly engrossed in the quest for legendary Pokémon, rendering any attempts at persuasion futile. Since Saki did not seek him out, Jinshi felt no inclination to intervene in his father's obsession. Moreover, after dealing with Shimada, Jinshi found himself with ample financial resources to establish his Pokémon Film Company. The current Rocket Team's Pokémon Film Company had evolved beyond its former identity as a mere front for money laundering. It was no longer solely a company for laundering money. The staff was mostly in place. On the top floor of the film company building, Jinshi sat in the chairman's office, reviewing a screenplay adapted by a writer from his story synopsis. A knock resonated through the office. "Acting leader, it's Lance," came the voice from outside the door. "Come in," Jinshi replied in a clear voice. Lance entered the room. "Acting leader, the actor portraying Ueno Hitsuburo has arrived," Jinshi replied coolly. "I have reiterated numerous times that within the company, you shall refer to me as chairman, not acting leader. This is a legitimate company, not the Rocket Team." At the same time, Jinshi found it somewhat perplexing how effortlessly they had secured an actor. Despite the film company's substantial funding, it lacked any notable reputation, making it quite challenging to attract renowned actors for the role of Ueno Hitsuburo, which demanded a high level of acting skill. After all, the film Jinshi intended to produce was the acclaimed Hachi, A Dog's Tale. Unbeknownst to Jinshi, the method Lance and his team employed to recruit actors was rather unconventional. Initially, when Izumi Mazumichi was enjoying drinks at an izakaya with friends, a group clad in Rocket Team uniforms stormed in, accompanied by Pokémon, startling Izumi and his companions. The lead Rocket Team member brazenly shouted in the izakaya, "Who is Izumi Mazumichi?" Upon hearing his name called by the Rocket Team, Izumi was completely taken aback, having never encountered anyone from a criminal organization before. The terrifying part was that everyone turned their gaze toward him. Lance, recognizing him as Izumi Mazamichi, stepped forward and stated, "You are Izumi Mazamichi, correct? If you are wise, you will accompany us." As an actor, Izumi was rendered nearly speechless. "Why do you need me?" he stammered. The tales he had heard about the rocket team flooded his mind, turning his face pale. Lance, uninterested in engaging in further banter, retorted, "No need for unnecessary chatter. Just come with us." Izumi's friends, still somewhat attached to him, protested, "Isn't the rocket team being a bit tyrannical? There must be a reason to take someone away. This is a crime. This is kidnapping. We're calling the police to arrest you. In broad daylight. Were there no laws at all?" With that, each of Izumi's friends summoned their Pokémon. It must be noted that these actors' Pokémon had undergone professional training, and every move they executed was at least visually impressive. However, when the rocket team released their Pokémon, not a single drink was spilled, and all their Pokémon were swiftly subdued. Faced with the glimmering pincers of a Scyther and their fallen Pokémon, all present could not help but swallow hard. Rendered mute by the absurdity of the situation, all the Pokémon were at least gym leader level, none weaker. What were they to do? Even if Officer Junshi arrived, she would be at a loss against such a multitude of gym leader level Pokémon. Izumi was nearly fainting, his age weighing heavily on his heart, which was struggling to cope. He could not recall offending anyone recently, nor did he have any acquaintances connected to the rocket team. Seeing Izumi so timid, Lance sighed and said, all right. Izumi Mazamichi will come with us. There's no need to worry. It's a good opportunity." Yet, Izumi did not feel reassured. Who in their right mind would resort to murder in public? It was always under the guise of friendly conversation that they lured someone into a secluded corner before striking. Having acted in numerous films, he understood how these things worked. Ultimately, Izumi resigned himself to following Lance and his companions. Before departing, Lance allowed him to call home to reassure his family, explaining that he had landed a role in a film and would be away for an extended period. However, what left Lance speechless was that during this phone call, Izumi spoke as if he were preparing for his last rites, weeping profusely. When Jinshi saw Izumi in the office, he too was somewhat at a loss for words. He had instructed Lance to bring the actor, yet he had not anticipated that they had essentially captured him. Indeed, the task of redeeming the rocket team was still a long and arduous journey. Jinshi rose and personally poured a cup of tea for Izumi. "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Izumi. My subordinates lack proper understanding and have caused you much inconvenience. Please forgive us." At this moment, Izumi's heart lightened slightly. However, he did not dare to adopt an arrogant demeanor in front of Jinshi and quickly replied, I wouldn't dare. Jinshi said, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jinshi, and I am the owner of this film company." Izumi, exhibiting utmost respect, replied, "Greetings, Chairman Jinshi. I am Izumi Mazamichi." There was no room for disrespect. After all, one must tread carefully when dealing with someone who commands the rocket team. Jinshi, unfazed by the honorifics, presented the screenplay. "The reason for inviting Mr. Izumi today is that our company has a film in mind and desires you to be the lead. Furthermore, your remuneration will be substantial. Our company may lack many things, but we are certainly not short on funds." Upon hearing this, Izumi finally exhaled in relief. So, the rocket team had not kidnapped him for nefarious purposes, but rather to cast him in a film. Wait, a film? Izumi's eyes widened as he processed the information. He glanced at the screenplay in his hands, and then back at Jinshi. "You mean to say the rocket team is making a film?" Izumi's tone shifted dramatically, as he had never fathomed that such a criminal organization would seek him for a film role. Given that his on-screen persona typically revolved around benevolent father figures or kindly grandfathers, this seemed entirely incongruous with the rocket team. Although Izumi was currently without work, he would gladly accept any role, yet the fact that the film company was the rocket team made him apprehensive. Jinshi had anticipated Izumi's reaction and calmly responded, "Please take a moment to review the screenplay." Chapter 89. Preliminary preparations in the subsequent period. Jinshi arranged for all necessary elements for the film's production, including the director, actors, and locations. He procured a young and obedient Arcanine to portray Hachi in his youth and an elderly one to represent Hachi in his later years. Jinshi harbored no doubts regarding the profitability of this film. After all, in the realm of Pokémon, there exists hardly a soul who does not harbor affection for these enchanting creatures. However, Jinshi's primary ambition was to amass wealth. He possessed a substantial sum of illicit funds that he sought to cleanse through the cinematic venture. His aspiration was to forge a new box office legend with this film. Although the actual investment was merely 10 million, Jinshi was entirely capable of inflating the receipts to 20 million. Furthermore, through his acquisition of cinema chains, he aimed to elevate the box office to unprecedented heights in film history. This would not only enhance the reputation of his film company, but would also serve to launder the money. An unequivocal win-win scenario reminiscent of Qin Huang observing his own reflection. With Jinshi's financial backing and a compelling script, alongside the security provided by Team Rocket's defense company, the production of Hmph, A Dog's Tale progressed smoothly. The cast, directors, and the entire filmmaking team were renowned figures in the industry. Their character development and narrative delivery were nearly flawless. The two Pokémon portraying Hmph, under the guidance of a talking Meowth as translator, accurately grasped the director's intentions. As the filming neared completion, Jinshi commenced the promotional efforts. Movie posters for Hmph, A Dog's Tale adorned every theater and shopping mall, with even the entrance of the Pokémon Center featuring individuals brandishing promotional posters. Far away in Hualan City, Miss Jinshi, having just concluded her training session at the beach with her Pokémon, was on her way home when she chanced upon a large film poster. Hmph, A Dog's Tale, Hmph? She murmured, her gaze fixed upon the words on the poster. The image depicted an elderly man lifting a young Shiba Inu high, their eyes locked in a warm and harmonious exchange, igniting a sense of anticipation within Jinshi for this film. To be candid, many films currently circulating tend to revolve around youthful protagonists acquiring lifelong Pokémon companions, triumphing over adversaries, and ascending to the pinnacle of their journeys. In contrast, narratives like Hmph, A Dog's Tale, which embrace a heartwarming theme centered on an elderly protagonist, are virtually non-existent. Jinshi noted the time inscribed on the poster, realizing that the premiere was merely 2 days away. She silently rejoiced, grateful for her week-long vacation. As the final day coincided perfectly with the film's release, ensuring she would not miss what appeared to be a remarkable cinematic experience. Simultaneously, the residents of the Guandu region were enveloped in a fervent interest for Hmph, A Dog's Tale. Ash, still on his journey, Misty, preoccupied with the livelihood of the Hualan Gym, and Brock, who stole moments to care for his younger siblings, all eagerly anticipated the film's debut. Miss Jinshi, being part of the demographic with the highest number of Shiba Inus, was particularly favored by Jinshi, who extended invitations to numerous individuals, including Jinshi, to attend the premiere. 2 days later, Jinshi, accompanied by several colleagues also on vacation, entered the screening hall. Thanks to Jinshi's promotional strategies, the premiere of Hmph was exceptionally lively. Not only did the lead actors and screenwriters grace the stage, but the two Pokémon portraying Hmph also made an appearance to charm the audience. As the lights dimmed, the film officially commenced. The opening scene unfolded within Team Rocket's training academy. At this moment, Jinshi and her colleagues, along with several attendees, exchanged glances of discontent. They felt deceived. The film was inexplicably connected to this criminal organization. They had not bothered to check which company produced the film beforehand. Given the setting of the cinema, they refrained from voicing their dissatisfaction, opting instead to advise their companions against watching it once the credits rolled. Jinshi silently mused. Team Rocket appearing on the big screen? I must see what they have concocted. The story continued, revealing a classroom where a large title, My Hero, adorned the blackboard. In the film, a young boy stood at the podium, recounting his hero, his grandfather's Pokémon, a Shiba Inu named Hmph. As the boy's narrative unfolded, it became clear that the ensuing story revolved around Hmph and the boy's grandfather. Jinshi whispered, Team Rocket and a Shiba Inu, what a satirical pairing. A nearby colleague scoffed. Do they intend to depict a story of a Team Rocket member being reformed by a Shiba Inu? Her disillusionment with the film deepened, as, despite its quality, she found it rather mundane for someone working in law enforcement. While she had no aversion to heartwarming films, the fact that the story unfolded within a Team Rocket training facility rendered it less comforting. It was not only her sentiment. Murmurs of yawns echoed around the theater. Furthermore, the film's soothing music, designed to create a warm atmosphere, was notably soporific. Jinshi inquired, Does your Shiba Inu wait for you at the door when you return home during your vacation? Impossible, her colleague replied softly. My Shiba Inu is always by my side. It wouldn't be left at home. The Shiba Inu depicted in the film served primarily as a companion. Frankly, the film's initial half was rather tedious. The narrative largely consisted of the grandfather, a Team Rocket researcher, going off to work while the loyal Shiba Inu, Hmph, awaited his return each day. The grandfather fed Hmph, bathed him, and played with him, creating a narrative steeped in warmth. While some appreciated this coziness, others had already succumbed to slumber in the theater. Just as the audience presumed the story would conclude in tranquility and happiness, Hmph, as usual, watched his grandfather depart. However, while the grandfather was conducting research at Team Rocket, he suddenly clutched his chest, collapsing in agony. Gasps of disbelief erupted from the students in the classroom, echoing the shock of Jinshi and the other viewers. Junsha trembled. Surely, the grandfather's illness can be cured soon? Her colleague felt an ominous foreboding, asserting, he will definitely recover. Those who remained engrossed in the film felt a surge of anxiety. They silently prayed for the grandfather's swift recovery, longing for him to return and continue a joyous life alongside Hachi. Unbeknownst to them, the individual they wished to see recover had dedicated decades of his life to Team Rocket as a researcher. However, the events did not unfold as the audience had hoped. The grandfather succumbed despite efforts to save him. Team Rocket, alongside the grandfather's family, organized a funeral. At this moment, the atmosphere in the theater turned somber. Families who had brought children began to hear innocent inquiries. Mom, Dad, that Team Rocket researcher is just sick, right? Once he recovers, Hachi will still wait for him to come back, right? The parents yearned to provide reassuring answers, yet their throats felt constricted, stifling their words. At that moment, the theater was devoid of yawns. Junsha and her colleagues had shed their earlier mockery of Team Rocket, replaced instead by a profound sense of concern. Everyone hoped for the emergence of a legendary Pokémon within the film that could reverse the dire situation and reunite the grandfather with Hachi. Yet, the story progressed in a direction that none wished to witness. That day, the grandfather did not return, failing to appear at the door as he usually would. Nor did he utter the familiar phrase, I'm home, without the ever-loyal Hachiko waiting at the door. It was ultimately the grandson-in-law of the elderly man who came to take Hachiko home. Meanwhile, within the cinema, a few faint cries began to surface, and many eyes were brimming with tears. Yet, the tale was far from over. Just when everyone presumed that after the death of Hachiko's master, it would live with the grandson-in-law, marking the conclusion of the story, an unexpected turn unfolded. One day, Hachiko abruptly dashed out of the grandson-in-law's home. Miss Junsha, her voice choked with emotion, questioned, where is it going? Her colleague, with a quivering tone yet simple words, replied, it's going home. As she spoke, Junsha's colleague's vision blurred, and she struggled to wipe away her tears, her gaze fixated on the silhouette of Hachiko racing across the large screen. She observed Hachiko running along the snow-laden path, returning to the place it knew best. It sat quietly in its familiar flower bed, gazing at the throngs of passers-by, seemingly waiting for something. Meanwhile, children in the cinema began to sob audibly, their innocent hearts unable to accept the harsh reality. Whispers of discussion arose once more, and Junsha distinctly heard someone in the backseat murmur, I bet it won't last 3 days. Anyone could easily lure it away with a morsel of food. Swiftly, Junsha turned her head, her eyes fiercely locking onto the speaker, a gaze that radiated her utmost fury. Conversely, her colleague murmured, I sincerely hope it finds happiness, regardless of who its future master may be. Upon hearing this, Junsha felt compelled to counter her colleague's words, yet found herself unable to voice her objections. She realized that wishing for Hachiko to remain there was, in essence, a rather selfish desire. The film continued. Winter's snowflakes fell gently, and even the fiery corgi, who lay in the flower bed, became blanketed in snow. The only constant was the sorrowful expression etched upon its face, evoking deep sympathy. Inside the cinema, all the viewers, including Junsha, silently implored, Hachiko, do not wait any longer. That person will not return. The grandson-in-law attempted several times to retrieve Hachiko, yet each time, the Pokeball was evaded. Even if someone were to exhaust Hachiko and forcibly capture it within a Pokeball, it would regain its strength and escape, returning to the flower bed to await the elder's return. The grand tree beside it shed leaves and sprouted new buds, flourishing only to wither again. A testament to the swift passage of time. Just as everyone believed the story was reaching its conclusion, the screen displayed the words 10 years later. The elderly man's daughter arrived at the scene. Outside the small courtyard, she spotted that familiar silhouette. Miss Junsha exclaimed, Why? Why has no kind-hearted person adopted it yet? Why does it remain here, fully aware that it will never see its master again? Or perhaps, why does it still not comprehend that the elder is no longer with us? An overwhelming flood of questions left Junsha momentarily bewildered. All that remained on the screen was Hachiko, still seated in the flower bed, patiently awaiting its master's return. A decade had passed, rendering its once glossy coat dull. It had not evolved and remained in the form of a corgi, appearing unkempt and emaciated, its expression weary and forlorn, eyes dimly observing the crowd. All the attendees prayed fervently, yearning for the appearance of the illusory spirit to resurrect the elder and reunite him with Hachiko. At that moment, the film approached its climax. Now in its twilight years, Hachiko staggered to the edge of the flower bed. Lacking the strength to sit, it lay down, resting its head on the cold ground, its eyes fluttering as they slowly closed. It seemed to drift back to the days spent dining, sleeping, bathing, and playing alongside its master. When it finally opened its eyes again, it beheld its master slowly approaching, smiling as he said, "I'm back, Hachiko." Just as before, Hachiko excitedly leaped towards the elder. In the cinema, every individual was profoundly moved. Eyes brimmed with tears, and many were unable to contain their sobs. Junshi, utterly overwhelmed with emotion, cried out, "Is this Hachiko's dream or reality?" Her colleague replied with unwavering conviction, "It is reality. The illusory spirit must have resurrected its master. It must be." The scene shifted back to the Team Rocket training school, where a young boy proudly spoke of his hero, Hachiko. Below the podium, the children wept inconsolably, and even the teacher at the side repeatedly removed their glasses to wipe away tears. As the film concluded, many remained ensnared in their emotions. The large screen began to display the credits, and all the tissues at hand were exhausted. A few particularly sensitive individuals, moved by nostalgia, wept uncontrollably. Junshi took deep breaths, feeling slightly breathless from her tears. "Junshi, let us go. The movie has ended," her colleague said, equally affected, still sniffling. Yet, the sorrow within them could not be quelled. Until the screen went dark and the lights of the cinema flickered back on, many remained unable to compose themselves. At that moment, a thunderous applause erupted, echoing like thunder, and persisted for an extended duration. Outside the screening room, Ramda, wiping away tears, distributed audience feedback forms. Clearly, even someone as stoic as Ramda was touched by the tale of the loyal Hachiko. Chapter 91, A Phenomenon. Many had already left the cinema. Yet discussions about Hachiko, A Dog's Tale, continued unabated. "It was so heart-wrenching. I can't even bear to watch it a second time. This film was masterfully crafted, showcasing the bond between humans and Pokémon in a profoundly moving manner. I dare say, this film is undoubtedly the box office champion of the year. I truly hope Hachiko and its master can remain together forever." As soon as many exited the cinema, they released their Pokémon from their Pokeballs, embracing the companions who had grown alongside them since childhood, weeping and showering them with affection, oblivious to the disdainful looks from their Pokémon as they wiped away the tears. Without a doubt, Hachiko, A Dog's Tale, had become a sensation. Local radio stations and television news in the Kanto region incessantly reported on the film's popularity. In a time when Pokémon Hollywood was saturated with tales of Pokémon battles and adventurous escapades, Hachiko, A Dog's Tale, emerged as a refreshing stream. It resonated not only with children and youth, but also captivated adults and the elderly alike. Moreover, the film's overwhelming success led to an increased willingness among the public to assist law enforcement whenever a corgi was present. In areas where corgis roamed, a multitude of trainers flocked, eager to capture a Hachiko of their own. Trainers already possessing corgis, Manectrics, and even Houndooms and Mighty Hyenas collectively renamed their Pokémon to Hachiko. The popularity of corgis soared to unprecedented heights, surpassing even the fervor surrounding bug-type Pokémon among enthusiasts. This year's Pokémon Grand Festival witnessed corgis making a historic entrance into the top 3. According to incomplete statistics, corgis had ascended to become the most desired Pokémon among the populace. In close proximity to the cinema, the merchandise related to Hachi has been flying off the shelves. Figurines and pillows featuring Hachi are almost instantly sold out upon their release. The pure profits have skyrocketed, surpassing the total box office revenue. Within just a few days, the net profit from the merchandise has become the most lucrative venture under the banner of Team Rocket. During the same period, it even exceeded the combined revenue of both pachinko parlors and racetracks. The only unfortunate aspect is that after this wave of enthusiasm subsides, the merchandise will no longer be as profitable. Unless Kinji continues to write scripts and produces another phenomenon like Hachi, A Dog's Tale, it seems unlikely to maintain such success. For several consecutive weeks, individuals have gathered outside the training school of Team Rocket, all in pursuit of locating the little boy featured in the film. Outside a prominent research facility belonging to Team Rocket, some have even begun chanting slogans, demanding that the organization cease imposing overtime on its researchers, insisting that they deserve adequate rest and that no more lives should be lost, like that of the grandfather. Concurrently, the public perception of Team Rocket, often deemed a criminal organization, has quietly begun to shift. People are starting to realize that not all members of Team Rocket are malevolent. There are benevolent researchers, like the grandfather, as well as a young boy who idolizes his heroes, just as depicted in the film. Of course, there are still those who attribute the grandfather's sudden demise to the enforced overtime at Team Rocket. However, Kinji remains rather unfazed by this. The public's opinion of Team Rocket is not something that can be altered overnight. He can only say that he has sown a seed in the hearts of the people. With continual nurturing, it will eventually blossom and bear fruit. Meanwhile, films released concurrently with Hachi, A Dog's Tale are experiencing dismal box office results. One such film features the actress Nasi in the lead role. At this moment, Nasi is utterly bewildered. She had initially assumed that the film company established by Kinji, acting as the proxy leader, was merely a front for money laundering, never anticipating that it would emerge as a box office dark horse, even contending for the title of the year's highest-grossing film. Her own starring role was intended to vie for this year's Hollywood Awards for Best Film and Best Actress. However, given the current box office performance of her film, she is certain it will be significantly affected. To her dismay, fellow prominent actor Izumi Masaru, thanks to the phenomenal impact of Hachi, A Dog's Tale, is practically guaranteed the Best Actor and Best Film awards this year. She, on the other hand, has merely participated in an inspirational adventure film, which pales in comparison to the unprecedented success of Hachi, A Dog's Tale. How can there be any comparison? The warmth, the bond between spirits and humans, and the passage of time as the most enduring declaration of love, coupled with outstanding performances and the divine synergy of two magnificent canines. How could Team Rocket have overlooked me? I am certainly capable of portraying an elderly character. Nasi gazes at the dismal box office returns of her film, lamenting her fate. Had she known that the films produced by Team Rocket's Spirit Movie Company would be so remarkable, she would have jumped at the chance to participate. In truth, Kinji had approached her before filming commenced, but Nasi dismissed the nascent film company, refusing even to read the script, assuming it was merely a means for money laundering. Moreover, she had heard that it required her to forsake her existing screen image to portray an elderly persona, which she was naturally reluctant to do. Had she known, she would have ensured that her schedule did not conflict with this film. If she couldn't star in it, she at least wished to avoid competing against it. Having just viewed Hachi, A Dog's Tale, Ash cradles Pikachu affectionately, bursting with energy as he declares, "Pikachu, I will cherish you dearly. Please guide me in the future." Pikachu responds with an enthusiastic Pika Pika. Undoubtedly, this film has had a significant impact on Ash. His impatience led his Charmander to evolve into Charmeleon, and then Charizard without sufficient emotional bonding, resulting in Charizard disregarding his commands for an extended period. At least after watching Hachi, A Dog's Tale, Ash has undergone a profound transformation in mindset. In the city of Hualan, the usually carefree Misty emerges from the cinema, tears streaming down her face as she exclaims, "I will never watch Hachi, A Dog's Tale again. It is simply too heartbreaking. From now on, I shall avoid all tragic films." Clearly, regardless of the type of girl, there exists a sentimental side within. In the city of Deep Gray, Brock steps out of the cinema, gently patting his Geodude on the head as he murmurs, "I will never leave your side." On his way home, Brock contemplates how he can carve out time to take his younger siblings to the cinema to watch Hachi, A Dog's Tale, instilling in them a love for spirits from a young age, allowing them to appreciate the beauty of the bond between spirits and humans. Chapter 92, The Importance of Voice. The immense success of Hachi, A Dog's Tale has undoubtedly instilled a great deal of confidence in the employees of Team Rocket's Spirit Film Company. After all, a significant portion of this fledgling company comprises members of Team Rocket. They are adept at deception and trickery, but this is their first experience in filmmaking, distribution, and theatrical release. Most importantly, this endeavor proves to be even more lucrative than their previous exploits in capturing rare spirits. The bonuses from this film alone equate to their total earnings for the entire previous year. They have also heard that the company has acquired several film scripts, gearing up for production. This is all money. At this moment, Izumi Masaru is in high spirits. Over $1 billion in box office revenue. Moreover, the film's reputation is overwhelmingly positive. He is being lauded as the best leading actor in spirit films, and the Best Actor award this year is undoubtedly his. This film company is now renowned and well-funded, motivating the staff to work with even greater diligence. The film company is finally on the path to stability. Kinji begins to contemplate the development of his own media empire. The imminent digital age will inevitably supplant traditional media industries. However, the current landscape is still dominated by television, radio, and print media. Kinji's focus is not on the profitability of television and radio, but rather on their influence. After all, there are numerous ways to earn money and various methods for capturing and training spirits. However, options for expanding influence are limited, especially since Kinji is the eldest son of Saki, the leader of Team Rocket. The importance of voice is crucial. To turn black into white and to occupy the moral high ground, wielding the power of influence is essential. If he wishes to further alter Team Rocket's public image, plans to acquire television and radio stations must be prioritized. Just as Kinji is strategizing on how to further cleanse Team Rocket's image, the phone in his office rings. This is Kinji, proxy leader, Last night, the leader of the Magma Gang, Benai, was killed, laments Ramda on the other end, his voice tinged with agitation. Kinji, upon hearing this, is somewhat perplexed by the situation. So what if a member of the Magma Gang has died? Why the need for a call? Kinji replies coolly, continue. I'm listening. Since we took over most of the Magma Gang's territory, Benai has become one of their executives, while the former executive, Hoenn, has now assumed leadership of the Magma Gang. Upon hearing this, Kinji straightens in his seat. After the previous incident, the Magma Gang has already been severely weakened, and now they have lost another key player. Currently, the Magma Gang is left with only Hoenn and Hashin, desperately holding on. On the other end of the line, Ramda continued, moreover, according to the subordinates in the Hoenn region, the death of Benai is highly likely to be the doing of the Ocean Team. Jinxi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The long-standing enmity between the Lava Team and the Ocean Team was well known, stemming from their fundamentally divergent ideologies as two fervently zealous environmental organizations. Each accused the other of lacking genuine environmental commitment, insisting that they alone upheld true ecological values. Despite their numerous conflicts, both factions had previously exercised restraint. Before their foray into the Hoenn region, fatalities were virtually unheard of. Now, however, there had been a death, the very notable Benai, a key talent under the Lava Team's cultivation. It was inevitable that the Lava Team, in a bid to protect their already tenuous position, would launch a frenzied counterattack. Jinshi inquired, please elaborate on the situation. Noticing the interest of the acting leader, Ramda eagerly recounted the details. Essentially, Benai was simply monitoring the Lava Team's territory when Xiao from the Ocean Team approached to provoke him, taunting the Lava Team's diminished prowess. Naturally, Benai could not tolerate such insults, leading to a confrontation. The Ocean Team members, evidently well prepared, surged from their hiding places and swiftly dispatched Benai, subsequently seizing control of the nightclub he was guarding. It was clear that Shui Wudong, the leader of the Ocean Team, was preoccupied with methods to awaken the legendary Pokémon and had not restrained his subordinates. Previously, the Ocean Team's members had tasted success while hunting the Lava Team alongside the Rocket Team, inciting them to act against the Lava Team once more. I understand. Continue to closely monitor developments in the Hoenn region. If necessary, make a personal visit, Jinshi commanded. Understood, acting leader. He replied before hanging up. It seemed that the Hoenn region was on the brink of yet another conflict. Jinshi, however, was somewhat reluctant to become embroiled in territorial matters. Regardless of the criminal organization in his past life, he recognized that long-term survival necessitated a facade of legitimacy. Only by operating beneath the public's radar could a criminal organization carve out a space for survival. Organizations like the Rocket Team, Galactic Team, Lava Team, and Ocean Team were reckless in their endeavors. In Jinshi's view, none of them could endure for long. The most formidable criminal entities were akin to the Amelika families, who concealed their operations behind the scenes and supported compliant individuals in governance. The sole concern that Jinshi harbored was the legendary Pokémon. While his tactics might wield considerable influence in the human realm, they were utterly insignificant in the face of such beings. The legendaries adhered to their own set of principles, operating outside the confines of human societal norms. What Jinshi needed to focus on now, aside from generating income, was to establish additional training facilities to enhance his own capabilities through the system. Glancing at the box office figures for Hachi, A Dog's Tale, he decided to create a publicly accessible training ground for Kanto dogs, or perhaps even a themed amusement park. With the copyright in his possession, he could simply name it the Hachi Theme Park. With this thought in mind, Jinshi promptly called Ren-T, who was primarily responsible for the film company affairs. He merely provided overarching direction and feedback on the film's synopsis, comparing it with his mental impressions once the script was completed. Ren-T, handle this matter proficiently. Draft the letter of intent and take it to the Kanto region to see which city is interested in establishing this theme park. Given the phenomenal influence of Hachi, A Dog's Tale, such a theme park would undoubtedly stimulate tourism and economic growth in any location. Cities will be eager to claim this project. When the time comes, assess which city offers the best incentives and the lowest loan interest rates from local banks. As long as the city is not too remote, we can agree to it. Ren-T hesitated on the phone. Acting leader, am I capable of handling this? It wasn't that she feared responsibility. Rather, she had never undertaken such a task before and was apprehensive about jeopardizing the acting leader's plans. Jinshi replied, I will say this only once. Professional matters should be entrusted to professionals. If you lack the expertise, seek those who do. I trust you to manage the rest. Chapter 93. The resurgence of conflict between the Ocean Team and the Lava Team. As Jinshi busily sought to leverage the influence of Hachi, A Dog's Tale, At the Ocean Team's headquarters in the Hoenn region, Shui Wudong questioned with a furrowed brow, why did this happen? Initially engrossed in researching how to awaken Kyogre, he was compelled to pause his studies upon receiving news of Benai's demise. Chao, wearing an expression of innocence, lamented, I had no idea Benai was so fragile. We barely touched him before he collapsed. We thought he would only sustain a fracture. Who could have foreseen his death? Fury ignited in Shui Wudong's gaze as he confronted Chao. Do you truly believe what you are saying, Chao? In the past, I allowed you to act freely in your territory. But now that our research has reached a critical juncture, you've created this debacle. Do you not regard me as your leader? And where is D? The one who initiated the attack. Summon him to me. Shui Wudong felt his dignity as the Ocean Team's leader had been severely compromised. He had explicitly instructed his subordinates to avoid trouble during this crucial period, yet D had audaciously acted against his orders. Now, the situation was irretrievable. Everyone in the Lava Team blamed D for orchestrating Benai's death, leaving him with no way to explain himself. Shui Wudong commanded, immediately recall all members of the Ocean Team and consolidate our territory. Until I return, none are permitted to leave the Ocean Team headquarters. Chao, fully aware of Shui Wudong's fury, dared not provoke him further and quickly affirmed, yes, Leader Shui Wudong, as Chao exited the Ocean Team headquarters. Intending to advise everyone to lay low in anticipation of the Lava Team's retaliation, D, engrossed in counting the spoils on the recently seized territory, was suddenly confronted by a cadre of individuals clad in Lava Team uniforms. They stormed in, unleashing their Pokémon. D put down the cash, sensing that something was amiss, especially since the Ocean Team members outside had failed to raise any alarms. Unbeknownst to him, all of the Ocean Team members outside lay slain in pools of blood. At that moment, all 12 of the Lava Team's members, alongside their 12 Charizards, unleashed a barrage of flames toward D. Startled, he exclaimed, no. Boom, boom, boom. The combined onslaught of the 12 Charizard's fireballs engulfed the establishment in an inferno, reducing everything within to ash. D, who had barely begun to rise, was incinerated before he could react. He and his Ocean Team subordinates perished without even summoning their Pokémon. By the time nearby Ocean Team members arrived, it was already too late. Despite D having summoned numerous allies to the newly acquired territory, the attack had been too sudden, and the Lava Team's assault was merciless. They slaughtered indiscriminately, and the Charizards showed no mercy. Without a leader to direct them, the Ocean Team members were scattered, some dead and others fleeing. In the criminal underworld, even the most hardened individuals knew when to retreat to save their own lives. The following morning, as Jinshi arose from Dr. Nemu's bed, he received the shocking news. He was astounded. The Lava Team had indeed retaliated. The Lava Team members, numbering over a dozen, met their demise. Jinshi, holding the phone, inquired, are we certain it was the Lava Team responsible? The answer remained uncertain. Although eyewitnesses reported that the assailants wore the Lava Team's uniforms and utilized a fire camel, no word had yet emerged from the Lava Team. Without confirmed intelligence, Ramda hesitated to draw conclusions. Upon hearing this, Jinshi's immediate instinct was that chaos was about to unfold in the Hoenn region. Both the Lava Team and the Ocean Team were riled up, and lives had been lost. Neither Swearin nor the current leader of the Lava Team, Kane, would easily concede. Thus, the conflict could only escalate further. Jinshi ended the call. At that moment, Dr. Naimu reclined against the headboard, the silk quilt slipping away as the essence of spring filled the room. With a touch of languid charm, she gazed at Jinshi, who was already dressed. Memories of their tender moments from the previous night resurfaced, conjuring images that stirred a blush across Dr. Naimu's alabaster cheeks, extending to her ears. Jinshi leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. It's still early, do rest a while longer. She murmured. Jinshi tucked the quilt around her before quietly exiting the room. After a hasty breakfast, Jinshi hurried back to the Rocket Team headquarters. Apollo Lance and others awaited him in the conference room. Upon his arrival, they all rose in unison to greet him. Good morning, acting boss. Jinshi waved his hand, gesturing for them to sit. Once he took his seat, they resumed theirs. With the deaths of Benai from the Lava Team and D from the Ocean Team, it was almost certain Benai's demise was at the hands of the Ocean Team. As for D's death, while still uncertain, it undoubtedly connected to the antagonistic factions of the Lava Team. Regardless of who was responsible or their motives, the event had transpired. A confrontation between the Lava Team and the Ocean Team was imminent, plunging the Hoenn region into disarray. What could we hope to gain from this turmoil? This was the subject of our discussion today. Lance was particularly enthusiastic about seizing territory and expanding the Rocket Team's influence. He eagerly spoke up, I believe we can. As before, take advantage of the chaos and seize both the lava team's and the ocean team's territories. Apollo concurred, indeed, given our current strength. Dealing with the weakened lava team and the intact ocean team poses no challenge. We were unafraid even when Chihai was alive, now that he is no more. We can strike while they are engaged in battle. We can first take the ocean team's territory and then deal with the remnants of the lava team. Why have we been striving to enhance our powers if not for moments like this? Meanwhile, Swearin of the ocean team was seething with rage. Who is responsible for this? How many times have I warned you not to stir trouble during this period? And yet, here we are, with lives lost. He was infuriated, throwing objects in his fit of anger. He had initially intended to resolve matters before continuing his research on awakening the legendary Pokémon. But now, with an all-out war between the ocean team and the lava team on the horizon, he found himself unable to leave. Chapter 94. Tumultuous Winds and Individual Schemes. As the leader of the ocean team, he felt compelled to ensure the lava team paid for their actions, demanding both recompense and a portion of their territory. Aqua Team's executive, Aquan, suggested, Swearin, at this juncture, we should focus on the lava team. Our subordinates are eager for action. If we can eliminate the lava team once and for all, you can pursue your research on awakening Kyogre without further interruptions. Aquan was undoubtedly a proponent of warfare, particularly interested in utilizing the ocean to obliterate land. However, she understood that executing such plans required manpower. If the ocean team were wiped out, the awakening of Kyogre would lose all significance. Swearin sighed. It seems we have no choice. I had hoped to keep the lava team alive to witness our success in awakening Kyogre, but now we must eradicate them. Since the demise of Chihai from the lava team, Swearin had developed a delusion of invincibility. In his eyes, everything belonging to the lava team, be it personnel or territory, was already his to claim. As for the rocket team, their headquarters was far too distant, lacking any real ambition. The last time they attempted to seize territory, they retreated after acquiring a mere fraction. Were he in command, he would have pressed on relentlessly to take the lava team down. Just as Swearin began to outline his battle strategy, a subordinate rushed in. Boss Swearin, this is bad. Officer Junsha and her team have arrived. What? Swearin frowned, taken aback. He had not anticipated Junsha would dare to intrude upon the ocean team's headquarters. Previously, she only acted when they were alone, never storming their base. Peering out the window, he beheld dozens of officers Junsha, accompanied by their Maitina and Manectric, stationed outside the ocean team headquarters. A multitude of trainers had also gathered to lend their support, indicating that Officer Junsha's operation was far from subtle. The ocean team members downstairs found themselves in a standoff with them, but they were no match. Before long, the officers Junsha breached the ocean team headquarters. The leading officer Junsha approached Swearin, stating, Swearin, we received a report indicating that you dispatched someone to murder Benai. Please accompany us for questioning. At these words, Swearin's frown deepened. It was curious that they chose this moment to arrive, raising his suspicions. His subordinate, a Chow, stepped forward. This incident has nothing to do with our boss. It was I who sent someone to eliminate Benai. I have harbored grievances against him for quite some time. Then you shall accompany us, and Swearin will also need to come along for questioning, the officer Junsha asserted. A Chow pointed at Officer Junsha. He had hoped that by taking the blame for his boss, Swearin would be spared and could focus on the lava team instead. To his dismay, Swearin still had to go to the Junsha police station. Reluctantly, they knew that even as a criminal organization, they could not openly defy Officer Junsha. Otherwise, the League would dispatch personnel, making their situation far more precarious. Swearin and a Chow followed Officer Junsha to the station. Swearin thought to himself, for now, I must endure. Once I awaken Kyogre, all of you will bow before me. Soon enough, news of the ocean team's leader Swearin and senior executive A Chow being summoned for tea by Officer Junsha reached the lava team. The current leader of the lava team, Kane, promptly convened a meeting with all members. Within the lava team headquarters, Kane, alongside Hua Ying and several junior executives, gathered in the conference room. Kane asked, what is the situation at Officer Junsha's end? A junior executive, Butler, replied, the ocean team's leader, Swearin, had his subordinate A Chow take the blame. Swearin can be detained for a maximum of 72 hours, while A Chow's fate will depend on the completeness of the evidence chain. However, he will likely face a longer sentence. Hua Ying, maintaining a serious demeanor, remarked, so, within these 72 hours, the ocean team will be leaderless. With only a Quan holding the fort, this is undoubtedly our prime opportunity for a counterattack. Not only can we avenge our leader Chihai, but we can also seize the ocean team's territory. This way, we could gain control of nearly 2/3 of the Hoenn region. Fire Yin furrowed her brow, pondering. Even if Water Wudong and Achao are imprisoned, we cannot possibly consume all the territories of the Oceanic team. Since Fire Yin took charge, she has come to understand the immense difficulty of managing a vast criminal organization. Setting aside other concerns, even the monthly distribution of profits to her subordinates has become a source of great distress. Were it not for the presence of an energy company within the Magma team, which barely sustains their day-to-day expenses, Fire Yin would have considered abandoning her post entirely. Hokage proposed a hypothesis. While a single criminal organization may falter, what if we were to unite once more with the Rocket team? At this suggestion, the crowd fell silent for a moment. The headquarters of the Rocket team lay far from their location, as long as they could offer some enticing benefits. The annihilation of the Oceanic team would allow the Magma team to seize all of its territories. Fire Yin voiced her skepticism, but Hokage, let us not forget that it was the Rocket team who brought us to this state. They are largely responsible for the downfall of the Magma team. Hokage took a sip of water and replied slowly, the animosity lies with the former leader, Qi Yin Song, not with the current Magma team. Remember, there are no permanent enemies, only everlasting interests. As long as we present sufficient incentives, convincing the Rocket team will not pose a challenge. Butler quickly inquired, what do we possess that could entice the Rocket team to act on our behalf? To be frank, the strength of the Magma team has significantly dwindled. The number of capable Pokémon at their disposal is alarmingly low. The two officers each possess gym leader-level Pokémon, while the newly appointed leader, Fire Yin, only commands 3 elite-level Pokémon, lacking even a single champion-level Pokémon. After Qi Yin Song's death, his Pokémon have vanished, presumably taken by that traitor from Fire Village, and they have yet to be located. Hokage continued, currently, the only bargaining chips we hold that might entice the Rocket team are 3. One is the energy company with magma energy conversion technology. Another involves our research on legendary Pokémon, and lastly, the territories we control. We certainly cannot afford to part with the energy company or the research on legendary Pokémon. Thus, we are left with the territories. If we promise that any territory seized will belong to the one who captures it, we can cleverly manipulate the situation to have the Rocket team act on our behalf without charge. Given their headquarters distance, any territories they conquer will ultimately be sold back to us. With the energy company as our golden goose, will we not easily reclaim these territories? Hokage wore a self-satisfied expression. Chapter 95, Chaos in the Hoenn region. The entirety of the Magma team unanimously agreed to Hokage's plan. We share an irreconcilable enmity with the Oceanic team, and allying with the Rocket team is a measure of necessity. I trust that our late leader Qi Yin Song understands our plight, Hokage asserted, though it was uncertain whether he was deceiving himself or the others present. Fire Yin declared, excellent. Hokage, you will reach out to the Rocket team, while we will gather our forces. We must eliminate the Oceanic team with utmost urgency. The Magma team, united in purpose, prepared for action. Fire Yin led her subordinates in assembling, while Hokage contacted the Rocket team, ensuring each member's Pokémon were in prime condition. By nightfall, according to their plan, hundreds of Magma team members surged from various territories and the headquarters, launching assaults on the companies, hotels, nightclubs, and KTVs affiliated with the Oceanic team. The once bustling streets quickly became desolate. Dressed in the Magma team's uniform, the members appeared in full force. Fire-breathing camels, hyenas, Zubat, and gas Pokémon drove away the remaining pedestrians. The ultrasonic waves from the Zubat shattered the glass doors of a nightclub. Dozens of Magma team members charged in with their Pokémon, directly attacking any Oceanic team members in sight. In a remarkably brief time, they seized the largest nightclub under the Oceanic team's jurisdiction, forcing all patrons to vacate. Soon enough, the Oceanic team's members within the nightclub were overwhelmed and slaughtered. The leading officer of the Magma team opened the nightclub's safe, scattering boxes of cash among his comrades, inciting a frenzy of looting. From this day forth, this nightclub belongs to the Magma team. Similar scenarios unfolded in various locations affiliated with the Oceanic team. In response to the Magma team's large-scale assault, the Oceanic team reacted swiftly, dispatching personnel to suppress the chaos. However, just as the Oceanic team sent their forces out, their northern territories came under attack from the Rocket team. After consulting the acting leader, Ramda agreed to Hokage's terms. Any territory seized would belong to the victor. Ramda, along with several trusted aides, led the Rocket team members in the Hoenn region toward the Oceanic team's private docks. In an instant, the Hoenn region descended into chaos. The Junsha Police Department received reports promptly. Commissioner Junsha, who had been working late, had just left the office when she received the news and hurried back. Across various cities in the Hoenn region, the streets were teeming with members of the Magma team, the Oceanic team, and unidentified individuals. Due to Jinsi's demand that Ramda's forces not wear the rocket team's uniforms during the operation, Junsha and the Oceanic team remained unaware of the identity of those assisting the Magma team. Commissioner Junsha looked at her subordinates' reports with a headache. With her current manpower, she lacked the capability to quell such a large-scale conflict. Only if the champions of the League, the Elite Four, along with gym leaders, were to mobilize collectively, alongside her Junsha officers, could they hope to restore order. However, coordinating these individuals would require considerable time, and by the time she managed to reach them, all would be lost. Commissioner Junsha commanded, "They are all members of criminal organizations, and we are powerless to prevent their battles. We must do everything possible to minimize civilian casualties. I hereby order all officers to cancel their leaves and mobilize collectively. Avoid direct conflict with the criminals and prioritize the protection of civilians to reduce the harm inflicted upon the populace. As for the fate of the criminals, we can no longer concern ourselves with that. Assemble and depart." While Junsha's forces prepared to mobilize, Hokage was cursing vehemently. The rocket team members are utterly untrustworthy. Ramda is nothing short of a scoundrel. Originally, the plan was for the Magma team to join forces with the rocket team to assault the Oceanic team. However, the situation has devolved into a direct confrontation with the Oceanic team, while the rocket team reaps the rewards from the sidelines. Watching as his subordinates fell around him, Hokage unleashed all his Pokémon, charging toward the Oceanic team members. In contrast, Ramda was in high spirits. As an intelligence officer, he had arrived in the Hoenn region early. Just as he finished gathering and compiling information, Hokage contacted him. With the rocket team absent on this front, it was only natural that he became the overall commander of the operation. Hearing his subordinates relay continuous reports of success, Ramda burst into laughter. At this rate, capturing half the territories in the Hoenn region will be a piece of cake. The Magma team and the Oceanic team are truly at each other's throats, leaving us the spoils. The temporary leader of the rocket team in the Hoenn region wore a beaming smile. Despite Ramda being the commander, his contributions would certainly not go unnoticed. He praised, "Ramda, as expected of one of the 4 generals from headquarters, your brilliance is unparalleled. Once the battle concludes, regardless of whether Water Wutong escapes from prison, the Oceanic team, now a mere shell of its former self, will be powerless against us. Even if they were to reclaim their territories, they would lack the manpower to manage them." Lambda chuckled. "If the Lava team and Ocean team truly intend to engage in a life-or-death struggle this time, we might very well obliterate both teams. Thereafter, the Hoenn region will belong entirely to our Team Rocket." Since Jinshi assumed control of Team Rocket, their dominion primarily encompassed the Kanto and Johto regions. The 7 islands, due to geographical constraints, merely hosted a few bases and research facilities, rendering management rather lax. The Hoenn region represented a small fraction of territory acquired during the last annexation. This time, Lambda intervened in the conflict between the Lava team and Ocean team upon his request, aiming to expand Team Rocket's influence within Hoenn. Simultaneously, he sought to indirectly sway the leaders of both teams, preventing them from awakening Kyogre and Groudon, thus averting the premature emergence of these legendary Pokémon. Jinshi anticipated that the time required for his Pokémon to ascend to legendary status through the system was nearing. Without the strength to contend with legendary beings, he was reluctant to confront them head-on. Of course, Lambda was unaware of Jinshi's profound considerations. He was only cognizant of the vast territories he had secured for Team Rocket. Should he conquer the entirety of the Hoenn region, Team Rocket's territory would expand by nearly 1/3. Such an achievement would undoubtedly surpass those of the other 3 generals, propelling him to the forefront among them. As Lambda envisioned a promising future, one of his subordinates approached with a phone. "Director Lambda, it's a call from Jinshi's acting leader. He mentioned there are subsequent tasks requiring your attention." Upon hearing this, Lambda immediately retracted his smile and declared, "Quickly, hand me the phone." Chapter 96. The Sole Chance for Shui Wutong's Comeback. The battle between the Lava team and Ocean team was rather brief. Given that personnel were scattered across the Hoenn region, the Pokémon battles predominantly resembled brawls rather than individual duels. Consequently, each skirmish rarely exceeded 10 minutes before concluding. The Ocean team, suffering from a local numerical disadvantage and with Team Rocket stabbing them in the back, quickly succumbed. The following day, upon exiting the Junsha police station, Shui Wutong was infuriated upon hearing the news, his eyes ablaze with fury. He yearned to unearth and brutally punish the instigator of this calamity. Initially, he had felt grateful that a Chow had taken the blame for him, believing he could turn the tide upon his release. However, now the Ocean team had been decimated. Save for their headquarters, subordinates had either perished or fled, and even the senior officer, A Quan, was dead. Shui Wudong's eyes were bloodshot, resembling a gambler who had lost everything. No, I have not lost yet. As long as I awaken Kyogre, it will not be too late. He dashed back to the Ocean Team headquarters, entering his office to retrieve an indigo gem. He was still uncertain how to awaken Kyogre, but research indicated the location must be the Sending God Mountain. Meanwhile, Huiying arrived at Team Rocket's branch in the Hoenn region. In the office, he encountered the rumored acting leader of Team Rocket. He was utterly taken aback by how youthful and strikingly handsome the acting leader Jinshi was. He bore no resemblance to someone involved in a criminal organization. Rather, he appeared to embody the essence of a cheerful and radiant young man. Within the Lava Team and other criminal organizations, there had been whispers of Team Rocket's acting leader, Jinshi, yet no one had ever seen him. Nor did they realize he was so young. Huiying introduced himself. Lord Jinshi, I am Huiying, a senior officer of the Lava Team. Jinshi's expression remained indifferent as he sat in his executive chair, his calm gaze fixated on Huiying. Huiying, what brings you here today? Huiying suppressed his rising anxiety and replied earnestly, the Ocean Team has been annihilated. We, the Lava Team, wish to purchase the territory previously held by the Ocean Team from you. Team Rocket's influence does not truly extend into the Hoenn region. It would be wiser to sell it to us. Otherwise, since we will inevitably encounter each other, friction may arise. Given that Team Rocket's headquarters was situated far from here and had never invested significantly in this area, it was challenging to establish a foothold without sufficient subordinates. Moreover, with the Lava Team's existing influence here, Huiying was not concerned about the possibility of refusal. Jinshi furrowed his brow, not responding directly, but instead inquiring. You Lava Team have only recently allied with us, and now you wish to dismantle the bridge behind you? Huiying replied with a broad smile. At this point, Team Rocket cannot possibly absorb such an expansive territory, can you? Wouldn't it be better to sell it to us? Jinshi chuckled lightly. So the Lava Team intends to exploit our collaboration. I was wondering why you would consider partnering with us. Very well, but I demand this amount. Huiying departed in high spirits. Lambda, displeased, watched Huiying leave and turned to Jinshi, acting leader. Are we truly selling off the territory we fought so hard to acquire? Jinshi disdainfully laughed. Let them revel in their moment. Neither the Ocean Team nor the Lava Team can be allowed to remain. In the future, there shall be only one criminal organization in the Hoenn region, and that is Team Rocket. On the Lava Team's side, Huiying and his comrades swiftly seized the majority of the Ocean Team's territory and assets, working diligently to assimilate them. Currently, the Lava Team faced a shortage of manpower, and the Ocean Team's possessions were overwhelmingly abundant. With morale soaring, the Lava Team clamored to capture the Ocean Team's headquarters and expel Team Rocket, aiming for complete unification of the underground world in the Hoenn region. Huiying returned to the Lava Team headquarters. Boss Huiying, I'm back. Upon seeing Huiying's expression, Huiying sensed promising developments. She inquired, what did the Rocket Team say? Are they willing to sell their territory? Boss Huiying replied, I met the acting leader of Team Rocket. He is quite young and seemingly oblivious to the significance of territory, offering a very low price. After sipping some hot water, he continued, even if we cannot eradicate the Ocean Team's base this time, securing Team Rocket's territory and assets would grant us control over 80% of the Hoenn region. The only issue is, while Team Rocket's asking price is low, we still cannot afford it. Huiying's expression faltered upon hearing the quote. Given their intention to annex the Ocean Team's assets, the Lava Team's liquidity was perilously stretched. Additionally, the mess left by the traitor Huiying made gathering the necessary funds exceedingly difficult. The only solution Huiying could conceive was to raid the Ocean Team's headquarters, utilizing their treasury to alleviate their financial shortfall. Thus, Huiying instructed Huiying to agree to Jinshi's terms while she rallied her forces, bracing for a high-pressure assault on the Ocean Team's headquarters. As Huiying mobilized her troops, Shui Wudong was also gathering all remaining members of the Ocean Team. However, Shui Wudong's intention was not to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the Lava Team, but rather to awaken Kyogre, meticulously preparing for the final steps. He would not permit any further mishaps to occur. This time, the Lava Team assembled all their members from various cities and towns across the Hoenn region, marching in full force towards the headquarters of the Ocean Team. Chaos enveloped the Hoenn region as Lava Team members roamed the streets with their Pokémon. Junsha and her team apprehended numerous individuals, yet the streets remained teeming with Lava Team members. With the limited manpower at Junsha's disposal, they could hardly manage the situation. Moreover, many of the additional members were motorcycle gangs and thugs hired by the Lava Team, not even affiliated with them. Following the previous battle, the genuine Lava Team members had dwindled to fewer than 1,000. Yet, this was still sufficient. Huayan, Huaying, and Butler charged towards the Ocean Team's headquarters. Meanwhile, in the Rocket Team's camp, Ramda received a report from his subordinates. Ramda, the leader of the Lava Team, Fire Goose, has already set off. Excellent. This time, I shall ensure the execution of our predetermined plan. We are only permitted success, not failure. Prepare at once. Yes, Ramda. Receiving Ramda's orders, Xiao Jian mounted his Fire Arrow Eagle, surveying the city below from a great height. Fire Goose, surrounded by a throng of Lava Team members, was en route to the Ocean Team's headquarters. The singular command he received was to eliminate Fire Goose. Only with her demise could the Lava Team's combat strength equal that of the Ocean Team, granting the Rocket Team the leverage to seize control over the underworld of the Hoenn region. Xiao Jian donned his wind goggles, his expression one of serene determination as he observed the crowd beneath him. Chapter 97. The True Scheme of Jinshi. Xiao Jian began to calculate Fire Goose's trajectory. After all, as the leader of the Lava Team, her travels were accompanied by a vehicle, unlike the ordinary members. While riding his Fire Arrow Eagle, Xiao Jian summoned his old companion, the Double Bomb Gas. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters, Double Bomb Gas, activate self-detonation. With this, Xiao Jian commanded the Fire Arrow Eagle to grasp the Double Bomb Gas with its claws and began to dive towards the vehicle occupied by Fire Goose. Screech! The Fire Arrow Eagle emitted a piercing cry, plunging downwards with Xiao Jian and the self-detonating Double Bomb Gas, akin to an arrow released from its bow. Inside the vehicle, Fire Goose was still on the phone, confirming the situation with Fire Shadow and Butler. Fire Shadow, have you arrived at your position? Boss Fire Goose. Butler and I have engaged with the Ocean Team. Water Wudong is attempting to gather his subordinates to flee with the funds. Fortunately, your decisive order prevented their escape. Fire Goose exclaimed with excitement. Excellent. We must not allow them to escape, especially Water Wudong. Also, has the Rocket Team made their move? On the other end of the line, Fire Shadow replied, uncertain, but their involvement is no longer necessary. At this point, only Water Wudong from the Ocean Team poses a threat, yet even with champion-level Pokémon, he cannot withstand our numbers. Understood. Hold your ground. I shall arrive shortly. As she hung up the phone, Fire Goose could scarcely fathom that the Lava Team would flourish under her leadership. Her rise to the top was quite accidental. The former leader, Chief Chien, had been eliminated by the Fire Village, which was subsequently shrouded in mystery. Rumors suggested it was the work of the Rocket Team, though the truth remained elusive. At that time, the only contenders for leadership were herself and Fire Shadow. Reluctant to ascend, Fire Shadow, whose connections within the Lava Team were inferior to hers, ceded the position to her. Thus, she found herself thrust into the role of leader, an unexpected ascent to the pinnacle of her life. Just as Fire Goose reflected on her unanticipated rise, she vaguely heard the cry of an eagle, as if celebrating her triumph. Yet, that sharp sound drew ever closer. Her companions in the vehicle instinctively leaned out of the windows. What? A blinding flash engulfed the entire vehicle in an instant. Fire Goose instinctively sensed something was amiss and summoned her Pokémon. In the sky, a man clad in black rode a colossal Fire Arrow Eagle, accompanied by a glowing Double Bomb Gas, hurtling directly towards them. Sensing the imminent threat of death, Fire Goose acted decisively. Fire Tortoise, unleash your explosive flames and bring them down. In the sky, the Fire Arrow Eagle dove swiftly towards the vehicle occupied by Fire Goose. Upon reaching a certain altitude, Xiao Jian bellowed, Fire Arrow Eagle, release. The brilliantly lit Double Bomb Gas plunged straight down towards the car. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated. Fire Goose's vehicle was sent soaring into the air. The immense force rendered it as fragile as paper. The exterior of the car contorted severely, flames beginning to engulf it. Inside, none emerged unscathed. The driver was reduced to charred remains, while the accompanying subordinates were violently ejected from the windows, crashing to the ground amidst pools of blood. Fire Goose herself was left unrecognizable, akin to a rag doll, lying within the vehicle, vanishing amidst the inferno. Having accomplished his task, Xiao Jian returned the Double Bomb Gas to its pokeball and rode off on the Fire Arrow Eagle. The Lava Team members who arrived at the scene were left in shock by the sight before them. Boss Fire Goose and the driver had perished in the flames, while the accompanying subordinates were beyond saving. The air was permeated with the scent of charred flesh, provoking nausea among the Lava Team members. Though they had previously employed Fire Tortoise to eliminate foes, they had never remained to witness the aftermath. This was no mere scene of destruction, it was a grotesque barbecue. Some with stronger imaginations succumbed to retching, especially upon seeing the still-burning vehicle and the fallen subordinates. Is Boss Fire Goose truly in there? Who has a water-type Pokémon? Quickly, extinguish the flames. What good is extinguishing them now when all are surely dead? Regardless, we must ascertain the condition of Boss Fire Goose. Yet, the Lava Team members exchanged glances, none possessing a water-type Pokémon. Due to their long-standing rivalry with the Ocean Team, no one within the Lava Team had captured a water-type Pokémon, fearing accusations of harboring spies from the Ocean Team. Now, when a water-type Pokémon was desperately needed, none could be produced. More importantly, should they even proceed to the Ocean Team's headquarters? Meanwhile, Fire Shadow and Butler remained unaware of Fire Goose's demise. Engaging Water Wudong with the Lava Team. Water Wudong, true to his title as the Ocean Team's captain, displayed exceptional prowess, single-handedly stalling the majority of the Lava Team's Pokémon. The remaining members of the Lava Team found themselves embroiled in chaotic combat against the Ocean Team. The scene transformed into a battleground of fire tortoises, Sharpedo, and Houndoms. Flames and water blasts erupted chaotically, while Houndoms engaged in fierce combat. On another front, Ramda had gathered the forces on the Lava Team's territory. Following Jinshi's orders, he had assembled all of Team Rocket's members in the Hoenn region. With the Lava Team fully deployed, their rear was inevitably left vulnerable. Ramda, leading his team, effortlessly took control of the Lava Team's assets. The Rocket Team members present primarily utilized Arbok and gas bombs, yet thankfully, Ramda had brought many of his own subordinates, including Scyther, Venusaur, and Dragonflies. Meanwhile, Jinshi was accompanied by Apollo and Lance, dressed in deep blue suits distinct from the Rocket Team uniforms. This attire belonged to the Rocket Team's security and firefighting company. This time, Jinshi intended to leverage the chaos between the Lava Team and the Ocean Team to firmly establish the reputation of the security and firefighting company in the Hoenn region, thereby expanding his influence. Simultaneously, it would serve as a safeguard for Team Rocket's takeover of the Ocean and Lava Team's underground enterprises. As Ramda led Team Rocket in seizing the Lava Team's assets, Officer Junsha and her colleagues noticed Team Rocket taking advantage of the chaos. However, they had their hands full. The conflict between the Lava and Ocean Teams had already ravaged several city blocks. Junsha and her team struggled to evacuate the citizens, leaving them unable to manage Team Rocket effectively. The few Lava Team members left behind on their territory, upon seeing Ramda accompanied by gym leaders and elite 4-level Pokémon, felt no inclination to resist. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. The remaining Lava Team members could only surrender in despair. Chapter 98. Night Raid on the Lava Team. On the front lines, the Lava Team was beginning to feel the strain. The entire street had been reduced to ruins, scattered with broken walls and debris. Shui Wudong, the leader of the Ocean Team, commanded formidable prowess with his Gyarados, which boasted championship-level strength, accompanied by other Pokémon of elite and near-champion caliber. No member of the Lava Team could withstand Shui Wudong's assault alone. Both Huaying and Butler sensed the gravity of their situation. Where were the reinforcements from Boss Huayin and the others? One by one, Lava Team members fell, while the motorcycle gang and local ruffians, sensing the impending doom, began to retreat. Without the support of additional troops, Huaying and Butler found themselves increasingly beleaguered. Was something amiss with Boss Huayin? The Lava Team was being pushed back relentlessly. Although Shui Wudong was powerful, he was ultimately alone against 6 Pokémon. If the Lava Team refrained from direct confrontation, they could still stall his advance through guerrilla tactics. However, this approach was not sustainable. Each of Gyarados' attacks rendered at least one Pokémon incapacitated. Just as Huaying and his comrades fought valiantly, he received a shocking piece of news that left him utterly bewildered. What? Boss Huayin was dead? Had he been killed by an aerial drop of explosives? Huaying stared incredulously at the messenger. Boss Huayin had been in the rear, far from the battlefield. How could he have met such a fate? The faces of the Lava Team members reflected the lingering panic from this revelation. Shall we retreat, Huaying? With Boss Huayin gone, reinforcements will not come. The members of Team Rocket were taking advantage of the chaos behind them. They had no intentions of cooperation. Damn it! Huaying fumed, never expecting Team Rocket to be so treacherous. Just moments after assuring them of support, they had betrayed the Lava Team from behind. We must retreat. Once we return, we will make Team Rocket pay for their treachery. Do they not realize that the Hoenn region is our territory? Huaying swiftly commanded the Lava Team to fall back. Upon witnessing the retreat of the Lava Team, Shui Wudong secretly sighed in relief. His Pokémon also needed rest. Despite Gyarados' ferocity on the battlefield, it had reached its limits. This realization strengthened Shui Wudong's resolve to awaken the legendary Pokémon, for only they could turn the tide. With control over a legendary Pokémon, he would have a chance to reclaim victory. When Huaying and the Lava Team returned to their headquarters, The body of Hua Yin had already been transported back. The sight of Hua Yin, unrecognizable in death, filled the members with sorrow. They had been on the verge of dominating the Hoenn region, yet the situation had taken such a dire turn. Although the perpetrators remained unidentified, preliminary conclusions pointed to Team Rocket and the Ocean Team as the only potential culprits. Most believed it was Team Rocket, for the Ocean Team was now preoccupied with its own troubles and would not employ Fire-type Pokémon like Talonflame. It was definitely Team Rocket. Tomorrow, we will regroup and drive those scoundrels out of Hoenn. Having endured a fierce battle, everyone was physically and mentally exhausted. After Hua Ying roused their spirits by invoking the memory of Hua Yin's death, the members of the lava team settled in at their headquarters to rest. Their Pokémon, having fed, returned to their Pokeballs for recuperation. In the dead of night, as the team rested, a violent explosion erupted from the entrance of the lava team's base. What was happening? Hua Ying groggily climbed out of bed. He was utterly drained, having just fought the Ocean Team, managed the aftermath of Hua Yin's death, and ensured the well-being of his subordinates. He had even distributed funds to the motorcycle gang members who had helped bolster their numbers, and treated the lava team members. The team had not possessed enough resources for such rewards, but during the retreat, Hua Ying had led a heist at a jewelry store, acquiring several large boxes filled with evolution stones, fire stones, water stones, leaf stones, and more, valuable assets indeed to reward his comrades. He had only just fallen asleep after a long night's work. Yet, barely had he settled in when trouble struck again. Hua Ying descended from his bed and peered out the window. A pair of icy eyes gazed back at him, sending a chill down his spine, instantly jolting him to full alertness. His room was on the upper floor, and the eyes belonged to a Steelix. In the darkness, the flickering flames of several Charizards illuminated the scene outside. Hua Ying beheld a group of individuals clad in deep blue suits, accompanied by a dozen Scythers and several Charizards, along with a Boskage and a Steelix, not to mention a Metagross. The sheer extravagance of their lineup left Hua Ying dumbfounded. With a single charge, Boskage shattered the already destroyed entrance. Who are you? What do you want? Do you not know this is the territory of the Lava Team? The Lava Team members unleashed their Pokémon. This was their headquarters, and they could not allow outsiders to wreak havoc. However, compared to the opponent's formidable lineup, their Pokémon were little more than insignificant. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After Boskage broke through the entrance, the Scythers descended upon the Lava Team members like harbingers of death, moving with an untraceable speed that claimed lives. Any Pokémon capable of withstanding 1 or 2 strikes from a Scyther found themselves swiftly immobilized by Metagross's formidable psychic powers. Those attempting to use the terrain to their advantage were thwarted as Boskage and Steelix systematically dismantled the walls of the room. Whether it was a Charizard attempting to deploy smoke or a Mook trying to escape through a crevice, the walls were no obstacle. Everything was resolved with brute force. Such a violent approach left the Lava Team members in shock. Looking at the opponent's elite Pokémon, they realized their own were utterly powerless. Had they finally crossed a line that angered the League, provoking an all-out assault? Yet, these individuals were not League members. While the League was indeed powerful, they could not muster such numbers. They were, in fact, members of Team Rocket's Security and Firefighting Division. Lance, riding on his Dragonite, surveyed the Lava Team's headquarters from above. Should any stragglers attempt to flee, he would command his Dragonite and a squad of Charizards to intercept. Apollo unleashed his Super Houndoom and Blaziken, each delivering blows that toppled all Lava Team Pokémon present. Surrender your Pokeballs, face the wall, and cover your heads. The Lava Team members, witnessing their fallen comrades in pools of blood, dared not resist. Any hint of defiance would mean death. With their opponent's overwhelming strength, a mere handful could annihilate them, let alone the 20 or so deep blue-suited figures present. In terror, the Lava Team members discarded their Pokeballs, turning towards the wall and crouching with their heads covered. Chapter 99. Distracting Junshi. Surrounding the Ocean Team headquarters, Apollo signaled to his subordinates, who promptly gathered the Lava Team's Pokeballs and secured the incapacitated Pokémon. Simultaneously, they produced handcuffs to restrain the Lava Team members. Others followed the Scythers, continuing their advance into the facility, taking control of every area of the Lava Team base, while searching for the lone authoritative figure, Hua Ying. In his room, Hua Ying summoned his Charizard, while his Houndoom attempted a final struggle. Meanwhile, the orders received by Team Rocket's members indicated that their leader, Jinshi, had not mandated the preservation of prisoners. The gates of the Hokage's stronghold stood resolutely, yet were met with indifference. Boskador, without hesitation, breached the wall from the side. The colossal Scyther, without even a glance inside, unleashed a formidable psychic onslaught. The Hokage, along with his Pokémon, was violently hurled outside by the terrifying force, crashing against the wall. Most Pokémon instantaneously succumbed to incapacitation, while those still capable of battle were swiftly dispatched by the Scyther. Once the threat was confirmed eradicated, the assailants made their entrance. The Hokage lay unconscious, blood streaming from both ears. His subordinate inquired, "What shall we do? He is still alive." Since he yet drew breath, they resolved to adhere to the directives from above, leaving the handcuffed Hokage behind, retrieving the Pokeballs, mirroring the actions of their comrades below. During the mission, Apollo refrained from using any titles associated with Kinji, as explicitly instructed by Kinji himself. Several members of the security company bound the Hokage, blindfolded him, and discarded him on the ground. They secured his Pokemon and confiscated the Pokeballs. After handling the Lava Team's base, all members of the security teams remounted their flying Pokemon, stowing away the others. They vanished into the darkened sky. The entire operation transpired in less than 10 minutes, marked by overwhelming strength and swift execution. This operational protocol had been rehearsed countless times by the members of the security company's rocket team. Early the next morning, Officer Junshi received a call from a concerned citizen. All members of the Lava Team had been disarmed and bound within their base, with heaps of contraband laid bare, urging the police to arrive promptly. Upon receiving the report, the Junshi precinct erupted in speculation. Surely this report isn't a prank. If the Lava Team has truly been wiped out, it would constitute a major case. One officer opined, "Given that someone has reported it, we should dispatch personnel to investigate." Shortly thereafter, Officer Junshi and her team arrived at the Lava Team's headquarters. Typically, the moment they approached, members of the Lava Team would emerge to obstruct their path. Yet today, the entire headquarters lay in eerie silence. Cautiously summoning their Pokemon, they ventured inside, where they discovered the main gate had been shattered and lay in ruins. Stunned, the Junshi officers beheld the sight before them. Every member of the Lava Team was shackled in place, having endured the entire night in such a state. Those in poor health had been unable to hold it, their discomfort now mingling with a foul odor in the air. Upon the arrival of Officer Junshi, the Lava Team members looked upon them as if they were saviors. Amidst their astonishment at the seized contraband and the restrained Lava Team members, they also uncovered the similarly bound Hokage on the upper floor. In that moment, a surreal sensation washed over the Junshi officers. Had their long-standing adversaries in the Lava Team truly been vanquished so easily? Just as the Junshi were mobilizing to apprehend the Lava Team, Kinji had already led a contingent of Rocket Team security and firefighting personnel towards the Ocean Team's headquarters. Given the presence of Water Wutong, Kinji took it upon himself to lead the charge. Meanwhile, other officers attended to the subordinates of the Ocean Team. Water Wutong gazed somberly at Kinji. "I never imagined it would be you, the proxy leader of the Rocket Team, Kinji. This is the end, Water Wutong. The era of the Ocean Team is over." Kinji, disinterested in further dialogue, summoned his Charizard and commanded, "Charizard, unleash Flamethrower." Instantly, an enormous torrent of flames surged forth, its terrifying momentum seemingly intent on engulfing the entire Ocean Team base. Water Wutong's expression stiffened as he commanded, "Sharktooth, employ Hydro Pump." The Hydro Pump exploded forth, scattering the flames, yet it was evident that it could not sustain itself. Sharktooth leaped forward, fixated on Charizard. Kinji chuckled lightly. "Charizard, use Aura Sphere." A sphere of energy, a meter in diameter, manifested at Charizard's fist. As Charizard charged, the Aura Sphere erupted forth like a beast unleashed. Water Wutong, unwilling to underestimate the threat, shouted, "Sharktooth, use Agility, Waterfall." With a swift motion, Sharktooth vanished from sight. When it reappeared, the waterfall was almost upon Charizard. Kinji's keystone glimmered, and Charizard Mega evolved into Mega Charizard Y. Water Wutong, undeterred, commanded his Sharktooth to undergo Mega Evolution as well. With no time to evade, Mega Charizard Y braced itself against the oncoming waterfall, absorbing the impact. The resulting explosion sent Mega Charizard Y crashing against the wall. Slowly, Kinji raised his hand, pointing at the massive Sharktooth. "It is time to bring this to a close." With that, Mega Charizard Y unleashed an inferno. Waves of heat enveloped the area as clusters of flames materialized around Sharktooth. What? Both Water Wutong and his subordinates were taken aback by the highly compressed flames. Typically, the manifestation of an inferno would resemble that of Flamethrower. Yet the one unleashed by Mega Charizard Y bore significant distinction. The flames encircled Sharktooth, and in the brief moment of surprise, the fire surged towards it. Boom, boom, boom. Under the dazzling flames, Sharktooth, despite its type advantage, was reduced to charred remains, losing its combat effectiveness and reverting from Mega form back into its Pokeball. The momentum of Mega Charizard Y's Inferno remained unabated, surging into the midst of the Ocean Team's ranks. No one expected Kinji's Pokémon to be so formidable. The Ocean Team members stood in shock, their expressions blank. However, Water Wutong, in sync with Sharktooth, reacted swiftly, summoning forth his other Pokémon, Zubat, Grimer, and 3 Houndoom emerged in quick succession from their Pokeballs. Water Wutong's cautious actions prompted the Ocean Team to follow suit. And this singular maneuver spared many of them from being swiftly eliminated by the Rocket Team's security personnel. Chapter 100, Fierce Battle with Water Wutong. On a sun-drenched morning, the Ocean Team's headquarters was engulfed in a fierce battle. Observing closely, one could see flames, lightning, leaves, water, and debris saturating the entire base. Among them, the scorching flames eclipsed all other energies, waves of heat emanating from within. Undoubtedly, this heat was generated by Mega Charizard Y, which, after systematic enhancements, had successfully reached the champion level. With the added power of Mega Evolution, this Mega Charizard Y now possessed the strength to dominate at the champion level. Kinji's expeditious training of Charizard was attributable to the extensive training facilities he had constructed since assuming the role of proxy leader. It was these very facilities that facilitated the rapid advancement of Kinji's Pokémon. Water Wutong, his expression grim, gazed intently at Kinji. As the leader of the Ocean Team, Water Wutong understood that they now stood at a critical juncture for their survival. Should this situation be mishandled, the Ocean Team would surely face obliteration. Moreover, he had yet to fulfill his ambition of awakening and controlling the legendary Pokémon Kyogre. He could not allow himself or the Ocean Team to fall here. At this moment, his foremost concern was to confront the Rocket Team's proxy leader, Kinji. Yet, Water Wutong found himself perplexed. How could the eldest son of Saki possess such formidable Pokémon at such a young age? Every champion-level Pokémon is inherently gifted and has undergone extensive training. The issue at hand is that the members of Team Rocket, clad in their uniforms, possess Pokémon that are at least of the Quasi-King level. Several of their executives even command Pokémon of the Quasi-Champion caliber. The most outrageous among them is this Kinji, whose Charizard astonishingly stands at the champion level and is capable of Mega Evolution, effortlessly overpowering his own champion-level Garchomp. Shui Wutong pondered. Now is not the time for such thoughts. The pressing question is their purpose for appearing here. Are they intent on annihilating our Oceanic Team? Or have they come for the mythical Pokémon, Kyogre? If their aim is indeed our destruction, how could Team Rocket possibly have the audacity to completely engulf us? Conversely, if they seek Kyogre, it implies that there are traitors within our ranks. Only if there is internal discord could Team Rocket possess knowledge of Kyogre's existence. Shui Wutong harbored no concerns beyond this. He feared that their intent might be directed towards the mythical creature. Should that occur, even if the Oceanic Team were to survive, it would lose its purpose for existence. Observing his subordinates around him, he noted that in merely a fleeting encounter, many of the Oceanic Team's Pokémon had already succumbed. The stark disparity in strength left them with no opportunity to retaliate. The remaining elite and executives of the Oceanic Team struggled to hold their ground. A frown etched on Shui Wutong's brow, a hint of helplessness crossing his typically bold countenance. After merely 2 days of confinement in the Jinshi police station, the Oceanic Team had undergone catastrophic upheaval. Senior executives had perished and subordinates fled. The previous assault by the Magma Team had dealt a devastating blow to the Oceanic Team. Taking a deep breath to recalibrate his mindset, Shui Wutong steeled his resolve. As the leader of the Oceanic Team, he must rise to the occasion. He could not allow his subordinates to perceive any sign of retreat. Otherwise, morale would dissipate. Shui Wutong silently resolved. There can be no delay. Releasing his 5 primary battle Pokémon, he commanded, "Bring that Charizard down." The Zubat unleashed an ultrasonic wave, while the Grimer deployed mud bombs. And the 3 Houndooms launched dark pulses, all directed at the formidable Mega Charizard Y above. Observing Shui Wutong's strategic assault on his Pokémon, Kinji was quick to react. "So you have Pokémon too." He deftly pinched 2 Pokeballs between his fingers, tossing them forth. An imposing Metagross, gleaming with a metallic sheen and armed with razor-sharp claws, appeared alongside a fearsome Sharpedo, its deep blue form resembling a hammerhead shark, with menacing teeth bared. Metagross utilized its formidable psychic powers to repel the mud bombs and dark pulses, while Sharpedo charged directly through the ultrasonic wave, barreling towards the Zubat. Its sharp claws nearly incapacitated the Zubat. Shui Wutong's pupils constricted to pinpricks as he beheld the newly summoned Pokémon. The Metagross and Sharpedo both exhibited champion-level prowess. Was this Kinji a monster? In his own experience, despite possessing talent and luck, and having trained diligently prior to gaining knowledge of Kyogre. He only commanded 2 champion-level Pokémon, a Garchomp and a Zubat. His Grimer was merely at the quasi-champion level, while the 3 Houndoums were at the king level. Yet here was Kinji, boasting 3 champion-level Pokémon. Shui Wudong coldly demanded, "Who are you? To dare come to the Oceanic team's base with malicious intent? Your purpose cannot be trivial." Sensing the deep-seated wariness in Shui Wudong's gaze, Kinji displayed a hint of amusement. Truthfully, he held Shui Wudong in some contempt, believing that without a mythical Pokémon, Shui Wudong's capabilities would be limited. However, facing Shui Wudong today, Kinji realized that this leader of the Oceanic team possessed some degree of strength, at least not entirely ineffectual, without a mythical creature. His Pokémon demonstrated that Shui Wudong had attained a certain level of expertise as a Pokémon trainer. Moreover, commanding the Oceanic team and ruling over one of the 2 major criminal organizations in the Hoenn region, Shui Wudong indeed posed a challenge for Kinji. Yet, it remained merely a challenge. After summoning Metagross and Sharpedo, the tide of battle shifted once more. Shui Wudong's 6 Pokémon were now at the mercy of Metagross's onslaught. Kinji commanded, "Metagross, immobilize them with Psychic, then use Hammer Arm to finish them off." Boom! In an instant, a terrifying psychic force seized Shui Wudong's 5 Pokémon. The Zubat was the first to break free, while Grimer struggled for several breaths before managing to escape Metagross's psychic grip through its fluid form. However, the 3 Houndoums were not so fortunate. Suspended in midair, they flailed in vain, attempting to break free from the psychic constraint. Observing the situation, Shui Wudong acted decisively. "Zubat, intercept that Metagross." Yet, it was too late. Kinji had never expected Metagross to eliminate all of Shui Wudong's Pokémon in one fell swoop. His command for Metagross to utilize Psychic and Hammer Arm was solely to restrain Shui Wudong's Pokémon. As Zubat intercepted Metagross's Hammer Arm, Kinji swiftly ordered, "Sharpedo, go." No sooner had he spoken than Sharpedo had already maneuvered past Grimer, charging towards the 3 Houndoums, still struggling helplessly in the grip of psychic energy. Chapter 101, The Terrifying Onslaught. Sharpedo's wings generated a blade of air, hurtling towards the Houndoums. With its speed and power combined, the strike bore the capability to cleave through stone. On the opposite end of the battlefield, Shui Wudong fixed his gaze on the ambushing Sharpedo, his heart pounding with dread. He had not anticipated that Kinji still had tricks up his sleeve, and to thwart such a formidable Sharpedo, he needed either his Garchomp or Zubat to intervene. Yet, his Garchomp had already lost its fighting capability, and Zubat was entangled with Metagross. Slicing through the air, the attack rendered 2 of the Houndooms utterly incapacitated. The last remaining Houndoom could only wail helplessly in the air, watching as Sharpedo's razor-sharp strike passed right by it. Shui Wudong beheld his Pokémon, so powerless. While he found himself utterly helpless, he had no choice but to resort to his final gambit. "Zubat, use final gambit." Zubat began to gather all its strength, its body resembling a sharp arrow, launching itself towards Metagross. Kinji frowned. Shui Wudong's Zubat exhibited a power that took him by surprise. If he chose to have Metagross absorb the blow, while it would not be rendered incapable of fighting, it would still be an unwise trade-off. However, unleashing Metagross's full power could easily endanger others. Kinji swiftly surveyed his surroundings and made up his mind. "Metagross, use wide area attack." As the command left his lips, Metagross's psychic energy erupted with a thunderous roar. In an instant, stones and debris from the ground levitated into the air. At that moment, it felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. Gazing at the swirling debris and stones, Shui Wudong's face displayed an expression of shock. Such a massive display of psychic energy was nothing short of formidable. More importantly, its exaggerated range encompassed the entirety of the Oceanic team's headquarters. Metagross extended its metallic claws, sharp tips aimed at the incoming Zubat. Then, a torrent of terrifying psychic energy, along with the stones and debris, surged towards Zubat. In Zubat's eyes burned an unwavering resolve. As a champion-level Pokémon, it was not to be underestimated. The ultimate strike of the Zubat, akin to a swordfish swimming against the current, surged forth towards the Metagross. Its astonishing speed allowed it to evade the majority of the incoming stones and debris. Countless stones and fragments, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, rained down upon the ground and walls. Although their destructive power may have been modest, their sheer number was overwhelming. A single strike could leave a dent upon the wall, under the relentless barrage of thousands of stones and shards. The surfaces were marred with a multitude of marks resembling bullet holes. The members of the ocean team, who had already been defeated, gazed in disbelief at this scene. Was this truly a battle among Pokémon? It was only at this moment that they comprehended the caliber of their opponent. Faced with such a widespread assault, they had no choice but to retreat. Even fleeing might not guarantee their escape. Meanwhile, the faces of the Rocket Team's security personnel were alight with excitement. Did you see that? This is the true power of our acting leader. You criminals are utterly insignificant in the presence of our acting leader. Apollo, who was overseeing the Ocean Team, murmured, I never anticipated the acting leader would possess such strength. Lancelot beside him nodded in agreement. Since receiving assistance from Giacomo, their strength had been on the rise. In their minds, they had already overestimated the acting leader's capabilities. However, the power Giacomo displayed far exceeded their expectations. On the battlefield, the Zubat was struck by the vast psychic energy of the Metagross, the immense force breaking its wings. Just as it neared the brink of losing its fighting capacity, the Zubat's body collided with the Metagross, fracturing both of its arms. Giacomo was taken aback. He hadn't expected the Zubat to inflict such severe damage on the Metagross, even in such dire straits. Truly, it was worthy of its status as a champion-level Pokémon. Without its sole champion-level fighter, the Ocean Team was utterly outmatched. Soon, they were subdued by Giacomo, who incapacitated all members of the Ocean Team, shackling them and imprisoning them. Their Pokeballs were confiscated, including the Indigo Orb that the Ocean Team leader had long sought to conceal. Giacomo gazed at the Indigo Orb in his hand, alongside the Crimson Orb unearthed from the Lava Team the previous night. With these artifacts, he now possessed the ability to awaken Kyogre and Groudon. Apollo approached, reporting, all have been secured. Good, let us withdraw and inform Junshi to come, Giacomo replied. Yes. Once they exited the Ocean Team's base and found themselves surrounded by their own people, Giacomo continued. Remember to have Lambda take over all operations of the Lava Team and Ocean Team. Lancelot assured him, rest assured, I will call Lambda immediately. In the ensuing days, Lambda began to assume various disguises, leading the Rocket Team's subordinates to take control of the nightclubs, KTVs, hotels, bars, and resorts under the Lava Team and Ocean Team. Among these, the most crucial and lucrative enterprises were undoubtedly the Lava Team's energy company and the Ocean Team's private dock and battling resort island. Simultaneously, Junshi's police force harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the criminal organization's large-scale operations. During a meeting, Chief Junshi utilized a marker on a whiteboard, explaining, let us summarize the events. On March 18th, Lava Team's Officer Benai was attacked and killed by the Ocean Team's A Chow in a bar affiliated with the Lava Team. On March 19th, the Ocean Team's D was avenged by the Lava Team, dying on Ocean Team territory. On the same day, the Ocean Team's leader, Water Wudong, and A Chow were captured. On March 20th, the Lava Team allied with the Rocket Team to divide the Ocean Team's territory, resulting in widespread unrest in the Fengyuan region. On March 21st, the newly appointed leader of the Lava Team, Fire Goose, was killed in a gas attack while in a vehicle, rendering them unable to support the front lines, leading to the Lava Team's retreat against the Ocean Team. This was suspected to be orchestrated by the Rocket Team. That evening, the Lava Team's headquarters was allegedly attacked by the Rocket Team's security and fire protection company, resulting in the disarmament and shackling of the entire Lava Team. The following day, we received an emergency call, leading to the arrest of the entire Lava Team. On the same day, the Rocket Team's security and fire protection company reportedly attacked the Ocean Team, disarming and shackling them as well. We received an emergency call, capturing all members of the Ocean Team, including Water Wudong. In the subsequent days, the Rocket Team made extensive moves, taking over all the Lava Team and Ocean Team's operations, unifying the underground world of the Fengyuan region. Chief Junshi presented a photograph of a man, none other than Giacomo. According to informants and stakeholders within the Rocket Team, he is the mastermind behind these operations. The acting leader of the Rocket Team, the current de facto ruler, Giacomo. Chapter 102. The security company further whitewashes itself. The Rocket Team expands. Chief Junshi declared, we now possess concrete eyewitness and physical evidence proving their assault on the Lava Team and Ocean Team headquarters. We must apprehend Giacomo and those involved in the Rocket Team on charges of trespassing and malicious injury. Just as Junshi and her team were analyzing the feasibility of the arrests, a subordinate burst in, whispering urgently into Chief Junshi's ear. Her expression darkened immediately. She seized the remote control nearby, switched on the television, and tuned into the Kanto TV station, which had recently been acquired by Giacomo. The broadcast revealed alarming news. Recent large-scale attacks by criminal organizations in the Fengyuan region have raised public concern. Our frontline reporter reports that during these assaults, the Lava Team looted a jewelry store. The Rocket Team's Security and Fire Protection Company, which had signed a security contract with the store, quickly intervened, arresting the members of the Lava Team and Ocean Team, assisting the jewelry store owner in recovering assets. Thanks to the Rocket Team's Security and Fire Protection Company, Chief Junsha's police force has successfully apprehended all members of the Lava Team and Ocean Team. Citizens can feel secure in their travels. Now let us connect with the jewelry store owner. A corpulent jewelry store owner appeared on camera, tears streaming down his face. I owe it all to the Rocket Team's Security and Fire Protection Company. If not for them, Chief Junsha swiftly turned off the television, her face a mask of frost. For publicity purposes, her police force had previously claimed that they independently captured the Lava Team and Ocean Team. Now, they were faced with a slap in the face. Furthermore, the Rocket Team had operated under the guise of a security company. The most critical point was that they had a legitimate pretext. The Rocket Team had assaulted the Lava Team and Ocean Team under the guise of recovering assets for their clients, effectively stymieing Junsha's operational plans. Chief Junsha seethed. What a clever ruse by the Rocket Team's security company. Gather all the data on the Rocket Team and disperse. With that, she stormed out of the conference room, leaving her officers in stunned silence. Following this incident, the Rocket Team's Security and Fire Protection Company, coupled with the ongoing popularity of Hachi, a dog's tale, gained immense notoriety in the Fengyuan region. Contracts were flowing in from various enterprises, particularly among the local populace who had endured years of harassment from both teams. There was a deep-seated aversion towards these criminal organizations. Although the Rocket Team had been involved in the turmoil, they had cleverly framed their actions as those of a security company seeking justice for their clients. Furthermore, as the days passed, the community began to notice the transformation of enterprises taken over by the Rocket Team. Not only has public safety improved, but the quality of service has also ascended several notches compared to the previous two teams. These transformations, of course, were all orchestrated under Jinsi's directives. At this juncture, Jinshi was also providing guidance to Apollo. Henceforth, the Rocket Team's branch in the Hoenn region would fall under Apollo's stewardship. Jinshi felt it imperative to instruct Apollo on the future trajectory of development. The Rocket Team's operations in Hoenn should primarily revolve around gray industries, while the black market should be approached with utmost caution. With energy companies, private docks, and battle resorts generating substantial revenue, the income would undoubtedly suffice. Other ventures, such as securing licenses for pachinko parlors, need to be expedited. I will subsequently expand the security, fire protection companies, and racetracks into this region as well. Remember, although these enterprises are legal in this country, obtaining licenses is essential. After all, we have acquired considerable wealth through seizing the assets of the two teams. Do not hesitate to invest. Licenses are vital tools for establishing our foothold in Hoenn. The Rocket Team's encroachment in this area has predominantly secured profitable ventures. Jinshi has essentially divested from resource-intensive industries such as ocean and lava research institutions. After all, the Rocket Team's base is in the Kanto region, and the research institutes here mainly focus on ancient texts, searching for clues regarding Groudon and Kyogre. To Jinshi, who is well-versed in the overarching narrative, these research institutes are superfluous. In his view, they pale in comparison to the cornerstone industries of the two teams. As for the enhancements in nightclubs, bars, KTVs, and hotels, the upscale renovations are merely Jinshi's strategic investments to justify price increases. How could the Rocket Team expect to obscure their distinctions from the other two teams and successfully launder their reputation? Furthermore, since we have monopolized the gambling and entertainment sectors, we must steer clear of narcotics. While the profits are substantial, the risks are exceedingly high and simply not worth it. This is precisely why I had long prohibited the Rocket Team from engaging with such matters in the Kanto region. Lastly, regarding Devon Corporation, Jinshi holds this company, which has the potential to rival Silver Corporation in high esteem. If Silver Corporation has nearly monopolized the market for Pokemon accessories and Pokeballs, then Devon Corporation stands as a dominant force in ore extraction, refining, and magma energy. With high-tech products like diving gear, detection goggles, and Pokemon navigators, they have secured their position. In the realm of Pokeballs, they have diverged from Silver Corporation's traditional offerings to create unique products such as catching nets, dive balls, and nest balls, thereby carving out their own niche. Their fossil restoration technology also possesses distinctive advantages. Previously, the Rocket Team appeared as insignificant as a small fry before Silver Corporation and Devon Corporation. It was only after the Rocket Team seized control of Hoenn's underworld that they gained the leverage to stand on equal footing with these two corporations. Apollo, as long as you establish a firm presence here, find ways to exert pressure on them. It mirrors our approach with Silver Corporation. Whenever they release a new product, report back to me. Should any technology, like metal membranes, need acquisition, I will inform you. If they buckle under pressure, the president of that company will surely reach out to you. Remember, when the time comes for discussions on cross-holding shares, take what you can get and negotiate fiercely. The development potential of this company is beyond your imagination. Currently, Devon Corporation is still in its growth phase. Their standout offerings are differentiated Pokeballs and magma energy conversion devices. If we don't capitalize on this opportunity now, Jinshi would be remiss in his role as the acting boss of the rocket team. Chapter 103, Development of the Hot Spring Tourism Industry. As Jinshi spoke, Apollo diligently took notes. Jinshi then picked up a document detailing the basic information about Fiery Town. This town is home to a hot spring that benefits not only Pokemon, but also humans. Jinshi made a substantial investment, leveraging pressure from the rocket team to acquire the hot spring. Following renovations, a road was constructed to improve access to Fiery Town. It must be said that with rock and ground-type Pokemon at hand, civil engineering progressed at an astonishing pace compared to previous times. Finally, Jinshi instructed Apollo to allocate significant funds for advertising across television, internet, and radio. The efficacy of the hot spring for healing Pokemon is genuine. As for its effects on human health, such as longevity, regardless of their truth, the advertisements should be as extravagant as possible. Furthermore, enlisting several elderly individuals to proclaim on television that their longevity is due to daily visits to this hot spring would bolster credibility. When the hot spring in Fiery Town finally opened, the once sparsely populated town, previously plagued by difficult access, was now teeming with visitors. The youth had long departed, leaving primarily the elderly behind. However, with the road now constructed and promotional efforts underway, a balding man anxiously peered into the hot spring while queuing outside. Can this hot spring truly heal Pokemon and enhance human longevity, perhaps even promote hair growth? The rocket team's security personnel maintained order outside, asserting, absolutely. Others have already entered with their incapacitated Pokemon. You'll see for yourself when they emerge. The balding man awaited impatiently, having just seen a beautiful woman enter with a near-death EV. However, due to the limited capacity of the hot spring, only those at the front could enter once others had exited. Soon, the woman emerged, accompanied by a lively EV. The crowd erupted in astonished chatter. This hot spring can indeed heal Pokemon. It is utterly astounding. Nature is truly miraculous. Is this the same EV that was incapacitated? The crowd inquired. The woman generously replied, of course. Today, while battling at the gym in Fiery Town, my EV was injured. I heard this hot spring could heal Pokemon, so I decided to give it a try. I never expected that just a short soak would revive EV. The sight of the rejuvenated EV drew considerable attention, igniting a fervent desire among the onlookers to experience the hot spring for themselves. Whether or not Pokemon benefit from soaking in the hot spring was secondary. The primary concern was to ascertain its effects on human health. Longevity seemed a distant thought, but improvements in hair loss, beauty, and endurance were certainly worth exploring, especially after witnessing the vibrant complexion of the woman as she emerged. Men who had soaked in the hot spring emerged looking invigorated. Those waiting behind were practically itching with anticipation. Without a doubt, a significant portion of the initial group consisted of Apollo as hired patrons. As for the results, the eager expressions on the faces of those in line clearly indicated the effectiveness of the hot spring. A month swiftly passed. Apollo burst into Jinshi's temporary office in Hoenn, clutching the financial report for the month. Acting boss, we've struck gold. Here are the earnings from the hot spring and surrounding shops for the month. Just from the hot spring alone, we've recorded profits exceeding 1 million. When we factor in the surrounding businesses, food, beverages, and lodging, 2 to 3 million is practically effortless. Apollo exclaimed with excitement. The hot spring tourism industry in this little town is nearing 1/3 of the income from the Battle Resort. Once we enhance the accompanying facilities, the revenue will surely rise even further. This is truly lucrative. From the current perspective, the income generated by the hot spring tourism industry is indeed quite substantial. It must be said that in this country, as long as the hot springs are of exceptional quality, one need never worry about financial returns. After all, hot springs here are akin to a flowing gold mine. If a household possesses a hot spring hotel, they can essentially ensure a lifetime of financial security. However, if it weren't for the lack of road construction in Fianzan and Jinshi's familiarity with the plot, there truly wouldn't be any hot spring that could be so easily acquired. Observing the financial records, Jinshi remained remarkably composed. This financial flow is not entirely accurate. It includes our initial promotional investments and the impact of the peak tourist season. Once the novelty wears off and people have a sufficient understanding of this hot spring, the income might settle at about half of the current figures. It is crucial to remember that service quality, maintenance of decor, and surrounding facilities must keep pace. Otherwise, sustaining high income will prove challenging. Jinsi's words doused Apollo with cold water, bringing him to a sobering realization. How could it be this way? Jinsi found humor in watching Apollo wilt like a frostbitten eggplant. He remarked, "You should learn from the advanced strategies of other tourist attractions. Take a look at the vacation islands under your industry. They have seamlessly integrated leisure with competition. Combining hot springs with competitive elements would offer even greater advantages than those vacation islands. Imagine constructing a Pokémon battle arena beside the hot springs and collaborating with the gym in Fuyanzan. One side would focus on competition, while the other on rejuvenation, allowing for dual income streams. As the fame grows and a solid audience base is established, additional revenue can be generated through snacks and beverages. Don't forget to establish a training ground for fire-type Pokémon. I will provide you with the blueprints." With such a treasure of a hot spring, how could one possibly fail to earn money? Upon hearing this, Apollo's eyes instantly brightened, his excitement causing him to tremble. At that moment, Jinsi's phone rang. As he answered the call, he gestured for Apollo to take his leave. Apollo stood, gathered the documents, and respectfully bowed to Jinsi before exiting the office and gently closing the door behind him. "This is Jinsi," he said. "I'm Nazi, the acting leader. I apologize for disturbing you again." The voice on the other end belonged to Nazi. Jinsi replied coolly, "Yes, please get to the point. You are one of our top 3 executives in Team Rocket. There's no need to be so formal." Since the tremendous success of Team Rocket's Pokémon film Hmph, A Dog's Tale, Nazi, who had previously ignored Jinsi, took the initiative to reach out to him. Although Nazi is the leader of the Golden City Gym, she has little interest in Pokémon battles, having grown up without parental companionship. She yearns for attention and has even transformed her mother into a doll. This desperate need for the spotlight led Nazi to aspire to become a star. Witnessing the ascent of Quan Shua Mao to international stardom due to Hmph, A Dog's Tale, Nazi set aside her aloof demeanor and contacted Jinsi directly. Chapter 104. The Attitude Towards Nazi, Actions of the Galactic Team Executives. Jinsi has always perceived Nazi as a neutral figure within Team Rocket. Unlike Majiji, Adu, and Aju, who are clearly traitors, or Lambda and Lance, who are staunch loyalists, Nazi's relationship with Team Rocket is more akin to a mutually beneficial arrangement. She provides Team Rocket with intelligence about Golden City, aiding their control over the underground world and facilitating money laundering operations in Pokémon Hollywood. In return, Team Rocket helps elevate Nazi's fame and influence through these laundering activities. This dynamic has resulted in Nazi not being overly reliant on Team Rocket. When Jinsi first became the acting leader, he hadn't yet demonstrated his capabilities in the film industry, so Nazi naturally looked down on him. Thus, it was not surprising to receive her call now. However, he currently has no real need for Nazi's involvement. His subordinates possess both talent and skill. Any professional he could recruit would outperform Nazi. Moreover, recently Musashi has been claiming to be an actress as well. If necessary, Jinsi believes it would be acceptable to have the fiercely loyal Musashi step in. Yet, he also wishes to avoid any unnecessary conflict with Nazi, as long as he can maintain appearances. Therefore, Jinsi stated, "Our film company currently needs a female character. The only significant female role in the film, which I believe suits you quite well. Just head to the company and mention that I recommended you. You will play the role of a psychologist in Infernal Affairs." Nazi remains unaware that 90% of this film features male characters, with the sole female role, the psychologist, only appearing for a few minutes. Gratefully, Nazi responded, "Thank you, acting leader Jinsi. I will report to the film company at once." After hanging up, Jinsi assessed his workload, realizing he had nearly completed it. Having spent considerable time in the Hoenn region, it was time for him to return to Kanto headquarters. In the Sinnoh region, the Galactic team members, having returned from their unsuccessful mission to Team Rocket's headquarters, have been diligently training and scouring for rare and powerful Pokémon. However, one individual, Io, remained skeptical. She had been unable to join the mission to Kanto due to her duties. On this day, Io saw on television that Team Rocket had established a security and firefighting company, extending its reach into the Hoenn region. Her brow furrowed in concern. Since defeating the Galactic team, Team Rocket has grown increasingly brazen. Previously, Team Rocket only operated in Kanto and Johto, but now their influence has expanded by a third. This is decidedly unfavorable news for the Galactic team, which aims to create a better world. In Io's view, it is crucial to curb Team Rocket's growth at this juncture. However, Looking at what the Galactic team is currently focused on, training and studying ancient tablets and unknown totems, she finds the excuses made by the likes of Jinshi, Huixing, and Suixing for their failures utterly absurd. They all lost to a mere ordinary member of Team Rocket, and every member of Team Rocket possesses gym leader-level Pokémon. Why do they not acknowledge that Team Rocket consists entirely of elite trainers? During their battles, they were careless. A loss is a loss. There is no need to concoct such weak excuses. The leader, Chi-Ri, is truly benevolent to have believed their tales. Perhaps Chi-Ri's mind has become muddled while researching the tablets. EO is undoubtedly one of the most unconventional members of the Galactic team. While the entire Galactic team, including their leader Chi-Ri, seeks to enhance their power through ancient relics, totems, and tablets, EO places her faith in the future. She hopes to achieve significant power increases through future explorations. The strongest Pokémon in her possession is the multi-type Pokémon, which reflects her investment in high-tech resources. Originally designed for Pokémon research, this artificial Pokémon utilizes cutting-edge scientific technology to be successfully created. Its body is entirely composed of programming, allowing it to transform into digital data and enter electronic space. EO has evolved it to its final form, showcasing the extent of her investment in multi-type Pokémon. EO has long aspired to change the status quo of the Galactic team. However, such change is no easy feat. Even if she personally advocated for abandoning the past and embracing the future to Chi-Ri, he would likely dismiss her, continuing their research and making her situation within the Galactic team increasingly difficult. The entire Galactic team, from the leader to the executives and even the ordinary members, relies on modern conveniences such as running water, electricity, and high-tech products. However, when it comes to the realm of Pokémon, one has been persistently probing into the past. Is this not a case of putting the cart before the horse? The more the Galactic team indulges in such endeavors, the stronger EO's resolve becomes to prove herself. She is determined to validate her convictions, asserting that the Pokémon of the future, in terms of both strength and survival capabilities, will undoubtedly surpass those of the past. As for how she intends to substantiate this claim, a gleam of determination sparkles in EO's eyes, naturally, by confronting Team Rocket. Regardless of the perspective, be it ideological or goal-oriented, a clash between the two factions is inevitable. It will either be Team Rocket devouring Galactic Team through their might and resources, or Galactic Team successfully building a brighter world. There can be no third alternative. Previously, Jinshi had led the charge to procure ancient relic technology from Team Rocket, but they met with failure. This time, if she can defeat the senior officers of Team Rocket and reclaim the relic technology, would that not serve as irrefutable proof of her correctness? Through the data analysis brought back by Pluto, EO's impression is that they are merely a group who have discovered some method of enhancing Pokémon from ancient relics. No matter how powerful they may be, can they truly rival her multifaceted Beast B-type? At the very least, the ordinary members of Team Rocket cannot suddenly become so outrageous, can they? Having determined that the members of Team Rocket are merely superficial pretenders, EO is resolute in her decision to prove herself. Jinshi had already faced defeat. If she can trample the officers of Team Rocket underfoot, it would undoubtedly suffice to affirm her legitimacy. At the very least, she wishes for her voice to be heard, rather than merely acknowledged in a superficial manner. EO sets out for the Team Rocket headquarters, well prepared. Besides her strongest combatant, the multifaceted Beast B-type, she has also ventured out to capture several legendary Paradox Pokémon. It is said that these creatures have inadvertently entered this timeline from the future due to temporal distortions. The Iron Track, Iron Burden, Iron Arm, Iron Poison Moth, and Iron Warrior each possesses peak strength on par with that of a gym leader. At the same level, they are nearly unbeatable. Even if the ordinary members of Team Rocket truly possess gym leader level strength, they would still be no match for her. Chapter 105, EO's Ambition. EO caresses the Pokeballs at her waist. These are the very sources of her courage to travel such a distance to Team Rocket's domain. Moreover, unlike Jinshi and the others who arrived by ship directly to the headquarters, she has made her way step by step toward Team Rocket. Along the journey, EO has been searching for opponents to engage in Pokemon battles. Not only does this strengthen her Pokemon's abilities, but it also fosters bonds and synergy with them. Observing her Paradox Pokemon from the future increasingly responding to her commands, EO's spirit is lifted. Especially with each victorious battle, she becomes more convinced that her perspective on looking toward the future is indeed correct. Wiping the sweat from her brow, a confident smile adorns EO's face. Once I defeat the officers of Team Rocket and return with the relic technology to Galactic Team, surely everyone will alter their views on the past. EO envisions the day when the future leader, Chiri, acknowledges her efforts. The Galactic team, under her suggestion, will undergo transformation. Everyone will place greater emphasis on futuristic technology and Pokémon of the future. The Galactic team will also shed its previous malaise and stride toward a brighter, more splendid future. Lost in her reverie, Io arrives outside the headquarters of Team Rocket. Gazing at the imposing structure, she cannot help but admire the grandeur of Team Rocket's ostensible headquarters. Upon comparison, she realizes that while Galactic Team may be far ahead in terms of technological prowess, in terms of aesthetics, opulence, and construction materials, the financially robust Team Rocket has certainly outdone them. Io strides forward toward the headquarters when, at that moment, two members clad in Team Rocket uniforms emerge from the building. Lilizi, the internal arena is overcrowded today. Let us engage in Pokémon battles here. Sure, there's no one around. We just returned to headquarters from the field. And with our strength, we can easily restore any damaged terrain. Recently, in the acting leader's training grounds, my dragonfly just evolved into an ancient megalodon. It's the perfect opportunity to test its strength. Huh, so your Pokémon has evolved, huh? Mine has also been evolved for several days now. Let us see what you've got. From their attire, it is evident that they are mere ordinary members of Team Rocket. Moreover, from their conversation, it is clear they were not even members of the headquarters until recently, but rather low-level operatives from a branch or outpost. After all, since Boss Saki delved into the research of legendary Pokémon, the acting leader has significantly enhanced the strength of the members at headquarters in the past 2 years. Virtually everyone possesses 3 or 4 Pokémon at the gym leader level. It will only take about a year for all members at headquarters to reach that standard. Just as the two prepare to battle, Lilizi notices Io approaching. Hey, is that not the uniform of Galactic Team? What brings you here to Team Rocket? They did not expect to encounter a member of Galactic Team at this moment. Since the last inexplicable visit from Galactic Team, which involved a few skirmishes, they have retained a vivid impression of the incident. Io, having overheard their conversation, replies, I am Io from Galactic Team, currently on a training journey, and I wanted to pay a visit to Team Rocket. Are you members of the branch? Sana, without thinking, responds too quickly, and Lilizi tries to intervene but is too late. We were just reassigned back to headquarters a few weeks ago. Io furrows her brow upon hearing this. Their earlier conversation was evidently not intended for her ears, and now she sees an opportunity to gauge the strength of Team Rocket's ordinary members. Lilizi immediately reprimands Sana. How could you casually disclose our Team Rocket information? He is from Galactic Team. He might be a spy gathering intelligence. Sana then realizes and immediately adopts a wary stance toward Io. Lilizi's expression turns serious. If you are indeed here on a visit, you should head directly to the headquarters. However, if you harbor ulterior motives, I'm afraid this is not a welcome place for Galactic Team members. Please do not force us to take action. Although Team Rocket has no direct affiliation with Galactic Team, Lilizi nonetheless opts for a diplomatic approach before resorting to aggression. However, Io had originally come seeking a confrontation. She would not leave so easily. With a smile that she perceives as cheeky, Io retorts, and what if I do? Do you think you have the courage to act against me? With your level of strength, what can you possibly do to me? Io's demeanor shifts from cheekiness to outright derision. Observing the fury on the faces of Lilizi and Sana, Io knows she has achieved her objective. Anger often clouds judgment, and this will afford her a greater advantage in the upcoming Pokémon battle. Even though she believes she possesses overwhelming strength against them, she still approaches the challenge with utmost seriousness. The thought of this fills Io with an exhilarating sense of confidence. Lilizi and Sana are genuinely furious. Although they are unaware of Io's strength, they have captured and trained Pokémon in the acting leader's training grounds. They can easily defeat gym apprentices with their current abilities. Even against established gym leaders, they believe they have a considerable chance of victory, especially when type advantages are on their side. Yet, this Io dares to provoke them. If they do not act at this moment, word may spread, and others might think Team Rocket is afraid of Galactic Team. Very well, if you wish to battle, we shall oblige you with a match. Having secured several victories in the Sinnoh region, perhaps you've forgotten your own name. Today, we shall impart some valuable lessons upon you. With that, Lyric summoned her ancient dragonfly. Team Rocket's Lyric, pleased to make your acquaintance. Io, clutching her Pokémon, retorted disdainfully, don't accuse me of bullying you. If you can defeat this Pokémon, I shall concede your prowess. Remember this. The one who will vanquish you is Io of Team Galactic. A mighty iron arm materialized before her. Its hands, as large as fans, swung with fierce vigor, emanating a dazzling electric aura that illuminated the entire sky. Crackle, crackle. The fierce electric energy sparkled upon the iron arm's hands, the discharge filling the air with the unmistakable scent of ozone. Should a weaker Pokémon be struck by this thunder punch, it would surely be left incapacitated. It was evident that this Iron Arm was no pushover among gym leader ranks. Facing the impending assault of the Iron Arm, Lyric did not dare to underestimate it. Ancient Dragonfly swiftly employed Bug Buzz. The Ancient Dragonfly's wings, adept at producing shockwaves, amplified the power of the Bug Buzz, rendering it even more formidable. Chapter 106: The Paradox of Pokémon and the Clash of Primordial Forces. Io glanced at the opponent's Ancient Dragonfly, a sardonic smile creeping onto her lips. How audacious to employ a flying-type Pokémon. Watch as my electric-type Iron Arm teaches you a lesson. Throughout their journey, she had gained profound insights into the capabilities of this future Pokémon. Moreover, with the advantage of type superiority, the Ancient Dragonfly stood little chance of mounting a defense. Buzz, buzz, as the thunder punch of Iron Arm surged forth. Two waves of Bug Buzz collided fiercely against it. Io had anticipated that a single thunder punch would shatter the foe and strike the Ancient Dragonfly. However, reality shattered her expectations. The Ancient Dragonfly's high-frequency wings flapped vigorously, transforming one Bug Buzz into two. The first Bug Buzz was indeed obliterated by the thunder punch, but the force of the punch was significantly diminished. As the second Bug Buzz struck the feeble remnants of electric energy, it extinguished like a candle in the wind. The Bug Buzz crashed against the Iron Arm, producing a resounding thud as it staggered backwards several paces. The future polymer covering its body shattered, scattering debris in all directions. Thud. The Iron Arm weakened, dropping to one knee, barely managing to support itself with its hand. At that moment, the Iron Arm lay prone on the ground. What? Io stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. Despite the Iron Arm's superior strength and type advantage over the Ancient Dragonfly, how could it be unable to withstand a single blow from its opponent? The Iron Arm, possessing both fighting and electric types, stood in stark contrast to the Ancient Dragonfly's mere bug and flying types. From any angle, a bug-type move should not have inflicted such grievous harm upon the Iron Arm. According to their earlier words, these two had only just evolved their Pokémon, barely entering the ranks of gym leaders. Yet, here was this pinnacle-level Iron Arm, unable to best a newly evolved Ancient Dragonfly. Where had the flaw occurred? Unbeknownst to Io, the Ancient Dragonfly's keen compound eyes had detected the weaknesses in the moves, executing them with surprising efficiency. Your abilities are rather lackluster. Is this all that Team Galactic possesses? Lyric mused, noting Io's evident frustration. Having boasted earlier, how disappointing that it had come to this. Io, suppressing her rising ire, declared, "My Iron Arm has not yet conceded defeat. Let us continue." With that, the Iron Arm rose, readying itself once more. Lyric commanded, "Ancient Dragonfly, unleash Bug Buzz once again." This time, Io recognized the peculiar prowess of the Ancient Dragonfly. Aware that a single Bug Buzz could manifest as two strikes, unaffected by type disadvantages. "Iron Arm, unleash Volt Tackle," she shouted. "Do not hesitate. Follow up with Wild Charge and knock it down." This combination was a strategy Io had meticulously crafted for Iron Arm. Volt Tackle would serve as a ranged assault, delivering damage to the opponent. Before the Volt Tackle concluded, she intended to redirect some of the electric current to Iron Arm itself, enabling it to launch into the next move, Wild Charge, with vigor. While this sequence of moves would indeed diminish the potency and duration of Volt Tackle, it would allow for a rapid execution of the second attack, aptly countering the two-pronged Bug Buzz. This response seemed flawless, however. It bore a significant flaw. Io had underestimated the speed of the Ancient Dragonfly. Iron Arm's Volt Tackle and Wild Charge combination, while somewhat compensating for its shortcomings, would not suffice. The Ancient Dragonfly had mastered a speed technique known as Quick Attack. As Iron Arm's Volt Tackle was dispersed by the two Bug Buzzes, its electric current had just begun to envelop its body. Before it could even initiate Wild Charge, the Ancient Dragonfly arrived. Although the power of Quick Attack might not be enough to defeat Iron Arm, it was swiftly followed by a Bug Buzz that had already been weakened by Volt Tackle. Boom! Buzz! The two attacks collided against Iron Arm, and it could no longer maintain its stance. Io had not anticipated such a thorough defeat for her Iron Arm. The Ancient Dragonfly had sustained negligible damage, while her Iron Arm had met its end so decisively. Lyric, observing the fallen Iron Arm, let out a dismissive click of her tongue. "This is dull. I shall withdraw. Sana, it's your turn." With that, Lyric retreated, allowing Sana to take her place. Sana respectfully bowed to Io before summoning her Pokémon, the Ivory Boar. "Team Rocket Sana, I look forward to battling you." Io pondered, believing that the previous Lyric had triumphed due to her Pokémon's peculiar abilities. Surely, this Sana would present a more conventional challenge. This time, Io remained cautious. Immediately releasing her trusty partner, the bionicle beast bee, Sana commanded, Ivory Boar, use Ice Fang. The ivory boar charged forward, reminiscent of a medieval cavalryman, brandishing its long tusks. Glimmering with icy energy, thunderous roars erupted as the ivory boar accelerated, charging toward the bionicle beast bee. EO, maintaining a serious demeanor, intently observed the formidable charge of the ivory boar, instructing bionicle beast bee, employ illusion ray to intercept it. As she spoke, a dazzling array of colorful beams coalesced above the bionicle beast bee. The illusion ray struck the advancing ivory boar, causing it to momentarily falter. However, before EO could revel in her moment of triumph, the ivory boar surged forward with unstoppable momentum. Fortunately, that brief delay spared the bionicle beast bee from significant harm. Bionicle beast bee, activate self-recovery. The program-constructed bionicle beast bee began to heal at an observable pace, restoring itself to peak condition in the blink of an eye. From the sidelines, Lyric regarded EO's bionicle beast bee with unexpected admiration. She had not anticipated that this Pokémon would possess such commendable strength. At the very least, in terms of battle experience, it surpassed the earlier Iron Arm significantly. Initially, Lyric had assumed that this EO from Team Galactic was merely a newcomer boasting a powerful Pokémon, seeking to prove herself. Yet, it became evident that EO had indeed trained her Pokémon with considerable diligence. As Lyric contemplated this, the battle on the field underwent a dramatic transformation. The ivory boar unleashed blizzard, a ferocious storm of snowflakes mixed with large hailstones. At times, fierce gales accompanied the scene, dramatically diminishing visibility. The ivory boar wielded ice shards with an uncanny precision, as if there were no gaps between them. The multi-sided beast bee was nearly crushed to death by the relentless barrage of ice. Amidst the blizzard, the ivory boar first unleashed a freezing wind, which significantly slowed down the multi-sided beast bee. Subsequently, it summoned a flurry of fine snow, completely encasing the creature in ice, rendering it utterly defenseless. The only recourse available to the multi-sided beast bee was self-regeneration, but it could not keep pace with the assault and was ultimately transformed into an ice sculpture. Chapter 107. EO's Retreat. The television shows meteoric rise. EO appeared as if she too had been frozen in place, her lips moving in a continuous murmur. She seemed on the brink of collapse, exclaiming, "Incredible! How could these ordinary members of Team Rocket be so formidable?" Moreover, these were not even seasoned members from the Team Rocket headquarters. They were merely recent transfers from outside, ordinary soldiers. Are you truly just regular members of Team Rocket? I cannot believe it. At that moment, EO's countenance reflected despair, devoid of the previous vigor she had displayed. She slumped to the ground, gazing at the multi-sided beast bee, now an ice sculpture. Although she still possessed 4 other Pokémon capable of combat, her opponents were merely ordinary members. Even if she were to defeat them, what awaited her thereafter in the form of junior and senior officers was too daunting to contemplate. This realization struck EO the hardest. EO could never have anticipated that her assertive arrival at the Team Rocket headquarters, seeking battles along the way to train her Pokémon and herself, would culminate in such a debacle. She had envisioned defeating Team Rocket's officers and reclaiming the ancient technology that others had failed to seize, thus proving her worth to her comrades in Team Galaxy. Yet, the outcome was this. Although she had reached the doorstep of Team Rocket's headquarters, the distance felt insurmountable in her heart. The paradoxical Pokémon she had prepared, those which had traversed time, proved to be no more powerful than those she faced now. Her iron arm was vanquished by the weakly typed ancient dragonfly, and her ace, the multi-sided beast bee, was frozen solid by the ivory boar. Before she could even confront any of the officers, she found herself on the verge of defeat at the hands of mere ordinary members of Team Rocket. This was a fact that EO found impossible to accept. She was, after all, an officer of Team Galaxy. In the eyes of her team, Team Rocket represented a hindrance in their ideal world, a collection of societal failures obsessed with power and wealth, devoid of any historical significance, mere slaves to money. All members of Team Galaxy took pride in their identities. In such an environment, EO had naturally looked down upon those from Team Rocket. It was only upon arriving at their headquarters and engaging in combat that she came to understand the true nature of the disparity. Regardless of whether Team Rocket was indeed a meritocratic organization or simply a cohort of money-driven individuals, she had lost in the Pokémon battle. Even if EO were unwilling to face reality, she had to acknowledge that she could never defeat Team Rocket's officers. If she could not even best the ordinary members, how could she possibly contend with the officers? Lilizi and Sana regarded the dejected EO, who sat on the ground, their expressions perplexed. She hardly appeared to be a spy. They could not afford to let their guard down. Perhaps she was merely feigning weakness. However, her evident lack of strength made her unworthy of suspicion. Lalizi, her demeanor softening, suggested, "Well then, EO, how about we conclude our sparring here?" EO, momentarily regaining her composure, replied, "Indeed, this sparring has illuminated the gap between us. Perhaps we can engage in another match in the future." With that, EO withdrew the multi-sided Beast B, now encased in ice. Sana, not forgetting to impart a warning, added, "In the future, please refrain from speaking so rudely, and avoid wandering near our Team Rocket headquarters. Such actions could easily lead to misunderstandings." Upon hearing this, EO froze in place, taken aback by being reprimanded for rudeness for the first time in her life. Had she emerged victorious in their recent battle, it would have been a different matter, but alas, she had lost. Sana, observing EO's awkwardness, grew impatient and said, "All right, you should leave now. It would be best if you didn't return to Team Rocket headquarters again. This is not a place where you can act recklessly." Having gauged EO's capabilities, Sana and Lalizi found her no longer of interest. With her current prowess, even if there were issues, she would hardly stir up significant trouble. More likely, she would be discovered early on and face a more severe defeat. It could only be said that EO was fortunate not to encounter the group that included the acting leader, Jinshi. Had she crossed paths with them, her fate might have been far worse. Yes, I shall take my leave," EO hastily replied. Under their watchful gazes, she exited the district. Only when she felt their eyes no longer upon her did she exhale a sigh of relief. EO made her way to the local Pokémon Center, spending some time restoring her 2 Pokémon. From the window of the center, she gazed at the Team Rocket headquarters building, a flicker of trepidation creeping into her eyes. She could not comprehend how the ordinary members of Team Rocket had become so powerful. The overall strength of their organization was unfathomable. While her own Team Galaxy seemed stagnant by comparison, "I cannot allow this to stand. I must return immediately to inform everyone that Team Rocket's rate of advancement has far surpassed our expectations. It is absolutely more exaggerated than when the Star Town incident occurred," she thought, realizing that should a direct conflict arise between Team Rocket and Team Galaxy in the future, it would be prudent to prepare everyone in advance. With that determination, EO promptly left the Pokémon Center, intent on rushing back to Team Galaxy. Meanwhile, Jinshi remained unaware of the minor incident involving Team Rocket. Even if he were to learn of it, he would likely regard it as inconsequential. As time progressed, his Pokémon, through systematic strength synchronization, had approached a level akin to that of legendary beings. Jinshi was preoccupied with guiding public opinion. Given that the Hoenn region had rarely suffered from Team Rocket's misdeeds, their reputation here was significantly better than in the Kanto region. With this in mind, Jinshi was determined to leverage this advantage, ensuring that Team Rocket established a presence in the Hoenn region that was perceived as either benign or gray, rather than as a nefarious criminal organization. He launched a talk show segment on the Kanto television station he had acquired. In the studio, a stunningly attractive female host, donned in a black OL outfit, entered the set. Below, dozens of prearranged professional audience members awaited. "Hello everyone, I am Mimezi, the host of this talk show. Each episode, we invite a celebrity and their Pokémon as live guests to discuss work, life, and relationships, allowing for open conversation. Not only the audience present, but even those of you watching at home have the chance to participate through phone-in questions. Undoubtedly, this show was modeled after programs such as XX's Appointment and XXX Talk Show from Jinshi's previous life. Today's guest was none other than Izumi Shoma, who had skyrocketed to fame due to Hachi-kun's story, accompanied by 2 corgis portraying Hachi. Chapter 108, the Corgi theme park's phenomenal success. Upon hearing that Izumi Shoma and Hachi were present, the actors and audience members alike became animated, no longer requiring any pretense. Unlike the excitement of an ordinary person meeting their idol, they felt an opportunity to expand their connections within the entertainment industry had arrived. Amidst a fervent applause, Suo Malquan and 2 adorable canine companions made their entrance into the studio. The 2 canines even ignited a spark of excitement along the way, instantly setting the atmosphere ablaze. Once So Malquan and Katie Dog took their seats, Mimezi smiled and remarked, "I believe this esteemed gentleman requires no further introduction, Mr. Suo Malquan, the illustrious actor portraying Hachi's grandfather. We warmly welcome you to our show." Suo Malquan, exhibiting a touch of modesty, replied, "Thank you. Recently, the film Hachi, A Dog's Tale, in which you starred alongside Hachi, has achieved historic box office records in our country, amassing over 100 million in revenue. This record continues to be surpassed. I am curious about your feelings while embodying the role of the grandfather. How did you come to secure this role?" Rumor has it that there was no extensive casting process for the character of the grandfather in this film. Suan Mao Quan felt a slight pang in his heart. He certainly could not divulge that he was coerced into this film by the Rocket team. To this day, he vividly remembers being dragged from an izakaya by the members of the Rocket team, and when they insisted he call home, he had even prepared his last will and testament. Reflecting on this, he could not help but feel a sense of gratitude that he had survived such an ordeal. Fortunately, the acting captain had taken a liking to him and offered him the role. Thankfully, he had refrained from any foolish acts of defiance at that time. Through grapevine whispers, Suan Mao Quan had learned that the screenplay for this film was personally penned by the acting captain of the Rocket team. He expressed deep skepticism regarding this revelation. How could someone capable of crafting such an exceptional script possibly be the leader of a criminal organization? Yet, recalling the dashing figure he had encountered, he felt a flicker of doubt. Suan Mao Quan slowly began to speak, fabricating a response. My primary emotions were undoubtedly those of profound sentiment and astonishment. As this film is said to be based on a true story, I am not entirely familiar with the specifics. It is merely hearsay. As for securing this role, it is because I know the film's screenwriter in real life. Upon reviewing the screenplay, I immediately expressed my willingness to portray the grandfather. Internally, he added that he had not dared to reveal any reluctance at the time. Meanwhile, Katie Dog's trainer had already begun concocting tales of their own, weaving stories about the camaraderie between Katie Dog and the director's team, how Katie Dog shared similar experiences with Hachi, and even how Katie Dog had warmed the director's feet during snowy shoots. The audience of actors responded with eagerness, longing to forge similar connections with the director's team, willing to share their own experiences, and even to warm the director's feet if necessary. The atmosphere skyrocketed as the two Katie Dogs were invited to perform on stage, pushing the excitement to its zenith. After discussing Hachi, A Dog's Tale, the conversation naturally transitioned to the gossip within the production team. The topic shifted seamlessly to the upcoming film Infernal Affairs, carefully selected by Jinshi after considerable contemplation. In a bid to reshape the public's perception of the Rocket team, producing a film that blurs the lines between good and evil was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Drawing from the experience of adapting Hachi, A Dog's Tale, transforming the gunfights into Pokémon battles, coupled with a robust script, Jinshi was confident that the box office results would be favorable. Conservatively estimating, recouping costs was assured. As for profit, the intricacies of money laundering were hardly a concern. The priority was to cleanse the previous illicit gains first. One film alone, Hachi, A Dog's Tale, was far from sufficient. Subsequently, it was time for the audience segment. Carefully selected professional spectators engaged in an exhilarating Pokémon battle against Hachi's trainer. The audience was captivated, erupting in gasps of astonishment. Even viewers at home were swept away by excitement. When Hachi ultimately triumphed over its opponent, the audience rose en masse to cheer, as if Hachi had vanquished a formidable villain and saved the world. Amidst the applause and cheers, this episode of the talk show drew to a close. Yet, viewers across the nation felt a lingering desire for more. Indeed, Hachi proved to be humanity's finest Pokémon companion. Countless individuals began to purchase tickets for trains and planes to the Kanto region. The Katie Dog and Hachi themed park, long established by the Rocket team, was suddenly swarmed with visitors. In the training grounds of the theme park, throngs of people yearned to possess their very own Katie Dog. No one is to take this Katie Dog from me. I must bring it home today. Why should it be you? It should be me. My main battling Pokémon is in dire need of a fire-type companion, and Katie Dog is undoubtedly the best choice. The Hachi theme park is still too small. I suggest expanding the area. The number of Katie Dogs must increase as well. In a flash, incidents of competing for Katie Dogs emerged across the country. It was well known that anyone venturing out with a Katie Dog was the brightest star on the streets. Young women eagerly approached to exchange contact information, all in hopes of petting one's Katie Dog. How could this frenzy not ensue? Amidst this burgeoning trend, Jinshi's influence continued to rise. Although each increment was modest, the sheer volume was undeniable. Simultaneously, curiosity bloomed regarding the true identity of Hachi's inspiration. Who was the extraordinarily talented screenwriter capable of crafting such a brilliant narrative? Faced with a barrage of media inquiries, Suan Mao Quan dared not utter a word. He was acutely aware that the power behind the film company, Jinshi, was a force to be reckoned with, a figure of wealth and influence, and the acting captain of the Rocket team. If he were to offend this individual, the prospect of seeing another sunrise would be questionable. Upon returning to the Kanto region, Jinshi did not seek out any trouble with Suan Mao Quan. He trusted that Suan Mao Quan would refrain from further indiscretions, for the consequences would be beyond Suan Mao Quan's imagination. After the conclusion of the talk show, Jinshi had already arranged for subsequent programming at the Kanto television station. A renowned machine from the Hoenn region that blended various berries was to be featured, capable of concocting a diverse array of berry juices. Jinshi instructed the production team to seek out enthusiasts from the community to share their berry recipes on television. It was not necessary for the juices to cater exclusively to Pokémon. Quirky and entertaining concoctions would also be welcome, making for a very approachable program. Chapter 109. Return to the Kanto region. In the Kanto region, Jinshi strolled along the corridor of his villa, greeted by the ever-vigilant Athena, who had anticipated his return. Her vibrant red hair flowed behind her, dancing in the wind. Her voluptuous form, accentuated by her movements, left a striking impression. Athena quietly inquired, "Young master, why have you been away for so long?" Jinshi chuckled and replied, "I have told you before, do not call me young master, simply use my name. I haven't been away for long. I initially planned to return in November. I did not foresee the complications that arose, but thankfully, it will not interfere with Christmas. By the way, has anything occurred at the Rocket Team headquarters?" As his internal informant within the Rocket Team, Athena would indeed gather relevant news. Presently, the situation had become an open secret among the four generals, Apollo, Lance, and Ramda. Otherwise, Athena would not be the sole individual stationed at the Rocket Team headquarters while all the other generals were out. Athena softly replied, "All is well, except for some security incidents at the Hachi theme park due to the overwhelming number of visitors. However, all matters were deftly handled by the personnel from the security company." Jinshi nodded and smiled. Athena's crimson lips moved several times, seemingly on the verge of uttering something, yet she appeared somewhat vexed. It was not until they had walked a few more paces that Jinshi inquired, "Anina, how have you been lately?" Athena's rose-like visage, for reasons unbeknownst to her, radiated even more brilliance as she chuckled softly. "I have merely been attending to some trivial matters concerning Team Rocket. When I find a moment of respite, I train my Shinado. Recently, I have also been knitting a scarf, intending to present it to you as a Christmas gift." Jinshi beamed and replied warmly, "I truly appreciate it, Anina. I am certain the scarf you knit will be exceedingly warm." As they conversed, they approached the entrance of the villa, but Athena halted at the threshold. Jinshi, somewhat perplexed, regarded her. Athena's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her delicate gaze cast downward, unable to glimpse her own toes. She gently bit her lip, and with a voice tinged with tremor and shyness, barely above a whisper, she suggested, "Jinshi, after your arduous journey back, would you like to take a bath first?" Having been single for many years, and now nearing 30, an age often deemed perilous, Athena had not felt such emotions before. But since crossing that boundary with Jinshi, the seed of desire within her had sprouted uncontrollably. Upon hearing her words, Jinshi instinctively turned to face Athena, and before he could articulate a response, a flustered Athena attempted to flee. However, Jinshi was not one to let slip such a golden opportunity, and with a swift motion, he enveloped Athena in his embrace. Her bosom felt as if it were to be compressed to the point of flattening. She perceived the warmth radiating from his body, an ardent breath that flowed into her heart through the fabric of his clothing. Her immediate reaction was a realization that Jinshi had indeed matured. She could now nestle within his arms. The scent of detergent lingered at her nose, a fragrance she found quite pleasant. Unconsciously, she nestled closer. Being cradled by her beloved felt exquisite. As Athena's body grew increasingly heated, Jinshi suddenly discerned a dampness on his chest. For reasons unknown, he felt a dryness in his throat, and despite having just eaten, he found himself inexplicably hungry. With tremendous willpower, he restrained his actions and whispered softly in her ear, "Anina, please prepare the bathwater and wine. I shall first address some pressing matters." With that, he turned away, leaving Athena blushing and flustered as she hurried to tidy her disheveled clothing and make her way to the bathroom. As she walked, the tightly fastened buttons of her blouse finally released their tension. Upon returning to his study, Jinshi reviewed the latest developments regarding Hachi, A Dog's Tale. The audience's reactions and ratings following the television appearance of Quan Shuo Mao and Hachi were overwhelmingly positive, surpassing Jinshi's expectations. He promptly dialed Rinti, who was responsible for the film division, to inquire about the progress of the filming for Infernal Affairs, aligning it with the promotional arrangements outlined in his study. Will inviting true laypeople to the premiere disrupt the order of the event? He mused. "I believe we could allocate the extra seats to film critics." Jinshi replied calmly. "There's no need for that. We are not inviting actual passers-by. We should utilize surveys to filter the audience, ensuring that the questions pertain to our company and Hachi, A Dog's Tale, generating scores. The higher the scores, the greater their familiarity and affection for our work. Remember, Sometimes fervent fans can yield promotional effects that far surpass those of film critics. Having gained experience from the previous film, Ren-T had evidently become more acquainted with the operations of the film company and was beginning to manage her tasks with greater ease. With Jinxi's guidance, she confidently assured, "No problem, I will ensure the task is completed." Next, Jinshi picked up a second document, which constituted one of his current focal points. Since acquiring the Guandu television station, he had been implementing sweeping reforms. Not only had he introduced talk shows featuring celebrity guests, but he was also collaborating with chefs from Shugwa Juice on community segments. Furthermore, he was conceptualizing a lucrative and highly rated program reminiscent of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Such trivia-based quiz shows had achieved monumental ratings in the past. Jinshi envisioned a version themed around Pokémon, capitalizing on the world's enthusiasm and adoration for these creatures. If aired, the viewership would undoubtedly soar, and the knowledge imparted would be substantial, effectively replicating the grandeur of past successes. During his time in the Hoenn region, preparatory work for this project had already commenced. Although the initial stages were somewhat costly, particularly concerning promotion and customer service, Jinshi assessed the project's progress and calculated that it was now ready to commence. After addressing the necessary tasks, he stretched lazily and made his way to the bathroom. The second-floor bathroom boasted a full expanse of floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing a clear view of the outside while remaining concealed from external gazes. Soft lighting cascaded down, ensuring the bathroom did not appear dim. Athena, already draped in a bath towel, attended to Jinshi as he divested himself of his clothing. Their affectionate reunion was, of course, indispensable. Following the customary bathing sequence, Jinshi began with washing his hair and rinsing his body, while Athena pampered him with a back scrub, providing him a regal experience akin to that of an emperor. Chapter 110, Film, The Blurred Line of Black and White. Time swiftly ushered in the premiere of Infernal Affairs. Xia, a fortunate soul, found herself attending the premiere as a fan. In all honesty, she harbored a deep-seated disdain for Team Rocket. However, she could not bring herself to loathe the company that produced Hachi, A Dog's Tale. Rumors circulated that both Hachi, A Dog's Tale, and Infernal Affairs shared a script penned by the same head of Team Rocket, plunging Xia into an internal conflict. On one hand, there was the notorious Team Rocket, known for their arrogance and misdeeds. On the other, an exquisite cinematic feast. Yet, she could not resist filling out the survey, eager to attend the premiere. The prospect of interacting closely with film stars and the Pokémon involved, alongside hearing intriguing anecdotes from the creative process, was an allure she could not refuse. Moreover, the privilege of viewing the film ahead of others was a temptation too great to resist. Following the nationwide success of Hachi, tickets for the premiere of Infernal Affairs had skyrocketed in value. The production team remained unchanged, yet the cast had transformed into an all-star lineup. If Hachi, A Dog's Tale had been last year's best film, then Infernal Affairs was poised to claim this year's title. The promotional materials showcased the imposing Nidoking, the enchanting Sylveon, and the loyal Herdier, captivating the attention of all and inciting a frenzy for premiere tickets. Xia, with extraordinary luck, emerged as one of the fortunate attendees. Her near-perfect performance on the survey indicated her profound knowledge of Hachi, A Dog's Tale, as well as her familiarity with the workings of Team Rocket's Pokémon film company. At the premiere, she eagerly anticipated the director's recounting of the two scripts' origins, the star's insights on the film, and the paw prints and signatures of each participating Pokémon. Xiaoxia clutched her signed copy, feeling as though she might faint from sheer happiness. More importantly, she was among the very first in the world to witness this film. The opening animation revealed the iconic emblem of Team Rocket, a bold capital R, prominently displayed at the center of the screen. In the past, this emblem would invoke a sense of unease among all who beheld it. However, thanks to Jinshi's relentless efforts to redeem its image, the connotation of this symbol began to shift among the younger generation. The film commenced. In a solemn church, a priest proclaimed the doctrine with fervor. On the upper level, the character portraying the leader of Team Rocket stood, flanked by a formidable Nidoking. With a chilling gaze, the leader surveyed the crowd below, mockingly declaring, "How pathetic." Behind him stood a young Team Rocket member. It must be said, the star-studded cast was nothing short of extravagant. A mere glance and a single line sufficed to vividly portray the essence of a crime syndicate's leader. Who else but such a formidable figure could dare to deride a priest in a house of worship? Unconcerned with death, would one truly care for the divine? The doctrine incessantly instructs one to kneel, rise, kneel, perpetually attempting to dictate one's path. I mean no offense, but if the road is yours to choose, then you must strive, seize it, rather than await charity. The Team Rocket leader continued to disdain the assembly beneath him, imparting his philosophy to the young recruit. At your age, others told me I could become a police officer. Yet, when a gun is pointed at your head, do you truly have a choice? The leader blurred the lines between good and evil, distorting the moral compass of the youth. The audience in the cinema exchanged glances, a flicker of confusion passing among them. They sensed something awry in the leader's statement, though their minds struggled to catch up. Xiaoxia, with her kind heart, was the first to detect the flaw in the leader's rhetoric, her brow furrowing slightly. At that moment, the screen showcased the backstory of the young recruit. He had trained a snubbull at the police academy, engaged in target practice, and participated in hostage rescue drills. Indeed, the young recruit was an undercover agent infiltrating the Jinshi police department, portrayed by one of Xiaoxia's idols. Yet, Xiaoxia was taken aback to discover her idol was cast as a villainous character. With his striking appearance and exceptional social skills, the young recruit thrived among the Jinshi. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to an office within the Jinshi precinct, where the chief presided over the selection of undercover agents. When a dashing police officer entered the room, Xiaoxia's eyes lit up, for another of her idols was present. The handsome officer adeptly navigated through the chief's various challenges. To the ordinary observer, these queries seemed like obstacles, yet the officer's formidable expertise resolved them effortlessly. At this juncture, the narrative became increasingly clear. Team Rocket's undercover agent had infiltrated the Jinshi police department, while the Junshi's own undercover agent was embedded within Team Rocket. Following this revelation, a rapid montage ensued, illustrating the handsome officer's ascent within Team Rocket, progressing from a mere member to a low-ranking official and eventually to a mid-level position. Concurrently, the young recruit garnered numerous accolades and promotions through his commendable efforts. Both individuals, upon completing their tasks, would report back to their respective superiors, sharing updates on developments and internal intelligence. However, the handsome officer began to feel the strain. 3 years have passed, and how much longer must I endure? He lamented over the phone, voicing his grievances while still wary of being overheard. He had grown weary of living in constant trepidation. As the young recruit basked in the applause of the Jinshi, a flicker of concern crossed his face. The screen juxtaposed images of the handsome officer with his onyx in prison and the young recruit celebrating his promotions with his snubbull, blurring the distinction between criminal and lawman. At that moment, the identities of both began to intertwine, leaving the audience in suspense about the unfolding narrative. This was precisely the effect Jinshi sought to achieve. True redemption is never easily attained, yet the aim was to awaken awareness that what is perceived as white is not always so pure, and that darkness may not be entirely devoid of virtue. Once the seeds of doubt are sown, it suffices for him. In Chapter 111, the production escalated. The two young actors underwent a transformation, their appearances maturing significantly. The snubbull evolved into a more formidable granbull, while the once adorable snubbull became a majestic houndoom. This evolution and maturation subtly hinted that much time had elapsed, enough to obscure their identities and distort their moral standings. As the film's narrative unfolded, questions arose akin to those posed by legal scholars. If procedural justice and outcome justice coexist, is that justice? But if someone achieves outcome justice through unjust means, can they still be deemed just? Years passed, and they could no longer discern who was virtuous and who was malevolent, let alone the viewers in attendance. In a clandestine meeting on the rooftop, Chief Jinshi convened with the handsome officer. Xiaoxia pondered whether the chief, sending her subordinates undercover in Team Rocket, could truly be considered virtuous, especially when witnessing the immense pressure the officer bore during his undercover mission. To gain the trust of Team Rocket's upper echelon, he had caused harm to others. In private, he confided in his Pokémon, his granbull reflecting his own inner turmoil. Unable to withstand the mounting pressure, he broke protocol to seek psychological counseling from a therapist arranged by Jinshi for Nas. The film showcased only a few fleeting moments of this therapy, and even after editing, the time allotted was scant. In the face of such a dashing officer, Chief Jinshi resorted to blatant workplace manipulation, scolding him for his perceived failures during critical moments, only to later encourage him, promising that successful completion of the task would lead to promotions and salary increases, assuring him that her current position would one day be his. Meanwhile, the young recruit celebrated his birthday amidst the adoration of his Jinshi colleagues. Though he feigned reprimanding them for indulging in non-work-related activities, when alone, he embraced his beloved houndoom, his face lighting up with joy, clearly reveling in the moment. This stark contrast illustrated that their identities had become irrevocably entwined, the lines between good and evil now indiscernible. Shortly thereafter, the young recruit was poised for yet another promotion. Returning from the funeral of a police officer, the Junsha felt the weight of sorrow in the air. They sought to alleviate their collective melancholy through a celebratory feast in honor of the young recruit's advancement. Amidst the outdoor festivities, houndoms frolicked while everyone enjoyed skewers, beer, and song. Suddenly, a Junsha inquired, "By the way, how did you come to know about the Team Rocket hideout?" This question left the young recruit momentarily speechless, a stark reminder that the information had originated from the Team Rocket leader. He was not a true police officer. At this moment, the profound confusion regarding identity and personal behavior is laid bare. Even the steadfastly righteous Xiaoxia finds herself engulfed in uncertainty. Words elude her. The young team member, undoubtedly a villain, has spent years engaging in acts of justice, while the dashing police officer, a paragon of virtue, finds himself repeatedly imprisoned. The film continues to unfold. The handsome officer's temperament becomes increasingly volatile. In moments of rage, he resorts to violence as a means of releasing his pent-up negativity. Meanwhile, the young team member can only endure, suppressing all negative emotions. The psychological counseling from both the therapist and the fairy has become less effective over time. At this juncture, the film transitions into its latter half. The Junsha Police Department initiates a capture operation targeting the leader of Team Rocket, and two undercover agents finally confront one another. Team Rocket is embroiled in a smuggling transaction involving fairy eggs, leading to a battle of wits between the two factions. One side employs a Pidgey for aerial surveillance, while the other utilizes a Jengar to eavesdrop through walls. The ensuing clash among the Pokémon is nothing short of spectacular, with the battle between a Houndoom and a Steelix shattering an entire abandoned building. Caught off guard, Team Rocket quickly finds itself retreating under the onslaught of the Junsha police. In a desperate attempt to erase all traces, the Team Rocket leader instructs his Pokémon to dig a tunnel for the fairy eggs to escape, while he remains behind to cover their retreat. Without physical evidence, Officer Junsha, despite apprehending the Team Rocket leader on the spot, releases him the same day due to a hefty bail. Throughout this confrontation, both undercover agents skillfully conceal their identities. Yet, they are acutely aware of each other's presence. Although they do not know the specifics, they both recognize that the other has an undercover operative. Xiaoxia feels a surge of excitement, believing that justice will ultimately prevail, and evil will be vanquished. However, a pang of sympathy arises as she gazes at the young team member, her favorite idol, who was repressed while working at the Junsha Police Department. She never anticipated that one day she would feel compassion for a member of Team Rocket, even if only within the confines of a film. At this point, the film's atmosphere shifts from intense to serene. The young team member returns home, exhausted, embracing his fiancée, whom he met during his time as a police officer. With one arm around her, he simultaneously speaks on the phone with the Team Rocket leader. This scene is rife with irony. On the other side, the handsome officer is receiving therapy from a psychologist, and they engage in light-hearted conversation. The two characters frequently alternate on the big screen. Soon, both engage in a subtle probing of each other's identities, seeking to discern who the other is without revealing their own. Officer Junsha is brutally beaten to death by a group of alerted Team Rocket members accompanied by their Pokémon. The whereabouts of Officer Junsha were divulged to the Team Rocket leader by the handsome officer. However, he never anticipated that the Team Rocket leader would eliminate Officer Junsha. Naturally, the handsome officer wishes to avoid Officer Junsha's demise due to the need for secrecy. She is the only one aware of his undercover status. Realizing that time is of the essence, he defects and betrays the Team Rocket leader's whereabouts to the police. He reaches out to the young team member, ultimately eliminating the Team Rocket leader. With both undercover operative superiors dead, only the confrontation between the two undercover agents remains. As a result, the young team member receives a promotion and uncovers the soul file on the handsome officer. Simultaneously, the handsome officer discovers incriminating evidence against the young team member within Team Rocket. Both hold each other as secrets. They agree to meet atop the building where Officer Junsha was killed. Before heading there, the handsome officer entrusts a piece of evidence to the therapist, a fairy named Evie. Chapter 112. The accomplishment of Jinxi's objectives nearly brings him face to face with his parents. The two meet on the rooftop of the building. The young team member conceals himself in ambush, and the Steelix ensnares the handsome officer tightly. "Give me a chance. I had no choice before. Now, I only wish to be a good person." "Fine, go tell the judge." "So you want me to die?" "I'm sorry, I'm a police officer." "Who knows?" The terrifying strength of the Steelix brutally shreds the handsome officer into pieces, leaving him no opportunity to release his Pokémon. Ultimately, the handsome officer is buried under the guise of an undercover cop. At his grave, the young team member salutes him, unaware that the psychologist silently observes him from behind. As the film concludes, the credits roll, and the premiere audience erupts in applause. Undoubtedly, such a phenomenally impactful film has garnered immense popularity. All critics invited to the premiere have bestowed high praise. For viewers like Xiaoxia, it is indeed an auditory and visual feast. The decisiveness with which the star-studded characters meet their demise is a rarity. Compared to protagonists who survive countless electric shocks, this film resonates with greater authenticity. The film undoubtedly achieves both box office success and critical acclaim. Star actors and Pokémon contribute significantly to its terrifying box office draw, excluding the funds required for money laundering. The film's opening week box office surpasses 80 million yen, with an astonishing attendance rate of 90. However, what Jinshi values more is the public perception of Team Rocket. Reviewing audience surveys, it is evident that while the public still regards Team Rocket as a criminal organization, they acknowledge that there are individuals forced into this life, struggling against their circumstances. The truly irredeemable individuals are but a minority. As Jinshi reflects on these comments, a smile graces his face. More visibly, when ordinary members of Team Rocket stroll down the street in their uniforms, the gazes of passers-by exhibit less disdain and fear, replaced by a hint of pity and compassion. Such a phenomenon is nearly unprecedented. It can be said that Jinshi's efforts to blur the lines of good and evil within Team Rocket have begun to bear fruit. With each small change, the day will come when the majority forget Team Rocket's original nature. Under the manipulation of public opinion, most people will either forget or even believe that Team Rocket has reformed. As for the remaining few who hold a negative view of Team Rocket, that is of little concern. In the realm of absolute power and discourse, the minority will always remain a minority. Jinshi has always believed that his father's ambition to dominate the world is fundamentally flawed. While conquering divine beasts might render one the strongest in the world, such domination is ultimately superficial. To truly rule the world, one must grasp the behavior and thoughts of the majority. What does it mean to rule the world? It means having everyone work for you. The kind of dominance that relies on overpowering others through the might of divine beasts, as seen with Sakamoto, is inherently unstable. You are entirely positioned against the world. Only when you stand alongside everyone can you demand from this world. What he seeks to accomplish now is to find a way for Team Rocket to stand together with everyone else. Closing the dossier in hand, Jinshi takes the car keys. Today, he plans to pick up Inuki and perhaps grab a meal along the way. In the evening, Inuki's younger brother returns home from school with friends. Just starting high school, Inuki's brother is at a rebellious stage. His friend asks again, "Does your sister really have a boyfriend? Have you met him?" Inuki's brother is aware of his friend's infatuation with his sister. How could anyone possibly like her? With her scatterbrained and slovenly demeanor? He remarked, unable to suppress his sarcasm. Naimu's younger brother was indeed aware of the rumors circulating about his sister's romantic endeavors. And within the family, there was a unanimous skepticism regarding her ability to attract a partner, especially after witnessing the chaotic state of her research lab, which resembled a mountain of refuse. Knowing his sister's personality all too well, he could hardly fathom that someone would take an interest in her, regardless of her looks. Stop beating around the bush. Just say it plainly. Does she have a boyfriend or not? If so, have you met him? His friend persisted, undeterred. I must warn you to cease your infatuation with my sister. She is already in her 20s, while you've just entered high school. The age gap is insurmountable. If I catch wind of your intentions toward her again, I shall reveal your secret crush to her. His friend stared at him, bewildered. Just then, amidst their playful banter, Naimu's younger brother felt a sudden tug on his arm as his friend pointed intently in a certain direction, his face flushed with a hint of shyness. "Is that not your sister?" he exclaimed. "I would never mistake her." "My sister?" Naimu's brother turned to look, only to see his sister walking towards their home alongside a dapper gentleman driving a sleek sports car. The man appeared as tall and handsome as a movie star. The two boys were positioned a good half street away, yet he could clearly see them exchanging a kiss. My sister is truly dating someone. Who is this blind fool that has taken a liking to her? This was the first thought that flashed through Naimu's brother's mind. Conversely, his friend wore a despondent expression, as if he were mourning a lost love. Is it possible that our relationship never even began, only to end before it could? Without a moment's hesitation, Naimu's brother delivered a swift punch to his friend. You must not speak of my sister in such a manner. If my brother-in-law were to hear you, how would my sister ever find a husband? If you dare utter such nonsense again, even if I do not take action, my parents will surely confront you. His friend, nursing a sore head, looked at Naimu's brother with innocent eyes. Meanwhile, Naimu's brother had already dashed away, shouting as he ran. He was determined to intercept his future brother-in-law and invite him home for dinner, with a chance to meet the future in-laws. The likelihood of his sister marrying would surely increase. Upon hearing his brother's voice, Dr. Naimu was taken aback and hurriedly urged Jinshi into the car. You must leave. My brother is coming. Jinshi, puzzled, replied, Why should I mind your brother's arrival? It would be an excellent opportunity to bond with my future brother-in-law. Dr. Naimu knew full well that her family was eager for her to marry, as if she were unwanted. Feigning annoyance, Dr. Naimu insisted, No, at least not today. Neither my family nor I are prepared for this. When the day comes that we are ready, I shall invite you to meet my family. After much pleading and negotiation, Jinshi finally drove away. Chapter 113, The Bustling Naimu Household. With a crestfallen expression, Naimu's brother lamented, Sister, why did my brother-in-law leave? What brother-in-law? That is not your brother-in-law. Dr. Naimu, her cheeks flushed, dashed into the house, racing back to her room. Naimu's brother could not let such explosive news slip away. As he shouted, I'm back, he flung off his shoes at the entrance. He dashed to the kitchen door, excitement radiating from him as he exclaimed, Dad, Mom, my sister finally has a boyfriend. Naimu's father, sitting in the living room, quickly inquired, Is that true? Did you see him in person? Knowing his daughter was a doctor, he had previously believed she would spend her life with a sprite. He feared she might unexpectedly bring home a sprite or a robot, pointing to it as her boyfriend. Of course, I just saw my sister and her boyfriend being affectionate at the front door, arriving in a sports car. Naimu's mother, upon hearing that her daughter finally had someone, abandoned her cooking and rushed to the living room. What does he look like? How old is he? At this, Naimu's father also began to worry, wondering if his daughter had found an older man. Naimu's brother replied with fervor, Mom, it's not what you think. She has genuinely found a boyfriend. He appears to be just in his early 20s and is very handsome. He can drive her home from work, which indicates he is not just playing around. After confirming the news, the family approached Dr. Naimu's room. Dr. Naimu was forcibly dragged out of her sanctuary by her parents. They settled together in the living room. Naimu's mother, aware that she shouldn't press her daughter too hard, pretended to cook while eavesdropping intently. Naimu's father asked, My dear daughter, since your boyfriend is already at the door, why don't you invite him in for a while? Dr. Naimu, anticipating her family's reaction, responded with a mix of amusement and exasperation. He is very busy. His family's conglomerate has numerous companies, and many decisions require his attention. That is why I did not invite him in. Where is he from? What is his name? What does his family do? Naimu's father and brother bombarded Dr. Naimu with questions, determined not to relent until they had answers. Even Naimu's mother poked her head from the kitchen, glancing at Dr. Naimu. At that moment, Dr. Naimu regretted stepping out of her room. She thought it might have been wiser to let Jinshi in. The focus of their inquiries would then have shifted entirely to him, allowing her to evade the scrutiny. After managing her family's questions, Dr. Naimu began preparing for an upcoming trip. She was to visit the United Regions, where there was said to be an organization advocating for the return of sprites to nature. With significant research on sprites in the natural world, Dr. Naimu, who had always been passionate about studying the relationship between the environment and sprites, was eager for this business trip. Perhaps she could even bring back a sprite that Jinshi desired. During this time, Jinshi returned to the Kanto region. His primary task was to establish the Kadtog theme park. After all, the sprites trained there could synchronize their abilities through the system. The only source of frustration for Jinshi was that the peak of a sprite's evolution usually occurred around its transformation, which was undeniably the most significant time for growth. However, to evolve a Kadtog into a wind speed dog, a firestone was necessary. The world's supply of firestones was not abundant, making sustainable production impossible. Unlike metal coatings or lava enhancers, Jinshi could only intensify his training efforts. After all, this was Team Rocket's first training ground open to the public. With the popularity of Yaki, Jinshi was able to achieve notable improvements through the system's synchronization. After providing some suggestions for enhancements for the Kadtog theme park, he immersed himself in producing a Pokemon-themed version of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? The initial promotions and advertisements were already underway, inviting ordinary citizens to participate. Furthermore, the program's title was an enticing draw. Who wouldn't want to become a millionaire? With 15 questions about Pokemon, multiple choice answers, and the promise of a reward of 50 million yen for those who answered all questions correctly. The advertising campaign and the stack of 50 million yen in cash attracted widespread attention. In the advertisement, ordinary citizens participated in answering questions, while the host posed queries such as, in which year was the first artificial sprite, the multi-species beast, born? And what is the length of the largest caterpie captured by humans to date? In a thrilling contest where participants must choose 1 out of 4 answers, accompanied by 3 opportunities for external assistance, the chance to win a staggering 50 million yen awaits those who answer all questions correctly. More intriguingly, the registration for this program imposes no restrictions or prerequisites. Any individual may take part. Such extravagant promotions have led some to question the authenticity of the show, pondering if it is akin to simply giving away money. Conversely, others, driven by a spirit of experimentation, have dialed the hotline of the Gwandu television station, contemplating the possibility that someone might indeed be in a position of excess wealth, who would wish to forfeit the opportunity to amass fortune. Among the most frequently asked queries on the hotline is whether the 50 million yen truly exists and if there are genuinely no registration requirements. The operators patiently reassure each caller that all claims are legitimate. The funds are securely held in the company's treasury, and there are absolutely no restrictions on registration, mirroring the advertisement's assertions. Who would not desire to achieve overnight wealth? Even before the show commenced, it had already ignited widespread discussion. Numerous astute advertisers began reaching out to the Gwandu television station, eager to secure advertising slots during the program. Some even managed to contact Apollo, seeking his guidance on how to capitalize on this phenomenon. However, Jinshi firmly declined their requests, as these advertisers had already discerned the show's primary selling point, leveraging the allure of Pokémon knowledge to evoke excitement among viewers as contestants either triumphantly seize vast sums or tragically miss out. In truth, the difficulty of the Pokémon-themed questions is neither overly simplistic nor excessively challenging. The number of individuals capable of claiming the 50 million yen is exceedingly sparse. If it were that straightforward, the Rocket team would surely face collapse. Jinshi is not in the business of charity. Meanwhile, the television station stands to gain astonishing viewership ratings and substantial advertising profits, while audiences derive a sense of superiority from the failures of participants. It is a scenario where all parties seemingly benefit. Chapter 114. The television program's meteoric rise when the Pokémon-themed version of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire premiered. It naturally captivated countless viewers, prompting them to turn on their televisions. The host, a high-priced talent recruited by Jinshi, added to the show's allure. The first contestant, meticulously selected, was a young housewife from an ordinary family background. Her daily life revolved around household chores and childcare, with her leisure time spent nurturing a few coconut trees to supplement the household income. She epitomized the archetypal young mother. As the contestants were everyday individuals unaccustomed to the television spotlight, a seasoned host was essential to guide them through the experience. Each contestant was required to introduce themselves, ensuring that viewers understood they were indeed ordinary people, not actors or stooges hired by the production team. Although the young mother appeared somewhat nervous before the camera, this only served to reinforce her authenticity. Questions such as how long does it take for coconuts to mature, and what color is the evolved form of Rattata, posed little difficulty. However, as the questions progressed, the young mother began to hesitate. When asked, what determines the teleportation distance of Kadabra, she opted for external assistance, successfully answering with the help of a friend. Her response was correct. The host then posed a tantalizing question. Having answered 5 questions, you have accumulated a prize pool of 2 million yen. You may choose to forfeit and take home half of the prize, amounting to 1 million yen. Or you may continue. However, a wrong answer will result in the forfeiture of all winnings. What will you decide? Faced with this dilemma, the young mother exhibited clear hesitation. 1 million yen was no trifling sum for her. The camera zoomed in on her face, capturing every nuance of her expression for the audience. After a moment of introspection, the young mother declared, I choose to withdraw. Viewers at home exhibited disdainful reactions. Is that it? If it were me, I would undoubtedly continue, they thought. Noting that she still had 2 opportunities for assistance and only needed to answer 3 more questions to secure 30 million yen effortlessly. Yet, some viewers felt that the young mother's decision to know when to stop was indeed prudent. With a smile, she accepted her winnings and exited the stage, exhibiting no trace of regret in her choice. Soon, it became evident just how correct her decision was. As subsequent contestants took the stage, many were eliminated before reaching the 5th question, while others who pressed on faced a sudden spike in question difficulty, resulting in the loss of their anticipated rewards. It is crucial to note that the external assistance options were not fixed. One allowed the host to eliminate an incorrect answer among the 4 choices. Another involved calling a friend for help, and the last option permitted seeking assistance from the audience present. Many contestants descended from the stage, filled with frustration, having earned nothing. This phenomenon of narrowly missing out on prizes provided viewers with an overwhelming sense of superiority, leading many to believe they would have made better choices in the contestants' positions. Simultaneously, the members of the Galaxy team were glued to their screens, watching Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. They were acutely aware that the true puppet masters behind Gwandu television station were the Rocket team. Observing the show provided them with swift insights into the Rocket Team's operations. Jinshi smugly remarked, "The questions are far too simple. If I were to compete, I believe I could bankrupt the Rocket Team." Others chimed in, "Exactly. These questions are a breeze for me. If I participated, I could easily bring home 30 million yen. Talk is cheap. If they were truly capable, they should join the contest." The television had proclaimed that registration was open to all, with no restrictions. Suishing scoffed dismissively. Jinshi retorted, "Aren't you just worried it might be a scam? The Rocket Team is hardly benevolent. Even if it were genuine, would they allow Galaxy Team members to participate?" Huashing turned to Suishing and proposed, "Why don't we have a little contest ourselves to see who can answer more questions, with the loser treating for dinner?" With spirits high, they continued to watch the ongoing contest. As Huashing mentally tallied her correct answers, she managed to answer 11 questions, while Suishing answered 12, one more than her. She felt a pressing need to surpass Suishing. None dared approach the Rocket Team's stronghold, opting instead to observe the events unfold on television. Meanwhile, at Xiaogang's home, he busied himself with household chores while caring for his younger brother. His older siblings were all gathered around the television. In which region is the trainer school in Zhuqing City located? Initially, his younger siblings scrambled to answer, exchanging glances of confusion. However, Xiaogang felt a sense of joy at the existence of such a program, which captured his siblings' attention and imparted knowledge beneficial for their future. Perhaps, one day, one of them might emerge as a millionaire, allowing the family to hire a housekeeper, thus relieving him of his responsibilities. At the same time, Xiaoxia and her sisters were also engrossed in the broadcast. "Sakura, how many questions have you answered correctly?" Xiaoxia asked, counting her responses on her fingers. Sakura proudly replied, "Not many, just 37, certainly more than you. Sister, you could at least give me a chance. After all, I am your younger sister." At that moment, countless families were tuning in to Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. This program undoubtedly caters to audiences of all ages. Everyone eagerly anticipates the appearance of a contestant who answers 10 questions correctly, and each individual imagines what place they would secure if they were to participate. Children can glean knowledge from it, and in the somewhat insular realm of the Pokémon world, such knowledge, particularly the elusive answers, proves to be exceedingly valuable. Adults derive a sense of superiority from it. Meanwhile, Team Rocket and Jinshi stand to gain staggering viewership ratings and attract a plethora of advertisers. Witnessing such fervor, advertisers would undoubtedly vie for the opportunity to secure a mere 10 seconds of commercial time. The day following the program's conclusion, Jinshi insisted that all television station employees work overtime to tally the viewership statistics. More importantly, since the program aired, the hotline for the production team has been inundated with calls. In just one day, over 30,000 individuals expressed their desire to enroll as contestants. Should Jinshi wish to slyly incorporate questions pertaining to Team Rocket into the quiz, it would undoubtedly be a straightforward task. Chapter 115. EO returns to the Galaxy Team at the Galaxy Team headquarters. EO has just returned. Last night, after watching the program, Zhenxing and the others celebrated, with Huashing winning the treat by a narrow margin of 2 questions. The gathering lasted late into the night, with discussions revolving around whether Who Wants to Be a Millionaire was merely a ruse or trap devised by Team Rocket. As EO stepped into the headquarters, she was met with remarks from her colleagues. "EO, where have you been? It feels like ages since we last saw you. What business is it of yours? A person who studies peculiarities should be focused on the ruins in the lab instead of wasting resources. I truly cannot fathom why the boss of the Crimson Sun would appoint her to manage a laboratory. She's researching paradoxical Pokémon. Yet all she has are Pokémon from the future, devoid of any ancient Pokémon information." Confronted with the pointed remarks of the Galaxy Team members, EO had long since grown accustomed to such treatment. The atmosphere within the Galaxy Team, being an old organization, often reminisced about its former glories, which was a common occurrence in any long-established group. EO, who steadfastly believed in the ideals of the future, naturally found herself less favored within the Galaxy Team and became the target of exclusion. Nonetheless, even though she had grown used to such days, the discussion still tightened her fists involuntarily. After all, she was a cadre of the Galaxy Team, while these individuals were merely ordinary members. In terms of seniority and rank, they were her juniors and subordinates. Yet, they dared to speak so freely about her. This was a clear indication of the other cadres' attitudes towards her. EO believed that upon her return, by conveying to Hades and Boss Crimson Sun the significant transformation of Team Rocket, she could instill a sense of crisis within the Galaxy Team. This, in turn, would prompt a shift in their strategy of solely seeking strength from ancient sources. The vast Galaxy Team could not afford to tread a single path to darkness. The ancient, present, and future should advance in unison. As the proponent of this vision, she was certain she could orchestrate a remarkable turnaround within the Galaxy team. In the conference room, Hades was utilizing a computer to elucidate matters to the senior cadre. Through extensive data analysis, the sole explanation for Team Rocket's sudden surge in strength pointed to one possibility. Their Pokémon were equipped with power-enhancing items. Much like the tablets we acquire from ruins, a steel tablet can augment a Pokémon's steel-type moves by 20%. Such a significant enhancement undoubtedly surpasses the methods employed by Team Rocket. Currently, our Galaxy team is investigating the materials of these tablets and the reasons behind their ability to enhance Pokémon strength. I am confident that in the near future, our Pokémon's capabilities will also experience substantial growth. Huaxing gazed at the information projected on the screen with great yearning. This was the essence of the Galaxy team, drawing upon ancient techniques to benefit their present selves. Huaxing slowly remarked, with this, we shall undoubtedly surpass those money-obsessed individuals in Team Rocket. She particularly recalled the last time they suffered a severe setback against Team Rocket. Although the Galaxy team unanimously believed that Team Rocket must have relied on drugs or some items to temporarily boost their Pokémon strength, this did not alter the embarrassing fact that they had been defeated. Hades nodded, exactly. Therefore, until the results of our tablet research are revealed, we must seek alternative methods to enhance our strength. Among these, the temporary boosts from Dynamaxing and Mega Evolution are essential. As he spoke, Hades clicked on the PowerPoint presentation on his computer, clearly having prepared in advance. Just as Hades was about to continue his explanation, a series of knocks interrupted him. Io entered the conference room, waved a greeting to everyone, and found a seat for herself. In response to Io's unexpected presence, the senior cadre either pretended not to notice her, feigned ignorance, or regarded her with stern expressions. Hades, who was leading the meeting, casually remarked, Io, is there nothing pressing on your end? If not, we shall proceed. He made this inquiry out of courtesy, as Io typically did not attend such internal high-level meetings. To his surprise, Io genuinely stood up and spoke. Esteemed members of the Galaxy team, Team Rocket's development momentum is formidable, especially since they have absorbed the Lava Team and Ocean Team from the Hoenn region, which has set them on an unstoppable trajectory. Therefore, I ventured to the Kanto region to gather intelligence. Hades felt a flicker of annoyance at this. Did Io not trust the information and analysis he had gathered? Hades maintained a neutral facade, merely nodding as he inquired, Io, what information did you manage to uncover? Believing that no amount of intelligence is ever too much. Even if it serves merely to eliminate incorrect conclusions, he felt it prudent to hear what Io had to say. Io, upon hearing this, straightened her posture, recognizing that this was one of her most critical moments within the Galaxy team. Through my inquiries, I discovered that not only do the members at Team Rocket's headquarters possess gym leader-level Pokémon, but even the members of the branches are being transferred to headquarters for training and Pokémon distribution. Some members from the branch bases have already acquired gym leader-level Pokémon. Moreover, they have not enhanced their Pokémon strength through drugs or items. All of it is the result of rigorous training. Io was convinced that revealing such pivotal intelligence would astonish everyone. However, all the senior cadre members directed their gazes towards Hades. This was because Hades had just asserted that, based on the intelligence and data analysis, the likelihood of Team Rocket's entire roster achieving such strength was nearly zero. The probability of enhancing their Pokémon through drugs or items, either temporarily or at the cost of their Pokémon's capabilities, was exceedingly high. In fact, such an analysis was quite logical. If not for Jinshi's immense advantage, Hades' assessment would be entirely accurate. At that moment, Hades cast a dark glance at Io. Following her announcement, Io keenly sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere, especially in the way everyone looked at Hades and how Hades regarded her. Hades lowered his gaze, the light reflecting off his glasses, after being away for so many days. This is all you managed to uncover? Chapter 116, Fabricating Lies to Evade Seriousness. Io had presumed that her words would elicit some reaction from the others, but instead, they all turned their gaze towards Lord Hades, leaving her perplexed. Hastily, she attempted to rephrase her thoughts, questioning whether her earlier expression had been unclear. What she meant was that the Pokémon of Team Rocket possessed genuine strength. However, before Io could finish, she was abruptly interrupted. Team Rocket's Pokémon are genuine? Huaxing remarked, a smirk playing on her lips. Do you truly believe what you just said? Team Rocket has at least one gym leader-level Pokémon per member, and that S without any external assistance. Do you honestly think that S realistic? Our Galactic team has stood strong for many years, and with our extensive intelligence network, we are well aware of the true nature of Team Rocket. You've only just arrived, and yet you claim to have uncovered such information? Io found her words lodged in her throat, struggling to formulate a rebuttal, unsure of where to begin. She too recognized the absurdity of Team Rocket's prowess. Gym leader-level Pokémon seemed to be everywhere, and the presence of champion-level Pokémon was even more extravagant, more akin to a fantastical dream. Yet, the reality was that she had witnessed it all firsthand and had even engaged in battles with them. Suashing chimed in, Io, as a cadre of the Galactic team, you possess a gym leader-level Pokémon yourself. You are acutely aware of the time and effort required to train such a Pokémon. Do you truly believe that the opportunistic, greedy individuals in Team Rocket, who sees others' Pokémon as if quenching their thirst, could possibly train a large number of gym leader-level Pokémon? This is something even we in the Galactic team, let alone the League, cannot achieve. Please, the next time you fabricate such tales, at least apply some common sense. Such absurd claims are hardly believable, even to a 3-year-old. Spare us the waste of time in a high-level meeting, Huashing added with disdain. Both Huashing and Suashing had previously suffered defeats at the hands of Team Rocket's ordinary members, Xiao Jian and Xiao Liang. To admit defeat to a mere ordinary member of Team Rocket, who had employed no drugs or external aids, was a bitter pill to swallow. Io's heart raced with anxiety. She felt utterly at a loss for how to convince her fellow Galactic team members. If she hadn't witnessed it with her own eyes, she would be reluctant to acknowledge Team Rocket's formidable strength. Yet, as a loyal member of the Galactic team, she dreaded the thought of them suffering losses in future confrontations and felt compelled to persuade them. Io began to search for a way to articulate her argument. Esteemed colleagues, there is one crucial point we must acknowledge. Regardless of the means they employ, which you may deem despicable and lowly, the power they temporarily gain is still capable of combat. Huashing rolled her eyes, scoffing. Their methods can be countered. Temporary enhancement drugs can lead to Pokémon exhaustion, and their items can be seized and destroyed. Lord Hades has also begun to implement targeted enhancements against us in the Galactic team. In the face of true strength, your arguments are of little significance. To Huashing, everything about the Galactic team was optimal and beyond reproach. The mere idea that someone like Io, a member of the Galactic team, would dare question their superiority was utterly intolerable. However, Io knew all too well that she had witnessed, without any drugs or items, the prowess of Team Rocket's Sana and Lilizi, both of whom had just recently ascended to gym leader level. Aside from the fact that the Dragonfly Pokémon's attacks were unaffected by type disadvantages, an aspect she had yet to fully comprehend, she felt no shame in her defeat. Io attempted to push back once more. However, we shouldn't limit ourselves. Before she could finish, Lord Hades interjected, enough. The Galactic team has its own methods of operation. We cannot simply emulate Team Rocket. That would render us a laughingstock. Lord Hades was fully aware of Io's activities in the laboratory over the years. As the chief scientist of the Galactic team, he was privy to the experiments his subordinates were conducting, and he had reported these matters to Boss Cheery. Yet, why did he and Boss Cheery both oppose Io? Because they understood that in the face of overpowering legendary Pokémon, any attempts to enhance the Galactic team's overall strength were futile. Even if the Galactic team trained everyone to champion level, they would still be no match for a true legendary Pokémon. Jinshi, who had remained silent until now, sneered, Io, are you perhaps so enamored by Team Rocket's rapid rise that you're contemplating joining them? Io's face paled at the accusation. She had never imagined that her unwavering loyalty to the Galactic team would lead to suspicions of her defection. Huashing eyed Io warily, while Suashing and the other cadres expressed a dawning realization. So that's it. Io, you went to Team Rocket under the guise of gathering intelligence. But are you secretly preparing to defect? Indeed, Io's earlier ruthless tactics bore a striking resemblance to those of Team Rocket. Rumor had it that one of their members had been recruited by her to fulfill task quotas, though the veracity of that claim was uncertain. Lord Hades was well aware of the truth, but chose not to clarify Io's position. He had his eyes set on her laboratory. If he could secure an additional lab space, his research progress would accelerate. The senior members of the Galactic team unleashed a barrage of criticism upon Io. Although they were distanced from Team Rocket, they understood that training Pokémon and enhancing their strength was a formidable challenge. It was inconceivable that Team Rocket's outward appearance of having gym leader-level Pokémon was anything but a facade. The atmosphere within the Galactic team echoed that of an established empire, filled with skepticism and disdain towards the rising organization of Team Rocket. In every aspect, heritage, philosophy, and the quality of Pokémon training, the Galactic team overshadowed Team Rocket. Under such circumstances, how could Team Rocket suddenly ascend to the Galactic team's level? Moreover, the Galactic team was in relentless pursuit of legendary Pokémon, while Team Rocket was focused on monetary gain. The Galactic team had thrived for years without lacking funds, which only deepened their disdain for Team Rocket. In this context, EOS' assertion that Team Rocket was stronger and that anyone could produce a gym leader-level Pokémon was met with disbelief. Coupled with Lord Hades' previous analysis of their last defeat, their skepticism intensified. Currently, they merely suspected EO of potential treachery. That they had not resorted to violence was a mercy. Chapter 117. The attention of the Quartz Alliance faced with the mockery of Jinshi and others. EO felt a surge of frustration, her chest rising and falling rapidly. A breath lodged in her throat became increasingly difficult to swallow. Since no one believes me, I see no reason to remain. I shall excuse myself from this meeting. With that, EO stormed out. She had come with high hopes of altering their perceptions, but the outcome was far from her expectations. Not only Jinshi and Huashing, but even Lord Hades, who typically relied on data and intelligence, had begun to reject her. They all deemed her to be fabricating tales. And as if that were not enough, they now questioned her loyalty to the Galactic team. Unbeknownst to EO, after she stormed out, Jinshi followed her outside, observing her retreating figure. He gestured to summon a regular member of the Galactic team and whispered a few words to him. The member nodded repeatedly. Finally, the member saluted Jinshi and stealthily trailed after EO. Clearly, Jinshi had lost trust in her. He has dispatched someone to keep a close watch on EO. Oblivious, EO meanders along, muttering to herself. Is it because I favor future technology over ancient innovations that they hold me in such disdain? No matter what I say, they refuse to believe me. I wonder, if these words were uttered by the likes of Mars or Venus, would they be taken seriously? Even if they don't believe me, surely they wouldn't question my loyalty. At this moment, EO's stubbornness flares up. I refuse to believe that in this vast galactic team, I cannot find a like-minded individual. Advising everyone to be wary of Team Rocket and to bolster their own strength can't possibly be misguided, can it? It must be said. EO's loyalty to the galactic team is unwavering. Even in the face of skepticism from the higher-ups, her thoughts remain with the galactic team. Her tenacity is indeed remarkable. Meanwhile, the program Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, produced by Jinshi, continues to thrive. The set is piled high with stacks of cash, creating a striking visual impact that captivates all viewers in front of their screens. Outside, dozens of Team Rocket security and firefighting company members stand in formation with their Pokémon. The ferocious Gyarados, the imposing Blastoise, and the mighty Swampert surround the company members, emanating a serious and formidable aura that can be felt through the television screen. Without any external introductions, the mere presence of the security personnel clad in uniforms bearing the Team Rocket insignia serves as the best promotion. Viewers, seeing the fully armed security, feel a sense of reassurance, at least knowing that if someone succeeds in answering a question, their winnings won't disappear. However, unlike the majority who feel secure, a small faction harbors concerns. Within the Quartz Plateau's Quartz Alliance, the Elite Four have gathered, a rare occurrence, to watch the same television broadcast of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Adu observes the formidable lineup of Team Rocket's security team with a deep sense of worry. When did Team Rocket amass such a formidable roster of gym leaders' Pokémon? I knew they had some, but I never expected the numbers to be so vast. The beautiful Ice-type Elite Four member, Kana, has returned from her travels and witnessed the changes Team Rocket has undergone in the Kanto region over the past 2 years. Their modus operandi has shifted significantly. They are now producing films, acquiring television stations, and have even established a security and firefighting company. It has been said that Team Rocket has extended its influence into the Hoenn region, and this malignant tumor in Kanto is growing ever larger. The elderly Kiku, leaning on her cane, sits on a sofa, with ghostly flames flickering around her. Why do you youngsters approach things with such trepidation, like the elderly? If it were up to me, we should storm the Team Rocket headquarters and uncover the truth. Muscular Shaba, however, is indifferent to her suggestion, believing that rather than wasting time on such matters, it would be better to focus on physical training. Both Pokémon and trainers require rigorous training. Although Team Rocket's members have significantly improved their strength, they still pale in comparison to Shaba, one of the Elite Four. In the days that have followed, discussions about the program have permeated every level, from the Elite Four and the Alliance to ordinary vendors, illustrating its vast influence. Jinshi has been quite pleased with the developments. Despite the substantial initial investment in Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, the advertising revenue generated in just a few days has sufficed to recoup costs. Not to mention the ongoing increase in sponsorship fees. While generating profit, Jinshi has simultaneously expanded its influence and clout. Through this single program, the Kanto television station has ascended to become one of the highest-rated stations in the nation. As Jinshi television flourishes, the construction of training facilities has not been neglected. Apollo has established several training grounds in the Hoenn region under Jinshi's planning, largely replicating the construction concepts from Kanto, utilizing waterfalls to train water-type Pokémon, volcanoes to enhance fire-type strength, and employing the nose of a nosepass to create a training base for iron weights. Consequently, the members of Team Rocket in the Hoenn region will gradually elevate their capabilities. Meanwhile, the members stationed in Kanto are being summoned back to headquarters in batches to also enhance their strength. Currently, Jinshi's Pokémon have reached a plateau in their abilities. The enhancements from the system sync strength have diminished significantly for his 6 Pokémon. Jinshi speculates that if his Pokémon can break through this plateau, they could rival the legendary Pokémon in strength. This is one of the reasons for the large-scale establishment of training grounds and even the public opening of the Snubbull-themed park. It is hoped that a quantitative change will lead to a qualitative transformation. On Io's side, having searched high and low among the lower-ranking members of the Galactic team, she finds not a single soul willing to heed her warnings. They treat her as a mere jester, completely indifferent to her words. Io thinks to herself, I cannot allow this to continue. The Galactic team may fall behind Team Rocket. I must seek out Leader Chiri and convey the situation to him in full. Leader Chiri of the Galactic team is wholly consumed by research on ancient legendary Pokémon, aspiring to realize the lofty ideal of a new world through their power. Consequently, he has remained largely detached from everyday affairs, which are typically managed by the higher-ups of the Galactic team and the Underworld King. Chapter 118, Io meets Chiri. In the depths of a concealed ruin, a group of Galactic team researchers busily monitor various objects within the site using an array of instruments and equipment. They meticulously ensure that even the placement and spatial positions of the items are accurately replicated on their computers. Numerous large devices conduct sound wave, light, and radiation tests on certain relics. The entire site is abuzz with activity. As a senior officer, Io must undergo stringent identity checks to enter this ruin. She arrives at the makeshift tent set up by the Galactic team, which serves as Leader Chiri's temporary command center. Leader Chiri, I seek an audience. Come in. Io parts the curtain and steps into the tent. Chiri's stern visage remains focused on the experimental data in his hands, not glancing at Io as she enters. Io, what brings you here? Io is well aware that Chiri is not one for pleasantries and does not appreciate familiarity from his subordinates. She gets straight to the point. Leader Chiri, I recently visited Team Rocket's headquarters. After sparring with their members, I discovered a significant surge in their strength. Even their ordinary members possess 1 or 2 gym leader-level Pokémon. They have far surpassed the average strength of our Galactic team. I fear that if we face Team Rocket in the future, we may be at a disadvantage, which is why I have come to report this to you. After delivering her concerns, Io finally feels a weight lift from her heart. It matters not that the rest of the Galactic team dismisses her. As long as Leader Chiri can initiate changes within the current Galactic team, everything will still be salvageable. All her sacrifices and the grievances she has endured will be worth it. She does not require Chiri to fully believe her. She only needs to capture his attention. With a little further investigation into Team Rocket, he is sure to uncover the truth. At that point, the entire Galactic team will take notice, and she will become a pioneer leading the Galactic team, etched into history. After listening to Io's account, Leader Chiri sets down the documents in his hands and turns his gaze towards her. Every member of Team Rocket possesses 1 to 2 gym leader-level Pokémon. Io noticed an unexpected flicker of emotion on the usually impassive face of the formidable Red Sunday. She believed her words had captured his attention, stirring a sense of excitement within her. However, the words that followed from Red Sun extinguished her hopes like a cold splash of water. If that were indeed the case, then why wouldn't Team Rocket consolidate their gym leader-level Pokémon and allow a select few to fully ascend to the status of gym leaders? Such a widespread deployment of gym leader-level Pokémon raises questions about why the Indigo League has shown no reaction whatsoever. Io, have you contemplated these matters? Red Sun's keen gaze pierced through Io, rendering her momentarily speechless. She had, in fact, never considered such inquiries. Her intent was merely to report the situation. Furthermore, she could discern from Red Sun's tone and expression that he held these concerns in disdain. The reality was that Red Sun dismissed these issues entirely. In his view, as long as he could summon legendary Pokémon, the matters Io spoke of were utterly trivial. No matter how numerous the ants, they remained ants in the end. An elephant, while walking, never concerns itself with the feelings of ants. Once he possesses the legendary beasts and creates a splendid new world, those below may act as they please, provided they do not disturb his research on ancient ruins. Yet here was Io, insisting on discussing trivial matters at the site of his archaeological studies. When she previously engaged in her paradoxical Pokémon research, Red Sun had already turned a blind eye. He believed that as long as he was not disturbed, those beneath him were free to pursue their own interests. Io swallowed hard and timidly remarked, "Red Sun, I must confess I have not considered these points. However, I have witnessed firsthand the significant enhancement in Team Rocket's overall strength. If you doubt my words, you may send someone to investigate Team Rocket." Red Sun furrowed his brow. He was taken aback by Io's lack of insight. His previous remarks were intended to encourage her to leave and ponder the situation more thoroughly. Whatever issues arose, they should be resolved by those below him, without further intrusions into his study of ancient ruins. The strength of Team Rocket was of little concern to him. Had he not been aware of Team Rocket's apparent acquisition of ancient ruin technology, he would not have dispatched Jinshi and the others to demand it, even after their failure. Upon discovering it was merely some fossil and primitive move technology, Red Sun had ceased to care about Team Rocket. Currently, he was at a pivotal stage in the exploration of the ruins. He had already located 2 slabs, and there were leads on several others. The documents he was reviewing contained the researchers' speculations about the locations of these slabs. Red Sun stated coolly, "There is nothing worthwhile to investigate regarding Team Rocket. You should return." What? Io was utterly unprepared for Red Sun's indifference. Perhaps she had overlooked certain aspects, yet his reaction was unexpected. She had been genuinely concerned for Team Galactic. So why was she met with such disregard? It was one thing for Jinshi and others, who had always viewed her unfavorably, to disbelieve her. But why were both Pluto and Red Sun equally apathetic? Io felt a surge of urgency. Typically, she would have complied and left by now. However, for the future of Team Galactic, she resolved to defy Red Sun's orders. "Red Sun, you must send someone to investigate Team Rocket. Everything I said is the absolute truth. If even a single word is false, may I meet with a terrible fate." Io was determined not to remain so unappreciated within Team Galactic. She longed for the respect of her peers. Having finally been afforded such an opportunity, she would not let it slip away. Just as Red Sun had commanded Io to leave, he prepared to resume his research, only to find her stubbornly lingering. A flicker of irritation crossed Red Sun's eyes. After years of leading Team Galactic, he could tolerate the incompetence of his subordinates, but he could not abide disobedience. He had clearly instructed Io to depart, yet here she stood defiantly. He ordered his subordinates to escort her out and summon Jinshi and the others. Such trifles could be dealt with by them. He needed to continue his research on the ancient ruins. Chapter 119, Brad. When Jinshi and the others arrived at the temporary research site of the ruins, they immediately understood the situation upon seeing Io being expelled. They swiftly escorted her away from the scene. Following Red Sun's instructions, they resolved to expel Io from Team Galactic. Regardless of whether Io had betrayed Team Galactic, there is no such thing as a 1,000-day defense against a thief. The source of the problem was to be eliminated. Thus, there was no need for further surveillance. Io, cast out, was left dumbfounded. She gazed at her former comrades as if they were strangers. Especially upon hearing Red Sun's command for her expulsion from Team Galactic, she felt as though she were trapped in a nightmare. After years of service, with no accolades but plenty of hardship, how could she meet such a fate? Even if her claims were false, they should at least have altered their prejudices against her. Yet the reality proved her naivety. No one in Team Galactic believed her. This left Io feeling utterly disheartened. The problem was her unwillingness to accept defeat. She considered herself an ambitious and capable individual. Since Team Galactic had accused her of betrayal and cast her out, she would not hesitate to truly join Team Rocket. If they would not keep her, then she would find her own place. Io promptly purchased a ticket to the Kanto region. There was no need to gather her belongings. When she was expelled from Team Galactic, all her possessions and Pokémon had been confiscated. Now, apart from the ticket, she possessed nothing. In the Unova region, at a scientific symposium on Pokémon and nature, every authoritative scientist in the Pokémon field took the stage to present their findings. Dr. Namiki, donned in the standard white lab coat of a researcher, tied her purple hair back. The ample coat could not conceal her striking figure, and her porcelain complexion radiated beauty. Her alluring, drowsy eyes exuded an air of mature charm. As a renowned scientist, she was naturally invited to speak. Among the audience, Brad, seated beside Akroma, was fixated on Dr. Namiki as she elaborated on her research. Both Akroma and Brad were members of Team Plasma. Akroma served as the chief scientist of Team Plasma, attending the symposium to exchange insights with others, while Brad, a mid-level officer, was tasked with protecting Akroma. As he watched the mature and enchanting Dr. Namiki, whose intellect and beauty were unparalleled, coupled with her stunning physique, a glint of desire flickered in Brad's eyes. He seemed entranced, unable to escape the allure of Dr. Namiki. At that moment, his mind was consumed with a singular thought: to make this enchanting woman his own. Dr. Namiki's name was well respected in the scientific community. Both her talent and beauty were undeniably top tier. Those unfamiliar with her believed she was to be admired from afar, not approached. Those who have collaborated with her, even to a slight degree, are well aware that this alluring rose, in reality, belongs to the category of individuals unable to fend for themselves. The refuse within the research institute has accumulated to staggering heights, and scientific materials are strewn about in disarray. One cannot assist her in tidying up, lest she be unable to locate her own possessions. Despite this, the number of suitors attempting to pursue Dr. Nemu remains undiminished. It is evident that Brad aspires to become the next admirer of Dr. Nemu. He summoned his subordinates and instructed, "Procure a bouquet of flowers and present them as my gift to Dr. Nemu. Additionally, extend an invitation for her to dine with me." Before his subordinate could respond, Akroma interjected, "Brad, I have heard that Dr. Nemu has been getting rather close to Team Rocket recently. Let us not be overly aggressive." Akroma, well informed of Team Rocket's recent activities, noted that since the new leader, Giovanni, took charge, they have been engaging in various enterprises, from operating racetracks to acquiring television stations and even producing films. Furthermore, they have absorbed both the Magma and Aqua teams, dominating the underworld of the Hoenn region. The current period marks an unprecedented peak for Team Rocket. Even Akroma, who is wholly engrossed in research, cannot avoid becoming acquainted with Team Rocket. There exists no necessity for Team Plasma, with no vested interests in Team Rocket, to instigate conflict. However, Brad, evidently intoxicated by ambition, paid no heed to the council. He scoffed dismissively, "Team Rocket? Merely a disorganized group of children playing house, while their leader is missing. They may operate in the Unova region without issue. But should they dare to encroach upon our territory, I shall ensure they leave on their knees." Moreover, Team Rocket has lost the edge of a criminal organization, having transformed entirely into a film and television enterprise. In terms of combat prowess, a single member of Team Plasma could easily overpower 6 of theirs. Though Brad may rank only as a mid-level cadre within Team Plasma, he nonetheless oversees a territory spanning an entire city. Dr. Nemu has merely collaborated with Team Rocket in the past. It is implausible to believe that Team Rocket would engage in conflict with Team Plasma over her. Even if a confrontation were to arise, the two factions are separated by the vast expanse of the Unova region, with Team Rocket far removed in their domain. Even if Team Rocket could dispatch individuals to this vicinity, would Team Plasma, with its geographical advantage, truly fear them? As the scientific exchange conference concluded, Dr. Nemu, accompanied by several distinguished figures from the scientific community and their respective aides, prepared to return to the hotel. Having participated in numerous such conferences, Dr. Nemu was well versed in the proceedings. Typically, these events span several days, beginning with leading scientists presenting their latest research findings, followed by discussions among the attending PhD candidates and graduate students. Everyone returns to their hotels to prepare for the next day's conference. And only when the multi-day event concludes do they return to their respective research institutions. Just as Dr. Nemu arrived back at the hotel, 3 individuals clad in black uniforms, adorned with black berets emblazoned with a white cross and bearing a black and white shield emblem, obstructed her path. "Dr. Nemu, Brad from Team Plasma cordially invites you to dinner. We kindly request your presence." 2 of them presented her with a lavish bouquet of roses. Dr. Nemu regarded the individuals with surprise. Aware that this conference was hosted by Team Plasma, she had heard of this organization's doctrine advocating for trainers to relinquish their Pokémon and allow them to return to nature. She had not anticipated encountering such a situation during her attendance at the conference. Dr. Nemu politely declined, stating, "I apologize, but I must prepare the materials required for tomorrow's conference. I do not have time to dine out." With that, she attempted to bypass the trio and return to her room. It was late. How could she possibly venture out with strangers? Furthermore, this was Unova, a region unfamiliar to her, making her even more reluctant to wander outside. Moreover, the members of Team Plasma approaching her undoubtedly signified nothing favorable, rendering it unnecessary to engage with them. Nevertheless, the 3 Team Plasma members were resolute in their intent to prevent Dr. Nemu from departing. They once again positioned themselves in front of her, releasing a Clink, a Servine, and a Leopard. One of them, with a glint of menace in their eyes, implored, "We implore you, Dr. Nemu, do not make this situation more difficult. Team Plasma is not an organization you, as a mere doctor, can afford to provoke." Dr. Nemu was taken aback by the audacity of the Team Plasma members, surprised that they would dare to act in such a brazen manner in public. More importantly, as the situation escalated, hotel security arrived and, upon recognizing the Team Plasma uniforms, wore expressions of dismay. Surprisingly, The security personnel chose to ignore the incident entirely and walked away. The retreat of the security guards left Dr. Nemu in a state of incredulity. Acting decisively, she summoned her Gyarados, Dragapult, Metagross, and Milotic. Simultaneously, the two security personnel from the rocket team, sent by Giovanni to ensure Dr. Nemu's safety, witnessed the impending altercation and called forth their Pokémon as well. In this 3-on-3 scenario, the strength of Dr. Nemu's Pokémon overwhelmingly surpassed that of the Team Plasma members. Not only were Dr. Nemu's Pokémon meticulously selected by Giovanni himself, but even the security personnel's Pokémon included a Metagross that had attained the semi-legendary status. With a swift motion, Metagross's metallic claws sent Servine crashing to the ground. "What? Servine, rally yourself," shouted one member. Meanwhile, Dragapult and Gyarados unleashed their dragon darts, sending Clink and Leopard flying. "No, Clink, how could you be exhausted? Leopard, are you alright? Wake up." The three Team Plasma members stood agape, jaws nearly touching the ground in disbelief. This was utterly absurd. With two security personnel boasting semi-legendary Pokémon, how could they still consider themselves mere bodyguards? Was this not an outright act of bullying? With such prowess, why not seek a gym leader position instead? And as for you, Dr. Nemu, a mere researcher, how is it that all your Pokémon are of legendary caliber? Are you attempting to make it impossible for anyone else to survive? At that moment, the three Team Plasma members were utterly confounded. Before they could collect their thoughts, they were swiftly incapacitated by Metagross's psychic attack. After subduing the Team Plasma members, one of the security personnel prepared to call the authorities, while the other began inquiring with the hotel security regarding the situation with Team Plasma. The circumstances were somewhat complex. Team Plasma operated under both a legitimate and a clandestine facade. On the surface, they advocated for the well-being of Pokémon, claiming that trainers were a misfortune and that Pokémon should return to nature, conducting speeches far and wide. Yet behind the scenes, they were the unchallenged rulers of the underworld in the Unova region. This duality led a segment of the public to view Team Plasma as benevolent saviors, and their political donations had garnered them protection from local government. Consequently, their covert operations had become increasingly brazen. Before long, Ms. Junshi, having received the emergency call, arrived on the scene riding her Granbull. After a preliminary assessment of the situation, she took the three Team Plasma members into custody. Ms. Junshi, possessing her own channels of information within law enforcement, was aware that Interpol had already set its sights on Team Plasma. If she successfully brings these three individuals back and follows the trail to uncover the evidence against the Plasma team, it would indeed be a significant achievement. In a state of urgency, Junshi hastily escorted the three Plasma team members back to the Junshi police station. Meanwhile, the two security personnel sensed the gravity of the situation and quickly contacted the Kanto region to report the matter to Lance in its entirety. Indeed, the two individuals tasked with protecting Dr. Inoki possessed the authority to escalate matters, particularly in such an urgent scenario. The doctors presiding over the scientific exchange meeting were also thrown into a state of alarm upon learning that Dr. Inoki had nearly been abducted. They were, after all, scholars deeply engrossed in their academic pursuits, wielding considerable influence within the scientific community, yet their public voice paled in comparison to that of the widely speaking Plasma team. Furthermore, the financial backers of this scientific exchange meeting were, in fact, the Plasma team themselves. At this juncture, the security personnel continued their conversation with Lance. "Lance, we firmly believe that the Plasma team will not relent. They are bound to send more individuals our way. If we encounter a larger group, it will be exceedingly difficult for just the two of us to fend them off. After all, this is their territory." Upon hearing the report, a glint of cold determination flickered in Lance's eyes. Setting aside the fact that he was already aware of the connection between the acting leader, Jinju, and Dr. Inoki, the ace Pokémon he had, Dragapult, was captured and trained in the secret training grounds under Dr. Inoki's supervision. Such a favor demanded repayment. Not to mention, Dr. Inoki was poised to potentially become the matriarch of Team Rocket in the future. Lance spoke firmly. "From this moment on, you are not to leave the hotel. Instruct Dr. Inoki to remain in her room, and you shall guard the entrance without deviation. Remember, ensure Dr. Inoki's personal safety at all costs. Should any incident arise, Team Rocket will handle it." The security personnel replied, "Understood. We will fulfill our mission." After ending the call, the two security members promptly communicated the arrangements to Dr. Inoki. Inside her room, all 6 of Dr. Inoki's Pokémon were released, while the two security personnel unleashed their Pokémon to stand guard outside her room. "I have a surplus of berries here. Take them to distribute among your Pokémon." The security personnel gathered all the berries supplied for Pokémon from the hotel to Dr. Inoki's room, evidently preparing for a fierce confrontation. They were unafraid of one-on-one confrontations, yet were wary of the possibility of continuous attacks that could exhaust their Pokémon. Regrettably, this was not Kanto. Had it been Kanto, their security company could have easily dispatched all Plasma Team members in the city. Chapter 121, The Siege. The two security personnel began assessing the condition of their Pokémon, periodically encouraging them to remain on high alert. They then directed their attention to every individual approaching the stairwell and elevator. When a food cart passed by, they had Dragapult conduct a cursory examination. One of the security personnel voiced his concern. Why hasn't that Officer Junshi returned after apprehending the suspects? Given that an attack has occurred, shouldn't someone ensure the safety of the victim? However, unbeknownst to them, Officer Junshi was too eager to achieve merit and had completely forgotten about the situation. Junshi and her team were singularly focused on extracting more valuable information from the 3 Plasma Team members. Furthermore, the attorney handling the bail for the Plasma Team was already en route. Junshi's team was likely to return empty-handed this time. Outside the hotel, an ever-growing crowd gathered, all clad in the uniform of the Plasma Team, chanting slogans for the liberation of Pokémon, effectively encircling the hotel. A low-ranking officer sneered. How dare they attack our people and disregard Officer Brad's authority, ultimately handing our members over to the police. Everyone, put in extra effort today. If we don't present that woman before Officer Brad, you can forget about working here again. Yes, the Plasma Team members unleashed their Pokémon, Cabago, Absol, Snivy, Yamask, and Leopard. It must be noted that the members of the Plasma Team generally possessed Pokémon of notable strength. More importantly, their team tactics were highly professional. They refrained from rushing in to capture individuals immediately, instead using the pretense of liberating Pokémon to mislead those around into thinking it was merely a show of force. They then dispatched a nimble Cabago to scout upstairs. Although the security personnel swiftly incapacitated the Cabago, one managed to escape back to report their layout inside the hotel. Upon realizing the opposition was the Plasma Team, the hotel owner refrained from taking any reckless actions. Damn it, those 2 bodyguards are surprisingly formidable. 7 Cabago went in, and only 1 returned. The low-ranking officer coordinating from downstairs was taken aback by the strength of the opposing team. Let us proceed cautiously. First, we need to control the elevator, seal off the stairwell, and trap them on the 7th floor. Also, let us have Leopard use its sense of smell to locate that woman. The information provided by the hotel may not be accurate. We cannot afford to let them escape this time. The Plasma Team, with their numerical superiority and abundance of Pokémon, faced a singular challenge: the disparity in the quality of their Pokémon. The 2 bodyguards had 4 gym leader-level Pokémon and 1 pseudo-champion-level Pokémon. Each time they attempted to lead their Pokémon in an assault, they were easily repelled by the bodyguards' Pokémon. Moreover, many of their Pokémon frequently found themselves incapacitated during the skirmishes. Damn it! Attack! The standard number of Pokémon for their assaults was fixed at 10. They were eager to see how long the bodyguards could withstand the pressure. Unfortunately, these ordinary Plasma Team members posed no real threat to the 2 security personnel. The only discomfort stemmed from the relentless combat their Pokémon endured. 2 underperforming Pokémon had already collapsed from exhaustion, and the security personnel were busy feeding them berries. As both sides remained locked in a stalemate, the scene shifted to the Kanto region. Inside the Team Rocket headquarters, Jinju was reviewing the latest financial reports and the status of the new training grounds. My apologies for the intrusion. Lance knocked lightly before stepping in. Jinju immediately set aside his documents to regard Lance. He refrained from reprimanding Lance for his impoliteness, understanding that under urgent circumstances, even the most courteous of Team Rocket's subordinates could act out of character. As Lance recounted the unfolding events, Jinju's anger surged. In his eyes, Athena, due to her age and psychological factors, would never marry him, while Dr. Inoki had long been his unequivocal choice for a wife. Anyone daring to harm Dr. Inoki would face dire consequences. From the moment Dr. Inoki announced her intention to attend the scientific exchange in the Unova region, Jinju had recognized it as the Plasma Team's territory. He had even arranged for 2 of the most capable members from the Team Rocket security company to protect her. Little did he anticipate that the Plasma Team would act so impulsively, directly attempting to abduct her in broad daylight. Clearly, enhanced security measures would be necessary for Dr. Inoki and Athena during future outings. Jinju rose promptly, commanding, "Prepare a private helicopter for me. I need to reach the Unova region as swiftly as possible. Additionally, report the flight path for the transport helicopter and ensure the security company is ready. 60 security personnel must assemble within 10 minutes, bringing along their entire cadre of Pokémon. At the transportation helicopter, Within 15 minutes of my landing, I expect to see them have arrived in the Unova region. Yes, boss. After receiving the order, Lance quickly descended to make preparations. Meanwhile, Jinshi boarded his private helicopter, his anger palpable. A mere mid-tier officer from Team Plasma dared to infringe upon his woman. It was utterly intolerable. Even the notorious scion of the former Pokémon Medical Corporation, Otani, would never have been so brazen. This time, Team Rocket had no excuse to linger. Once they arrived, they would swiftly subdue the opposing faction, ensuring their foothold in the distant Unova region remained unshaken. However, the security company under Team Rocket had a different advantage. They could leverage the personal threats faced by their employer to make a rapid advance. Even if they eliminated the members of Team Plasma, they could justify their actions morally. After all, Team Plasma was parading under the banner of liberating Pokémon, claiming that there were illegal imprisonments occurring within the hotel. Thus, Team Rocket's security company could assert that the safety of their employer was gravely threatened, warranting necessary measures. As for the prowess of Team Plasma, Jinshi held no regard for them, unless the current Team Plasma could summon a legendary Pokémon. Even the mightiest would have to kneel before him today. The only concern at this juncture was distance and time, given Jinshi's current speed. Reaching the Unova region would take until midday the following day. Inside the hotel, only 2 security personnel and Dr. Naimu remained. With a total of 18 Pokémon ready for combat, Jinshi feared they might not last until then. Chapter 122, The Strength of Dr. Naimu. Jinshi placed a call to Ramda. As the intelligence chief of Team Rocket, Ramda had not established many intel operations in the Unova region. Yet he certainly possessed some fundamental information. Boss, you called. What can I do for you? Ramda was at the Team Rocket headquarters and felt a twinge of confusion. Typically, Jinshi would send someone to summon him to the boss's office. This direct phone call signified something was amiss. Jinshi cut to the chase. Ramda, do you have any intelligence on Team Plasma's Brad? Brad. Ramda paused, taken aback by Jinshi's sudden inquiry. The sound of helicopter rotors whirred through the phone, prompting Ramda to surmise that Jinshi was preparing to board a helicopter. Boss, I have the intel on Team Plasma ready at hand. With that, he rummaged through his files. Found it. Found it. Ramda exclaimed, picking up the phone. Brad is a mid-level officer within Team Plasma. He manages the underground dealings of a city, ostensibly operating under the guise of liberating Pokémon, having dismantled several businesses and absorbed them. He is quite a shrewd individual. Interestingly, Lance, who is usually extremely sensitive to financial matters, discovered that Team Plasma has made substantial investments in earthworks to the north of the Champions Road in the Unova region. It's common to see ground and rock-type Pokémon being transported in and out via trucks. Furthermore, I can report that Team Plasma has a base on a destroyer that frequently sails the seas. After Ramda's detailed briefing, Jinshi pieced together the information with his own recollections, gaining a clearer understanding of the current state of Team Plasma. Ramda cautiously inquired, Boss, has something happened over there? Do you need me to come over? Upon receiving the intelligence, Jinshi regained his composure. No need. Stay at headquarters. I will personally handle matters in the Unova region. If any issues arise at headquarters, manage them yourself. If you cannot, seek out Athena. With that, Jinshi ended the call and boarded the helicopter. Meanwhile, Lance had already taken off with 60 security personnel aboard the transport helicopter. Inside the hotel in Unova, Dr. Naimu had taken action. She had not anticipated the audacity of Team Plasma. They had blatantly begun their assault on the building. Clearly, that ordinary officer from Team Plasma who had invited her to dinner had ulterior motives. Ever since she became Jinshi's girlfriend, they had always been the ones to bully others. This was her first encounter with being victimized. The moment Dr. Naimu's Garchomp, Gyarados, Milotic, and Metagross entered the fray, they alleviated some of the pressure on the 2 security personnel. Yet, Dr. Naimu was not a combatant. Despite her Pokémon being exceptionally trained and possessing talents selected by Jinshi himself, she typically allowed her Pokémon to act freely during battles. In this moment, feeling somewhat adrift, Dr. Naimu longed desperately for Jinshi's embrace. Boom, bang, bang. The battle outside raged on. In the nearby rooms, various attendees of the conference were present. Some cowered under their blankets, trembling, while others peered through peepholes, anxiously observing the commotion outside. Several prominent figures in the scientific community were in a furious uproar, vociferously demanding to know what the hotel security was doing. How could they allow an attack within the hotel? Not a single internal call to the front desk has been answered. Team Plasma was utterly unrestrained. I will never attend another conference funded by Team Plasma. One scientist exclaimed in indignation. Another scientist who had previously collaborated with Team Plasma interjected, Please, stop your tirade. You've been ranting for an hour. Can't you take a break? I've already called the police. I'm sure the Junsha will arrive shortly. Besides, I noticed those two security personnel from Team Rocket seem quite capable. Dr. Naimu's Pokemon possess champion-level strength. It won't be easy for them to breach our defenses. The scientist who had just been cursing retorted sharply. It's been over an hour. If the police were coming, they would have arrived by now. Are you not aware of Team Plasma's influence here? The intercessor fell silent. None had anticipated the Junsha police station would prove so unreliable. After such a long time without a response, not a single police officer or vehicle had appeared. The Junsha police had indeed received the calls, but were completely stymied by Team Plasma. Ever since they apprehended 3 members of Team Plasma, pressure had mounted from above, demanding their immediate release. Simultaneously, the trio's lawyers had arrived, insisting on bail and immediate release. Outside the Junsha police station, Team Plasma members and their incited crowd had surrounded them, claiming they were arresting advocates for Pokemon liberation and demanding their release. The police station, now besieged, found it impossible to dispatch officers, even if they wished to do so. As the number of demonstrators grew, the Junsha police were compelled to call back their patrolling officers for reinforcements. The Junsha police were now overwhelmed. Meanwhile, within Team Plasma, faced with the impasse, one member rushed back to report to Brad. Brad was taken aback that asking a doctor to dinner had spiraled into such a predicament. Frustrated with nowhere to vent his ire, Brad seethed. You can't handle just 3 people? You are all utterly incompetent. Gather everyone below. I refuse to believe that with so many of us, we can't subdue them. In an instant, the crowd outside the hotel swelled. Not solely the individuals liberating the Pokemon, but rather the supportive forces of Team Plasma. Concealed within their ranks were an array of Pokeballs. The 2 security personnel, who had just begun to feel a modicum of relief, suddenly found the pressure mounting once more. The number of Pokemon deployed in their adversaries' assaults, as well as their manpower, was steadily escalating. Had it not been for the limited space within the hotel, they would have been utterly overwhelmed by the onslaught of Pokemon. Fortunately, Dr. Namiki's Drudigan exhibited remarkable reflexes, encasing the enemy's path in an icy barricade. Otherwise, the aggressive charge from the opposing side could have easily decimated their defenses. Chapter 123, The Bloodied Brat. With the arrival of reinforcements, Team Plasma's offensive grew increasingly ferocious. There were even instances where human combatants engaged alongside their Pokemon. The security personnel, now devoid of any reservations regarding potential casualties, witnessed a chilling scene as the ice shard unleashed by an ivory pig pierced through one of Team Plasma's members. The wounded assailant stared in disbelief at the gaping wound in his abdomen, blood and entrails spilling forth as he collapsed to the ground, emitting anguished cries. In an instant, the members of Team Plasma were struck dumb with terror. While some among them may have taken lives, Brad's subordinates had never encountered such a scenario. At most, they had organized crowds to riot, cornering others, and had seldom faced such dire circumstances. Even if they were to commit murder, they would incite the crowd to do so, never sullying their own hands. Faced with such reality, the members of Team Plasma recoiled, resorting only to sending forth their Pokemon to continue the assault. The 2 sides found themselves once again locked in a stalemate. Upon receiving reports that one of his most capable subordinates had been grievously injured, with entrails strewn about, Brad seethed with fury. Had he not been carried back to the hospital, that individual would surely have perished on the spot. In a fit of rage, Brad hurled his water cup to the floor. Damn it! How dare they assault my people? Was it merely for treating that wretched woman to a meal? They are truly overstepping their bounds. On his own territory, his subordinates had been subjected to such indignities. Should this incident become public knowledge, where would his dignity lie? Storming out, Brad resolved to confront the situation personally, determined to deliver a profound lesson to these interlopers. This was no longer merely a matter concerning a woman. It was about his subordinate, who had been gravely injured and nearly killed. If he, Brad, did not avenge his fallen comrade, he would no longer deserve the title of a Team Plasma officer. He could not fathom that Team Rocket would dare extend their reach into the Unova region. No matter how formidable they might be in Kanto, Johto, or Hoenn, in Unova, they would be compelled to bow down. This was their territory. Furthermore, Brad did not believe Team Rocket would initiate conflict over a mere Dr. Namiki. If he failed to capture those 3 individuals in the hotel today to assuage his subordinates' anger, he would write his name backward. However, while Brad was lost in his vengeful thoughts, 2 helicopters had already entered the skies above Unova, racing toward the hotel where the incident had occurred. A fully armed contingent of 60 Team Rocket security personnel and firefighters sat grim-faced aboard the aircraft, meticulously checking the status of their Pokemon. Lance had efficiently assembled the team. Among the 60, each possessed at least 1 flying-type Pokemon. specifically chosen for their expertise in traversing terrain and scouting urban combat zones, including 2 Jengars. Steelix and Scyther were standard fare for the squad. This time, they had even prepared 3 medical Pokémon for emergencies. On the helicopter carrying Jinshi, as it was the first visit for everyone to Unova. Locating the hotel within a limited time frame proved to be quite a challenge. They had to hastily recruit a local to assist them. Inside the hotel, since the Ivory Pig had severely injured a member of Team Plasma, their onslaught had not relented. In the adjacent rooms to Dr. Namiki, the scientists anxiously awaited news. Where are the police in Junsha? What is taking them so long? I've called at least 10 times, and they keep saying they will arrive soon. Yet they refuse to provide a specific time frame before hanging up. Damn it, I haven't eaten since the meeting, and it's already the next morning. Yet the hotel cannot even summon a food cart. The majority of the scientists present were locals from Unova, with only a handful like Dr. Namiki being outsiders. Their dissatisfaction with the local police was reaching a boiling point. Meanwhile, Brad, who had arrived at the scene, was seething with rage. After an entire night, his subordinates had failed to breach the enemy's defenses. He never anticipated that their adversaries would possess such formidable strength. When he led the charge himself, they barely held out for a few minutes before being repelled. The members of Team Plasma could not even contend with a mere 3 individuals. Brad's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. It was utterly humiliating. His team could not manage such a simple task, rendering them a laughingstock. He could scarcely imagine the ridicule he would face upon returning to Team Plasma's headquarters. A fierce glint flickered in Brad's eyes. Eugene, bring down that floor of the hotel. I refuse to believe our numbers cannot subdue those 3 people. Brad turned to his subordinates and bellowed, charge. Whoever injures one of those 2 bodyguards will receive a reward of 100,000 yen. Whoever captures that wretched Namiki will earn 1 million yen. I will personally cover all medical expenses. The allure of wealth ignited a fierce determination in the hearts of the Team Plasma members. They were already intimately familiar with the hotel's layout, and with Pokémon scouting ahead, they were prepared to charge in recklessly. Instantly, the pressure on the 2 security personnel within the hotel intensified. Dr. Namiki released all 6 of her Pokémon. Even her Druddigan and Gyarados, which had been resting, rejoined the fray. At that moment, the 2 security personnel felt their spirits plummet. Having endured a sleepless night, they and their Pokémon were utterly exhausted. Their attempts to rotate for rest could not keep pace with the relentless onslaught of their foes. In the blink of an eye, Team Plasma surged forward once more. Just as they prepared to repel the attackers again, the wall of their floor was violently breached by the opposing Pokémon. A slight tremor and the sporadic dust falling from the ceiling signaled the seriousness of the assault. The invading Team Plasma members commanded their Pokémon to charge forward en masse. The already fatigued Pokémon faltered, succumbing to exhaustion. Witnessing this, the Team Plasma members rejoiced. Quickly, their Pokémon have fallen. They cannot hold out much longer. Everyone, advance. With that, the front line of dozens of individuals and their Pokémon surged toward Dr. Namiki's room. The 2 security personnel realized that the tide had turned against them. The windows had been effectively sealed off by Team Plasma. Throughout the night, they had attempted to escape with Dr. Namiki through the windows, only to nearly be shot down each time. Now, they could no longer hold their ground. At that very moment, the distant roar of helicopters echoed through the air, accompanied by the deafening roar of a Charizard. Chapter 124, The Terrifying Super Charizard Y. The thundering roar of Charizard immediately seized everyone's attention. The morning sun was still shrouded in a light fog, and Charizard's flames seemed to bathe the entire sky in a crimson hue. Roar! Someone appeared to grasp the significance of the moment. Gazing into the distance, a helicopter approached with unwavering resolve, accompanied by the majestic silhouette of a Charizard, which began to shimmer with the light of evolution. As the brilliance descended, a formidable figure emerged before the onlookers. It was the mighty Mega Charizard Y. The thunderous roar of Kins pierced through the cacophony of the helicopter's blades, reverberating throughout the hotel. Unleashed the inferno blaze. The astonishing heat coalesced within Mega Charizard Y's maw, transforming the atmosphere into an arid embrace. In an instant, all who lingered at the hotel, those on the roadside, in their vehicles, could sense the air growing parched. They instinctively swallowed, attempting to alleviate the dryness in their mouths. Inside the hotel, the plasma team, sensing impending doom, hastily instructed their Pokémon to defend. Yet, all their efforts proved futile against the purifying flames. The fiery inferno surged forth like a colossal dragon, reducing everything in its path to charred earth. The hotel's exterior glass melted under the searing heat, cascading down like molten butter. Members of the plasma team struck by the flames were instantly turned to cinders, their Pokémon unable to endure even a heartbeat, rendered incapable of battle. However, the fiery dragon birthed by the inferno blaze was far from finished. It surged towards the street, incinerating the plasma team's vehicles one by one. Faced with the onslaught of Mega Charizard Y, the plasma team had never encountered such a terrifying assault, and they screamed in panic, scattering in all directions. Observing this chaos, the hotel's security personnel and Dr. Inuki exchanged relieved smiles, recognizing both helicopters as assets of Team Rocket. They could fathom no one other than Kinsi possessing such an extraordinary Pokémon. In the entirety of Kanto and its neighboring regions, there could be no more than 3 Mega Charizard Y of such caliber, and the sole individual capable of summoning it here was undoubtedly Kinsi, the acting leader. Dr. Inuki gazed up at the sky, her eyes shimmering with emotion, realizing that Kinsi must have spent the entire night aboard the helicopter to arrive so swiftly. With a resounding roar, Mega Charizard Y spiraled in the air before diving once more towards the plasma team, instantly shattering their morale. Run! The first desperate cry shattered the silence, and the plasma team began to flee in disarray. After a few more passes, not a single soul remained to resist. The streets stood deserted, with everyone seeking refuge within the buildings. The hotel's other guests huddled in their rooms, too fearful to emerge. As the 2 helicopters landed atop the hotel, 60 members of Team Rocket, including Pokémon security and firefighters, released their respective Pokémon. They commenced their systematic eradication of the plasma team from the rooftop downwards. Meanwhile, Brad, who had sensed the disturbance from a distance, hid in a supermarket across the street, his face awash with terror as he gazed up at the hotel's upper floors. Champion level. That Mega Charizard Y undoubtedly possesses champion-level strength. He was astounded that Dr. Inuki and Team Rocket could command such a formidable Pokémon to come to her aid. His prior investigations had revealed that Dr. Inuki had no significant allies, aside from her tenuous connections with Team Rocket. Where, then, had they procured such a powerful Pokémon? This exceeded all of Brad's expectations. Initially, he had doubted whether anyone would even respond to the situation. Moreover, he questioned whether Team Rocket truly feared the League's retaliation. The Kanto region's Indigo League or the Unova League could easily dismantle Team Rocket. Not to mention, employing champion-level Pokémon in a citywide assault was unprecedented. Did Team Rocket genuinely disregard the potential conflict with the plasma team, unperturbed by the prospect of retribution? In truth, Team Rocket and Kinsi were indeed unfazed. The instigators had been the plasma team themselves. Furthermore, Team Rocket's territory spanned Kanto, Johto, and Hoenn. They could easily engage the plasma team and retreat without concern for the Unova League. As for the Indigo League, they had yet to fully grasp Team Rocket's capabilities. Should they wish to confront Team Rocket, even Kinsi need not take action personally, as Team Rocket's headquarters boasted trainers with gym leader-level Pokémon. The Indigo League dared not allow Team Rocket to disperse these individuals. Additionally, with Team Rocket having already established significant influence over a television network, they could easily sway public opinion against the Indigo League. At the very least, they could disrupt the League's decisions. After all, within any large organization, factions advocating for war and peace coexist, unlike Team Rocket, which had become nearly a monolith under Kinsi's leadership. Feeling the overwhelming energy emanating from Team Rocket's Pokémon within the hotel, Brad's heart raced, prompting him to issue a swift evacuation order. He and his confidants navigated through the supermarket, escaping through the back door, indifferent to the fallen subordinates, Pokémon, and vehicles. Survival was paramount. Meanwhile, Akroma, who had remained aloof and entertained by the spectacle, now found himself deeply unsettled. He had previously believed that with his machine to control Pokémon, he could easily dominate the world, or at least contend with a criminal organization like Team Rocket. However, upon witnessing the sheer number of powerful Pokémon at Team Rocket's disposal, he realized his invention was inadequate for managing large-scale assaults. Capable of controlling a few small Pokémon, his machine faltered in the face of Team Rocket's overwhelming force. Clearly, my controller requires further refinement to effectively handle large-scale Pokémon offensives. Akroma turned his gaze toward the helicopters on the rooftop, astonished by Team Rocket's swift and decisive arrival, even deploying transport helicopters. Yet, he felt no loss. Discovering the shortcomings of his research was an unexpected success for the scientific conference he had organized. Meanwhile, the hotel's occupants remained in a state of shock, bewildered by the roars of Mega Charizard Y and the whirring of the helicopters. The sounds of explosions, crackling flames, and screams reverberated incessantly, particularly the harrowing efficiency of Team Rocket's security operation, which left them in a state of dread. Chapter 125, Brad's escape. When Dr. Inuki observed Kin's arriving from Kanto, the tension that had coiled within her finally relaxed. A swell of pride surged within her, affirming her choice of ally. The disciplined voices of Team Rocket's security personnel brought her comfort. Scyther darted through the chaos with precision, while Bocephalon and Steelix engaged the majority of the attacks head-on. Gyarados and Charizard provided long-range support, while Gengar handled reconnaissance and finishing blows. The takeover of the entire hotel was accomplished in under 10 minutes. The operation was swift and silent. The high-intensity training fostered remarkable synergy between the personnel and their Pokémon. Communication on-site was nearly non-existent. Kins descended from the rooftop helicopter, his expression cold as he surveyed the aftermath of the security team's efforts. The ground was strewn with the bodies of plasma team members, countless Pokémon lying incapacitated, their trainers having fallen before them. Kins then took the elevator down to Dr. Inuki's room. Upon seeing Dr. Inuki in the room, Jinshi greeted her with a gentle smile, inquiring, "How have you been?" Without hesitation, Dr. Inuki leapt into Jinshi's embrace. Despite having conducted experiments for days and nights without feeling fatigued, she found herself utterly exhausted after merely allowing her Pokémon to battle through the night. The lack of oxygen from her sleepless night left her head spinning. In truth, she had been somewhat alarmed when the Plasma Gang began to dismantle the hotel and prepared to launch an assault from all directions. Fortunately, Jinshi and his team arrived just in time. Now that the situation had been brought under control, other researchers emerged from the room, witnessing the couple in a heartfelt embrace. The elderly onlookers couldn't help but smile, reminiscing about their own youthful experiences that mirrored this scene. Meanwhile, the young female research assistants gazed at Dr. Inuki with a hint of admiration, yearning for a man who was not only more dashing than a star, but also willing to risk everything to come to their aid in times of crisis. Although these individuals may not have known Jinshi's origins, the sight of the helicopter and his disheveled appearance suggested that he had traveled a considerable distance upon receiving the news. Feeling the steady rhythm of the woman in his arms, Jinshi couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. Dr. Inuki had fallen asleep, standing in his embrace. He carefully lifted her and cradled her like a princess, placing her upon the bed so she could rest peacefully. After instructing his subordinates to ensure her safety, Jinshi descended the stairs and exited the hotel. There were more pressing matters to attend to, namely eliminating Brad. He had no time to linger, as he did not wish to become an adversary of the Unova League. He had at most a day. Reports from his subordinates indicated that Brad had just fled the scene. Those remaining were merely his subordinates and some incited bystanders. Before he departed, he had already instructed Lambda to locate Brad's secret hideouts. By now, there should be updates. Indeed, as soon as Jinshi stepped outside the hotel, his phone rang. "This is Jinshi. I am the acting leader, Lambda," came the slightly fatigued voice on the other end, clearly indicating that Lambda had spent the entire night investigating possible locations for Brad. "I've identified several of Brad's residences, specifically at." Meanwhile, a flustered Brad was speeding down the road, desperate to transform the luxury vehicle he had purchased for elite clientele into a sports car to enhance his escape speed. As he pressed the accelerator to the floor, he unleashed a torrent of curses to vent his rising panic. Damn it, is this really necessary? It's just one woman. Must they create such a commotion? Coming in by helicopter and even bringing a champion-level Pokémon. Are they insane? Ignoring traffic lights and the wear on his vehicle, Brad raced out of the city, heading straight for Junluan town. A few kilometers away from his destination, he made a sharp turn into a secluded forest. Hidden within this forest was an underground safe house that Brad had constructed at great expense, modeled after a Plasma Gang base. Given the severity of the Rocket Gang's operations, Brad decided it would be prudent to lay low for the time being. After all, his life was at stake. Meanwhile, the Rocket Gang's security team began methodically searching for Brad's hideouts. Based on Lambda's intelligence, Brad had established himself here, operating in secrecy for years, with most of his hidden residences located within or near the city. Jinshi instructed a portion of the security personnel to wait until Dr. Inuki awoke before escorting her back to the Kanto region, while the remainder continued their thorough search. However, the police led by Junsa had yet to make an appearance. It was only after Jinshi and his team had vacated the hotel that Junsa and her officers arrived, leaving behind a scene of devastation that left the hotel owner in tears. As Junsa's team conducted their investigations and interviewed witnesses, Brad's subordinates in the city were thrown into disarray. One by one, their strongholds and territories were dismantled by the Rocket Gang's security personnel. Under Jinshi's orders, the team focused primarily on destruction, taking only easily transportable valuables. Before long, the infrastructure of Brad's operations was systematically obliterated. Facing the formidable Rocket security forces, Brad's plasma members found themselves utterly powerless. His subordinates, beaten and demoralized, abandoned their struggle and fled, seeking refuge with other plasma officers. Ultimately, Brad himself escaped with only his most loyal followers, abandoning the rank-and-file members of the plasma gang. This betrayal deeply disheartened those left behind. Upon receiving news of this betrayal via phone from his confidants, Brad could do little but seethe with impotent rage. He was acutely aware that stepping outside would subject him to a relentless onslaught from the Rocket Gang. If he could just weather this storm, he believed he could eventually regain his standing within the Plasma Gang through his own schemes and strength. Setting down the phone, he lay despondently on the bed of his safe house, filled with regret. How had he allowed his subordinates to control the situation? Had he known how crucial Dr. Inuki was to the Rocket Gang, even involving champion-level Pokémon, he would never have entertained such reckless thoughts. As he pondered his next steps, his mind abruptly turned to his protector, Akroma. Chapter 126. Brad's despair. If Akroma were willing to speak on his behalf, he might still have a chance to turn the tide. With newfound determination, Brad sprang to his feet. Retrieving the phone that had just been cast aside as if it were his last lifeline, he dialed Akroma's number, fully aware of her significant standing within the Plasma Gang. However, all he received was a busy signal, with no one answering. Panic set in as he began dialing one plasma officer after another, only to find that not a single call was returned. It dawned on him that he had been abandoned. After Brad's escape, the Plasma Gang had reached a tacit consensus. They would not harbor the inept. Those unable to keep their composure in a crisis were deemed unnecessary. Moreover, Brad had provoked an adversary he could not contend with, neglecting to gather vital intelligence beforehand. To the Plasma Gang, such behavior was unequivocally unacceptable. Before Brad could continue his futile attempts to reach out, the tranquil atmosphere of the underground safe house was shattered by the thunderous roar of a helicopter overhead, accompanied by the familiar cries of a Charizard and the sounds of large Pokémon in motion. A cold sweat broke out on Brad's brow as he realized that a Steelix and a Scizor had breached his meticulously constructed sanctuary. The Pokémon he had stationed for security were caught off guard, unable to mount a defense before the onslaught began. Blinding lights flooded the safe house, and the deafening devastation rendered everything within to ruin. The supplies accumulated within the safe house were reduced to ashes, and the watchful Pokémon fell incapacitated in an instant. Then, the Scizor charged in, securing all critical access points and meticulously searching for any blind spots. Fully armed Rocket security personnel followed suit, rushing inside. The helicopter landed in the clearing, and Brad, struck by the destructive light, found his left arm severed and his chest marred by severe burns. He was dragged from beneath the bed by the Rocket security team. Brad continuously wailed in agony, pleading for mercy. "I beg you. I shall never dare again. I have done nothing to her." His grievous injuries rendered him in excruciating pain, and even with prompt medical attention, his left arm would remain irreparably damaged, condemning him to a life of disability. However, in the realm of Pokémon, as long as one could still train Pokémon, one was not considered a waste of space. There remained numerous professions available, provided that Brad could survive this ordeal. At this moment, the Pokémon and security personnel present divided into two factions. A young man, with an upright posture, slowly entered the scene. The young man regarded Brad on the ground in silence. Brad realized that this individual must be the one in charge, and hastily begged for mercy. "Spare me. I have not yet had the opportunity to do anything. I still hold value. If Team Rocket wishes to infiltrate the Unova region, I can assist." Brad was acutely aware of the workings of criminal organizations. The first principle was to maintain face. As long as he lowered his stance sufficiently and afforded the other party the respect they sought, there was little that could not be overlooked. The second principle was, of course, the notion of value. In this world, only those who possess worth to others are deemed worthy of survival. As he begged for mercy while enduring his pain, Brad emphasized these 2 points. The young man, however, paid no heed to Brad's entreaties. Instead, he introduced himself in a calm tone. "I am Kinsi, pleased to make your acquaintance." Brad was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this operation by Team Rocket would be led by Kinsi, the acting boss of Team Rocket. Rumors had circulated that in the past 2 years, Team Rocket had undergone significant changes, largely due to Kinsi's influence. Quickly regaining his composure, Brad noted that there seemed to be no anger in Kinsi's voice, leading him to believe he might have a chance to survive. He replied eagerly, "I am Brad, at your service." Before he could finish his sentence, a metallic claw pierced through his skull. Brad's body collapsed, lifeless on the ground. "Is the strength of a trainer truly so feeble?" Kinsi remarked indifferently. He then gestured for everyone to leave and directly turned to board the helicopter. Thus, Brad, a cadre of Team Plasma managing the territory, paid a steep price for his reckless actions. When Akroma learned of this news, his reaction was one of indifference. Brad, during his assignment to protect their interests, had audaciously stirred up trouble. Team Plasma had no need for disobedient and reckless subordinates. On Kin's return journey, his phone rang. Lance's voice emerged from the other end. Acting boss. We are being followed. It appears to be members of the Unova League, likely a champion and several gym leaders based on the speed of their Pokémon. Kins felt a stir of anticipation. He had anticipated that their actions would attract the attention of the Unova League, given the chaos they were causing. It was, however, surprising that the League's reaction was so swift. They had only been here for a day, and already a champion had been dispatched. The strength of the Unova League should not be underestimated. Fortunately, it was only a single champion making a move. Kins commanded, "Continue flying the helicopter, whatever means they employ. We will counter them." As time passes, the gym leaders' Pokémon will inevitably tire. Unless they are all flying-type gym leaders, we shall confront the champion once only the champion remains. Recalling his memories and the intelligence gathered by Lambda, Kins knew that among the champions in the Elite Four of the Unova League, there were quite a few Pokémon that could fly swiftly. However, very few could sustain long-distance flight capable of carrying a passenger. Kins also saw this as an opportunity to test the strength of his own Pokémon. Although he had made a point to familiarize himself with his Pokémon and physical strength since synchronizing his abilities through the system, he had fought little since becoming the acting boss, leaving him somewhat lacking in comparative experience. Understood, acting boss, Lance replied. For the next hour, the members of Team Rocket aboard the helicopter engaged in aerial combat with several gym leaders from the Unova region. Clearly, the gym leaders, accustomed to battling within their own arenas, found the dynamic of one party aboard a helicopter and the other on the backs of Pokémon challenging. Their orders were to capture the opposition rather than destroy the helicopter, which led to a hesitancy in their attacks. It became evident that these gym leaders possessed an innate sense of kindness and morality. In contrast, Team Rocket bore no such psychological burdens, adeptly exploiting this mindset to entangle their foes. Before long, the gym leaders' Pokémon began to tire, unable to keep pace with the helicopter's speed. Several hours later, the only pursuer remaining behind Kin's helicopter was a single champion from the Unova region. Once it was confirmed that no one else was following, Kin signaled for the helicopter to land on a nearby deserted island. The champion from Unova naturally followed their descent. Kins exited the helicopter, casually observing the approach of the ghost-type champion, Wailong, descending from her Pokeball. Wailong sported a mushroom-shaped hairstyle, her right hand clutching a notebook, while her left wielded a pen, all framed by large glasses. Dressed in a purple miniskirt with long legs clad in familiar black stockings, she had halted her helicopter to wait. Wailong spoke animatedly, jotting down notes with remarkable speed. Rumor had it that she was a novelist, fond of incorporating her opponents into her stories, and it appeared this was indeed true. Kins, however, had no interest in Wailong's peculiarities and wished to avoid idle chatter, viewing her merely as a tool to gauge his own strength. He summoned his Metagross and launched a psychic attack toward Wailong. The terrifying sphere of psychic energy carved a long path across the ground, obliterating anything that dared to impede its advance. As the psychic sphere closed in, Wailong seemed blissfully unaware, continuing her writing. Just as she completed her notes, a Mismagius erupted from her Pokeball, utilizing a Shadow Ball to shield her from the impact. The Mismagius, a dual-type ground and ghost Pokemon, was a formidable creature believed to be an ancient creation of mankind, with the ability to reach supersonic speeds in short bursts. It was indeed a powerful Pokemon. Meanwhile, Team Rocket members stationed around the helicopter began to take precautions. Should they detect any trouble concerning their acting boss, they would spring into action. Wailong appeared unfazed by their presence. Boom. The Mismagius launched a counterattack, its fist gathering shadowy energy before it. Wailong spoke and wrote simultaneously. Mismagius uses Shadow Punch. The punch, accompanied by a whooshing sound, surged toward Metagross. Kins furrowed his brow, commanding, Metagross, use Psychic. Under the influence of Psychic, stones on the ground levitated before Metagross, forming a shield of rock to protect it. Crack, crack, crack. The Mismagius' successive shadow punches struck the stone shield, producing a series of dull thuds. Kin's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that this seemingly cute and charming opponent would strike with such ferocity. Because the telekinetic blast he had just unleashed was directed towards Wailong herself, her series of shadow punches from the clay doll giant also came rushing towards him. Indeed, the stone shield formed by Beldam's psychic power protected Jinshi in person. With a hint of mischief in his gaze, Jinshi looked at Wailong across the way. He was already contemplating engaging in an unrestricted battle with her. Jinxi's idea of an unrestricted battle entailed a clash of Pokémon against Pokémon, while he would grapple with the opposing trainer. Given his physical prowess, which was comparable to that of a quasi-champion, Jinshi believed that barring an anomaly like Ash, there would be no more than a handful of trainers capable of standing against him. Observing Wanlong's short skirt and black stockings, he felt an exhilarating thrill at the prospect of an actual confrontation. Wanlong, oblivious to the gravity of her previous actions, continued to scribble as she spoke. The opponent seems to have sensed fear. This insignificant insect dares to resist me. How utterly laughable. Jinshi twitched his lips, seriously suspecting that Wanlong was currently writing a story fit for a heroine. The keystone in his hand shimmered with a dazzling light, resonating with the Mega Evolution stone on Beldam's body. Roar! In a burst of evolutionary brilliance, Beldam transformed into Mega Metagross. Countless small stones and dust on the ground were suspended in midair, affected by a terrifying force field, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Clearly, Jinshi abandoned his previous thoughts. He resolved to ensure that Nakamura would make it up to him later that evening. The extraordinary rationality of Mega Metagross, combined with a chilling aura reminiscent of a killing machine, was conveyed to Jinshi's heart through the bond of Mega Evolution. Jinshi pointed forward, and Mega Metagross, understanding his intent, immediately sprang into action. In an instant, innumerable stones and dust transformed into projectiles, shooting towards the clay doll giant like a hail of bullets. The surrounding security personnel of Team Rocket watched this scene unfold as if witnessing the end of the world. The overwhelming dust obscured most of the sunlight. There was no way the champion-level clay doll giant could withstand such an onslaught. It was nearly obliterated in an instant. Wanlong, quick on her feet, inserted her pin into her skirt, and, at the moment the clay doll giant lost its fighting capability, recalled it swiftly. She then released her trump card. The champion-level chandelier Pokémon, which bore a striking resemblance to a chandelier, flickering with purple flames, its twisted arms resembling lampstands. The instant the chandelier Pokémon emerged, it whisked Wanlong away, evading all the stones and dust with an uncanny speed. In a heartbeat, intense combat erupted between Mega Metagross and the chandelier Pokémon. In close combat, Mega Metagross could easily dispatch 10 chandelier Pokémon. However, in terms of speed, Mega Metagross was no match for the ghostly chandelier Pokémon. Utilizing its formidable telekinetic abilities, along with the flurry of stones and leaves, it relentlessly pursued the chandelier Pokémon. Boom, boom, boom. One chased while the other fled, and amidst the violent turbulence, Wanlong found it increasingly difficult to continue writing. This left her with no choice but to glare at Mega Metagross in frustration. At that moment, the sun was nearing the horizon, on the deserted island. The only sounds were the whistling of stones cutting through the air and the crackling of the chandelier Pokémon's ghostly flames. Just then, Jinshi, connected with Mega Metagross, clenched his hands tightly. Under the influence of his telekinesis, countless stones coalesced into a massive net, encircling the chandelier Pokémon. At that moment, stones from all directions surged towards the chandelier Pokémon. The purple flames of the chandelier Pokémon ignited fiercely as it was flung out through the gaps in the net. Its entire body slipped through the stone net like a slippery fish, deftly dodging the onslaught of stones while simultaneously conjuring shadow balls to fire at Mega Metagross. Now's the time, Jinshi declared. Mega Metagross vanished from its original position in the blink of an eye, reappearing behind the chandelier Pokémon. With its sharp metallic claws poised to strike, it lunged at the evading chandelier Pokémon. Chapter 128, Garchomp vs. Gengar. Faced with the metallic claws of Mega Metagross, the ghostly chandelier Pokémon executed an astonishing maneuver, evading the attack in a manner that defied the laws of physics. The rapidly retreating chandelier Pokémon took refuge behind a massive rock, which shielded it from a significant portion of the stones. Mega Metagross reappeared beside the chandelier Pokémon, its metallic claws glinting with a chilling light. Swish! The metallic claws of Mega Metagross sliced through the air with a faint sound. The sudden acceleration of Mega Metagross's offensive pace left the nearby Team Rocket security personnel struggling to keep up with the action. Yet even so, the chandelier Pokémon bizarrely evaded the piercing strikes of Mega Metagross. The onslaught from Mega Metagross was far from over, as it unleashed the Steel-type Move Meteor Mash. Like a comet streaking across the dusky evening sky, its fist traced a beautiful arc toward the chandelier Pokémon. Chandelier Pokémon, we will not be defeated, Wanlong exclaimed as she hurried back to the battlefield, fervently writing. The chandelier Pokémon's form rapidly ascended, its lamp-like arms contracting to narrowly evade the meteor mash of Mega Metagross. While dodging, it remained active. Chandelier Pokémon used Dazzling Gleam. A pulsating sphere of light floated toward Mega Metagross. Mega Metagross brought its arms together in front of itself, conjuring a psychic wall of light that shielded it. When faced with a ghost-type Pokémon, the most challenging aspect is their unpredictable movement patterns that defy the laws of physics. Even at high speeds, predicting their evasive maneuvers becomes nearly impossible unless one has grasped their dodging habits. After a few attacks, Mega Metagross, utilizing its exceptional cognitive abilities, had managed to analyze the Chandelier Pokémon's general evasive tendencies during combat. Reapplying the same tactic, Mega Metagross unleashed a telekinetic strike toward the Chandelier Pokémon. Just as the Chandelier Pokémon prepared to dodge once more, Mega Metagross's mental force was already lying in wait along its evasion path. Following that, the airborne stones once again floated into the air, forming an even larger net of dust and debris that almost enveloped the entire sky above the deserted island. Lance gazed at the swirling dust in the sky, his complexion paling. Has Jinshi's strength surpassed that of Boss Saki? The awe inspired by the swirling sands was not limited to Lance alone. Other members of Team Rocket were similarly astonished, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground, if not for their fear of the dust invading their mouths. On the battlefield, Wanlong finally paused her writing, looking up at the swirling dust with a murmured thought. If we can return from this, I must ensure that the League raises Jinshi's threat level. He possesses the power to annihilate an entire town. The Chandelier Pokémon continued to evade, but with Mega Metagross having already deduced its movement patterns, there was no way it could easily escape. Boom! Before the Chandelier Pokémon could fully accelerate, the stones imbued with mental force struck it, sending it crashing to the ground. The relentless barrage of stones continued until the Chandelier Pokémon was rendered unable to fight. On a cliff, separated from the deserted island by a mere sea, several gym leaders of the Unova League stared, wide-eyed, at the battle unfolding on the island. Due to the distance, they could hardly discern the specifics of the combat outcome. However, the sky was filled with stones and dust, visible to anyone with functioning eyes. Fenglu, with her vibrant red hair, unconsciously swallowed hard and remarked, "According to my imaginative battle simulations, if I were to face such an assault, my chances of victory would be less than 1%. Bert concurred, expressing disbelief at the formidable strength of Team Rocket. Perhaps we should leave 1 or 2 individuals here for support, while the rest return to the Alliance to seek assistance from the champions and the Elite Four. This suggestion was met with unanimous agreement. As the gym leaders began to assign tasks, the battle on the deserted island raged on. Once the dust settled, a ghostly figure darted with incredible speed to stand before the Mega Metagross. Already fatigued, the Mega Metagross was swiftly overwhelmed by a powerful shadow ball. Jin's gaze sharpened as he spoke. Is this the second one? After recalling the Mega Metagross into its Pokeball, the onlookers, including Lance, finally discerned the purple silhouette. The newly appeared Pokemon was none other than Wanfeng's second champion-level Pokemon, Gengar. Jin retrieved a Pokeball and a fearsome Sharpedo, resembling a double-headed shark with its blue and red form, emerged before him, revealing its sharp teeth and spines. Sharpedo used Dragon Breath. The intense Dragon Breath gathered in Sharpedo's mouth and was unleashed with tremendous force towards Wanfeng's Gengar. As the Dragon Breath surged towards Gengar, the latter, wearing an exaggerated grin, extended its hands and declared, "Gengar, unleash Curse." Instantly, the Dragon Breath was quelled by Gengar's successive attacks. Wanfeng regarded Jin with an unprecedented seriousness. "You are a worthy adversary, and I shall fight you with all my might." Jin's expression shifted subtly. Gengar, despite being at a disadvantage against Sharpedo in terms of typing, exuded a confidence that intrigued him. Wanfeng pointed her arm at Sharpedo, commanding, "Gengar, let it experience the power of Shadow Claw." In an instant, Gengar appeared before Sharpedo, its shadowy claws slashing towards it. Sharpedo's sharp wings met Gengar's Shadow Claw with a resounding clang. Just as Gengar prepared to strike again, it was interrupted by a ground-type move, Stomp, that sent it hurtling backward. Regaining its footing, Gengar glared furiously at Sharpedo, while Wanfeng was taken aback by Jin's Sharpedo's ability to match Gengar's speed. "Hmph," Wanfeng huffed, commanding, "Since you're so fast, let us slow you down." Gengar readied its lick attack, stretching its tongue out dramatically. Jin chuckled lightly. Sharpedo used Dig to evade it. A cloud of dust erupted as Sharpedo burrowed underground. Seizing this opportunity, Gengar concentrated to gather a Shadow Ball, preparing to strike Sharpedo from below. With a thunderous crash, Sharpedo burst forth from the ground. Colliding with Gengar's Shadow Ball, sending shockwaves radiating outward. Chapter 129, The Formidable Jengar. A resounding crack echoed as immense force traveled through the ground beneath Sharpedo, causing severe subsidence. Cracks spread outward, rapidly enlarging to a diameter of several meters. What incredible power! Wanfeng observed with a hint of concern as she regarded Sharpedo. It was said that Dragon-type Pokémon held significant advantages over others, and Wanfeng felt this truth most acutely in Jin's Sharpedo. Despite its dual dragon and ground attributes, it exhibited extraordinary physical prowess. Jin issued a calm command, Sharpedo, do not withstand it. Use Aerial Ace to cut through. The Aerial Ace was amplified to its utmost potential by Sharpedo's spiky wings. Jengar, ghostly in nature, effortlessly dodged the Aerial Ace while simultaneously striking at Sharpedo's waist with its Night Slash. Sharpedo, caught in midair, had no leverage to counterattack. Wanfeng smiled slightly, confident in her Jengar's capabilities honed through rigorous training. However, her smile quickly faded. Sharpedo, utilizing its wings and unique flight mechanisms, altered its trajectory mid-air in a bewildering manner, skillfully evading Jengar's attack and retaliating with bite. The sharp sound echoed, and Jengar's purple hue dimmed slightly, indicating it had sustained significant damage. The earlier composure on Wanfeng's face vanished. This cannot continue. Jengar will lose. With a fierce shout, she commanded, Jengar, close in and use Force Palm. Upon her command, Jengar unleashed an extraordinary burst of speed, accompanied by a thunderous sonic boom. Sharpedo's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as it released its immense dragon-type energy. The two Pokémon clashed fiercely, creating a flurry of afterimages as if multiple Pokémon were battling simultaneously. The sounds of strikes, sonic booms, and shattering rocks echoed, leaving the Team Rocket security personnel in stunned silence. Lance, one of the four generals, was equally astonished. He had once believed his Dragapult was the strongest among ghost and dragon types, but witnessing the dazzling combat before him left him momentarily speechless. No, that can't be right. Neither Jengar nor Sharpedo possess fighting attributes, so why do their combat styles resemble close-quarters fighting? Lance pondered, gradually piecing together the reasoning. Both Pokémon exhibited astonishing speed, making long-range attacks exceedingly difficult. To efficiently deplete their opponent's stamina without wasting energy, they, much like Jengar, resorted to close-range tactics, using their speed to launch attacks. Though reluctant to admit it, Lance recognized that none of the Pokémon among the four generals could match the caliber of Jengar and Sharpedo in the present scenario. The other Team Rocket security personnel were struggling just to keep pace with the swift combat. Fortunately, Jin, acting as the temporary leader, intervened on the deserted island to intercept Wanfeng. Otherwise, Wanfeng's Jengar could have potentially caused a catastrophic incident involving two helicopters. The battle between the two Pokémon raged on, their forms flickering and devastating the surrounding trees and rocks. Nothing could impede their relentless assault. Before anyone could react, with a resounding roar, Sharpedo delivered a fierce dragon claw that sent Jengar flying. The silhouette of Gingue, flung into the air, only regained its composure after shattering two massive boulders and managing to stabilize its ethereal form. Meanwhile, Leolashark was likewise in distress, bearing numerous scratches inflicted by shadow balls upon its body. It stood there, gasping for breath, with beads of sweat trickling down its chin and splattering onto the ground. Despite the formidable physical prowess of Leolashark, the intensity of the battle had left it utterly exhausted, which took Jinshi by surprise. Although his Leolashark was merely at the champion level and had yet to approach the threshold of divinity, he had estimated its strength to be among the elite within the champion ranks. However, in the actual confrontation with Wanlong's Gingue, Jinshi discovered that this Gingue's abilities far exceeded his expectations, even surpassing those of the recently encountered Crystal Fire Spirit. It was evident that Wanlong, as one of the four heavenly kings of the Unova League, was not to be underestimated. As Gingue rematerialized, it too exhibited signs of considerable strain. Its coloration had faded significantly, approaching transparency. Despite Gingue suffering greater injuries, its inherent traits and attributes rendered it seemingly in better condition. At this moment, Wanlong's expression was unusually grave. The Crystal Fire Spirit and Gingue were her two most crucial Pokémon in her quest for the champion title. And to encounter such an impediment at the hands of Jinshi before even contending for the championship was disheartening. A mere leader of a small security firm wishes to claim victory over me, the illustrious Ghost-type King? Let us see if you truly possess such capability. Wanlong declared with fervor. Jinshi chuckled lightly, finding her bravado amusing. It was evident that Wanlong was rather enamored with the theatricality of her own narrative, employing such a tone in any circumstance. However, Wanlong paid no heed to Jinxi's reaction. To her, he was merely the antagonist destined to be vanquished in her story. Since this is to be a protracted battle, it plays to my Gingue's strengths. Gingue, unleash Absorb Punch. She commanded. Absorb Punch was a technique that siphoned the opponent's vitality while simultaneously restoring the user's energy. It was one of the rare fighting-type moves that Gingue could learn, akin to the Chi Punch. Observing this, Jinshi was determined not to allow Gingue to succeed so easily. Shark, utilize Sandstorm Abyss and conceal yourself within the Tempest. Jinshi ordered decisively. Unlike the overwhelming visual spectacle created by the formidable Metagross utilizing its psychic prowess, the Sandstorm Abyss was designed to inflict continuous damage on the enemy. Shark controlled the sandstorm entirely. Wherever it pointed, the sands would swirl. Its form melded flawlessly into the chaos of the storm, leaving Gingue momentarily bereft of a target for its assault. In desperation, Wanlong commanded Gingue to employ its ranged attack, Toxic Spikes. Once the spikes surrounded Gingue, they would deter Shark from approaching easily. While the sandstorm obscured the vision of Gingue and Wanlong, it did not hinder Shark and Jinshi's sight. Within the swirling sands, Shark flickered in and out of view, swiftly closing the distance to Gingue. Ignoring the damage from the toxic spikes, Shark struck with a decisive blow, catching both Wanlong and Gingue off guard. Shark's bone spikes sliced through the air like razor-sharp blades. Gingue, unable to evade in time, attempted to counter with its own retaliatory move, but Wanlong felt a momentary relief when she recognized that Gingue had instinctively been trained to use this defensive technique. In such dire circumstances, it should have sufficed to mitigate the damage. Yet, her relief was short-lived as she watched in horror as Gingue's retaliatory force was shattered by Shark's bone spikes. Gingue was sent hurtling backward. Impressive. Wanlong fixated on the bone spikes adorning Shark's wings, her world spinning as the realization of her defeat began to sink in. She could scarcely fathom that she had fallen to the leader of a mere security company. Who was she? She was one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Unova region, having fought through numerous trials to earn her place. Yet now, her 2 strongest Pokémon had been bested in succession by this leader's Metagross and Shark. For a moment, Wanlong struggled to reconcile this reality. By the time she regained her composure, Jinshi and his companions had already boarded a helicopter and departed from the Unova region. The Unova League was thrown into turmoil upon learning the news of Wanlong's defeat. A mere security and fire protection company had accomplished such a feat. The outcome saw the Plasma Gang's influence in the city uprooted entirely. Even more astonishing to the Unova League was that a woman was the catalyst for this upheaval. Their indignation was palpable, particularly given that they had dispatched a king and several gym leaders, yet failed to subdue a member of this other region's company, allowing them to wreak havoc and depart unscathed. In a flash, the names of the Rocket Team's Pokémon Security, Fire Protection Company, and Jinshi appeared on every desk within the Unova League. At the headquarters of the Rocket Team in the Kanto region, Jinshi meticulously reviewed the spoils and combat experiences from the battle. Frankly, he felt he had underestimated the 4 heavenly kings of the Unova region due to his newfound abilities. He had assumed that with Pokémon approaching the caliber of legendary beings, he could easily dominate others at the champion level. However, it now seemed that such assumptions were rather naive. While he and his Pokémon might indeed surpass others in energy levels and physical prowess, they still needed to hone their battle experience through practice and sparring. Just as Jinshi was reflecting on his insights, Lance knocked and entered. Acting Chief, someone from the Unova region is here, seemingly seeking reparations. Jinshi responded with surprise. What kind of reparations? Dr. Inuki withdrew from the scientific exchange midway. The Plasma Gang has stated that if we do not compensate them, they will publicly tarnish Dr. Inuki's reputation in the industry due to her abrupt departure. Meanwhile, the Unova League is demanding reparations for the damaged roads, hotels, and other facilities, Lance explained. Jinshi couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the Plasma Gang and the Unova League's actions. In response to the Plasma Gang, remind them that Dr. Inuki's withdrawal was due to their failure to uphold their duty as the organizers, which compelled us to escort her. Emphasize their lack of protection, and that our company was merely acting on Dr. Inuki's request. Then, please retrieve the documents to finalize the commission with her. After taking a sip from his teacup, Jinshi continued, as for the Unova League, provide them with a copy of the commission as well. This time, we primarily aim to criticize the local Junsha police for their ineffectiveness in responding and handling matters. If I remember correctly, the 3 Plasma Gang members initially detained by Junsha have already been released. Directly accuse the Junsha police of suspected collusion with such criminal organizations as the Plasma Gang. After all, A verbal spar is something anyone can engage in. It's merely a matter of mutual defamation. Moreover, the Kanto region has its own league. Did they truly relish the idea of outsiders traversing regions to impose their authority upon their territory? Jinshi was absolutely incredulous. To take a step back, after all, Dr. Nemu was allied with him. As long as Dr. Nemu affixed his signature to a security company agreement, their undertaking could be framed as a legitimate action taken by the company to safeguard its clients. Precisely, Jinshi deftly redefined their expedition as a comprehensive rescue operation aimed at protecting clients. In the face of an assault by nefarious forces, the company would step in to assist, transcending regional boundaries and traveling great distances to render aid. This operation, if polished and packaged attractively on his television station, with resounding slogans echoing, would serve as an impeccable promotion for the security and fire protection companies, particularly in the wake of the recent upheaval caused by the lava and ocean teams in the Fuyuan region. In the hierarchy of human needs, the sense of security invariably reigns supreme. As for the sentiments of the United Regions, Jinshi was not inclined to concern himself with their opinions. He had no immediate plans to expand in that direction. Antagonizing the United Regions held little significance for him. To Jinshi, the plasma team was merely a slightly formidable adversary. However, the issue lay in the vast distance between them. Even if they briefly subdued the opposing territory, it would be impossible to maintain control. At most, it would amount to an exchange of verbal jabs. Thus, under Jinshi's directive, the rocket team revved up its propaganda machinery, eager to see who would tarnish whom first. Chapter 131, The Power of Propaganda. Amplifying their voice and mastering the public discourse in the Guandu region and even nationally was a pursuit Jinshi had diligently engaged in since becoming the acting leader of the rocket team. He now wielded influence over a Guandu television station, a local radio station, and even 2 newspapers and an official website. By consolidating these media outlets into a cohesive entity, Jinshi had secured a measure of authority in shaping narratives. It would be exceedingly challenging for those from the United Regions to besmirch their reputation on rocket team territory. Furthermore, the plasma team's recent coercive abduction, along with their habitual incitement of crowds to liberate spirits, had stirred considerable discontent among the populace. The inaction of the United Alliance's upper echelons, who had been infiltrated, bribed, and compromised by the plasma team, had further fueled public dissatisfaction. The rocket team's security company's actions in protecting its client not only stood on a moral high ground, but also resonated with the sense of justice among many. The United Regions' attempts to challenge the rocket team on this front would be untenable. Since the inception of the security company, Jinshi had consistently elevated its reputation across television, radio, newspapers, and online platforms, all in anticipation of this moment. On one side was the plasma team, engaging in extortion and moral manipulation, while on the other stood a competent security firm dedicated to serving its clients. The discerning public would undoubtedly see the truth. Now, the United Regions had the audacity to demand compensation from him. Jinshi resolved to impart a lesson on the essence of influence. The following morning, the citizens of Guandu switched on their televisions and radios to discover the latest breaking news. According to field reporters, the plasma team in a certain city within the United Regions, led by Brad, constituted a criminal organization of 3,000 members, characterized by a highly organized hierarchy. This organization frequently engaged in murder, robbery, extortion, and various other criminal activities. However, due to suspected collusion with the upper echelons of the United Alliance, a protective shield had formed, resulting in multiple criminal charges against Brad and his associates being disregarded by the local Junsha Police Department. Yesterday, a renowned elven female doctor from Guandu, attending a scientific conference in the United Regions, was harassed by Brad of the plasma team. After being reported to the authorities by rocket team security personnel and subsequently expelled, he rallied over 100 of his subordinates to besiege the hotel where the elven doctor was staying, attempting to forcibly abduct her. Their actions posed a severe threat to her personal safety. A standoff ensued for over 10 hours between 2 rocket team security personnel and hundreds of plasma team members. Upon receiving the alert, the rocket team's security headquarters urgently dispatched 2 helicopters for rescue. A violent confrontation erupted, but ultimately, the rocket team successfully resolved the crisis and safely returned the elven doctor to the Guandu region. With the propaganda machinery at full throttle, Jinshi first framed this operation as a rescue mission, then categorized the plasma team as a criminal organization. Finally, he subtly pointed out the inaction and mismanagement of the Junsha Police Department in the United Regions, suggesting collusion between the United Alliance's leadership and the plasma team. What did the audience witness? They observed the triumph of righteousness over villainy, a sense of satisfaction. They uncovered the dark dealings of the United Alliance's upper echelons, sparking curiosity. They felt a sense of superiority, realizing that Guandu outshone the United Regions. Such a news story, brimming with excitement, intrigue, and a sense of superiority, naturally created a sensation across Guandu, the capital, and the Fuyuan regions. In every street and alley, countless citizens engaged in fervent discussions about this news. Is the Rocket Team's security personnel truly that formidable? Their two members managed to fend off the onslaught of hundreds from the Plasma Team. I always suspected something was off with the Plasma Team. They previously engaged in forcibly releasing other spirits, only for the matter to be buried, likely suppressed by the upper echelons of the United Alliance. In broad daylight, they dared to commit such brazen acts of abduction. Is there no law left? You have no idea how rampant the Plasma Team is in the United Regions. They still go around giving lectures. I think the Rocket Team isn't any better. It's just a case of dogs biting dogs. What nonsense. The Rocket Team has improved significantly, had it not been for their security company. That elven doctor might have faced unspeakable torment. Even now, a small faction of individuals harbored negative sentiments toward the Rocket Team. Yet, under Jinshi's relentless campaign of public opinion, these voices paled in comparison, at least for the moment, in the hearts of the populace. The Rocket Team's security company was seen as performing exceptionally well. They had traversed great distances to rescue their client. The entirety of the news showcased the security company's combat prowess and professional integrity. Numerous enterprises and affluent individuals who had already signed contracts with the security company eagerly sought to extend their agreements. Meanwhile, those who had yet to sign were clamoring to approach the company with monetary offerings, hoping to secure a security contract. After all, the events in the United Regions clearly illustrated the unreliability of the Junsha Police Department. While they typically arrived promptly in the Guandu and capital regions, who could guarantee their timeliness on every occasion? This time, they had taken over 10 hours to respond. No one wished to gamble on such probabilities, especially among the affluent who could afford it. The Fuyuan region was even more exaggerated. After experiencing the battles between the lava and ocean teams, no one could be found who hadn't signed a security contract with the Rocket Team, especially after witnessing the Rocket Team's commitment, dispatching 2 helicopters to rescue their client. They deemed it a small price to pay for peace of mind. Spending a few million annually for security was undeniably a wise investment. As Jinshi set the propaganda machinery in motion, EO finally returned to the Rocket Team after a prolonged absence. Just as before, the Rocket Team headquarters buzzed with activity. Personnel in uniforms bustling about in every direction. Yet, EO had changed. The last time EO visited this place, she harbored the hope of defeating Team Rocket and returning to Team Galaxy to validate her beliefs. However, upon this visit, EO has completely given up on Team Galaxy. In fact, thoughts of revenge against Team Galaxy have begun to fester within her heart, alongside a desire to prove to the unwavering members of Team Galaxy that her ideals are the most valid. The evolution of an organization should not be confined to seeking answers from the past, while neglecting the present and future. EO aspires to achieve this objective by joining Team Rocket, as she perceives an inevitable conflict between Team Rocket and Team Galaxy in the future. Chapter 132, EO's Allegiance. Team Galaxy seeks to harness ancient technologies to gain the capability of creating a splendid new world. Meanwhile, the expansion of Team Rocket has already reached the Hoenn region and has brushed against the edges of the Sinnoh region, drawing alarmingly close to Team Galaxy's territory. Thus, regardless of which team reaches their goals first, a confrontation seems all but certain. EO's sole concern at this moment is whether Team Rocket will accept her. As she contemplates this, she strides purposefully towards Team Rocket's headquarters. Before she even steps into the main building, she encounters Lyric again, but this time, Sana is not by her side. Aren't you EO from Team Galaxy? What brings you here all alone? Are you looking for another round after last time? To be honest, Lyric finds EO's behavior perplexing. Clearly not a spy, nor had she come to gather intelligence, and with her lack of strength, what could she possibly want here? Lyric vividly remembers EO's previous audacity, charging in alone and boasting before them. One might think she had tamed some magnificent divine beast. In reality, they had merely released a Pokémon and, without exerting much effort, had completely demoralized her. Given your fragility, why come to Team Rocket? EO's face twitched at the sound of that familiar voice. Deep down, she is quite reluctant to face Lyric and Sano again, having been thoroughly intimidated during their last encounter. More importantly, all her Pokémon have been confiscated by Team Galaxy. Even if she wished to engage in a Pokémon battle, she would find herself devoid of any Pokémon. Furthermore, she desires to join Team Rocket, so it is imperative that she refrains from any further conflict with them. No, I am not here for a Pokemon battle. Io hastily waves her hands, insisting on her lack of such intentions. As she speaks, she glances at the Pokemon accompanying Lyric, a formidable Scyther of elite level. This Pokemon's prowess would easily overshadow many of her previous companions. The sight of Scyther brings a wave of sadness to Io. It has only been a short while, and she no longer possesses even a single Pokemon, while her counterpart strides confidently towards greater heights. Lyric gazes at Io with evident confusion. If you are not here to challenge us, then what is the purpose of a Team Galaxy member visiting us? Fearing that Lyric might misconstrue her as a spy, Io quickly replies, I am no longer a member of Team Galaxy. I have come here with the intention of joining Team Rocket. This declaration leaves Lyric utterly incredulous. Just days ago, Io took pride in her affiliation with Team Galaxy. So what has prompted this sudden desire to join Team Rocket? Is she attempting to infiltrate their ranks to gather intelligence? Lyric's demeanor shifts to one of vigilance as she scrutinizes Io. Do you think we are fools? You leave Team Galaxy and come straight to us. Doesn't that make you a spy? Io recognizes that her actions may indeed raise suspicions and promptly explains. I genuinely wish to join Team Rocket. I have been expelled from Team Galaxy. If you don't believe me, just look. I haven't even brought a single Pokemon with me. All my Pokemon were confiscated by Team Galaxy. Lyric studies Io with a skeptical eye, noting the absence of Pokeballs on her person. Aside from her clothing, she carries nothing at all, appearing as though she has been unceremoniously cast out. Lyric contemplates. Could it be true that she was expelled by Team Galaxy? Are they really that stringent with their members? Io must have committed some grave error to be treated in such a manner. How could Team Rocket possibly accept someone who has made such a significant blunder? Seeing the expression on Lyric's face, Io realizes that she must clarify her situation. Thus, she recounts her experiences in Team Galaxy and the treatment she endured in detail. After hearing Io's story, Lyric concludes that both Team Galaxy and Io herself must be somewhat unhinged. Team Galaxy's fixation on ancient ruins, while dismissing modern and future technologies, is evidently flawed. Yet Io appears to be equally obstinate. If she chose to join Team Galaxy, she should adhere to their development paths and atmosphere. If Io finds Team Galaxy's strategies intolerable, why did she join in the first place? Wasn't she simply setting herself up for disappointment? Even if she only discovered these issues after joining, she could have simply resigned and mitigated her losses. Instead, she insists on single-handedly altering Team Galaxy's internal decisions. Who does she think she is? Must she be expelled for her to leave? Io bows deeply and pleads, Please, Lyric, you must help me. I have been cast out by Team Galaxy and possess nothing. All my belongings were spent on my ticket here. My only goal is to join Team Rocket. I implore you to assist me in getting introduced. Lyric, taken aback by Io's moral coercion, finds herself speechless. What does your misfortune have to do with me? Yet, in this country, many are indeed swayed by such sentiments. After a lengthy silence, Lyric finally speaks. I hope everything you say is genuine. I can help you with an introduction, but whether you succeed or not is beyond my control. Regardless of whether you join Team Rocket, you must owe me a favor in the future. Lyric has weighed the potential benefits and drawbacks of assisting Io. If Io is indeed a spy, introducing her would expose her while simultaneously reporting her to ensure the threat is neutralized. Conversely, if Io is not a spy, she gains a loyal ally in return for her assistance, an advantageous outcome either way. Thank you so much, Io exclaims, nearly exhausting her remaining strength in her gratitude. At the same time, a wave of relief washes over her. She has completed the first step towards joining Team Rocket. Lyric guides Io to the exterior of Team Rocket's headquarters and makes a call to summon Sana. Once Sana arrives, Lyric whispers a few words to her, essentially instructing her to keep an eye on Io and prevent her from wandering off. Lyric turns to Io and states, You wait here. I will go inside and speak with someone. Io readily agrees. Chapter 133, The Panic of the Quartz Alliance. Inside the office of the acting boss at Team Rocket's headquarters, Jean and Dr. Inuki are nestled together. Jean leans close to Dr. Inuki and whispers, Inuki, the Unova region will likely have no energy to trouble you in the near future. Thank you, Jean, Dr. Inuki replies, gently closing her eyes. She relishes this moment, feeling somewhat fatigued, and shifts to find a comfortable position, settling into Jin's embrace. However, at that moment, Dr. Namuki suddenly felt a warm breath against her cheek. She furrowed her brow slightly, a flicker of annoyance stirring within her. Why couldn't he remain composed for even a short while? Jinshi gazed at the mature, languid girl, her eyes resembling a slumbering water lily, gently capturing the girl's two delicate petals. You look quite weary from your journey. Your lips are parched, he remarked. Doctor. Namuki found herself at a loss for words, allowing Jinshi's affection to envelop her. In truth, her return from the Unova region had been tumultuous. First with the incidents involving Brad and the Plasma Gang, followed by a day spent traveling by helicopter. After a full day of slumber, she still felt somewhat unrefreshed. At that moment, she found herself relishing the physical and mental massage provided by Jinshi. Yet, after a while, she grasped Jinsi's hand, which was toying with the keystone hidden within her lab coat. Rolling her eyes playfully, she chided, "Can't you let me rest a bit longer? Do you have the heart to disturb someone who looks this exhausted?" Jinshi chuckled softly. "Of course, I wouldn't wish to disturb you. I merely fear that your labor might cause the keystone to diminish in size." Dr. Namuki playfully tapped his forehead with her slender fingers, retorting, "Get out of here. It's because the keystone has expanded that I had to change my underwear size." Observing the flush of color still lingering in her eyes, Jinshi understood she had yet to fully recuperate. He swiftly lifted her into his arms, transporting her to the lounge behind his office. Taking her gently warm hand, he said, "You should rest here a while longer. Later, you must fulfill every promise you made to me." Dr. Namuki's cheeks flushed slightly as she murmured in agreement. Before long, her breathing evened out, and Jinshi gazed at her tranquil yet fatigued visage, his heart swelling with tenderness. After tucking her in, he quietly exited the lounge. Upon returning to his executive chair, Jinshi received reports regarding EO's recent activities. From EO's provocations at the rocket headquarters to her subsequent return to the Galaxy team, where her claims went unacknowledged, and finally, her expulsion from the Galaxy team after her Pokémon were confiscated. The entire situation had been meticulously documented by the intelligence department under Ramda's supervision. As Jinshi perused the information on EO, he pondered. He was not particularly familiar with EO's story from the original narrative, only knowing she seemed to be a cadre within the Galaxy team, one of the major natural satellites. Regarding her achievements and abilities, he was somewhat in the dark without this intelligence. However, her research on Paradox Pokémon certainly held unique insights. Whether she was a spy would become evident with further observation. Jinshi had no faith that the rocket team, of which he was the architect, could be undermined by a mere infiltrator. In his past life, numerous influential enterprises had not fallen so easily. Even after sustaining multiple gunshot wounds, one could still be declared a suicide, and life would continue as usual. Thus, Jinshi felt no trepidation towards EO's potential espionage. "Very well, she may join our rocket team," he declared, closing the dossier slowly. "Yes, acting boss." After a brief salute, Lalizi quietly exited the room. Soon thereafter, EO received a response. Under Lalizi's recommendation, her induction into the rocket team proceeded swiftly, especially since it had the acting boss's endorsement. The subordinates of the rocket team, who had greatly benefited from Jinshi's favor, moved with commendable alacrity. EO felt the impact of this firsthand. Upon becoming a member of the rocket team, her first task was to head to the training grounds to capture a Pokémon of her own. Without a Pokémon, she was unable to undertake any tasks. Such situations were quite common in the early days of Jinshi's leadership of the rocket team, where many members lacked Pokémon or had significantly low-level Pokémon. EO had numerous training grounds available to her. It was merely a matter of determining her future direction. From this, EO recognized the differences between the rocket team and the Galaxy team. The Galaxy team relentlessly pursued ancient relics, while the rocket team offered training facilities equipped with both modern and ancient technologies, although lacking any relation to future Paradox Pokémon. This was precisely the area where she wished to shine. In a moment, EO felt invigorated by her decision to join the rocket team. Meanwhile, the Quartz Alliance in the Kanto region was fraught with tension. Various media outlets, including television and newspapers, published extensive reports on the achievements of the rocket team's security and fire protection company. These reports detailed the incidents that occurred in the Unova region, emphasizing the formidable strength of the security company. Ultimately, they highlighted the contributions made by this company to public safety in the Kanto, Johto, and Hoenn regions. It was a significant event when over 100 plasma team members attacked 2 security personnel from the rocket team. When Otto saw this news, he was utterly dismayed. Shortly after Jinshi assumed control of the rocket team and became the acting boss, Otto hurriedly ended his undercover career. The rapid enhancement of the rocket team's other members' strengths left him fearful of exposure, necessitating his premature withdrawal. Previously, Otto had regarded the rocket team as a major threat in the Kanto region, and now they had become an entity not to be trifled with. He picked up the newspaper, which featured a bold headline proclaiming the rocket team's security company as a guardian of customer safety. More crucially, the rocket team, once an open villain harboring grand conspiracies, had begun to cultivate its public image. This time, when the Unova Alliance approached them, they found themselves utterly powerless. Every action taken by the security company was legitimate and lawful. Helicopter takeoffs required application procedures. Operations in the Unova region necessitated contracts with employers, and returns were accompanied by flight documentation. Previously, the rocket team had vulnerabilities to exploit. Now, Otto couldn't even find a single flaw. Naturally, he was engulfed in panic. Chapter 134, Water Wudong's Escape. The following morning, Jinshi awoke in the large bed at home, instinctively reaching for the keystone that belonged to her. However, to her dismay, the beauty at the edge of the bed had vanished. Sitting up, she glanced around in slight frustration, confirming that Dr. Namuki was indeed nowhere to be found. Throwing off the covers, she stepped out of the bedroom, hearing commotion from the kitchen and catching the delightful aromas wafting through the air. She sleepily made her way to the bathroom to freshen up. By the time she emerged, Dr. Namuki, clad only in an apron, had already set breakfast on the dining table. "Breakfast is ready. Hurry over once you're done washing up," she said gently. "Why are you up so early?" Jinshi asked between bites. "You could have slept a little longer. Breakfast could wait for the maid." Dr. Namuki, rarely flustered, replied, "I just wanted to prepare a meal for you myself. How does it taste?" Hearing this, Jinshi quickened his eating pace, mumbling through a mouthful, "Delicious." Dr. Namuki couldn't help but smile warmly at his eagerness. After finishing breakfast, Jinshi settled onto the sofa, perusing the materials that had been delivered to his home the previous day. He had been too engrossed in his time with Dr. Namuki to review them. The documents detailed the overall box office figures for the films Hachi, A Dog's Tale, and Infernal Affairs following their release. In another document, it detailed the overall profits of 2 films following the laundering of money. Dr. Nemu, known for his disinclination to tidy up, found himself reclining on the sofa with Jinshi nestled comfortably in his embrace. "You possess the entire rocket team, yet you still concern yourself with such trifles? Is it not because the rocket team's finances are shrouded in mystery, necessitating money laundering to spend it openly?" Jinshi, with one hand holding the documents, deftly located the keystone before Dr. Nemu and began to toy with it. He jested, "Moreover, those experimental projects you have in hand are quite costly. If I do not help you earn a bit more, how will you fund your experiments?" While resting in Jinshi's arms, Dr. Nemu delicately lifted Jinshi's chin with her slender fingers and, with a voice rich in magnetism, suggested, "Since you are working so diligently, should I not reward you handsomely?" Just then, the playful moment was abruptly interrupted by the ringing of a phone. Jinshi answered. "This is Jinshi." On the other end, Ramda's voice relayed urgent news. "Boss, Shui Wudong has escaped from the Hoenn region's prison." Jinshi, taken aback, immediately sat upright. He never anticipated Shui Wudong's escape. What was the Junsha Police Department doing? It was known that prisoners in the facility were unable to wield Pokémon, while each guard was equipped with either a herdier or a manectric, both of which were formidable in strength and scent tracking. The fact that he managed to escape clearly indicated the incompetence of the Junsha Police Department. However, upon further contemplation, Jinshi realized that Shui Wudong's Pokémon had been confiscated. And even if he had managed to break free, it would not pose a significant threat to him. Given Shui Wudong's current capabilities, unless faced with a champion-level training ground, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone else to inflict harm upon him. After hanging up, Jinshi discussed the matter with Dr. Nemu. "You must ensure that a bodyguard accompanies you whenever you step outside. Although this incident occurred in Hoenn, you must remain vigilant in the Kanto region as well." Upon his return, Jinshi had doubled the security personnel surrounding Dr. Nemu and Athena. He was adamant about preventing any further mishaps, regardless of the region. The Junsha Police Department had proven to be utterly inept. Their family had monopolized the police force, leading to a lack of internal competition and a marked decline in efficiency across various aspects. The prevalence of large criminal organizations in every region was a clear testament to the Junsha Police Department's poor performance. It could not be denied that both the operational efficiency and personnel strength of the Junsha Police Department were severely lacking, as evidenced in the original work. They seemed to have a presence everywhere, yet only managed to capture a handful of offenders. Even the simplest of thefts required an inordinate amount of effort on their part, often entailing the resolution of bizarre incidents triggered by various Pokémon. Jinshi felt that if it were not for the presence of a gym in every slightly significant location, the local law enforcement would be appallingly inadequate. His establishment of a security company had illuminated the overwhelming demand for safety, as evidenced by the sheer volume of contracts. While Jinshi continued to berate the Junsha as inept, Dr. Nemu suddenly widened her sleepy eyes and propped herself up to gaze at Jinshi, oblivious to the fact that her apron had slipped, revealing her form. "Jinshi, you mentioned that Shui Wudong harbors an extraordinary obsession with the indigo orb. You instructed me to leave the indigo orb at the Hoenn region's laboratory, asserting that it could only realize its maximum potential there. Do you think Shui Wutong's escape is in pursuit of the Indigo Orb? At the Hoenn region's laboratory, originally a property of Team Aqua dedicated to studying aquatic Pokémon, it had naturally become a research facility for Team Rocket following their takeover. This particular laboratory stood as the largest among Team Rocket's research establishments. Due to the exorbitant costs associated with research, many laboratories were sold off during the annexation of Team Aqua, save for this one, which Jinshi had chosen to retain. Typically, it served as a workspace for researchers, with Dr. Nemu granted access to the most advanced laboratory. While researchers usually occupied the facility, today, an uninvited guest emerged, a robust man with dark skin and a full beard, who was none other than the escaped Shui Wudong. Through the loyal remnants of Team Aqua outside the prison, Shui Wudong had learned that his coveted Indigo Orb was housed within this laboratory, which had been overseen by Team Aqua during its construction. Shui Wudong was intimately familiar with the building's architecture and, upon attempting to access the facility, discovered that the secret passageway from its construction had gone unnoticed. The clandestine route remained functional. Meanwhile, the prison in the Hoenn region was in a state of disarray. The warden meticulously interrogated each inmate and guard, determined to uncover Shui Wudong's accomplices. The site inspection revealed that Shui Wudong had managed to excavate a passage to the outside world in an alarmingly short time. Such a large-scale operation, accomplished in mere moments, could not have been executed without Pokémon assistance. Chapter 135, The Theft of the Indigo Orb. Soon, the theft of the Indigo Orb from the laboratory was unveiled. Outside the Hoenn region's research facility, several motorcycles belonging to the Junsha Police Department were parked, while officers, accompanied by Manectrix, scoured the area. A logistics supervisor from the laboratory was taking notes with the Junsha officers. The discovery of the Indigo Orb's theft was swift. As it was an establishment owned by Team Rocket, and routine security tasks were entrusted to their security company, the Indigo Orb was considered a high-priority item, with inspections conducted every 20 minutes. During a recent check, security personnel noted that the storage area was in disarray and quickly realized that the Indigo Orb was missing. Upon reviewing the access logs, they found no record of the Indigo Orb being withdrawn. Alarmed, the security team promptly contacted their company's branch in the Hoenn region and reported the incident to the authorities. Upon hearing of the research facility's burglary, the Junsha Police Department responded with commendable speed, recognizing the potential danger of the stolen item. At the Junsha headquarters, Officer Junsha rubbed her temples in frustration. The situation with Shui Wudong's escape remained unresolved, and now a research facility had been robbed. To make matters worse, there was no progress on the covert investigation into Team Rocket. Since their arrival in the Hoenn region, led by Apollo, Team Rocket had behaved impeccably, promoting the hot spring tourism industry, revitalizing the lava energy company, and propelling the establishment of security firms and various other enterprises. They appeared to be legitimate business people, having even constructed numerous Pokémon training facilities to cultivate future talent. Their actions could easily be mistaken for those of a model corporation, were it not for the shadowy enterprises they controlled. While Officer Junsha grappled with her mounting headaches, a Junsha officer at the scene communicated via radio, "Officer Junsha, based on our preliminary findings, this research facility belongs to Team Rocket." Officer Junsha sat upright, exclaiming, "What? You mean Team Rocket?" On the other end of the intercom, "Indeed, this research facility previously belonged to the Oceanic team. However, after the Oceanic team was vanquished by the Rocket team, this place has since become their territory." At these words, Officer Junsha's eyes sparkled with intrigue. If this information proved to be accurate, she would have the opportunity to leverage this research facility as a starting point to conduct a legitimate investigation into the Rocket team. Furthermore, with Shui Wudong having just escaped from prison, the theft at the former Oceanic team's research facility had occurred concurrently. If there were no connections between these two incidents, Officer Junsha would be utterly incredulous. This revelation provided a glimmer of hope to an otherwise beleaguered Officer Junsha. After all, this was the Rocket team's research facility. It surely contained sensitive internal information. If she could unearth such data regarding financial flows or potential safety violations in experiments, it would serve as an excellent avenue for investigation. The singular obstacle was the external pressure from the media on Officer Junsha's precinct. Thus, it was imperative to apprehend Shui Wudong first in order to alleviate the media scrutiny. Once Shui Wudong was in custody, they could delay the case's conclusion, providing a pretext to delve into the Rocket team's research facility. Now, where could they possibly locate Shui Wudong? Officer Junsha pondered deeply. Shui Wudong had gone to great lengths to escape from prison for a specific item within that research facility. Officer Junsha was acutely aware that this item must hold immense significance for Shui Wudong. Otherwise, he could have easily flown high as a bird or leapt freely as a fish. Why risk his life returning to the facility to steal something? However, just as Officer Junsha and her team were searching for clues within the research facility, a convoy arrived outside, accompanied by the sounds of screeching brakes and car doors slamming. A group clad in the uniforms of the rocket team's security and fire safety personnel entered, leading a dozen or so giant scyther. The leader of the security team stated, "We are from the security company, and at the behest of our employer, we are here to assist in the investigation of this theft. Since this incident is a result of our company's oversight, we are considered involved parties." Ignoring Officer Junsha's attempts to intervene, they proceeded into the research facility. Meanwhile, the personnel within the facility blocked Officer Junsha's path. Staring incredulously at the researchers obstructing her, Officer Junsha demanded, "What is the meaning of this?" The researchers, looking helpless, replied, "The items here rightfully belong to them. It is only natural that they take them. We are merely employees and must comply with our superiors." The leader of the security team presented a full power of attorney document as he approached Officer Junsha. "Officer Junsha, this is the full power of attorney from our client, granting us all the authority to act in this matter. We kindly request that you do not make it difficult for us." Simultaneously, at the rocket team headquarters in the Kanto region, Dr. Naimu expressed his concerns. "Jinshi, the indigo orb has been stolen, and it is highly likely that Shui Wudong is responsible. Do you think Shui Wudong might use the indigo orb for something outrageous?" Jinshi, appearing composed, reassured Dr. Naimu. "There is no need for concern. I will handle it. Shui Wudong's acquisition of the indigo orb is not a recent development. Given the passage of time, what could possibly go wrong? Rest assured, I will personally address this matter while you focus on your research." In truth, Jinshi's confidence was not as unwavering as he portrayed. The indigo orb was a crucial artifact for awakening the legendary Pokémon, Kyogre. Based on the timeline, Shui Wudong likely had not yet discovered how to summon Kyogre. At worst, he might only trigger a tsunami. To Jinshi, Shui Wudong's threat did not seem particularly significant. Even if Shui Wudong were to successfully summon Kyogre, Jinshi believed his current strength and that of his Pokémon would suffice to confront it. However, he was wary of the immense upheaval such an event would cause in the Hoenn region, a scenario Jinshi wished to avoid at all costs. Therefore, it was best to nip this issue in the bud. After Dr. Naimu departed, Jinshi placed a call to Apollo. Apollo reported, "Boss, the indigo orb is indeed missing, and some of the data regarding the orb's research has also been taken." Upon hearing this, Jinshi felt a surge of frustration. The research materials were manageable, but the direction of the research he had provided, examining whether the indigo orb could have other applications beyond awakening Kyogre, was the most vexing. Most troubling of all was that Shui Wudong had once again gotten his hands on the indigo orb. Chapter 136. The security company mobilizes. Jinshi commanded, "By any means necessary. We must retrieve the indigo orb." "Understood, boss." In the Hoenn region, within Shui Wudong's temporary safe house, he gazed adoringly at the indigo orb in his hands. No matter the moment, he found this orb to be impeccably flawless. In contrast, the research materials he had carelessly brought from the facility were tossed aside. For Shui Wudong deemed the research directions contained within them entirely misguided. In his eyes, the indigo orb was the sole means to control the legendary Pokémon. If he could uncover its usage methods, the entire world would be at his feet. The following morning, the security personnel, having already received orders from the rocket team headquarters, swiftly mobilized. Centered around the research facility, they began a large-scale reconnaissance operation throughout the Hoenn region. On the streets, several security personnel drove around the vicinity of the research facility, searching for targets and inquiring with passers-by about the recent events. Apollo had also tracked down remnants of the Magma and Aqua teams, gathering information from them. Under the scorching sun, Apollo followed a former member of the Aqua team to a rather desolate motorcycle repair shop. The former member explained, "This used to be a hub for the Aqua team's information exchange and occasionally handled some fencing operations. However, since the dissolution of the Aqua team, many have either perished or fled. Few remain now." Apollo cast a sidelong glance at the repair shop, noting the dust accumulated outside, clearly indicating recent habitation within. Moreover, there seemed to be several individuals inside, at least a dozen. If not for careful observation, it would be easy to overlook this place in such a quiet alley. Nodding, Apollo said, "All right, I have gathered the necessary information. You may leave now. If anything arises in the future, you can reach out using this number." As he spoke, a subordinate of Apollo handed the former member a business card. The former member smiled ingratiatingly, accepting the card with both hands and departing with exaggerated deference. Once Apollo and his team left, he commanded, "Surround this place. Station personnel at all major intersections in the vicinity. No one is to escape. The rest of you, charge in. We only need one living witness. No need to spare anyone else. Remember, we are after clues." "Yes, Apollo." With that, the rocket team security personnel unleashed their Pokémon and charged inside. Bang! The roll-up door of the repair shop was violently breached by a Bouffalant. The already fragile door crumbled before the might of the Bouffalant, as if it were made of paper. A burly man clad in an Aqua Team uniform burst forth from the back room, shouting as he charged out, "Which bastard dares to smash our door? Do they wish to die?" However, when he beheld the imposing figures of the boss Corphish, Steelix, and Venusaur bursting into the shop, he was rendered utterly speechless. It is worth noting that the aura emanating from these Pokémon was at least on par with that of a gym leader. Among them, the commanding boss Corphish was particularly oppressive, leaving him gasping for breath. A Pokémon champion. This boss Corphish undoubtedly possessed the prowess of a champion. The remnants of the Oceanic team swallowed hard, their trepidation palpable. Behind the towering boss Corphish, a dozen individuals clad in Rocket Security Company uniforms emerged, causing a cold sweat to trickle down his spine. How had they located this place? The Oceanic team member felt his legs weaken, collapsing onto the ground. The last encounter between the Oceanic team and Team Rocket had left him traumatized, as he was present at the scene. Though the leaders of the Oceanic team had been captured, the territories below them had been ruthlessly decimated by these intruders. Had he not fled swiftly, he would surely have met his demise there. Seeing that this individual had completely lost his will to resist, the Rocket security members paid him no heed, charging forward with their Pokémon. Meanwhile, in the backyard of the motorcycle repair shop and upstairs, the situation remained unbeknownst to those inside. What was happening outside? Why was there such a ruckus? In a bid to rescue their leader, Aji, a cadre from this outpost, had gone several days and nights without sleep. Just the previous night, they had celebrated their leader's return, drinking late into the night, leaving Aji still groggy and disoriented. However, before he could grasp the unfolding chaos, the menacing head of the boss Corphish broke through the second floor's flooring, fixing its piercing gaze upon Aji, who was still in bed. Several Rocket security members climbed up the boss Corphish's body, squeezing through the hole and into Aji's room. The door to his room had become nothing more than a mere formality. The security members wasted no time, landing a punch that left Aji dazed. "Ah, how dare you strike me? You're all doomed," he bellowed as they dragged him downstairs. All the while, Aji continued to shout, "Do you even know who I am? How dare you lay hands on me?" It wasn't until several of his ribs were fractured, rendering him speechless from the pain, that they finally pinned him to the ground. At that moment, Aji began to regain his senses. Upon seeing the uniforms worn by these men, he finally comprehended their identities, especially when he noticed other members of the Oceanic team being held against the wall, kneeling with their hands on their heads, faces turned to the wall. Each of them had a Pokémon-esque claw or horn resting against the back of their heads, which thoroughly terrified Aji. Realizing the grim reality of his situation, he stammered, "Gentlemen of Team Rocket, just tell me what you desire, and we shall cooperate to the utmost of our abilities." Apollo stepped forward, and Aji, pinned to the ground, could only tilt his head upward to gaze at him. How did Shui Wudong stealthily enter the research facility? Where is he now? Aji's eyes flashed with hesitation at the inquiry. He had never anticipated that they would go to such lengths to track him down. Who had leaked this information? Within less than a day, they had managed to find this place. It seems you are quite loyal. However, I wonder how Shui Wudong will repay your loyalty once you are dead. Bang! As Apollo's words fell, one of his subordinates delivered a swift kick that shattered Aji's nasal bone. "Ah!" Aji shrieked, a horrific wail echoing through the air as blood streamed from his nose. To avoid disturbing the neighbors, the security personnel prepared to stifle his cries with a rag from the repair shop. "Woo-woo, I want to speak. Don't gag me. I was merely hesitating." Chapter 137, Apollo in Action. Apollo, maintaining a facade of indifference, reiterated, "I ask you once more. How did Shui Wudong gain access to the research facility? Where is he now?" Aji, in a frenzy, nodded vigorously, terrified that any delay might result in further punishment. Apollo signaled, and his subordinates promptly removed the rag from Aji's mouth. No longer the tough guy he pretended to be, Aji, disregarding the pain in his nose, cried out, I'll tell you. That Oceanic Pokémon research facility was originally established by our Oceanic team. In an office to the left of the storage room, there exists a secret passage leading to the outside world. Shui Wudong entered through there. After we rescued him, he resided in a small wooden cabin along the coast of this city. Aji spilled every detail he knew, as if pouring out beans. Throughout this ordeal, blood continued to flow from his broken nose, and with his hands restrained, he had no means to staunch the bleeding. At this rate, he feared he might bleed to death from his injuries. I've revealed everything I know. Please spare me, dear brothers. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Shui Wudong, his whereabouts had been betrayed. He was diligently studying the Oceanic team's previous research materials to locate the site for awakening Kyogre. According to the documentation, the potential awakening site for Kyogre was likely in the vicinity of the Sind God Mountain area. However, he remained ignorant of the exact location and timing for the awakening. Today, he had finally uncovered a crucial lead. He only required a signal amplifier to amplify the energy frequency contained within the indigo orb. In previous times, when the Oceanic team was still operational, procuring a signal amplifier would have been a trivial task for Shui Wudong. Now, however, with the Oceanic team diminished, he had to seek alternative methods to acquire a signal amplifier. Within a laboratory formerly belonging to the Oceanic team, the facility had significantly declined since being sold off by Team Rocket. Many experimental devices had been either relocated or sold, leaving a scant few usable items. They could only rely on the signal amplifier to observe the energy frequencies of certain Pokémon's moves for experimentation. Suddenly, the laboratory director received a phone call. "Hello, this is the Jingza laboratory." A distinctly altered voice responded, "I need to rent a signal amplifier from your laboratory for a week. Renting equipment requires reporting the intended use and providing a deposit. May I inquire about your purpose? Do you require our laboratory to send personnel for operation?" After a moment of silence, the voice on the other end replied, "Put me through to your supervisor. I have information regarding the awakening site of Kyogre." The laboratory director was taken aback. The caller's altered voice and insistence on speaking with the supervisor indicated the urgency of the matter. Not wishing to bear any responsibility, he transferred the call to the supervisor's office. Upon receiving the call, the supervisor's expression shifted dramatically, especially upon hearing the request. "Are you Shui Wudong?" The supervisor, having previously worked under the Oceanic team, immediately deduced the caller's identity based on their request and knowledge of Kyogre. Shui Wudong, recognizing that he had been identified, was not surprised. After all, he and the supervisor had collaborated for a considerable time. "I believe I have located the time and place for awakening Kyogre. Tomorrow morning, you will personally bring the equipment to the main thoroughfare in the northern district and await my arrival." With that, Shui Wudong hung up the phone. As the sun set, casting a golden hue across the sky, several black SUVs traversed the coastal highway. Soon, with a screech of brakes, the vehicles halted outside a wooden cabin. A cadre of individuals clad in Rocket Security Company uniforms disembarked, summoning their Pokémon to encircle the cabin completely. Apollo spoke in a low tone. "The objective of this mission is the orb stolen by Shui Wudong. The enemy numbers are limited, comprised solely of former members of the Oceanic team. Exercise caution during the operation." Since Apollo was dispatched here by the organization to oversee the Hoenn region, he has exhibited a remarkable composure. Even when confronted by the remnants of the Oceanic team, Apollo maintains a demeanor of utmost caution and prudence. Indeed, Apollo is a cadre of the organization. The wooden cabin is enveloped in silence. Given the commotion outside, it is inconceivable that those within remain unaware. Clearly, the occupants of the cabin are well prepared for battle. "Utilize Rock Slide collectively. Dismantle this cabin for me," commanded Apollo. All Rock-type Pokémon unleashed their Rock Slides, and massive boulders rained down upon the cabin, reducing it to rubble in an instant. The individuals inside, upon hearing the sound of stones crashing against the roof, immediately sensed impending doom. Just as Shui Wudong was about to instruct his newly acquired Sharpedo to retaliate, streams of blinding light burst forth from outside. The searing intensity of the destructive beams swiftly obliterated the cabin's walls, creating a gaping hole in Shui Wudong's chest. Wisps of smoke emanated from his wound, while several of his Oceanic team subordinates were reduced to charred remains. After the cabin's collapse, members of the Team Rocket security squad advanced rapidly, launching another round of attacks on those who had yet to lose their capacity to resist. It was not until the debris lay silent that Apollo regarded Shui Wudong's lifeless form, his gaze remaining devoid of emotion. As for the newly acquired Sharpedo, merely a gym leader-level Pokémon, it succumbed in the initial barrage. With the assistance of their Pokémon, the group swiftly unearthed the indigo orb from the ruins. After confirming its authenticity, Apollo remarked coolly, "Clean up the site. Leave no trace. Given our proximity to the sea, let the water-type Pokémon wash everything away. Complete this expeditiously, and we shall withdraw." In the Kanto region, Jinshi was in his study, perusing a revised script penned by a screenwriter. The plot summary had been personally composed by him. At that moment, the telephone in the study rang. Jinshi answered. This is Jinshi. Acting boss. The indigo orb has been located, and the research materials have been recovered. Among them are several documents authored by Shui Wudong himself. Understood, Jinshi replied before hanging up. He merely needed to ascertain that the indigo orb had been retrieved. As long as the orb remained in their possession, Kyogre would not manifest. In a world predicated upon human society, it was preferable that the legendary Pokémon remained dormant until he was assured of a decisive victory. As for Shui Wudong's fate, Jinshi found himself largely indifferent. A figure already wanted by the entire league, without a primary battling Pokémon, would scarcely elicit concern upon his demise. Chapter 138, The Perilous Laboratory Supervisor. The Hoenn region had long endured the depredations of two criminal organizations, with both parties frequently engaging in brazen confrontations in public spaces. Naturally, the general populace expressed their grievances vehemently. Now, with Team Rocket's dominance, the underworld of Hoenn had undergone significant restructuring. For the ordinary citizens, law and order had, in fact, improved considerably. Coupled with Apollo's diligent execution of Jinshi's directives, Jinshi's efforts to rehabilitate Team Rocket's image bore substantial fruit. Consequently, Team Rocket enjoyed immense popularity in Hoenn, their reputation eclipsing even that of Kanto and its capital region. The demise of Shui Wudong and his oceanic team subordinates would likely elicit applause from the public, should they become aware. Moreover, Team Rocket's security division was remarkably proficient in handling the aftermath. It was entirely plausible that their remains had already traversed oceans to faraway shores. Setting the telephone down, Jinshi exited his study. At that moment, Dr. Nemu was curled up on the sofa, engrossed in a horror film. Her large, languid eyes widened in fright, and she shielded them with her hands, peeking at the screen through her fingers. Amused, Jinshi remarked, "If you're so fearful, why watch it?" Upon noticing Jinshi's presence, Dr. Nemu shut off the television as if she had seen a savior. "Why didn't you come out? Weren't you going to read the script?" Aware that Dr. Nemu was attempting to change the subject, Jinshi chose not to confront her. "The indigo orb has been retrieved." Dr. Nemu expressed surprise. "It has already been found. It has been less than a day since we learned of its theft. Did the research facility install a GPS on the indigo orb?" Dr. Nemu mused, marveling at the efficiency of the operation. In this region, it was common for stolen items to result in nothing more than a report being filed, only to vanish without a trace. The likelihood of recovering stolen goods was exceedingly slim. Since the indigo orb's disappearance, Dr. Nemu had been deeply concerned, as Jinshi had previously informed her that it was a vital artifact for awakening Kyogre. To this end, Dr. Nemu had spent some time in Hoenn, seeking to understand the local legends surrounding Pokémon. Groudon and Kyogre were immensely renowned in this region. One could engage anyone on the street for a good 10 minutes on the subject. This heightened Dr. Nemu's regard for the two orbs. She had initially hoped that Jinshi would bring the orbs back to Kanto directly. Little did she know, before she could voice her concerns, the indigo orb was stolen. Now that it had finally been located, she felt a sense of relief for Jinshi. Just when they thought the matter concluded, an unexpected turn of events arose on the third morning. While Jinshi was indulging in the luxury of sleeping in, a phone call abruptly roused him from slumber. Also disturbed was Dr. Nemu, who had been resting in his embrace. Jinshi answered the phone as he stepped onto the balcony of his bedroom, closing the sliding door behind him to muffle the noise before connecting the call. "Acting boss, I apologize for disturbing you at this hour, but this matter requires your immediate attention." The voice on the other end belonged to Ramda, Team Rocket's foremost intelligence officer. As one of the four generals, Ramda was esteemed within Team Rocket, thanks to his exceptional disguise skills and his close association with Saki. If he was calling, the situation was undoubtedly serious. Jinshi's expression darkened considerably. "Speak. What is the matter?" "It concerns the indigo orb." Upon hearing this, Jinshi furrowed his brow. He distinctly recalled that the indigo orb had already been recovered. How could trouble still be brewing? "What is going on?" Jinshi inquired with a serious tone. Ramda sensed the weight of Jinshi's words and felt a tinge of pressure. "Acting boss, it pertains to a laboratory previously operated by the Oceanic team." Ramda then relayed the events. It turned out that the supervisor at the laboratory, a local of Hoenn, had awaited Shui Wudong at the designated location for an entire day without any sign of his arrival. Naturally, Shui Wudong, having been eliminated by Jinshi's men, would not show. The supervisor, deeply obsessed with Groudon and Kyogre, resorted to reporting the incident to the authorities, even reaching out to the media. He revealed the connection between the indigo orb, Shui Wudong, and Kyogre, subtly implicating Team Rocket. He accused Team Rocket, the foreign entity, of having absorbed both the magma and oceanic teams solely to awaken Groudon and Kyogre. Most critically, he inadvertently pointed out that both the Crimson Orb and the Indigo Orb had been seized by Team Rocket, which indeed were housed in the laboratory in Hoenn. The police department of Kanto promptly established a task force to investigate whether Shui Wudong's escape was linked to Team Rocket. In the Hoenn region, local media coverage of the situation was decidedly polarized. Mainstream outlets merely reported the facts, while their less reputable counterparts resorted to sensationalism. This exaggeration incited a profound indignation within Jinshi. Did they truly believe that the Rocket's expansion into Hoenn was driven by altruistic motives? Jinshi was determined to make it clear what should and should not be said. Conventional channels of redress, such as complaints or lawsuits, would hardly quell the arrogance of these individuals. To put it plainly, these hyperbolic non-mainstream media were nothing more than a rabble of sensationalists, willing to say anything for the sake of sales and ratings. The root of this situation lay with the laboratory director, who had become increasingly impatient in provoking the Rockets. Jinshi promptly placed a call to Apollo. At that moment, Apollo had just received news from the laboratory director. Apollo, the media in the Hoenn region has been excessively inflating the facts lately. It's time to put them in their place. And make sure that laboratory director keeps his mouth shut. Upon hearing this, Apollo immediately understood what Jinshi was referring to and quickly assured, "Rest easy. I will handle this matter with utmost efficiency." After hanging up, Apollo promptly gathered his team. "You all head to XXX TV station, XX newspaper, and the magazine office. Burn their premises to the ground, flood them out. Use an earthquake to bring their buildings down. And deal with that laboratory director who has been speaking out of turn. I do not wish for him to see the dawn of tomorrow." The Rockets acted with remarkable swiftness. This time, they donned no uniforms, instead masquerading as ordinary citizens. A group of them stormed into the entrances of various media offices with their Pokémon. Chapter 139, New Films and New Objectives. The fiery Charizard incinerated the newspaper office, while the Sharpedo unleashed torrents of water to drown all electronic devices at the television station. The Athena employed excavation to undermine the foundations of the buildings. Among these Pokémon were remnants from both the Magma and Aqua teams, as well as those captured by the Rockets themselves. The Rockets had prepared these Pokémon not for frontline combat, but for executing the dirtiest of tasks. Consequently, the television station, newspaper, and magazine that had spoken recklessly the day before all faced dire consequences. The familiar scene unfolded once more in Hoenn, as ordinary citizens once again felt the grip of fear reminiscent of the reign of the Magma and Aqua teams. Employees scattered in panic, unwilling to risk their lives for a mere monthly salary. Meanwhile, at the Izumi laboratory, the director sat at his desk early in the morning, eager to peruse the newspapers. Though he held the title of laboratory director, he was not directly involved in specific projects, merely overseeing their progress. His work was typically sparse, which had cultivated a habit of reading the news each day. However, today, as he poured himself a cup of tea, preparing to check the papers from the various outlets that had interviewed him, he found himself preoccupied with thoughts of the Rockets. Since losing contact with Shueli, the laboratory director had fixated on the Rockets, convinced that they were the sole enemies of Shueli. If anything had befallen Shueli, it must be linked to the Rockets. He believed that the legendary Pokémon, which haunted his thoughts, had undoubtedly fallen into the sinister clutches of the Rockets. He was determined to rescue Kyogre and Groudon from their grasp. Yet, as someone of little influence, the only recourse he could conceive was to alert the authorities and engage with the media. He pondered whether Junsha and the media's pressure had borne any fruit when, suddenly, the door to his office was violently smashed open. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the Sharpedo's gaping maw shattered the door. The sickening sound of twisted metal echoed through the room. The other researchers in the laboratory were paralyzed with fear as a group of unidentified individuals, flanked by Pokémon, surged into the premises. The only familiar sight among them was the numerous Charizards, Sharpedos, and Mighty Enos, interspersed with a few Steel-type Pokémon standing guard. The laboratory director, seething with rage, demanded, "Who are you? How dare you disrupt the Izumi laboratory? Do you not know this was once the domain of the Aqua team?" Clearly, the director believed that invoking the name of the Aqua team would intimidate them, oblivious to the fact that times had changed. As he continued to speak with righteous indignation, a Mytiana had already knocked him to the ground. Woof, woof, woof. The Mytiana bared its teeth, saliva threatening to splatter the director's face, while the foul odor and sharp fangs jolted him into awareness. Several burly men pinned the laboratory director to the ground. Apollo commanded, "Search him. Turn his entire office upside down." The room was soon in disarray as the laboratory director's office and break room were ransacked. Papers and belongings lay strewn across the floor. creating chaos everywhere. The laboratory's regular staff and researchers cowered in silence, trembling in the corners. Apollo's subordinates seized the laboratory director along with all his documents and led him away. The onlookers could only watch as the vehicle departed. Soon after, the Jinshi police station received an emergency call, and by the time they arrived, the scene was one of utter devastation. Following inquiries and investigations, the Jinshi police quickly narrowed down the suspects to the remnants of the Aqua and Magma teams. Although the attackers bore no uniforms of either team and were, in fact, mortal enemies, their alliance was suspected to have been instigated by the laboratory director's revelations. Meanwhile, Apollo and his cohorts had transported the laboratory director to a desolate beach. Throughout the journey, the director pleaded for mercy, but Apollo and his team paid him no heed. They executed him and cast his body into the sea, allowing him to drift away with the currents alongside his former leader, Shueli. With the laboratory director's demise, matters were far from resolved. Jinshi ordered the forcible acquisition of the troublesome media outlets in the Hoenn region. The reporters and editors who had engaged in reckless speech were dismissed, replaced with personnel loyal to the Rockets. Jinshi's media empire thus extended its reach into Hoenn. Under the Rockets' coercion and inducements, these media outlets crumbled with ease. Jinshi's influence over the media in Hoenn expanded almost twofold. Furthermore, the mysterious disappearance of Shueli and the two precious orbs were deftly obscured from public consciousness, redirecting attention away from these incidents. Only the Jinshi officers in the Hoenn region heightened their vigilance regarding Jinshi's threat level. Alongside this, Apollo, the Rockets' overseer in Hoenn, also became a focal point of concern for the Jinshi officers. As Jinshi's media conglomerate rapidly expanded in the Hoenn region, he also commenced filming for his new movie. This time, the production was inundated with advertisers. The Rockets' Pokémon film company readily accepted offers from any sponsor willing to call. If not for the advertisers' fears that an overwhelming number of ads would detract from the film's quality, they might have inundated the project further. Nevertheless, the film boasted an astonishing array of advertisements, totaling in the hundreds. Such an innovative approach naturally garnered widespread attention. Meanwhile, as the public's gaze was diverted, Jinshi was plotting further expansion. Following a trip to the Unova region, Jinshi's yearning for modern amenities began to stir within him. To be frank, the modernization efforts in the Kanto, Johto, and Hoenn regions were woefully inadequate. There were no smartphones, no washing machines, no LCD televisions, and no personal computers. His usual leisure activities consist solely of dining and drinking with Dr. Naimu or Athena. Life is indeed quite inconvenient. More importantly, the entire Team Rocket is lacking a rotom. A rotom, capable of infiltrating smart devices such as smartphones and computers, is truly a miraculous tool for daily living and work. It can significantly enhance Team Rocket's work efficiency and quality of life. Jinshi desires these assets, but relying solely on procurement would be excessively costly. It would be far more prudent to expand Team Rocket and firmly grasp the entire industrial chain in his own hands. By leveraging high-tech, emerging industries, Team Rocket could surpass traditional enterprises like Silver Company. Furthermore, with the Galaxy team having provoked his headquarters multiple times, if he does not retaliate, others might perceive him as weak and easy to bully. Chapter 140, Striking Against the Sinnoh Region. Jinshi intends to take action against the Galaxy team in the Sinnoh region. In this regard, EO is undoubtedly a double-edged sword. If utilized wisely, it could yield substantial rewards. Since Jinshi is no longer inclined to remain idle, it is essential to first gather intelligence about the Galaxy team. He needs to ascertain the precise locations of their headquarters, Pokémon training facilities, Pokémon centers, and medicine storage depots. However, these core areas are typically difficult for an ordinary person to access. This necessitates a thorough discussion with EO, a former Galaxy team officer. Should she feign ignorance, it would almost certainly confirm her as a spy. Jinshi summoned all the higher-ups of Team Rocket to the headquarters. After articulating his thoughts, he received an enthusiastic response from everyone. Since Apollo was dispatched to the Hoenn region to manage all of Team Rocket's operations there, many senior officers of Team Rocket have been feeling an itch for power, who wouldn't desire to govern their own territory. Particularly Lance, one of the 4 generals, felt envious watching Apollo reap considerable profits for Team Rocket while also benefiting himself. This naturally ignited a sense of greed in Lance. Meanwhile, the junior and mid-level officers recognized a prime opportunity for promotion. Previously, Team Rocket selected candidates for advancement based on strength, but now, under Jinshi's leadership, their capabilities have significantly improved, making promotions even more challenging than before. The expansion plan proposed by Jinshi undoubtedly garnered unanimous support. Although the Galaxy Team and Team Rocket appear to coexist relatively peacefully, the repeated provocations from the Galaxy Team have created irreconcilable conflicts between the two sides. Coupled with the ideological differences and the fact that their territories are now contiguous, confrontation has become inevitable. Jinshi stated gravely, "While it would be advantageous to dominate the Sinnoh region, our strength is growing, and the opposition will not remain idle. Therefore, we must not let our guard down during combat." Additionally, the research facilities and production lines for various smart devices and appliances are essential for our mission. We must prioritize severing the Galaxy Team's financial sources and converting them into our own assets. Furthermore, a rotom is indispensable for each member of Team Rocket. Jinshi turned to Io, who was listening attentively. He had specifically summoned her for this meeting. "Io, are you familiar with the industrial layout under the Galaxy Team?" Io replied with palpable excitement, "Boss, I am well aware." Her statement immediately captured the attention of everyone present. Io had joined Team Rocket some time ago, but since she left the Galaxy Team with little to her name, her strength was nearly non-existent, and she had not caused any trouble within Team Rocket. Many people did not even recognize her or recall when she had joined. The intelligence chief, Lambda, introduced everyone. "This is Io, a former officer of the Galaxy Team." After being stripped of her Pokémon, she was expelled from the Galaxy Team and subsequently joined us in Team Rocket. Someone promptly asked, "Since she was formerly with the Galaxy Team, did Boss know about her when she joined?" Jinshi interjected, "I consented to her joining Team Rocket." Kojiro remarked, "Since it was Boss's approval, it seems she poses no issue. I trust Boss's judgment." Jinshi noted that everyone had grasped Io's basic situation and continued, "Io, can you confirm the locations of the Galaxy Team's industrial sectors? I need the pillar industries, not their bars and small inns." To be frank, Jinshi harbored some doubt regarding Io's knowledge. According to the intelligence provided by Lambda, Io had long been unappreciated within the Galaxy Team, and she had not been present for many significant internal decisions. If she had truly been a core member, the Galaxy Team's leader, Chiryu, would not have so easily expelled her. Seeing Jinshi's skepticism, Io felt a surge of urgency. Since joining Team Rocket, she had aimed to prove herself, and she could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. "Boss, please trust me. I genuinely possess this knowledge." Observing her unwavering confidence, Jinshi retrieved a map of the Sinnoh region. "Mark the locations of the Galaxy Team's industries that you know on this map. I will verify them with others." He then instructed, "Once the locations are confirmed, we will decide on our next course of action. Lambda, please collaborate with Io to finalize the positions. Lance, you also investigate the financial flows of the Galaxy Team. I want to know both where they earn money and where they spend it." Jinshi meticulously outlined every preparatory detail for this operation, igniting excitement among the Team Rocket members. Many were already anxious to proceed, especially since the Galaxy Team had previously looked down on them. The last time the Galaxy Team inexplicably sought confrontation, although they were easily repelled, a lingering resentment remained. No one relished the idea of being bullied at their own doorstep. Under Jinshi's orchestration, Team Rocket began to operate at an accelerated pace. The members could be seen bustling about the streets with remarkable urgency. Even their dining pace quickened. Such high-intensity activity from Team Rocket sent the Quartz Alliance in the Kanto region into a state of tension. They wondered what grand maneuvers the Team Rocket would undertake next. However, Team Rocket's secrecy remained commendable. Even if outsiders suspected significant actions were afoot, they remained oblivious to the specifics. As the preparatory work progressed step by step, Team Rocket members began to depart in batches towards their division in the Hoenn region. They needed to convene at the border between the Hoenn and Sinnoh regions. The members of Team Rocket involved in this operation were all former headquarters personnel, each possessing at least 3 gym leader-level Pokémon to qualify for participation. Jinshi had arrived early in the Hoenn region, having reserved an entire hot spring in Fuyin Town, where he thoroughly enjoyed Athena's attentive service. As he observed the smooth progression of preparations, a faint smile crept across his face. "To summon Dialga and Palkia and create a new world? Once I sever your financial lifelines and seize your industries, let us see how you intend to summon them. If we are to play, let us play for high stakes. Should you dare to provoke Team Rocket at our headquarters, I shall uproot your very foundation. You Galaxy Team always speak of lofty ideals, but once the funds run dry, I wonder if you will still cling to those ideals." Chapter 141, Nighttime Operation. Nightfall brings a refreshing breeze, and even the moon seems to hide behind the clouds. Shivering from the cold, after many days, Io returns to the Sinnoh region once more. This time, however, she does not tread upon this land as a member of the Galaxy Team, but as a member of Team Rocket. Thousands of members of Team Rocket entered the Sinnoh region in batches, cloaked in the guise of tourists. Along their journey, they refrained from releasing their Pokémon whenever possible, as the common Pokémon of Sinnoh differ significantly from those found in regions like Kanto. Recklessly unleashing their Pokémon could easily attract unnecessary attention. Despite their vigilant efforts to remain inconspicuous, they were, after all, there to seize a production line, and thus could not afford to draw too much notice. How much longer until we reach EO, the Galaxy team's smartphone factory? Rance inquired, seeking confirmation from EO. Rance's trust in EO was nearly non-existent. To him, EO's arrival at Team Rocket without a penny to his name suggested that he had nothing to lose. Such a person posed no ties or leverage against Team Rocket, and Rance had little appreciation for subordinates devoid of ambition or leverage. As EO walked ahead, he lowered his voice. Once we pass this abandoned factory, we will arrive at the Galaxy team's industrial park. With that, the group quickened their pace, soon catching sight of the industrial park that housed the Galaxy team. This location not only served as an essential smartphone production facility, but also as a significant secret stronghold, with the Galaxy team's warehouse situated directly behind the factory and their base beyond that. Rance glanced at his watch and commanded the lower-ranking officers around him. Let us proceed according to plan. First Combat Unit, deploy Steelix, Boscodora, and Metagross for heavy demolition. Second Combat Unit, utilize Greninja and Scyther for enemy eradication. Third Combat Unit, employ Psychic-type Pokémon to prepare for the relocation of the production line. Remember, during combat, we must strive to avoid collateral damage to the production line. Only those that cannot be taken should be destroyed. Musashi and Kojiro patted their chests in assurance. Don't worry, Rance. This operation is in our capable hands. Observing the untrustworthy duo swearing their commitment, the corners of Rance's mouth twitched. You two are the last ones I trust. Ignoring the antics of Musashi and Kojiro, Rance turned to the 4th unit and reconfirmed the time. Let us move. Yes, Chief Rance, came the response. With that, the members of the 4th unit unleashed Ghastly, Haunter, and Gengar, ghost-type Pokémon, creating an even more eerie atmosphere within the already haunted abandoned factory. With the 4th unit's action, hundreds of ghost-type Pokémon surged into the Galaxy team's industrial park from all directions, transforming it into a veritable realm of specters. Inside the Galaxy team's industrial park, several members on guard duty were idly chatting late at night after tiring of their games. Ever since Team Rocket's takeover of the Hoenn region, they've grown increasingly arrogant. I heard that our team has already clashed with Team Rocket at the border between Hoenn and Sinnoh. Indeed, I've heard we've sustained quite a few injuries. I wonder how the higher-ups will respond. I visited the Kanto region where Team Rocket's headquarters is located not long ago. You wouldn't believe how backward it is. They're still using those massive old televisions, and most phones are landlines. I hardly saw any mobile phones, let alone smartphones. I've heard that too. Their washing machines are those loud, old-fashioned types. Let us not even get started. They don't even have a ROTEM. Really? Is that true? If I didn't have a smartphone, I might as well be dead. Their discussions primarily revolved around the backwardness of the Kanto region and their rival, Team Rocket. As members of the Galaxy team, who prided themselves on their long-standing heritage and advanced technology, they fantasized about being dispatched to the neighboring Hoenn region to wreak havoc. To them, such a backward area could not possibly produce a formidable Team Rocket. How could they possibly have time to train their Pokémon when they spent their days walking and shouting for communication? Not to mention ideals and goals in those aspects. The Galaxy team had an undeniable advantage over Team Rocket. There simply was no justification for defeat from any perspective. Suddenly, a gust of eerie wind swept through, accompanied by the chilling sound of ghostly laughter from the distance. Who goes there? Show yourself. Several Galaxy team members immediately released their Pokémon, bracing for confrontation. If it were merely a few ghost-type Pokémon or a couple of intruders, they would have nothing to fear. A few Ghastly and Haunter slipped through the walls. One of the Galaxy team members chuckled derisively. Ah, just a few Haunters. With such weak power, they dare to play tricks before me. There's no need for you to act. I can handle these Pokémon alone. However, just as he prepared to take action, the ensuing scene rendered all the Galaxy team members present utterly stunned. Countless will-o'-the-wisps flickered in and out of view across the sky as Ghastly and Haunter darted about. What is happening with these ghost-type Pokémon? Why have they suddenly come to us? Something must be guiding them or drawing them in. Sound the alarm and call everyone. There are simply too many of them. Faced with such a multitude of ghost-type Pokémon, several Galaxy team members felt an overwhelming pressure, their hearts beginning to race with panic. While Ghastly and Haunter alone might have been manageable, they sensed the presence of gym leader-level power emanating from several Gengar, with even some exuding elite-level pressure. They could no longer refrain from calling for reinforcements. As the alarm rang out, The employees laboring tirelessly within the factory were left bewildered. Didn't he hear anything about a leadership inspection? No notification for a nighttime drill. So why is the alarm sounding? With machines still running, they were at a loss whether to continue working or not. Soon, the employees would no longer need to deliberate. 4 Team Rocket's second combat unit had already burst in, accompanied by Greninja and Scyther. Chaos erupted within the Galaxy Team's industrial park. Chapter 142, Elite Level Crobat. Amidst the turmoil in the Galaxy Team's industrial park, a commanding voice rang out. Who dares to disturb my Galaxy Team? As the words echoed, a piercing shriek resonated from the industrial park. Crobat's ultrasonic waves reverberated through the air, causing the factory windows to tremble, with some fragile panes shattering entirely. Jinshi, riding a tank skunk, charged in from the distance, the ultrasonic waves of Crobat never ceasing throughout the commotion. Factory employees and the few Galaxy Team members on guard clamped their hands over their ears, caught off guard by the unexpected assault. Many ghastly began to scatter in panic. Jinshi surveyed the scene with disdain. Ever since his expedition to the headquarters of Team Rocket, where his subordinates had suffered defeat, he had dedicated himself to training. Through relentless effort, his Crobat had finally ascended to the elite level. The Ghastly and Haunter present were no match for his Crobat. By the time the ultrasonic waves erupted, Gengar had vanished, leaving Jinshi under the impression that only Ghastly and Haunter remained. Confronted with such a large-scale invasion of ghost-type Pokémon, Jinshi's mind wavered. This disturbance felt less like an incidental occurrence and more like a deliberate act. The only ones capable of orchestrating such chaos, given their past grievances with the Galaxy Team, could only be Team Rocket. However, based on past experiences, it is evident that it is typically the Galaxy Team that ventures into the Guandu region to demand items from the Rocket Team. The Rocket Team has never proactively launched an attack against them. Today's events are decidedly anomalous, and there must be some underlying reason. Before Jinshi could fully comprehend the situation, a horde of Ghastly and Gengar had already regained their composure from the chaos. Their faces filled with terror as they gazed at the flying Zubat. Subsequently, they all fled in unison toward the same direction. Their initial intent was to harass and gather intelligence on the production lines within the factory, as well as to divert the attention of the Galaxy Team members. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Galaxy Team on watch and Jinshi were momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Why were there so many Ghastly and Gengar? Only to be scattered by the ultrasonic waves of a single Zubat? Several ordinary members of the Galaxy Team hastily offered their praise, exclaiming, "The Pokémon of Jinshi's cadre is remarkable. One Zubat has sent all those Pokémon fleeing. Indeed, that Zubat possesses the strength of a champion-level Pokémon." Jinshi bellowed, "Enough idle chatter. Quickly pursue them. We cannot allow them to escape. This time, we must uncover the individuals behind them. Anyone daring to disturb the Galaxy Team shall face the consequences." Noticing that the Ghastly and Gengar were fleeing in the same direction, Jinshi found this behavior exceedingly peculiar. If they were drawn by some natural phenomenon, they would surely scatter in all directions. Yet, they were collectively fleeing toward one specific point. This sight further corroborated Jinshi's suspicions that there was undoubtedly someone orchestrating these Pokémon from behind the scenes. Since he had encountered this situation, he naturally could not let the enemies of the Galaxy Team slip away. With that, Jinshi, accompanied by the majority of the Galaxy Team members present, charged after them. Meanwhile, the already retreated Gengar observed the departing figures of Jinshi and his companions from a shadowy corner. Thus, the first step of the plan to lure the tiger away from its mountain den was proceeding exceedingly well. The members of the Rocket Team, upon receiving news from Gengar, displayed faint smiles of triumph. Lance gestured, and the Rocket Team members immediately advanced toward the Galaxy Team's industrial district. As Lance checked the time on his watch, he pondered. According to the directives from the acting leader of Team Rocket, they were here to seize the production lines and sabotage the Galaxy Team's foundational industries, effectively severing any possibility for the Galaxy Team to stage a comeback in the future. At this moment, Jinshi and his companions were blissfully unaware of the scene they would face upon their return. During their pursuit, Jinshi did not dwell too much on the matter. As he believed he had discerned the adversary's intentions, they were led to believe it was merely an anomaly involving Pokémon. Yet, none of this could escape Jinshi's keen insight. These Ghastly and Gengar were undoubtedly being manipulated by someone. His only concern was whether the individuals behind the Ghastly and Gengar were indeed members of the Rocket Team. Upon arrival, would they encounter an ambush? Surveying the surroundings, Jinshi glanced at the Pokémon of the Galaxy Team members and his own Zubat, regaining confidence. While the watching members may not have been exceptionally strong, the Galaxy Team members who had come to assist him were all elite fighters. Among the Pokémon of several junior officers, there was already one that was a gym leader-level Pokémon. Even if they were indeed facing members of the Rocket team, with their formidable roster, victory was all but assured. In the worst-case scenario, they would at least hold their ground, as Jinshi envisioned. Even if both sides were evenly matched, victory would ultimately belong to the Galaxy team. For this was their territory, the Sinnoh region. When the battle truly commenced, the first reinforcements to arrive would undoubtedly be from the Galaxy team. Thus, Jinshi felt increasingly assured. Regardless of who was orchestrating these ghost-type Pokémon from behind the scenes, today they would not escape unscathed. Coupled with his recent rigorous training, his Pokémon had made remarkable advancements in strength. Therefore, he immediately led the charge, pursuing after them. At this moment, within the Galaxy Team's industrial district, only a few Nightwatch teammates remained steadfast at their posts. Following the commotion caused by the Ghastly, not a single factory worker was left behind. The factory's machinery stood idle, awaiting tomorrow's resumption of work. After Jinshi and his team had pursued for some time, Lance led his team close to the outer wall of the industrial district. First Strike Team forward. The members of the First Strike Team swiftly retrieved their Pokeballs. Over a dozen Steelix, Boskage, and Metagross emerged from their Pokeballs, commencing a violent dismantling of the outer wall of the industrial district. The meticulously constructed walls of the Galaxy team crumbled like paper in the face of Steelix and Boskage. Metagross, meanwhile, employed its telekinesis to control the debris, ensuring minimal noise. Lance continuously commanded, "Hurry, hurry, hurry. We must act swiftly. The more of the wall we dismantle now, the easier it will be to extract the equipment from the production line later." Although Steelix and Boskage were not slow in their demolition efforts, creating an opening wide enough for the production line equipment to pass through would still require a significant amount of time. The pressing issue was the urgency of the situation. Not a moment could be wasted. Chapter 143, A Dilemma. Musashi turned to Lance, inquiring, "Lance, you have a champion-level Pokémon. With your strength, wouldn't it be a matter of moments to accelerate the demolition?" Lance shook his head, expressing regret. "If I were to intervene, the speed would indeed increase significantly. Your Boskage would also benefit from Mega Evolution, enhancing the pace considerably. However, the noise would be far too conspicuous, easily attracting the attention of the nearby Galaxy Team headquarters. Prior to our departure, Kinsi had specifically instructed me to avoid any unforeseen complications. Everything must proceed according to plan, without any mistakes. Yet, if we do not act boldly now, we will run out of time. If we create too much commotion, our plans will be uncovered." Lance found himself caught in a predicament. With no clear solution, the others could only urge their respective Pokémon to hasten the demolition. Meanwhile, Io, who had previously thought herself to be out of the fray, now gleamed with excitement. She had a method to expedite the demolition process. Io hurried to Lance's side. "Lance, I may have a way to help speed things up." "Oh, you have a method to quickly dismantle the outer wall." Lance regarded Io with a hint of skepticism. He found it hard to believe that this newcomer, who had only recently captured her Pokémon and had yet to train them, could propose a solution when he himself was at a loss. Io nodded. "I can't speed up the demolition itself, but I know of a way to expedite everyone's progress. I am aware that surrounding this industrial district, there exists a facade that resembles an outer wall, but it is, in fact, a concealed entrance. This was utilized by the Galaxy team for the covert transportation of ancient relics and sculptures." Lance quickly pulled out a map, pointing to a location between a harbor and the industrial district, asking, "Is this hidden entrance situated between the harbor and the district?" Io glanced at the map and confidently nodded, "Yes. Lance, if you follow me, you will see for yourself." Io understood she could not linger over the map, merely confirming the location before turning her gaze away. Such operational maps typically mark tactical objectives, evacuation points, and key targets. The ordinary members are absolutely forbidden from viewing this operational map. The ramifications of such a strategic map being leaked would be catastrophic. At this moment, Lance, in a state of urgency, allowed Io a fleeting glimpse of the map. After all, Io was once a member of the Galaxy team and possessed a certain familiarity with this industrial complex, having once stood watch over it during the night. Individuals like her, often looked down upon within the Galaxy team, were frequently assigned to night shifts. She had grown accustomed to this routine. During her idle hours, Io would often wander through the industrial complex, acquiring a measure of knowledge about it. Little did she anticipate that this knowledge would prove invaluable now. Soon, Io guided the group to the location she had mentioned. Lance approached and felt the exterior wall before him. The texture was indeed identical to that of a wall. Yet the sound it emitted upon being struck was not the solid thud of a robust wall, but rather the hollow resonance of metal. Clearly, Io's assertions were accurate. This was indeed a concealed entrance hidden by the Galaxy team. Lance promptly issued orders. Do not cease the demolition at that location. Send half of the team over to dismantle this gate. Both teams shall converge from opposite sides. With EO's assistance, the pace of demolition surged remarkably, swiftly achieving their objective. Although there were minor discrepancies in direction, it did not hinder their progress. Lance addressed his comrades, brothers of Team Rocket. The wall demolition has met our expectations. It is now our time to act. Remember, all equipment on the production line must be relocated. Anything that cannot be moved must be destroyed. Seize all goods that can be taken. Those that cannot be retrieved must be obliterated. We have a mere 30 minutes. The future of the Galaxy team depends on your speed, whether they will subsist on wild greens or the bitter winds of the Northwest rests upon you. Upon hearing this, the members of Team Rocket were filled with fervor. The outcome of this operation would determine their chances for advancement, hinging on their efforts in the moments to come. Moreover, EO's timely intelligence had granted them ample opportunity. In an instant, grateful glances were cast towards EO from the group. Thanks to her, they had this chance. Overwhelmed by their appreciative gazes, EO felt her eyes welling up. What had driven her to toil so diligently within the Galaxy team? Was it not for this elusive sense of recognition? Previously, she had endured bullying and exclusion within the Galaxy team, never having experienced such treatment before. At this juncture, Lance had begun to command the second operational unit to infiltrate the industrial complex. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The agile Greninja and Scyther darted through the industrial area at an almost imperceptible speed, mercilessly dispatching anyone clad in Galaxy team uniforms. The members of Team Rocket began to act independently. The Galaxy team's industrial complex was now devoid of any impediments to their advance. Prior to their arrival, with EO's assistance, they had acquired a preliminary understanding of the area. The layout was not particularly intricate. However, due to the Galaxy team's clandestine research and pursuit of ancient relics, there were designated sites and facilities for transportation and study. Within the Galaxy team's headquarters, only Cresselia and Pluto remained. The leader, Red, continued his research within the ancient relics, while the others had been escorted out by Jinshi to handle the disturbance caused by the myriad of Goes and Ghastly in the industrial zone. Cresselia remarked, I just received a call from Jinshi. The appearance of such a large number of Goes and Ghastly in the industrial area is highly unusual. Indeed, we do not have such an extensive population of Goes in the Sinnoh region. It cannot simply be the ancient statues causing this chaos. The sheer scale of Goes and Ghastly sightings strongly suggests that Team Rocket is behind this. Since when did Team Rocket become so audacious as to invade our territory? Was it not the Lava Team and Ocean Team from the Hoenn region that were vanquished by Team Rocket? Those two teams are utterly disappointing. Pluto frowned, sensing the peculiarity of Team Rocket's actions. He was primarily engaged in data collection and analysis. According to his models, the likelihood of Team Rocket creating disturbances in the Sinnoh region's border and encroaching on territory was quite high. However, a direct assault on their headquarters and its vicinity was exceedingly improbable, as it would bring no benefit to Team Rocket. Unbeknownst to him, several enormous cargo ships had set sail from the Hoenn region's port days prior and were now docked at a harbor alarmingly close to their location. Chapter 144, Ransacked. Remaining at the headquarters, Cresselia and Pluto were unaware of the unusual activities occurring within the Galaxy team's industrial complex. Meanwhile, the reconnaissance team of Jengars had dispersed around the industrial area, vigilant against any potential intrusions. Utilizing their unique ability to phase through walls, they were nearly undetectable, making them exceptional sentinels. At this moment, Lance was leading his team members toward the upper levels of the factory's office building. Inside, the premises were deserted. All cash stored within the factory had been taken, and personal office equipment, including computers, had been thoroughly destroyed. Among the ruins lay a state-of-the-art fossil research device recently acquired by the Galaxy team. While it would serve no purpose for Team Rocket, Lance was determined to wreak havoc, instructing his electric-type Pokémon to give the equipment a shocking jolt. Simultaneously, Jinshi and his team had caught up with the Goes and Ghastly, oblivious to the ongoing heist in the industrial complex. Musashi and Kojiro, accompanied by a contingent of Team Rocket members, scoured the factory for the production line. Their objective was the smartphone assembly line. Despite not reaching the pinnacle of technological advancement seen in various regions, it was far superior to the antiquated devices found in the Johto region. If these smartphones were produced and sold in Johto, they would undoubtedly fly off the shelves. With vibrant displays, enduring battery life, and superior processing speed, coupled with clearer cameras than conventional devices, this production line was akin to a golden goose. Given that Team Rocket's headquarters was situated in the technologically lagging Johto region, such treasures were scarce. Musashi and Kojiro, upon witnessing the scene before them, could hardly contain their envy. Everyone fixated on the newly manufactured smartphones, hastily stuffing them into their pockets. What had once belonged to the Galaxy team was now rightfully theirs. Not only would they acquire smartphones, but they also aimed to relocate the production line to ensure a continuous supply. However, the task of dismantling and relocating the production line was exceedingly meticulous. If they attempted to move the equipment manually, it would likely sustain damage during disassembly. At this point, it was the turn of the third operational team to step in. Countless psychic-type Pokémon, along with the first operational team, Metagross, combined their powers. A colossal psychic force coalesced, enveloping the entire smartphone production line. All connections to the ground and walls were severed, and the production line was uprooted in its entirety. Suspended in midair by the psychic energy, the sight of the floating production line left everyone speechless, as its scale was comparable to that of a football field. Although they had been privy to some of their leaders' plans, witnessing it in action was nothing short of astonishing. The unity among the Pokémon had culminated in a breathtaking spectacle. Io, too, was left agape, momentarily at a loss for words. She initially believed that this operation would at worst result in the sabotage of the mission, perhaps causing some destruction within the Galactic team's industrial park. The most ideal outcome would be a decisive strike, such as eliminating a few high-ranking officials of the Galactic team. Little did she anticipate that Team Rocket would resort to such outrageous measures in an attempt to relocate the entire smartphone production line of the Galactic team. Should they succeed in fully transferring the production line, Team Rocket would be able to manufacture smartphones independently. It was utterly absurd. Only then did EO come to comprehend why the officer, Lance, insisted on dismantling such a large section of the industrial park's outer wall to extract the entire production line. Considerable force was required to dismantle the outer wall. Given its towering height, the current psychic-type Pokémon struggled to lift the production line above their heads. If they were to elevate it to the height of the outer wall, they would be utterly exhausted before even managing to transport the line out. In reality, within the smartphone factory, there were 2 additional production lines. Lance had only brought a limited number of personnel, and they needed to save some for later to transport the other production lines. Without hesitation, Lance ordered the destruction of the other 2 smartphone production lines. Electric-type Pokémon unleashed a thorough onslaught of lightning upon them, ensuring that every piece of equipment, circuitry, and conveyor belt was utterly obliterated, leaving no chance for the Galactic team to salvage anything. Musashi and Kojiro had somehow procured 2 climbing backpacks, stealthily filling them with finished smartphones of various models and colors. Saburo, watching enviously from the side, slapped Kojiro on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Brother, where did you get those backpacks? I want one too." It was known that these smartphones could fetch at least several 100,000 yen each. The quantity of smartphones in Musashi and Kojiro's backpacks could easily amount to over 100 million yen. Kojiro waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There's no more backpacks. Just the 2. However, I did grab an elementary school bag from the office. I can lend it to you." Saburo eagerly accepted the bag, overjoyed, "Thanks. Let those Galactic team folks continue to mock us for being money-driven. This time, I'll strip them of everything they possess, leaving them to fend for themselves. Let us see if they can still utter such words." Saburo's sentiments resonated with the many members of Team Rocket around him. The Galactic team had always looked down upon the emerging prowess of Team Rocket, relying on their wealth to belittle them, constantly deriding them as slaves to money. Blinded by power, resorting to unscrupulous means to grow stronger. Your ancestors amassed enough wealth for you to lie back and earn. Do you not permit us to earn as well? What ideals can you speak of when you cannot even afford a meal? Gazing at the large pit left behind by the original production line, the faces of the Team Rocket members were adorned with expressions of schadenfreude. Envisioning the incredulous looks on the faces of the Galactic team upon their return to this scene. The relocation of the production line from the Galactic Team South Industrial Park represented the complete usurpation of their years of accumulation. And the smartphone production line was merely the beginning. EO remarked, "Officer Lance, if we proceed that way, we will reach the personal computer production line." The personal computer production line was undoubtedly more complex than that of smartphones. Most crucially, it involved the components housed within the main chassis. The equipment here was far more extensive. Lance conservatively estimated that they would require 3 times the number of Pokémon compared to the smartphone production line to fully relocate the personal computer production line. Chapter 145, another reason for Lance leading the team. It wasn't until Lance surveyed the entirety of the Galactic team's industrial park that he realized the Kanto region was truly lagging in technological advancements. There were no smartphones. Few personal computers, no washing machines, no smart refrigerators, essentially, nothing of the sort. Crucially, the alliance in Kanto had scarcely facilitated the introduction of these technologies. Everyone had been living in dire straits. According to the acting boss, Jinshi, there were other districts where a Pokémon known as Rotom existed, capable of inhabiting household appliances and even Pokédexes, providing additional special functions. This was beyond Lance's imagination. The capabilities of the devices he currently observed had already exceeded his expectations. While directing his subordinates to transport the computer mainframe production line, Lance listened to reports from Gungue. Through their collective efforts, the industrial park was swiftly cleared. Everything portable was taken, and whatever could not be moved was destroyed. The Team Rocket members gazed at the desolate ruins of the factory, once filled with precision equipment, and could not help but chuckle. After all the provocations from the Galactic team at their headquarters, they had finally vented their frustrations, just when they thought the matter was concluded. And Lance would lead them to retreat to a designated location. He suddenly stated, "Gungue, did you say you discovered the location where the Galactic team stores an ancient relic tablet?" Before their departure, the acting boss, Jinshi, mentioned that the ancient tablet possessed certain merits. If they encountered it, they were to bring it back. It was said that this tablet represented the essence of the Galactic team, an object they were fervently obsessed with. While Lance was uncertain how this tablet could realize the Galactic team's ambitions, anything deemed significant by the acting boss must surely hold value. Lance summoned Yamato and Sabo, instructing them to lead the combat team securing the production line to board the massive cargo ship as planned. He, meanwhile, would follow Gungue and the other Team Rocket members deeper into the large warehouse area behind the Galactic team's headquarters. Along the way, Lance and his team remained vigilant, seizing anything of value and leaving nothing behind for the enemy. Particularly, they focused on the Pokémon raised by the Galactic team and the Pokeballs stored in the warehouse. Each additional capture diminished the Galactic team's combat strength. Among them, Musashi and Kojiro were particularly ecstatic. Their backpacks, originally filled with smartphones, were now brimming with Pokeballs. The surplus smartphones were distributed among the others, while the excess that could not fit was smashed and discarded. One could only imagine the rage of the Galactic team upon witnessing this scene. Would they rush to confront them in retaliation? Perhaps, as Kojiro mused. The Galactic team was indifferent. They were consumed by their lofty ideals of creating a new world, unconcerned with such trivial monetary matters. Under Gungue's guidance, they ventured into the depths of the Galactic team's warehouse. As Gungue indicated the location of a secret door in the basement, Bossicadora forcefully dismantled it, revealing a stone tablet before the group. It was evident that this was one of the locations where the Galactic team stored their tablets. Lance waited patiently until Gungue returned to his side, confirming that all nearby guards had been cleared away by the combined efforts of the Koga Ninja Frog and the Mega Sizer, leaving the industrial park. The security in this warehouse area had evidently been significantly bolstered. However, against their formidable strength, it posed no challenge. As Lance approached the stone tablet, he felt an unusual energy emanating from it. The tablet was inscribed with cryptic markings, highlighting its extraordinary nature. Even though some of Lance's Pokémon had reached the champion level, they still sensed a profound influence emanating from the tablet. Lance instructed Gungue to search thoroughly, confirming that this was the only stone tablet in the vicinity. Logically speaking, since Team Galactic has spent a considerable amount of time gathering such slabs, it is improbable that there exists only this singular piece. Everyone should search the vicinity. Even if no additional slabs are found, there must be other treasures nearby. Upon hearing Lance's command, the group began to scour the area around the basement. Soon, they discovered several ancient Pokémon fossils, as well as evolutionary stones such as the Fire Stone and Water Stone. Each specimen was in excellent condition, exuding a powerful energy aura. Whether for fossil cloning research or Pokémon evolution, these materials were exceptionally valuable. Before long, the members of Team Rocket had thoroughly plundered the treasures of this basement. Such quality items were rare, even within Team Galactic. The entire warehouse contained only a few dozen items, all of which were taken by Team Rocket. Moreover, the adeptly phasing Jengar uncovered a new target. In the southeastern direction of the warehouse lay a dedicated storage facility for Pokémon items. Items like light dust, leftover food, the Quick Claw, and the Power Bracer were all incredibly useful tools for Pokémon, provided they were utilized correctly. Consequently, Lance led his Pokémon into a new round of looting. Once the plundering was nearing completion, Lance began to direct the remaining members to retreat. Meanwhile, upon catching up to Ghastly and Haunter, Jinshi and his team unleashed a vigorous beating. The only regret they felt was the absence of any Team Rocket members upon their pursuit. Instead, while searching for Team Rocket, Ghastly and Haunter managed to escape through the sewers using their wall-passing abilities. Nevertheless, Jinshi and his companions still felt as though they had achieved a great victory. However, upon returning to the Galactic Industrial Park, their triumphant spirits were dashed at the sight of the dismantled outer walls, leaving most of the factory exposed to the outside world. To their astonishment, the production lines and equipment within the factory had completely vanished. The scene was one of utter chaos. Who am I? Where's this? What on earth has transpired? At this moment, the majority of Team Rocket members had already boarded a colossal cargo ship with their spoils. The ship, with a capacity of several tens of thousands of tons, was nearly submerged under the weight of the stolen production lines. Only Lance remained at the Galactic warehouse. His mission here was not solely to raid the Galactic production lines and warehouses. Gold had tasked him with another critical objective, to obliterate Team Galactic's entire factory. After his Dragapult was promoted to champion level, it possessed an extraordinary speed advantage, ensuring his escape during the retreat. Simultaneously, Dragapult's long-range missiles boasted remarkable destructive power, making it exceptionally adept at evading interception. Chapter 146, Jinshi's Return. Despite the commotion caused by Team Rocket in the industrial park, they had employed psychic levitation to minimize noise throughout the operation. Moreover, the industrial park was typically sparsely populated at night. With the terrain familiar to EO and a significant portion of the troops diverted, this allowed Lance and his team to operate undetected by the Galactic headquarters personnel. As Jinshi and his companions inspected the condition of the industrial park, the members of Team Galactic stared in disbelief at the stripped ground and walls of the factory. Utterly perplexed by the situation, how could it be that when they left, everything was in order, yet upon returning, all items had vanished? What had transpired during their absence? Why was there not a single soul left behind? Jinshi repeatedly checked to confirm he had not wandered into the wrong location, only to find that this was indeed the smartphone production line. He hurriedly approached the second and third smartphone production lines, relieved to find the equipment still intact. However, when he commanded the machines to start, he discovered they would not power on. Upon energizing the devices, a burnt odor wafted through the air. Soon after, thick smoke began to billow from the second and third production lines. Clearly, these two smartphone production lines were also rendered inoperable. Even more astonishing to the members of Team Galactic was the complete disappearance of the entire personal computer production line. This line encompassed a comprehensive assembly of multiple production lines, including those for memory modules, motherboards, graphics cards, and sound cards. Now, it had inexplicably vanished. Lance and the others rushed into the personal computer production line building. Once again, everything had been stripped clean, with fixed racks uprooted from both the walls and floors. Lance's expression grew grave as he meticulously surveyed the surroundings, yet he found no clues. The ordinary members of Team Galactic felt a chill run down their spines. What kind of entity could cause such a multitude of production lines to vanish in such a brief span of time? Could the ancient relics they had brought back have been reactivated? Were those Ghastly and Haunter truly lured by something within the relics? At this moment, everyone was on edge. These two production lines were among Team Galactic's primary sources of income, particularly the smartphones and personal computers, which had long been a focus of the underworld executives. Whether for data collection, analysis, or storage, these devices were indispensable. The research funding invested in them was second only to that of ancient relic studies within Team Galactic. However, with one production line gone and another rendered useless, if the leaders, Red Sun and Pluto, were to discover this, the wrath of the top two figures in Team Galactic would be unbearable. Who could have done this? Was it the work of Team Rocket? Amidst the crowd, someone suddenly voiced this suspicion. The moment the words were spoken, it sent shockwaves through the gathered group. It had to be Team Rocket. They had been embroiled in frequent conflicts with us lately, and the Ghastly and Haunter that led us away were commonly found in the Kanto region, making the likelihood of Team Rocket's involvement exceedingly high. Indeed, it must have been Team Rocket. Only they would dare to commit such an audacious act. Thus, the situation became abundantly clear. Aside from Team Rocket, they could not conceive of any other force capable of launching an attack on Team Galactic. Jinshi reflected deeply and began to piece together the sequence of events. In other words, Ghastly and Haunter were undoubtedly allied with Team Rocket. They had lured them outside while the main force seized the opportunity to invade and attack Team Galactic's industrial park. Jinshi had initially wondered why Team Rocket, who typically operated only on their own turf, would suddenly disrupt Team Galactic. It became evident that their objective was to annihilate the industrial park, leaving no production line intact. Jinshi's eyes were filled with fury, a blaze of anger igniting within him. This was his disgrace. When confronting Ghastly and Haunter, he had only considered the possibility of Team Rocket orchestrating the attack from behind. In that moment, he had pursued them, intent on catching Team Rocket in the act and delivering a thorough beating. Little did he realize that his actions had played directly into Team Rocket's hands. While they had chased Ghastly and Haunter, Team Rocket's true main force had infiltrated and wreaked havoc on their industrial park, gazing at the debris scattered across the ground. With numerous smartphones and appliances reduced to fragments, the sight felt like a resounding slap in the face. How could Lance not be enraged? The decision to pursue had been his, and he had ordered others to follow him into the fray. At that time, he had believed that even if their strengths were evenly matched, he could stall until help arrived. Who could have anticipated such a conclusion? After he led a pursuit outside, all the members of the Galaxy team left behind were mercilessly slain. Jinshi felt utterly ashamed to face the fallen comrades. His companion, Huashing, inquired, "Hold on. How did that raucous rocket team know the location of our production line?" Observing their demolition of the outer walls of our industrial park, they commenced dismantling from our hidden entrance. Moreover, the destruction of our production line would undoubtedly create a significant uproar. How could they execute their plan without alerting headquarters? Upon utterance of this remark, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence, laden with a sense of dread. They believed that even if the Elite Four of the Alliance, along with the champion, were to assault their territory, it would be impossible to do so without leaving a trace. At the very least, they could not evade the watchful eyes of headquarters. It is vital to note that although they had ventured out, the warehouses adjacent to the industrial park and headquarters were not far from their location. How could they have wreaked such havoc on the industrial park under the very noses of Suixing and Mingwang at headquarters? This was nothing short of an impossible feat. Furious, Jinshi bellowed. Regardless of how the rocket team accomplished this, it is undoubtedly their doing. We cannot allow them to trample upon us. We must retaliate fiercely. Otherwise, how will others perceive the Galaxy team? Jinshi was consumed with a desire to storm the rocket team, seeking vengeance for his grievances. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. A member of the Galaxy team came rushing in, breathless and panicked. "Captain Jinshi, dire news. Our warehouse has also been plundered, and the secret passage within has been breached." Upon their arrival at the Galaxy team's warehouse, Jinshi and the others were met with the grim sight of missing evolution stones and supplies. The entrance to the underground passage lay ajar, revealing that the stone tablets had vanished without a trace. Their expressions darkened further. They had only been gone for a brief moment. How much had the rocket team taken? Jinshi's countenance was the most troubled. The stone tablets used for research by the Galaxy team were pivotal to their vision of a new world. Now, with the production line obliterated and the stone tablets lost, the shelves in the warehouse stood bare of Pokeballs. Those containing Pokemon had either been released or taken away. Not a single Pokemon remained. Jinshi nearly choked on his rage. "My Ivysaur. The rocket team had the audacity to release it. I had captured it with great difficulty and entrusted it to the team. The scoundrels of the rocket team had stolen all the water stones. He was on the verge of exchanging for one due to his contributions. The rocket team had bullied them to this extent. They must strike back and reclaim what was stolen. Indeed, reclaim it. And let the rocket team experience the taste of being robbed." In a moment, the members of the Galaxy team were ignited with fervor, especially upon seeing the items they had long coveted, which they had nearly accumulated enough contributions to obtain, only to be snatched away by the rocket team. Who could endure such indignation? No one could. At that moment, a piercing noise echoed throughout the Galaxy team's industrial park. Instead of panicking, the members wore expressions of relief, as if justice was finally at hand. Even though Jinshi and the others sensed an undercurrent of anger emanating from the noise, they recognized that the arrival of the figure was none other than their leader, the Galaxy team's most formidable force, Chiri. Chiri sat gravely atop a self-detonating magneton, which soared swiftly before the gathered crowd. Following closely behind were Mingwang and Suixing, both wearing equally grim expressions. "Greetings, Leader Chiri." The members of the Galaxy team saluted in unison. Jinshi hastily approached, ready to take responsibility for the blunder. "Leader Chiri, this was my misjudgment. I should not have pursued when Jengar's and Jengar siblings were causing disturbances, leaving the industrial park vulnerable to the rocket team's incursion, resulting in the loss of our vital resources." Chiri maintained a stoic demeanor, though everyone knew that his wrath had reached a boiling point. "This error does not lie solely with you. The rocket team struck with unexpected swiftness. However, you must acknowledge your oversight. After this matter concludes, report to the team for your punishment." "Understood, Leader Chiri." Chiri had been engaged in research within ancient ruins, never anticipating that the industrial park, situated so close to the Galaxy team headquarters, would fall victim to a raid by the rocket team from the Kanto region, let alone that they would seize the stone tablets he held in such high regard. He could hardly fathom the audacity of the rocket team to cross an entire region to launch an assault on the Galaxy team. Mingwang, too, found it incredulous. He prided himself on his intelligence-gathering capabilities, which were among the best in the world. Yet, he had received no whisper of this operation from the rocket team, leaving him feeling somewhat humiliated. Without uttering a word, he trailed behind Chiri, his expression darkened. Chiri thundered, "The rocket team has gone too far. They shall not escape our wrath. Mingwang, you will personally lead the charge, assembling all senior officers. We must ensure the rocket team pays dearly for their transgressions." "Yes, Leader Chiri." Following Chiri's command, Mingwang, accompanied by Jinshi, Suishing, Huashing, and numerous elite members of the Galaxy team, set forth towards the rocket team. With the attack on their industrial park, a tempest of anger brewed within them. Along the way, Mingwang rallied the troops. "We have had our share of skirmishes with the rocket team, but they have always been minor. This time, with their full force unleashed, we shall ensure they do not return. If they do not remain tucked away on their own turf and dare to wreak havoc in our Sinnoh region, they must prepare to remain here indefinitely. At that time, we shall show no mercy to any member of the rocket team." At this moment, the Galaxy team members were all filled with a burning rage. Even without Mingwang's motivation, they were eager to teach the rocket team a lesson. Recently, their rigorous training had significantly enhanced their strength. The rocket team could only resort to diversionary tactics. In a direct confrontation, they would stand no chance against the Galaxy team. Under Mingwang's fervent exhortation, the Galaxy team swiftly pursued the trail left by the rocket team, soon discerning that their retreat led toward a nearby harbor. As they approached the harbor, several colossal cargo ships had already set sail. Just as they neared the harbor, preparing to enter, two piercing cries split the air. Two missile-like dragonair soared through the sky, tracing elegant arcs. The sky seemed to be cleaved into thirds. The members of the Galaxy team felt their hairs stand on end, an overwhelming sense of peril igniting their instincts. The Pokémon beside them stirred restlessly, with the more powerful among them narrowing their eyes, gazing skyward. In the night sky, Lance sat atop a Dragonite, embodying the very essence of shadow. Boom, boom. The thunderous explosions resounded, sending debris flying and dust swirling. A powerful shockwave effectively barred the Galaxy team's path. Who was that formidable champion-level figure? Mingwang was now on high alert. As the Galaxy team's second-in-command, second only to Chiri, his strength was formidable, possessing a champion-level Pokémon alongside several others at the elite level. Yet, he felt a twinge of trepidation towards the Dragonite soaring overhead. Was the opponent affiliated with the Quartz Alliance? Was the rocket's operation orchestrated in collusion with their alliance? The Slowking erected a colossal psychic barrier, successfully absorbing the resulting shockwaves. Even the aftershocks from the explosion caused the barrier to flicker precariously, threatening to collapse. In that moment, not only Hades but also the other members of the Galactic team felt the overwhelming might of their adversaries. The fiery rage that had previously consumed them dissipated, leaving them momentarily speechless. Just moments ago, they had been contemplating revenge against the rockets, but now they found themselves at a loss for words. Would they truly be obliterated here without even laying eyes on the rockets? However, at that moment, a familiar shrill cry pierced the air once more, causing Hades' expression to darken further. Chapter 148, A Relentless Assault. The piercing shriek this time targeted the Slowking's psychic barrier, its formidable penetrative power piercing through the shield. The members of the Galactic team hastily commanded their Pokémon to intercept the oncoming Dragapult. The Dragapult evaded the majority of the assaults with remarkable agility before erupting amidst the crowd. Had it not been for the Slowking's quick reflexes, this single strike could have resulted in significant casualties for the Galactic team. Seeing that no harm had been done, Hades breathed a sigh of relief, only to suddenly notice a figure atop the Dragapult, clad in a rocket's uniform. This individual was clearly not the burly leader, Giovanni. Had the rockets produced yet another champion-level trainer? This was inconceivable. Just as the thought crossed Hades' mind, he swiftly dismissed it. The resources required to cultivate a champion-level trainer were staggering, and more importantly, having resources alone would not suffice. A substantial element of luck was also necessary. Each Pokémon possesses immense individual differences. Not every Pokémon, even with a vast investment of resources, could ascend to champion status. Otherwise, the well-established Galactic team would not only boast one champion. The Red Sun nearly every league has but a single champion. Moreover, given the Rocket's notorious avarice, managing to produce a single Giovanni was already their limit. It was utterly implausible that they could cultivate another champion-level trainer. This was not the realm of fantasy. Thus, this person was likely akin to himself, possessing at most one or two champion-level Pokémon. Who, then, could this individual be? Hades meticulously searched his mind for intelligence regarding the Rockets. Several senior members of the Rockets also served as gym leaders, yet none matched the spectral, draconic attributes of the Dragapult. Among the 4 commanders, there were no rumored successes to speak of. Disregarding these thoughts, Hades resolved to take the initiative. Slowking, unleash psychic. The Slowking fixed its wise gaze upon the Dragapult. A powerful psychic force shattered the ground of the harbor in an instant, sending shockwaves rippling through the air as it surged toward the Dragapult. Lance, seated cross-legged atop the Dragapult, gently patted its head. The Dragapult understood immediately. A swirling mass of purple-black shadow coalesced before it, resembling a black hole that absorbed the scant light of the night. The ambient light and moonlight were engulfed by the shadow, which continued to expand. The members of the Galactic team below stood in stunned silence. Regardless of their opponent's strength, they could not withstand the Slowking's assault head-on. The clash between Psychic and the Shadow Ball produced no explosive cacophony as anticipated. Instead, an eerie stillness enveloped the scene. Only the contrasting spheres of energy collided fiercely in midair, compressing the surrounding debris toward the epicenter of their clash. Even the waters at the harbor began to churn. The 2 energy spheres visibly diminished as they battled against one another, until the Shadow Ball, with a slight advantage, ultimately shattered the psychic force. A minuscule remnant of the Shadow Ball landed upon the Slowking, who tilted its head in a dazed manner, bewildered as it gazed at the spot on its arm where the Shadow Ball had struck. Had it truly been hit? It was evident that in this confrontation, Hades' Slowking had been defeated. Although the Slowking had suffered no actual harm, a loss was still a loss. Lance observed the approaching Galactic team with cold indifference. The champion-level Dragapult cannot be overcome simply by sheer numbers. He declared, "Dragapult, use Dragon Dance." The Dragapult began to perform a mysterious and powerful dance, enveloped in draconic energy, gazing down upon the masses like a dragon god surveying mere ants. Simultaneously, the Dragapult's dragon dance continued unabated, escalating rapidly to its zenith with each successive iteration. Meanwhile, Hades and the Galactic officers had closed the distance to Lance. 1 champion-level Slowking, 2 elite-level Pokémon, and 5 gym leader-level Pokémon stood poised against the still-hovering Dragapult. A flicker of apprehension crossed their faces. Now, Hades commanded. In unison, the officers called out, Bronzong, Gyarados, Chuncho, Slowking, use Hyper Beam. A chorus of 8 beams of varying sizes converged, producing a resonant hum that echoed through the air. The beams intertwined, their colors morphing into a kaleidoscope of hues as they shot toward the airborne Dragapult with lightning speed. Upon witnessing this, the Dragapult flicked its tail. Instantly, its somewhat translucent tail solidified, transforming into a whip that lashed out at the beams. The Hyper Beam collided with the Dragapult's tail, resulting in a dazzling explosion of light. It hit. It's finished. How dare it take our combined attack head-on? This Dragapult is done for. As Lance directed the Dragapult to confront their Hyper Beam, Hades privately sighed in relief. The expressions of the other officers brightened with joy. A coordinated assault from a champion and several elite and gym leader-level Pokémon naturally wielded formidable power. Even a champion-level dual-type Pokémon like Dragapult would not dare to confront it head-on. Thus, they believed Dragapult would surely be unable to withstand their Hyper Beam. When the brilliance faded and the clouds dispersed, moonlight illuminated the Dragapult and Lance once more. To their astonishment, the Dragapult's tail bore no marks of damage whatsoever. It was as if the Hyper Beam had never existed. How is this possible? Hades stared in disbelief at the Dragapult. Although he knew the Dragapult was likely stronger than his Slowking, he had never anticipated the disparity would be so vast. According to the data he had gathered, the combined might of their coordinated attack should pose a threat even to the likes of Red Sunday. Yet, before they could even test it against Red Sun, they had already encountered failure here. Suppressing his astonishment, Hades shouted, "Do not relent. This is merely a facade. It cannot be unscathed." The officers nodded in agreement and commanded, "Bronzong, use Euroball." The massive Bronzong began to spin, its velocity rapidly increasing, the intricate patterns on its surface blurring to indistinction. Chapter 149, Cooperative Warfare. In Dragapult's eyes, the Bronzong's rotation quickened exponentially. The Euroball Steel-type move gains power the slower the opponent moves. Evidently, the already swift Drakazalt, when augmented by the speed enhancement of Dragon Dance, boasts an unparalleled velocity. Consequently, the power of the Euroball is undeniably formidable. However, Lance remains unfazed. In his perspective, such a move is only somewhat useful in the confines of a Pokémon duel. With a bemused expression, He gazes at the Bronzong and commands, Drakazalt, take to the skies. No sooner had he spoken than Drakazalt shot upwards like a rocket, soaring into the vast expanse of the sky, while Bronzong spun relentlessly in pursuit, quickly falling behind. The immense force of the Euro Ball failed to even graze Drakazalt. On the side of Team Galaxy, the king of the underworld exchanged glances with several of his subordinates. He had determined their internal battle strategy. Huaxing and Suixing unleashed their respective Zubat, simultaneously commanding, Zubat, use supersonic. Meanwhile, Bronzong continued to execute Euro Ball. Trailing behind Drakazalt, 2 waves of supersonic sliced through the air, aiming to disorient Drakazalt, setting it up for a strike from Bronzong. Observing this, Lance found it quite amusing. In this regard, Team Galaxy's coordination was indeed superior to that of his own Team Rocket. Yet, this was only the beginning. The king of the underworld declared, drowsy. Use Psychic. At the same time, he retrieved a Pokeball from his research gear, releasing a Pokemon of elite rank. Out from the Pokeball emerged Honchkrow. Cloaked in darkness save for the tuft of white on its face and chest, crowned with a grand gentleman's hat. Lance was perplexed as to how Honchkrow's presence would influence the battle. The king of the underworld, with a sinister expression, proclaimed, Honchkrow is poised to use Trick Room to counter Drakazalt. His words resonated like a battle horn, prompting his subordinates into action. The Zubat's supersonic persisted. While Bronzong continued its spinning, Lance even wondered if Bronzong might become dizzy. The most formidable attack was undoubtedly Drowsy's Psychic. Its explosive force rendered the sky momentarily stagnant. A powerful shockwave surged toward Drakazalt. Lance sneered and commanded, Drakazalt, do not halt. Unleash Dragon Pulse. In the midst of its rapid flight, Drakazalt opened its mouth wide, twisting its head backward to prevent wind from filling its maw. A dragon-type shockwave erupted from Drakazalt's mouth. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 waves of supersonic were instantly dissipated by Dragon Pulse. The residual energy from Dragon Pulse was fragmented by Psychic. Yet, Drakazalt's high-speed flight remained unaffected. And both the Euro Ball from Bronzong and the Psychic, momentarily disrupted by Dragon Pulse, failed to make contact with it. Simultaneously, Drakazalt's ability, Dragon Majesty, was triggered once more. Accompanied by 2 piercing cries, explosions erupted once again. Boom, boom. The colossal shockwave sent Team Galaxy's ordinary members tumbling, forcing them to shield themselves with their Pokemon as they retreated. The king of the underworld bellowed, Honchkrow now? Use Trick Room. Just as Honchkrow's Trick Room was about to strike Drakazalt, the king of the underworld rejoiced, believing, this time, that Drakazalt is doomed. However, Suixing sensed an anomaly. It seems we have forgotten something. Huaxing hastily inquired, forgotten what? Jinshi was analyzing. This was our predetermined strategy. To utilize the opponent's moves against them, allowing Honchkrow to return the attack. Even if the formidable Red Sun were to face this combo alone, he could not possibly withstand such a continuous barrage, could he? Despite this consensus, Suixing felt a lingering unease, unable to pinpoint the source of her worry. Soon enough, Lance provided the answer. He produced a Pokeball, and the 3-headed dragon unleashed a thunderous roar. The terrifying power of Dragon's fury obliterated the Trick Room. The actual damage inflicted upon Drakazalt was minimal. In that moment, Suixing and the others finally recalled what they had overlooked. How could the opponent possibly possess only 1 Pokemon? As they beheld the nearly unscathed Drakazalt, the members of Team Galaxy exchanged bewildered glances. Was the opponent a champion of some league specializing in dragon types? Yet, how could a champion be clad in Team Rocket's uniform? Meanwhile, Lance felt a pang of regret. His 3-headed dragon, possessing only elite-level strength, could have been a champion-level Pokemon had he aligned himself sooner with the steps of the agency leader. If only Amato's 3-headed dragon had been his, he would now boast an additional champion-level Pokemon. After all, enduring the onslaught from the King of the Underworld's combo had not been easy for Drakazalt. Ultimately, were it not for the timely intervention of the 3-headed dragon, Drakazalt might have faced incapacitation or severe injury. Lance understood that he had already delayed long enough. The colossal cargo ship had sailed far enough. It was time to conclude this battle. With this thought, Lance coldly declared, is this truly all the strength you possess? The king of the underworld's expression shifted slightly. What was the opponent planning? With no time to ponder further, he shouted, everyone, disperse. Although uncertain of the opponent's intentions, clustering together would inevitably lead to disaster, while spreading out would allow for a more effective defense. Lance fixed his indifferent gaze upon the members of Team Galaxy below and commanded, Drakazalt, 3-headed dragon, unleash Destruction Beam. Under the astonished gazes of all present, for beams of destruction descended upon every member of Team Galaxy. For beams, Perhaps 3 of these were unleashed by the 3-headed dragon, whose power could not compare to that of the champion-level Dracozolt. Nevertheless, they were more than sufficient to overwhelm Team Galaxy's ordinary members. With overwhelming force, the inky night sky was cleaved into 5 segments. No, Jinshi and the others' eyes bulged with horror as they witnessed Team Galaxy's elites being consumed by the destruction beam. Each member hastily released all their Pokémon to counter the onslaught of the 4 beams. Yet even so, Pokémon of gym leader rank and below were no match for such an overwhelming assault. As the terrifying rays cascaded down, one after another, Team Galaxy's Pokémon fell. At that moment, the king of the underworld found himself unable to intervene, as his Drowsy was busy enduring the brunt of Dracozolt's most potent destruction beam. His other Pokémon struggled to defend themselves, but it was an arduous task. Chapter 150, Collapse. The king of the underworld sensed that something was amiss. How could there be such a vast disparity between his Drowsy and the opposing Dracozolt, both being champion-level Pokémon? The light of the destruction beam illuminated the king of the underworld's face, rendering him pale. He could distinctly feel that his Drowsy was on the verge of succumbing to the relentless assault. Could it be that they were indeed from Team Rocket? Was the opponent perhaps the illegitimate child of Saki? At that moment, the king of the underworld had no time to contemplate these questions. Drowsy's struggle compelled the king of the underworld to release all of his Pokémon. As one by one, Team Galaxy's Pokémon succumbed, despair enveloped his heart. He regretted pursuing this confrontation. Initially, he had intended to storm Team Rocket's headquarters to reclaim his lost possessions. Now, not only had he failed to retrieve them, but the sight of his own team being so thoroughly decimated was unbearable. A destruction beam pierced through a senior officer of Team Galaxy. No. Witnessing a comrade's demise ignited a blend of fury and grief within Jinshi, Sui Xing, and the others. Meanwhile, the ordinary members of Team Galaxy had already lost their will to fight, scattering in a panic. They could hardly fathom that a single devastating beam of destruction could wield such terrifying power. The Lord of the Underworld found himself engulfed in panic. This is impossible. I refuse to perish. He had anticipated a crushing victory, only to discover that he was the one being crushed. Thus, realizing he was no match for the overwhelming force, the Lord of the Underworld summoned his mounted sprite and fled without a trace of hesitation. This shocking spectacle left the loyal members of the Galaxy team, including the steadfast Jinshi, utterly astounded. They could never have imagined that the second in command of the Galaxy team, the Lord of the Underworld, would abandon them so readily. Shortly after his departure, Lance and his 2 dragon-type sprites vanished from the sight of the onlookers. Lance's departure was twofold. On one hand, he had delayed long enough, and the cargo ship was already far from their reach. On the other hand, despite their outward display of strength, his sprites were rapidly depleting their energy and were nearing their limits. If they did not flee now, when would they? The following morning, as the cargo ship docked in the Kanto region, this shocking incident dominated the front pages of major media outlets. According to reports from our correspondent on the scene, an unfathomable robbery occurred last night at the Galaxy Team Industrial Park in the Sinnoh region. Local police in Junsha disclosed that the number of robbers was substantial, employing over 1,000 sprites, each with clearly defined roles. Some were tasked with dismantling equipment and walls, others responsible for eliminating guards, while yet others focused on covering up the criminal activities. The robbers absconded with and destroyed a significant amount of factory production equipment, with external estimates suggesting losses could reach into the hundreds of billions of yen. The scale of this incident was unprecedented, both in speculation and police investigation. The stolen equipment was likely transported via cargo ship to international waters, then back to the criminal's lair, greatly complicating the investigation. If this equipment were shipped abroad, the chances of recovery would be virtually non-existent, as no location would willingly relinquish such a lucrative prize. Furthermore, investigations revealed that the robbers, unable to take all the finished products and production lines, opted to destroy all equipment they could not carry away. Such a depraved act was reported by media outlets worldwide, igniting a firestorm of outrage. The staggering sum involved in this case was impossible to overlook. At the Galaxy team headquarters, Chi-Ri and the cadre of the Galaxy team sat in the conference room, the atmosphere so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Normally stoic, Chi-Ri seized a cup from the conference table and smashed it against the floor with ferocity. Speak up. A bunch of utter incompetence. While I take a step back, is this how you manage the Galaxy team? What are you all even doing? You allowed the enemy to breach our stronghold, not only stealing production lines and various resources, but also losing the tablets. That group from Team Rocket just ran off. And you dare to sit here with faces of shame. Chi-Ri roared with unbridled fury. At that moment, his anger reached a boiling point. The industrial park, valued in the hundreds of billions of yen, lay in ruins, and the Galaxy Team's accumulated wealth had been drastically diminished overnight. Had it not been for a few remaining tablets in Chi-Ri's possession, he would have likely fainted from rage. Have we found out where the Lord of the Underworld went? What further troubled Chi-Ri was the fact that the Lord of the Underworld, his appointed second-in-command, data analyst, and high-level researcher, had fled during the battle with the enemy. Had the adversary not also retreated, the upper echelons of the Galaxy team would have likely perished there. Boss Chi-Ri, the intelligence department, has just managed to contact the Lord of the Underworld. He claims to have found new leads on the tablets and will not be returning for the time being. Upon hearing this, Chi-Ri bellowed in anger, "Find him. No matter the cost. Bring the Lord of the Underworld back to me." "And what of the cargo ship's location? Where is it now?" Jinshi cautiously replied, "Confirmed. The cargo ship has moved from international waters to the private dock of Team Rocket in the Kanto region. The information being released is that they purchased the equipment from elsewhere and are now transporting it back to Kanto." Damn it. Chi-Ri began to curse vehemently, feeling a surge of frustration that seemed impossible to quell. With a sudden burst, blood erupted from his mouth. After this outburst, Chi-Ri's strength waned, and he was swiftly taken to the hospital by the panicked members of the Galaxy team. The news that followed only exacerbated the Galaxy team's predicament. Prior to producing this batch of goods, the Galaxy team had borrowed loans from the bank, as their liquidity was tight when purchasing raw materials. Now, upon learning of the industrial park's plight, the bank sought to assess the Galaxy team's ability to repay. In just a few days, Chi-Ri's hair had turned white from the stress of the situation. Meanwhile, at Team Rocket's headquarters, Lambda was briefing Jinshi on the subsequent developments. "Boss Jin, Chi-Ri of the Galaxy team has been admitted to a hospital in the Sinnoh region, specifically in a special care ward on the top floor, guarded by over 30 Galaxy team members. The entire top floor is nearly filled with their people, and even doctors and nurses must undergo checks to approach Chi-Ri." Jinshi smiled faintly. "I didn't expect Chi-Ri to be so fearful for his life. I wonder how the Galaxy team's new world plan will continue while he lies in that hospital bed." Without funds and production lines, the Galaxy team had become a chaotic mess, one that no one would willingly take over. Chapter 151, A Frightening Experience at the Hospital. Jinshi speculated that there was a significant chance Chi-Ri was merely feigning illness, lying low in the hospital to escape the current storm, while plotting to clean up the mess and gather sufficient intelligence to prepare for retaliation against Team Rocket. However, since Jinshi anticipated Chi-Ri's thoughts, he would ensure that Chi-Ri would not have an easy time of it. If the attack on the Galaxy Team Industrial Park was meant to cripple them, then Jinshi's next move would aim to undermine them at their very foundation. Now that Chi-Ri had emerged from some hidden ancient ruins, a clear target had presented itself. With Galaxy team members stationed in the hospital and even healthcare personnel subjected to checks, it would be nearly impossible to poison him from the shadows. The only viable option was a direct assault. Chi-Ri would likely remain hospitalized for a considerable time. The tighter the bank pressed, the less likely he would be to discharge himself. As time passed, the guards from the Galaxy team would inevitably grow lax. When that moment arrived, it would spell the end for Chi-Ri. Without him, the Galaxy team would lack the means for regeneration, and the Sinnoh region would ultimately become Team Rocket's territory. In the days that followed, Jinshi, as usual, penned story outlines while engaging in playful banter with Dr. Nemu and Athena. When he felt the time was right, he led an elite team to the Sinnoh region. In the depths of night, the hospital room in the Sinnoh region lay in darkness, as patients had long succumbed to slumber. The corridors echoed only with the occasional footsteps of nurses on patrol. On the topmost floor, the Galaxy team members on duty were also dozing off. Suddenly, a white ambulance drove in. The hospital security did not intervene, allowing it to pass unimpeded. While nighttime emergencies were rare, the security officer had seen enough over the years to remain unfazed. The ambulance rolled into the hospital. As it came to a halt, 7 men clad in white coats, masks, and dust caps emerged, pushing a gurney with wheels into the hospital lobby. The on-duty nurses, surprised and eager to assist, were met with a sudden release of sleep powder from a Bulbasaur hidden beneath the gurney, causing the already drowsy nurses to collapse into a deep sleep. The crowd, adorned with filtering masks, remained utterly unaffected by the hypnotic powder as they wheeled a stretcher into the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. As the elevator doors opened, Jinshi and his companions emerged, pushing the stretcher as if they were transporting a patient. Seated on the corridor benches were the members of the Galaxy team, who found it peculiar to see such a multitude of doctors at the hospital in the dead of night. Hadn't this floor been secured exclusively by their team? Why were there still individuals being brought up? A few members of the Galaxy team sensed something amiss. Did it truly require this many doctors to admit a patient? One of the Galaxy team members called out, "Halt! This area has been reserved by our president. No one else is permitted to approach." As soon as the words left his lips, several doctors simultaneously raised their heads to gaze at the speaker. Upon noticing that all the doctors were wearing masks and dust caps, their eyes glinting with malice, he instantly realized the gravity of the situation. Just as the Galaxy team members prepared to command their Pokémon to fight, Jinshi and his cohorts moved with swiftness. Underneath the stretcher, a Venusaur had already released the hypnotic powder, plunging the members of the Galaxy team into a state of disorientation. As they struggled to maintain their composure and direct their Pokémon, Jinshi and his companions unleashed their own. A series of at least elite-level Pokémon materialized on this tranquil floor: Hydro Pump, Flamethrower, Thunderbolt, Dark Pulse, Dragon Tail. The cacophony of various Pokémon attacks shattered the hospital's silence, unleashing a torrent of ferocity. Several Galaxy team members collapsed instantly, engulfed in flames, triggering the smoke alarm. The sprinklers activated immediately, and the deafening wail of the fire alarm echoed throughout. All patients and their families in the wards were abruptly awakened, including the ones situated on the top floor. "Chiri, what on earth is happening? Why has a fire alarm suddenly gone off?" he shouted, but no one answered him. Chiri squinted, sensing that something was decidedly wrong. Outside the wards, the battle raged on. Several doctors clad in white coats, accompanied by their Pokémon, commenced a one-sided slaughter. The station Galaxy team members were no match for them. Due to the smoke alarm, Fire-type and Electric-type Pokémon had been recalled. With every attack launched by the opposing Pokémon, a Galaxy team member met their demise. The remaining members resting in other wards were too terrified to show their faces, opting instead to release their Pokémon within the confines of their rooms to engage in battle in the corridor. Without hesitation, Jinshi commanded his Metagross to use telekinesis, immobilizing the Galaxy team's Pokémon. In mere moments, nearly all the Galaxy team's Pokémon were rendered helpless, forced to endure the onslaught from Jinshi's group. These Pokémon swiftly lost their fighting capabilities. The horrific casualty rate plunged the remaining Galaxy team members in hiding into a profound silence. What manner of monsters were they facing? Despite the absence of any cover outside, they could overpower the resting Galaxy team members with sheer strength, preventing any escape. After the initial exchange, no member of the Galaxy team could doubt their opponent's prowess. From the sheer aura alone, it was evident that they possessed at least a dozen elite-level Pokémon. The Pokémon capable of immobilizing the entire field undoubtedly boasted champion-level strength. At this juncture, venturing outside would almost certainly spell doom. Remaining within the wards seemed the safer option. However, the unmistakable target of their adversaries was not the resting Galaxy team members, but their leader, Chiri, located deep within the floor. The group of doctors in white coats did not falter, advancing steadily with their Scyther, Dragonfly, Metagross, and Gyarados, eliminating any Pokémon that dared to obstruct their path, regardless of whether they were elite level or gym leader level. Jinshi and his companions closed in on Chiri's ward with alarming speed. The officer on duty for the Galaxy team that day was Huoxing, who, shielded by her Pokémon's valiant sacrifice, managed to burst into Chiri's room, having lost one of her tanky Skuntank in the process. "Boss Chiri, we've got trouble. A horde of assassins, accompanied by at least a dozen elite-level Pokémon, is charging in." Huoxing, rattled by the series of failures, was nearly paralyzed with fear. Yet, Chiri maintained his composure. He retrieved a Pokeball and summoned his Electrode, mounting it swiftly. Then, gripping Huoxing's arm, he commanded, "Electrode, shatter the window. We're making our escape from above." Chapter 152, The Fierce Battle with Chiri. Chiri had yet to grasp the full scope of the situation. He was unaware of who sought his demise, but the multitude of enemies outside the Galaxy team was overwhelming. Those he owed substantial debts to, the owners of related industries in the production chain, the rocket team from the Kanto region, as well as various adversaries of the Galaxy team. All of them wished to see him eliminated. "What's the situation outside?" he inquired while still holding on to Huoxing. "Everyone's gone. The team members in the corridor have been nearly wiped out. Only a few others in the remaining wards are organizing a counterattack." Huoxing, having rushed in with her life on the line, cast a quick glance at the scene, which was nothing short of brutal. The enemy's strength was far too formidable. All their Pokémon were elite level, with the leading few being champions. Huoxing had witnessed her fair share of chaos, yet the recent events had sent her adrenaline soaring. She had watched in horror as a Galaxy team member was torn in half by a Scyther's pincers. The grotesque scene left her feeling physically ill. The counterattack organized by the Galaxy team members in the wards did little to slow the advance of their foes. Chiri furrowed his brow. "Call the Junsha police station. When is the backup arriving?" At this moment, His mind was remarkably clear. The situation had escalated to a point where he no longer needed to intervene. After all, stepping outside now would only lead to a brutal beating. It would be wiser to wait for reinforcements before making a move, ensuring a more stable outcome. Whether waiting for backup or plotting a counterstrike, fleeing at this juncture was undoubtedly the right choice. However, just as they mounted the electrode, Jinshi and his group arrived at the door of the ward. The locked door was violently smashed open by a metallic claw. Chi-Ri's expression shifted dramatically. He could not afford to be encircled by his adversaries at this moment, or his odds would dwindle significantly. Just as he was about to urge the electrode to take flight, a powerful telekinetic force ensnared him. Though the electrode managed to soar away, Chi-Ri and Huaxing found themselves pinned in place. This is bad. Fortunately, Chi-Ri's electrode was no pushover. It returned with sparks of electricity crackling around it. The telekinetic force binding Chi-Ri and Huaxing was instantly dispelled, sending them crashing to the ground. Realizing escape was no longer an option, Chi-Ri hastily summoned 3 Pokeballs. Duskull, Mismagius, and Gyarados emerged from their confines. The appearance of Chi-Ri's 4 champion-level Pokemon made the already spacious ward feel cramped. Boom! Jinshi's Metagross struck with blinding speed, clawing at Duskull with such force that the rock and steel-type Pokemon let out a cry of pain. Crash! The thrown Duskull barreled through the wall of the ward, sending debris and dust swirling into the air. With the wall breached, the space felt significantly more expansive. Jinshi entered the ward, unleashing his own Garchomp, Charizard, and Metagross. Since the opposition had summoned 4 champion-level Pokemon, Jinshi felt compelled to match their strength. Jinshi removed his dust mask and medical face mask and calmly introduced himself. Allow me to present myself. My name is Jinshi, and I am currently the acting leader of Team Rocket. Following closely behind him were Commander Viper, Amato, and Shiro, who filed in one after another. At that moment, Chiri fixed a sharp gaze upon Jinshi. He had anticipated that Team Rocket would seek his demise, yet he never expected Jinshi to personally arrive in the Sinnoh region. Chiri, the leader of Team Galactic. For someone who had long occupied a position of power, Chiri felt a sense of diminishment in presence before Jinshi. Clad in a hospital gown, he surveyed the Pokemon that entered the room, noting the eerie silence outside, which indicated that the Galactic members stationed there had been completely eradicated. At this juncture, Dazhuang Bei had finally emerged from the pit, bearing the deep marks left by the recent encounter with the Metagross. In stark contrast, none of Jinshi's Pokemon bore any injuries or signs of fatigue. Each of them was impeccably groomed and equipped. Huaxing, observing from the sidelines, was astonished. He had not anticipated that the acting leader of Team Rocket would be so youthful and formidable. Furthermore, a sense of foreboding gripped Huaxing as she harbored the unsettling impression that Chiri might indeed face defeat. It was common knowledge within Team Galactic that Chiri's prowess was widely acknowledged. Were it not for his ambition to forge a new world, he would undoubtedly have ascended to the rank of a championship-level trainer. In the center of the room, Chiri spoke, acting leader of Team Rocket. Are you aware of the consequences of your actions? Jinshi responded with a light chuckle. Eliminating Team Galactic will render any consequences moot. Chiri's expression twisted into a menacing snarl. Then let us put that to the test. The might of Team Galactic far exceeds your imagination. As he spoke, Chiri's 4 Pokemon confronted Jinshi's 4 in a tense standoff. Mega Evolve Gyarados. The keystone in Chiri's hand resonated with the Mega Stone of Gyarados. With a thunderous roar, a colossal Mega Gyarados materialized before the onlookers. Chiri commanded, Mega Gyarados, unleash Hydro Pump. The immense mouth of Mega Gyarados began to gather a tremendous volume of water-type energy. Chiri stood firm, hands on his hips, his gaze fixed on Mega Gyarados. The other 3 Pokemon's battles could wait. If they could eliminate Jinshi's strongest Pokemon, Mega Gyarados' power would sweep the battlefield. Mere words would not suffice. Jinshi needed to show his worth to dare to speak of annihilating Team Galactic. The water in Mega Gyarados' mouth swelled, the sphere growing smaller as the pressure intensified. At that moment, Jinshi's keystone also began to gleam intensely. You may wield Mega Evolution, but so can my Pokemon. The Mega Stone on Garchomp shone brilliantly. Emerging from the radiant light, the Mega Garchomp resembled a harbinger of destruction. Chiri furrowed his brow, watching the newly evolved Mega Garchomp. In an instant, Mega Gyarados grasped the situation. Seizing the opportunity while the opponent was still regaining balance, Mega Gyarados unleashed its Hydro Pump like a dam bursting. If your trump card is merely Mega Garchomp, then that is hardly impressive. Jinshi questioned Chiri with a hint of curiosity. What grants you the audacity to speak so boldly? In the blink of an eye, Mega Garchomp vanished from sight. Mega Gyarados swiftly redirected its massive maw, unleashing a barrage of hydro pump blasts. The surging torrents of water crashed through the hospital's top floor, causing it to collapse entirely. Instantly, all present found themselves exposed under the night sky atop the hospital's ruins. Chapter 153, Mega Garchomp. Commander Viper shouted urgently, "Everyone, take cover." In an instant, all members of Team Rocket began to retreat. The mouth of Mega Gyarados gushed forth like a raging river, flooding everything in its path. The speed of Mega Garchomp was so swift that it became a blur, darting unpredictably, making it difficult to track. Amato and the others could only dodge amidst the chaos of the battle, fearing the repercussions of being caught in the crossfire. Had it not been for the dire circumstances compelling their Pokémon to shield them, they might have suffered significant losses. Giant Vine and Ivory Boar executed their respective moves, Root Down and Snowfall, to withstand the onslaught of the high-pressure water. At that moment, Mega Garchomp executed several swift maneuvers, closing in on Mega Gyarados. Chiri's frown deepened. While he anticipated Mega Garchomp's speed, he had not foreseen its swiftness to this degree. With a fierce expression, Mega Garchomp wasted no time, launching its bony spike straight for Mega Gyarados' abdomen. Having delayed its reaction to unleash Hydro Pump, Mega Gyarados was left with no escape, barely twisting its body to mitigate the damage. The sharp spikes pierced through Mega Gyarados' lower abdomen, drawing forth a spray of blood. A faint smile crept onto Chiri's lips. He had been waiting for this moment. Realizing that the opponent's speed was too overwhelming, Chiri commanded, "Mega Gyarados, use Whirlpool." A violent vortex of water enveloped Mega Garchomp. Chiri aimed to ensnare Mega Garchomp within the swirling waters, believing that even with its speed, it would be unable to escape the Whirlpool's grip. However, Chiri's smile quickly faded. Mega Garchomp executed Dig, burrowing down to the next floor to evade the Whirlpool. Without hesitation, Chiri ordered Mega Gyarados to direct its attack at the newly created opening, unleashing Hyper Beam. In an instant, a searing beam of light shot towards the gap. To Chiri's astonishment, Mega Garchomp did not remain hidden below. Instead, it surged forth. Emanating a terrifying aura, its bony spikes pointed ahead. Dragon Rush. Its entire body pierced through the beam of destruction like a spear. In the distance, Jinshi and his team, having received a distress call, raced towards the hospital at full speed. Upon witnessing the blinding beam of destruction emanating from the hospital, their hearts sank. Who could compel Chiri to unleash his full power? Zwishing pondered aloud. They all knew the devastating might of Chiri's Mega Gyarados' Hyper Beam. Even championship-level Pokémon would struggle to withstand its onslaught. Members of Team Galactic, riding on flying-type Pokémon, approached, reporting, according to the team station below. The opposing force is exceptionally strong, with all members possessing strength exceeding that of the Elite Four. They are likely professional mercenaries or affiliated with another league. Jinshi questioned, could professional mercenaries truly force Chiri to exert himself to this extent? Remember, Chiri commands for championship-level Pokémon. Ordinary trainers simply cannot contend with him, even in a group attack. It would take considerable time for a cadre of elite-level Pokémon to bring him down. Zwishing suggested, let us cease our deliberations and hasten to support Chiri. That is our priority. With that, the group urged their Pokémon to accelerate towards the hospital in the Sinnoh region. On the bright rooftop of the hospital, Chiri's expression flickered between uncertainty and resolve as he regarded Mega Garchomp's bony spikes. Although it appeared that Mega Garchomp had merely executed one move to counter Hyper Beam, the reality was far more complex. In its rapid movements, the air blades generated by Mega Garchomp's bony spikes, combined with the energy from Dragon Rush, had sliced through Hyper Beam. Chiri realized, engaging in close combat with Mega Garchomp was unwise. Its prowess in melee surpassed that of ordinary championship-level Pokémon. Aware of this, Chiri swiftly commanded Mega Gyarados to create distance. Since becoming the leader of Team Galactic, it was the first time Chiri felt he faced a worthy opponent. Yet Jinshi would not allow him such a reprieve. The Mega Garchomp brandished its two bony spines on its wings, creating a fierce whirlwind as it maintained a relentless grip on the Mega Gyarados. With each occasional slash, it inflicted wounds upon the Mega Gyarados. How could this be possible? Under the Mega Evolution of the Gyarados, Chiri and it could distinctly perceive each other's thoughts. Chiri sensed a mix of fury and a hint of fear emanating from the Mega Gyarados. The most devastating move, the Hyper Beam, failed to have any effect on its adversary. Instead, the bony spines of the Mega Garchomp instilled dread within it. The spines, when swung at high speed, could unleash blades of air. Though their power may not rival that of actual moves, it was an insurmountable challenge for a champion-level Pokémon. Even the slightest injury, when compounded, could ultimately overwhelm the Mega Gyarados. Not far away, Yamada and the others watched in astonishment. If, during the rescue of Dr. Inuki, they had witnessed the ultimate psychic powers of the Metagross, now they were witnessing the pinnacle of physical strength. The Mega Garchomp targeted the Gyarados' vital points with precision, an attack honed through countless battles. Although Chi-Ri's Mega Gyarados was among the elite of the champions, it found itself inexorably suppressed by the relentless advance of the Mega Garchomp. It bore numerous wounds of varying severity, injuries that would incapacitate any other Pokémon present. Even the champion-level Mega Gyarados could not endure for much longer. Yamada glanced towards the distant sky and declared, "Reinforcements from Team Galaxy are on their way. We must act. We must assist Boss Kinji in holding them off." In the heart of the battle, Kinji noticed the arrival of Team Galaxy's reinforcements with some surprise. He had not anticipated their forces to arrive so swiftly while the skirmish on his end was still unresolved. The Mega Garchomp sensed Kinji's underlying urgency. An overwhelming battle spirit surged within it. Dragon Dive. Boom. The Mega Garchomp delivered a powerful stomp, creating a massive crater in the ground. Its entire body shot forth like a missile, producing a deafening sonic boom. The two spines, resembling the scythes of death, simultaneously harnessed the Dragon Claw technique. But that was not the end. Following Dragon Dive and Dragon Claw, the Mega Garchomp unleashed a fighting-type move, Brick Break, combining three techniques into one decisive blow. The Mega Garchomp aimed to determine the outcome of the battle. At that moment, Chi-Ri was still elated by the arrival of reinforcements, causing him to inadvertently relax his focus. Tragically, the Mega Gyarados, which had been holding on valiantly, was also influenced by Chi-Ri's momentary lapse. By the time both trainer and Pokémon reacted, it was already too late. Chapter 154, the Grand Finale. With a swift thrust, one of the spines pierced through the body of the Mega Gyarados, glistening with a chilling light. The Mega Gyarados collapsed to the ground, completely bereft of its fighting capabilities. After dispatching the Mega Gyarados, the Mega Garchomp wasted no time, turning its attention towards the electrode battling with Melameta. There was no need for Kinji to issue a command. The Mega Garchomp struck decisively. The electrode fell to the ground, incapacitated. Only then did Chi-Ri realize what was happening, shouting to Melameta, "Get out of the way, Melameta." Thanks to its inherent speed and agility, coupled with Chi-Ri's warning, Melameta barely evaded the Mega Garchomp's ambush. The Mega Garchomp, uninterested in lingering, pivoted and launched a surprise attack on the Metong. The Metagross, engaged in a fierce battle with the Metong, used Psychic to temporarily restrain it without hesitation. As the Metong broke free from the Metagross's psychic control, the Mega Garchomp's sharp spine struck it down once more. The Metong was sent flying, crashing to the ground, attempting to rise but failing to regain its footing. In the span of merely 2 breaths, 3 of Chi-Ri's champion-level Pokémon had fallen, leaving only Melameta struggling to hold on. At last, Chi-Ri could no longer maintain his composure, exclaiming, "Spare me. I will give you anything you desire, money, territory. The tablets, they are all yours, just let me go." Kinji chuckled, "Once you're dead, those things will still belong to us. Why would we let you go? Your production line equipment is now in our hands. Money, we can earn ourselves. Territory, we can seize. And as for the tablets, we hardly place much value on them. Besides, your Team Galaxy has provoked us multiple times in the Kanto region. Do you think we wouldn't retaliate?" Understanding that villains often meet their end through excessive dialogue, Kinji signaled to the Mega Garchomp. The Mega Garchomp vanished in an instant, and by the time Chi-Ri attempted to command Melameta to defend, it was already too late. A sharp spine pierced through Chi-Ri's back. In disbelief, he gazed at the spine that had suddenly emerged from his chest. As it withdrew, it drew forth a torrent of blood. Chi-Ri's body lost its support, gradually collapsing to the ground. His Pokémon, Melameta, momentarily distracted, fell prey to the opportunity presented by 3 champion-level Pokémon and was swiftly overwhelmed. Having dealt with Chi-Ri, Kinji spared him one last glance before turning to leave with his Team Rocket companions. Before departing, the Metagross unleashed a terrifying psychic wave, repelling all of Team Galaxy's reinforcements. The hospital's rooftop had been completely dismantled, littered with fallen Pokémon and the bodies of Team Galaxy members. Meanwhile, other patients and medical staff, alarmed by the fierce sounds of battle, fled the hospital building, gathering in the open space outside. Even critically ill patients were carried out on their medical beds. Kinji and his associates soared away on their flying-type Pokémon. It was not until long after their departure that the sirens of Junsha's police vehicles and motorcycles echoed through the air. The efficiency of the Junsha police station was evidently lacking compared to that of Team Galaxy's reinforcements. The following morning, residents of the Kanto region, as per their usual routine, ventured outside with their Pokémon. Across various city television and radio stations, the same news was being broadcasted. Kanto Television's morning news reported that in the early hours, the infamous leader of Team Galaxy from the Sinnoh region, Chi-Ri, had been attacked at a hospital in the Sinnoh region. Following a medical examination, he was declared dead at the scene. Thanks to Team Rocket's persistent efforts over the years, Kanto Television had become the highest-rated station in the region. Through continuous expansion, it had reached areas including the capital, Hoenn, and the Sevii Islands. While this news might not have stirred much in other regions, it sent shockwaves through Sinnoh. The previous attack on the Team Galaxy Industrial Park had been met with indifference by the public. However, the death of Team Galaxy's leader was undeniably a major headline. Particularly, the demise of the leader was not an end, but merely the beginning. The repercussions for Team Galaxy would undoubtedly be profound. Curiosity abounded regarding who or what organization could bring down the historically significant Team Galaxy. The television continued to recount the atrocities committed by Team Galaxy over the years, occasionally cutting to scenes within the hospital. Countless Junsha officers surrounded the facility, while patients and doctors outside were thrown into chaos. Reporters began interviewing family members of patients, eager to uncover the events that transpired in the early hours. At this moment, reporters with first-hand information from the police began to report. According to the information released by law enforcement, the criminal gang that attacked the hospital consisted of over 10 individuals, with Pokémon strength exceeding that of the Elite Four. Surrounding Chi-Ri were 41 individuals, all of whom were members of Team Galaxy and had perished. The entire assault lasted a mere 15 minutes. Akatsuki met his demise on the top floor of the hospital, which had been utterly devastated by the ensuing battle. As time elapsed, the details of the incident were gradually unveiled, provoking fervent discussions among the populace. Every attribute of the elves present was meticulously scrutinized. Months later, Giovanni returned to the Kanto region with his subordinates, while the Sinnoh region had already fallen under the auspices of Team Rocket. The production lines reclaimed from Sinnoh were swiftly set back on course, significantly enhancing the internal equipment of Team Rocket. Economically, culturally, and in terms of power, the organization experienced a meteoric rise in the eyes of the world. Under Giovanni's visionary leadership, Rotom, empowered across various electrical fields, boasted functionalities far superior to those of competing products. Team Rocket successfully eclipsed Silver Incorporated, Devon Corporation, and Pokemon Health Corporation, establishing itself as a true financial titan. Numerous factories were erected, totaling in the hundreds, encompassing a myriad of industries and permeating every facet of daily life. With Giovanni's Pokemon transcending the champion level to attain divine status, no adversary remained a match for him. Under Giovanni's command, Team Rocket systematically unified the Unova, Kalos, Alola, and Galar regions, asserting dominion over the underworld of all territories. Giovanni's fortunes swelled into the trillions, crafting a genuine legend of wealth and bestowing upon Athena and Professor Rowan the most extravagant wedding in existence. From the moment his child was born, a life free from want was assured. In his twilight years, Giovanni enjoyed a blissful existence surrounded by grandchildren. The narrative concludes here. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed this tale, please consider subscribing and liking it for support. Until we meet again in the next story.